In his previous life, Chen Jianmin endured an utterly tumultuous marriage. Now, reincarnated into the body of a young forest ranger in the 1980s, the first major decision he faced was whether or not to become a live-in son-in-law. Having no desire to struggle and grind his way through another lifetime, Chen Jianmin made lying flat his ultimate life goal, and without even blinking, he agreed to go on a blind date arranged by a matchmaker. To his surprise, he took one look at the woman and was instantly smitten. But then things took a wildly unexpected turn. His prospective bride turned out to have some serious issues. So what was he supposed to do? Chen Jianmin just chuckled and said cheerfully, "Well, there's nothing to do but accept it as it is." Meanwhile, the pretty young wife next door shyly offered him an olive branch. The beautiful doctor from the township clinic moved into his east room under the guise of a rural medical assignment. And, well, there were others too. Armed with the hard-won wisdom from his past life, Chen Jianmin shamelessly embraced audacity to its fullest. Before long, his days unfolded like a dream script. Clothes were fought over to be washed for him, meals were competed to be cooked for him, and money even came rolling in, earned by others on his behalf. He not only achieved his grand lying-flat ideal, but, almost by accident, also led his entire village down the path to prosperity. Chapter 1. This Symphony with a Neighbor. December 22nd, 1985, Winter Solstice. After 3 straight days of snowfall, the skies finally cleared over Zhoujia village. But with the sunshine came a sharp plunge in temperature, down to around -25 or 26 degrees Celsius. In the west room of the easternmost house in the village, frost coated the window pane. A sliver of sunlight pierced through a gap, casting a faint warmth into the otherwise icy space. Chen Jianmin, still groggy from sleep, struggled out of his quilt wearing only thermal underwear. He glanced at the long cold stove and, clenching his thighs with a pained grimace, groaned, "Damn it. The colder it gets, the more I gotta pee." For the past 3 days since he'd woken up in this body, reincarnated into a young forest ranger in the 1980s, the hardest part of every morning was getting out of bed. He really didn't want to go outside to use the toilet. But what choice did he have? He couldn't just relieve himself indoors. Frowning, he wrapped himself in a filthy army greatcoat, so stained that its original green was nearly unrecognizable. With distaste, he eyed the greasy cuffs, stuffed the protruding cotton back inside, pulled on a pair of thick padded shoes, gritted his teeth, and charged out like a soldier heading into battle. The outhouse stood just 20-some meters northwest of the house, yet the short distance felt as grueling as a marathon. He burst into the toilet, flung open his coat, yanked down his thermal pants, and just as the blissful sound of hitch began, another identical hitch echoed from the adjacent squat hole. Blinking in confusion, Chen Jianmin turned his head and nearly slipped on the icy floor. What the hell? Perched on the neighboring squat was a small figure clad in red, her backside pale against the winter gloom. Even bundled in thick winter clothes, she looked petite and delicate. Her chin was tucked low, short bobbed hair falling over her face, both hands pressed tightly over it, trying, unsuccessfully, to hide herself completely. But it didn't matter. Chen Jianmin recognized her instantly. Tong Yulan, the young widow from the only neighboring household. Over the past 3 days, he'd seen her many times through the courtyard wall, shoveling snow, feeding pigs and chickens, or hauling firewood in her house. Always quiet, always busy. They'd exchanged words only once, when he'd offered to help carry her heavy bundle of branches from the hillside, and she'd politely refused. But now, why was she using his 4-stations toilet? He distinctly remembered her family had their own little wooden outhouse with a roofed enclosure. And why wasn't she using the women's latrine? What now? Well, there was only one option. Cold noodles it is. A Chinese idiom meaning accept it as it is. The arrow had already left the bow. No taking it back. Amidst this awkward duet of simultaneous symphonic relief, Chen Jianmin forced a sheepish smile and said, "Sis Yulan, sure is cold today, huh?" Technically, this sister-in-law was only 26 years younger than him. But rural customs placed great importance on generational hierarchy. Since her late husband, who died last year, had been 1 year older than Chen Jianmin, calling her Sis Yulan was perfectly proper. Hum. Her reply was softer than a mosquito's buzz, but sweet as spring water. One word summed it up: tender. Silence fell again. Fortunately, such business doesn't take long. They finished almost simultaneously. As Chen Jianmin tucked himself back in, he noticed the woman rising seemed to steal a quick glance his way, her face redder than the crimson cotton jacket she wore. Then, flustered, she fumbled while pulling up her pants, and they slipped down again. And just like that, he saw everything he shouldn't have. His heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, the freezing air felt like summer heat. Northeastern heat, to be precise. Seeing Tong Yulan on the verge of tears, Chen Jianmin calmly pulled up his own pants, stepped out with dignified composure, and immediately circled the yard to investigate. Now it made sense. The entrance to the women's outhouse was completely blocked by a snowdrift nearly 1.6 meters high, likely blown there by last night's northwesterly gale. Meanwhile, the neighbor's private toilet had collapsed under the weight of snow, its interior packed solid. Damn snow. Actually kind of helpful, he muttered with dark amusement. Having solved the mystery, he sprinted back inside. But the icy wind funneling up his pant legs, thanks to his regrettable habit of going commando, slowed him down considerably. That northeastern heat was definitely messing with his speed. Back in his room, shivering but curious, he pressed his face to the frosted window and peered westward. Tong Yulan's house sat slightly farther south, so his view easily cleared the 1-meter courtyard wall. He watched as she hurried home, arms tucked in her sleeves, hips swaying slightly with each step. At the corner of her house, she paused and glanced back toward him. Guilt-stricken, Chen Jianmin whipped around, dove back onto the Kong, heated brick bed, buried himself under the quilt, and took several deep breaths. Still couldn't calm the fire burning inside. Damn it, this is killing me. After that toilet symphony, sleep was impossible. He threw on his padded jacket and trousers, lit the stove in record time, and stared blankly at the dancing flames between the stove rings. 3 nights ago, he'd been lying in a hospital's intensive care unit. His third wife held his hand, delivering tearful end-of-life care, though those 2.5 crocodile tears were clearly for show. With his last breath, he'd rasped, "After I die, don't keep my ashes. Do whatever you want with them." What good would keeping them do anyway? Not a single person truly cared about him. Not like the nurses, who genuinely didn't want him to die. Just as he thought of those angels in white, his mind flooded with images of white flesh. Coincidentally, or perhaps fatefully, the very woman who'd sparked his morning vitality appeared at his door. A gust of cold air rushed in as Tong Yulan stepped inside. She quickly shut the door behind her, kept her head slightly lowered, and, before even speaking, blushed crimson. Her lovely almond-shaped eyes darted shyly around the room. Her expression shifted to mild surprise, then quickly back to bashfulness. Chen Jianmin knew she was marveling at how much the place had changed in just 2 days. He followed her gaze. A legless desk beneath the window, stabilized with stacked bricks, flanked by 2 wooden stools. 2 neatly stacked novels in one corner. A kerosene lamp with spotless glass and base. 2 handle-less coarse porcelain cups beside a matching teapot, missing half its spout, lined up like soldiers awaiting inspection. On the west wall, a large cabinet. Nearby, clothes hung in perfect order on hooks. Overall, clean, symmetrical, and pleasing to the eye. This was his hard-won achievement, and he desperately needed an outsider's validation to fuel his vision of a better life. Because reaching this state hadn't been easy. Only he knew the struggle. The original owner of this body had been a slob, utterly neglectful of basic hygiene, turning these 3 tidy tile-roofed rooms into a pigsty. Chen Jianmin had cleaned it all while holding his nose. For 3 days, that's all he'd done. Scrub, sort, arrange. And he still hadn't washed the bedding or that ragged greatcoat. Today, he'd planned to dismantle the quilt, but sewing wasn't his strong suit. Should I ask this young sister-in-law for help? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Chen Jianmin slid off the Kong, shuffled over in his slippers, and said warmly, "Sis Yulan, it's freezing out. Come sit by the warm end of the Kong." His eyes lingered on her short hair, dry, uneven, clearly self-cut, lopsided. Tong Yulan stood rooted in place, twisting the patched hem of her red jacket with her chapped hands. Embarrassed, she finally spoke her purpose. Chapter 2. Can't escape the teacher's 5-finger mountain. "Jianmin, brother," she began, voice tender yet hesitant. "Could I borrow a little white flour? My boy just weaned. He can't eat hard food yet. I wanted to make him some porridge." Her words snapped Chen Jianmin out of his inappropriate daydreams. She added quickly, "Just a small bowl. I'll repay you as soon as we sell our corn." He remembered. The child in the west courtyard had just turned 1. Time to stop breastfeeding. Her family was indeed struggling. Her father-in-law wasn't old, but chronically ill and unable to do heavy labor. Her mother-in-law was sturdy but narrow-minded, only cared about what was right in front of her nose. When her husband was alive, things were manageable. But after he died suddenly last year, their situation had steadily worsened. Looking at her now, barely 1.5 meters tall, pale-faced, looking no older than 16, with that childlike voice, Chen Jianmin felt a pang of something unfamiliar. Thinking he might refuse, Tong Yulan grew anxious. Jianmin Ji, if you lend me the flower, I'll do anything for you. Anything? His heart lurched, dangerous thoughts flickered, but he quickly suppressed them. Now's not the time. That'd make me a monster. He coughed several times to clear his throat. Tong Yulan's eyes drifted to the neatly folded bedding on the Kong. I could wash your quilt for you. Slap. Chen Jianmin smacked his thigh dramatically, as if they'd had the same brilliant idea. Sis Yulan, just yesterday, I went to the village offering 3 yuan to anyone who'd help me dismantle and wash this quilt. But guess what? Complete lie. He hadn't left the yard yesterday. All he'd done was clean and watch snowflake from the window. Tong Yulan blinked, mouth slightly open in confusion. They said the pay was too low. So perfect timing. Since you're offering, the 3 yuan are yours. Deal sealed. Whoever backs out grows no. He caught himself mid-slip, chuckled awkwardly, and thrust a 2 yuan note and a 1 yuan note into her small hand before she could protest. Before she could react, he squeezed past her into the east room. He'd converted the east room of the 3-tiled house into a storeroom. Frozen cabbages, dried mushrooms, 2 rock-hard frozen pheasants, 3 rabbits, rice and flour, all meticulously sorted and arranged. Without a heated Kong or stove, the room was nearly as cold as outside. After just a moment, Chen Jianmin was rubbing his hands together. Truth be told, his landlord's surplus wasn't huge. Maybe 5 or 6 jin of white flour left. There was about 20 jin of rice, though, gifted by Ma Dashao, the Red Mountain Forestation Office director, under the guise of year-end welfare. In reality, it was Ma using public goods to grease the wheels for introducing him to a match, a favor Chen Jianmin couldn't refuse. He scooped a generous bowl of flour, wiped the outside clean with a cloth, and carried it back to the west room. Tong Yulan pointed to the 3 yuan on the desk. Jianmin Ji, I can't take the money. You're lending me flour. I'll wash your quilt. Isn't that normal between neighbors? This. Chen Jianmin frowned, picked up the bills, and stuffed them into her coat pocket. Borrowing flour? Sure, that's neighborly. But washing a quilt? That's real work, not just a favor. Take the money. If you're too busy, I'll find someone else. With that, she couldn't refuse. She accepted the bowl, bowed slightly, and as she ran out, Chen Jianmin saw tears glistening in her eyes. He watched her small figure vanish through the gate, feeling an odd tightness in his chest. But he quickly shook it off and began rummaging through drawers for decent clothes. He needed to look presentable. Liu Xiaomei, the match Ma Dashao had arranged, might arrive in the village today. Whether it worked out or not, he didn't want to be looked down on. He cared so much because of her profession, a teacher at Hongshan Township Central Primary School. Sigh. Of course it's a teacher. Across 2 lifetimes, why couldn't he escape the 5-finger mountain of teachers? His 3rd wife had been a teacher too, someone he'd deliberately chosen, believing educated women would understand his dream of combining love with material comfort. How wrong he'd been. In his past life, he'd married 3 times. First wife, childhood sweetheart who left him for being poor. Second wife, married when he was rich, but divorced anyway, taking half his fortune. Third wife, the teacher. He'd hoped she'd be different, but she'd only stayed out of obligation, her heart still belonging to some white moonlight from her past. On his deathbed, he finally understood. He'd lived too hard. What good was wealth without joy? Without real happiness? If only heaven gave him another chance. And it did. His soul had floated across time and space, landing in the body of a 26-year-old bachelor forest ranger in rural northeast China. Unbelievable. Maybe I'm turning into a damn pervert ghost. He shook his head, trying to banish the primal urges flashing through his mind, but his blood surged hotter by the second, reminding him, it's time to get married. He stretched, marveling at his new body. Youth was glorious, strong, healthy, flawlessly functional. 18 inches, absolutely genuine. Handsome, too, broad-shouldered, muscular, radiating raw vitality. Only problem, the original owner's personality was nothing like his. Total introvert, quiet as a mouse. Couldn't squeeze a peep out of him even with a stick. Probably because he'd lost his mother young. If not for his father's dying wish, begging connections to secure him this forest ranger post at Red Mountain, he'd be stuck farming 6.5 mu of land. Not an easy life. But now, as a temporary forest ranger, he earned 32 yuan a month, enough to avoid starvation, if not luxury. 32 yuan and you're satisfied? Pathetic. If it were 64, I'd fully embrace lying flat. Damn it, I've reincarnated. Why grind myself into dust again? From the moment he realized he'd been reborn, Chen Jianmin had one goal: live happily. With purpose, work became joyful. He found a passable Zhongshan suit, lit the stove, swept the yard, then pulled out fermented cornmeal from yesterday. In the outer kitchen, he slapped several thick corn cakes onto the hot pot walls, timed them perfectly, and served them with pickled cucumber and leftover wild chicken stewed with potatoes on the Kong table. He needed to eat fast. He had to go to the village. After all, Liu Xiaomei was Ma Daxiao's cousin. Out of respect, he owed her an answer. From the desk drawer, he pulled out a photo, studied it carefully, then put it back. Judging by looks alone, this cousin was a rare beauty, truly 1 in 100. No flaws whatsoever, except she was stunningly gorgeous. Chapter 3. No shame in living off one's skills. Chen Jianmin had just finished his meal when Ma Daxiao pushed the door open and entered. He scrutinized him from head to toe, then pursed his lips. Jianmin, give me a straight answer, will you? You've seen the photos, and I've already mentioned her character. Shouldn't you meet her in person? I've brought her to Li Hong's house. Go and see her. You might just find her appealing at first glance. Li Hong was the village's women's director, Zhou Li Hong, and Ma Daxiao's cousin. Chen Jianmin blinked and said, Brother Ma, please have a seat. Let me prepare some water for you. No need for water, Ma Daxiao interrupted him. I'm eager to return and give her a definitive answer. If you're not interested, I'll have to explain it to her. Chen Jianmin took out a pack of Jean Hulu cigarettes, tore it open, and offered it to Ma Daxiao. Brother Ma, I've thought it over. It's not easy to find a partner like Xiao Lu. What do I have to be picky about? Isn't it just being a son-in-law? It fits perfectly since I'm still single. He had indeed come to terms with it, but this acceptance wasn't merely about being a son-in-law. It stemmed from his belief that life with any woman would likely be quite similar. If it weren't for the fact that the widow next door's in-laws had long declared she was not allowed to remarry, he might have considered pursuing her first. Finally, a smile broke across Ma Daxiao's pancake-like face as he slapped Chen Jianmin's shoulder. That's the spirit. Remember what you said a few days ago? You were worried my cousin wouldn't find someone, acting like you were in a rush. I thought you had someone else in mind. Let us be honest. With your current situation, no money, and a temporary job, this is a good opportunity. As long as you agree, it will likely happen. Xiaomei is quite satisfied with you. Once you're married, I'll find a way to get you a permanent position, and then your little life will take off, right? Besides, Xiaomei is a certified teacher with a decent salary. Even if you just lounge around at home, she can support you. Chen Jianmin nodded repeatedly. Initially, he had been reluctant to accept the role of a son-in-law, feeling ashamed and somewhat inferior, but now he was open to it. What was wrong with being a son-in-law? He wouldn't be a burden. Living off his abilities was nothing to be ashamed of. Chen Jianmin pondered that living off someone else was not a baseless notion. It was said that comrade Liu Xiaomei had only her and her sister as children. Her father was a simple farmer, and her mother had passed away long ago. Compared to many families today with 7 or 8 members, or even more than 10, hers was quite straightforward. I heard they owned over 40 acres of land. Even if they didn't cultivate it themselves, leasing it out would still yield a decent income annually. With such circumstances, a joyful life was definitely within Chen Jianmin's reach. But why did such good fortune fall upon him? Did he have horns growing from his head, or was there something amiss with Liu Xiaomei? One must understand that Zhoujia village was a remote place, situated 20 miles from the county government in Hongshan village. Given the multitude of people in Hongshan village, wasn't he there a suitable candidate among them? Zhoujia village, nestled in a secluded valley, was indeed very isolated. In the east and south, endless forests stretch as far as the eye can see. However, to the west and north, the landscape appears somewhat barren, particularly during winter, when all that meets the gaze is an expanse of white snow. As they approached the home of Zhou Li Hong at the western edge of the village, Ma Daxiao raised his hand and gestured dramatically in the air, further emphasizing the necessity of Chen Jianmin's matchmaking endeavor. Look around. Have you not had enough of this impoverished mountain hollow? If this arrangement succeeds, once I assist you in securing a permanent position, you can gradually consider transferring to the headquarters and leave this desolate place behind. Regardless of the circumstances, the commune is far superior to this. In truth, the commune had been restructured into a township for 3 or 4 years, yet the locals still habitually referred to it as a commune. Hongshan Township possesses a peculiar charm, as it is home to 3 distinct entities: the township government, the Hongshan Forestry Bureau, and the Hongqi Coal Mine Bureau, that exist independently of one another, all located in Hongshan Village. Each organization governs its own affairs and maintains its own structure, resulting in a harmonious coexistence akin to rivers that do not interfere with one another. This arrangement has led to Hongshan Village being nominally a village, yet its population has surged to over 30,000, drawing near to the title of the world's largest village. Chen Jianmin's focus, however, was not on this aspect. Curiously, he inquired, Ma Go, how did you manage to come here on such a snowy day? Ma Daxiao, with his neck held high, gestured as if gripping a steering wheel, by car. The single 212 Jeep parked in Zhou Lihong's yard attested to the veracity of Ma Daxiao's claim. He had indeed brought the only Jeep from the Forestry Bureau. This revelation left Chen Jianmin feeling increasingly uncertain. Although it was known that a son-in-law was not easily welcomed, Lu Xiaomei did not seem the type to go to such lengths. What could possibly be the reason for her cousin to borrow the Bureau's prized vehicle on such a snowy day? Ma Daxiao seemed to discern his thoughts and offered an explanation. The Bureau leadership requested some assistance, and they conveniently sent Xiaomei here to stay for a couple of days. It appeared that this teacher Lu had already begun her winter vacation. This was a notable characteristic of Hongshan Township, as the heavy snowfall each year typically resulted in all schools commencing their winter break by mid-December. Zhou Lihong's home consisted of 3 earthen rooms, structurally akin to the 3-tiled houses at the forestry station. The layout featured a large kitchen upon entry, flanked by stoves, and beyond the stoves, doors led to the west and east rooms. Following Ma Daxiao into the west room, Chen Jianmin was immediately enveloped by the strong aroma of herbal medicine. Before he could fully process the potent scent, Zhou Lihong set down a large bowl and eagerly descended from the Kong, warmly greeting, "Cousin, Brother Jianmin, come, please sit. Is it cold outside?" At just 32 years of age, Zhou Lihong appeared youthful, perhaps due to her lack of children, with a figure that remained slender in the right places and pleasantly plump where it counted. She was quite attractive, particularly when she smiled, her beauty dazzling. Not cold, not cold. When the heart is warm, the body feels no chill, right, Brother Jianmin? Ma Daxiao jested as he approached the edge of the Kong, reaching out to feel the body of a man slumped beneath a pile of blankets. "Lihong, the Kong isn't warm enough. Perhaps we should stoke the fire a bit more. Jinquan's health may not withstand this." The Jinquan he referred to was Zhou Lihong's husband, Wang Jinquan, who suffered from chronic illness and often lay on the Kong during winter. However, the spirit was still quite good. On a gaunt face that resembled a skeletal figure, he forced a smile and, in a raspy voice, said, "Brother Hongjun, Jianmin, you too can sit on the Kong. It's not cold there. There's tobacco, roll your own." Ma Daxiao, whose real name was Ma Hongjun, had a flat face and a slightly slender neck, giving him the appearance of a large ladle when viewed from the front, hence the nickname. Chen Jianmin and Zhou Lihong were not very familiar with each other. The primary reason was that Zhoujia village stretched east to west for nearly 5 or 6 miles, resulting in infrequent encounters, which was also compounded by Chen Jianmin's initially awkward disposition. "Sister Lihong, this is a frozen wild chicken I caught a few days ago while setting traps on the mountain. I was thinking of making some soup for my brother-in-law. Where do you think I should put it?" Chen Jianmin lifted the fully feathered frozen chicken in his hand. "Well, you could have just come without bringing that," Zhou Lihong replied politely, yet her hands were already adeptly receiving the wild chicken. Her large, doe-like eyes sparkled as she shifted her gaze from Ma Daxiao's face to Chen Jianmin's. After sizing him up from head to toe and nodding in approval, it seemed she was satisfied with his appearance. Chen Jianmin noticed that Ma Daxiao's gaze had not left Zhou Lihong since he entered the room. Coupled with the slip of the tongue he had made earlier at the forest protection point, he understood that this pair of cousins shared a story. However, that was of no concern to him. "Hey, where's Lu Xiaomei? I haven't seen her." Just as he pondered this, Zhou Lihong, who had taken the wild chicken outside, soon returned, accompanied by a tall girl. Despite having seen her photograph, Chen Jianmin was still taken aback by Lu Xiaomei's beauty upon their first meeting. Chapter 4. Does it matter who you marry? How to describe Lu Xiaomei. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, she was considered quite tall among girls, and notably, she was exceptionally slender. She wore a light blue cotton work outfit typical of coal mine officials, resembling a half-coat. Perhaps due to the indoor warmth, the buttons were undone. Beneath the open garment, a high-necked pink sweater peeked out, soft and fluffy. Below, she sported slightly snug black corduroy trousers, and on her feet, a pair of ordinary black cotton shoes with thick felt soles, which likely only fit a size 35, appearing quite petite in comparison to her height. This girl knew how to live. Chen Jianmin formed a preliminary impression of her. However, when he shifted his gaze to her face, he found himself slightly breathless, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. How utterly pathetic. Had he never seen a woman before? Chen Jianmin scolded himself silently, pinching his thigh discreetly as he pondered why this girl seemed so familiar. Beneath crescent-shaped eyebrows, her peach blossom eyes had a slight upward tilt at the corners, embodying the characteristics of both phoenix eyes, with a graceful nose and slightly upturned lips, combined with a smooth, oval face and a somewhat pointed chin. Chen Jianmin quickly recognized the source of her familiarity. She bore a resemblance to the actress Wang Zuxian, yet upon closer inspection, she possessed an added touch of elegance and femininity. Isn't it somewhat of a waste of resources not to pursue a career in stardom? The nickname Ma Daxiao is not without reason. It's time to showcase his strengths. Just a moment ago, Jianmin was lamenting about the absence of his blind date, and now, here she is. Allow me to introduce you to an exemplary employee from our forestry station, the dedicated forest ranger, Chen Jianmin. After a flurry of words, Jianmin and Lu Xiaomei have become acquainted. A source of regret for Jianmin during this encounter is that he couldn't manage to shake her hand. Lu's delicate hand appeared clean and possessed a hint of softness, which he longed to grasp. However, in this era, it is exceedingly rare for unfamiliar men and women to engage in such gestures. Moreover, he found it perplexing that Lu Xiaomei, since entering the room, exhibited such poise. This is certainly not an issue. As a teacher who has seen much of the world, she ought to be quite composed. Yet, it seemed she exhibited no trace of shyness. This struck him as unusual. After all, this is a blind date. She is the one seeking a partner. And should that partnership flourish, they would eventually share the same bed. One would expect a hint of blush under such circumstances. Information from Ma Daxiao indicated that this young woman is merely 22 years old and should not possess the emotional fortitude to remain unaffected in the presence of a man. Could it be that she simply does not find him appealing? Just as Jianmin contemplated the unfortunate necessity of reimagining his future, Lu proactively made an irresistible request. Comrade Chen Jianmin, I would like to take a stroll outside. Would you accompany me? Without hesitation, he agreed, albeit internally lamenting. Do you realize how frigid it is outside? Today, he had chosen not to wear his shabby overcoat for the sake of appearance. Would he not freeze into a popsicle? Fortunately, Sister Li Hong, ever observant, quickly identified Jianmin's predicament. Wait a moment, I'll fetch you a coat. She dashed to the east room and returned with a particularly clean military overcoat, which she handed to him. Indeed, it was quite cold outside. The two navigated around the western edge of the village and ascended a small hill to the north. To Jianmin's surprise, while Lu Xiaomei appeared somewhat delicate, her stamina was commendable. She climbed through the snow with apparent ease. Upon reaching the summit, she shook the snow from her gloves and pointed towards the vast expanse of forest, inquiring, "Do you manage all of this woodland by yourself?" Was this merely an attempt at small talk? Jianmin could not allow the conversation to falter. Theoretically, it all falls under my jurisdiction. However, in practice, Lu Xiaomei seemed taken aback by his response, tilting her head slightly, her eyes revealing curiosity and intrigue. In truth, I am more interested in understanding why you would seek someone like me, who possesses rather ordinary qualities, as a potential partner. I say this with no bearing on the outcome of our connection. Jianmin's sudden shift in conversation was somewhat unexpected, and his words were rather convoluted. Yet, he underestimated Lu's quick wit. We are just two sisters at home. Seeking a son-in-law is quite normal, isn't it? However, there is a certain cunningness about you, not at all resembling the honesty my cousin described. At this juncture, Lu Xiaomei turned around, tilting her head to gaze at Chen Jianmin, her eyes brimming with inquisitiveness. Furthermore, you do not seem like someone who has never received an education. Teacher Lu, I have indeed graduated from elementary school. How could you claim I am uneducated? Chen Jianmin pressed on, unwilling to relinquish his pursuit of an answer. This matter is of utmost importance. Understanding the reasons is essential for determining the course of action ahead. He perceived that this young woman seemed inclined to continue their interaction. Otherwise, she would not have summoned him out into the biting cold. In truth, marrying anyone would suffice. Lu Xiaomei remarked, casting her gaze into the distance with a hint of bewilderment in her eyes, her voice somewhat ethereal. One must eventually establish a family. This is both a responsibility and an obligation. Chen Jianmin stumbled slightly, nearly losing his footing. How could her thoughts possibly align with his? Tentatively, he inquired, is there nothing beyond responsibility and obligation? What about love? Lu Xiaomei's response was succinct. What else could there be? Chen Jianmin found himself momentarily dumbfounded. What sort of notions occupied this young woman's mind? How could she hold such unconventional views on relationships and family? Jianmin, I feel a bit cold. Lu Xiaomei suddenly altered her form of address. All right, let us descend the mountain, he replied, stepping ahead. The ground beneath him was blanketed in snow. While the ascent had been manageable, the descent posed the risk of slipping if one were not careful. As a seasoned forest ranger, he was acutely aware of this. Thus, his leading position was a precaution against the possibility of his esteemed teacher tumbling down the slope. His vigilance proved worthwhile. After only 2 steps, Lu Xiaomei lost her footing, her body swaying backward as she flailed her arms, sliding forward. Chen Jianmin, having anticipated this moment, exhibited remarkable agility. As she slid past him, he quickly grasped her waist, intending to stabilize her. Yet, he miscalculated and, propelled by her sliding momentum, lost his balance. With a slip of his foot, He fell, landing on the soft expanse of her body. Those who have ever tumbled onto snow or ice know well that at the moment of falling, your body no longer belongs to you. The direction and angle of the fall, along with its severity, are beyond your control. Chen Jianmin found himself in such a predicament. By a stroke of fortune, he landed against her soft form, his left cheek brushing against her right. The force neither too harsh nor too gentle, just enough to avoid causing her pain while ensuring she felt his presence, as if by meticulous calculation. Lu Xiaomei's face was cool, contrasting sharply with Chen Jianmin's warmth. This was entirely natural, as he had not felt cold since that fateful encounter in the restroom earlier that morning. As a compassionate and enterprising young man of the new era, he deemed it necessary to initiate a warming gesture. Thus, he feigned a daze from the fall, remaining motionless for a while. The sensation of her tender cheek against him only intensified his warmth. This made him feel that taking a stroll in the heavy snow was not entirely unacceptable, primarily depending on the company. However, he could no longer ponder this, as Teacher Lu had already begun to push him. Chen Jianmin chuckled awkwardly, rose from the snow, and instinctively grasped Lu Xiaomei's hand to pull her up as well. Lu Xiaomei still wore that indifferent, almost enlightened expression, as if she had seen through the ephemeral nature of the world. She naturally removed her mitten and handed it to Chen Jianmin, asking him to capture the beauty of the snow. If one were to consider his past life, Chen Jianmin was indeed a man who had traversed the river of women. Yet, it was his first encounter with someone like Lu Xiaomei. How could one maintain such detachment at this age? Chapter 5. The mere thought was exhilarating. Whether one was indifferent or passionate was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in the fact that as Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaomei returned to Zhou Lihong's home, the matchmaking event was nearing its conclusion. After all, their brief excursion had surely fostered some mutual understanding, and they likely had a sense of whether things would progress. As for the outcome, when Chen Jianmin departed, Ma Daxiao intercepted Lu Xiaomei and Zhou Lihong, personally escorting him out. Upon reaching the entrance, he pulled Chen Jianmin aside and got straight to the point. "Brother, how did it go? Are you interested?" Chen Jianmin flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of neat white teeth. "Ma Gu, I am indeed interested, very much so. What does Teacher Lu think?" Ma Daxiao clapped his hands excitedly and said, "Then it's settled. Xiaomei is open to seeing how things go, and if all goes well, it would be ideal to get engaged before the year ends." In this region, there was indeed a custom of early engagements. Typically, marriage would follow within 6 months to a year. This arrangement allowed both parties time to understand one another, providing an opportunity to reconsider should it be necessary. Generally, once engaged, it was rare for couples to part ways. "Isn't it necessary to consult her father's opinion?" Chen Jianmin inquired. "No need," Ma Daxiao waved his hand dismissively. "She makes the decisions in her family." "Very well, I shall await her news. I am amenable to engagement at any time," Chen Jianmin replied decisively. Ma Daxiao was elated. "Look at you. This is the first time I've successfully played matchmaker, and it went exceptionally smoothly." As he watched Ma Daxiao cheerfully stroll back into the courtyard, Chen Jianmin made his way home. Beneath his feet lay the only relatively wide road in the village, winding gently past the courtyards of each household as it extended eastward. The chimneys of the houses on either side puffed forth smoke, black and white, while the scattered footprints in the snow created a serene tableau of tranquil times. This mirrored his current mood, a blend of calmness with an undercurrent of excitement. Aside from purely physiological desires, he felt somewhat dissatisfied with this matchmaking endeavor. However, Lu Xiaomei's words from the mountaintop had sparked a profound intrigue within him. If he believed that living with anyone would suffice due to the emotional wounds from his past, then Lu Xiaomei's assertion that marriage was interchangeable seemed to stem more from her physical perspective. As a man who had traversed the river of women, this thought had resurfaced in his mind for the second time. In summary, Lu Xiaomei, who has just turned 22, can be regarded as a novice in life. Theoretically, she should be at an age particularly susceptible to physiological impulses. Under such circumstances, when they first met, he had the audacity to press his face close to hers. Yet she exhibited not even the slightest natural reaction. This served as the direct basis for his aforementioned judgment. This may also be the primary reason she sought companionship here. For not every man would be willing to accept a woman whose demeanor is as frigid as ice as his wife, especially as a son-in-law. It is only he, having traversed into this realm, who finds his days somewhat monotonous, with a future plan that prioritizes a joyful existence. Hence, he is not only able to accept, but also quite eager to embrace the challenge. The prospect of transforming such a beautiful, yet physically unresponsive woman is indeed a tantalizing endeavor. Furthermore, what secrets lie behind her seemingly detached exterior? This thought ignited Chen Jianmin's curiosity completely. Thus, he had nothing left to contemplate. He had made up his mind to be that son-in-law. The crunching sound of footsteps on the snow resonated rhythmically on the quiet path. Chen Jianmin noticed a household with its door ajar, releasing smoke into the air, and suddenly recalled that prior to his departure from the forest guard station, he had placed a snow-dampened wooden block atop the stove. Surely that wouldn't lead to a fire? He thought to himself. The beauty can indeed be a source of misfortune, especially one resembling a star, causing his mind to dwell solely on delightful matters. Panting and scrambling back to the guard station, he was taken aback upon opening the door to find someone inside. His lovely neighbor, Tong Yulan, was kneeling on the bed, preparing his bedding, and beside her lay a new quilt adorned with auspicious characters, not the ordinary kind. What on earth was she doing? For a brief moment, Chen Jianmin entertained certain possibilities, only to quickly realize he was mistaken. His original set of bedding was absent, likely taken by Tong Yulan for cleaning. The issue was that she had brought along a set that seemed akin to wedding accoutrements. After all, he only had that one set. In the dead of winter, washing and drying a quilt would take 3 to 4 days, and he surely could not sleep bare. How considerate of her. Tong Yulan, maintaining her kneeling posture, turned her head to see him, and her face flushed crimson like an apple. Stammering, she said, "Jianmin, I took your bedding to wash, thinking you would need to sleep tonight. Don't worry, this set is one I have used." She faltered, perhaps feeling she had failed to convey her true intentions, and in an embarrassed fluster, turned away, hastily folding the red silk quilt and placing it atop the bedding before clumsily stepping down from the bed and standing to the side, clutching her clothing. Chen Jianmin understood her intentions. Indeed, she had been quite thoughtful, given that her husband had passed away the previous year. The bedding she had provided for his use was evidently from her wedding. She likely feared he might feel uncomfortable using something that had been in contact with a deceased person, as no one would wish to utilize belongings of the departed. Would they? Yet, she had overthought the matter. Chen Jianmin mused that he was, in essence, a ghost himself. What was there to fear? There will certainly be no disdainful thoughts. Any pretentiousness is fundamentally rooted in a life of abundance and security. Does he possess the conditions to be pretentious now? Absolutely not. Sister Yulan, I truly must express my gratitude to you. Furthermore, it is quite cold outside, so please refrain from using cold water while washing. By the way, I picked up this little item on my way back just now. It is of no use to me, so I shall give it to you. As he spoke, Chen Jianmin retrieved a small box of clam oil from his pocket and handed it over. He had specifically purchased it from a small shop near the village head's residence, knowing it to be quite effective in treating frostbite on hands and feet. As someone with obsessive tendencies, he found it hard to bear the sight of a woman's delicate hands marred by cracks. So he had been preoccupied with this matter since he saw Tong Yulan's hands in the morning. "No, I cannot accept this," Tong Yulan exclaimed, pushing his hand away and stepping back in a fluster. "Honestly, I find the odor rather unpleasant. If you refuse it, I shall have no choice but to discard it." Chen Jianmin remarked with a furrowed brow. "Very well, I shall accept it," Tong Yulan replied, lifting her small, palm-sized face to blink her standard almond-shaped eyes at him. "Thank you, Brother Jianmin." After cautiously placing the box into her quilt pocket, she added, "I will head back now." Without waiting for Chen Jianmin's response, she hurriedly stumbled out. Chen Jianmin began to unfold the bedding on the Kong, neatly restacking it into a proper shape at the edge. His mind started to contemplate the tasks ahead. The state of the room was evidently insufficient to meet his standards of habitation. It would be best to apply some whitewash to the walls and rebuild the unsightly stove on the floor. While pondering, he rummaged through a small leather pouch in the cabinet. Inside were 270 yuan, 35 jin of grain coupons, and a considerable amount of cloth tickets. Reflecting on these items, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Although the previous owner was indeed lazy and ineffectual, he had managed to live reasonably well. Managing to save such a sum from a meager salary, quite an accomplishment. Thinking of the former owner, he slipped on a tattered overcoat without removing his shoes and stepped outside. There were traps set on the mountain, and since his arrival, he had not had the chance to check them. He needed to see if there were any catches. If so, he would visit the commune village tomorrow and deliver a portion to Lu Xiaomei's family. As he exited the door, he was greeted by an unexpected sight. Chapter 6. It is said that distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. As Chen Jianmin pushed open the door, he spotted Lu Aunt, Tong Yulan's mother-in-law, limping towards him from between the two houses. She must have jumped over the wall to save herself a detour. But what was her purpose in coming here? "Aunt Lu, what happened to you?" Chen Jianmin inquired, gesturing towards her injured foot. Lu Aunt smiled awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features. "I bumped my foot on a stone while jumping the wall." "Indeed, that makes sense. Before the snow hardens, one cannot ascertain what lies beneath. Not only can one sprain an ankle while jumping, but even walking poses a risk, Chen Jianmin replied. You must be cautious, perhaps soak it in warm water later. Would you like to sit inside for a while? While appearing to engage in casual conversation with his neighbor, he discreetly observed Lu Ant's demeanor. Indeed, she has discerned some subtle hints. Aunt Lu has something to convey to him. She is not merely visiting out of idle curiosity. Well, Jianmin, she begins. There are certain matters that are difficult for an aunt to articulate, yet not addressing them would be equally unwise. After all, we are still neighbors, and it would be best to speak openly. Aunt Lu's words meandered like a winding road, returning to their starting point. Chen Jianmin had pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to engage in her roundabout discourse. Thus, he replied rather directly, Aunt Lu, as you said, we are neighbors. What is there that we cannot discuss? However, Aunt Lu turned away, scooping up some snow and tossing it at the two little chicks that had jumped over the courtyard wall, muttering, Why do you keep invading other people's yards? Is there something delicious here, or perhaps a romantic interest? Such shameless creatures. Was she indirectly chastising her daughter-in-law? Chen Jianmin's expression darkened, as this involved him too. It is quite normal for neighbors to visit each other, isn't it? Furthermore, our homes are over a mile from the village. If we do not interact, who else will we engage with? Now, Jianmin, my dear nephew, where is your mind wandering? Aunt Lu exclaimed, her eyes widening as she scrutinized Chen Jianmin. They say distant relatives are no match for close neighbors. We must maintain good relations. Chen Jianmin understood that she was somewhat incredulous about his straightforwardness, as he had always been rather earnest. Even if he wished to express those sentiments, he would likely have needed 3 days to draft his thoughts. Seeing him smile in silence, Aunt Lu clenched her teeth, seemingly resolved to speak her mind. Jianmin, I am not afraid of your mockery. My daughter Yulan is still young and naive. She cannot bear the sound of a child crying and has come to borrow some flour from you. Stop, Chen Jianmin interjected, gesturing for her to cease. Aunt Lu, let's not discuss that trivial matter of flour. I understand your intent. However, I must convey something important. You are already in your 40s, nearing 50. How many more years do you think you have left? Once both of you have passed, who will look after her? Aunt Lu's complexion paled, and she hurried to explain, Dear nephew, that is not what I meant. I simply fear inconveniencing you. My husband and I share one thought. My grandson has lost his father and must not lose his mother. What I mean is, Yulan cannot remarry. Everything else can be negotiated. Very well, you attend to your affairs. I must return to feed the chickens, she abruptly concluded, turning to leave. Her foot seemed to pain her more acutely now, as she hesitated to place it on the ground, hopping on one leg while her arms flailed, resembling an injured hen. Chen Jianmin observed her retreating figure, contemplative, although he had nearly been ensnared in her convoluted words. One certainty emerged. She was once again reminding him not to entertain thoughts of marrying Tong Yulan. Had he ever harbored such notions? Chen Jianmin blinked, shook his head, and strode purposefully out of the courtyard. Not far ahead of the forest patrol point lay a small river. Beyond it stretched a series of mountain ridges. And beyond the first ridge lay the primeval forest. Chen Jianmin set his traps in the gully beneath the southern slope of the second beam, a place colloquially referred to as Erdeo Gully due to the presence of a small hot spring, which in winter becomes a gathering ground for various animals. Among them, rabbits are the most numerous, followed closely by pheasants. Thus, the success rate for trapping here is relatively high. However, a high success rate does not guarantee that anyone can catch wild game. It requires experience. In simple terms, one must accurately target the animal's regular pathways while being cautious not to leave too many signs of human activity, at the very least, avoiding disruption of the tracks left by the animals. As Chen Jianmin rummaged through the memories left by the original owner, he adopted an outward-to-inward strategy. In the outermost trap, he unexpectedly discovered a wild rabbit, tightly ensnared by a fine iron wire, already frozen solid. Carefully loosening the thin wire, he retrieved a goat horn hammer from his belt and pried out the large nails securing the trap. Thus, he made his way down the gully, checking each trap along the way. By the end, he was carrying 4 rabbits and 1 pheasant. Any trap that had caught wild game needed to be relocated, which kept him busy for another half a day until everything was finally in order. When he leisurely returned to the first beam, night had already fallen, and the homes in Zhoujiao village were illuminated, each household flickering with the soft glow of oil lamps. Although the light was dim, it brought a comforting warmth to the heart. Chen Jianmin weighed his catch in his hands and mused, Damn, setting traps for people and for animals is quite different. In the decades of his past life, he was either ensnaring someone or being ensnared himself, never finding a moment of peace. How unlike now. when he could calmly focus on pursuing the life he desired. Thus, he felt grateful for his ability to traverse to this place. This outing had indeed been exhausting. Upon returning, Chen Jianmin found himself too weary to lift a finger. With great effort, he managed to prepare a simple bowl of dumpling soup for dinner, hastily finishing it before planning to retire early. Having undressed halfway, he inadvertently caught sight of the quilt sent by Tong Yulan and sighed. Donning his knitted garments, he ventured to the outer room to heat water for a bath. This location had its drawbacks. Bathing in winter was a formidable challenge. Not only did he have to endure the shivering cold, but he also had to make numerous trips to pour water. However, once finished, he felt remarkably refreshed. As he slid beneath the covers, the faint, pleasant fragrance from the quilt reminded him that it was the one Tong Yulan had provided. Instantly invigorated, all drowsiness vanished. What to do now? He decided to rise, don his coat, and engage in some calculations. The next day, Chen Jianmin awoke quite late. Finally opening his eyes around 9 o'clock, the soft quilt brushing against his body jolting him awake. By 9:30, after managing a bite to eat, he borrowed a bicycle from the village head and set off for the commune. There was no urgent matter at hand. He simply wished to purchase a couple of pairs of underpants, several pairs of socks, and other daily necessities. He found himself quite unaccustomed to the lifestyle of the original owner. In the absence of financial constraints, he sought to make his life as comfortable as possible. Upon returning to the courtyard, he noticed Tong Yulan feeding pigs, while her mother-in-law, Aunt Lu, was tossing corn kernels to a group of chicks from a small basket. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Jianmin retrieved a rabbit from the east room and approached the courtyard wall. He removed a set of keys from his person and tossed them carelessly at Tong Yulan's feet, exclaiming loudly, "Sister Yulan, I am heading to the commune today. If I do not return by evening, could you please start the stove for me? I fear the water tank in the outer room might freeze." Tong Yulan shivered slightly and cast a furtive glance at her mother-in-law. Aunt Lu, seemingly oblivious to the keys, looked up and greeted Chen Jianmin, "Nephew Jianmin. On such a snowy day, is the road passable? You borrowed a bicycle, but I doubt you can ride it, right?" "I can ride," Chen Jianmin replied while gesturing towards the keys on the ground. "Aunt Lu, I caught this rabbit yesterday, and I cannot consume it alone, so I am giving it to you." "Oh dear, how can I accept your gift?" Aunt Lu exclaimed, her polite words accompanied by a swift motion as she set down the basket and nearly jogged toward the wall. To Chen Jianmin's surprise, this visit to the commune sparked an idea for assisting Tong Yulan in escaping her predicament. Chapter 7. Lu Xiaomei's home, my future sister-in-law. Hongshan Village. Where the Hongshan commune is located differs from Zhoujia Village, as it is nestled in a flat expanse surrounded by mountains. From the mountaintops outside the village, one can observe that the entire settlement radiates outward in concentric circles from a small pond at its center. This pond, rather quaintly named Moonlight Pool, likely derives its name from its resemblance to a crescent moon. Regardless of its origins, the name is quite fitting, and it is indeed a bustling hub within the commune. Surrounding it are not only a supply and marketing cooperative, but also a recently opened small shop, a cinema and cultural activity center affiliated with the Hongqi coal mine, and even a disco hall. It is remarkable how the Northeast region has never fallen behind in trends. Chen Jianmin purchased 5 pairs of undergarments and 5 pairs of socks from the cooperative, attracting curious glances from the salesgirl, who likely presumed he was preparing for marriage. He also acquired various daily necessities such as toothpaste, soap, and towels. Upon exiting the cooperative, he encountered 4 young men passing by the entrance. One with a loud voice complained, "Old he, you are truly inconsiderate. After all the help we've given you, you don't even treat us to a meal at a restaurant." The eldest among them lifted his chin and replied, "What a thing to say. It is not even noon yet. We will go to the Hongxing restaurant shortly. Order whatever you desire. I want fresh mushrooms. Do they have any?" Another piped up, salivating, "Go to hell, you brat. Do you think I can find fresh mushrooms in this winter? You look more like a fresh mushroom yourself. Perhaps I should stew you instead." Laughter erupted as the 4 of them walked away. The chill in the air is indeed palpable, yet it does not deter the fervor of people venturing out for a stroll. As the moon glimmers, groups of individuals can be seen scattered everywhere, with several children gleefully skating on the ice surface of the pond, their laughter resonating with a delightful vibrancy. Standing momentarily at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, Chen Jianmin turned back inside to purchase 2 bottles of sorghum liquor. This particular spirit is considered a valuable commodity, priced at $1.80 per bottle. Typically, households indulge in this only during festive occasions, seldom partaking of it otherwise. After securing the 2 bottles, he hung them on the handlebars of his bicycle and checked the contents of a bag made from flour sacks that contained a frozen wild hare and a wild chicken. Following the general directions he had gleaned from Lu Xiaomei the previous day, he set off towards the eastern part of Hongshan village, intending to visit Lu Xiaomei's home. Logically, one might think it rather hasty to visit the woman's family so soon after their initial meeting, having both expressed satisfaction and a desire to further their relationship. However, Chen Jianmin had his own motivations. He soon acquired the specific location of teacher Lu's residence. If one were to draw an analogy to the circular layout of a large city like Beijing, Lu Xiaomei's home would be situated within the second ring. Close to the third, the dwelling comprised 2.5 brick rooms, with a small gable roof covered in tar paper. A man in his 40s was atop the roof, clearing snow. The yard was modest, only spacious enough for 3 horse-drawn carts, leaving one to wonder how the 40 acres of land were harvested. Perhaps there were other designated areas for such purposes? While Chen Jianmin pondered these thoughts, the man on the roof noticed him, and, likely sensing his unfamiliarity, called out with a robust voice, "Hey, who are you looking for?" With a smile, Chen Jianmin replied, "Uncle, I'm looking for teacher Lu Xiaomei." He surmised that this man was Lu Xiaomei's father, Lu Guiqing, a name that had been shared with him by Ma Daxiao. Due to the distance, Chen Jianmin spoke loudly enough to be heard. Before the man on the roof could inquire further, the door below swung open, and a small head peeked out, quickly darting back inside to announce, "Sister, someone is looking for you. He seems quite handsome. Could he be your new beau?" Almost immediately, Lu Xiaomei's voice retorted, "Get back inside. As if I have so many suitors." Originally, she had intended to stay for a couple of days at her cousin Zhou Lihong's place. But after a stroll with Chen Jianmin, she felt a sense of resolution and returned with Ma Daxiao. As she stepped outside and caught sight of Chen Jianmin at the gate, she paused, momentarily taken aback. The wrought iron gate separated him and his bicycle into distinct segments. And when Lu Xiaomei's gaze fell upon his tattered overcoat, her brow slightly furrowed. This was the first instance since their acquaintance that he had witnessed a hint of vivid expression on her face. Waving from across the gate, he called out, "Xiaomei, I've come to bring you a few local delicacies." His explanation was quite apt, though the term of endearment felt somewhat excessive. Lu Xiaomei's fleeting expression of liveliness quickly faded as she replied softly, "It must have been quite a trek from Zhoujia village on this snowy day, wasn't he it?" As they conversed, he walked over to welcome Chen Jianmin into the courtyard. At that moment, Lu Guiqing, who had been on the roof, descended and immediately noticed the 2 bottles of liquor hanging from the bicycle handle. He swallowed hard, cast a sidelong glance at Lu Xiaomei, and warmly greeted Chen Jianmin. "Oh, you've come from Zhoujia village? You're from Hongjuan's unit, right?" It was evident that he had heard about it from Ma Daxiao, yet the name eluded him. Chen Jianmin lifted the 2 bottles and handed them over, saying, "Uncle, my surname is Chen Jianmin. You can call me Jianmin." He did not mention the significance of the liquor in his hands, for it was unnecessary, as a younger generation making a first visit. Especially with thoughts of courting his daughter, bringing 2 bottles of liquor was the most basic etiquette. After a flurry of activity, he placed the wild chickens and rabbits from the bag into the storeroom. Lu Xiaomei ushered Chen Jianmin into the west room, pouring water, handing over cigarettes, and offering sunflower seeds, displaying a commendable demeanor. It was as if she had known Chen Jianmin for centuries, her countenance unflustered, devoid of any embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaohong, Chen Jianmin's tacit sister-in-law, slipped in, glanced at him, and turned to Lu Guiqing, asking, "Dad, where's that copy of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms? Can I borrow it?" As she spoke, she began rummaging through the items. "It's right there in the flat box. It's been staring at you. You've searched 2 or 3 times without noticing." Lu Guiqing frowned and gestured toward the battered red wooden box. "Aha, found it," Lu Xiaohong exclaimed, clutching the book tightly as she headed outside, tossing her ear-length hair and seemingly nonchalantly casting a glance at Chen Jianmin. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling. She playfully pursed her vibrant red lips and made a face at her sister before darting away. Lu Xiaomei offered a faint smile and said to Chen Jianmin, "Let us have lunch at home. I'll go prepare it." Then, without affording him a chance to respond, she turned and exited the room. Lu Guiqing had been observing for a while and, tearing open a pack of Yingchun cigarettes, offered one to Chen Jianmin. "Here, Xiao Chun, have a smoke. Now that you're at home, don't be shy. By the way, you forest rangers must have fewer tasks in winter, right?" Chen Jianmin quickly stood up, accepted the cigarette with both hands, and handed one to Lu Guiqing, replying, "Uncle, you're right. Our work is indeed lightest in winter. Otherwise, how could I have come so easily?" Lu Guiqing's gaze fell once more on the 2 bottles of liquor nearby. "I heard from Hongjun that you're still a temporary worker. Is the money you earn sufficient for your needs?" "Uncle, I don't have many expenses. I just smoke a bit, and I can't even finish a pack in 2 days. Over the years, I've saved a few hundred yuan," Chen Jianmin replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Guoqing's eyes brightened, and his smile became noticeably more genuine. Not bad. You know how to manage your life. Their conversation evolved from tentative exchanges to discussions of national affairs, growing increasingly congenial. The sounds of pots and pans clattering from the outer room filled the air. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed from the hallway. Oh, Teacher Xiaomei, you have a guest. Chen Jianmin was engaged in a lively conversation with his prospective father-in-law when a man entered the room. He appeared to be around 30 years old, tall and slender, clad in a deep gray Zhongshan suit, with a fountain pen adorning his left breast pocket. His hair was styled in a side part, and a pair of glasses perched on his fair face that quickly fogged up upon entering, obscuring his small eyes. Without much contemplation, Chen Jianmin swiftly deduced the man's general identity. He was undoubtedly an educator, a cultured individual. Mr. Wang, please take a seat. Allow me to brew you a cup of tea, Chen Jianmin offered. Lu Xiaomei, having ushered the man in, did not bother with introductions and promptly exited. Mr. Wang, however, seemed quite familiar with the Lu family. Casually inquiring of Lu Guoqing, Uncle Lu, I see you've cleared half of the snow from the roof. You truly are a diligent one. Lu Guoqing chuckled lightly and replied. In this frigid winter, being cooped up indoors can be stifling. I fear it might lead to some ailment. Mr. Wang then removed his glasses and wiped them with his garment, and his next words held a certain significance. Uncle Lu, don't you enjoy reading? I happened to borrow the romance of the former and latter Han from a friend and thought you might appreciate it, so I brought it along. As he spoke, he retrieved 3 books from a military satchel slung over his shoulder, casting a furtive glance at Chen Jianmin before continuing. Uncle Lu, it's peculiar, but I feel as though something is amiss if I don't read for a day. Lu Guoqing readily responded. You intellectuals have grown accustomed to reading. It's become a part of your daily existence, just as it has for my Xiaomei. That's commendable. After all, we share a common language. If the two continued this harmonious exchange, Chen Jianmin would have been indifferent and planned to assist Lu Xiaomei in the kitchen. However, from Mr. Wang's words, he discerned an underlying implication. This man was pursuing Lu Xiaomei. How amusing it was that this individual, older than himself, had the audacity to court her. The question lingered. Was he aware of Lu Xiaomei's circumstances? Remaining seated, Chen Jianmin found himself increasingly intrigued by Mr. Wang. It was evident that Mr. Wang was equally interested in him, as the topic swiftly shifted to inquire. Uncle Lu, I haven't met this young man before. Is he a relative of yours? He certainly looks like he is capable of hard work. Just look at his physique. He must possess considerable strength. Chen Jianmin inwardly scoffed. Just moments ago, this man had been discussing the refined pursuit of literature, yet now he had shifted the conversation to physical prowess. Was he implying that Chen Jianmin was an unrefined brute? Well, if that was the case, so be it. He indeed lacked refinement. Yet, if one were to speak of strength, Mr. Wang had a discerning eye. Chen Jianmin boasted considerable physicality. For instance, just yesterday, while climbing a mountain with Xiaomei, she slipped, and he instinctively caught her, averting a potentially perilous situation. His words were a blend of truth and embellishment, yet they served their purpose. Wang Wenqing's countenance darkened immediately. The two had been climbing the mountain together, and their closeness was palpable. Yet, the situation was far from resolved. Chen Jianmin, seemingly oblivious to the shift in Wang's mood, continued to speak cheerfully. Only after such experiences do I understand why ancient sages often spoke of the 6 arts. If one's physique is inadequate, one can only watch helplessly as those nearby face peril. Wouldn't you agree? As he spoke, he discreetly scrutinized Wang Wenqing from head to toe. A light chuckle echoed from just outside the half-open door, and in a flash, Lu Xiaohong's figure slipped past, followed by the sound of the door to the east room opening and closing. Unable to remain composed, Wang Wenqing's face flushed alternately red and pale. He stood up and said, Uncle Lu, I just remembered that there's a kettle of water on the stove in my dormitory. I must go check on it. I'll take my leave now. Chen Jianmin intercepted Lu Guoqing, who had intended to see Wang off, saying, Uncle, it's quite chilly outside. Such a trivial matter. I can handle it. Lu Guoqing's eyes darted rapidly, his facial muscles twitching several times, and he coughed repeatedly before saying, Yes, Jianmin is quite considerate. So, Wang Laosher, I won't see you off. Wang Wenqing departed. However, Chen Jianmin felt little joy in his departure, as it was clear that Lu's family was not particularly fond of this Wang Laosher. The fact that Lu Xiaomei had yet to even offer him a cup of tea was quite telling. He was merely going along with the flow. Contrary to Chen Jianmin's expectations, lunch was a simple affair of boiled noodles. The noodles were hand-pulled, and the sauce was made from chopped pickled mustard greens, a staple in northeast China, stir-fried with egg. This dish brought great delight to Chen Jianmin, as he had adored it in his childhood, only to find it scarce in later years. As he slurped down a large bowl of noodles, Lu Xiaohong couldn't help but exclaim, "Jianmin go, did you even chew? This sauce is rather hard to digest." Lu Xiaomei shot her a glare and turned to take Chen Jianmin's bowl, saying, "I'll get you another bowl. Eat more, and help me with some chores this afternoon." Chen Jianmin waved his hands insistently. "No need, I'm full." Lu Guoqing looked puzzled. "What chores are there? Isn't it just clearing the snow from the roof? I can manage that alone." Lu Xiaomei set down her chopsticks and said gently, "Dad, with this weather, if you stay outside too long, your back will surely ache again. I'll work alongside him." Just as Lu Xiaomei had planned, Chen Jianmin worked with her throughout the afternoon, not only clearing the snow from the roof, but also tidying up the storage room. Gradually, Chen Jianmin began to realize that these tasks were not urgent. Lu Xiaomei seemed to be seeking a moment to converse with him, but had not yet gathered her thoughts, thus prolonging the situation to allow herself ample time for reflection. How fortuitous this was for him. He also wished to seize this opportunity to learn more about this strikingly handsome teacher before him, though he remained uncertain if he would be able to return home that evening. If returning home is not an option, might Tong Yulan's family assist in stoking the fire? It seems unlikely to pose a significant problem, especially since there is a rabbit that can contribute in some way. He was indeed correct in his assumption. That rabbit proved to be quite instrumental. In Zhoujia village, next door to the forest protection point at Tong Yulan's home, Aunt Lu was picking at her teeth while glancing out the window. She called out to Tong Yulan, who was gently rocking a child on the floor. "Yulan, earlier this morning, didn't Chen Jianmin mention he wouldn't be back? Did he ask you to help stoke the stove? You should go quickly. We wouldn't want his water tank to freeze. Hand me the child." Tong Yulan exhaled quietly, having indeed been somewhat preoccupied with this matter. Chen Jianmin had assisted her considerably over the past few days, particularly when he lent her 3 yuan under the pretext of needing to wash bedding, which effectively resolved a significant dilemma for her. With that money, she bought a few eggs and some noodles from the small shop. As the child was particularly averse to other foods, she cooked the noodles until soft and paired them with eggs. Today, the child cried noticeably less. It was also thanks to the rabbit Chen Jianmin had given her that her mother-in-law was inclined to suggest she help stoke the fire and warm the house. Otherwise, considering she had lent her own bedding to Chen Jianmin, her mother-in-law would have remained quite displeased and would not have permitted her to venture next door. The forest protection point had been deserted for a day, and the room was nearly frozen solid. Tong Yulan skillfully lit the stove, poured a substantial amount of water into the large pot in the outer room, stuffed branches into the fire pit, and began heating the calm. Although the actual tasks were minimal, she could not leave immediately. She needed to keep the fire going for about 2 hours, extinguishing both the stove and fire pit before departing to prevent any mishaps. Growing weary of waiting, she sat at the edge of the Kong, staring blankly at the neatly folded bedding. Suddenly, she noticed what appeared to be clothing beneath the bedding. With nothing else to occupy her, she thought she might as well wash Chen Jianmin's things. As she reached to pull it out, she discovered it was a pair of his underpants. Her face flushed with embarrassment, but reassured that no one was watching, she crumpled them in her hand, intending to wash them in the outer room. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that part of the underpants was a bit stiff. Utilizing the faint light of the kerosene lamp, she unfolded them and, upon a brief glance, recoiled as if scalded, instantly discarding them on the floor. After a considerable pause, she finally gathered the courage to pick them up again. There was a familiar scent emanating from the underpants that made her cheeks flush. Chapter 9. Was it all happening a bit too quickly? Tong Yulan felt as if a long-dead insect had come back to life within her, prompting her to hastily carry the underpants to the outer room. A flurry of sounds ensued as Chen Jianmin's underpants were plunged into a large metal wash basin, followed by a generous pour of steaming water from the pot. The scent seemed to intensify. In a panic, Tong Yulan tossed in a bar of soap and quickly retrieved a washboard. As she forcefully dragged the underpants across the washboard, her hands froze momentarily, and after a considerable pause, she let out a long sigh, treating the underpants with the utmost care as if they were a cherished treasure, washing them with extraordinary gentleness. After finishing her chores, she leaned against the back of the wooden chair in the west room, unable to glance any longer. For the unsettling sensation of a wriggling creature within her body was unbearable. Eventually, she found herself squatting on the ground, muttering to herself as if in a dream, "Jianmin, when will you return?" Meanwhile, Chen Jianmin, who was adjusting the last broken cabinet in the storeroom, sneezed forcefully. Lu Xiaomei, standing nearby, brushed the dust off her hands and remarked, "All right, that should suffice. I truly owe you one today. Otherwise, it would have taken me several days to tidy up alone." Her tone remained unremarkable. I interjected, Today marks my first visit to your home, and you so generously commandeer my labor without a care for any gossip that might ensue? Chen Jianmin, as if discussing a matter unrelated to himself, replied in the same unvarnished tone, his gaze still fixed on ensuring the cabinet aligned perfectly with the wall. You needn't test me, Lu Xiaomei said, pushing open the storeroom door. After dinner, don't leave. I wish to have a proper chat with you tonight. Chat tonight. Chen Jianmin's heart raced. Could it be as he imagined? Was it perhaps a bit too soon? Outside, Lu Xiaohong's melodious voice chimed in. Sister, brother-in-law, Jianmin. Dinner is ready. Should we eat now or wait a while? As Lu Xiaomei stepped outside, she replied to her sister, let us eat now. Set the table. Before stepping out, Chen Jianmin took one last look at the fruits of his labor this afternoon. Everything in the storeroom was meticulously arranged, and it was indeed pleasing to the eye. He smiled with satisfaction. Despite the tiring work, the rewards were substantial. During the course of working alongside Lu Xiaomei, their casual banter afforded him considerable insight into the Lu family's circumstances. Most notably, Lu Xiaomei had lost her mother at the tender age of 5, and her father had single-handedly raised the two sisters, never remarrying to spare them any hardship. For this alone, Chen Jianmin held Lu Guoqing, the prospective father-in-law, in the highest regard. Achieving such a feat was undoubtedly no small task. Additionally, he gleaned bits of information about Lu Xiaohong. This young woman had just graduated high school and, recognizing her vast potential for academic improvement, had turned down all offers from universities, colleges, and vocational schools. It seemed she had made no plans to retake the college entrance examination next year, thus remaining unemployed at home. Well, one might say she was also awaiting marriage. According to the informal agreement between the sisters, Lu Xiaohong was not to accept a son-in-law into their household. In summary, Lu Xiaomei had always indulged her younger sister, which resulted in a quick-witted mind that operated faster than a machine, albeit in less than constructive directions. This assessment from her older sister sparked a vague idea in Chen Jianmin's mind regarding Lu Xiaohong's future. Perhaps there was an alternative path for her to consider. Of course, that was a matter for another time. First, he needed to decipher the intentions of the alluring Ice Queen before him. What precisely did she wish to convey? Was she about to share her past? This was something he genuinely wished to hear. On a small round table in the Westinghouse, a selection of dishes was laid out, including stir-fried potato slices, peanuts, dried tofu with lean meat, and a bowl of egg cake. These items, though quite ordinary, were imbued with an exquisite blend of color, aroma, and flavor. As Chen Jianmin began to eat, he discovered that all 4 dishes had been prepared by Lu Xiaohong, which caused him to regard the young lady he had just met with newfound admiration. Lu Guoqing uncorked a bottle of high-proof liquor, filling a small flask designated for hot spirits, and poured half a jug of boiling water into a large tea container before placing the flask inside. During their drinking, they utilized diminutive wine cups, though these cups appeared unassuming and could be easily drained in a single gulp. They also made it difficult to keep track of how many cups one had consumed, leading inevitably to excess, perhaps due to Chen Jianmin's presence as an outsider. Lu Xiaomei refrained from intervening in her father's drinking, which delighted Lu Guoqing. In his exuberance, he kept raising his cup to toast Chen Jianmin. With a rather average tolerance for alcohol, Chen Jianmin found himself unable to drink much, resulting in Lu Guoqing consuming the majority of the bottle of 60-degree liquor, which further elevated his spirits, prompting him to launch into a speech. He began reminiscing about the past, referencing the legendary battles on Changban Slope, and then veered into a discussion on why the heroes of Liangshan failed in their revolutionary pursuits, attributing it to their capitulationist approach. He elaborated on the historical trajectory, drawing a triangle connecting Liangshan, Kaifeng, and Yanjing, claiming the calculated values represented the patterns of historical development, akin to the unattainable union of Linwei and Suzhima. Chen Jianmin was increasingly astonished by his prospective father-in-law's eclectic knowledge, perhaps a primary reason Lu Xiaomei was reluctant to let him drink. Lu Xiaomei, supporting her forehead, discreetly kicked Chen Jianmin's calf beneath the table. When he glanced her way, she gestured towards the east room with a slight shake of her head, and then stood up to leave. Lu Xiaohong, stifling laughter as she ate, lifted her gaze to her sister's retreating figure and silently urged Chen Jianmin to follow with a subtle nod. Chen Jianmin, equally eager, raised an eyebrow and, seizing the moment when Lu Guoqing paused his oration to search for cigarettes, dashed out. Upon reaching the corridor, he heard his prospective father-in-law's puzzled voice behind him. Where are they going? Lu Xiaohong adeptly responded, Dad, don't mind them. I want to hear more of your stories. Where were we? Oh, right. We were talking about how Sun Wukong couldn't escape the palm of Buddha. As Chen Jianmin's hand rested on the doorknob of the east room, he suddenly felt a shiver. This was an uncanny reflection of his own reality, feeling as though he could not escape the grasp of his teacher despite his efforts. The East Room, a cozy sanctuary belonging to the two young women, was small yet impeccably clean, exuding a touch of elegance. In the northeast corner lay a small heated bed, roughly 2 meters square, adorned with thick bedding and a floral sheet, with 2 neatly arranged pink comforters and embroidered pillows resting atop. Lu Xiaomei sat at the edge of the heated bed, casually flipping through a book, noticing Chen Jianmin's curious gaze sweeping over the room's contents. She gently pointed to the opposite end of the bed and whispered, "You can sit there." In such a closed and somewhat ambiguous environment, how could someone as seasoned as Chen Jianmin sit patiently at the opposite end? He circled around Lu Xiaomei, effortlessly taking a seat beside her, maintaining a distance of approximately 10 centimeters. He turned his head and gazed intently at her remarkably smooth profile, unabashedly swallowing his saliva. Lu Xiaomei's body stiffened noticeably, as if every muscle had tensed, yet her face bore no hint of blush. Instead, it appeared rather pale. How intriguing. Chen Jianmin's actions did not cease there. One hand gradually extended towards her. The distance between them was minimal, and despite the slow pace of his movements, it took but a few seconds for him to seize Lu Xiaomei's hand. Contrary to expectations, her hand was not as tender as imagined. It felt somewhat rigid, her entire arm resembling a wooden stick as she twisted in an attempt to free herself. However, she was unsuccessful, for Chen Jianmin's grip was firm. Lu Xiaomei furrowed her brow tightly, her other hand coming to pry his fingers away while her body leaned in the opposite direction. Now, one could say that Chen Jianmin possessed a fair share of mischief, as he suddenly released Lu Xiaomei's hand. Having exerted all her strength, she immediately lost her balance. If she had been sitting against the wall, it would not have been an issue. At worst, she might have bumped her head. The real predicament was that she sat on the opposite side of the small heated platform, leaving her without any support, and she could do nothing but watch as she fell towards the ground. However, the scheming Chen Jianmin would not allow her to truly hit the floor. With a twist of his waist, he stood up, took a step sideways, bent down, and reached out, executing a seamless motion to embrace Lu Xiaomei at her chest. Due to the nature of the embrace from behind, it was entirely natural for his hands to encounter softness. The height at which Lu Xiaomei found herself instantly invigorated him. He had no desire to move, content to maintain that position. Lu Xiaomei seemed momentarily startled, remaining in his grasp without any resistance. Just as Chen Jianmin hoped for this moment to last, a voice suddenly pierced through the atmosphere from the doorway. "Sister, I brought you some snacks." With that, the door slammed shut, followed by her calling out from the corridor, "You two continue. I didn't see anything." Lu Xiaomei was already struggling to rise, her handsome face devoid of color, pale as paper, with beads of sweat forming on her smooth forehead. A flicker of indignation ignited in her eyes as she glared at Chen Jianmin, demanding, "Was that intentional?" Her voice was so cold it could freeze. To Chen Jianmin's ears, however, it sounded particularly melodious, for it indicated that Lu Xiaomei was genuinely angry, a reaction befitting a living person. Anger was preferable to a lifeless demeanor, was it not? "Just a bit of playful mischief, my apologies," Chen Jianmin replied, bringing his legs together, pressing down on his trousers, bowing at a 90-degree angle, and speaking in a notably composed tone that contrasted sharply with his earlier antics. Lu Xiaomei's face gradually returned to its usual appearance as she took a seat against the wall. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "Whether you wish to embrace me or engage in other endeavors, we shall defer such matters until after our marriage." Chen Jianmin exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that the ramifications of this daring attempt to probe were not dire enough to jeopardize their union. Curiously, he pondered why he placed such significance on the role of a son-in-law. Lu Xiaomei continued, her voice now as calm as still water. "After New Year's Day, you should come by, and we will arrange our engagement. My family here consists solely of my cousin and his family. We can invite them over for a meal, just to signify our intentions." "Very well, I shall abide by your wishes," Chen Jianmin replied, pulling out a cigarette and matches, only to retract them upon remembering that this was the private chamber of two young ladies. "Furthermore, I hope to marry before the May Day holiday next year. You need not concern yourself with expenses. I will take care of your clothing, the wedding essentials, and furniture." Lu Xiaomei spoke in a manner as if recounting a matter entirely detached from her own life, methodically organizing every detail. "Very well, I shall abide by your wishes," Chen Jianmin thought, his heart swelling with joy. How fortunate he was to marry such a stunning bride without incurring any costs himself. He felt like a true victor in life. It was akin to a principal declaring that all expenses would be covered, leaving the subordinate to simply fulfill their duties. A delightful prospect indeed. Just as he believed their nocturnal conversation was nearing its conclusion, Lu Xiaomei added, "I have a small request that you must agree to." Chen Jianmin sat up straight, drawing on his past experiences with teachers. Whenever they mentioned a small request, it typically necessitated pages of notes. He wondered if the Lu teacher of the 1980s had similar expectations. He was mistaken. Lu Xiaomei's request was succinct yet detonated in Chen Jianmin's mind like a bomb, leaving him reeling. "After we marry, that matter must be controlled and minimized." As she spoke, she extended a delicate, pale finger. "That matter?" Chen Jianmin grasped her meaning almost instantaneously, leaning forward to inquire, "To what extent?" Lu Xiaomei remained silent, wiggling her finger as if challenging him to guess. "Once a day?" he proposed, thinking he could manage that, as it seemed a reasonable aspect of a healthy lifestyle. Lu Xiaomei shook her head, offering him an encouraging look. With wide eyes, Chen Jianmin mused, "If it must be controlled, it surely cannot be less than once a day, perhaps once a week?" Lu Xiaomei again shook her head. "Surely not once a month? That would be akin to living as a monk." Lu Xiaomei did not nod in agreement. Growing impatient, Chen Jianmin urged, "Just tell me directly. How about once a quarter?" she suggested. Lu Xiaomei might have been aware that her request was somewhat excessive. When she spoke those words, her voice lacked conviction, floating lightly in the air. "Not at all." Chen Jianmin immediately frowned, pondering why she couldn't just make such demands once a semester. Well, it seemed that was about the frequency. This situation was rather absurd, entirely beyond his expectations. In his plan to transform the ice beauty, this matter was an indispensable and crucial element. Now, with Lu Xiaomei obstructing his path, he found himself at a loss on how to deal with this woman. Yet, it wasn't entirely without options. Chen Jianmin's mind swiftly turned, deciding to probe the waters before making a final decision. Without hesitation, he rose to his feet and delivered a terse remark. "Let us consider this a friendship." With that, he strode towards the exit, muttering to himself, "Those with differing paths do not conspire together. It's best to part ways early, for the good of all." In the adjacent room, the 14-inch black and white television was broadcasting the legend of the Muyu stone, with the theme song proclaiming that exquisite stones could sing. Look at that. Even stones could sing, yet this young girl was less animated than a stone. No wonder she struggled to find a partner. Who could withstand such an absurdity? Chen Jianmin's mutterings continued unabated. Once outside, he realized Lu Xiaomei had not pursued him, which struck him as rather unusual. He resolved to make his act more convincing. He refused to believe this woman possessed a heart of stone. After making him toil all afternoon, she couldn't possibly expect him to trek 20 miles back home at this hour. Remembering that his coat was still inside, he was about to return when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the bicycle parked beneath the window. The ample light from the bulb allowed him to see that the bicycle had been locked. What? He distinctly remembered not locking it. Who could have done this? It was evident that Lu Xiaomei, not wishing for him to leave, had locked the bicycle in advance, sitting back like a fisherman awaiting his catch. Inside, Lu Guoqing was sprawled on the Kong, snoring intermittently, a melody of deep and shallow breaths punctuated by occasional pauses. Upon Chen Jianmin's entrance, Lu Xiaohong diverted her gaze from the television screen, tilting her head to ask, "Did you two finish so quickly?" Chen Jianmin's breath caught in his throat. How could this little girl speak so brazenly? If she were to become his sister-in-law, he would need to educate her properly. "By the way, did you see my bicycle key?" Lu Xiaohong's attention returned to the television, her hand pointing towards the eastern room. Chen Jianmin thought to himself, as anticipated. So, how would the next act unfold? If Lu Xiaomei were to shyly invite him to share the bed, would he accept such an invitation? Chapter 11. Oh no. The act has gone too far. Chen Jianmin feigned displeasure, striding purposefully into the eastern room, where he found Lu Xiaomei still sitting in a daze. With a stern expression, he inquired, "Lu, why did you lock my bicycle?" His tone was decidedly firm. A man must be resolute when the moment calls for it. Lu Xiaomei seemed to snap back to reality, gazing up at him with a bewildered expression, her lips slightly parted, her eyes reflecting confusion and uncertainty. This starkly contrasts with her usual demeanor, which is often lifeless and stagnant. Chen Jianmin found himself increasingly perplexed by her. With a frown, he remarked, "I must return now. Could you kindly ask Teacher Lu to return my car keys?" Lu Xiaomei's face, unusually, revealed a hint of panic. She promptly stood, retrieved the bicycle keys from beneath the blanket behind her, and, with a palpable resolve, approached Chen Jianmin to hand them over. "Jianmin, grant me 3 days to consider whether I ought to amend the request made earlier, if that is agreeable to you." Initially intending to take the keys and depart, Chen Jianmin inadvertently locked eyes with Lu Xiaomei, and to his astonishment, discerned a glimmer of supplication within them. How peculiar, he mused. Was it truly necessary for her to implore him in such a manner? Perhaps there was an unspoken complexity at play, or she was simply captivated by his presence. Reluctant to see him go, he touched his face, contemplating that perhaps his appearance played a role, for men are drawn to beauty, and women likewise to handsome men. Such is human nature. It was not entirely unreasonable for Teacher Lu to be swayed by aesthetics. Should he extend her an opportunity? Indeed, for he had not genuinely intended to leave. If he could melt this iceberg tonight, what a gratifying achievement that would be. However, certain matters required prior discussion. Teacher Lu, if, and I emphasize if, I were to take 3 days to reflect as well, would you prefer to adjust our arrangement to once a month or once a week? His words were a diplomatic gesture, allowing Lu Xiaomei a considerable amount of grace. Yet, Lu Xiaomei faltered, rendered speechless for a time, her gaze never leaving Chen Jianmin's face. Eventually, he lit a cigarette, exhaling tendrils of smoke, and tilted his head slightly. You see, you yourself are uncertain about the extent of your contemplation. How can I trust you? It's a 20-mile journey for me, and I must borrow a vehicle. Battling through wind and snow, to speak candidly, I might as well freeze. Surely, you cannot expect me to make this trip every 3 days? His words conveyed that while he was open to reconsidering the terms, any modifications must be substantial. A month or a week would not suffice. Let her not presume that his kindness could be taken for granted. Lu Xiaomei remained silent, her gaze still fixed on him. Pretending to be at the end of his patience, he turned to leave, but upon reaching the door, Lu Xiaomei grasped one of his hands and softly said, Jianmin, regardless of whether this matter comes to fruition, you've assisted me all afternoon. I cannot in good conscience let you journey such a distance at night. Please stay until tomorrow. After all, there is nothing pressing for you at home. This presented a dilemma. He could not offer a definitive answer, nor could he play the role of the Good Samaritan. Remaining solely because of her courteous invitation, it would be too embarrassing. Leaving seemed increasingly unfeasible. He had never intended to travel overnight. The cold was secondary to his fear of encountering wolves alone. Safety must come first, mustn't it? However, it would not be in Lu Xiaomei's nature to utter a soft word or to take the initiative to grasp his hand, for he would immediately capitulate, which is not characteristic of him. He must endure a little longer, and then if Teacher Lu makes another plea, he would reluctantly find himself staying at her home. Perfection. The thought must be translated into action. Chen Jianmin did not even glance back. Instead, he raised his chin slightly, akin to a proud rooster, and muttered, no need. Simultaneously, he continued to make his way toward the door with small, deliberate steps. Unexpectedly, the teacher released her hold, and as he approached the threshold, on the verge of disappearing into the night, Lu Xiaomei remained motionless. Alas, the performance had gone too far. What to do? After all, Chen Jianmin had lived 2 lifetimes. His composure so resilient that it could withstand any assault. He halted, turned around, and said with a chuckle, Xiaomei, your intentions to keep me here lack sincerity. Hearty laughter erupted from Lu Xiaomei as she covered her mouth. This was the first time Chen Jianmin had witnessed her smile, her eyes curved like crescent moons, sparkling like a kaleidoscope. He, with an ordinary education, could only resort to these cliched expressions to describe the enchanting scene. Of course, the scenery itself was not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was that after her laughter, Teacher Lu earnestly stated, Comrade Jianmin, I sincerely invite you to stay for the night. Could you grant me this favor? This was indeed the correct solution to the dilemma. Without a word, Chen Jianmin walked toward the eastern room. Lu Xiaomei once again grasped his arm and pointed toward the west room, saying, you can sleep in my father's room. I shall prepare the bedding for you. The following day, after breakfast, Chen Jianmin set off on his journey. After 2 days and nights, the snow on the road had solidified considerably, allowing him to navigate most stretches without dismounting to push the cart. This also afforded him ample time to reflect on the preliminary agreement made with Lu Xiaomei. 3 days hence, he would return, and she would provide a definitive response. Very well, he resolved to adhere to his insistence of at least 1 visit per day. If that were not possible, then so be it. After all, he might genuinely require another visit to the commune in 3 days. Lu Xiaomei's affair could be likened to a casual acquisition, though perhaps that term does not quite encapsulate the sentiment. It conveys the general idea. As midday approached, Chen Jianmin finally returned to the forest protection point he had been away from for a day and night. The room was warm as spring. The stove was almost too hot to touch, and the Kong was pleasantly heated. It seemed that Tong Yulan not only tended the fire for him last night, but had also come over again this morning. This was as it should be. Neighbors ought to assist one another, fostering mutual progress. His gaze fell upon a pair of trousers draped over the back of a chair. He paid little mind to it. Dumping the assorted items he had purchased onto the Kong, methodically organizing them one by one. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. He possessed only 2 pairs of trousers. One he wore, and the other, which he had changed out of after a night filled with dreams, had been carelessly tucked beneath the bedding the previous morning. So who had washed them? Was there any need to inquire? It was undoubtedly the good deeds of Sister Yulan. Chen Jianmin approached and picked up the pair of pants, noticing their immaculate cleanliness and the lingering scent of soap. The thought that they had been caressed by Tong Yulan's delicate hands ignited a warmth within him. Just then, Tong Yulan entered the room. Upon seeing Chen Jianmin, she momentarily froze, her eyes lighting up with joy, and a bashful smile graced her face as she said, "Brother Jianmin, you're back. I came to get the shoe soles I made." As she spoke, she pointed to a sewing basket on the desk containing a large fabric sole. However, her hand froze mid-air upon realizing that Chen Jianmin was holding the pair of pants that had kept her awake through the night, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. She turned to flee. Wait. Chen Jianmin called out hurriedly, fearing her escape. In a rapid succession of words, he implored, "Sister Yulan, I need to discuss something serious with you. It pertains to your future well-being." His final words halted Tong Yulan, who had already stepped halfway out the door. Slowly, she returned to the room, her face still aflame, stealing a furtive glance at Chen Jianmin, only to find him gazing back at her, prompting her to instead look out the window. Chapter 12. Together we strive. Chen Jianmin observed the young woman before him, feeling a deep sense of gratitude that fate had led him here. How else could he have encountered such kindness, attention to detail, and shyness in a little wife? He shook off his reverie, reminding himself of the task at hand. Reining in his wandering thoughts, he gestured towards a stool beside the battered desk, saying, "Sister Yulan, please have a seat." With her eyes cast down, Tong Yulan silently approached and sat on one side of the stool, her legs pressed together and her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Her demeanor left Chen Jianmin somewhat troubled. After all, the advice he intended to offer would require her to engage with others. It wouldn't suffice for her to be merely taciturn. She needed to be able to articulate her thoughts. He pondered, wait a moment, compared to the transformation project involving Lu Xiaomei, this should be considerably easier, right? Perhaps he could combine the two approaches? He envisioned a phased training plan, aiming to cultivate this shy woman into someone who was open and articulate within half a month to a month. The prospect of this endeavor seemed rather exhilarating. As he contemplated this brilliant idea, Chen Jianmin nearly laughed out loud, quickly suppressing his amusement with a cough, and then, with utmost seriousness, inquired, "Sister Yulan, do you have a lot of work during this time before the new year?" Tong Yulan lifted her gaze to meet his, saying, "Brother Jianmin, if you need me to help with anything, just let me know, and I will certainly assist you." This small movement was innocent enough, yet it could easily be misinterpreted. Chen Jianmin coughed again, waving his hands dismissively. "No, it's not about me needing assistance. It's about you. Well, no, it's about us. Let me just get to the point." Tong Yulan covered her mouth and lowered her head, her shoulders subtly quaking. Was she stifling a laugh? Chen Jianmin felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that his thoughts had been somewhat scattered, and he had not articulated himself clearly. He endeavored to concentrate his somewhat wavering resolve on the matter at hand. "I wish to teach you how to cultivate mushrooms." "Cultivate mushrooms?" Tong Yulan's smile lingered for a moment before she suddenly looked up, her lips slightly parted, revealing her pearly white teeth. She was likely taken aback by Chen Jianmin's unexpected proposal. Could such a thing truly be cultivated? Weren't they typically found growing wild in the mountains? Observing her expression, Chen Jianmin understood her skepticism. It was not entirely her fault. In the entirety of Hongshan Township and even the surrounding areas, there had been no reports of anyone successfully cultivating mushrooms in the frigid winter temperatures that plummeted below -20 degrees. At least, thus far, no one had dared to attempt it. "I possess a swift and efficient technique for cultivating a specific variety of mushrooms, which can be harvested in just half a month. If we execute this well, we could yield 2 to 3 harvests before the year ends, and selling them at the commune could result in considerable profits. Are you in? Really?" Despite the lingering doubt in her eyes, a glimmer of hope began to emerge. What truly swayed her were the words about earning a substantial amount of money. She was in dire need of it. However, her expression soon dimmed, and the spark of enthusiasm that had just ignited within her faded. Her shoulders slumped as she murmured, "My mother-in-law might not allow me to do this." Chen Jianmin recalled the little old lady, Aunt Lu, who had been bested by him the previous day. With a grand gesture, reminiscent of a fervent salesman, he stood up, his emotions surging as he declared, "Sister Yulan, one must not live in fear. Constantly wary of wolves behind and tigers ahead, such apprehension will lead to inaction. Take Aunt Lu, for instance. Would you deem her a bad person? Not particularly. Nor is she exceptionally good. She is merely an ordinary individual, and dealing with ordinary individuals is manageable. Let me assure you, as long as you are willing to pursue this, I will find a way to secure her enthusiastic approval and even assist you in your endeavors. What do you say? Do you feel a flicker of confidence? If you proceed, you shall become the little wife of mushroom gathering. Upon finishing, Chen Jianmin felt an odd sensation about his words. Though he could not pinpoint the exact flaw, Tong Yulan's gaze continually followed him. As he slightly bent forward to inquire further, she weakly replied, "Jianmin go." Not to mention cultivating mushrooms. Even transporting mushrooms outside would cause them to freeze solid. Thus, we must cultivate them indoors, perhaps on the calm. Though that might be too hot and dry. In any case, the forest protection station has 3 large empty storage rooms. We could tidy one up. Chen Jianmin spoke passionately for over 10 minutes, elaborating on the intricacies of mushroom cultivation, the human pursuit of culinary delights, and even the repetitive diet of potatoes and cabbage that Northeasterners endured throughout winter. He even delved into the peculiar shape of the donkey's droppings belonging to old Zhou's family at the east end of the village. In summary, he nearly divulged insights into the postnatal care of sows. Tong Yulan listened, wide-eyed and speechless. This was the first time she had witnessed such a wealth of knowledge residing within Chen Jianmin's mind, much of which she had never encountered before. Was there truth to his assertions? At first, she held a considerable belief in the words of Jianmin, but as she listened further, doubts began to creep in regarding his credibility. Nevertheless, she ultimately consented to collaborate with Chen Jianmin, as this provided her with an excuse to spend more time with him. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Jianmin was not exaggerating. In his previous life, after his childhood sweetheart abandoned him due to his poverty, he resolved to make a change by embarking on a venture in mushroom cultivation. After much effort in persuading Tong Yulan, he felt a surge of accomplishment and decided to take immediate action. After bidding farewell to Tong Yulan, he headed straight to the 3 large storage rooms located on the eastern side of the courtyard, facing west. These rooms had been constructed by the forestry station for the convenience of storing temporary supplies and were notably lower than the average residential buildings, yet they offered ample depth. Recently, some of the clutter inside had been cleared away, leaving him with the task of erecting a firewall and stove, purchasing plastic sheeting and blankets to seal the windows, and reinforcing the wooden door. Additionally, he planned to construct a small shelter outside with wood and boards to serve as a temperature buffer, thus transforming it into a complete mushroom growing facility. Though the concept seemed straightforward, the actual execution proved to be less than smooth. After 2 days, he had only managed to assemble the firewall, with minimal progress on insulating the doors and windows, primarily due to the lack of plastic sheeting, which necessitated a trip to the commune village. However, he had successfully gathered the necessary substrate for mushroom cultivation, acquiring sawdust from Carpenter Zhao's home and cow dung from Li Daniu's, resulting in a substantial pile covering half the floor. On the 3rd morning, reflecting on his agreement with Lu Xiaomei, Chen Jianmin decided to seize the opportunity to procure the plastic sheeting from the commune. He tossed the key to the door over the wall to Tong Yulan. Naturally, he anticipated that another rabbit would inevitably be sacrificed in the process. He then boarded a cart headed to the commune to sell grain. What he did not foresee was that this trip to engage with comrade Lu Xiaomei would yield an unexpectedly significant outcome, neither entirely good nor bad, but rather a source of inner conflict. Chapter 13. An astounding, unexpected gain. The grain station of the commune was situated in the western half, near the village's exit. The most direct route to that destination traversed a main road centered around the moonlit pond. Chen Jianmin had visited this path a couple of days prior and had a decent understanding of its condition. However, he stopped the cart driver, Zhou Wen, to offer a word of caution. "Brother Zhou, the road ahead is treacherous. Please exercise caution and stick to the left side." Zhou Jun, with a carefree attitude, flicked the whip and replied without looking back, "What is there to fear? This road looks perfectly smooth." Before he could finish his sentence, the cart suddenly jolted, tipping sharply to one side. Chen Jianmin, who was perched atop a sack of corn, lost his balance and was flung out, landing with a thud into a large snowbank by the roadside, leaving only his legs flailing in the air. Zhou Wu, the brother of Zhou Wen, had just been seated beside Chen Jianmin. He was quite astute, seizing a burlap sack as the cart jolted, with his legs dangling outside, firmly gripping the sack while muttering expletives. "Big brother, do you even know how to drive? There's only this one pothole on the entire road, and you had to hit it." Zhou Wen, overwhelmed with urgency, could not afford to reprimand his brother and instead frantically maneuvered the 2 horses pulling the cart, shouting commands and coaxing them for what felt like an eternity. Yet, instead of extricating the cart, they plunged deeper into a pit. The cart tilted at a precarious angle, rendering the horses unable to maintain their footing, their hooves flailing chaotically as they neighed in distress. This commotion incited the previously undisturbed auxiliary horse to join in the frenzy. Within moments, not only had the cart's load of over a dozen sacks of corn been tossed into the snow, but Zhou Wu was also thrown to the ground, a sack landing squarely on one of his legs, eliciting a fresh bout of curses. "Zhou Wen, are you trying to kill me? If you want to do it, just come out and say it. Don't resort to these underhanded tricks. Shut your mouth," Zhou Wen retorted, unable to tolerate his brother's complaints any longer, as he fumbled to find a knife. In this chaotic situation, Chen Jianmin could not simply walk away, being a local and having arrived in Zhou's cart. He felt compelled to assist. He quickly helped Zhou Wen cut the harness ropes, freeing the beleaguered horse, and, after considerable effort, managed to calm both horses. After conferring with Zhou Wen and enlisting the help of several bystanders, they exerted great effort to finally position the cart back on the road. However, as they began loading the corn sacks back onto the cart, they discovered a grave issue. Zhou Wu, who had been thrown from the cart and subsequently pinned by the sack, was now in such pain that he could scarcely stand on his injured leg. Zhou Wen approached to examine the injury, foolishly reaching out to touch Zhou Wu's leg, only to be swiftly halted by Chen Jianmin, who commanded, "Don't touch. Quickly, carry him to the clinic." Based on his experience, Chen Jianmin surmised that Zhou Wu's leg might be fractured. Upon witnessing Chen Jianmin's serious demeanor, Zhou Wen felt a pang of fear. "Zhou Wu, you're such a troublemaker. I swear I want to take you along next time," he grumbled under his breath while adeptly hoisting his brother onto his back. Zhou Wu grimaced in pain yet refused to concede. "Do I need you to carry me? Don't I have legs?" "Yes, you have legs. Why don't you get down and walk?" Chen Jianmin entrusted Zhou's cart to a curious onlooker and accompanied them to the clinic. He felt obligated to go, knowing that the Zhou brothers had little money to spare and that with over a dozen sacks of corn yet to be sold, any hospital stay could pose a serious financial burden. His instincts proved correct. Zhou Wu's left calf was indeed fractured, though the situation was not dire. Yet he would need to be hospitalized for observation. Zhou Wen fretted, as he had barely over 2 coins to his name, insufficient even for an X-ray. What would they do now? He glanced at Chen Jianmin, who immediately approached him with a sorrowful expression. Chen Jianmin, having long anticipated this moment, waited for Zhou Wen to plead with him for quite some time before finally producing 50 yuan and handing it over, saying, "Brother, this money is meant for your engagement." The implication was clear. "Repay me for the corn you sold as soon as possible." Observing Zhou Wen bustling about, Chen Jianmin, who had endured considerable cold outside, gradually felt the urge to relieve himself. "The colder it gets, the more one needs to urinate," he mused. After inquiring with a nurse about the location of the restroom, he swiftly made his way there. As he approached the restroom, he suddenly hit the brakes. Pressing himself against the wall outside a door marked surgery, straining to listen to the conversation within. "Shally, he is coming today. In the evening, pretend to take a stroll at my house and see how he is." The familiarity of the voice startled Chen Jianmin. It belonged to Lu Xiaomei, the very person he had come to the commune to meet. The woman, referred to as Xiaoli, spoke with a magnetic tone. "You never intended to treat him as a true husband. Just as long as he isn't stealing, gambling, or soliciting, it suffices. What does it matter what kind of person he is? I say, hurry up and get married." Suddenly, Xiao Li's voice dropped. "Only after you are married can you be open about it. Don't." The door isn't closed tightly. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching. Chen Jianmin, crouching low, darted into the restroom and cautiously peeked out. Indeed, he saw Lu Xiaomei, her cheeks flushed, nervously peering out from the surgical office before quickly retreating and firmly shutting the door, locking it with a couple of audible clicks. For a moment, Chen Jianmin doubted the reliability of his senses, questioning whether he was merely imagining things or dreaming in broad daylight. How could it be possible to encounter such a situation in 1985? This realization startled him, and his head buzzed, nearly causing him to wet his pants. After finally managing to unfasten his trousers and relieve himself, he looked down and could not help but let out a bitter smile. "Look at that. They're thriving without you." Having lived 2 lifetimes and seen much of the world, Chen Jianmin quickly regained his composure. Was this really such an extraordinary occurrence? Aside from the incongruity of the era, there was nothing particularly remarkable to analyze. The pressing question now was whether to proceed with his plan to visit Lu Xiaomei, as his earlier discovery had significantly complicated his endeavor to win over the icy beauty. This challenge was not merely about confidence. It stemmed from the fact that he had never navigated such matters in either of his past lives. It was an entirely foreign realm filled with potential challenges that could consume considerable time and energy, raising the question of whether it was worth the investment. Hence, it was time to reevaluate his strategy. After securing his belt, Chen Jianmin cautiously peeked outside before stepping out, casting an involuntary glance at the surgical door as he passed. Just at that moment, the door creaked joyfully as it was pulled open. Lu Xiaomei stepped outside, her face flushed with shyness. When she raised her head suddenly, she caught sight of Chen Jianmin glancing at her from the side. It was as if she had stumbled over something, causing her to lurch forward slightly. One hand pressed against her chest while the other gripped the doorframe tightly. After a brief pause, she tremulously inquired, "What brings you here?" Chapter 14. Is this not pure temptation? Chen Jianmin had not intended to glance through the door to the surgical department, yet his eyes betrayed him, wandering over without his consent. This was not the issue. What proved troublesome was that Lu Xiaomei emerged just at that moment, her demeanor betraying a hint of guilt as she questioned him. Indeed, she should be the one feeling guilty. He had committed no grievous act. So why was she so nervous? In scarcely half a second, Chen Jianmin composed himself, adopting an expression of surprise as he exclaimed, "Ah, it's Teacher Lu." He quickly retracted his smile and scrutinized her for a moment. A trace of concern etched on his face as he asked, "Are you feeling unwell? Your face is quite flushed. It seems you might have a fever. What did the doctor say? Are you to take medication or receive for?" Lu Xiaomei hesitated momentarily before conceding. "Why yes, I do have a slight fever, and my head aches a bit. I'm here to see Dr. Zhou for a checkup. But I feel much better now. I just had a small injection, and, well, I feel improved." "Oh, that's good to hear. This weather is dreadful. It's so easy to catch a cold. Look at me, even bundled up like this, I still feel cold," Chen Jianmin remarked, adjusting his tattered coat. Internally, he mused about how swiftly Dr. Zhou administered the injection. Could she really handle such a task? Before he could ponder further, he leaned closer to Lu Xiaomei and whispered, "Teacher Lu, I must say, your blush just now was truly charming." Lu Xiaomei's cheeks deepened in color as she playfully pushed him away. She stepped outside and quickly closed the door, as though a wolf might leap out at any moment. As she pulled Chen Jianmin along, she asked, "What brings you here?" "Ah, don't even get me started." He naturally recounted the mishap involving the Zhou brothers. After a brief pause, he continued, "I might need to help Zhou when sell grain. If there are many buyers, we might end up queuing until late. So I want to be able to visit your home today." His reasoning was both sound and reasonable. In these times, selling grain was no simple matter of delivering it to the grain station and weighing it. One had to transfer the grain onto the conveyor belt, while someone waited for the weight ticket to be issued. Then take that ticket to the on-site receiver for a signature before finally queuing at the settlement window to collect payment. In short, it was quite a hassle. Certainly not a task one could manage alone. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Lu Xiaomei's eyes, but she quickly shifted her focus, pointing to Chen Jianmin's coat and saying, "There's no rush for the grain right now. Let us head to the supply and marketing cooperative. I'll buy you a cotton coat to wear outside." Chen Jianmin exhibited a look of perplexity. After all, the nature of the relationship between the two was still undefined. Was it not somewhat excessive to request that you purchase clothing at this juncture? Moreover, I truly find myself rather occupied at the moment. Zhou Wen is still engaged in settling Zhou Wu, and I just entrusted someone to keep an eye on his wagon. I must go check on it now to ensure that no one absconds with the corn upon it. Very well, I shall return home and await your arrival. Lu Xiaomei's gaze flickered as she took a few steps outward before turning back to say, "Regarding your employment matter, I have inquired with my cousin, and it seems the application has already been submitted to the Human Resources Department of the Forestry Bureau. He mentioned that we should hear good news within a week at most." Oh, it was now Chen Jianmin's turn to feel discomfort. This situation was rather intricate. He had been contemplating whether to distance himself from the teacher, only for the teacher to present him with such an enticing proposition. The allure of formal employment was undeniably significant. Although, in a decade or so, prior to the forestry reforms, the lives of forestry workers would be challenging. One must consider that hardship was not exclusive to anyone. Could Chen Jianmin's life truly be so dire? What he yearned for was a stable job, a dependable foundation upon which to rest. Moreover, the pressing issue was not merely whether he wished to continue his relationship with Lu Xiaomei, but rather that the weight of an immense favor had been thrust upon him by Ma Daxiao, making it impossible to refuse. If he could not successfully share a bed with Lu Xiaomei, how would he repay such a favor? No, he must engage in a profound exchange with Lu Xiaomei after assisting Zhou Wen in selling the grain, to ascertain the potential for a strategic breakthrough in their future together. If such a possibility existed, he would feign ignorance of her trivial matters and proceed cautiously. If not, he would swiftly withdraw, ensuring neither party was encumbered. With this action plan in mind, Chen Jianmin felt considerably more at ease. Zhou Wu's leg was encased in a layer of plaster, resembling a felt boot. Renowned for its exceptional insulation, the clinic had also provided him with a crutch. The stark contrast of his dark complexion against the white plaster was indeed striking. "What are you staring at?" Zhou Wu, feeling somewhat uneasy under Chen Jianmin's scrutinizing gaze, inquired. "Oh, what is it to you?" Chen Jianmin lifted his chin defiantly, challenging him to take a swing. "Enough." Zhou Wen interjected with a laugh. "You're not picking on a patient, are you? All right then, brothers. You should hurry and sell the corn. Once that's done, we can head home." "Home, my foot. Let us just stay put for a while." After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, Chen Jianmin and Zhou Wen returned to the side of the wagon. Along the way, Chen Jianmin had purchased 2 packs of Yingchun cigarettes and 2 packs of ginseng cigarettes. He handed 1 pack of Yingchun to the elderly gentleman who had been watching over the wagon, expressing his gratitude with an overly sweet demeanor. "Thank you ever so much, sir. Had it not been for your watchful eye, we 3 brothers would have been utterly lost. You know, once your brother's leg heals, I shall bring them both to your home to acknowledge you as a godfather." With this flattery, the elderly man, who had been cursing the cold outside, was soon in high spirits. He assisted them in repairing the harness and, with a reluctant farewell, saw them off past the moon puddle before returning home. Zhou Wen fixated on the cart, occasionally glancing back at Chen Jianmin's pocket. Unable to resist the temptation, he reached out. "Brother Jianmin, could you spare me a ginseng stick?" "What nonsense. It costs 8 cents for a pack. Do you think I smoke this?" Chen Jianmin replied brusquely, swatting Zhou Wen's hand away. "This cigarette is valuable. Take this instead." As he spoke, he tore open the remaining pack of Yingchun and handed him a stick, noting that this cigarette cost only 23 cents per pack, a brand he seldom indulged in himself. The 2 packs of ginseng, however, were reserved for the grain inspectors and the personnel at the grain station, as pleasing these 2 individuals would significantly smooth the process of selling grain. Although Zhou Wen was a year older than Chen Jianmin, according to rural customs, Chen Jianmin was still expected to address him as brother and speak with a modicum of politeness. Yet, Zhou Wen relished this dynamic, smiling broadly as he accepted the cigarette, lighting it with great satisfaction. He was somewhat simple-minded, much like his younger brother Zhou Wu, and possessed an earnest disposition devoid of malice, which was a significant reason for Chen Jianmin's willingness to assist them. Perhaps due to the fine weather, a considerable number of villagers had gathered to sell their grain, resulting in 2 lengthy queues stretching over a mile at the grain station's entrance. Zhou Wen's cart was forced to a line at the rear, and soon after, 3 more carts joined the line behind them. Chen Jianmin scratched his head, gazing at the seemingly endless line ahead, apprehensive that they might spend the entire day idling there. He could only silently hope that the inspector would expedite his work. In reality, the official title of the inspector was Grain Quality Inspector. Usually armed with a nearly meter-long hollow probe with a sharp tip, a clipboard tucked under his arm, and a felt-tip pen adorning his ear, a truly imposing figure. This individual had the authority to determine the quality of the grain, assessing the allowable impurities and moisture content, which directly influenced the selling price of the grain. If he took a disliking to anyone, it could spell trouble, as he would meticulously inspect all the grain on the cart, a process that consumed considerable time. Thus, Chen Jianmin earnestly wished for a day free from any provocations that might sour the inspector's mood. However, as fate would have it, just as the afternoon waned, the line remained stagnant. Eventually, someone, unable to bear the weight, ventured forward to inquire, only to learn that 2 suppliers had quarreled with the inspector about public grain, and the dispute had yet to be resolved. Chen Jianmin, troubled by the sun dipping further in the west, contemplated approaching the inspector to see if he could sneak in when, to his surprise, he spotted Lu Xiaomei approaching in a gray woolen coat, a striking figure amid the villagers clad in cotton jackets and hats. What could she want, especially given her conspicuous attire in a sea of warm clothing? Chapter 15. A fortunate revelation. Lu Xiaomei, statuesque in her gray woolen coat, with her dark, lustrous hair glistening in the sunlight, and a face as beautiful as a flower, resembled a fairy, captivating the attention of everyone around Chen Jianmin. Zhou Wan, utterly smitten, was reduced to a pitiful state, his mouth nearly watering. Enraged, Chen Jianmin delivered a sharp slap to his forehead, exclaiming, "Where are your eyes wandering?" Zhou Wan swallowed hard, a sheepish grin spreading across his face as he murmured softly, "She is strikingly beautiful, far beyond the reach of an ordinary fellow. Surely, she must be the daughter of some high-ranking official." Just then, he spotted Lu Xiaomei approaching their horse cart with measured steps, causing a sudden rush of anxiety to grip him. He clutched tightly at Chen Jianmin's arm, his words tumbling out in a stammer. "Brother Jianmin, is she here to see me?" Chen Jianmin, unable to bear Zhou Wen's demeanor any longer, managed to squeeze out a reply through clenched teeth. "When you have a moment, take a good look at yourself." As they spoke, Lu Xiaomei had reached Chen Jianmin. She glanced at the dozen or so bags of corn piled behind him, then moved a bit closer, their proximity reduced to just over a foot before she finally spoke. Jianmin, let us move the cart out. Chen Jianmin was momentarily bewildered, questioning why they should move it. They had just managed to get in line. Yes. If we don't, someone else will take our spot, and we won't be able to sell today, Zhou Wen stuttered in agreement. We need to cut in line. Lu Xiaomei's voice was low, yet exuded an undeniable confidence. Before Chen Jianmin could process her words, Zhou Wen had already cracked the whip, urging the horse to move the cart out. He held a rather naive belief. Such a lovely young lady would surely not deceive him. As it turned out, even in these times, in this corner of northeast China, the status of teachers remained remarkably elevated. Upon reaching the entrance of the grain station, Lu Xiaomei approached the inspector responsible for the eastern queue, disregarding the ongoing argument, and directly stated, "You must be Zhang Bing's guardian, correct?" It was fortunate that her memory served her well. She had memorized the names of all 60 students' parents after just 2 parent-teacher meetings. The inspector, taken aback by the interruption, initially bristled with anger, ready to reprimand her. However, upon recognizing Lu Xiaomei, his expression softened, and a smile spread across his face, as if he had encountered a long-lost sister. "Lu teacher, what brings you to this dreary place?" he exclaimed. Though a twinge of anxiety crept in, he hoped his son hadn't caused trouble for her again. Lu Xiaomei offered a gentle smile and gestured towards Zhou Wen's approaching cart. "That's a relative of mine. His brother is in dire need of money and lives quite far away. I was hoping you could lend a hand." Her words were a blend of truth and embellishment. The inspector adjusted his dogskin hat, exhaling dramatically, and remarked, This truly is a special circumstance. According to our grain station's regulations, we must accommodate such cases. Now, please bring the cart over." The last sentence was directed at Zhou Wen. In that crucial moment, Zhou Wen's wits sharpened. Nodding vigorously, he maneuvered the cart to the entrance, disregarding whether the other villagers would yield space, and boldly pushed his way into the line. "That's enough, stop right there," the inspector called out to Zhou Wen, as he methodically inserted his quality inspection probe into a sack, withdrew it to examine a few kernels of corn, nodded silently, and then handed Zhou Wen the inspection certificate without further ado. Zhou Wen was utterly illiterate. In a daze, he pulled Chen Jianmin aside and implored, "Brother Jianmin, could you take a look? How much has been deducted for impurities and water?" Upon inspection, Chen Jianmin noted with a smirk that the figures for those 2 mandatory deductions were so minuscule they could be disregarded entirely. This implied that Zhou Wen could sell his corn for an additional 30 to 50 yuan. He winked at Zhou Wen and discreetly gestured towards the tester, signaling him to refrain from speaking indiscreetly. The tester scribbled a couple of sentences on a small slip of paper, then turned to face Lu Xiaomei, cautiously offering a smile as he handed her the note. "Teacher Lu, given your circumstances, according to our grain station's regulations, I must provide you with this note. With it, you will have unobstructed passage." Chen Jianmin watched this scene, momentarily taken aback by the simplicity with which power dynamics were articulated. The individual was indeed remarkable. However, his primary concern remained the favor inexplicably bestowed upon Lu Xiaomei, akin to a sugar-coated shell that he could hardly refuse. The title of teacher, combined with the note from the tester, made the grain-selling process so smooth that others looked on enviously. Zhou Wen received a stack of money at the settlement window, beaming with joy as he slipped 5 large bills into Chen Jianmin's hand and turned to count the remaining cash. Chen Jianmin noticed a rare flicker of emotion in Lu Xiaomei's gaze as she looked at Zhou Wen, an unmistakable hint of sympathy and pity. This young woman was rather complex. However, considering her capabilities, marrying her would undoubtedly alleviate many of his concerns, a significant support in a life of ease, assuming her secret was disregarded. Lu Xiaomei turned and pointed towards the grain station's entrance, saying, "Let us step outside." Chen Jianmin understood that she had something important to convey. He followed her out, hastening a few steps to maintain a distance of roughly 1 meter between them. Why maintain this distance? There was a rationale behind it. Being too close might lead others to misconstrue their relationship as one on the verge of marriage. If their discussion were to falter, he wouldn't mind personally, but it might affect Lu Xiaomei to a certain degree. After all, society often imposes stricter constraints on women than on men. You see, Chen Jianmin was not so selfish as to disregard the circumstances. His self-assessment had elevated to a higher tier. Feeling a surge of pride, he couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth rise. "What brings you such joy?" Lu Xiaomei inquired, her tone nonchalant. Chen Jianmin chuckled playfully, closing the distance by a couple of steps, and whispered, "How could I not be delighted when a stunningly beautiful girl like you chases after me? It brings me immense pride." Lu Xiaomei paused for a moment, still gazing ahead, and replied, You needn't play coy with me. I'm not afraid of your ridicule. To be frank, I am eager to finalize matters with you. Not quite, Chen Jianmin retorted, wrinkling his nose. That is not your true sentiment. As a teacher, you ought to know better. His double entendre immediately piqued Lu Xiaomei's interest. Jianmin, what exactly do you mean by that? Did he overhear something he shouldn't have while at the health center? Never mind, Teacher Lu, that remark was merely a jest. Chen Jianmin kicked at a mound of snow beneath his feet, watching as the sunlight revealed a spectrum of colors in the snowflakes, and seriously inquired, Have you decided to marry me? Yes, Lu Xiaomei's response was succinct. Then, regarding that matter, what I mean is, once a day should suffice, correct? Chen Jianmin maintained his initial stance. However, he was taken aback when Lu Xiaomei promptly declined. No, let us stick to once a quarter or once every 6 months. Having a child is all that matters. Chen Jianmin halted in his tracks, pulled out a pack of Inchun cigarettes, lit one, and exhaled a long plume of smoke. With utmost seriousness, he said, Teacher Lu, I remember the favors you've done for me, helping me get confirmed by Director Ma, assisting Zhou when in selling grain, and your intention to buy me a cotton coat. At this point, he took another deep drag of his cigarette and continued, However, marriage cannot be bound by favors. It benefits both of us. Upon finishing, he gazed intently at the distant mountains. To an unknowing observer, he might appear to be pondering a profound philosophical dilemma. But in reality, he felt a surge of pride for having articulated such thoughts. A stroke of serendipity that effectively closed off any attempts by the teacher to manipulate him through favors. How would she respond next? Lu Xiaomei abruptly turned around, her brow furrowed as if seeing Chen Jianmin for the first time, scrutinizing him more closely than she had before. This man did not match any of the intelligence she had gathered, particularly that last remark. Such eloquence was unlikely to come from a forest ranger with minimal education. So, where had the miscalculation occurred? Nevertheless, being astute and somewhat cultured was certainly preferable to her initial perception of him as someone too naive to converse with strangers. It was him. Lu Xiaomei quickly composed herself and softly proposed a condition that nearly left Chen Jianmin speechless and successfully piqued his interest. Chapter 16. The red flag at home, colorful banners outside. After we marry, you may do as you please. As long as it's not illegal or harmful to your health, I will not interfere. These were Lu Xiaomei's exact words. Chen Jianmin, ever the cunning one, instantly seized upon the crux of her statement. To confirm whether he had interpreted it correctly, he asked in a similarly light tone, Does do as you please mean I can pursue other women? Yes, that's the implication. You may have several, as long as you can manage, she replied, her demeanor unflinching. This revelation astounded Chen Jianmin, for he knew that traditionally, no wife would permit her husband to entertain relationships with other women. However, considering her unique circumstances, it seemed somewhat reasonable as a form of compensation for him. Even with this understanding, Chen Jianmin remained in shock, speechless for a moment before finally asking, What is the condition? Lu Xiaomei began to enumerate her conditions, first insisting that the individual must be clean and free of ailments. Second, she demanded to know their identity. Third, she stipulated that they must not be brought home. Stop. Teacher Lu, Chen Jianmin interjected with a frown. If I heard correctly, you initially mentioned one condition. Yet here you are presenting 3, and you seem poised to continue. What is this? Jianmin, given my leniency towards you, do you truly care whether it's 1 or 2, or 3 or 4 conditions? Does it hold any significance? Well, you have a point, Chen Jianmin conceded, realizing the wisdom in her words. After all, if she was permitting him to seek companionship outside, why should she not stipulate a few conditions? A cunning glimmer flickered in Lu Xiaomei's eyes, but quickly faded as she prepared to elaborate further. However, Chen Jianmin's mind caught up with him. Wait, Teacher Lu, let me correct you. It's not about how magnanimous you are towards me. Rather, it's your desire to avoid sharing a bed with me daily that serves as the premise, correct? Under this condition, we began discussing the matter at hand. So how did it suddenly morph into you being entirely justified, while I'm merely rambling? Lu Xiaomei blinked rapidly, pointing behind her. A carriage is approaching. Step aside and come over here. Chen Jianmin turned to see a carriage indeed making its way towards them. The path was not particularly wide, but the edges were untouched by foot traffic, leaving a layer of untouched snow. His low-cut cotton shoes could not compare to Lu Xiaomei's boots. And despite stomping his feet several times, snow had still crept in. Once the carriage passed, they returned to the center of the path. Chen Jianmin shook off the snow and asked, Where were we? We were discussing what you could do after marriage, which has already been covered. Additionally, you need not surrender your salary to me. As for household chores, feel free to lend a hand if you wish, or simply ignore them if you prefer. My father is in good health, and for the more laborious tasks, I usually hire help. With a chill in his hands, Chen Jianmin fell silent. To be honest, the conditions proposed by Lu Xiaomei were exceedingly enticing. The exemption from surrendering his wages and the lack of household responsibilities were secondary. The crux of the matter was that while the home's banner remained steadfast, he could also enjoy the allure of external affairs. This was the lifelong pursuit of every man. Although only a select few could realize such a dream, who among them did not yearn for it deeply? Indeed, the prospect of the home front that Chen Jianmin would confront was quite formidable. Hypothetically speaking, should he one day, through various endeavors, manage to win over teacher Lu, such a possibility was not entirely out of reach. After all, in terms of life experience, rather, in terms of marital experience, he was well qualified to pen a tome. Moreover, having traversed into this realm with the added vigor of youth, he was determined to conquer the beauty before him, a paragon akin to Wang Zuxian. The thought of also winning over her friend, Xiao Li, made the prospect of their shared life exceedingly enticing. Contemplating this, a bright future seemed to unfurl before him. As Chen Jianmin pondered further, he increasingly perceived this as a fortuitous development. After all, he had never aspired to undertake any grand endeavors in his lifetime. His primary pursuit was to lead a tranquil and comfortable existence, and Lu Xiaomei just so happened to be able to provide him with that condition. Thus, what more could he possibly desire? While engaged in conversation, they had already reached the moon pond. Chen Jianmin raised his gaze to see a tall wooden stool positioned at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, where two individuals were noisily affixing a red paper displaying the characters Happy New Year to the horizontal beam above the door. It was then that he recalled he had important matters to attend to. Turning to Lu Xiaomei, he said, "Xiaomei, you should head home first. I need to buy a few things. I will find you once I am done." As expected of someone in the teaching profession, Lu Xiaomei immediately discerned the implication behind Chen Jianmin's words. The fact that he no longer addressed her as Teacher Lu, but simply by her name, signified a pivotal decision. He intended to marry her. Recognizing this, she resolved to stoke the flames of their budding romance. With this thought in mind, she moved closer to Chen Jianmin and pointed towards the cooperative, saying, "Perfect timing. I was just planning to buy you a warm coat. Let us go in together." Chen Jianmin beamed with delight, his smile so broad that it revealed his teeth. Look at that. It was only the beginning. And already his teacher was prepared to spend money on him. A promising sign indeed. As events unfolded, it became evident that he had underestimated Lu Xiaomei's determination to marry him. After purchasing a warm coat and some plastic sheeting, Lu Xiaomei led him into the hardware section of the cooperative. Pointing to a row of bicycles, she remarked, "You may need to travel to the commune frequently. You can't always borrow someone else's bicycle. Let us buy one for ourselves." Evidently, this bicycle was not merely for him. It was a manifestation of Lu Xiaomei's concern for him, and she had not publicly stated that it was her intention to purchase it. The subtlety of their shared endeavor lent him a sense of pride, albeit a touch self-deceptive. But it did not diminish his elation. A Forever brand bicycle cost 154 yuan, not a trifling sum. The cooperative had a designated individual to adjust the new bicycle, and after waiting for more than half an hour, the two of them set off towards Lu Xiaomei's home, pushing the bicycle ahead. Upon arriving, Chen Jianmin found that his prospective father-in-law, Lu Guoqing, was not at home, and his sister-in-law, Lu Xiaohong, seemed to have vanished as well. Observing this situation, Chen Jianmin felt a surge of restlessness. Lu Xiaomei, unaware of his less than innocent thoughts, pointed to an old coat draped over the bicycle's rear rack and said, "Just throw it away. It's not worth washing. That cannot be discarded." "I still need to wear it when I go into the mountains," Chen Jianmin protested, tugging at the light gray coat he was already wearing. "Surely, I cannot go to work dressed like this." He casually brushed off a few flakes of snow from his sleeves. "All right, then you may keep it," Lu Xiaomei replied amiably. As she opened the door to enter, Chen Jianmin, looking at her slender waist cinched by the belt of her gray coat, gestured with his hands, contemplating the softness of her figure with curiosity. With a spirit of exploration, he suddenly conceived a bold idea. He took 2 swift steps, unexpectedly grasping the delicate waist of his teacher, his touch revealing a soft warmth. In Chapter 17, Schemes and Counter-Schemes, The Joys of Life, Chen Jianmin's sudden advance left Lu Xiaomei momentarily frozen, as if paralyzed in place. Having achieved his objective, Chen Jianmin felt satisfied. He had already received considerable benefits and could not afford to overstep as he had previously in her room. However, the current situation made it difficult to extricate himself gracefully. One must possess a nimble mind to lead a joyful life. Chen Jianmin did not release his hold. Instead, he drew Lu Xiaomei closer, transforming his grasp into an embrace. He spun her around, And just as Lu Xiaomei began to react and struggle to free herself, he urgently exclaimed, "Don't move. There's a rat, quite large. In fact, you nearly stepped on it. How disgusting." Lu Xiaomei let out a terrified scream and instinctively clung tightly to Chen Jianmin's neck, leaping up to wrap her legs around him, urgently pleading, "Hurry, let us get away." It was not merely about the filthiness of the situation. It was frightfully alarming. In response, Chen Jianmin embraced her slender waist, one hand gently patting a lower part of her back, repeatedly soothing her, "Do not fear, do not fear. I am here." Afterward, he pretended to kick towards the door of the east room, grumbling, "Get lost, you shameless beast. Do you not realize you've scared my girl?" Internally, he felt immense satisfaction. The sensation of having such soft warmth in his arms was exquisite. Lu Xiaomei, genuinely terrified of the rat, dared not even look. Burying her face in Chen Jianmin's chest, trembling slightly, and with a quivering voice, she asked, "Has it gone yet?" "Yes, do not worry, it has scurried away. Let us return to the room, and I shall deal with it shortly," he assured her as he carried Lu Xiaomei into the east room. Only when they reached the small heated bed did she finally lift her head. "It's all right now, all right now." Chen Jianmin understood the wisdom of knowing when to withdraw, gently placing her on the bed, and in a concerned tone, he asked, "How can you be so terrified of rats?" This indeed surprised him. A child raised in the countryside, even a girl, should not react as she did, as if she had seen a ghost at the sight of a rat. Lu Xiaomei hesitated, her face pale with fear, clearly shaken. Chen Jianmin felt a rare pang of compassion, slightly guilty for having scared her so severely out of mere curiosity. Alas, such beauty could indeed bring trouble. Who could blame him for being captivated by her exquisite looks and figure? Was it not normal for a man to feel this way? Nevertheless, he accurately gleaned a significant detail. Lu Xiaomei's fear must stem from a deeper story. If she was unwilling to share it, he would let it be for now. Eventually, the truth would reveal itself. Lu Xiaomei gradually calmed down, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features as she apologized. "I'm sorry about earlier." Chen Jianmin appeared magnanimous, responding, "Oh, what are you saying? I am your partner, destined to protect you. How could I possibly feel shy about it? Moreover, in matters of this nature, he would actually welcome more occurrences." After soothing the esteemed teacher, Chen Jianmin concluded his performance, bustling about the outer room, tapping here and there, even rummaging through a small partition where firewood was temporarily stored. He busied himself for quite some time, feigning the demise of a rat, cursing the creature as he exited, taking a lengthy detour before finally returning to the eastern room. "All is well. I disposed of it far away, ensuring you shall never see it again." Lu Xiaomei exhaled deeply, her complexion gradually returning to normal. Once composed, her intellect regained its upper hand, and she began to orchestrate the next steps for the two of them. On January 6th, come early, and if possible, bring along 2 rabbits or some wild chickens. I shall purchase some pork, ribs, and a couple of fish to prepare a feast, inviting our cousin over as a witness. We shall consider it an engagement. Pedaling leisurely on his brand-new bicycle, as he approached Zhujiakan, Chen Jianmin reflected on Lu Xiaomei's serene demeanor while she spoke these words. Ultimately, they even set the wedding date for May Day next year. Chen Jianmin felt a twinge of sentimentality. He had only traversed into this world a few days prior and was already, rather bewilderingly, on the verge of being married off. It felt rather peculiar, a sense of discomfort lingering. Could this be what one calls premarital syndrome? As he neared the village entrance, he dismounted from his bicycle and glanced back, observing the winding mountain path etched against the pristine white snow. 20 miles, neither too near nor too far. In summer, a bicycle ride would take merely half an hour. But winter posed a different challenge. Thus, after marrying Lu Xiaomei, would he truly be able to return home daily? That seemed implausible, to say nothing of other factors. Once the fire prevention period commenced, forest rangers were mandated to remain on duty 24 hours a day, unable to leave even for a moment. This was an unyielding regulation, impervious to anyone's influence. The annual fire prevention period, encompassing both spring and autumn, lasted a total of 6 months, during which Chen Jianmin must reside in Zhujiakan, unable to venture elsewhere. Ironically, the fire prevention periods coincided precisely with the 2 academic terms of the school year. This meant that during these 6 months, he could not travel to the commune village, and it would be equally challenging for Lu Xiaomei to visit him in Zhujiakan. Consequently, he must acclimate to a monastic existence after marriage. Might he be reassigned to the forest management headquarters? The likelihood of such an occurrence seemed small. Lu Xiaomei had meticulously planned from the outset, seeking a partner who would be somewhat distanced from the commune, someone whose work obligations would prevent daily returns home. This was her fundamental requirement, designed to facilitate her interactions with that Shaoli. Other aspects were of little consequence. Naturally, it would be ideal if he were handsome and tall, as he was. Thus, he met all the criteria and was selected by Liu Xiaomei as her chosen man. This was also a substantial reason for her proactive involvement in the entire affair. This young woman truly possessed a keen sense of strategy. Chen Jianmin turned back and gazed at Zhoujia village nestled in the valley, gradually revealing a cunning smile. Teacher Xiaomei, you may ultimately end up losing both your husband and your troops. As he pushed his bicycle into the forest protection point's courtyard, the sun had long since set. The warm glow of lights emanated from the house, indicating someone was inside. It was likely Tong Yulan tending to the fire, perhaps believing he would not return. To combat the cold and retain warmth during winter, a thick cotton curtain was hung inside the door, and a layer of plastic sheeting was nailed over the windows. This arrangement not only provided insulation but also offered soundproofing. The snow in the courtyard had been meticulously cleared, allowing Chen Jianmin to enter with minimal noise. So the occupants inside were completely unaware of his return. His face, frozen to a deep hue, he hurriedly lifted the heavy door curtain of the outer room. As one foot crossed the threshold, a series of sounds emanated from the west room, igniting a fervor within every man who heard them. The sound was soft yet distinctly youthful, laced with an intentional restraint. What on earth was happening? Chen Jianmin stood momentarily dazed, then cautiously approached the door to the west room, slowly pulling it open and peering through the crack. What he beheld made his heart race, warmth flooding his nose. And he felt something trickling down. Chapter 18. Interactions with the neighboring young bride returning to the forest protection point on a frigid day. Chen Jianmin never anticipated witnessing such a scene with the neighboring young bride in his own room. He desperately wished to avert his gaze, yet his body betrayed him, compelling him to continue peering through the door's crevice. Inside, the large Kong was adorned with the bedding Tong Yulan had lent him. The signature red cotton jacket carelessly tossed aside. The owner of the jacket lay curled upon the vibrant silk quilt, one hand reaching out, and after a prolonged, drawn-out sigh, she seemed to collapse, rendered motionless. Chen Jianmin cautiously shifted his weight, striving to make no sound, akin to a thief sneaking into the courtyard. He vigorously wiped the soles of his shoes against the ground, creating a scrunching noise, and then grumbled about the weather. This northwesterly wind is absolutely frigid. He kicked aside his bicycle's stand to set it upright, casually ringing the bell. Once he completed these actions, he hefted a large bag into the outer room, stamping his feet heavily. The door to the west room swung open, revealing a startled and pale face of Tong Yulan, who trembled as she spoke. Jianmin, you're back. Upon uttering those words, she froze at the doorway. Chen Jianmin's blood raced rapidly, filling him with warmth akin to the height of summer, yet he feigned extreme cold. Forcing a smile as he said, I've troubled Sister Yulan once more to help me with the fire. The outer room is quite warm. Only then did Tong Yulan realize she was still blocking the doorway, hastily stepping aside, her face flushed as she lowered her head, stealing glances at the new cotton coat Chen Jianmin wore. Once he placed his large bag down, she slightly lifted her head, her voice trembling with anxiety. Jianmin, there's still a pot of hot water in the big pot outside, and we need to add more firewood to the stove. The furnace is fine as it is. I must return now. The child has not yet been fed, or rather, the child is likely hungry. Without granting Chen Jianmin a moment's pause, she turned and fled. Although Chen Jianmin intended to call her back, he caught sight of her red cotton jacket, fastened incorrectly, with the flaps askew, prompting him to swallow his words. He turned his gaze to the disheveled bedding that he had not yet folded, silently acknowledging that this saved him some trouble. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The old bedding had been taken by Tong Yulan 3 or 4 days prior. Why had it not yet been washed? In truth, he was overthinking it. In this frigid weather, with temperatures plummeting below 20 degrees, even a simple duvet cover, once washed and hung outside, would take days to dry. Hanging it indoors might expedite the process slightly, but it would also saturate the air with moisture, making the living conditions quite uncomfortable. After shedding his cotton suit and donning a pair of lightweight shoes, he settled by the stove, staring vacantly at the bedding on the Kong. Life's unexpected expenses often leave one unprepared. Would he manage to sleep soundly tonight? In reality, he did not sleep well at all, tossing and turning for half the night. He rose early the next morning, for he needed to change into a pair of shorts. Thankfully, he had purchased 5 pairs, allowing for a quick change. Having acquired some plastic sheeting, he set to work immediately. Chen Jianmin hastily consumed a bit of food, ignited the stove in the mushroom room, and busied himself for a good part of the morning, finally insulating the doors and windows. He rummaged through the east room and unearthed a couple of tattered quilts to fashion into door and window curtains. As the day passed, He found it peculiar that Tong Yulan had not made an appearance. Just days prior, while he was organizing the large warehouse, she had taken the time to assist him. What could be the reason for her absence today? By evening, as he neared completion, he hung the hard-earned thermometer and hygrometer in the mushroom room. Satisfied to see the temperature had risen to 17 degrees. Having only managed a morsel of food in the morning and skipped lunch, he now felt a gnawing hunger. Enough to cause a flutter of anxiety in his stomach. This simply would not do. He needed to prepare a meal without delay. Upon his hurried return to the outer room, he was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of Tong Yulan tending the fire, steam billowing from the large pot, filling the room with warmth. As he entered, she rubbed her hands together, gesturing towards the west room, and said, "Jianmin, go, please go inside. I will fetch water for you to wash your hands. The meal will be ready shortly." Gone was the usual air of fluster and timidity. She even maintained steady eye contact with him. Chen Jianmin keenly observed that she had taken care to present herself well. Her face and hands were notably clean, and she wore a fresh outfit. Her short hair was tied back into two small ponytails, adding a youthful flair to her appearance. "Ah, how she has transformed." Chen Jianmin broke into a smile, saying, "To enjoy a ready-made meal truly feels like a blessing from the past." "Thank you. No need, no need," Tong Yulan replied, her initial nervousness returning, yet it was evident she was making a concerted effort to maintain composure. "This is what I ought to do. Besides, you have helped me quite a bit as well. Then I shall not be polite." He chuckled. Chen Jianmin entered the room and cast a glance at the unmade bed he had left in disarray that morning. Now it lay neatly at the end of the Kong, with his discarded shorts and underpants draped over a chair, clearly freshly laundered. A knowing smile crept across his face as he anticipated this outcome. This morning, he had deliberately left the room untidy and tucked away those two easily misinterpreted items beneath the bedding. It could be considered a test of sorts. As for where it would ultimately lead, he decided not to dwell on it. There was a certain charm in living amidst such an atmosphere of playful guessing. Dinner consisted of flatbreads, made with a mixture of cornmeal and a touch of white flour, accompanied by stewed potatoes and dried green beans. Even without meat, it was quite delectable. Once the meal was arranged on the Kong table, Chen Jianmin sincerely remarked, "Sister Yulan, you must have finished your dinner a while ago. Surely you could eat a little more now. Join me." Tong Yulan shook her head with a smile, declining, "I've eaten quite enough this evening." Chen Jianmin did not press further. She had her own dignity and self-respect to consider. After finishing his meal in a matter of moments, he rummaged through his large bag, pulling out a collection of miscellaneous items. He called Tong Yulan into the outer room and pointed to a small pile, saying, "Sister Yulan, these were gifted to me by my colleagues at the forest farm. I have no use for them, and keeping them feels pointless. They are yours now." As she approached the edge of the Kong and caught sight of the items, she immediately waved her hands in a flustered manner, exclaiming, "I cannot accept these. They are far too costly." Chen Jianmin retrieved a bag of milk powder from the pile and said, "What would a grown man like me do with this? It would be utterly embarrassing if word got out. Besides, this stuff spoils after a while. What should I do with it?" He then pointed to two small toys. Wearing a bemused expression, "These are even more outrageous. And this snow cream. If I were to apply it to my face, people might think I've lost my mind, trying to turn into a woman." As he spoke, he struck a flamboyant pose and pranced around, eliciting a soft laugh from Tong Yulan, who covered her mouth. In the end, she accepted the items. Chen Jianmin did not afford her the opportunity for any polite refusals. He solemnly transitioned to the main topic. "Sister Yulan, starting tomorrow, the mushroom house will be under your management. I will assist you in cultivating the first batch of mushrooms, but thereafter, it will be your responsibility. How does that sound? Are you capable of it?" His intention was to lend a helping hand to this young woman, but when he subsequently mentioned that the profits would be split evenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 19. Is he a good man? When Chen Jianmin suggested that Tong Yulan manage the mushroom house, she hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip and replied in a quiet yet resolute tone, "I can do it." "Very well, we shall commence tomorrow. Here are the two keys, one for the mushroom house and one for the outer door of this house. You will need both." As he handed her the keys, Tong Yulan accepted them without hesitation. However, there was one matter that needed to be clarified. "As for the income from the mushroom venture, we shall split it 50-50. You have no objections, I trust?" No, I cannot accept it. You have already assisted me so much. How could I possibly take your earnings?" Tong Yulan exclaimed anxiously, repeatedly waving her hands and even pushing the bag of milk powder beside her further away. Fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, she added, "If you insist on this, then I shall take nothing at all." Chen Jianmin found himself in a quandary. Why was it so difficult to be a good person? A good person? He scolded himself inwardly. Was he truly a good person? He was merely a man who had seen something he shouldn't have in the restroom that morning and had been preoccupied with it ever since. Realizing that his thoughts were spiraling out of control, he quickly pulled himself back to reality. He understood the mindset of this young widow. She was fearful that her mother-in-law would suspect an inappropriate relationship between them and anxious that the villagers might gossip about her. In these times, it was acceptable to lend a small hand here and there, but if it involved her earning money, it became an entirely different matter. The villagers were manageable, as there was a degree of distance, but her mother-in-law was another story. Although somewhat miserly, and particularly fond of taking advantage, the situation now involved her daughter-in-law potentially spending extended hours at the forest protection point, sometimes even overnight. Could she truly be at ease with that? So, how could he persuade this young widow? Why did he think of convincing Tong Yulan rather than approaching her mother-in-law? Because, to his knowledge, Tong Yulan, despite her petite stature, was the mainstay of the household, doing most of the farming work, while Aunt Lu, though appearing healthy, was far from capable in the fields. Therefore, as the pillar of the family, her voice could not be disregarded. Yulan, sister, Chen Jianmin began, speaking as if engaging in casual conversation. May I pose a seemingly unnecessary question? Please do not take offense. Tong Yulan's beautiful eyes sparkled, her thick eyelashes brushing against Chen Jianmin's heart, causing him to swallow hard. For instance, if you were to insist on remarrying, would your mother-in-law truly be able to stop you? What are you talking about? Tong Yulan pouted, her small mouth forming an adorable yet feigned angry expression. To Chen Jianmin, she appeared exceedingly charming. He smiled as he reiterated his inquiry. I am merely suggesting hypothetically. I am not urging you to actually remarry. Tong Yulan was not genuinely angry. She was merely concerned about appearing to be looked down upon. The notion of remarriage had crossed her mind, yet upon further contemplation, she felt that if she were to leave, the family would collapse. A thought that weighed heavily on her conscience regarding her deceased husband, leading her to abandon her initial intentions. However, if she truly wished to marry again, her mother-in-law would likely not be able to prevent it. She was aware of instances in the village where women had remarried and consulted the Women's Federation director, who had stated that marriage was a freedom and second marriages were equally so. Lowering her head, she murmured, she probably couldn't stop me. Then what is it that you fear from your mother-in-law? Shouldn't she be the one afraid of you? If you were to become displeased and take your child away to marry elsewhere, she would require your consent just to see the child. After Chen Jianmin uttered these words, he felt a tinge of mischief. Was there anyone as brazen as him who meddled in the relationships between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law? After a moment's reflection, he deemed it necessary to add another remark. Sister Yulan, I do not mean to insist that you remarry, but I believe you should not fear anyone. Consider this. If you were to fall ill one day, would your household continue to function normally? Tong Yulan's expression turned somewhat despondent. Now, there is a splendid opportunity before you. If you learn to cultivate mushrooms, they will become increasingly reliant on you, for you will be able to earn substantial income. Therefore, you must hold your head high. As long as your actions are not malevolent, pursue your desires. After much earnest counsel, hesitation finally graced Tong Yulan's face, and she cautiously inquired, can we truly cultivate mushrooms? At last, Chen Jianmin grasped her underlying concern. It turned out that her greatest fear lay in this very matter. But why had she initially agreed to assist him? This conundrum was worthy of contemplation, though not at this moment. Sister Yulan, look into my eyes. Tong Yulan felt a bit bewildered, raising her gaze only to quickly avert it. What are you staring at? Chen Jianmin pointed to his own eyes. Reminiscent of a modern-day pyramid scheme salesman, his voice laced with an alluring charm. The books say that the eyes are windows to the soul. If you peer through these two windows, you will discern whether I am deceiving you. When Tong Yulan dared to meet Chen Jianmin's gaze once more, she was startled to find her own reflection shimmering within his eyes. She gasped but steadfastly maintained her gaze, gradually sensing a warmth rising to her cheeks. Chen Jianmin, witnessing the transformation of her delicate face into a rosy hue, found it increasingly captivating, unconsciously leaning closer until only a mere half-foot separated them. Suddenly, Tong Yulan smiled, akin to a marigold kissed by dawn, bringing with her the essence of spring. Just as Chen Jianmin's hand inched toward her, she abruptly exclaimed, "There's a feather on your window frame." With that, she dashed away. "Hey, take your things." Chen Jianmin rubbed his eyes, grabbing a handful of items from the Kong, and pursued her outside, intercepting her at the threshold. As he thrust the belongings into her arms, their hands inadvertently brushed against each other, soft, warm, and electrifying. Clutching a pile of items, Tong Yulan stumbled forward, quickening her pace. Observing her retreating figure, Chen Jianmin shook his head, contemplating that his previous words might have had some effect, Yet to genuinely assist her, he needed to visit her family. Determined to act, he turned back into the house, retrieving a bottle of sorghum liquor from the cupboard. He intended to seek out Tong Yulan's father-in-law, Lu Jinshan, whose health was failing. Yet his wits remained intact. He could not believe the man would be oblivious to the underlying dynamics at play. Tong Yulan's home was a quintessential rural dwelling of northeast China, constructed from black clay mixed with straw, layered brick by brick to form walls. Such houses were warm in winter and cool in summer, though they tended to be dimly lit, especially at night, when the outer room lacked illumination. Stepping inside felt akin to plunging into a pit. This was a design choice made for the sake of warmth, resulting in a notably lower floor. He made his way directly into the west room. A kerosene lamp fashioned from a paste jar flickered with a tiny flame as the cold breeze brought in by his entrance swayed it uncertainly, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Aunt Lu sat cross-legged on the Kong, playfully engaging with her little grandson who was crawling about, while simultaneously stitching shoe soles. Lu Jinshan reclined at the head of the Kong, cradling a palm-sized radio and listening to the legend of Yu Fei. Upon seeing Chen Jianmin appear before them, clutching a bottle of liquor, Lu Jinshan was taken aback, while Aunt Lu regarded him with suspicion, forgetting even the most basic pleasantries. Chapter 20. The role and side effects of the trump card with a purposeful intent. Chen Jianmin was determined not to let the atmosphere grow cold and stifling. He approached with a smile, seating himself beside Lu Jinshan and placing the bottle of sorghum liquor into the open cupboard behind him. Pointing at the radio, he inquired, "Uncle Lu, where have you reached in the story?" Lu Jinshan, momentarily dazed, quickly regained his composure and, glancing at the bottle of liquor, turned his eyes back to Chen Jianmin, smiling somewhat awkwardly. Just at the beginning, not long ago, the gun was aimed at little Liang Wan. "Hey, has it been aimed yet? By the way, it seems that in Chai Gui's golden back knife technique, there's a move called the return horse 3 nods from the Yang family spear, quite formidable. Only Yu Fei could match him. Anyone else might not stand a chance." Chen Jianmin's remarks sparked Lu Jinshan's interest. "Ah, you've heard of it, haven't you? I've read a little in the illustrated stories." "I thought so," Lu Jinshan said, nudging the small container of tobacco leaves, matches, and rolling papers closer to him. "This is from my own harvest. It's quite strong." Chen Jianmin skillfully rolled a frog-head cigarette, hand-rolled with one end thick and the other thin, and lit it. He took a puff, only to be met with a coughing fit that brought tears to his eyes, much to Lu Jinshan's amusement. Aunt Lu shot him a disapproving glance and said to Chen Jianmin, "You, a distinguished gentleman, shouldn't smoke this. I don't even have any foreign cigarettes at home. Should I send Yulan to fetch you a pack?" While the words sounded courteous, the tone was anything but friendly. With the groundwork laid, Chen Jianmin steered the conversation back to the main topic. "Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, I truly find it hard to adapt to this smoke. Yet why do I roll it? Because you, Uncle Lu, encouraged me to do so, and as neighbors, I wish to foster a good relationship with you." Aunt Lu turned her gaze to her grandson, while Lu Jinshan lowered the volume of the radio. Chen Jianmin continued, "In the past few days, I've been tidying up the large warehouse at the Forest Protection Station, intending to cultivate mushrooms. However, I lack the time to tend to them, so I thought to find someone to assist me, sharing the profits equally. If there are losses, I shall bear them myself. Just wondering, how could you possibly be too busy?" Aunt Lu shot a glance at Lu Jinshan, who seemed eager to speak, playfully interrupting Chen Jianmin. "Come winter, you'll be idle every day." With a straightened posture, Chen Jianmin decided to unveil his trump card. "Ah, Aunt Lu, you are unaware of the situation. I will be getting engaged in a few days, and by next May Day, I'll be inviting you all to celebrate. How could I possibly have the time?" "What? You're getting engaged? Where's your fiancé from?" Both Lu Jinshan and Aunt Lu exclaimed in unison, their mouths agape. Observing their reaction, Chen Jianmin's trump card had indeed taken effect. He has a partner, which should reassure Lu Jinshan and Aunt Lu, as it means he will no longer be entangled with their daughter-in-law, right? Chen Jianmin persisted. "My partner is teacher Lu from the central school of the commune, residing in the commune village. I have to visit her from time to time. Otherwise, how could I claim I have no time to tend to the mushrooms?" As soon as he finished speaking, a loud crash echoed from the outer room, resembling a basin falling to the ground, followed by the heavy sound of the door slamming shut in the east room. "Oh no, it seems that Wang Jia has some side effects." Without a doubt, this commotion was caused by Tong Yulan. Was it a slip-up or something else? "Ah, now I see." Aunt Lu's thoughts were likely still on Chen Jianmin's engagement, completely oblivious to the noise outside. However, Lu Jinshan's gaze drifted past Chen Jianmin towards the door, revealing a hint of helplessness on his dark, thin face. "This is a good thing, yet I've never heard of growing mushrooms inside a house. Is that feasible?" Aunt Lu's attitude had clearly made a complete turnaround, though she still harbored some reservations. It is indeed possible. I specifically learned from Master Yang at the forestry station. Chen Jianmin began to fabricate confidently. If I start now, I could harvest 2 crops before the year's end, and I estimate selling them for 1,000 or 800 would be no problem at all. What? 1,000 or 800? Lu Jinshan flung the radio onto the comm, twisting halfway around, his eyes bulging like a cow's, as if he were about to devour Chen Jianmin whole. Yes, it will only increase. Chen Jianmin's final emphatic reply had a tangible effect. Aunt Lu and Lu Jinshan exchanged glances, and Lu Jinshan spoke. Our daughter-in-law mentioned your plans to grow mushrooms when she returned. Ordinarily, as a young widow, she shouldn't be involved with you, but you just explained your difficulties, and we are neighbors, so we ought to help a bit. Let Yulan learn from you. This statement implied that he would be bringing them profit while also putting them in his debt, but considering Tong Yulan's face, he decided not to hold it against them. Regardless, the matter was settled. What troubled Chen Jianmin was Tong Yulan, the young bride. The next morning at the forest protection point, she appeared noticeably lackluster, devoid of the vibrant demeanor from the previous day, seeming somewhat dazed. She had reverted to wearing that tattered red cotton jacket, and the 2 little ponytails at the back of her head were nowhere to be seen, as she constantly avoided his gaze. Upon reflection, Chen Jianmin realized the reason, considering the interactions between them over the past few days. Even if one were to only look at the instance of lending him the quilt he made, it was clear that this young bride had developed feelings for him. Especially after witnessing that scene upon her hurried return yesterday. Even he, not the sharpest, could deduce that much. But why had she returned to her former demeanor today? The issue lay in the 2 comments he had made to her in-laws the evening prior. In other words, she felt disheartened upon learning he had a partner. Hiss. Does my brother possess such charm? Indeed. Absolutely. Chen Jianmin shamelessly elevated himself to the level of those stars from the future. However, celebrities do not have to face their fans every day, but he does. Moreover, he harbors certain feelings for her, whether they are physical or emotional. In any case, he cannot bear to witness this young woman's decline. To console someone, the most effective method is to keep them occupied. Chen Jianmin, well aware of this, feigned ignorance of Tong Yulan's state and began instructing her to light the furnace in the mushroom house, while also sweeping water off the ground. After some time had passed, he took Tong Yulan back inside, speaking little, draping his cotton monkey suit over her shoulders, donning a tattered coat himself, and producing a pair of cotton mittens to offer her. At this moment, Tong Yulan, who had remained silent, could no longer contain herself. Jianmin, where are we going? Into the mountains. Chen Jianmin's response was succinct, consisting of merely 2 words. However, what he intended to do was quite intricate. He was leading Tong Yulan into the mountains to search for old mushrooms, those that had sprouted after autumn, untouched by harvesters, and buried under heavy snowfall. A modest amount, perhaps 3 to 5 pounds, would suffice. Though he could accomplish this task more efficiently alone, it would deprive Tong Yulan of the comprehensive knowledge necessary for locating mushroom species, consequently hindering her future technical development. As a guide, he was quite responsible. Tong Yulan, already clad in a thick cotton coat, appeared almost spherical once Chen Jianmin draped the cotton monkey suit over her. Observing her, he shook his head. You should take off your cotton coat underneath, otherwise, you will tire out quickly. Can I not go? Tong Yulan's small, palm-sized face flushed slightly as she contemplated something. That won't do, Chen Jianmin replied without hesitation. Finding mushroom species is a technical task. You must learn. Then you wait for me outside. All right. Chen Jianmin smiled faintly, thinking to himself that he had seen her without a cotton coat the previous night. So what was there to be shy about? Little did he expect that this venture into the mountains would reveal far more than just a simple expedition. Before stepping out, as Tong Yulan made her way outside, Chen Jianmin mysteriously retrieved several items from the large bag he had brought back the previous day, tucking them into the green military satchel hanging at his waist. Tong Yulan, seemingly delicate and fragile, exhibited remarkable endurance as she followed Chen Jianmin, traversing snowy mountains and grassy fields. Indeed, they needed to scale 2 ridges and cross a patch of tall grass, where the snow had compacted, to reach their destination. Nevertheless, she kept pace with him, not faltering even once. Their final stop was about 4 to 5 miles downstream from a small hot spring at Ergudo. The process of searching for old mushrooms required considerable patience, especially since this year's snowfall was heavier than in previous years, making the task even more arduous. Even for the experienced Chen Jianmin, it took more than 3 hours to gather a meager 5 to 6 pounds of semi-dried, half-frozen earth mushrooms, edible fungi, dark in color, thriving in the woods and renowned for their exquisite flavor. stuffing them into the white flour bag they had brought along. Under the tutelage of Chen Jianmin, Tong Yulan had acquired a wealth of experience in mushroom foraging. With scarce opportunities to venture into the mountains, everything around her now seemed novel. Brother Jianmin, is that flying creature a wild chicken? She inquired. Chen Jianmin cast a quick glance and confidently asserted, indeed, and it's a male. How do you know it's male? In response to Tong Yulan's insatiable curiosity, Chen Jianmin felt compelled to enlighten her. Unlike humans, which often see females adorning themselves to attract males, many animals exhibit the opposite behavior. Males often adorn themselves flamboyantly to impress females. Thus, the one that just flew away, with its long tail and multiple hues, must surely be a male. Hey, Sister Yulan, why are you blushing as I share this knowledge about wild chickens? Tong Yulan rolled her eyes at him and continued walking ahead. Chen Jianmin chuckled to himself, reflecting, see, charming a little wife isn't as daunting as it seems. A stroll through a larger city or a grander forest will likely dissipate her small worries. Brother Jianmin, why does this little river emit steam? Tong Yulan asked as she approached the stream formed by the hot springs, surprised to discover its existence. Chen Jianmin pointed upstream, saying, come, let us venture further. I shall show you something remarkable. After a while, Tong Yulan made yet another observation. Brother Jianmin, how can there still be green grass in this little stream in the midst of winter? If you keep walking, you'll find even more intriguing sights, he encouraged. After traversing for over half an hour and rounding a large bend, they stumbled upon a clearing within a dense forest, revealing a small, circular structure resembling a grain storage facility, standing merely 2 meters high. The building was entirely cast from concrete, equipped with a narrow door and 2 windows, though merely frames, as there were no actual doors or windows, making it appear dark from afar. Whose house is that? Is it from your forestry station? Tong Yulan paused, awaiting Chen Jianmin's response. It could be considered part of the forestry station, as it was constructed by the Japanese long ago. Inside, you'll find the hot spring. It's quite warm and a soak is truly delightful. Plus it can remedy some minor ailments. Chen Jianmin encouraged her. He was not exaggerating. The small building housing the hot spring had indeed stood for many years, constructed with remarkable durability. Inside, it featured a tiered pool with water temperatures hovering around 41 to 42 degrees Celsius, making it a luxurious experience in winter. However, the men of Zhoujia village were somewhat indolent. Absent any pressing reason, none were inclined to traverse the arduous mountain trails to bathe here. Conversely, the women were more industrious and yearned to visit daily, yet they refrained, fearing reprimand from the village elders. An ancient superstition had long dictated that if a woman bathed in the spring, it would cease to flow, thus disturbing the local feng shui. Tong Yulan was evidently aware of this tradition, halting a few meters from the small house. This caused Chen Jianmin's plan to persuade her to bathe to fall through, leaving him with no choice but to wash himself. After all, he had brought along newly purchased towels, soap, and shampoo, and considering he hadn't bathed in several days, he was feeling quite uncomfortable. He cautioned, Sister Yulan, be careful by the riverbank. Some of the branches aren't sturdy. I know, came Tong Yulan's youthful reply. Upon entering the hot spring room, and just as he removed his shoes and socks, a startled scream from outside reached his ears. Oh no! Chen Jianmin was startled, running out barefoot without even putting on his shoes. He found Tong Yulan floundering in the small stream formed by the hot spring. He rushed over to rescue her. In reality, the stream was less than half a meter deep, but for someone who had slipped and was frightened, it posed a certain danger. He swiftly scooped her up and carried her to the riverbank. Upon glancing at the cotton overalls she had shed and the spot where she had fallen, he quickly pieced together what had transpired. She must have stepped onto a rotten piece of wood, intending to wash her hands or face, only for it to break beneath her, sending her tumbling into the water. Had it not been for the proximity of the hot spring and his presence, she would have been at severe risk in the frigid temperatures of -20 degrees. Chen Jianmin did not allow her to linger outside. He hurriedly brought her into the hot spring room, placing both her and her clothes into the pool. Tong Yulan, her face pale from fright, gradually began to regain color, but immediately attempted to climb out of the pool. Chen Jianmin quickly stopped her, pressing her back down into the water, his expression stern. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you not realize how cold it is outside? However, Tong Yulan gazed anxiously at the water in the pool. Is this the spring? What is wrong with it? Don't believe those silly rules. They're just meant to fool women like you. Rest assured, it will not turn into a dry spring. Even if it did, the water from this spring is worth your life. Anyone who dares to say otherwise, also their mouth shut. Besides, last year, the 3 daughters-in-law from old Li's family up north secretly came here to bathe, and the water flowed just fine. If it were truly that powerful, They would have turned into immortals by now. Tong Yulan stared at him, speechless for a long while. Wait, do I have a flower on my face? Chen Jianmin touched his face, which he believed to be exceedingly handsome. Or is it that my looks have captivated you? With a laugh, Tong Yulan finally found amusement in his shamelessness, though her expression soon turned serious again. How am I supposed to go back? Call me brother, and I'll help you find a way, Chen Jianmin teased, his brow raised mischievously. Brother Jianmin, what time is it, and you're still acting like this? Tong Yulan's tone when she called his name was melodious, even more tender than usual. Chen Jianmin felt a sense of satisfaction and turned to rummage through his military backpack. Muttering to himself, to live is to find ways to make oneself comfortable. Here's the soap, here's the new towel, and here's the shampoo, all prepared for you. Indeed, these were meant for her, as bathing was a considerable challenge for rural women in those times, especially in winter. Unless one were to go to the large bathhouse set up by the Hongqi coal mine in the commune village. However, traversing mountains and valleys for a round trip of 40 miles, one cannot help but ponder the plight of a delicate young bride who, throughout the year, scarcely bathes more than twice. This could potentially jeopardize her health. As a person with obsessive tendencies, Chen Jianmin found it intolerable. He placed his belongings on the platform by the sink and, pointing to Tong Yulan's wet garments, exclaimed, "It is even more perilous for you to soak in warm water while clad in damp clothes. The chill will penetrate you. You must remove them immediately. I shall step outside to dry your clothes and guarantee I won't return." With that, he exited the hot spring room to gather branches. Upon collecting a substantial pile of firewood, he suddenly remembered that the matches were still in his military backpack inside the room. Without a second thought, he plunged back inside, only to hear Tong Yulan's startled cry. Looking up, he was momentarily struck dumb. My heavens, what had he just seen? Chapter 22. Cultivating mushrooms is a delightful endeavor. As Chen Jianmin prepared to ignite the dry branches he had gathered, he realized that the matches remained in his military backpack. Obliviously, he re-entered the hot spring room, only to be met with Tong Yulan's exclamation of surprise. He glanced up and beheld the petite figure standing in the water, the spring's surface barely concealing her flat abdomen, her waist so slender that it could be clasped with two hands. His gaze darted upward, and he quickly turned away, chiding himself for his lack of composure. After living 2 lifetimes, had he never encountered a woman's form? Yet, the desire to gaze upon her lingered. That fleeting glimpse had made him feel as though no sight in the world could rival her beauty. Her skin, cleansed with soap, glimmered like crystal, adorned with droplets of water. Her curves were accentuated perfectly, and, to borrow a phrase from the literati, she could be likened to a lotus emerging from the water, or perhaps a tender blossom. Coupled with her half-parted cherry lips, a blend of shyness and irritation, intermingled with a hint of anticipation, she was utterly captivating. Time appeared to stand still amidst the gentle flow of the hot spring water. One figure, poised in the water with a bar of soap held aloft, resembled a sculpture of white jade, while the other, positioned at the pool's edge, mimicked the act of opening the military backpack, his head awkwardly turned away. Yet his eyes strained to sneak peeks at the water. Regrettably, his lips betrayed him, a droplet of saliva trickling down to his hand. He could hardly be blamed for his wavering resolve. The allure was simply too formidable. Yet, why could he not attempt to win over the enemy? Abruptly, Chen Jianmin snapped back to reality. Should he take action now? If he were to leap into the pool, Tong Yulan would likely not resist too fiercely. But that would be an overt act of bullying, for their relationship had not yet reached such a level of intimacy. Oh, perhaps embracing the role of the villain would be simpler. Being virtuous was truly arduous. With one hand covering his eyes, he chuckled. Well, I merely came in to fetch the matches and nearly set myself ablaze. Continue with your bath, and consider this a sight unseen. Afterward, he reluctantly stole one last glance through his fingers before exiting the hot spring room. Behind him, the sound of splashing water echoed, mingled with what seemed to be soft laughter. Surely he hadn't misheard? Forget about right or wrong. What truly matters is to quickly light the bonfire and warm up. Just moments ago, when he leapt into the small creek to lift Tong Yulan, he had soaked his own clothes extensively, leaving them cold and uncomfortably clinging to his skin. Once the fire was ignited, he called out a couple of times before entering, eyes closed, to retrieve all of Tong Yulan's clothing. He carefully hung them on branches beside the fire to dry, a process that took over an hour to complete. Shortly after, Tong Yulan shyly appeared at the entrance of the hot spring room, her cheeks flushed to the point of nearly dripping with water. Her short hair, washed with shampoo, shone brightly and flowed smoothly, transforming her entirely. Yet, Chen Jianmin felt something was still amiss. As he immersed himself in the hot spring, he noticed that his arms appeared more robust than usual. It dawned on him what Tong Yulan lacked. A mere glance revealed her slight frame and a hint of pallor, suggesting a deficiency in vitality. Essentially, she appeared malnourished. This simply wouldn't he do. She must be nurtured, fed meat. And he needed to devise a way to help her gain some weight, for it would be distressing to see her wandering about under his very nose in such a state. With these thoughts clarified, Chen Jianmin felt a sense of relief. On the way back, Tong Yulan, who had been silently trailing behind, suddenly inquired, "Brother Jianmin, is that bicycle new?" "Ah, silence is golden, but once spoken, words can be perilous." Nevertheless, who was Chen Jianmin? A man seasoned in the affairs of women. Such trivial matters were easily addressed. He resolved to speak the truth. It was purchased by teacher Lu, who remarked that borrowing others' bicycles was inappropriate. This information would inevitably come to light. After all, fabricating lies would be a form of disrespect towards Lu Xiaomei. Beyond the sound of their footsteps, silence enveloped them. Chen Jianmin understood that the bicycle issue might evoke unwelcome feelings in this young woman, yet it was a necessary emotional journey for her. Such hardship was hers to bear. What else could be done? If she could sever ties with her in-laws, he would wager that he could rush to the commune and bid farewell to Lu Xiaomei. The crux of the matter lay in Tong Yulan's own inability to let go of her family, did it not? By the time they returned to the forest protection point, it was already 3 in the afternoon, with the sun nearly setting. Tong Yulan hurriedly changed clothes to prepare dinner. And unusually, she took with her the new towels, soap, and shampoo they had used while bathing at the hot spring. Chen Jianmin blinked in confusion, pondering the significance of her actions. After returning from mushroom foraging, the first mushroom house in the entire Hongshan commune, located at the easternmost edge of Zhoujia village, commenced operations. Chen Jianmin busied himself as well. For several consecutive days, he worked alongside Tong Yulan to prepare the mushroom culture and mix the substrate. Finally, on New Year's Day, they planted the mushrooms, wrapping the substrate into small cylindrical sections with plastic, neatly arranged in 4 rows of wooden racks, each with 4 layers. In terms of scale, it was quite substantial. According to his predictions, these wild mushrooms would sprout within a week, once they broke the surface with proper fertilization. The first harvest could be expected within 3 to 5 days. As Tong Yulan emerged from the mushroom house, she locked the door behind her and, with a hint of uncertainty, inquired, "Jianmin, is this sufficient?" Chen Jianmin glanced at the 2 small ponytails tied at the back of her head and replied, "Rest assured. If mushrooms fail to sprout, I shall conjure them for you." Tong Yulan, unable to grasp the underlying meaning of his words, asked, "How will you conjure mushrooms?" With unwavering confidence, Chen Jianmin responded, "You will find out in due time." Afterward, he cast a furtive glance at himself, pondering when this endeavor of mushroom cultivation would bear fruit. Nevertheless, he had resolved that before marriage, he must ensure that teacher Lu experiences this. That was his primary objective. As for the secondary goal, on the afternoon of January 5th, the two entered the mushroom house with flashlights and were greeted by the sight of a small mushroom breaking through the soil in the warmest corner. Both were filled with joy, particularly Tong Yulan, who, gazing at the adorably awkward little mushroom, recalled Chen Jianmin's words from New Year's Day, causing her cheeks to flush. In a playful yet forceful manner, she kicked his calf. Chen Jianmin, astutely observing the transformation of his little wife's expression, nearly doubled over with laughter after receiving the playful kick. As they playfully exited the mushroom house, they noticed a Jialing 50 motorcycle weaving its way into the yard. The rider was Ma Daxiao, who did not stop immediately, but instead paraded around Chen Jianmin with a certain flair before coming to a halt, propping himself against the motorcycle and asking, "What do you think? Not bad, right?" His gaze, however, was pointedly directed at Tong Yulan. "Indeed, it's quite impressive. Director Ma writing this is a show of prestige," Chen Jianmin complimented, the words flowing effortlessly, which elicited hearty laughter from Ma Daxiao. After his laughter subsided, he turned his attention to Tong Yulan. Chen Jianmin introduced her, saying, "This is my neighbor's young wife, and also my partner." Ma Daxiao then remarked, "Hey, I've never seen mushroom cultivation before, especially not indoors. Come on, lead me in to broaden my horizons." Chen Jianmin quickly interjected, "No, my brother. This is a mushroom house. We can't just let anyone in." "How stingy," Ma Daxiao exclaimed, though he was not genuinely offended. "I need to discuss something serious with you." At that moment, Tong Yulan decided to take her leave and headed home. Watching her retreating figure, Ma Daxiao's demeanor shifted, and he entered the house in silence. Chen Jianmin realized that the villagers had likely informed him about his partnership with Tong Yulan in mushroom cultivation, which might signify that Lu Xiaomei was seeking a reckoning. The question remained, could he truly represent her? Did Lu Xiaomei even know he was here? Chapter 23, A A self-reflection of a model youth upon entering, Ma Daxiao immediately inquired. Tomorrow is the 6th, the day you're supposed to be engaged to Xiaomei. You remember that, don't you? Chen Jianmin replied with remarkable composure. Such a significant event. How could I forget? Ma Ge, what's troubling you today? You seem quite agitated. What else could it be? Ma Daxiao retorted, one hand on his hip while the other pointed toward Tong Yulan's home. Are you aware that the entire village is gossiping about you leading that widow into the mountains? And that you're spending every day hiding in that large warehouse? As your fiancé's cousin, I cannot feign ignorance about this. Chen Jianmin, unhurried and composed, urged him to take a seat. Brother Ma, your words may be a tad exaggerated. My dealings with the neighbor's young wife are entirely above board. My intention in venturing into the mountains was solely to teach her the art of mushroom foraging. Furthermore, the mushrooms in my cultivation room are nearing harvest. It is ill-intentioned for anyone to spread malicious gossip about me at such a time. Enough, enough, Ma Daxiao interjected with a hint of impatience, cutting off Chen Jianmin, who was eager to continue. Regardless, you and Xiaomei are to be engaged tomorrow. You ought to exercise some restraint and avoid giving others fodder for gossip. His tone, now less fierce, sparked a flicker of understanding in Chen Jianmin. Logically, his previous remarks shouldn't have quelled Ma Daxiao's ire so swiftly. This suggested that Ma had not genuinely been angry. A sudden insight struck Chen Jianmin. Ma Daxiao likely possessed some knowledge regarding Lu Xiaomei's circumstances. Otherwise, how could he have so readily forgiven him? This realization simplified matters. He rose and retrieved a jar of snowflower cream from the cupboard and a frozen rabbit from the east room, placing them before Ma Daxiao. Brother Ma, it is crucial for the success of my relationship with Xiaomei that Sister Li Hong plays a pivotal role. Please deliver these items to her on my behalf, expressing my profound gratitude and inviting her to dine with me at her convenience. Indeed, upon the mention of Zhou Li Hong and the prospect of gifting her, Ma Daxiao's demeanor transformed entirely, revealing a hint of a smile, though he quickly adopted a serious expression. Brother, I am unaware of any agreements between you and Xiaomei, but we must maintain appearances. You understand my meaning, do you not? Of course, Chen Jianmin nodded vigorously, realizing that discretion was the key. Ma Daxiao's words confirmed a significant point. Lu Xiaomei was not particularly close to men, a fact that Ma was evidently aware of, likely gleaned from Zhou Li Hong, her close cousin. There were things Xiaomei might not share with others, yet she could confide in her cousin without hesitation. Lost in thought, Ma Daxiao lit a cigarette and remarked, during this period, it is essential for you to be mindful of your public image, especially since your formal employment has just been approved. If rumors circulate, what will the leadership at the forest station think? Ah, I have finally been formalized. Chen Jianmin exclaimed with genuine joy. His formalization meant he was now an official state employee, entitled to purchase flour at a discounted rate with a red booklet, substantially cheaper than others. Most importantly, it secured his future and laid the foundation for a happy life ahead. Brother Ma, please sit while I prepare a couple of dishes for us to enjoy, Chen Jianmin offered. Ma Daxiao, as if completing a task, could hardly remain seated. He picked up the rabbit, carefully stowed the snowflower cream in his pocket, and, without further pleasantries, rose to leave. I must be on my way to deliver some medicine to Jinquan. It's best I go now, as it will be too late otherwise. The Jinquan he referred to was Wang Jinquan, Zhou Li Hong's husband, and thus, Lu Xiaomei's cousin by marriage. The relationships were not overly complicated. Lu Xiaomei and Zhou Li Hong were close cousins, while Ma Daxiao was a distant relative of both sisters. The sound of the motorcycle gradually faded away, and Chen Jianmin found himself chuckling silently. It seemed that comrade Ma Daxiao was likely using the pretext of delivering medicine to visit Zhou Li Hong. Contemplating the potential relationship between Ma Daxiao and Zhou Li Hong, Chen Jianmin began to reflect on his actions since traversing into this realm. Surprisingly, when compared to someone like Ma Daxiao, he viewed himself as a fine young man with a kind heart, proactive and engaged in numerous good deeds, truly a model youth of the new era. As for any misdeeds, they remained merely verbal expressions, with none actually committed. Encounters in the restroom or enjoying the flowers at the hot springs were not intentional, and could hardly be classified as wrongdoings. Therefore, what was there to fear? He must stand tall and act with integrity, resolutely pursuing a joyous life. Upon summarizing, he pondered the sudden inquiry from Ma Daxiao and deduced that it was very likely a maneuver orchestrated by Zhou Li Hong to keep him in check, sending Ma Daxiao in her stead. If that were the case, his gifts to her were indeed appropriate. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. He wondered if she would continue to cause trouble in the future. At Zhou Li Hong's home, she felt a twinge of displeasure upon seeing Ma Daxiao return so soon. Just as she contemplated confronting him at the door, She noticed he was holding a rabbit in one hand and a jar of cream in the other, rendering her words unspoken. She gestured discreetly towards the west wing, whispering, "Cousin, lower your voice. Jinquan has just fallen asleep." With that, she moved towards the east wing. The east wing of her home was perpetually warmed by the fire, serving as a place for visitors when Wang Jinquan was resting, thus preventing any neglect towards guests. Ma Daxiao cast an excited glance towards the west wing, hung the frozen rabbit under the eaves, and eagerly entered the east wing, embracing Zhou Lihong without restraint. "Lihong, I have missed you dearly." As he spoke, his hands roamed inappropriately. In no time, Zhou Lihong found herself breathless, cheeks flushed, yet she firmly grasped Ma Daxiao's wrist, asking, "Cousin, have you completed the task entrusted to you?" Ma Daxiao puffed out his chest, assuring her, "It has been accomplished. I gave that boy a thorough scolding and warned him. If I hear any more gossip about him and that widow, he will see what I am capable of." "That's more like it," she murmured, though considering Xiaomei's situation, we lack the authority to demand Chen Jianmin maintain his integrity. However, I can't help but wonder if he could redirect Xiaomei's fervor. Look at his robust physique. He should be quite capable in that regard. Just as she spoke, Ma Daxiao unexpectedly invaded her personal space, slipping his hand beneath her cotton jacket, eliciting a gasp from her, which she hastily stifled with her hand. Ma Daxiao pressed his lips to her cheek, whispering with a smile, "Such matters cannot be easily altered. I have heard that patience is key, and one must allow her heart to change. With someone as capable as myself, if you don't squirm about, it seems we have made significant progress. The life of women is fraught with challenges, and I wish not for Xiaomei to endure such hardships." Zhou Lihong articulated her thoughts intermittently, her tone growing increasingly gentle, as she pondered whether that foolish lad, Chen Jianmin, would be capable of assisting Xiaomei. The night breeze outside, as soft as her voice, caressed everything in the winter's embrace. Early the next morning, Chen Jianmin set out on his bicycle, carrying a male and a female wild chicken. These two fowls, discovered during his recent outing, had already succumbed to the cold, making them a timely gift for Lu Xiaomei's household, adding an extra dish to the table, a pairing that bore auspicious connotations. While he was on his way to the engagement, he also harbored the intention of meeting the young comrade Xiaoli, hoping to gain insight into her character from both direct and indirect perspectives, thus allowing him to strategize effectively to fulfill his plan of transforming the icy beauty. However, he had not anticipated that this visit would not only grant him the opportunity to meet the person he sought, but would also nearly ensnare him in a tender trap. Chapter 24. A move to conquer the father-in-law. Upon arriving at the commune at 7 o'clock in the morning, before the sun had risen, Chen Jianmin questioned his early arrival. This was his way of demonstrating the seriousness with which he regarded this union. Glancing back at his brand-new bicycle and then at his cotton attire, he felt assured that arriving early was indeed a wise decision. To his surprise, Teacher Lu had also risen early. As he reached through the iron railing to jingle the lock loudly, Lu Xiaomei emerged, donned in a cotton coat, resilient against the cold. She wore only a pink thermal outfit beneath, her hair slightly disheveled, her cheeks flushed, a clear indication that she had just risen from her slumber. As she approached, her figure swayed gently, and Chen Jianmin felt invigorated by her presence. "Why are you here so early?" she inquired casually while unlocking the door. "I'm simply overjoyed. I couldn't sleep last night, my mind filled with thoughts of you, eager to see you as soon as possible. Now that I have, my heart feels at ease. It was racing earlier, but if you don't believe me, come and feel for yourself." Chen Jianmin's sweet words flowed effortlessly, and did they have an effect? Undoubtedly. Regardless of whether his words elicited feelings of fluttering hearts or awkwardness, Teacher Lu's hand trembled as she fumbled with the lock, causing her key to fall to the ground. She shot him an exasperated glance before bending down to retrieve it. Due to the top two buttons of her pink thermal outfit being undone, her bending movement afforded Chen Jianmin a rather delightful view. Even though the sun had yet to rise, the surrounding light was sufficient for him to appreciate the sight before him. After much contemplation, he struggled to find an appropriate description, which he attributed to his limited vocabulary. Ultimately, he settled on the metaphor of a giant dumpling, leaving him feeling quite hungry, having skipped breakfast in his haste. The teacher's keen observational skills were evidently sharp. Upon opening the door, she tightened her cotton coat and cast a sharp glare at Chen Jianmin, not uttering a word before swiftly retreating indoors. Chen Jianmin found amusement in her reaction. This was precisely how a 22-year-old young woman ought to respond. Ultimately, whether through playful banter or tender words, his underlying objective was singular: to transform the icy beauty. It was now apparent that his efforts had borne fruit, as the teacher was struggling to maintain her facade, gradually revealing her true self. On such a frigid day, how could she possibly venture outside dressed so lightly? The father-in-law emerged from the house with a scowl, catching sight of Lu Xiaomei making her hurried return. And he grumbled a remark. Upon spotting Chen Jianmin, his displeasure deepened. He questioned why a strapping young man like him could not endure the cold a little longer. Chen Jianmin was perplexed by his father-in-law's demeanor, for it had not always been this way. Previously, he had been greeted with warmth akin to that of a long-lost son. Now, however, he was met with a stark contrast. Soon enough, he discerned the reason. Following their engagement, he had indeed become the son-in-law of Lu Guoqing. And prior to their marriage, he was expected to be mindful of his mother-in-law's disposition, a traditional expectation, especially as a son-in-law residing with them. However, without a mother-in-law present, the father-in-law had assumed that role. Chen Jianmin had no intention of indulging his father-in-law's unpleasant tendencies. Yet, he had his own method for resolving issues. Opting for a more subtle approach rather than confrontation, he maneuvered his bicycle into the courtyard as if returning home, retrieved 2 wild chickens, and soaked them in a large basin of cool water outside. Subsequently, he made his way into the west room, extracting 2 wooden pipes and 2 polished bead bracelets from his military messenger bag, placing them before his father-in-law. He then shed his cotton jacket, removed his shoes, and settled onto the warm Kong, pulling out a seemingly pristine quilt from the cabinet typically used for bedding, all the while muttering about the cold, speculating whether it had dropped to -30 degrees that morning. Lu Guoqing gazed in astonishment at his prospective son-in-law's actions, momentarily forgetting to counter his claims about the exaggerated cold. Before he could finish his thought, his attention was seized by the wooden pipes and bracelets, and his eyes widened in delight. Examining one of the pipes closely, he rushed to the window, utilizing the newly filtered sunlight to scrutinize it for an extended period, ultimately confirming it was crafted from ash tree wood. His voice brimmed with unmistakable surprise and admiration. Ash, a rare and precious species from northeast China, is noted for its striking grain and durability, making it an ideal material for high-end furniture. Even in these times, when it had not yet been designated for protection, its availability was limited. Moreover, the exquisite craftsmanship of the pipes, with their smooth texture and elegant design, was a gift that resonated deeply with Lu Guoqing, a man who inherently regarded himself as cultured and sophisticated, making this present particularly delightful. Chen Jianmin lay on the Kong, feigning sleep, yet stealthily observing his father-in-law's reaction. At that moment, he resembled a nearly frozen wild chicken, weakly stating, "It should be, I suppose. I simply found that tree quite appealing, so I chopped one down to take home, intending to craft a rocking chair. In the process, I ended up making these 2 pieces. I thought you would appreciate their value, so I gifted them to you. By the way, I was too busy before the new year, but I will bring you the rocking chair after the holidays." "A rocking chair?" Lu Guoqing exclaimed, waving his hands fervently. "Do not squander such fine materials. With that wood, you could construct a bed or a cabinet. Yes, a bookshelf would be perfect. It would truly complement the name Water Ash." Having said this, he noticed that his future son-in-law was nearly asleep and reached out to touch the Kong, murmuring as he stepped outside. "This child has traveled 20 li in the early morning. He looks frozen. We must stoke the fire." Chen Jianmin nearly burst into laughter. You see, one does not always need to exert force to subdue someone. Appealing to their interests can often resolve matters more effectively. The 2 smoking pipes and the bracelet were creations of Chen Jianmin himself, who spent his days tinkering with carpentry at home. Now, they had proven to be quite useful, at least for the time being, bringing joy to his father-in-law as he prepared to stoke the fire, wasn't it? In truth, the Kong beneath him was not particularly cold. It was quite comfortable to lie upon. The previous day's excursion to the hot springs and the subsequent sleepless night, combined with an early rise this morning and a 20-li bike ride through the snow, left Chen Jianmin feeling exhausted, drowsy, and hungry. As he lay there, he succumbed to sleep. He began to dream. In his dream, there was a woman, though why not specify which particular woman? For this woman transformed from Tong Yulan to Lu Xiaomei, and then to another unfamiliar face, appearing before him, either dancing seductively or gazing at him with longing. Who could withstand such a scenario? In a haze, he felt a slight itch on his face and absent-mindedly brushed at it, while a soft, teasing laughter echoed in his ear, a voice tinged with magnetism, profoundly alluring. In the dream, he lay on a gently breezy hillside, as Lu Xiaomei slowly unbuttoned her pink sweater, leaning over him with a captivating smile. In such circumstances, to remain passive was not in Chen Jianmin's nature. He grasped her shoulders, abruptly pulling her towards him, enveloping her waist. Yet, at that moment, the woman in his arms morphed into a stranger. No matter who she was, Anyone daring to provoke his ire would have to face the consequences. Suddenly, a jarring pain pierced his waist. Someone was pinching him. He jolted awake, only to discover that he was indeed holding a woman. A somewhat cherubic face loomed before him, so close that he could kiss her simply by raising his head. Her double eyelids framed dark, curious eyes that held a blend of surprise and a hint of challenge. This woman was neither Lu Xiaomei nor Tong Yuan. So, is he awake or still dreaming? If awake, then who is this woman? Chapter 25, The Gentle Trap. Chen Jianmin felt he must be awake for the faint. Delicate fragrance emanating from the woman he held in his arms not only stimulated his sense of smell, but also led him to perceive her as soft and supple, as if devoid of bones. She wore a pink turtleneck sweater, akin to the one Lu Xiaomei had, and an unexpectedly warm, dark red plaid skirt. Was she not afraid of the cold? Goodness, which era does this woman belong to? This girl is quite fashionable. Could it be that he had time-traveled again? No. The room still resembled his father-in-law's dimly lit abode. While he pondered these thoughts, the woman in his embrace shifted slightly, and with a magnetic voice, she provocatively uttered from her lips, adorned with lipstick, "Chen Jianmin, if I were to shout for your father-in-law, your fiancé, and your sister-in-law to come in here, what do you think would happen?" The sultry tone instantly reminded Chen Jianmin of a conversation he overheard at the clinic. The voice of the girl pressing against him was strikingly similar to that of Xiaoli. Given the context of today's engagement, it was evident that she must be Xiaoli. Furthermore, she was indeed threatening him, although her intentions remained unclear. One thing was certain, she had deliberately stirred his half-conscious state. Is this how one grows up, through intimidation? Such petty tactics are hardly sufficient, dear sister. In the brief moment it took him to roll his eyes, Chen Jianmin devised a counter-strategy, yet he was still curious about Xiao Li's true intentions. Thus, he feigned panic and exclaimed, No, who are you? How did you end up on top of me?" Li Yanli let out a triumphant giggle, leaning closer to his ear, and whispered, "You brought me here by force. However, if you agree to one condition, I shall keep this matter to myself and pretend nothing ever occurred. What do you say? Would you consider it?" A cascade of glossy black hair fell across Chen Jianmin's face. Here it comes, he thought to himself, realizing she had indeed come with a purpose. With a slight turn of his head, as if by mere chance, his lips grazed Xiao Li's cheek, nearly brushing against her lips, which caused Li Yanli to jerk her head up, glaring at him fiercely. This is just perfect. How dare she threaten him without discerning the hierarchy? Did he appear to be someone who enjoyed being intimidated? What condition? Chen Jianmin asked with a cheeky grin. Before your wedding, you must not lay a hand on Xiaomei. After the wedding, everything must be according to her wishes. Do you understand my words? Li Yanli articulated her demands through clenched teeth. All right, I shall comply. Chen Jianmin tightened his embrace around her waist, feeling her softness even more, and found himself reluctant to let go. Li Yanli wriggled slightly, her eyes widening as she whispered fiercely, "Let go of me immediately, or I will call for help." One of Chen Jianmin's hands encircled her neck gently, pulling her closer until their faces nearly touched, and he murmured softly, "Now that you've finished threatening me, it's my turn to threaten you. Senti it?" Li Yanli's supple form suddenly went rigid, and with a tremor in her voice, she asked, "What could I possibly have that you could threaten me with?" Chen Jianmin mimicked her voice, saying, "You must marry before we can be open about this. Oh, and do be careful, the door wasn't shut properly." This was a snippet of the conversation he inadvertently overheard between her and Lu Xiaomei at the clinic. The content of their dialogue was explosive, and its impact was equally startling now. Li Yanli's youthful, rosy face turned ghostly pale, her eyes wide with terror, her entire being trembling. Her chest heaved dramatically, brushing against Chen Jianmin's, nearly eliciting a sound from him. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of not merely scaring someone but truly unnerving them, he continued, "I haven't yet determined my conditions. I'll inform you once I have. For now, you may leave. Oh, and as a friendly reminder, wipe that droplet of saliva from your face. I inadvertently transferred it to you. Allow me to make a mark." After speaking, he gently kissed Li Yanli's soft, fragrant lips before releasing her, the sensation intoxicating yet perilous. Once free, she fled as if escaping for her life. Alas, this environment was hardly conducive to any further antics. Had he not heard the sound of someone opening an outer door moments ago, he would have embraced her a bit longer. Fortunately, this minor incident went unnoticed by others and did not disrupt the main event scheduled for later that day. At 3 in the afternoon, a large round table borrowed from a neighbor was set up in the west room of Lu Xiaomei's home. Seated around it were Lu Guoqing, Chen Jianmin, Lu Xiaomei, Lu Xiaohong, Li Yanli, attending as a close friend and classmate of Lu Xiaomei, and the entire Ma Daxiao family. Even Zhou Lihong made an appearance. There were no elaborate ceremonies. Before the meal commenced, Ma Daxiao initiated a toast, addressing Chen Jianmin's courtship of Lu Xiaomei. He declared that from this day forward, they were officially engaged, urging everyone to unite their efforts and thoughts to lay a solid foundation for a prosperous marriage. His oratory skills were on full display. Subsequently, Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaomei toasted the elders present and shared drinks with their peers. The entire affair was simple yet vibrant, gradually reaching a crescendo amidst laughter and song. Chen Jianmin observed Zhou Lihong's radiant visage and Ma Daxiao's deep-set eyes, pondering that these two had likely been engaged in continuous revelry from yesterday afternoon until this morning. However, his attention was predominantly captured by Li Yanli, seated opposite him. While she lacked the breathtaking beauty of Lu Xiaomei, her entire demeanor, each smile, each movement, possessed an alluring charm that effortlessly stirred masculine desires. Coupled with her uniquely magnetic voice, she nearly overshadowed Lu Xiaomei, despite her low-key presence at the feast. The crux of the matter was that Lu Xiaomei appeared somewhat distracted, lost in her own thoughts. As the alcohol flowed and cheeks flushed, Ma Daxiao proposed a practical idea. "Old uncle, I have discussed with Li Hong that once they marry, Jianmin should dedicate himself to working at the forestry station for about 6 months, ideally making a noteworthy impact." As he spoke, he took a sip of wine, glanced at Chen Jianmin, and continued his previous discourse. For instance, those who excel in forest fire prevention or have implemented proactive measures against illegal logging should be recognized. Perhaps enumerating a few points. It matters not whether the instances are genuine. What is essential is the commotion they generate. Subsequently, I could devise a means to transfer him to the headquarters, thus alleviating the burden of separation for the couple. Lu Guqing, who affectionately referred to him as uncle, nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, Hong Jun is correct. One must embody the role of a cousin appropriately. Come, let us drink to that. With that, he lifted his cup, ready to down the contents. Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli exchanged glances, and immediately sprang up to snatch the cup from Lu Guqing's grasp. "Father, you must refrain from drinking any further. Just the other day, during your visit to the clinic, what did Yanli advise you?" Lu Guqing glared at his daughter, visibly displeased. Li Yanli interjected, "Uncle Lu, although the examination revealed no significant issues, given your age, it is imperative to moderate your consumption of tobacco and alcohol, especially after Xiaomei's wedding. You will likely be tasked with caring for a grandchild. If your health falters, how will you fulfill that role?" The mention of a grandchild brought a sense of comfort to Lu Guqing, and with a surge of joy, his thoughts became animated. "Very well, I shall abstain from drinking. You may indulge as you wish. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. I was recounting the tale of Liu Bei selling straw sandals when he encountered a robust man with a red face. Little did he know, this fellow was the illustrious Zhu Tong, and shortly thereafter, he spotted a black-faced giant, none other than the infamous Li Kuei. Can such characters truly converge? This left not only Chen Jianmin, but even Ma Daxiao astounded. The more they listened, the more engrossed they became, to the extent that they forgot the earlier serious proposals. Thus concluded an engagement banquet within Lu Guqing's eclectic storytelling. After bidding farewell to Ma Daxiao's family, Zhou Lihong was arranged to share a room with the two sisters. The last to leave, Li Yanli, remarked that it was getting late and expressed her trepidation about returning alone. Lu Xiaomei graciously offered to have Chen Jianmin escort her home. Although he had indulged a bit too much, Chen Jianmin found his mind remarkably lucid. With a chuckle, he mused that perhaps Li Yanli wished to have a heart-to-heart conversation with him. Chapter 26. The obvious incitement. Chen Jianmin's intuition was correct. Li Yanli indeed had something to convey. Upon departing from Lu Xiaomei's residence, the route to the clinic should have taken the main thoroughfare running east to west, veering southward near the Moon Ponds, and then westward to their destination. The distance was not great, merely over 2 miles. Thus, Li Yanli opted against any form of transportation, as she possessed only a Phoenix brand bicycle, and on this day, walking seemed more practical than riding. The issue arose when the young woman, upon reaching the main avenue, did not proceed westward but instead turned south into a narrow alleyway. Chen Jianmin followed closely behind, observing her graceful figure swaying like willows in the breeze, striving to restrain his thoughts from wandering. While he understood the desire for discretion in conversation, an alley was not entirely devoid of listeners. Perhaps she was being a tad overly simplistic in her reasoning. Due to the snow, the surroundings were not particularly dark, but rather exuded a sense of cold desolation and profound stillness, broken only by the crisp crunch of their footsteps on the snow. After walking for a while, Li Yanli slowed her pace, waiting for Chen Jianmin to catch up. Turning to glance at him, she inquired, "Did you know about my situation with Xiaomei from the beginning?" Or did you only find out after eavesdropping on our conversation at the clinic that day? Chen Jianmin moved closer to her, and, as she instinctively recoiled, he grasped her arm. He pointed towards a house ahead where a light illuminated the yard and whispered, "Sister, do you think this is an appropriate place for conversation? Moreover, I must emphasize that I was not eavesdropping. It was merely your carelessness." Li Yanli raised the hood of her coat to peer ahead, poised to respond, when the creaking of a gate nearby announced the emergence of two individuals, laughing and playfully jostling one another. She felt a pang of anxiety. This was certainly not the time for indiscreet remarks, lest her fondness for Lu Xiaomei become the talk of the entire Hongshan commune within a matter of days. Seizing the moment, Chen Jianmin suggested, "Perhaps we should go to the cinema." "No," Li Yanli coldly interrupted him. "You wish too much. How about we climb the mountain instead? It's late at night, and I guarantee there will be no one at the summit." Chen Jianmin pointed to a mountain 5 or 6 miles to the east of the village, proposing yet another idea. "Have you lost your mind?" Li Yanli nearly shouted. Recognizing the absurdity of climbing a mountain at such an hour, Chen Jianmin grew irritated. "Sister, we need to clarify something. You are the one who wishes to discuss matters with me, not the other way around." "But your suggestions are impractical," she retorted. "If you have nothing constructive to say, then let us simply walk. I will hurry to escort you back. Xiaomei is likely tucked under her covers waiting for me to return." Indeed, he felt a bit dazed, the chill of the wind reviving the effects of the alcohol he had consumed. Li Yanli scoffed, indignantly stating, "You can dream about such pleasant scenarios. You want to be tucked in like a child. It would be a blessing if I don't send you to the pigsty to sleep." Ignoring her, Chen Jianmin continued ahead until he noticed a small path leading westward. He turned onto it, familiar with the route that would lead directly to the back door of the clinic. Li Yanli stomped her foot in frustration before quickening her pace to match his. In a little over 2 miles, they arrived at the rear entrance of the clinic, where her single dormitory was located, the third room on the right after entering. "All right. If you have anything to discuss with your brother, let us wait until I have some free time in the next couple of days. You may go in now." Li Yanli retrieved her keys and unlocked the heavy iron gate, but hesitated to step inside. As Chen Jianmin turned away, she grasped his clothing, pleading, "Come sit in my dormitory for a while." Chen Jianmin, maintaining a stern demeanor, asked dryly, "Is that appropriate?" Li Yanli clenched her teeth, grasped one of his hands, and pulled him inside, carefully closing the door behind them and locking it, as if committing an act of theft, before gently ushering him into her solitary room. Before turning on the light, she instinctively closed the curtains in darkness. As she turned on the light, Li Yanli discovered Chen Jianmin sprawled on her single bed, his head resting on the white lace-covered quilt, on the verge of slumber. A wave of madness washed over her. That was her newly changed quilt. "Get up, you filthy creature, lying on someone else's bed." Yet, how could she summon the strength to budge Chen Jianmin? After a futile struggle, leaving her breathless, she resorted to the age-old tactic of pinching his ear. Unexpectedly, Chen Jianmin, that rascal, defied all logic the moment her delicate fingers grazed his ear. He tightened his grip around her waist, and in an instant, she found herself flipped over, lying closely beside him. A firm hand encircled her waist while another wrapped around her neck, exerting just enough pressure to mimic the earlier encounter in Lu Xiaomei's west room, rendering her efforts to escape futile. The rough yet warm skin brushed against her face, creating a peculiar sensation, neither repulsive nor entirely pleasant, as something stirred within her. To her astonishment, the rogue remained blissfully unaware, eyes closed, mumbling, "Xiaomei, why has your body become so soft? Have you switched to a new lotion? This scent is different from the last time I held you." Li Yanli ceased her struggles, breathing heavily, fixated on Chen Jianmin's face. Was he truly intoxicated, babbling nonsense? Or had he genuinely embraced Xiaomei? Regardless, she needed to rouse him. Employing her previous strategy, she slipped her hand under Chen Jianmin's armpit and pinched him fiercely, twisting it for good measure. Chen Jianmin yelped in pain, but just as he did, a soft hand covered his mouth, and a voice, laced with venom, hissed, "If you don't get up this instant, I swear I will scream for help, regardless of my reputation. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, wait, where am I? Who are you?" Chen Jianmin leapt upright, bewildered, pointing at Li Yanli. "Oh, I remember now. You're Xiaomei's good friend, classmate. What was your name again?" Li Yanli was left speechless, flabbergasted by his audacity, staring at him with her mouth agape. He was not drunk at all, merely taking advantage of a slight inebriation. Was it really that simple? Perhaps. Deciding to address the matter at hand since he was still coherent, Li Yanli sat up with a scowl, shaking the quilt he had just crushed with exaggerated force, before finally squeezing out a sentence through clenched teeth. "Chen Jianmin, do you find this amusing?" He chuckled. Settling beside her, Of course, it's quite entertaining. I've successfully sown discord, and though it may seem ineffective now, there are endless opportunities to further complicate your relationship with Lu Xiaomei. With time, I'm confident I can drive a wedge between you two, and then, well, we'll see. That is not something I can discuss with you. Keep your distance. Li Yanli pushed him away forcefully. Chen Jianmin rose swiftly and took a seat on a bench against the wall, directing his gaze towards Li Yanli, whose hand was still extended from pushing him. He retracted his smile and spoke with utmost seriousness. All right, the commotion has subsided, and you have been safely escorted back. While I am still clear-headed, let us seize the moment to address the matters at hand, or rather, engage in a serious discussion. Li Yanli, feeling exhausted from their earlier exchange, placed her hand on her chest in an effort to calm her breath. After a considerable pause, she said, Xiaomei is different from me. Her disposition is too gentle, making her susceptible to bullying. I must think a step ahead for her. Once you marry her, you may frolic as you please outside, but you must not tarnish her reputation or jeopardize her family's legacy. If you can adhere to these two stipulations, I shall remain silent. And if I cannot, Chen Jianmin's face broke into a cheeky grin. Li Yanli clenched her teeth. You shall not enjoy a single day of peace. She gestured toward the window and continued. Do you know why I remain here in this desolate place instead of returning to the city? It is entirely for Xiaomei's sake. Chen Jianmin blinked, sensing her resolve to lay everything bare before him. But sister, you have missed the crux of the matter. How do you intend to disrupt my peaceful existence? This was of utmost importance, for his life's ambition was to live joyfully. Without tranquility, what joy could there be? As the conversation progressed, Li Yanli seemed to gain confidence, straightening her posture and pulling at the corners of her mouth. Lightly, she declared, with a single phone call, I could make you lose your job. Do you believe me? Indeed, I do. Chen Jianmin responded in eager agreement. However, I must inform you that even if I were to lose my position, I would still thrive quite well. But should news of your affair reach the public, one cannot predict the consequences. Now, let us return to serious matters. Why are you throwing a pillow at me? He caught the pillow Li Yanli hurled his way, but to his surprise, he discovered her lying on the bed, weeping softly. Oh no, this jest has gone too far. He approached her, gently patting her shoulder and urging her, please, do not behave this way. What is there to feel wronged about? Pursuing true love knows no right or wrong, nor does it recognize gender. As a philosopher once said, I find great truth in that. Thus, I am quite supportive of your relationship. Although these words felt somewhat insincere, they evidently had an impact. Li Yanli, with tear-filled eyes, looked up and inquired, which philosopher said that? I have never heard of it. You see, this is why you are still young. Chen Jianmin pointed to his own nose. Philosophers may be far and wide, yet they are also right before our eyes. Young one, you must keep your eyes open to truly perceive the world and understand yourself. How is it that the more we talk, the more profound it becomes? Could it be that I possess a unique talent for philosophy? Regardless of the absurdity of his musings, he had managed to soothe Li Yanli, placing the pillow beneath her head and tucking her in before exiting. As he walked back, Chen Jianmin felt a sense of greatness enveloping him. In the presence of an alluring woman, within a relatively confined space, he had remarkably refrained from making any advances. Was this truly him? Why did he feel somewhat unfamiliar? As he approached Lu Xiaomei's residence, he came to a realization. He remained the same avaricious and lustful Chen Jianmin. The only reason he refrained from taking advantage of the vulnerable Li Yanli, who was on the brink of collapse from stress, was due to the untimeliness of the opportunity. In his pursuit of perfection, he believed that even if he desired to win her over, it must be through her own initiative, allowing things to unfold naturally rather than forcing his way through. This principle should apply to interactions with colleagues as well. The journey often holds more intrigue than the destination. Does it not? What a perplexing logic this was. He slapped himself in frustration, feeling increasingly disheartened by his lack of ambition. It was one thing to lack lofty aspirations, but to constantly dwell on trifles such as multiple romantic entanglements was disconcerting. Did he not possess any higher ideals? Upon returning to Lu Xiaomei's home, she placed her finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet, and whispered, "Follow me to the back room." "Please don't shush me," Chen Jianmin replied, grimacing. "I need to use the restroom. After this little drinking session, I need to relieve myself." Once he had relieved himself and made his way into the small room shared by Lu Xiaomei and her sister, he found Lu Xiaomei waiting for him. Upon his entrance, she awkwardly surveyed the walls and remarked, "After the new year, I'll have someone tidy up this room so that when we marry, Xiaohong can stay here." Chen Jianmin followed her gaze. The room was relatively clean, containing only a small bed and a wardrobe, making it quite manageable to organize. However, he wondered if she had summoned him merely to discuss this matter. "Is this all you wanted to say?" If you have something to discuss, please do so swiftly. The effects of the alcohol are creeping back in. In truth, he had an inkling that Lu Xiaomei had exhibited signs of restlessness during dinner, likely due to Li Yanli revealing their unique relationship after he had threatened her that morning. The rapid and unexpected developments had left her feeling helpless and caught in a dilemma. Now, she faced a choice: to openly address the issue or to feign ignorance and maintain a facade of equilibrium. Whichever option she chose, it was akin to playing with fire. If Chen Jianmin harbored ill intentions, she stood to lose not only herself, but also her family's assets, and perhaps even her sister. After all, should he leverage her vulnerability, she would have no recourse but to comply, as her only alternative would be death. In other words, she had wagered her life and fortune on Chen Jianmin. Otherwise, Li Yanli would not have posed such a threat. Lowering her head, Lu Xiaomei hesitantly began. If it weren't for this situation with Yanli, you would indeed be quite surprised, wouldn't you? Yes, I was indeed taken aback when I first heard. Chen Jianmin replied candidly. And what about afterward? Why did you still agree to marry me? Lu Xiaomei posed a crucial question. Chen Jianmin chuckled, leaning forward with a half-smile. Do you truly wish to hear the unvarnished truth? Yes. Lu Xiaomei lifted her gaze, striving to maintain her calm demeanor. She did not expect Chen Jianmin to suddenly approach her, whispering just as he was about to close the distance. I have two purposes for marrying you. Firstly, I wish to secure my position and thereafter allow you to support me as we live a stable life together. As for the second purpose, he took a step back, surveying Lu Xiaomei from head to toe before leaning in closer to her ear, saying, I do not wish to disclose that to you at this moment. However, rest assured, I harbor no designs on your family's wealth, nor do I intend to bring you any harm. Lu Xiaomei's enchanting eyes sparkled with confusion. Was there truly a difference between his words and silence? There is a significant distinction, he asserted. What I just said constitutes my promise. A man must stand by his word. Should I deceive you, may heaven strike me down. Chen Jianmin gazed at her exceptionally beautiful face, pausing momentarily before continuing. Before we wed, I must ensure you understand what it means to be a true woman. Lu Xiaomei clearly did not grasp the meaning behind his words, yet she was acutely aware of his solemn vow, and the tension on her face gradually dissipated. Seizing the opportunity while she was momentarily distracted, Chen Jianmin wrapped his arms around her waist and whispered again, Tonight, let us take the first step. In this context, even Lu Xiaomei, despite her naivety regarding matters of intimacy, began to comprehend his intentions. She pushed against his chest with both hands, her face paling as she said, Jianmin, we agree that you must not touch me before marriage. Chen Jianmin continued to close the distance, gently grazing her earlobe, causing her to shudder, and remarked, Have you misunderstood? I merely embraced you. How can that be considered touching? Lu Xiaomei found herself somewhat taken aback by his shameless behavior, yet she was not entirely powerless. She instinctively leaned closer to Chen Jianmin, the heel of her half-height shoes pressing against his foot, as her hands smoothly encircled his neck. Leaning in further, she shifted her entire weight onto that foot. Though Chen Jianmin's shoes were relatively sturdy, they were no match for nearly 100 pounds of weight concentrated on a slender heel. A sharp pain radiated from his foot, causing him to wince. Nevertheless, he did not relent. In truth, even if he had let go, it would have made little difference, for she clung tightly to his neck, her body pressed against his. Whispering in his ear, I've heard that when a couple is dating, men particularly enjoy when women embrace them like this. Do you like it? Of course I do. Chen Jianmin stammered, uttering insincere words. He had no choice but to endure the consequences of his own actions, even as he silently cursed Li Yanli, who had the audacity to speak such nonsense. Was this what she termed weakness? If she were any bolder, she might have devoured him whole by now. Though thoughts may wander and harsh words may be exchanged, he could not passively acquiesce to Lu Xiaomei's punishment. As his hand slid down from her waist to a more sensitive area, his muscles tensed, effortlessly lifting the teacher into the air. A triumphant roar escaped him. The pain in his foot immediately diminished. However, Lu Xiaomei was not pleased, for the warmth and strength of the hand behind her unsettled her, leaving her feeling utterly drained and displaced. Unable to endure it any longer, she struggled free from Chen Jianmin's embrace and dashed out of the small room. Chen Jianmin chuckled, thinking to himself, is that all you've got? Can't I manage you? In this round of contention, they were essentially at a stalemate. While it appeared that Chen Jianmin's action of lifting Lu Xiaomei's rear had sent her fleeing, the pain in his foot persisted, likely swollen from her earlier trampling. In the west room, his father-in-law had already succumbed to slumber, the sounds of snoring varying in volume. Chen Jianmin removed his shoes to inspect his foot, discovering indeed that it was somewhat swollen and inflamed. Truly, there is no malice like that of a woman's heart. Was she intent on maiming me to keep me docile? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Lu Xiaomei entered with a basin of hot water, slamming the foot basin onto the floor and tossing a towel his way. Her expression frigid. "Soak your feet," she commanded. Then, pulling a small bottle of safflower oil from her pocket, she tossed it into Chen Jianmin's lap, adding, "After you're done, you can use this. Should anything like this occur again, I shall pluck your toenails one by one." Chen Jianmin chuckled. "Would you truly dare to do that? And tell me, why was your face flushed earlier? Why the shivering?" Lu Xiaomei seemed genuinely irked, remaining silent as she turned to leave, slamming the door behind her with considerable force. Chen Jianmin felt a sense of satisfaction. To provoke such a seemingly bland beauty into a state of ire was no small feat, also suggesting that Lu Xiaomei possessed a significant capacity for transformation. That night, he slept particularly soundly, rising early the next day. He had initially intended to carry Zhou Lihong back, as it was along the way. After breakfast, just as they were about to set off, Ma Daxiao appeared. He intercepted them, discreetly winking at Zhou Lihong, then adopting a demeanor of utmost concern, said, "I must say, Jianmin, the roads are treacherous in this heavy snow. Are you truly able to carry someone? Perhaps I should take Lihong on my motorcycle instead." His reasoning was sound. No one could fault a cousin's concern for his sister. Chen Jianmin, aware of the underlying motives, played along with his cousin. "Ah, cousin, you are quite right. The journey is arduous enough for me alone. If you take Lihong, I shall find it much easier." Zhou Lihong, displeased, glared at the two of them, sensing that she was being regarded as a burden. No, Lihong, what are you saying?" Ma Daxiao stammered. "My wife asked me to bring you over for a short visit, and then when the sun warms up around noon, I will take you back." "Very well. I appreciate your help, cousin." Zhou Lihong's eyes shimmered with emotion as she turned to Lu Xiaomei and said, "Xiaomei, since you have no pressing matters, why not stay at my place for a few days?" Lu Xiaomei was about to protest, claiming she had things to attend to, but a glance at Chen Jianmin's smirk made her reconsider. "All right, sister, I'll likely come around the 10th and stay at your place without returning. Just don't let me impede your important affairs." Zhou Lihong's expression momentarily stiffened before she relaxed. "Stay as long as you wish, even until your wedding." Amid the playful banter between sisters, there seemed to be a deeper implication, which piqued Chen Jianmin's curiosity. He mused that Lu Xiaomei might not be aware of the tales surrounding her cousin and Ma Daxiao. Nonetheless, even if she were aware, it mattered little. She should focus on her own matters. Handing Ma Daxiao a cigarette, Chen Jianmin inquired, "By the way, cousin, do I need to handle any paperwork for the formalization process?" Ma Daxiao, who had ulterior motives beyond just Zhou Lihong, replied, "I was just about to tell you. In about a week, come by the personnel office at the site. You may need to fill out a couple of forms." Chen Jianmin felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful for his cousin's assistance. "That's wonderful. I won't be overly effusive in my thanks. We can discuss it later." With the process nearing completion, he felt a sense of stability. "If you have some free time, come over to my place. We can enjoy a drink. I have a couple of rabbits and a leg of roe deer gifted to me that we need to deal with. Additionally, I'd like to consult you further regarding work matters." This proposition delighted Ma Daxiao. "Sure, let's plan for a few days from now. I will definitely come." He cast a glance at Zhou Lihong as he spoke. Lu Guoqing hurriedly emerged from the house, placing a shoebox on the rear rack of Chen Jianmin's bicycle. "I almost forgot to give this to you. Try them on when you get home. If they don't fit, bring them back, and I'll exchange them for you." Upon opening the box, Chen Jianmin discovered a pair of high-top military shoes, which felt like genuine leather. In these times, authentic military shoes were hard to come by, and he could tell that his father-in-law was quite pleased with him. Ma Daxiao, feeling a tinge of envy, remarked, "Hey, old uncle, you're being rather biased. I help you with work and find you a son-in-law, yet you don't offer me a pair?" Lu Guoqing waved dismissively. "Come on, do you really need my help for that? A department head like you should be above such things." Ma Daxiao chuckled at the mention of department head, knowing well that gifts from his uncle could never compare to those from his father-in-law. Turning to Zhou Lihong, he said, "Lihong, shall we be off?" Little did anyone expect that this time Zhou Lihong would accompany Ma Daxiao, leading to an unforeseen complication. Chapter 29. The mushrooms have emerged. Overall, Chen Jianmin's engagement trip was relatively smooth. Though smooth here refers not to the engagement itself, but rather to his plans, which even yielded unexpected benefits. He had successfully planted a seed in Li Yanli's heart, one that was likely beginning to break through the surface, and when it flourished, it would be time for Chen Jianmin to reap the rewards. Upon returning to Zhoujia village with a mischievous grin, he was not only planning his next indulgences, but also contemplating his forthcoming endeavors. After all, the human mind is remarkably efficient, capable of multitasking without hindrance. Now that his employment issues had been resolved, providing him with a safety net. Shouldn't he consider enhancing his quality of life? Indeed, it was undoubtedly time for such considerations. Chen Jianmin counted on his fingers. Although the forest protection station belonged to the state, as long as he remained there, it was under his authority. Thus, the walls required a fresh coat of paint, the ceiling needed attention, and he had to carve out time to procure some decent furniture. There was much to be done. Nevertheless, to enjoy a fulfilling life, a solid economic foundation was essential. Fortunately, the mushrooms he cultivated should yield some income. Even if he had to share half with Tong Yulan, the earnings would still be significant. As he pondered while leaning his bicycle against the window, he was about to enter his home when he noticed Tong Yulan bounding excitedly over the courtyard wall towards him. What on earth had happened to elicit such joy? This was the first time Chen Jianmin had witnessed such a radiant smile on Tong Yulan's face. Under the sunlight, her beauty was reminiscent of a captivating hibiscus flower. Her hair, seemingly enhanced by shampoo, flowed behind her as she ran, gleaming with a lustrous sheen, causing Chen Jianmin's heart to flutter in rhythm with her movements. Just as this enchanting hibiscus flower was about to reach him, an unexpected incident occurred. Due to the water splashed earlier, a small patch of ice had formed at the entrance. In her excitement, Tong Yulan likely overlooked it and, upon stepping on the icy surface, slipped forward. Chen Jianmin reacted swiftly, stepping forward and crouching down to catch her in a half squat, allowing her to fall into his embrace. The delicate softness of her form stirred a sensation within him. At that moment, Aunt Lu appeared in her yard, staring intently in their direction. Chen Jianmin cursed his misfortune, quickly rising to assist Tong Yulan back on her feet, deliberately raising his voice to inquire, "Are you all right? I knew that patch of ice should have been cleared yesterday, but I've been too busy these past few days." Tong Yulan's cheeks flushed crimson as she modestly lowered her head, murmuring, "I'm fine, really." Aunt Lu, peering over the courtyard wall, had indeed noticed the icy patch and witnessed the earlier scene of her daughter-in-law running towards them. Thus, despite feeling a twinge of discomfort, she refrained from commenting. After all, the fact that Chen Jianmin's mushroom cultivation could bring financial benefits to her family made the incident seem less significant. Chen Jianmin took a small step back before asking, "Sister Yulan, why did you rush over in such a hurry? What is the matter?" Tong Yulan adjusted her clothing, her flushed face still aglow with excitement, pointing towards the large storage shed, her words slightly stumbling. "Jianmin go. The mushrooms have all sprouted." "Really?" Chen Jianmin exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. "Let us go take a look. They're truly ready. I saw them this morning when I went in to add firewood to the stove." "Then what are we waiting for? Let us go and see." Chen Jianmin casually pushed Tong Yulan's shoulder. It must be said that Chen Jianmin possesses considerable experience and a natural talent for mushroom cultivation. In the 4 rows of shelves stacked with bags of fungi, the majority were densely sprouting mushroom heads. Only the section near the entrance remained utterly still, which was understandable, as the frequent opening and closing of the door prevented the temperature from rising adequately, and the humidity was insufficient. However, this was of little concern. After inspecting each bag, Chen Jianmin was quite pleased with the yield. In a buoyant mood, he felt it was imperative to impart further knowledge to Tong Yulan. "Sister Yulan, do you see this? It's about to break through the plastic. At this moment, we need to lend it a hand." "Lend a hand? How?" Tong Yulan, closely beside Chen Jianmin, scrutinized the small mushroom head under the beam of his flashlight. She had also noticed a problem. If it continued like this, the mushroom would be stifled within the bag. Could it even grow? She had been contemplating whether to make a small incision, even carrying scissors with her. The plastic needed to be cut open to allow the mushroom to emerge. If it couldn't, it wouldn't grow. With a long exhalation, Tong Yulan realized her thoughts were correct. But how should she make the cut? Would it be more efficient to score a line with a knife? Chen Jianmin shook his head. That wouldn't work, as it might injure the mushroom. "Go find a pair of scissors." "I have them," Tong Yulan said, lifting her shirt hem to retrieve the scissors from her belt. "You hold the flashlight to illuminate the area, and I'll make a cut for you to see. Then you can follow my lead and cut open the larger ones." After saying this, Chen Jianmin took the scissors, carefully making a somewhat irregular and not overly large incision above the mushroom head, while patiently instructing, "This hole shouldn't be too big, otherwise moisture from within the bag will escape too quickly, making it difficult to maintain humidity, and it will also allow more contaminants to enter, which is detrimental to the mushroom's growth." Tong Yulan was quite eager to learn and pointed at the mushroom head, asking, "Will it be able to push itself out?" "Of course it can. This is how it grows. Let me demonstrate the growth process." Chen Jianmin, filled with confidence, gently lifted the mushroom head with the scissors, encouraging Tong Yulan to observe closely with the flashlight. "Do you see? This is how it breaks through. I'm merely showcasing its growth process." We actually don't need to do this. We can let it grow naturally, and besides, using scissors is not very efficient. After explaining for a considerable time, Chen Jianmin noticed that Tong Yulan had fallen silent. Turning to catch her in the dim light of the flashlight, he saw that she was breathing heavily, her fingers gripping her clothing, her eyes fixed vacantly on the mushroom head. What was going on? He waved his hand in front of her face. Hey, what are you thinking about? Tong Yulan, startled, hastily replied, Jianmin, let us go outside. By the way, how is the engagement going? As she spoke, she quickly moved towards the exit, as if pursued by a wolf. What on earth was happening with her? He had merely explained a technical matter to her. So why the fuss? Chen Jianmin turned back to examine the mushroom closely, yet he could not fathom the situation. As night fell, a new thought struck him. Seizing the moment while Tong Yulan was watering the floor of the mushroom room, he called her into the house. Sister Yulan, our mushrooms will likely be ready for harvest in 3 or 4 days. They won't sell well in the village, and selling them at a high price would be awkward since they are acquaintances. We must sell them at the commune. Tong Yulan changed into a clean outfit she rarely wore, and her 2 little ponytails were neatly arranged, making her appear quite pleasing. Her courage had gradually grown, especially when discussing the mushrooms. Her eyes sparkled. Brother Jianmin, whatever you decide, I will follow your lead. All right, I shall take charge. However, we must ensure the mushrooms are kept warm during transportation. Do you have any extra quilts at home? As he spoke, Chen Jianmin glanced at the bedding on the Kong, which was the set Tong Yulan used on her wedding day, stitched by her own hands. He felt helpless to ask for the quilts. Tong Yulan gazed at him intently and cautiously suggested, how about we use your set of quilts for the delivery? Would that be all right? What will I sleep under at night then? His own set of quilts remained with Tong Yulan, and he was uncertain if they had been mended. Tong Yulan fell silent, coughed twice, and turned to add firewood to the stove, speaking in a voice so soft it resembled a mosquito's buzz. You can just use mine. Her bashful demeanor, reminiscent of a young girl, brought a smile to Chen Jianmin's face. However, his good spirits did not last long. The next day, as the sun approached the horizon, Chen Jianmin returned home and was about to enter when he heard the unmistakable sound of a motorcycle. A happily 250 motorcycle, along with its rider covered in snowy foam, stopped in front of him. Despite the rider's face being tightly wrapped up, revealing only a pair of anxious eyes, Chen Jianmin immediately recognized her. It was Lu Xiaomei, her expression filled with urgency. Chapter 30. Something happened to Zhou Lihong as the sun dipped low. Lu Xiaomei hurriedly rode in on a large motorcycle, her face etched with worry, which sent a jolt through Chen Jianmin's heart. Fearing something had happened to his father-in-law or sister-in-law, he rushed forward to inquire. What is going on? What happened? Lu Xiaomei shook her head, breathless and exhausted. Please help me. She was not only cold and tired, but her legs felt powerless. Having learned to ride a motorcycle only from her cousin Ma Daxiao during the summer, this was her first time traveling such a distance, and she was unsure how to dismount. Chen Jianmin stepped forward, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, only then noticing her trembling legs supporting the motorcycle and the snow foam covering her body, suggesting she had fallen on the way. He quickly turned off the motorcycle, propped up the footrest, and hurriedly carried Lu Xiaomei into the house. In a swift motion, he unfastened her coat, removed her hat, and took off her scarf. Move aside. I need to warm up by the fire. Lu Xiaomei was so frozen she could barely articulate her words. It is unwise to simply warm oneself by the fire in this situation. Chen Jianmin stopped Lu Xiaomei, who was inching closer to the stove, grasping her delicate hands. A mere glance was enough to sense the severity of the matter. Her hands were not only icy to the touch, but the skin appeared flushed, and her fingers were stiffening, indications of frostbite. Under such circumstances, staying near the warmth of the stove would only exacerbate her condition. Even remaining in a slightly warmer room could worsen the frostbite. However, in the rural Northeast, people possess considerable experience in handling such predicaments, often with immediate results. Chen Jianmin firmly seated Lu Xiaomei on a dilapidated chair and spoke with a stern tone. Do not move. Do not approach the fire. Heed my words. Having said that, he swiftly turned and dashed outside, returning with a basin of clean snow scooped from the drift behind the house. Without delay, he plunged her hands into the basin, vigorously massaging them for nearly 2 minutes before retrieving a towel to dry them. At last, Lu Xiaomei's fingers regained mobility, and the alarming redness began to fade. With a sigh of relief ready to escape her lips, Chen Jianmin interrupted. Hold your thoughts for now. Regardless of what calamity may befall us, your well-being takes precedence. Ignoring her possible objections, he squatted before her, lifted her feet onto his lap, and swiftly removed her high boots, followed by her socks. He then submerged her delicate feet in the snow, continuing the massage for another 2 to 3 minutes. Afterward, he fetched a basin of cool water, allowing her feet to soak for a while before carrying her to a moderately warm spot on the Kong, urging her to sit against the wall, cocooned in a blanket. Lu Xiaomei observed his meticulous actions in silence, yet the anxious glint in her eyes gradually diminished, as if finding solace in his presence. Indeed, she felt this way, for the situation was exceedingly delicate. Chen Jianmin was the only one suitable to assist her. He adjusted the blanket around her before settling down beside her, saying, "All right, you may speak now. What calamity has befallen us? Has the sky fallen, or has the earth cracked? Or perhaps my father-in-law has taken a new companion?" Lu Xiaomei, both amused and exasperated, moved her lips several times before responding. "Could you not entertain a more optimistic thought?" She chuckled softly. "If it were a positive matter, would I have braved the frigid weather to ride a motorcycle all the way here?" Her gaze dimmed slightly as she extended her hand from beneath the blanket, pointing in the direction of the village. Taking a deep breath, she said, "There has been an incident, a serious one. Li Hongjie and my cousin have been captured." Upon hearing this, Chen Jianmin's heart sank. It was clear that they had been apprehended during a clandestine affair. By whom were they captured? Take your time and recount everything you know. I will devise a plan. In moments like this, Chen Jianmin did not feel the need to play the hero. Rather, he was compelled to act, motivated by the trust that this usually composed young woman had placed in him. And he could not turn his back on her in her time of need. Moreover, Ma Daxiao had indeed shown considerable care for him, having recently facilitated the matter of his official appointment. In addition, during this critical juncture, assisting Zhou Lihong essentially equated to aiding Lu Xiaomei, while simultaneously earning Zhou Lihong's gratitude, which would undoubtedly contribute to his future plans for a joyful life. After Lu Xiaomei took a sip of hot water and recounted the events in meticulous detail, Chen Jianmin finally grasped the full context of the situation. It turned out that Ma Daxiao had blatantly lied when he claimed in front of everyone that he would invite Zhou Lihong to his home for dinner. After leaving Lu Xiaomei's residence, he had taken Zhou Lihong to a small house in the southwestern corner of the village, belonging to a friend. The friend, taking advantage of the sparse winter work, had traveled far and entrusted the house to him for safekeeping and to keep the fire burning, lest the contents freeze. The interior of this house was quite tidy, and with the enclosed courtyard, they were free to engage as they pleased, resulting in quite a commotion. As they became lost in their passionate embrace, a neighbor from the adjoining household noticed the chimney smoking and assumed the owners had returned. This neighbor, who had borrowed 2 large basins a few days prior, came to return them, only to stumble upon the chaotic scene of disheveled bedding and 2 individuals hastily searching for their clothes. Ironically, this neighbor was a relative of Wang Jingquan, Zhou Lihong's husband, and having seen Zhou Lihong before, he recognized her due to her striking appearance. Seeing her entangled with an unfamiliar man, he promptly ran home to summon his family. Naturally, as a relative, he sided with Wang Jinbao. Consequently, this led to Zhou Lihong and Ma Daxiao being cornered in the house, unable to escape. As fate would have it, Wang Jinbao arrived shortly thereafter, delivering grain with his horse cart and stopping by for a meal, which was indeed an unfortunate coincidence. Wang Jinbao, recognizing his sister-in-law, was consumed by rage and dealt Ma Daxiao a severe beating. Furthermore, after selling the grain, he forcibly tied both individuals to the cart and transported them back to Zhujiakan, demanding an explanation from Ma Daxiao and Zhou Lihong. Lu Xiaomei became aware of this incident when Li Yanli overheard a colleague discussing it in the afternoon. She hurriedly sought out Lu Xiaomei, urging her to devise a plan, knowing well the strong bond between Lu Xiaomei and Zhou Lihong. Without delay, Lu Xiaomei borrowed a motorcycle and rushed over, refraining from visiting Zhou Lihong's home directly. Instead, she contemplated that approaching Chen Jianmin would be more prudent, given his cleverness and boldness, which might yield a viable solution. After hearing Lu Xiaomei's account, Chen Jianmin scratched his head in confusion. What good idea could he possibly conjure? Yet, in the face of a beautiful woman's plea, he felt compelled to find a way, even if it meant mustering courage despite his lack of solutions. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to dawdle. He turned to Lu Xiaomei and inquired, "How are you? Are you still cold?" Lu Xiaomei shook her head. "I'm not cold anymore." "Very well, then come with me." With Lu Xiaomei by his side, Chen Jianmin felt emboldened to speak more assertively. Due to Lu Xiaomei's dual identity as both a teacher and the cousin of Zhou Lihong, her presence served as a familial representation, necessitating her involvement in resolving the issue. Thus, Wang Jinbao felt compelled to bring Lu Xiaomei along. Quite astutely, Wang Jinbao returned with his captive directly to his brother Wang Jinqian's home, managing to avoid alarming the other villagers, with only himself, his wife Zhou Xiuqin, and 2 close relatives present. As Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaomei arrived, Wang Jinbao was in the process of retrieving a whip from outside, preparing to return indoors. Chen Jianmin thought to himself, is he planning to resort to vigilante justice? Just as he was about to pull open the outer door, Chen Jianmin stepped forward and firmly grasped Wang Jinbao's arm, in a low voice questioning, Brother Jinbao, what are you intending to do? Chapter 31. Establishing control over the situation. Wang Jinbao was a robust figure, appearing rather coarse on the surface, but possessing a keen mind. He was also particularly inclined to take advantage of situations, a trait that Chen Jianmin was somewhat familiar with. At that moment, he turned to glance at Chen Jianmin, then noticed Lu Xiaomei following behind, which ignited his anger. What's this, Brother Jianmin? What concern is this to you? Don't meddle where you don't belong. His words were as rough as his demeanor, yet the message was unmistakably clear. He urged Chen Jianmin to mind his own business. Turning back to Lu Xiaomei, he continued, perfect timing. Teacher Lu, your presence is valued. As an educated individual, you possess insight. Come inside with me so we can confront the matter directly. Once we clarify the situation, perhaps you can suggest a resolution. Just as Lu Xiaomei was about to speak, Chen Jianmin shielded her from behind. He tightened his grip on Wang Jinbao's arm, while effortlessly snatched the whip away, tossing it onto the roof with a cold smirk, declaring, Brother Jinbao, regardless of the severity of the situation, resorting to violence is against the law. Wang Jinbao's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Jianmin, are you truly intent on involving yourself in this matter? He was genuinely reluctant to create conflict with Chen Jianmin. In these times, one should not underestimate the authority of a forest ranger, even a temporary one, as they wield significant influence, especially when villagers require materials like beams and rafters for construction. If a ranger disapproves, anyone caught cutting timber without permission would be committing a crime. Coincidentally, Wang Jinbao was considering renovating his own earthen dwelling, and he lacked sufficient beams and rafters. Hence, he sought to exclude Chen Jianmin from the situation. At that moment, Lu Xiaomei stepped forward from behind Chen Jianmin, stating, Brother Jinbao, Jianmin is my partner. Can he not be involved? Those in the teaching profession possess a certain authority when they speak with a stern countenance. An undeniable force emanates from them, instilling fear in those who have received even a modicum of education. Wang Jinbao was no exception, rendered momentarily speechless. Bowing his head, he led Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaomei inside. Voices could be heard from the west room, suggesting that Wang Jinxian's uncles were attempting to persuade him. Upon entering the east room, Chen Jianmin was taken aback by the severity of the situation. Ma Daxiao and Zhou Lihong were bound and kneeling on the ground, a scene reminiscent of the class struggles of years past. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Comrade Ma Daxiao bore the marks of a severe beating. His visage nearly unrecognizable. Zhou Lihong's left cheek was swollen, and her right cheek bore what appeared to be a scar, as if someone had scratched her. Her hair was disheveled, and her clothing was torn halfway. Typically, as a relative of the female party, one would anticipate a conciliatory demeanor in such circumstances, acknowledging their own faults and striving to smooth over tensions with polite words, thus placating Wang Jinbao's demands. However, Chen Jianmin was evidently not one to conform to this norm. He withdrew his gaze from Ma Daxiao and Zhou Lihong, his expression darkening as he narrowed his eyes at Wang Jinbao, declaring, Brother Jinbao, regardless of the circumstances, do you not recognize that your actions of binding and assaulting someone are illegal? Should I choose to report this to the police, you could find yourself confined for 10 days or even longer. His tone was resolute, completely disregarding the tugging of his clothing by Lu Xiaomei behind him. In this era, ignorance of the law is more prevalent than illiteracy, and Wang Jinbao was no exception. Upon hearing Chen Jianmin's words, he stiffened, his face contorted with rage. Chen Jianmin, spare me your tricks. Those two have brought disgrace upon our Wang family, especially Ma Daxiao, who is supposed to be a cadre at the Forestry Bureau. What right do I have to refrain from striking him? It's a mere slap on the wrist for such shamelessness. Just as he was about to unleash further invectives, Chen Jianmin raised his hand to halt him. Brother Jinbao, it appears you genuinely lack understanding of the law. Very well, feel free to continue binding them here. I shall head to the police station at once. With that, he turned and called out to Lu Xiaomei. Xiaomei, let's go. Without the slightest hesitation, he pushed the door open and exited. Lu Xiaomei momentarily hesitated but then complied, turning to follow him without casting a glance at her cousins. Wang Jinbao stood momentarily stunned. For Chen Jianmin's unwavering stance compelled him to reconsider the veracity of the latter's earlier claims. Suddenly, he recalled an incident from summer when his neighbor, Zhou Haiguang, had severely beaten his wife out of suspicion regarding her fidelity, nearly costing her her life. In her indignation, she reported him to the police, who, upon hearing Zhou Haiguang's justifications, disregarded his claims, and insisted that his act of violence was inexcusable, regardless of the victim's identity. Consequently, Zhou Haiguang was detained for 7 days before being released, leaving him docile as a lamb before his wife thereafter. Reflecting on this, Wang Jinbao shot a glance at his wife, Zhou Xiuqing. She hurried forward, catching Chen Jianmin just as he was about to push the door open. And with a conciliatory smile, she implored, "Brother Jianmin, do not take Jinbao's temperament to heart. This is a matter for our family to resolve. Airing it publicly would serve no one well." Her implication was clear. Family matters ought to be settled among themselves, subtly indicating that Wang Jinbao was beginning to relent. Chen Jianmin paused at the threshold, feigning contemplation before turning to Lu Xiaomei. "Xiaomei, do you think we should report this or what?" Lu Xiaomei furrowed her brow tightly and, after a moment, revealed a look of helplessness as she spoke. "Jianmin, I believe Sister Xiuqing is correct. If this matter becomes public knowledge, it will bring shame to everyone involved." Zhou Xiuqing eagerly chimed in. Exactly. Teacher Lu, Brother Jianmin, come, let us step inside. I shall prepare some tea for you. Let us sit down and discuss this matter thoroughly." Reluctantly, Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaomei returned to the eastern room. At this time, Wang Jinbao had already untied Ma Daxiao and Zhou Lihong, yet they remained kneeling on the ground. Upon entering, Chen Jianmin immediately approached Zhou Lihong to help her up. "Sister, the ground is cold. Let us sit on the calm. Even if the sky falls, Xiaomei and I are here, do you see? We are tall enough to bear the burden." Zhou Lihong, who had previously appeared pale and despondent, now showed a flicker of light in her eyes. Lu Xiaomei assisted her in sitting on the calm. Chen Jianmin then pulled Ma Daxiao to his feet, saying, "Cousin, we are men of stature, kneeling to heaven, to the earth, and to our parents, but we must never kneel to others. Is this matter even worth our submission?" His words clearly conveyed a sense of loyalty to family over reason. Wang Jinbao let out a heavy huff, turning his gaze to a painting on the wall depicting a pair of chubby children. Wang Jinxian and Zhou Lihong had longed for children for many years, yet to date, there was not even a shadow of one. Who could be blamed for this? In truth, Wang Jinbao was somewhat aware. His brother was incapable, suffering from health issues, and had been sleeping separately from his wife for 3 to 4 years. Yet, could his sister-in-law seek another man simply because of this? And what business did Chen Jianmin have meddling in their affairs? Chen Jianmin too was troubled. While he had managed to calm the situation, he pondered what to do next, lacking experience in such matters. Chapter 32. The 3 troublesome conditions. Chen Jianmin's concerns were not unfounded. Matters involving Zhou Lihong and Ma Daxiao were indeed difficult to handle. Yet he could not simply stand by idly. Steeling himself, he said, "All right, let us first hear what Brother Jinbao has to say." It was essential for Wang Jinbao to speak first, for only then could they respond appropriately. By now, Wang Jinbao had regained his composure. He cast a sidelong glance at Ma Daxiao and turned his face away, responding irritably, "What opinions could I possibly have? Just 2 thoughts. 1. Divorce. Let my brother divorce Zhou Lihong. Such shamelessness is not something our Wang family can support. 2. Compensation, at least 2,000 yuan. I do not mean to be greedy, but we need this money for my brother's medical treatment. Can his health withstand the strain of your affair?" See, he makes a valid point. However, upon hearing the mention of divorce, Zhou Lihong objected vehemently. "Second brother, you may scold me as you wish, but the matter of divorce is not yours to meddle in." With a resounding clap, Wang Jinbao struck the edge of the Kong, his anger flaring anew. "How dare you speak? You must listen. We will decide how to proceed." Chen Jianmin retorted without hesitation. "Wang Jinbao, I show you respect by calling you brother, so refrain from cursing. Who among us was not raised by a mother?" Wang Jinbao was seething with rage, yet he dared not confront Chen Jianmin outright, resorting instead to gritting his teeth and pounding the edge of the Kong. However, Chen Jianmin had no intention of letting the matter rest. As for whether to divorce, aside from Brother Jinxian and Sister Lihong, none of U.S. outsiders can dictate. Regarding the 2,000 yuan you mentioned, how dare you even bring it up? Is this your home or Wang Jinxian's? Even brothers do not assist each other to such an extent. His words carried an unreasonableness, but in the rural context of that era, reason often depended on who had the louder voice. Lu Xiaomei also stepped forward to voice her opinion. "Wang Jinbao, what my partner says makes sense. Your demand for money lacks any justification. Why don't you ask around? If you claim your sister-in-law is seeing someone else and you wish to suppress the matter with a sum of money, do you think anyone would support you?" Chen Jianmin's eyes nearly bulged out. He thought to himself that this teacher really had the audacity to speak so boldly. After all, it was her cousin she was referring to. If Wang Jinbao were to act on her suggestion and inquire with others, could her cousin still remain in the village? The reality proved that he had underestimated the teacher's intelligence. Wang Jinbao remained silent, merely breathing heavily. Sensing the moment was ripe, Chen Jianmin pulled Wang Jinbao aside, gestured towards the outside, and without waiting for his comprehension, stood up and walked out. Wang Jinbao hesitated briefly, but after being nudged by his wife, Zhou Xiuqin, he reluctantly followed him into the outer room. Chen Jianmin firmly closed the half-open door of the eastern room, took out a cigarette, lit one for Wang Jinbao, and softened his tone, saying, "Brother Jinbao, your two daughters must be nearing junior high, right?" Wang Jinbao paused. "Yes, they will be in junior high next year." He wondered why this fellow had the leisure to discuss such matters with him. It was untenable for young girls on the verge of adolescence to still be crammed into the same room with them. Of course, Chen Jianmin was not engaging in idle chatter. He was skillfully guiding the conversation towards its crux. Wang Jinbao hesitated again, then quickly grasped the implication, "Brother Jianmin, I was just contemplating building a new house. This time, we plan to construct 3 rooms, my wife and I in the west room, and our 2 daughters in the east. However, we are short a few rafters and purlins. You see, a wise person is easy to talk to," Chen Jianmin exclaimed, patting him on the shoulder. "Why hesitate? Go and get those materials. I'm here. Who would dare to stop you? How many do you need exactly?" Wang Jinbao quickly replied, "We lack 10 rafters, around 20 purlins, and 2 beams." Chen Jianmin inhaled sharply. Was this truly just a matter of a few pieces? A total of 15 rafters were required for 3 rooms, and 2 beams could be overlooked. As long as the issue with Zhou Lihong could be resolved smoothly, let him take the materials. At worst, he could plant a few more trees come spring. The plan was set. He urged, "Be swift in your endeavors before the year ends. There are a few good materials over by Hongshala." A satisfied smile spread across Wang Jinbao's face. Just as Chen Jianmin believed the issue was nearing resolution, unexpectedly, the door to the west room was kicked open. Wang Jinxian, who had been kept under watch by 2 cousins, stood there, his face contorted, leaning against the door frame, struggling to catch his breath. It seems that the one kicking the door is indeed him. No one needs to say anything. Wang Jinxian first shot a glare at Wang Jinbao, then turned his fiery eyes toward Chen Jianmin. "Chen Jianmin, if you can speak on behalf of Zhou Lihong and Ma Daxiao, then I shall speak directly with you." Chen Jianmin thought to himself, "This is troublesome. How can one converse with a person in such a state? There seems to be no good way to approach this." After taking a few deep breaths, Wang Jinxian gritted his teeth and stated, "There are 3 matters at hand. If you agree, I will say nothing further. If not, I will reveal everything regarding Zhou Lihong and Ma Daxiao, and then I shall find a crooked tree and await their arrival." "Brother Jinxian, what are you saying?" The 2 young men standing behind Wang Jinxian in the west room were taken aback, their voices trembling slightly. Wang Jinbao stamped his foot in frustration. "Hey, brother, what are you doing?" The commotion drew the attention of those in the east room. Lu Xiaomei opened the door just a crack to peek outside, and Chen Jianmin gently shook his head at her. She immediately withdrew and hastily shut the door. Chen Jianmin took a step back, narrowed his eyes slightly, and asked, "Brother Jinxian, please, what do you wish for them to do? I will agree on their behalf if it is feasible." "Good, Jianmin, you are a straightforward man. I shall not beat around the bush," Wang Jinxian replied. "First, I must divorce Zhou Lihong, and she must leave with nothing." Chen Jianmin remained silent, taking a deep drag of his cigarette. "Secondly, Ma Daxiao must come out, kneel before me, and bow 3 times. Then this matter shall be settled." Chen Jianmin felt increasingly troubled. He could not involve himself in the divorce, as it could lead to blame if the 2 reconciled later. Furthermore, the demand for Ma Daxiao to bow was quite severe, making it difficult to manage. Yet, he was curious to hear Wang Jinxian's 3rd condition. Unexpectedly, Wang Jinxian opened his mouth to declare, "Lastly, Zhou Lihong must sever all ties with Ma Daxiao and remain in Zhujiakan for life." "What?" Chen Jianmin was taken aback. What manner of demands are these? What sort of twisted mind concocts such tormenting conditions? It was likely that Zhou Lihong and Ma Daxiao would indeed cut ties due to the gravity of the situation. Ma Daxiao would need to consider preserving his position at the logging yard. However, preventing Zhou Lihong from leaving Zhujiakan seemed implausible. Chen Jianmin scratched his head. Chapter 33. The clever ideas of a shrewd man. Chen Jianmin felt that resolving the matters between Ma Daxiao and Zhou Lihong would leave him half-bald. But who could blame him for meddling in the first place? It was too late to withdraw now. He needed to think carefully. This time, he could not let things simmer, as the longer it took, the more complicated it would become. Being clever is indeed an advantage. Chen Jianmin's mind whirled as he spoke again, attempting to maintain a calm and measured tone. "Brother Jinxian, let me discuss this with my partner." Wang Jinxian fixated his gaze on the door of the east room, fully aware that those 2 scoundrels were hiding inside. If not for his poor health, he would have charged in and dealt with them ruthlessly. In truth, he had long perceived that Ma Daxiao's gaze towards his wife was rather peculiar, a sense of discomfort lingering within him, yet he believed that as they were merely cousins, there should be no cause for concern. However, the previous day, the sound of a motorcycle echoed through the courtyard, followed by someone entering and subsequently accompanying Zhou Lihong into the east room. Shortly thereafter, strange noises emanated from within, and it was only half a day later that Zhou Lihong returned to the west room, her cheeks flushed, which aroused his suspicions. To his dismay, it turned out that Zhou Lihong had indeed entangled herself with Ma Daxiao, and they were caught in the act. Yet, could one truly place the blame solely upon her? Wang Jingquan felt a flicker of hesitation in his heart, but he quickly subdued it, for the door to the east room had opened, and Chen Jianmin had approached, gently tapping twice. The door was opened by Lu Xiaomei, who, upon Chen Jianmin's signal, swiftly stepped outside and promptly closed the door behind her, bracing it with her back. Her actions were entirely prudent, as it was crucial to prevent Ma Daxiao and Zhou Lihong from reappearing before Wang Jingquan, lest the shock provoke him to take more extreme measures. After summoning Lu Xiaomei, Chen Jianmin realized that even if they were to discuss matters, it was unwise to venture outside, fearing that those within might emerge. Thus, he too pressed against the door, closely aligning himself with Lu Xiaomei. Whispering in her ear, "How proficient is Li Yanli's medical skill?" Lu Xiaomei blinked, her body tensing, her demeanor becoming somewhat rigid. It was unclear whether it was the mention of the name or Chen Jianmin's proximity that had caused this reaction. After a brief moment, she nodded slightly. "She is competent." "That's promising." Chen Jianmin's voice lowered, glancing towards Wang Jingquan as he continued. "Wang Jingquan's family is in dire straits, having never received proper treatment. No matter how much medicine he consumes, it proves ineffective. What I propose is that we ask our cousin to contribute some funds to send Wang Jingquan to the clinic. Alternatively, we could have Li Yanli come to the house and examine him thoroughly, perhaps administering some penicillin. I am convinced it would be beneficial." Lu Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, fully endorsing Chen Jianmin's suggestion. She had been eavesdropping on the conversation outside and had heard all three conditions Wang Jingquan had articulated, pondering how to navigate the situation. Unexpectedly, Chen Jianmin had provided her with a remarkably viable solution. It was evident that he was not only resourceful, but also possessed a remarkable ability to articulate even the most challenging issues. Lu Xiaomei scrutinized Chen Jianmin intently. Her lips pressed together, before nodding earnestly and softly declaring, "You should speak with him. I shall return inside." Once their discussion concluded, Chen Jianmin approached Wang Jingquan with a calm demeanor, gesturing towards the west room. "Brother Jingquan, I would like to speak with you privately." His expression was serious, his tone steady, and his gaze unwavering, exuding an air of someone capable of handling significant matters. Wang Jingquan hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at his brother Wang Jingbao, who nodded in encouragement. With a silent exhale, he closed his eyes, uttered no word, and turned to slowly make his way into the west room. After Chen Jianmin entered, he expelled Wang Jingqian's two uncles and closed the door, gently assisting Wang Jingqian to sit at the edge of the Kong, adopting a tone of a caring elder. "Brother Jingqian, I may be younger and not fully considerate, yet I have a thought I wish to share with you." His earnestness was palpable. The flicker of anger within Wang Jingqian subsided slightly. He thought, "Well, go ahead and speak your mind." Chen Jianmin, with eloquence, began, "Let me speak some harsh truths. If you were to eliminate Zhou Lihong and Ma Daxiao, aside from venting your frustration, what benefit would you truly gain?" Wang Jingqian blinked, contemplating that the lack of tangible benefits was secondary. He felt that if he did not express his grievances, what was the point of living? Before he could respond, Chen Jianmin continued, "Brother Jingqian, yes, you have lost face, but honestly, has Sister Lihong's life been easy? Let's set aside her hardships. She chose to marry you, after all. That is her fate. I simply wish to understand, beyond preserving our dignity, shouldn't we also consider practical matters?" Wang Jingqian's gaze fixed intently on Chen Jianmin, his demeanor turning somewhat hostile. "Are you suggesting that living without dignity is acceptable?" Chen Jianmin chuckled lightly. "Brother Jingqian, to put it bluntly, if one day you were to suddenly vanish, what would truly matter? Are you even speaking sensibly?" Wang Jingqian bellowed, followed by a fit of coughs. Chen Jianmin, unfazed, patted his back, deducing from various cues that Wang Jingqian was likely suffering from bronchitis, a common ailment in the Northeast, though it seemed to be progressing towards pulmonary heart disease due to lack of timely treatment. With proper care, significant relief, if not complete recovery, was possible. However, given the limitations of the commune health clinic, thorough treatment might be unachievable, yet managing the condition was feasible, which gave Chen Jianmin a glimmer of hope. let us set aside whether it is sensible. Consider this practical question. If you could walk and engage in chores during this harsh winter, wouldn't that be more important than mere dignity? Wang Jinxian fell silent. His eyes began to flutter rapidly again. After a considerable pause, he replied, "Do you think I want to lie on the Kong every day? This is all due to lack of money. If I had the funds, I would have long been admitted to the county hospital." Chen Jianmin waved his hand. "Exactly, brother Jinxian. What I want to convey is that Xiaomei has a very good friend, Dr. Li Yanli, who works at the health clinic. She is exceptionally kind and skilled. If you stayed at the health clinic for a while, allowing her to treat you with quality medication, it would surely be more beneficial than your current state, if not a guarantee of recovery." Wang Jinxian's eyes were nearly blinking out of focus. Chen Jianmin recognized that he was beginning to consider the proposition and continued his persuasion. "If you are reluctant to go to the health clinic, it can be arranged for Dr. Li to visit you at home every few days. Let us say for about 10 days to 2 weeks, you would definitely see improvement. And it won't cost much. Moreover, you won't have to bear the expenses, as someone else will cover it." Chen Jianmin spoke at length, yet he did not utter a single word regarding Wang Jinquan's 3 conditions. Wang Jinquan was no fool. The moment he mentioned those 3 conditions was undoubtedly a culmination of years of pent-up frustration. He was incensed with himself, irked by Zhou Lihong, and seething over the life he had been leading. Now, upon hearing Chen Jianmin suggest that he could engage in some work, both inside and outside his home during the winter, the temptation was immense, so overwhelming that he felt compelled to consider it seriously. Chapter 34. She even rolls her eyes. Wang Jinquan was genuinely intrigued and turned his gaze towards Chen Jianmin. This young man had conversed with him for quite some time, only selecting the most palatable points to discuss, entirely sidestepping the 3 conditions. This implied that, should he acquiesce to Chen Jianmin's proposal, he would have to make concessions. This was entirely reasonable. After all, why would anyone leverage their connections to assist him otherwise? It was plain to see that his relationship with Zhou Lihong was beyond repair, a fact he would never concede. Other matters could be negotiated, but as for the reasons for his divorce, finding a pretext was hardly a challenge. However, the question remained, did Chen Jianmin have the authority to dictate this? "Brother Jianmin, it's not that I don't trust you, but please summon teacher Lu Xiaomei." Upon hearing this, Chen Jianmin recognized an opportunity. He would not hesitate to call Lu Xiaomei, or even her principal, if necessary. Indeed, it must be noted that teachers in this era held a significant position in the eyes of the public. Contemplating this, Chen Jianmin motioned for Wang Jinquan to sit against the wall and promptly went to the east room to fetch Lu Xiaomei. Once inside, he reiterated the words he had just spoken in front of Wang Jinquan. Lu Xiaomei nodded earnestly and, with a serious demeanor, addressed him, "Brother Jinquan, to speak candidly, my sister was in the wrong, and I owe you an apology. I understand that my apology may seem trivial and of little worth. Whether you accept it or not is inconsequential, but your health is paramount. We cannot afford to neglect our own well-being, can we? As for the matters Jianmin mentioned, they align with my thoughts as well. You need not worry about finances. If you wish to avoid hospitalization, I can arrange for Yanli to visit every few days. While I cannot guarantee a cure, it would certainly be an improvement over your current situation, far superior to consuming that herbal concoction." The words of this dedicated educator caused Wang Jinquan to slowly bow his head. Chen Jianmin recognized that pressing him further at this juncture would be counterproductive. He needed time to reflect. Observing Wang Jinquan's evident wavering, there was no need to elaborate further on the gravity of the situation. After all, they were all adults, and the distinctions were clear enough. Indeed, after a brief moment, Wang Jinquan gradually lifted his head as if he had reached a profoundly difficult decision. "Very well, teacher Xiaomei. I believe you. However, I will not be going to the health clinic." His reluctance was not due to a desire to avoid hospitalization, but rather a wish to remain in the comfort of his own home. Furthermore, the divorce was inevitable. As for the other 2 matters he had mentioned, let us consider them as if they had never been spoken. Chen Jianmin let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced at Lu Xiaomei, only to be taken aback when she rolled her eyes at him. "Oh, she can roll her eyes too," he thought, amused. The icy beauty's expressions were becoming increasingly animated, which he deemed a positive development. The demands for Ma Daxiao to kneel and bow, and for Zhou Lihong to be barred from leaving the village, have now been rescinded. What remains is the matter of the divorce between Wang Jinquan and Zhou Lihong. Wang Jinquan's stipulations are exceedingly harsh. He insists that Zhou Lihong must leave with nothing but the clothes she is wearing. In this regard, neither Lu Xiaomei nor Chen Jianmin has the authority to intervene, leaving the decision to the parties involved. After exchanging glances, Chen Jianmin chose to remain in the west room while Lu Xiaomei went to inquire about Zhou Lihong's feelings. "Elder sister, You heard the 3 conditions put forth by brother-in-law Wang Jingquan. After a discussion with Jianmin, he agreed to rescind the latter 2 conditions. Yet he remains adamant about the divorce. What are your thoughts? Zhou Lihong lowered her head, and after a moment, she began to weep softly. Her sobs heart-wrenching, yet barely audible. Lu Xiaomei crouched beside her. Sister, why not take a couple of days to think it over? I can speak with Wang Jingquan and ask him to be more accommodating. Wiping her tears, Zhou Lihong gently shook her head. No need. Just tell him I agree to the divorce and to leave with nothing but the clothes I'm wearing. I want to take a single item from here. Lu Xiaomei, filled with concern, asked, Sister, this isn't merely about what you want to take. Returning to our family home might be manageable with my uncle and aunt. But what about my cousin and his wife? How will they react? You intend to return with nothing at all? In truth, Lu Xiaomei withheld a more troubling thought. For a divorced woman, returning to her parental home is simpler if it is solely occupied by her parents. The issue arises with Zhou Lihong's situation, as her parents live with their son and daughter-in-law. Returning in such circumstances would mean she would have to navigate the dynamics with her sister-in-law. Furthermore, Zhou Lihong's sister-in-law is a formidable figure, a fact Lu Xiaomei is acutely aware of, leading her to worry about how Zhou Lihong will manage her future. Certainly, Zhou Lihong could seek another partner quickly. Yet in this day and age, it is quite challenging for a divorced woman, particularly one in Zhou Lihong's predicament, to find a respectable match. Finding someone merely to share a life with may not lead to genuine affection, and she could easily find herself in a precarious situation. At 32, Zhou Lihong is not lacking in intelligence. She understands the implications as well as Lu Xiaomei does. Ultimately, she made her decision. I will not leave Zhujiakan. Her parental home lies quite far away, on the opposite side of Hongshan County, nearly 200 miles from here. Where will you reside after the divorce? If need be, you can come back to my home. There's enough space, Lu Xiaomei suggested, furrowing her brows. No, I will not leave Zhujiakan. I will go to my uncle's house. Lu Xiaomei quickly grasped Zhou Lihong's intention. Her uncle, Zhou Sanli, is a distant relative, not a blood relation, who lives alone with his elderly spouse and has no children. Though he has a rather irritable temperament, he is fundamentally a good person. Zhou Sanli was also the matchmaker for Zhou Lihong and Wang Jingquan. Very well, sister, Jianmin and I will accompany you. Zhou Lihong could no longer bear it and collapsed into Lu Xiaomei's embrace, weeping once more. The subsequent matters became much simpler. Chen Jianmin had arranged with Wang Jingquan for Li Yanli to come and see him for treatment the following day. He then turned to the somewhat dejected Wang Jinbao and said, Brother Jinbao, I acknowledge what I mentioned earlier. Let us proceed as necessary. Wang Jinbao's face immediately brightened. Brother Jianmin, I am not the kind of person who only takes without giving back. If anything arises in the future, just let me know. Although I may not be able to handle everything, I certainly have the strength for some heavy tasks. All right. I will surely reach out to you when troubles arise. Brother Jinbao. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while. Chen Jianmin pulled Ma Daxiao outside to a shed where they stored wooden blocks and handed him a cigarette. Cousin, don't overthink it. Sometimes, losing a bit is better than facing calamity. Ma Daxiao let out a heavy sigh, crouched down, and lit the cigarette, muttering, I truly am quite unfortunate. Chen Jianmin thought to himself, is this truly just misfortune? It's one thing to have a wandering heart, but quite another to lack the ability to keep matters hidden. Besides, you are a married man and hold a leadership position. How can you be so careless? Naturally, he kept these thoughts to himself. After all, he had already extended a significant favor to him, and there was no need to provoke him further at this moment. Cousin, you should talk to Li Hong, Ma Daxiao insisted, waving his hands. I cannot intervene any longer. Otherwise, how will she continue to live? Moreover, I need to hurry back and clarify matters with my neighbor. Otherwise, if this spreads, the consequences could be severe. I feel so guilty towards Li Hong. Without needing to delve deeper, Chen Jianmin quickly grasped his implication. He was suggesting a complete abandonment of responsibility. Forget it. It's their affair, best not to meddle. Chen Jianmin admonished himself, watching as Ma Daxiao extinguished the cigarette, but without so much as a farewell to Zhou Lihong, and strode out of the courtyard. Zhou Lihong, who had just emerged from the house, stared blankly at Ma Daxiao's rapidly retreating figure, her complexion turning pale in an instant. Lu Xiaomei stepped out from behind her and tugged at Chen Jianmin. Come on, accompany us to Uncle's house. No one anticipated that Zhou Lihong's stubbornness to remain in Zhujiakan would ultimately benefit Chen Jianmin. Chapter 35. The subtle intentions of a great contributor. As they left Wang Jinchuan's residence, darkness had begun to fall. In Zhujiakan, which had yet to be electrified, the village had already slipped into a state of slumber. Every household had lit their kerosene lamps. on the only relatively affluent street in the village. Apart from the three of them, not even a dog could be seen. Passing by the small shop run by the village head, Lu Xiaomei instructed Chen Jianmin to stop the motorcycle and quietly assigned him a task. Go inside and buy 2 bottles of liquor. Uncle loves to drink. The uncle she referred to was Zhou Sanli. Huh. Chen Jianmin opened his mouth in surprise, feeling somewhat reluctant. After all, he was a great contributor, having helped resolve a significant issue, yet the teacher showed no acknowledgement, instead relying heavily on him. Where was the fairness in that? Just as he was about to protest about spending his money, he caught sight of Zhou Lihong's forlorn expression and swallowed his words. Stealing a glance at Lu Xiaomei, I stepped inside to purchase 2 bottles of high-proof liquor. How fortuitous, indeed. Zhou Sanli's residence lies at the far eastern edge of Zhujiakan. Just a mile further east from his home resides Tong Yulan and the adjacent forest protection station. The happiness-inducing vehicle, a Model 250, rumbled into the expansive courtyard of Zhou Sanli's abode, carrying 3 individuals. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Zhou Sanli emerged from the house. Illuminated by the motorcycle's headlights, he recognized Zhou Lihong and Chen Jianmin, yet Lu Xiaomei appeared somewhat unfamiliar to him. Lu Xiaomei, displaying great poise, introduced herself. Uncle, I am Lu Guoqing Xiaomei. You may not recall me. Ah, it is you. Zhou Sanli exclaimed, tapping his forehead. Lihong, what brings you here? Come inside quickly. As they conversed, Aunt Zhou also appeared. In contrast to the tall Zhou Sanli, Aunt Zhou appeared petite and dainty. She immediately noticed the injury on Zhou Lihong's face. Lihong, what happened to you? Zhou Lihong lowered her head and shed silent tears. Lu Xiaomei promptly interjected. Uncle, Auntie, let us discuss this inside. Yes, we must hurry inside. Aunt Zhou urged, nudging a distracted Zhou Sanli, who was fixated on their grand motorcycle. As Chen Jianmin entered the outer room, he paused and turned back outside. Why? One might wonder. It was simply that he understood the situation. Lu Xiaomei's first order of business upon entering would undoubtedly be to clarify Zhou Lihong's divorce to the elderly couple. As an outsider, Chen Jianmin deemed it inappropriate to remain present. Outside, he busied himself, glancing around, calculating his own plans. Regarding mushroom cultivation, it seemed that he and Tong Yulan could manage. Yet he was reluctant to overburden himself. He yearned for a life of ease, especially with the approaching wedding to Lu Xiaomei after the new year and the myriad of tasks that entailed frequent trips to the commune. Furthermore, he had committed himself to assisting Wang Jingquan, which also required his involvement. He pondered for a moment and arrived at a conclusion. He needed a helping hand, and Zhou Lihong would be a perfect fit. However, given her recent divorce and evident sorrow, broaching the topic felt decidedly inappropriate. After what seemed like an eternity, Lu Xiaomei emerged with a flashlight, inadvertently illuminating Chen Jianmin's face. Noting his shifty expression, she approached and gently pinched his arm. What mischief are you plotting now? Chen Jianmin protested. Hey, Xiaomei, that's not fair. Why must I be the one to engage in wrongdoing? As if you have refrained from such behavior. Lu Xiaomei muttered under her breath, recalling the moment when he had embraced her at her home, leaving her heart in disarray. With a darkened expression, she hastily remarked, Let us not linger outside. You'll catch a chill. All right. He replied, Xiaomei, how about you come over to my place for a while? As he spoke, his eyes darted about even more rapidly than before, clearly harboring some clandestine thoughts. As night fell outside, Lu Xiaomei remained oblivious, nodding slightly in agreement. All right, we shall discuss this later. Inside the house, Zhou Sanli was furiously putting on his shoes, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, that Wang Jingquan. What gives him the right to act as he pleases? Yes, our daughter has made mistakes, but how can we allow her to leave empty-handed? Just as he shouted these words, Aunt Zhou shot him a fierce glare. Keep your voice down. Do you want the whole village to know? Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Jianmin quickly stepped forward to stop Zhou Sanli. Uncle Zhou, please, hold on a moment. Let me say something, all right? Lu Xiaomei was taken aback by Zhou Sanli's sudden outburst after having been silent since she recounted the entire story. She joined Chen Jianmin in urging, Uncle, this matter has already been resolved. You cannot confront them again. Though Zhou Sanli was indeed hot-tempered, he was not foolish. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he squatted down to retrieve his pipe. Sensing the right moment, Chen Jianmin promptly offered his golden gourd pipe. Uncle Zhou, try this. It may be milder, but it's more convenient. Sighing, Zhou Sanli lit the tobacco, taking a deep drag while cradling his head in his hands. Murmuring, I once thought highly of that Jingquan lad. How could it come to this? Lihong, it's all my fault. I just wanted you to stay away from home, to avoid the disdain of your family, hoping you could live peacefully, but it seems I have only brought you harm. Chen Jianmin was somewhat bewildered. Was there more to Li Hong's marriage into the Zhou family? Let bygones be bygones, he thought. Aunt Zhou might not want to delve too deeply into family matters in front of Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaomei. If it's over, then it's over. Perhaps it's better that she leaves. Living with Wang Jingquan would only bring a lifetime of suffering. How can that be? Zhou Sanli protested, abruptly standing up. I must have a serious talk with that good-for-nothing. Li Hong may not have achieved much these past years, but she has endured hardships. Without her support, he wouldn't survive a day. Why should she leave with nothing? Wait for me, Li Hong. Your uncle will ensure you receive what is rightfully yours. He was not merely speaking in anger. He turned to rummage through the cabinet, retrieving a butcher's knife and tucking it into his coat, ready to leave. Chen Jianmin realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly blocked Zhou Sanli's path. Uncle Zhou, just hear me out. Just this once, please. Zhou Sanli, fuming, attempted to push past him, but at over 50 years old, he was no match for the younger Chen Jianmin, who swiftly pushed him back onto the bed. Chen Jianmin continued speaking. Uncle, I believe Li Hong leaving without anything isn't necessarily a bad thing. What? Zhou Sanli thought that if it weren't for Chen Jianmin's position as a forest ranger and his connection to Lu Xiaomei, he might have kicked him out of the way. Lu Xiaomei, demonstrating her adeptness as a teacher, intervened to prevent Aunt Zhou from rushing to her husband's side. Uncle, Jianmin makes a valid point. Let him finish what he has to say. With her interjection, Zhou Sanli hesitated to escalate the situation further and voluntarily took a seat on the bed, breathing heavily. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chen Jianmin expressed his thoughts. Indeed, Li Hongjie is reluctant to leave Zhujiakan, primarily because she does not wish to be looked down upon by others. Considering this, if she were to leave old Wang's house without taking a single penny, how would the villagers perceive her? The matter of Wang Jingquan's poor health is well known throughout the village. While he did not elaborate further, his meaning was abundantly clear. Engaging in an illicit affair is undoubtedly wrong. However, the fact that Zhou Li Hong was willing to forego any financial gain in her divorce and steadfastly refused to return to her parental home, clinging to her position in Zhujiakan, would naturally elicit a measure of sympathy from the villagers, even if they were aware of the underlying circumstances. Why do I say this? Because the 10-year marriage between Zhou Li Hong and Wang Jinghua, devoid of children, cannot be overlooked. Whom can one blame? The fault lies solely with Wang Jingquan's health. And who among them is unaware that Zhou Li Hong has lived like a widow? Furthermore, everyone is acutely aware that the 20 acres of land belonging to Wang Jingquan's family is entirely cultivated by Zhou Li Hong. In this situation, should Zhou Li Hong falter and engage in an affair, while it may be a disgraceful act, it is not without justification. People possess an innate sense of fairness, and with a bit of consideration, they can discern whom to support. Indeed, Chen Jianmin could articulate both right and wrong in a manner that felt convincing. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Sanli also came to the conclusion that Chen Jianmin was correct, just as he managed to persuade Zhou Sanli. Zhou Li Hong unexpectedly made a scene, slipping off the Kong and kneeling before Zhou Sanli and Aunt Zhou with a thud. Chapter 36. This matter is difficult to articulate without causing discomfort, is it not? Chen Jianmin had just managed to convince Zhou Sanli when Zhou Li Hong knelt down, which left him feeling quite overwhelmed. He thought to himself, "Sister, please do not create any more trouble now. I am not omnipotent, and there are certain matters I cannot resolve." Fortunately, his concerns proved to be somewhat unfounded. Not only did Zhou Li Hong kneel, but she also knocked her head 3 times on the ground before Zhou Sanli and Aunt Zhou, wiping her tears as she implored, "Uncle and Aunt, I have nowhere else to go. I seek your shelter. I will care for you in your old age." Half an hour later, Chen Jianmin, employing various arguments, led Lu Xiaomei to the forest protection point, providing a reasonable justification. "It is far too dangerous for you to return home tonight. I cannot allow you to leave." The pressing question was, where would she stay? At Uncle Zhou's home. It would be inappropriate for an unmarried young woman to reside there, so she could only spend the night at his place. As for whether Lu Xiaomei genuinely found his reasoning sound or harbored other intentions remains uncertain. Nonetheless, she left Zhou Li Hong at Zhou Sanli's home and accompanied Chen Jianmin. Upon reaching the entrance of the forest protection point, she still could not shake her worries about Zhou Li Hong. "Do you think my sister might be feeling despondent?" Her inquiry was not without merit. When she and Chen Jianmin had departed, Zhou Li Hong had sat there, appearing dazed with a somewhat unfocused gaze. Rest assured, Chen Jianmin reassured her. Having encountered numerous individuals who had suffered setbacks, he himself could pen a book about his past experiences. Thus he possessed his own judgment. If Zhou Li Hong were truly despondent, she would not have knelt before Uncle and Aunt Zhou, nor would she have insisted on remaining in Zhujiakan. That makes sense. By the way, are you the only one at the forest protection point? Who is that child coming out of the east wing? Lu Xiaomei illuminated the area with her flashlight, revealing Tong Yulan, who had just exited the mushroom room. At that moment, Chen Jianmin felt a twinge of panic. You see, she is, well, the little girl from my neighbor's house. No, rather, she is the young wife. Upon realizing the implications of his words, he quickly reassured himself, thinking that he and Tong Yulan had done nothing wrong, so there was no need for anxiety. With this thought, his speech became more fluid. We are partners in cultivating mushrooms. I provide the expertise, and she contributes the labor. After saying this, Chen Jianmin felt increasingly justified. After all, cultivating mushrooms is a perfectly normal endeavor. Her, the young wife? Where is her husband? Lu Xiaomei, astute as ever, immediately focused on the crux of the issue. It certainly sounded dubious to have his wife partnering with a single man in mushroom cultivation. Just as Chen Jianmin was about to clarify Tong Yulan's situation, she approached, her gentle voice asking, "Is that you, Brother Jianmin?" "Yes, it's me," he replied, stepping further inside. Upon hearing Tong Yulan's voice, Lu Xiaomei grew more suspicious. Did she truly seem like a young wife? She appeared far too youthful. As they drew closer, illuminated by the faint glow of a kerosene lamp from the west room, Lu Xiaomei scrutinized Tong Yulan once more, still feeling that the girl was simply too young. Noticing Chen Jianmin's reluctance to introduce her and his furtive movements toward the room, she called out to Tong Yulan, "Sister, let us get acquainted. I am Lu Xiaomei, Jianmin's partner and a teacher at the central school. What is your name?" Her words were abruptly interrupted by a loud thud. Chen Jianmin had collided with the doorframe. Lu Xiaomei stifled a laugh. Tong Yulan, her gaze evasive, looked at the slender girl in the coal miner's issued cotton coat, tugging at her own tattered jacket and taking a small step back. The light from the window no longer reached her. Stepping back further, she finally noticed that the girl was not only tall, but also exceptionally beautiful. With a soft voice that suggested she was quite cultured. Is this truly Brother Jianmin's partner? A pang of bitterness struck Tong Yulan's heart. She felt increasingly inadequate and even a bit nervous, stammering, "You must be Teacher Lu, right? My surname is Tong. Well, I have some matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave." Just as she turned to leave, Lu Xiaomei grasped her arm. "Sister, why the rush? Come in and sit with me for a moment. I would love to learn how you cultivate mushrooms." With no choice, Tong Yulan glanced toward the door. Chen Jianmin, who had just bumped into the doorframe, was no longer hiding. The collision had startled him enough to clear his head. He thought, even if I were to share a bed with Tong Yulan, what of it? This is permissible under my marriage agreement with Lu Xiaomei. So why should he hide? To do so would only leave Tong Yulan to face the somewhat intimidating Lu Xiaomei alone, which would be quite unmanly. Clearing his throat, he approached with a generous demeanor, saying, "Sister Yulan, please come in and sit for a while. I too am quite exhausted from the day and have no desire to return to the mushroom room. Why don't you tell me how our mushrooms are growing?" As he spoke, Tong Yulan felt a surge of confidence, her petite frame straightening as she nodded towards Lu Xiaomei. "Very well, Teacher Lu, please go ahead." A subtle smile graced Lu Xiaomei's lips as she discreetly observed Chen Jianmin's reaction. Unlike Tong Yulan, who had grown up in the mountains, Lu Xiaomei, as a teacher, had encountered a myriad of individuals. It was evident to her, without the need for deep contemplation, that there was a story between Chen Jianmin and Tong Yulan. She pondered whether this narrative was merely beginning or had progressed further. The more she scrutinized the young man, the less favorable her impression became. How could he, not yet married, already be flirting with someone else's wife? What would become of this situation? Yet, on second thought, she reasoned that their connection might be beneficial. It would alleviate Chen Jianmin's constant preoccupation with her own well-being. Consequently, rather than harboring reservations about their interactions, she should encourage their closeness. With newfound clarity, Lu Xiaomei warmly took Tong Yulan's hand and led her into the house. Chen Jianmin was momentarily taken aback. Lu Xiaomei's earlier demeanor had hinted at a fierce disposition, yet now she seemed to have softened. Was she concealing some ulterior motive? He smirked mischievously, thinking to himself that tonight he would reveal to her the true meaning of mischief. Upon entering the room, the illumination was significantly brighter than outside, allowing Tong Yulan to experience beauty for the first time. Lu Xiaomei's visage was the most exquisite she had ever encountered. Furthermore, Lu Xiaomei was cultured, which alone could surpass all the young women in Zhujiakan and even the entire Hongshan commune. As Tong Yulan took a seat, she lowered her head slightly, whispering encouragement to herself. Yes, she had secretly begun to regard Chen Jianmin as her own, yet she had not behaved inappropriately. What was there to fear? Well, perhaps there was a slight transgression. He had embraced her in the hot spring and seen her form. Surely, that did not count. Nonetheless, she couldn't shake the discomfort lingering in her heart. Chapter 37. Matters concerning the Chen Jianmin was preoccupied with tending to the stove and preparing the meal, leaving him little time to focus on the occupants of the room. He occasionally strained to listen to the conversation between the two women. As a teacher, Lu Xiaomei possessed a knack for diffusing tension. After engaging in light banter for a while, she gradually helped Tong Yulan relax. Although Lu Xiaomei's expression was often devoid of smiles, she exuded a tranquil demeanor, which Tong Yulan interpreted as a natural disposition. Soon, Tong Yulan felt she had grasped a bit of Lu Xiaomei's character and began to engage in conversation about mushroom cultivation. Suddenly, Lu Xiaomei remarked, "Then I shall join Jianmin in addressing you as sister-in-law. Sister Yulan, have you ever considered remarrying? After all, you are still quite young." She had previously learned that Tong Yulan was merely 20 years old. To remain a widow at such a tender age seemed exceedingly burdensome. Compassion is one aspect. Yet on the other hand, there exists a yearning to comprehend the extent of the relationship between her and Chen Jianmin. This inquiry is somewhat poignant. Tong Yulan's face instantly flushed, radiating a vibrant hue, as her gaze instinctively darted towards the bedding on the Kong, which she had provided for Chen Jianmin. Subsequently, she spoke in a voice so faint it was nearly inaudible. "My in-laws fear that I will take their grandson away and thus oppose my marriage." This subtle gesture did not escape the keen observation of the teacher. Initially, Lu Xiaomei intended to delve deeper for more information. However, upon hearing Tong Yulan's words, she promptly abandoned that notion. In the countryside, Tong Yulan is not the sole individual facing such predicaments. Lu Xiaomei's students also encounter similar circumstances. A wave of sympathy for Tong Yulan welled up within her, prompting her to offer advice. "In truth, you need not fear, if you genuinely wish to marry. Your in-laws cannot impede you." She contemplated suggesting the village's women's director, but considering the current situation of Zhou Lihong, who held that position, she doubted the latter would be inclined to assist others, and thus she redirected her counsel. "You may approach the commune. There are individuals specifically designated to handle such matters. They will undoubtedly support you." However, Tong Yulan shook her head, just as Lu Xiaomei was about to inquire further. She suddenly recalled the ambiguous relationship between this young bride and Chen Jianmin, causing her to swallow her subsequent words. When Chen Jianmin eventually prepared the evening meal, consisting merely of a few large pancakes and 2 bowls of potatoes stewed with dried beans, Tong Yulan excused herself, claiming familial obligations, and cast one last glance at the bedding on the Kong before departing. After the meal, Lu Xiaomei began rummaging through the cupboards in search of bedding, only to discover that aside from the one on the Kong, there were no additional sets available. Frustration bubbled within her. "Chen Jianmin, how do you live like this?" Chen Jianmin, with a sly grin, replied, "Aside from eating and sleeping, I work. What else is there to do? This is simply how it is." Lu Xiaomei, with delicate fingers, pointed at the bedding on the Kong and managed to utter through clenched teeth, "I doubt that belongs to you." She was not naive. Upon entering that afternoon, when Chen Jianmin wrapped himself around her, she had sensed something amiss about that quilt. Not only was it made of silk, but it also appeared quite new, even emanating a subtle fragrance. Generally, such bedding is crafted only for weddings. How could a solitary bachelor like Chen Jianmin possess it? Chen Jianmin's thick skin came into play. Whose quilt it is matters not. What is essential is its comfort. By the way, we must share a bed tonight. Unfortunately, given these conditions, you'll have to make do. I want to go home, Lu Xiaomei retorted coldly as she headed for the exit. She genuinely did not wish to share a bed with Chen Jianmin, who knew what mischief he might engage in during the night. Even sharing the same room felt perilous. At this juncture, she realized that she might have been somewhat deceived. She had assumed that such a large forest protection point would at least have 2 rooms for sleeping. But it appeared that there was only one suitable for rest, and even the bedding was limited to a single set. Chen Jianmin had gone to great lengths to persuade her to come. How could he possibly allow her to leave? Traveling at this late hour, even on a motorcycle, presents considerable danger. His previous words were not mere fabrications. Standing at the door with a grin, he suggested, "Why don't you sleep on the Kong while I take the floor? Or perhaps you could rest at the foot of the Kong, and I at the head?" Lu Xiaomei, though irked, was not an unreasonable person. She understood that, regardless of the circumstances, she would indeed have to spend the night there. With her eyes narrowed, she perched herself on the edge of the Kong, simmering in silence. As they exchanged glances, the door to the outer room creaked open. Chen Jianmin turned to reveal Tong Yulan, her petite frame holding a set of bedding. "Ah, Yulan, how considerate of you to come to our aid," he exclaimed, though inwardly he chided her for lacking insight into his feelings. Tong Yulan, glancing furtively at Lu Xiaomei, awkwardly stated, "Sister Xiaomei, this bedding is new and has not been used by anyone. I've placed it on the Kong for you." With that, she hurriedly exited without uttering another word. Chen Jianmin's mind began to whirl as he contemplated the disparity in treatment. Why was his bedding different from Lu Xiaomei's? While she received untouched linens, he was bestowed with the very one she had used herself. In a mere 2 seconds, a revelation struck him. Tong Yulan's gesture was laden with meaning. He had pondered this direction for some time, and now it was undeniably clear, filling him with elation. When one is joyful, it is nearly impossible to conceal it from one's countenance. Lu Xiaomei, having noticed his smug expression, gritted her teeth in irritation, snorted, and proceeded to spread the new bedding at the head of the Kong. Chen Jianmin quickly interjected, "Ah, the head of the Kong is too warm. You should sleep at the foot instead." His intention was not grounded in genuine concern for her comfort, but rather in his own agenda. Lu Xiaomei, unaware of his ulterior motives, reached out to test the temperature, finding it lacking compared to her own cozy bed at home. She cast him a disdainful glance and chose to ignore him entirely. After laying out the bedding, she removed only her outer coat and boots, folding her cotton jacket into a makeshift pillow before burrowing into the covers. Chen Jianmin continued his prattle. "Just don't blame me for not warning you if you end up overheated. I've noticed the Kong tends to radiate warmth as the night progresses. If you end up roasted like jerky, that would be quite the loss. Are you going to sleep or not?" Lu Xiaomei could no longer endure his incessant chatter and poked her head out from under the covers. Yes, I'll sleep right away," Chen Jianmin replied, as he spread more bedding at the foot of the Kong before retreating to the outer room, where he stuffed the stove with firewood. Returning to the west room with a mischievous grin, with a lone man and a solitary woman, both at an age more combustible than dry tinder. Sharing a room theoretically set the stage for potential complications. However, within Chen Jianmin's heart lay certain clandestine intentions, and for once, he assumed a role of propriety. After extinguishing the oil lamp, he removed his quilted jacket and trousers, burrowing into the warmth of the bedding, exhaling a contented sigh. It is often said that sitting is not as good as lying down, and indeed, there is profound truth in that. Upon listening intently, he discerned that Lu Xiaomei, who was resting at the head of the Kong, had already succumbed to gentle snores, clearly fatigued. Understandably so, being the sole woman among them, riding the cumbersome 250 cubic centimeters motorcycle, and having endured several tumbles along the way, followed by the pressing matter of resolving issues concerning Zhou Lihong, even the most resilient must feel wearied. The night seemed to pass without incident. Yet, as the hours crept toward dawn, Lu Xiaomei felt as if the Kong beneath her was ablaze, growing increasingly warm. Recalling Chen Jianmin's words of caution prior to slumber, she gritted her teeth and shifted a meter westward. This was certainly an improvement. However, as time passed, the heat returned, necessitating yet another adjustment. After several shifts, she realized she could move no further, having reached the very edge of the Kong, nearly brushing against Chen Jianmin. He appeared to be in a deep slumber, his snores resonating loudly. She thought to herself, "If I must lean on him, so be it. I shall rise before he awakens in the morning." With this resolve, she inched westward once more, their bedding intertwining. Now it was not so unbearable. Lying down felt genuinely pleasant. Subsequently, she lost track of when she drifted off to sleep. Unbeknownst to her, not long after she had nestled beside Chen Jianmin. His eyes widened in the darkness, brimming with a triumphant smile that would have been visible in the light. Chapter 38. When the moment calls for action. Chen Jianmin, having successfully utilized the warmth of the fire to draw Lu Xiaomei closer, was not one to remain passive. After all, he was indeed Chen Jianmin. Silently, he lifted his quilt and gradually inched toward her. When they were finally in proximity, Lu Xiaomei, still lost in slumber, instinctively wrapped an arm around his neck, snuggling closer to him, whether mistaking him for her sister Lu Xiaohong or Li Yanli. Chen Jianmin nearly burst into laughter, contemplating the fortunate turn of events. What splendid benefits could arise from a little cunning. This was precisely the moment to act decisively, with fervor and zeal. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The affair was far from concluding. Chen Jianmin mentally rehearsed his approach, whispering in a tone akin to hypnosis near Lu Xiaomei's ear, "Xiaomei, are you feeling warm?" Lu Xiaomei, still in a semi-conscious state, mumbled, warm. "Then perhaps you should remove your clothing," he suggested, his voice soft and beguiling. Xiaoli, help me take it off," Lu Xiaomei drawled, eliciting a nearly euphoric response from Chen Jianmin. He mused, "She must be envisioning me as Li Yanli. Splendid. This makes it all the easier to seize the moment." How could he have anticipated such thoughts of opportunism? After all, he and his comrade were now engaged, sharing a bed and assisting each other in shedding garments. Was this not a perfectly natural occurrence? This was an efficient means of fostering their mutual affection. Thus, what was there to ponder? Chen Jianmin had thoroughly prepared himself mentally. with one hand wrapped around Lu Xiaomei's slender waist. His other hand trembled as he fumbled with her clothing buttons. After considerable effort and time, he finally managed to remove Lu Xiaomei's thin cotton jacket, revealing a delicate sweater beneath. Chen Jianmin felt that this was sufficient. He had essentially achieved the first objective of transforming the ice beauty. Of course, progressing further was not out of the question. However, he feared that he might lose control if he continued. It was not that he was particularly noble. Rather, he considered that engaging with Lu Xiaomei in such a manner would, in some sense, be doing Li Yanli's bidding. If things were to escalate, Lu Xiaomei would surely regain her senses and resist, but he was confident that if he persisted, the outcome would be assured. The problem was that such an approach was far from ideal, quite contrary to his usual style. What he desired was for Lu Xiaomei to willingly embrace him in a fully conscious state, to strip herself down like a tender green onion, and then, with a coy and affectionate gaze, say, "Jianmin, what are you waiting for?" At that moment, he would gaze deeply into her eyes and say, "Sister, I am here." This was the perfect union he sought. Just as Chen Jianmin was lost in these delightful thoughts, an unexpected event unfolded. In the darkness, Lu Xiaomei sat up, tossed her troublesome sweater at Chen Jianmin's face, and then lay back down, murmuring, "Ah, this feels comfortable. Xiaoli, you should take off your clothes too." To undress or not to undress? Chen Jianmin faced an exceptionally daunting dilemma. To undress would disrupt his meticulous plan, which was precisely what he wished to see. Not undressing, however, was equally unbearable. Ultimately, he devised a compromise. He removed his sweater but retained his pants. This was a classic case of self-deception, akin to covering one's ears while stealing a bell. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Chen's commitment to maintaining his principles was commendable. Even he felt a sense of greatness in his actions. Cradling soft warmth in his arms, he was on the verge of slumber, mentally describing the exquisite beauty before him, delicate skin, subtle fragrance, and the waves of passion. But lacking the courage to proceed, he opted to retreat to his own bed. With immense willpower, Chen Jianmin moved back to his own blankets, exhaling deeply. Initially, Lu Xiaomei had been whispering, but suddenly fell silent. Moments later, she sat up with a startled gasp, then quickly covered her mouth, searching for her clothes beside her. Chen Jianmin quietly assisted by handing her the garments she had tossed aside, while Lu Xiaomei hurriedly dressed. Meanwhile, he feigned deep slumber, resulting in an odd atmosphere filled with movement and stillness. Time passed, and Chen Jianmin genuinely grew tired and eventually fell asleep. He awoke particularly early the next morning, and, bathed in the soft morning light, he made a significant discovery. Lu Xiaomei was not wearing her cotton jacket or pants, only the close-fitting undergarments. What did this signify? His gradual strategy is indeed correct, standing the test of time. Rising, he stepped outside for a brief respite, then ventured into the mushroom house to observe the fungi, which were thriving rapidly. He anticipated a harvest in 2 days. Turning around, he noticed the fire in the stove was roaring, a testament to Tong Yulan's dedication. As she diligently tended to the flames and watered the crops roughly every hour, a laborious task, Chen Jianmin's resolve to find her assistance grew stronger. By the time he prepared breakfast, Lu Xiaomei had just awakened. As she sat up and caught sight of Chen Jianmin entering, his gaze fixated on her chest, prompting her to swiftly cover herself with the blanket and roll her eyes at him, asking, "What are you staring at?" "I recall there's a flower embroidered on your sweater here," Chen Jianmin replied, pointing to his heart. "It feels so soft and plush. I didn't see it just now and wondered if you had worn it inside out. Isn't it uncomfortable?" Lu Xiaomei's eyes widened in surprise as she lifted the blanket to check, then slowly raised her head, fire igniting in her eyes, her pearly whites clenched together. Realizing he had misspoken, Chen Jianmin quickly turned and dashed out, just as a loud thud echoed against the door. Phew, that was a close call. After breakfast, before departing, Lu Xiaomei inspected the East Room and assigned Chen Jianmin a task. Clear out everything in that East Room, repaint the walls, and tidy the Kong. Be prompt. Aim to finish within 3 days. What for? Chen Jianmin asked with a frown. To accommodate someone, Lu Xiaomei retorted, slightly annoyed, casting a terse remark before striding out. Chen Jianmin suddenly recalled an important matter. Hey, are you going to pick up Li Yanli? Do you need me to go? The revving of a motorcycle echoed in the courtyard as Lu Xiaomei left, and Chen Jianmin turned back to the East Room, troubled by where to move its contents. There was a small storeroom in the yard, cluttered and neglected. He sighed, conceding to her request, likely fearing a repeat of yesterday's events and preparing in advance. Yet, how could such incidents always recur like that of Zhou Lihong? Unable to fully grasp his teacher's intentions, Chen Jianmin resolved to get busy. He spent half the day organizing the small storeroom and relocating all the items from the east room. During this time, Tong Yulan came by to assist. However, after moving just 2 items, she claimed she needed to add firewood to the stove, disappearing into the west room for quite some time. When she emerged, Chen Jianmin noticed an unusual smile on her face. Later in the afternoon, he discovered that the 2 sets of bedding he had neatly arranged in the morning had been refolded. It was evident that Tong Yulan had done it. Why would she go through the trouble of folding them a second time? He decided it was best not to dwell on it. Chen Jianmin decided to visit Wang Jinxian's home to ascertain whether Lu Xiaomei had brought Li Yanli. Just as he was about to step out, he was unexpectedly greeted by Zhou Lihong, who arrived carrying 2 bottles of wine. Chapter 39. Matters must be discussed together. Zhou Lihong appeared noticeably haggard, her complexion somewhat pale. Yet this lent her an air of delicate fragility reminiscent of Lin Daiyu. It was no wonder that Ma Daxiao braved the biting cold to visit Zhou's village. She indeed possessed a certain allure. Upon seeing Chen Jianmin, who had come to greet her, Zhou Lihong managed to force a smile. Brother Jianmin, are you heading out? Nothing urgent, Sister Lihong. Please, come inside, he replied, ushering her into the room. Noticing her placing the 2 bottles of wine on the rickety desk, he understood that she had come to express her gratitude, for he had indeed gone to great lengths to support her the previous day. Zhou Lihong glanced at the 2 neatly piled quilts on the Kong, her expression dimming further as she hastily averted her gaze, first inquiring about Lu Xiaomei. Has Xiaomei returned? Yes, she has, Chen Jianmin confirmed. She mentioned that the Kong at my house is uncomfortable and insisted on me preparing the east room. It seems she plans to visit often. Chen Jianmin attempted to engage her in light conversation, deliberately steering the dialogue towards topics that might evoke some amusement. Hoping to alleviate her distress, he wanted to convey that life continues, regardless of separations. After all, people can thrive independently. To his surprise, his chatter seemed to have some effect, as a hint of a smile appeared on Zhou Lihong's face. Pointing to the 2 bottles of wine, she said, Brother Jianmin, I came today with no other intention but to bring you these 2 bottles. They are from my uncle's collection, preserved for many years. I was reflecting on yesterday's events, and I am truly grateful for your presence. Otherwise, who knows what turmoil might have ensued. As she spoke, her voice dwindled, and her expression grew awkward. This was entirely understandable. Her decision to come and thank Chen Jianmin after such a tumultuous episode indicated her embarrassment. She had hesitated for quite some time, but felt compelled to express her gratitude, recognizing that the circumstances surrounding her separation were hardly a matter of pride. However, Chen Jianmin was unconcerned with such notions. Truth be told, in 30 years' time, events akin to what Zhou Lihong had experienced would scarcely raise an eyebrow in that era. His greater concern lay in how she would navigate her future. Sister Lihong, let bygones be bygones. We must look forward. By the way, may I inquire about your plans going forward? Zhou Lihong sighed, a faint smile gracing her lips, tinged with despair. What plans could I possibly have? I certainly can no longer serve as the women's director in the village. I suppose I shall just live with my uncle and aunt. Her words carried a sense of desolation, yet her tone betrayed a stubborn unwillingness to accept her fate. Chen Jianmin, keenly perceptive, immediately probed further. Sister Lihong, I ponder that spending every day in the winter with Uncle Zhou and Aunt Zhou might not be fulfilling. Would you be interested in pursuing a job? Zhou Lihong's eyes momentarily glimmered before dimming once more. Brother Jianmin, I am quite eager to find some work, to earn a little money. Otherwise, it feels rather uncomfortable to be living off my uncle and aunt's hospitality. However, going to the commune and finding a place to stay would be quite troublesome. Yet her reluctance to go to the commune stemmed from a deeper reason. She did not wish to be too close to Ma Daxiao, whose home was situated within the commune village. Chen Jianmin chuckled. Sister Lihong, the job I have in mind for you is not far at all. It's right here at our forest protection station. Zhou Lihong raised an eyebrow in surprise. Brother Jianmin, do you need someone to help you cook? There's no need to hire anyone. I have plenty of time, and I can do it for you. She understood the sentiment of the young bachelor who was reluctant to cook for himself, and she was eager to seize this opportunity to repay Chen Jianmin. At that moment, Tong Yulan burst in, holding a mushroom the size of a child's fist, her face alight with excitement. Spotting Zhou Lihong, she expressed both joy and surprise. Sister Lihong, what brings you here? Yulan had a favorable impression of Zhou Lihong, appreciating that the women's director was genuinely helpful whenever she needed assistance. Unsure of how to explain her presence, Zhou Lihong deftly redirected the conversation. Oh, Yulan, where did you find that mushroom? In the depths of winter. The sight of fresh mushrooms was indeed intriguing. Brother Jianmin grew it himself. Come take a look. Isn't it time to harvest? Tong Yulan proudly presented the mushroom to Chen Jianmin. We can wait another day or two before harvesting, Chen Jianmin replied. Yulan, you came at the perfect time. We need an extra hand here. Sister Li Hong is looking for work, and I was thinking of hiring her. What do you think? In their partnership, it was essential to discuss matters together. Although Tong Yulan would not oppose his decision, Chen Jianmin still sought her opinion. Yulan paused for a moment before responding, Brother Jianmin. If you think it's a good idea, then it's settled. Though her face betrayed no emotion, her heart brimmed with joy. Brother Jianmin was consulting her. And most importantly, he was considering hiring Zhou Lihong rather than suggesting they share the profits with her. Then a thought crossed her mind. Isn't Sister Lihong a village official? If she comes, will she be able to work? Zhou Lihong, pulling her thoughts away from the mushroom, bit her lip and declared, I have divorced and am no longer a village official. You will hear about my situation soon. Moreover, she added, Brother Jianmin, there's no need to pay me. I'm happy to help. She remained remarkably strong, almost revealing more about her situation. Tong Yulan, filled with questions yet refraining from prying further, sat pondering beside them. Ultimately, the matter of hiring was resolved according to Chen Jianmin's wishes. Zhou Lihong was hired at a wage of 1 yuan per day to alternate shifts with Tong Yulan, working 12 hours each, switching between day and night shifts every 10 days. Zhou Lihong left the forest protection station with tears in her eyes. Though 1 yuan a day may not seem substantial in the commune or county, it was quite a decent sum in rural contexts. Especially the kindness shown by Chen Jianmin deeply moved her, rekindling her faith in persevering through life. After bidding farewell to Zhou Lihong, Chen Jianmin intended to visit Wang Jinchuan's home, but noticed that Tong Yulan seemed reluctant to leave, nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Her head bowed as if lost in thought. Assuming she was concerned about the cost of hiring help, he remarked, Sister Yulan, this 1 yuan is well spent. Otherwise, if you were to do all this work alone, within a month, you would be bedridden from exhaustion. Moreover, our mushrooms can fetch a good price. Spending 30 yuan in a month is merely a trivial expense. But Tong Yulan, somewhat flustered, replied, It's not that I'm worried about the money. With Sister Li's help, I feel quite good. It's just that there's something. Chen Jianmin approached her, saying, Sister Yulan, is there anything we cannot discuss? Do you need money, or would you like my assistance with the work? Speak freely. No money is needed. And I don't require your assistance. Tong Yulan's face flushed a deep crimson. Perhaps it was due to newfound hope in life or some other reason. But her complexion had improved significantly over the past few days, making her blush particularly alluring, nearly causing Chen Jianmin's heart to leap from his chest. Lowering her head further, she whispered, My mother-in-law told me yesterday that as long as I don't remarry, I am free to do whatever I want. Why feel shy about that? Chen Jianmin was puzzled by the young woman's sentiments. It was a positive development, allowing her to pursue her desires without hesitation. Tong Yulan jumped off the edge of the bed, dashed for the door, and turned back, saying, Brother Jianmin, once you finish your tasks in the next few days, I would like to go to the hot springs and refresh myself. With that, she was already at the door to the outer room. Chen Jianmin blinked in contemplation, suddenly realizing, could it be that she meant what he thought she did? Chapter 40. A harmonious partnership makes work light. The words Tong Yulan uttered before leaving infused Chen Jianmin with vigor, making everything around him appear delightful as he hurried to Wang Jinquan's home. Upon learning that Lu Xiaomei had visited with Li Yanli, bringing 2 bottles of medicine and staying for over 2 hours, he felt a great sense of relief. After all, he had made a promise to Wang Jinquan. And in the rural context, keeping one's word is foundational to one's credibility. Fortunately, Lu Xiaomei had not put him in an awkward position, as she had also assured Wang Jinquan face-to-face. Being a local teacher at the central school, her presence was infrequent, and even if she were to neglect her duties, Wang Jinquan could not take any action against her. Chen Jianmin, on the other hand, lived in the same village as Wang Jinquan. Failing to fulfill a promise would significantly affect his standing in the community. Thus, since Lu Xiaomei valued her commitments, Chen Jianmin felt compelled to uphold his as well. Upon returning home, he rolled up his sleeves and resumed his work, seizing the opportunity to tidy the west room thoroughly. He rearranged cabinets and moved tables, working diligently until evening, finally completing the necessary preparations. The following day, he made another trip to the commune, purchasing 2 bags of lime, over 10 meters of plastic sheeting, and 5 sections of flue pipes. Upon returning, he busied himself with the tasks at hand. He unearthed a set of old stove covers and a stove ring from the small storage room, dismantled 20 red bricks from the courtyard wall, and procured a large basket of soil from behind the house, mixing it into mud within half an hour to construct a stove. He then extended the flue pipe through a small window and secured it to the roof with fine iron wire, igniting the stove to elevate the temperature inside the house. Subsequently, he affixed 2 layers of plastic sheeting over the windows of the east room, feeling satisfied with the insulation. Only then did he commence the fire in the stove pit. Due to the east room not being used for heating for years, the stove hole was damp, and the air stagnant. When he struck the match, the smoke failed to enter the room, billowing outward and filling the outside with thick smoke, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Chen Jianmin coughed profusely and rushed outside, where he squatted on the ground for a brief moment before seeing Tong Yulan and Lu Auntie hastily approach. Lu Auntie shouted from a distance, "Jianmin, what is happening? Is there a fire? Hurry and call for help." Tong Yulan carried a small bucket of water, her face etched with concern. Their alarm was understandable. The outer door stood wide open, dense smoke pouring from the entrance and rising toward the sky, creating the illusion of an actual fire. After struggling to suppress his coughing, Chen Jianmin pointed to the chimney of the east room and explained, "No, it's not a fire. I'm just trying to burn wood in the stove pit. It's difficult to ignite, so the smoke is escaping outside." "Oh my goodness, you nearly scared us to death," Lu Auntie exclaimed, patting her chest as she turned to head home, casting an annoyed glance at Tong Yulan. "It's all your fault. Daughter-in-law, making such a fuss. You said the forest was on fire, and I rushed over without even putting on my shoes. My feet are nearly frozen." Tong Yulan, however, paid little heed to her mother-in-law's irritation and simply laughed, covering her mouth. At that moment, Chen Jianmin bore little resemblance to a dashing figure. His face was as dark as that of an African, save for his bright white teeth. He lacked experience in igniting such a fire pit, but Tong Yulan was quite the opposite. She dashed into the room through the smoke, forcibly pulling out most of the branches jammed into the stove pit and tossing them into the yard. She patiently guided Chen Jianmin, saying, "Brother Jianmin, for a stove that hasn't been used for years, you shouldn't stuff too much wood in at once when lighting it. You must gradually warm it up with small flames. It'll be fine after a while." Indeed, following her advice and using a small flame for over 10 minutes before adding a substantial amount of wood, the smoke ceased to billow. Chen Jianmin felt a newfound respect for Tong Yulan's practical wisdom, with little to occupy her at home, especially after her mother-in-law had informed her the day before that she would not need to help with cooking or feeding the pigs and chickens, only needing to focus on cultivating mushrooms. She took it upon herself to assist Chen Jianmin in tidying up the house. The combination of their efforts made the work feel less burdensome. After a long and laborious day, the walls of both rooms had been painted, and a thorough cleaning was completed, marking a significant accomplishment. Chen Jianmin took the opportunity to inspect the mushroom room and concluded that the mushrooms should no longer be allowed to grow. If they grew any larger, they would lose their palatability. Returning to the east room, he addressed Tong Yulan, who was sitting on the edge of the Kong, lost in thought. "Sister Yulan, are you tired? If not, let us pluck the mushrooms later tonight and sell them at the commune first thing in the morning." Although Tong Yulan had felt somewhat fatigued from the day's exertions, upon hearing his proposal to harvest mushrooms for sale, she immediately perked up, her face alight with excitement. "Not tired at all, Jianmin Gu. What time shall we start tonight?" Chen Jianmin estimated, around 3 or 4 o'clock. Not too late, but not too early either. We should be able to finish by 5 or 6. He suggested they first bring the wicker baskets inside to warm them up. The baskets, crafted from willow, were essential for storing the mushrooms, as bags would easily crush them. Fortunately, the Forest Protection Station kept over 30 such baskets in the corner of the yard year-round for fire prevention purposes. However, a pressing concern remained: how to transport the mushrooms to the commune. After some contemplation, Chen Jianmin decided it would be best to enlist the help of someone familiar. He thought of the Zhou brothers, Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu, who were currently at leisure. Zhou Wen was engrossed in a copy of Journey to the West, while Zhou Wu was napping on the Kong. Upon seeing Chen Jianmin, Zhou Wen quickly got up to offer him a cigarette and a drink. Chen Jianmin gestured towards Zhou Wu and inquired, "How is he? Is he able to return home?" Zhou Wu had been uncomfortable at the clinic for several days, and despite Zhou Wen's best efforts, he had to let him go home to recuperate. The doctor had assured them there was nothing serious, but he should not walk much or engage in heavy labor, and he would recover in a month or so. After explaining, Zhou Wen asked, "What brings you here, Jianmin? I was thinking you had nothing pressing at home, so I thought I might find you a task, a trip to the commune to transport some items. It would likely take most of the day, and I can provide lunch and 3 yuan for your trouble. Would you be willing?" Chen Jianmin did not explicitly mention the mushrooms. Of course, how could I refuse? Zhou Wen expressed keen interest in the prospect of earning 3 yuan for a trip to the commune. "All right then, it's settled. Be at the Forest Protection Station by 6 tomorrow morning. Also, we need to prepare the cart." Chen Jianmin detailed the tasks at hand. After returning home, He retrieved a saw and began trimming the handles of the wicker baskets to save space when loading them onto the cart. He worked tirelessly until past 10 in the evening, feeling both exhausted and drowsy. Realizing he needed to rise early to harvest mushrooms, he fell asleep without even changing his clothes. In the midst of his slumber, he sensed the presence of another person beside him. Chapter 41. The legend of mushroom picking. Chen Jianmin, weary and sleepy, had lain down on the Kong without undressing. In the middle of the night, he felt as though someone had joined him. Groggily opening his eyes, he noticed that the kerosene lamp he had extinguished before sleeping had been mysteriously lit again. Upon closer inspection of the person lying beside him with her face down, he found himself suddenly alert, not quite awake, but rather invigorated. He felt a rush of energy coursing through him, for the individual was Tong Yulan, perhaps considering their excursion to the commune that day. She donned a set of clothes that were a departure from her usual attire. Her hair meticulously styled and tied into two charming little ponytails at the back of her head. Initially, she had been gazing intently at Chen Jianmin's face, but upon seeing him suddenly open his eyes, she was clearly startled, quickly covering her face and softly murmuring in explanation, "It's a bit chilly outside. I thought I might warm up here." Chen Jianmin chuckled quietly, finding her excuse somewhat implausible. The stove in the room was already lit, emanating warmth, so it was puzzling why she felt the need to huddle next to him. As these thoughts crossed his mind, one of his hands instinctively reached out, gently encircling her waist and pulling her closer. Tong Yulan almost instinctively nestled into his embrace, her face buried in his chest, her small hands unsure of where to rest. Chen Jianmin could feel her heart racing like a drum, her body trembling ever so slightly. He mused to himself that this was merely an embrace. What would happen if they were to progress further? This thought only heightened his anticipation. Yet, he was aware that time was of the essence. Their scheduled mushroom picking was fast approaching. However, with such a delicate figure pressed against him, he felt compelled to respond in kind. He tilted his body back slightly, allowing Tong Yulan to lift her head. In the dim light, witnessing her blushing visage, he could no longer restrain himself and leaned in to kiss her, trailing from her forehead down to those luscious lips he had long desired. Tong Yulan stiffened momentarily before a shiver ran through her entire being. Her hands finally found purpose, clutching Chen Jianmin's neck tightly, her lips parting slightly as she instinctively responded. In that moment, he felt as if he were soaring through the skies. Enveloped in a warm spring, every part of him thoroughly at ease. It struck him with a pang of self-derision. In his previous life, he had wed 3 wives. Yet here he was, behaving as if newly released from prison. They lingered in their intimate exchange for a considerable while until Chen Jianmin sensed that Tong Yulan was becoming breathless, prompting him to release her. Gasping for air, she pointed to the old-fashioned wall clock, her voice barely above a whisper. "Jianmin, we should head out to pick mushrooms." A mischievous glint flickered in Chen Jianmin's eyes as he grasped her small hand. "How about you start by picking from my side?" Tong Yulan, fully aware of his playful intentions, playfully thumped his chest and turned to get off the bed. Chen Jianmin erupted into laughter. Mushroom picking was a meticulous task. Unlike casually plucking wildflowers from a field, the mushrooms in the cultivation room required careful cutting at the base or twisting free, leaving part of the root intact to allow for future growth. Thus, they proceeded with great care, taking nearly 3 hours to complete the harvest. Gazing at the 19 baskets of mushrooms stacked against the wall, Tong Yulan was so thrilled that she hardly knew what to say. "Brother Jianmin, these mushrooms look truly vibrant and smell delightful. By the way, how many pounds do you think we have?" Chen Jianmin, possessing vast experience in mushroom cultivation, could estimate the yield with remarkable accuracy at a mere glance. In truth, there was no need for scrutiny. The scale of the mushroom house alone could provide an indication of the potential harvest. However, this was his first cultivation since arriving in this era, and the species of mushrooms differed, so he could not be too precise. Nonetheless, he had a rough estimate, around 170 to 180 pounds. Calculating further, it suggested that each basket contained approximately 8 to 9 pounds. Tong Yulan lifted one of the baskets, weighing it in her hands. "Brother Jianmin, I believe this basket indeed weighs about 8 or 9 pounds. As they conversed, sounds emanated from the courtyard, hooves pounding against the ground and the crack of a whip. It appeared that Zhou had arrived with the horse-drawn cart. Chen Jianmin hurried out of the mushroom house, inspecting the foundational work he had asked Zhou to complete the previous day. He noted that a sand box had been constructed around the cart, bordered with wooden boards, and that blankets and old cotton quilts surrounded it. The cart's floor was thickly padded, which pleased him immensely. He patted Zhou on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Zhou, splendid job. Let us load it up." Initially skeptical about Chen Jianmin's plan to load mushrooms, Zhou had come by the previous evening, curious to see. But outsiders were generally not permitted inside the mushroom house, so he was left uninformed. Now, witnessing Tong Yulan hurriedly emerge with a basket of mushrooms, he shone his flashlight at her and nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Tentatively, he approached and poked at the mushrooms with his finger, as if fearing a bite, quickly retracting it in shock. Good heavens, are these really mushrooms? His astonishment was warranted. He had seen and consumed many mushrooms before, but those had been foraged from the mountains after summer rains. This was the first time he had encountered fresh mushrooms in the depths of winter. Chen Jianmin quickly urged, "Never mind whether they are real or not. We must load them into the cart at once, or they will freeze." Subsequently, he and Tong Yulan began transporting the mushrooms outside, while Zhou Wen nimbly arranged the baskets into the sandbox. In the end, they loaded 18 baskets, with Chen Jianmin reserving one for gifting. Without wasting a moment, they covered the mushrooms with prepared quilts, layering them extensively. Once secured, they added 2 layers of plastic sheeting over the quilts, tightly binding the corners with rope to the cart. Only then did he exhale in relief. Even with such protection, in 20 below zero weather, it wouldn't last long. They had to depart immediately, ideally processing the mushrooms within half a day, or they would inevitably freeze. Chen Jianmin retrieved 2 packs of Jean Hulu cigarettes from his pocket, placing them into Zhou Wen's coat pocket, and fetched a bottle of sorghum liquor from the house. Handing it over, "Brother Zhou, take a sip if it gets cold on the way. Let us set off." Zhou Wen's grin stretched from ear to ear. "We must leave immediately. What are we waiting for? We can't sit in the cart. Otherwise, your mushrooms will be squashed. Just follow the carriage. It won't be cold at all." Though he spoke so, his hands moved swifter than his words. Swiftly grabbing the bottle and stuffing it into his coat pocket, Tong Yulan, donned in a large cotton hat and wrapped almost entirely in a thick scarf, had Chen Jianmin find her a pair of warm cotton gloves, unique to the Northeast. "Hurry up and wear these. Your little hands mustn't freeze. They'll be needed later." With a mischievous grin, he was the first to push open the gate. Tong Yulan blinked, pondering why her hands couldn't freeze and still hold great significance. Chapter 42. Not easy for anyone when Chen Jianmin and the others set off from Zhujiakan. The dawn had just begun to break. After traversing 20 miles of mountainous terrain, they were not cold, but rather utterly exhausted. Upon reaching the eastern end of Hongshan village, where the commune was located, it was precisely 8 o'clock. The sun had just risen, casting a warm, reddish glow that enveloped the entire village in a golden hue. This was Tong Yulan's first venture beyond her home in 2 years, and her first visit to the commune. Consequently, she was brimming with excitement, oblivious to her fatigue. Gazing at the village bathed in the morning light, she felt as joyful as a bird released from its cage. Bouncing over to Chen Jianmin and pointing at the distant moon pond, "Jianmin, that looks truly beautiful." Observing her exuberance, reminiscent of a fledgling bird breaking free, a rare pang of bittersweetness stirred within Chen Jianmin. Tong Yulan now embodied the essence of a girl her age. Nevertheless, he consoled himself, promising that once they had money, he would take her to explore the world beyond, to larger cities like Tiling. They halted the cart against a high wall that shielded them from the northwestern wind and fed the 2 horses some crushed cornmeal, allowing the trio to catch their breath. Seizing the moment, Chen Jianmin proposed his plan. "When I call out, you 2 will help. Yulan, you'll handle the money. Zhou, keep an eye on the cart. Don't let anyone peek, or the mushrooms might freeze before we even sell them." With their roles established, they commenced selling mushrooms. The serene village entrance was suddenly filled with the loud and unexpected cries of a vendor. "Fresh mushrooms for sale. Cheap prices for fresh earth mushrooms." The cries gradually echoed deeper into the village. In the winter mornings of northeast rural areas during that era, around 8 o'clock, people were typically just rising from their slumber. The diligent ones would be sweeping their yards, preparing breakfast, while the lazier ones, like Han Laosan, would peek out from their blankets, glancing out the window, thinking it was still early enough to indulge in a little more sleep. Just as he pulled back his head, his eldest daughter, Han Yao, entered, holding a chipped enamel basin that once bore a bright hue, now filled with icy well water. With red-rimmed eyes yet a stern expression, she stated, "Dad, if you don't get up soon, I'll throw water on you." Han Laosan, startled, sat up abruptly, pointing at his daughter in reproach. "You insolent child. What kind of manners are those? Is that how children speak to their fathers? How have I spoken? What father behaves like you? Every day? All you think about is gambling. I haven't even paid the tuition for my and Xiaodong studies this year, and our household is down to just half a bag of cornmeal. Are you not the least bit worried?" Bang! Han Yao slammed the basin onto the ground, crouched down, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "You should hurry and bring my mother back." Speaking of this, Han Laosan's anger flared even more. "Do not mention your mother in front of me. After scolding her a couple of times, she couldn't take it anymore and ran back to her family, neglecting even her child. Hey, what are you doing? All right, I will get up, won't I? He did not finish his sentence, as Han Yao once again lifted the basin, threatening to pour it. If being unfilial means being unfilial, then she was indeed at her wit's end. Yesterday, she had pleaded and sought help from her classmates, and her father managed to find a job unloading trucks at the granary for him, earning $2.50 a day. They start roll call at 8:30, and now, as the time approaches, her father still hasn't gotten up. How could she not be anxious? The granary does not hire girls, especially not a 17-year-old like her. Otherwise, she would have thrown caution to the wind and gone to do it herself. After all, if she could work until the new year, she could earn enough for her and her younger brother Han Dong's tuition, couldn't she? The 15-year-old Han Dong had just returned from sweeping the yard when he saw his sister holding the basin, tears streaming down her face. He quickly took the basin from her, straightened his back, and said, "Sister, I can do the job at the granary. Let me go instead." "No," Han Yao interrupted decisively, her tears flowing even more fiercely. "Go back to your room and finish your winter vacation homework first." Han Dong silently carried the basin of water and left. Outside, a voice shouted, "Fresh mushrooms for sale. Fresh earth mushrooms. Just picked tonight. Selling cheap." Woken up early in the morning by his daughter, Han Laosan was in a particularly foul mood. Just then, the loud, raspy voice selling mushrooms stopped right outside his door, shouting with great enthusiasm. Was this person deliberately trying to disturb him? Wait, something's not right. Where on earth could fresh mushrooms come from in the dead of winter? This person outside must be looking for trouble. Han Laosan, in a fit of anger, put on his clothes and shoes and stepped outside. Hey, it really doesn't look like they are looking for trouble. They are driving a horse cart and accompanied by 3 others. If they are not looking for trouble, then they must be fraudsters. Who knows what they are selling as mushrooms? But then again, who could be fooled by that? Forget it, I can't figure it out. It's impossible to find fresh mushrooms in this season. So shouldn't I teach them a lesson and vent some anger? Hey, what are you selling? Han Laosan stood in front of the cart and asked in a gruff voice. The reason Chen Jianmin and his companions had been stuck there for so long was that about 10 people had gathered around, questioning their authenticity. Now, faced with a man in his 40s wearing a greasy, tattered cotton coat, he could only patiently explain. Selling mushrooms, fresh earth mushrooms, just picked last night. 2 pounds. 2 pounds. Han Laosan scoffed, nearly spitting on Chen Jianmin's face. Where on earth did fresh mushrooms come from at this time? Are you trying to fool me? If there were fresh ones, I would eat as many as I could. Young people these days have no integrity, trying to deceive everyone. At my age, I had already earned enough to purchase a house, all through my diligent labor. Having asserted myself, Han Laosan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, a twinge of regret surfaced. Regardless of what one was selling, standing outside in this frigid weather was no easy task. Had he perhaps been too harsh? Chen Jianmin sighed. Alas, life is not a fairy tale, and there is no need to humiliate anyone. Moreover, the individuals surrounding him were his fellow villagers. To belittle them would not truly bring him solace. He had refrained from displaying the mushrooms to these people, intending to wait for a larger crowd before revealing his samples, to prevent the cold air from spoiling them. However, it appeared he could no longer afford to delay. Wasting time here was unworthy. With this thought in mind, he reached into the corner of the truck bed and swiftly retrieved 2 fist-sized mushrooms. Han Laosan was the first to rush over, snatching the mushrooms from Chen Jianmin's hands. The mushrooms felt cool to the touch, still adorned with a bit of fresh soil. They resembled sawdust somewhat, but in any case, these were indeed mushrooms, remarkably fresh, with moisture still clinging to them. Damn, perhaps he had spoken too harshly earlier. Han Laosan silently chastised himself for a moment. The other 10 or so individuals quickly gathered around, expressing their astonishment. Goodness, they truly are mushrooms. I foraged for these in the mountains during summer and sold quite a few, exclaimed one. Oh my, could this be a trick? How did you manage to get these? Just imagine simmering them with a little chicken, or even stir-frying with some cabbage. Chen Jianmin maintained a serene demeanor, embodying the image of a cordial merchant. After the initial shock wore off, the group began to inquire about the most pressing matter. Hey, young man, how much are you selling these mushrooms for? Chen Jianmin first held up 2 fingers, then added a third, 2 yuan and 3 per jing. What on earth? Han Laosan nearly bit his own tongue. Are you selling gold? 2 yuan and 3? Do you know how much pork that buys? With that money, wouldn't it be better to eat pork? As soon as Han Laosan finished speaking, Han Yao dashed out from the courtyard, tugging at him to return home, her voice filled with urgency. Dad, hurry. We need to get to the granary after dinner. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. The other villagers clicked their tongues, shaking their heads as they dispersed. 2 yuan and 3? Who could afford such an extravagant price for a mere pound and a half of fatty meat or 10 pounds of flour? Tong Yulan stared blankly, whispering to Chen Jianmin, "Brother Jianmin, are we asking too much?" However, Chen Jianmin shook his head. "Not at all. This price reflects the effort we have invested. It is simply that we may not have found the right buyers." Just as he was about to leave, the neatly dressed Han Yao came running out of the small courtyard, calling out to them, "Wait, big brother, I have something to discuss with you." Chen Jianmin turned to see it was the same girl who had just pulled her father away. What could she possibly want to discuss with him? Han Yao approached him briskly, her expression resolute as if preparing for battle, and said, "I can help you sell these mushrooms at that price. But I have a condition." Chapter 43, The Little Girl Selling Mushrooms. Chen Jianmin scrutinized the young girl standing before him. She wore an old, light gray cotton jacket, patched at both shoulders and cuffs. Even if it were torn, it shouldn't be so symmetrically damaged, should it? It seemed to hint at a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Suppressing his curiosity, he continued to observe her. To his surprise, the homemade cotton shoes she wore also had a small piece of fabric sewn onto the toes, symmetrically placed and shaped into a wavy pattern. Her small, slightly round face was adorned with a pair of not-so-large, single-lidded eyes that sparkled with clarity, albeit with slightly swollen eyelids. Her short hair, neatly arranged to shoulder length, spoke volumes. What did this imply? It illustrated that the girl came from humble circumstances. However, her attire was immaculate, and she carried herself with remarkable poise. Most importantly, despite her challenging environment, she had the resourcefulness to present herself appealingly. Achieving such neatness and symmetry resonated deeply with Chen Jianmin's aesthetic sensibilities, shaped by his own compulsions. A satisfied smile graced his face as he inquired, "What is your name, little girl? How old are you?" "I am Han Yao, with Han from Han Shizhong and Yao from the character for Jade," she replied, her eyes sparkling as she spoke rapidly. "As for my age, does it pertain to our business dealings?" Chen Jianmin paused, acknowledging that her age indeed bore little relevance. After all, he had begun trading mushrooms at the age of 15. He decided to ask the crucial question, "Can you tell me about your terms? If you can sell nearly 200 pounds of mushrooms in one morning, I would consider it reasonable." Han Yao glanced at Tong Yulan, who stood beside her, playfully winking at her before extending 2 fingers, then mimicking Chen Jianmin's earlier gesture by slowly revealing a 3rd finger. "For every pound sold, I'll take 23 cents. And I assure you I'll sell them all by noon." Chen Jianmin's eyes lit up as he scrutinized the girl once more. He had previously quoted the villagers a price of $2.30 per pound, allowing room for negotiation, with his bottom line being $2. It appeared that this girl had intuitively discerned his lowest price. Could she be a prodigy in commerce? He felt compelled to learn more about her. "Young lady, your terms are rather steep, akin to robbery. How about this? I will grant you 20 cents per pound as a token of goodwill. But I need to hear more about your situation. Otherwise, how can we trust each other?" Han Yao was unfazed. "I'm a senior student in Class 1 at Hongshan High School, 17 years old. What else would you like to know? Feel free to ask." "All right, that suffices. Let us proceed." Chen Jianmin responded readily, drawn to her demeanor, which mirrored his own in many ways, particularly in their shared compulsions. It was then that he truly witnessed the advantages of a local guide. Han Yao led them directly into a narrow street heading north, and after a short distance, she turned westward, pointing to several rows of old, gray houses lining the road. Do not be deceived by their age. Each house is divided into independent courtyards. Quite spacious indeed. The residents of our Hongshan township are indeed individuals of notable standing. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianmin immediately grasped her intent. Was this not a matter of identifying the right consumer demographic? Or, one might say, pinpointing high-end clientele? Ah, this young lady possesses quite a sharp mind. As they approached the rows of old houses, even before Chen could utter a word, Han Yao clenched her fists, steeled herself, and called out with fervor, "Fresh mushrooms. Just picked fresh mushrooms." After a couple of shouts, feeling her voice falter, she encouraged Tong Yulan beside her, "Sister, you shout. Your voice is so sweet. It will surely attract attention." "Sister?" Chen Jianmin thought to himself, "Young lady, your perception seems lacking." However, it was somewhat understandable, as Tong Yulan did indeed appear to be of similar age, youthful to the core. Moreover, she was slightly shorter, making it reasonable for her to be addressed as a younger sister. Tong Yulan found the situation amusing yet exasperating, casting a furtive glance at Chen Jianmin. Feeling a bit shy about shouting, a common sentiment among those unaccustomed to commerce, she hesitated. Chen Jianmin, aware of her thoughts, pulled her aside and whispered encouragingly, "Do not fear. The first time is always challenging, but the second will flow smoothly, perhaps even become quite enjoyable. Why are you blushing? Tong Yulan bit her lip and playfully shoved him before returning to Han Yao's side. She glanced around and mimicked Han Yao, calling out, "Mushrooms. Fresh large mushrooms. The finest for entertaining friends and family." Remarkably, her shout immediately drew attention to their cart. A middle-aged woman clad in a black wool coat and a knitted black hat emerged from the first row of houses, her hands tucked into her coat pockets. Approaching with a graceful demeanor and a calm expression. "Fresh mushrooms? May I take a look?" she inquired. Her demeanor indicated familiarity with winter mushroom selling, and it was evident she was not short of funds. Chen Jianmin felt reassured and quickly retrieved a mushroom from the cart to present it to her. The woman examined the mushroom closely, bringing it to her nose, and promptly inquired about the price. Chen Jianmin had intended to raise the price, but before he could speak, Han Yao interjected, "Sister, these mushrooms are not easy to cultivate. They are a bit pricey, at 2 yuan and 60 cents per pound." As she spoke, she appraised the middle-aged woman from head to toe, making her message clear. This was not a product for the average consumer. If one lacked the means, they ought not to purchase. The woman frowned slightly, contemplating. Does this young girl think she is above anyone? 2 yuan and 60 cents too expensive? Having just returned from Shanghai, where winter mushrooms fetched nearly 10 yuan per pound, she was not one to be trifled with. With a dismissive wave, she replied, "Bring the cart to my doorstep. I will buy some." 5 minutes later, Chen Jianmin finally understood what buying some truly meant, without so much as a blink. The woman purchased 20 pounds. Clearly, her family could not consume such an amount, but it could be gifted. In the depths of winter, presenting such a gift would indeed carry great prestige. The transaction astonished Tong Yulan and Zhou Wan, who were initially taken aback, believing that $2.03 was exorbitant. To their surprise, the mushroom sold for $2.06, and the buyer did not even bargain, purchasing a substantial quantity in one go. As fate would have it, after moving a short distance forward, another customer emerged, this time acquiring only 3 pounds. However, this particular buyer was evidently a social dynamo, leaving Chen Jianmin and his companions waiting as he hurried home with the mushrooms, only to rush into the neighboring household shortly thereafter. Within less than 2 minutes, the neighboring family had purchased 6 pounds. In a flurry of transactions, within an hour, the entire load of 18 baskets, totaling 176 pounds of mushrooms, was sold at the price of $2.06, resulting in a total of $457.60. On the spot, Chen Jianmin handed $52 to Han Yao. She counted the money and insisted he return some, stating that they had agreed on a labor fee of 20 cents, and this amounted to 30 cents, which she could not accept. Chen Jianmin promptly pushed her hand away, exclaiming, "My dear sister, this is not merely a labor fee. It includes an information fee as well. Moreover, I have an idea that I wish to discuss with you." Han Yao, clutching the $52, looked at Chen Jianmin with a mix of confusion and slight apprehension, uncertain of what he wished to propose next. Chen Jianmin, however, smiled. "Why are you so tense? I merely wish to converse about our future collaboration." "Collaboration?" Han Yao was further perplexed. "You have already sold the mushrooms. What is there to collaborate on?" "Ah." Chen Jianmin pursed his lips. "You're failing to see the bigger picture. I must inform you that another batch of mushrooms will be available for sale in a week's time. Would you not want to earn more from this opportunity?" Han Yao shook her head. "I've already provided you with a way to sell them. Next time, simply call out in that area, and I assure you they will sell." This young lady proved to be quite pragmatic and perceptive, further earning Chen Jianmin's admiration. "Indeed, in 7 days, we will deliver another load of mushrooms, likely exceeding today's quantity by 20 to 30 pounds. During this week, I would like you to reach out to potential buyers, maintain a list, and when the time comes, we shall deliver directly to their doors, sparing us the discomfort of standing out in the cold. What do you think? Oh, and your labor fee will remain consistent with today's arrangements." Han Yao blinked several times, a hint of a smile tugging at her lips as she queried, "Didn't I mention that you could sell them yourselves? Why do I need to earn a commission in between?" Chen Jianmin chuckled heartily, extending his hand to pat her shoulder, only to retract it awkwardly. Remembering she was still a young girl, he scratched his head and continued, "That is indeed the case. If we were to sell them ourselves, we could save the money meant for you. However, dear Han, one must not conduct business in such a manner." In good spirits, Chen Jianmin, encouraged by Han Yao's demeanor, felt a surge of teacherly pride and wished to impart a lesson to the young girl. To truly grasp the essence of business, one must cultivate friendships, particularly with those who can guide you, ensuring that everyone benefits from the venture. Even though this transaction has been completed and there seems to be nothing further to pursue for the time being, there may come a day when you require assistance. and your friends will readily come forward to lend a hand. His words were quite charming, yet fundamentally, it was a matter of mutual benefit. Naturally, he wished for Han Yao to continue connecting with buyers, but there was an additional layer of motivation. He found the young girl quite pleasing and genuinely desired to assist her. Han Yao indeed possessed a talent for business. Upon hearing Chen Jianmin's few words, her youthful face immediately lit up with a radiant smile. Brother Jianmin, you truly know so much. I will follow you from now on. Just look at that. She even referred to him as brother. Who could possibly dislike such a sensible young lady? Chen Jianmin smiled broadly, nearly squinting his eyes shut. However, he advised her, for now, focus on your studies and strive to gain admission to university next year. Once you are enrolled, you may find such aspirations fade away. After exchanging light-hearted banter, they parted ways. As they watched her retreating figure, Tong Yulan expressed her envy. That young girl is quite eloquent. Chen Jianmin shook his head. Everyone has their own strengths. Especially you. Huh, what strengths do I possess? Tong Yulan responded while tightly clutching her military satchel filled with money, as if fearing it might fly away. Chen Jianmin glanced at Zhou Wan, who was busy tending to the horse ahead, and whispered, your greatest asset is your youth, so fresh that it stirs the heart, making one want to savor it immediately. Fresh? Tong Yulan paused, her cheeks flushing crimson as she playfully pursued him in jest. As midday approached, the three of them settled into a small restaurant near the moon bubble. Zhou Wan sought a place to tether the horse and feed it, while Chen Jianmin led Tong Yulan inside to order. Soon, their orders of crispy fried pork, boiled pork, a plate of stir-fried pig kidneys, a bowl of peanuts, and a bottle of grain liquor, alongside 3 generous bowls of noodle soup with mustard greens filled the small table. From the moment the first dish was served, Tong Yulan fell silent, her gaze fixated on the table, her eyes gradually reddening. This surprised Chen Jianmin. Hey, what is wrong with you? Nothing, nothing. Tong Yulan quickly glanced around, ensuring no one from the other tables was watching her, and dabbed at the corner of her eye to catch a tear. She whispered, I'm just so happy. I haven't eaten these things in years. Disregarding the gazes of others, Chen Jianmin wrapped an arm around her shoulder and gently patted her. Feeling a pang in his heart, he silently resolved to find a way to improve her circumstances. During their meal, Chen Jianmin stepped out momentarily, returning with 2 packs of golden gourd cigarettes and 2 bottles of grain liquor. The grain liquor was slightly more expensive than the sorghum variety, though the taste was quite similar. Yet, in the eyes of rural folk, grain liquor was regarded as superior. He placed the cigarettes and liquor in front of Zhou Wan and handed him 3 yuan for the carriage fare. Zhou Wan appeared bewildered. Brother Jianmin, you've already given me the fare. What is the meaning of the cigarettes and liquor? Chen Jianmin exhaled a puff of smoke and, with a teasing tone, replied, come on, just take them. You might find a use for them in the future. If you don't accept these, how will I have the nerve to ask you for help later? Upon hearing those words, Zhou Wan couldn't contain his delight, his smile stretching from ear to ear. All right then, I shall accept it. He patted his chest confidently, adding, should you need anything in the future, just call upon me. I assure you, if you point east, I will not venture west. Chen Jianmin also laughed heartily. In truth, his actions stemmed from a desire to prevent the allure of wealth from corrupting Zhou Wan's thoughts. In just over an hour, they had sold more than 400 yuan worth of mushrooms, a fact that Zhou Wan keenly observed. The money seemed to have been earned without much effort, a situation that could easily incite envy. By offering a couple of packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor, Chen sought to gauge Zhou Wan's character. If Zhou Wan accepted with joy, it indicated he was a decent fellow, at least not one who eyed what others had while still feasting at the table. After their meal, Tong Yulan pondered for a moment, cautiously inquiring, Brother Jianmin, according to your suggestion, once our mushrooms yield another harvest, we will need to change the substrate, correct? Should we seize this opportunity to procure some sawdust from a carpenter's shop in the commune? Chen Jianmin smacked his forehead, realizing that one person's insight could be complemented by another's. Sister Yulan, that indeed refers to changing the base material. It's fortunate you thought of it, otherwise, we would have had to make a special trip here before the year ends. After conferring with Zhou Wan, Chen Jianmin intended to offer him 3 yuan for the transportation fee, but Zhou Wan resolutely declined, having already received 3 yuan. Along with 2 bottles of liquor and 2 packs of cigarettes, he felt embarrassed to ask for more. Furthermore, sawdust was not particularly heavy, akin to running with an empty cart. Chen Jianmin did not insist on providing additional payment. The trio then made their way to a carpenter's workshop located not far south of the Moon Pond. When Chen Jianmin introduced himself as the forest ranger from Zhoujia village, the carpenter, a balding man nearing 50 named Zhang, instantly brightened, as if he were greeting a long-lost brother. He enthusiastically offered Chen a cigarette, exclaiming, Ah, I have heard of you. Your name is Chen Jianmin, correct? Chen Jianmin thought to himself that this man was indeed remarkable, as even in such a remote area, the ranger's reputation had spread. If I am not mistaken, you are surnamed Zhang, correct? Your craftsmanship is renowned in our Hongshan commune. Chen Jianmin beamed with a smile, extending his thumb in approval. Ah, you flatter me. After a cordial exchange, old Zhang finally broached a practical matter. Nephew Jianmin, have you come here to commission some furniture? What style are you looking for? A cupboard or a shelf? Just let me know, and I will set aside my current projects to prioritize yours. And I will deliver it to your home once it's finished. As he spoke, he glanced around to ensure no one else was present, then leaned closer, whispering in Chen Jianmin's ear, at cost price, I will use only the finest materials for you. Chen Jianmin was taken aback, realizing that old Zhang was attempting to lure him into a compromising situation. Chapter 45. We must not indulge this habit. Faced with Zhang's almost blatant temptation of profit, Comrade Chen Jianmin's response was commendably principled. Uncle Zhang, I truly do not need any furniture at the moment. Even if I were to commission something, it would only be at a twofold discount, and it cannot be any cheaper, for if it were, wouldn't you be at a loss? Zhang, the carpenter, wore a frozen smile for several seconds before it brightened again. Ah, Jianmin's nephew, what are you talking about? Why haggle? I'll gift you 2 sets without a second thought. Chen Jianmin burst into laughter. Uncle Lao Zhang, I'm merely jesting. Please don't take it to heart. At your age, if I were to take anything from you without paying, I would surely invite calamity upon myself. He was well aware of the underlying intricacies. Carpenters, who often sourced materials from the mountains, could, with the right connections, particularly with the forest ranger from Zhoujia village, acquire quality timber at little to no cost. However, such actions would be morally questionable. He resolved to remain incorruptible, steadfast in his principles. In that moment, Chen Jianmin felt as if even his shadow had grown more imposing. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his shoulders slumped, and with a beaming smile, he offered a cigarette to Uncle Lao Zhang. Uncle, your nephew is an honest man. You must have heard of my reputation. However, I've partnered with someone to cultivate mushrooms, and I was hoping to purchase some sawdust from you. Zhang's eyes widened. What are you saying, my dear nephew? Buy? Are you trying to belittle your Uncle Zhang? If I were to ask you for money, wouldn't that be akin to digging for gold? How could I still show my face outside? Look at those piles of sawdust. They're practically a mountain. I've been pondering where to dispose of them, and your timing is impeccable. Without giving Chen Jianmin a chance to respond, he called over 2 young apprentices. You two, help load the truck, pack it tightly, and try to fill as much as you can. He then turned back to Chen Jianmin, pulling him inside for a drink. Chen Jianmin quickly declined, saying, Uncle, it's not easy for me to be here. I need to buy some essentials like oil and vinegar. So I'll take my leave. Let Brother Zhou stay here to help with the loading. With that, he grabbed Tong Yulan and hurried out of the carpenter's shop. Even after walking a considerable distance, he could still see Zhang standing at the door, waving goodbye. Look at that. They say to remain incorruptible. It's not so easy to refuse such generosity, he mused. Tong Yulan, curious, inquired, Jianmin, is there really no place to dispose of the sawdust at the carpenter's shop? Oh, don't listen to his nonsense, he replied dismissively. That stuff burns beautifully when mixed with a bit of diesel. Even if you don't mix anything and just shove it into the stove, it can burn for nearly half a month. If offered for free, people would fight over it. He spoke the truth. This was precisely why the Red Mountain Township, adjacent to the Hongqi coal mine, allowed local residents to acquire coal at cost price. Consequently, the sawdust from the carpenter's shop was typically given away rather than sold. As they conversed, they unknowingly circled around the moon pool and arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. Tong Yulan assumed Chen Jianmin was there to purchase daily necessities. But after a lengthy search, he emerged having bought her 2 complete sets of new clothing, right down to the innermost layer. Naturally, he did not forget the shoes either. Tong Yulan, flustered and sweating, protested, Jianmin, why spend money on these things? I have enough to wear. Chen Jianmin lifted a garment, asking, do you have one of these? Tong Yulan was momentarily stunned, for she had never encountered such a situation. The question lingered. Who in the rural areas would wear this? She promptly covered her face with her hands and crouched down, causing even the well-informed salesperson to blush and avert her gaze. Chen Jianmin then realized he might have overstepped. After all, it was the 1980s, and particularly in the countryside, societal norms were still quite conservative. Regardless of whether Tong Yulan desired it or not, he resolutely purchased the items. As they exited the supply and marketing cooperative, Chen Jianmin continued to enlighten Tong Yulan on the principles of earning and spending. Earning is for the purpose of spending, if all is saved. What is the point of earning? Besides, these clothes were not exorbitantly priced. Would you say our earnings from this trip were meager? The key is that in the future, We can earn even more. Having been thoroughly embarrassed earlier, Tong Yulan had regained a semblance of composure, and as Chen Jianmin spoke, she began to perceive the sense in his words. Indeed, their earnings had not been insignificant. She had only invested a little over 10 days of labor, enduring the strains of tending to the mushroom farm. However, the money she now held in her military-style shoulder bag was undeniably pleasing. Even if she were to split it with Chen Jianmin, she would still take home 200 yuan. 200 yuan. Given the current price of corn at 13 cents per pound, she would need to sell 12 bags to match that sum, equivalent to half of her family's annual income. Chen Jianmin continued his discourse. Thus, you must present yourself well, not solely for my sake, but it will also facilitate your dealings with the commune in the future. You will need to visit them for various matters aside from mushroom cultivation. At this juncture, his words faltered as his gaze fixated on two individuals approaching, nearly colliding with one another. Two beautiful women, one of whom was Lu Xiaomei, his former fiancée. The other, Li Yanli, adjusted her large scarf that nearly obscured her vision, first glancing at Chen Jianmin, then fixing her gaze on Tong Yulan and not letting go. Tong Yulan recognized Lu Xiaomei, clutching her military shoulder bag tightly, and awkwardly managed a smile to greet her, Sister Xiaomei. The teacher, adept at navigating various social settings, immediately responded, "Oh, is this not Jianmin and Sister Yulan? What brings you here?" Her expression remained as cool as the surrounding air, yet her words carried a newfound warmth. Chen Jianmin gestured to the pile of clothing in his arms and inquired, "We came to buy some things. What about you two?" He refrained from mentioning the mushroom business. His omission sparked Li Yanli's ire. "Isn't it because of the mess you've created?" Chen Jianmin was taken aback. "No, Dr. Li, please gather your thoughts before speaking. Otherwise, I struggle to comprehend." Li Yanli, momentarily taken aback, was nearly incensed to the point of leaping. "If you hadn't promised to treat that Wang person, would I have braved the cold to come here?" Just yesterday, she had endured the bitter chill while riding behind Lu Xiaomei's motorcycle, making the trip back and forth. Finally, Chen Jianmin understood the source of her frustration. However, was this not a situation he had navigated to assist Lu Xiaomei in resolving her issues? Why was she directing her displeasure at him? This simply will not do. One cannot indulge her in such a flaw. He turned to Lu Xiaomei. "Teacher Lu, was the mishap concerning Wang Jingquan my mistake? If so, I suppose I should inform him that Dr. Li is unwilling to venture to his home in this frigid weather, and he can resolve it as he sees fit. Fine, I'm done with this. Let him do as he pleases." Chapter 46. Who am I afraid of as a scoundrel? Jianmin. Lu Xiaomei was acutely aware of the stakes involved and promptly advised Chen Jianmin, "You have not erred. The crux lies in our lack of professionalism and understanding of the situation, which has caused considerable inconvenience to Yanli and Dr. Li." As she spoke, she discreetly nudged Li Yanli in the lower back. "Humph." Li Yanli stamped her foot, indignantly exclaiming, "Given Wang Jingquan's condition, administering an injection every few days is utterly unfeasible. For any efficacy, daily injections are imperative, a cycle lasting 7 days, and at least 3 cycles must be completed to observe results. Tell me, how am I to traverse to your village for over 20 days? Before he recovers, I will turn into a popsicle." Chen Jianmin was taken aback. He had not anticipated the situation would be so intricate. "What do you mean then?" Lu Xiaomei glanced at Tong Yulan and pulled Chen Jianmin aside, whispering in his ear, "The only viable solution now is for Yanli to reside in your village for a while." Chen Jianmin realized. "Teacher, did you foresee this course of action? Otherwise, you wouldn't have instructed me to clear out the East Room within 3 days." Lu Xiaomei bit her lip and stepped on his foot. "I told you to tidy up the room for. Well, never mind that. Have you prepared it yet?" Chen Jianmin's thoughts were more comprehensive. If Li Yanli ceased to work solely to care for Wang Jingquan, would the health clinic allow that? Even if she took a year off, no one would dare to intervene. "All right, let us not dwell on that. How did you arrive?" "By horse-drawn carriage." "Perfect. As I was about to purchase bedding and such with Xiaoli, you can take it back first." After uttering this, Lu Xiaomei pulled Li Yanli into the supply and marketing cooperative. Chen Jianmin's gaze followed their figures, his mind racing with thoughts. The East Room was to host a captivating beauty, and the prospect of sharing a roof with her presented an opportune moment to cultivate his affections for Li Yanli. While it was unlikely that significant progress would be made in just over 20 days, he could certainly plant the seeds of romance in her heart, allowing them to take root and flourish over time. As he mused, he nearly drooled at the thought. "Jianmin, do you have a toothache? Here, let me help you clean it up." Tong Yulan offered, holding out a newly purchased handkerchief adorned with hibiscus flowers. This brought Chen Jianmin back to reality. Meeting the gaze of Tong Yulan, her eyes as pure as water, he inwardly chastised himself for being a scoundrel Indeed, a hopeless one. Here was this young woman, willing to accompany him to the hot springs, while he was still preoccupied with thoughts of Li Yanli's allure. What was this called? This was akin to yearning for what was not yet consumed from the bowl, while already coveting what simmered in the pot. How absurd. It is truly shameless. However, Li Yanli is undeniably captivating. In the midst of this bitter winter, having made the journey to the commune, it is only natural to procure all the necessary items. After discussing with Chen Jianmin, Tong Yulan took 20 yuan from the money earned from selling mushrooms to purchase 2 bags of milk powder for her child, as well as some biscuits and fruits for her in-laws. By the time she finished her tasks, Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli were already waiting for them in front of the supply and marketing cooperative. Observing the mountain of various daily necessities before the two women, Chen Jianmin's eyes widened in astonishment. Dr. Li, are you planning to reside with me long-term? Li Yanli rolled her eyes. Her demeanor markedly improved. Where's the cart? No sooner had she spoken than Zhou Wen appeared in the distance, driving the cart, which was filled to the brim with sawdust, level with the edge of the sandbox, giving it a particularly honest appearance. When the cart arrived, Chen Jianmin spread out the quilts piled on top, arranging all the items Li Yanli needed on it, and secured them tightly with a rope, leaving a space in the back for 2 people to sit. As he busied himself, Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli pulled Tong Yulan aside, seemingly intent on giving her something. Tong Yulan repeatedly declined, saying, Sister Xiaomei, Dr. Li, this is not appropriate. How could I accept your gifts? Without further ado, Li Yanli stuffed a jar of cream into her coat pocket and took a hairpin intended for Tong Yulan from Lu Xiaomei, placing it in her hand with a gentle smile. Xiaomei's partner is a big man living alone, and you surely have taken care of him. Xiaomei understands. Furthermore, once I arrive, I will undoubtedly trouble you. So if you refuse our small token of affection, it would be tantamount to looking down upon us. Tong Yulan nodded gratefully, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I haven't prepared any gifts for you two. Please wait a moment. I will go inside to buy something. She genuinely intended to purchase a return gift for them. However, the two women swiftly pulled her to the cart, lifted her up, and tossed her inside. Just before departing, Chen Jianmin winked at Li Yanli, his eyes filled with a teasing challenge. Li Yanli stomped her foot in frustration. As the cart gradually moved eastward, Li Yanli quietly remarked to Lu Xiaomei, Xiaomei, you were right. I suspect Tong Yulan has a romantic involvement with Chen Jianmin. Lu Xiaomei also gazed at the departing cart. At the very least, their relationship seemed to be progressing in that direction. Li Yanli smiled. This could be a fortunate turn of events for us. Having traveled some distance, Chen Jianmin crossed the moon pond and observed Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli whispering to each other, a smirk forming on his lips. It appeared they had discerned some story between him and Tong Yulan. But so what? Am I not a scoundrel? Why should I be concerned? The most important thing was that his partner and Dr. Li likely wished for him to pursue additional romantic entanglements, thus diverting attention from their trivial matters. Their naivety was rather amusing. Chen Jianmin gently nudged Tong Yulan beside him, saying, Sister Yulan, your 2 elder sisters seem to be quite fond of you, even gifting you little presents. Although Tong Yulan had grown up in the countryside and seldom ventured beyond its confines, her mind was quite perceptive. She replied softly, Isn't it all due to your influence? My influence? Chen Jianmin expressed his puzzlement. The two engaged in hushed conversation at the rear of the carriage, while the setting sun bathed them in golden hues, transforming their slowly moving cart into a picturesque scene against the vast landscape. Upon returning and unloading the cart, they carried everything into the house. Chen Jianmin said to Tong Yulan, All right, let us begin the distribution of our earnings. Tong Yulan chuckled, Brother Jianmin, your choice of words is rather unrefined. Let us be more formal. This is called profit sharing. With that, Chen Jianmin began to tally the accounts on his fingers. They had sold mushrooms for a total of 457 yuan and 6 jiao, paid Han Yao 52 yuan, leaving them with 405 yuan and 6 jiao. After accounting for meals, transportation, and purchases of tobacco and alcohol, he calculated for a while. And aside from the 20 yuan for Tong Yulan and 55 yuan spent on her clothing, only 315 yuan remained on the table. He set aside 140 yuan for himself, pushing the remaining 175 yuan towards Tong Yulan. Sister Yulan, after deducting the expenses at the commune, we should have 390 yuan left. Let us split it evenly. You shall receive 195 yuan, and this is yours. As Chen Jianmin had anticipated, Tong Yulan shook her head repeatedly, saying, Brother Jianmin, this isn't right. You've bought me so many things. As she spoke, she cast a glance at the 2 large bags on the floor, filled with garments. Rising from his seat, Chen Jianmin approached her unexpectedly and swept her into his arms. In a moment of surprise, Tong Yulan gasped lightly. Her body lifted off the ground and settled onto his warm lap, with her waist held tightly. The intoxicating scent of tobacco and masculinity enveloped her as his lips descended, pressing softly against hers. Feeling the tremor of the petite woman in his embrace, he remarked, "Sister Yulan, our bountiful harvest of mushrooms is not solely due to my expertise. Your diligent oversight has played a crucial role. Without your efforts, we would not have achieved such sales, and that credit belongs to you. Moreover, I purchased those clothes for you, so the expense cannot be attributed to you. Otherwise, my intentions would be for naught. Wouldn't you agree?" Brother Jianmin, Tong Yulan's tender voice lingered as she lifted her head, her face radiant, her eyes shimmering with emotion. She entwined her arms around his neck, straightening her posture, presenting her rosy lips near his. Her soft kiss ignited every fiber of Chen Jianmin's being, causing them to rejoice. With such a diminutive woman seated upon his lap, he naturally felt emboldened. A hand gradually slipped beneath the cotton jacket, and just as it brushed against the soft warmth, the sudden sound of crunching footsteps echoed from the courtyard. Tong Yulan, startled, turned pale, resembling a frightened rabbit as she wriggled free from Chen Jianmin's embrace. She swiftly adjusted her clothing and tidied her hair before hastily seating herself on the stool diagonally opposite. Anxiously, she cast glances towards the entrance. The visitor was Aunt Lu. Earlier, while seated indoors, she had heard the commotion of a horse-drawn cart entering the yard next door and had peered through the crack of the door. Witnessing Chen Jianmin and the others unloading the cart, she resisted the urge to assist and returned to her room. Having known since yesterday that Chen Jianmin and Tong Yulan were going to the commune to sell mushrooms, she had been nervously anticipating their return all day. She wondered how much they could possibly fetch for the mushrooms. In moments of idleness, she had even calculated a rough estimate, concluding that they might sell for around 70 or 80 yuan. This thought only heightened her anxiety, making it difficult for her to remain still. Every so often, she would step outside to glance into the neighboring yard. It was no wonder Aunt Lu was so eager to learn the outcome of the mushroom sale. Based on her calculations, the portion her family would receive after splitting the earnings would be equivalent to a month's salary for a commune official. In a place like Zhoujia village, that was quite a substantial sum. Moreover, her daughter-in-law had only been busy for half a month, making this venture particularly advantageous. Finally, as she awaited their return, Aunt Lu paced back and forth, but after a long while, there was still no sign of Tong Yulan coming home. Her anxiety grew, as if 100 ants were crawling within her, prompting her to ultimately scale the wall and enter the outer room, where she could hear voices within. She paused behind the door of the west room, eager to eavesdrop on their conversation. It sounded as though they were discussing some profound principle. Thus, "We shall earn much more in the future, and purchasing items will become quite normal. Especially you, Sister Yulan, once I become busy with preparations for marriage. You will need to handle buyer relations and procure items like plastic sheets. The people at the commune are particular. If you don't present yourself well, they won't pay you any mind when you approach them." At this moment, Chen Jianmin's voice suddenly rose. "Oh, I thought I heard the door creak. Who has arrived? Why don't they come in?" Seeing she could no longer hide, Aunt Lu quickly opened the door and stepped inside. Her eyes immediately fell upon a stack of money on the table, presumably a dozen bills or more. Such a considerable sum from the sale? Her eyes widened in disbelief, far exceeding her earlier estimations. Turning, she spotted her daughter-in-law seated quietly to the side, with 2 large bundles at her feet, likely the clothing Chen Jianmin had mentioned earlier. A wave of concern washed over her. Upon noticing her presence, Chen Jianmin promptly stood and said, "Ah, Aunt Lu, you've arrived just in time. I was discussing the matter of buying clothes with Sister Yulan. She seems quite reluctant. You should weigh in on this. Don't you agree that when dealing with the commune, we will need to present ourselves properly? Without a couple of decent outfits, how can we manage?" In a brief moment, Aunt Lu grasped the situation. It appeared that Chen Jianmin had suggested that her daughter-in-law take a portion of the money earned from selling mushrooms to purchase some clothing. Strangely enough, he presented a compelling argument, and one could not deny that the reasoning of this young man was quite sound. As a rural woman who had seldom engaged with the commune officials, Aunt Lu had assisted at the village chief's home and had encountered several local cadres, as well as the minor leaders from the forest farm during their visits to the forest protection station. Each of them was impeccably dressed. Why should her daughter-in-law be any different? When dealing with others, one cannot appear disheveled. Contemplating this, she shot a glare at Tong Yulan, stating, "Jianmin's nephew is correct. You must think long-term and not be overly concerned about spending such a small amount." Chen Jianmin discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Tong Yulan. She bit her lip, understanding the need to cooperate. "Mother, I believe I dress quite well." "Well, what is good about that?" Aunt Lu promptly interrupted. "Just look at what you're wearing. You hardly resemble a 20-year-old young bride." At this juncture, Chen Jianmin recognized it was time to broach the subject of money. He did not wait for Aunt Lu to continue. Pointing to the money on the table, he declared, "Aunt Lu, we have just finished distributing the funds. After expenses, each family will receive 195 yuan. Considering your child is young and has many needs, the funds for Sister Yulan's clothing can be advanced from my share and deducted from the next mushroom sale. Furthermore, Sister Yulan had also spent 20. Thus, he managed to keep the matter of purchasing clothing for Tong Yulan concealed from Aunt Lu for the time being." Chen Jianmin spoke with great clarity. Yet Aunt Lu only registered the figure of 195. Everything else entered through one ear and exited through the other. Her eyes widened, fixated on the money on the table. Should this money be given to Tong Yulan or her mother-in-law? Chen Jianmin refrained from interjecting, as this was a family matter. If he were to speak too much, it might incite discord within their household. It was better for them to resolve it themselves. Moreover, should he earn more in the future, Aunt Lu might find it difficult to manage her daughter-in-law. After all, economic foundations determine the superstructure. Noticing Chen Jianmin's silence, Tong Yulan approached the table, collected the 175 yuan, and handed it to her mother-in-law, saying, "Mother, please take this money." Aunt Lu feigned reluctance for a moment, exerting no real effort, before ultimately clutching the money tightly in her hand, her face beaming with delight. To demonstrate her benevolence as a mother-in-law, she gritted her teeth and extracted a large bill from her grasp, pressing it into Tong Yulan's hand. "Yulan, take this for emergencies. The remaining funds will be saved for my eldest grandson." In a particularly jubilant mood, before Tong Yulan could reach for it, she lifted the two large bundles and departed. As Tong Yulan followed Aunt Lu outside, she discreetly extended a delicate finger pointing southward, casting a lingering glance at Chen Jianmin. The south? Wasn't he that the direction of the Erdago hot springs? In matters such as this, Chen Jianmin was far from dull. He immediately comprehended Tong Yulan's intent. She sought to fulfill the promise of a trip to the hot springs for a bathing experience. Then tomorrow shall be perfect, as I also need to venture into the mountains. How did he come to use the words commitment? Chapter 48. Innocent yet alluring Chen Jianmin hardly slept that night. However, the young man had finally found his purpose. He ceased to dwell on sordid matters and focused solely on researching how to enhance mushroom yield in the cultivation room. While harvesting mushrooms, he realized that his planting density was insufficient, not only affecting the yield, but also compromising the insulation. Thus, he spent the entire night contemplating and decided to add 3 more rows between the 4 wooden racks, increasing the total layers from 4 to 6. Once completed, he was pleased with the result, allowing him to finally rest soundly. He rose early the next morning, preparing the small shovel and bags necessary for his venture into the mountains. Today he intended to dig up some mature mushrooms, for as a professional in this field, he understood that only the fresh mushrooms cultivated from mature ones could guarantee a robust mushroom flavor. As someone who valued perfection in his work, he could not allow the mushrooms he grew to be bland and tasteless. This was something he had already calculated while selling mushrooms the previous day. However, despite his preparations, why had his charming neighbor not made any moves to join him in the mountains? By 8:30, when Tong Yulan had yet to arrive, he began to worry, thinking something might have happened at her home. Just as he was about to check on her, a petite figure lingered at the doorway. Who might this be? Chen Jianmin nearly failed to recognize the newcomer, circling around her twice before he could not help but exclaim, "Sister Yulan, this outfit seems tailor-made for you. It looks absolutely stunning." The newcomer was none other than the neighbor he had been thinking about, Tong Yulan, who had donned the new clothes Chen Jianmin bought for her yesterday, a red woolen overcoat paired with beige fleece pants and high-waisted cotton shoes, making her appear transformed, innocent yet alluring. Noticing Chen Jianmin's admiring gaze, she bashfully covered her face. Why the embarrassment? Come, let me see if you've changed underneath. Chen Jianmin playfully leaned in to peek inside her coat. "Oh, Brother Jianmin," Tong Yulan playfully protested, turning red and spinning away. Chen Jianmin had initially intended to comment on her choice of attire for the mountains, fearing the branches might damage her clothes. However, seeing the mix of shyness and excitement on Tong Yulan's face, he reconsidered, thinking it best to lead her through areas with fewer trees. Just as they stepped outside, Zhou Lihong arrived. Upon seeing her at the doorstep, Chen Jianmin slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten her. Today was supposed to be her first day of work here, and he needed to teach her how to manage the cultivation room. Coincidentally, Li Yanli was also coming today, so he thought to have her assist in welcoming Zhou Lihong, allowing her to contribute to her own endeavors. From a distance, Zhou Lihong noticed Tong Yulan's stunning attire and was taken aback, her pace quickening as she approached. Once closer, she seized Tong Yulan's hand, examining her from all angles, and exclaimed, Yulan, this outfit truly suits you. It's newly purchased, I assent it? Tong Yulan, casting a shy glance at Chen Jianmin, replied with a blush, yes, it's new. Sister Li Hong, you're here to start work, aren't you? The term work was something Chen Jianmin had taught her. Zhou Li Hong nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that she would officially begin learning to cultivate mushrooms today. Chen Jianmin observed her improved spirits and led her into the mushroom room, meticulously explaining how to maintain the temperature and humidity from this moment onward, as well as how to read the thermometer and hygrometer. Having once served as the village women's director, Zhou Li Hong possessed a modicum of education, and she grasped the instructions without much difficulty. Upon exiting, Chen Jianmin pointed towards the outer door and remarked, Sister Li Hong, it's over a mile from your home to here. It must be exhausting to run back and forth. When you're not working, feel free to stay in my place. It would be a great help if you could tend the fire. Moreover, Dr. Li from the Commune Health Center might come by. If he does, could you assist in preparing lunch? I have rice and flour in my small storeroom, along with rabbits and wild chickens. And there are potatoes and cabbages in the cellar outside. All right, that sounds good, Zhou Li Hong replied, warmth flooding her heart. To be honest, she had not interacted much with Chen Jianmin in the past, knowing him only as a reserved man reluctant to engage with others. She never anticipated that he would lend her such significant assistance during her time of need. Furthermore, he offered her a chance to work and earn money here. This gesture of kindness far surpassed that of many relatives. Even her own brother could not have done the same. Thus, she was more than willing to help him out, especially since Dr. Li was likely coming to treat Wang Jingquan, which made her even less inclined to refuse. With this thought, she glanced towards the west of the village before hastily averting her gaze. After a few more exchanges, she learned that Chen Jianmin and Tong Yulan were heading into the mountains to gather wild mushrooms. Zhou Li Hong glanced at Tong Yulan's outfit and refrained from asking any unnecessary questions, as she watched them gradually disappear beyond the village. She entered the west room and added 2 logs to the stove when she heard the unmistakable roar of a motorcycle in the yard. Before she could step outside to investigate, Li Yanli rushed in, casting a puzzled glance at Zhou Li Hong and inquiring, where has Chen Jianmin gone now? Without waiting for Zhou Li Hong's response, she removed her scarf, took off her coat, and kicked off her thick cotton shoes. Trembling, she climbed onto the Kong, pulled over Chen Jianmin's quilt, and wrapped it around her feet, letting out a satisfied sigh. Ah, finally a warm place. She was particularly sensitive to the cold. After riding 20 miles on Lu Xiaomei's motorcycle, she was utterly frozen and had little regard for her appearance. Zhou Li Hong, momentarily taken aback, wondered who this person was and why she felt so familiar. Just as she was about to ask, Lu Xiaomei entered, bringing a chill with her. Zhou Li Hong quickly deduced that this individual on the Kong was likely Dr. Li, and she was somewhat aware of the dynamics between Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli. Once Lu Xiaomei introduced the two properly, Li Yanli immediately slid off the Kong and enthusiastically embraced Zhou Li Hong, showering her with affectionate titles, leaving Zhou Li Hong somewhat overwhelmed by her exuberance. After a moment, Lu Xiaomei inquired about the whereabouts of the room's owner. Sister, where has Jianmin gone? They ventured into the mountains in search of wild mushrooms, purportedly for cultivating spores. As the conversation progressed, Zhou Li Hong felt she had misspoken and swiftly shifted the topic. Xiaomei, Yanli, you both stay on the Kong. I shall prepare some hot water for you. Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli exchanged a knowing glance, both simultaneously recalling the identities of those now traversing a ravine. Amidst the vast expanse of snow, a solitary figure clad in red emerged, complemented by Tong Yulan's perpetually rosy cheeks. Contemplating the delightful events soon to unfold, Chen Jianmin felt a profound sense of purpose, invigorated by the anticipation. He had gathered enough wild mushrooms from the nearest location, neglecting to check his traps, and anxiously led Tong Yulan towards the hot springs. As they approached the hot springs, a mere 100 meters away, he was taken aback. Was there someone at the springs? Chapter 49. No one should speak ill of another. Indeed, there were others present. More than one. It seemed they had noticed Chen Jianmin and Tong Yulan. A man, who had just ignited a pile of kindling at the entrance of a small cabin, appeared startled, letting out a startled cry before retreating into the cabin, peering out cautiously. His heart plummeted. Who was this inconsiderate soul, intruding upon his cherished moment? Could he still indulge in a romantic bath with his beloved? Tong Yulan, upon spotting the figures by the hot springs, instinctively turned away, clasping her hands nervously. Jianmin ji, let us go? No bathing, she said, ready to flee. Chen Jianmin grasped her arm firmly. Sister Yulan, they may see us clearly from the cabin, and they should be able to recognize us as well. However, we do not know who they are, and we cannot afford to overlook this. He understood her current trepidation. A young widow accompanying a bachelor to the hot springs would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. In rural communities, tales of such encounters spread like wildfire, and their previous interactions, mere whispers, now bore the weight of scandal. But they could not simply leave. They needed to ascertain who was hiding in the hot springs and why they seemed so frightened at the sight of them. This was a matter of turning passivity into action. Naturally, he would not lead Tong Yulan directly towards them. Pulling her along for another 30 meters, they reached a thicket. "Sister Yulan, wait here for me. I will investigate who it is." Though the thicket was bare in winter, it provided some cover, slightly reassuring Tong Yulan. She quietly cautioned him, "Jianmin Ji, regardless of who it is, do not engage in an argument." She had noticed the intensity in his gaze earlier. It was quite unsettling. Chen Jianmin pinched her cheek gently. "Do I seem like the type to quarrel?" With that, he ambled forward, hands behind his back. Standing 5 or 6 meters away from the entrance of the hot spring cabin, he halted, coughed heavily twice, and jestingly remarked, "Uncle Mingshan, you might as well come out. I've already recognized you, so why hide?" His words were laced with deceit, albeit half of it was conjecture. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed a figure that bore a striking resemblance to the village chief, Zhou Mingshan. Fortunately, his luck was on his side, for he indeed managed to coax the man out. Zhou Mingshan emerged slowly, his hair still damp, with only 2 buttons fastened on his cotton jacket, clearly having just bathed. Upon seeing Chen Jianmin, he offered a sheepish smile and greeted him, "Nephew Jianmin, aren't you forest rangers supposed to refrain from patrolling the mountains in winter? What brings you here on this frigid day? Surely, you're not just out for a stroll?" His loquacity hinted at his evident unease. Not only was he feeling guilty, but he also appeared physically diminished, the few steps he took showing signs of fatigue. It seemed he had just emerged from a fierce encounter inside. As Chen Jianmin scrutinized Zhou Mingshan, he tilted his head to peer into the hot spring. Zhou Mingshan quickly positioned himself in front of him, grasped his arm, and led him to the fire, firmly urging him to sit. "Best not to stare inside," he said, a look of embarrassment washing over his face. However, Chen Jianmin was not inclined to relent. He needed to ascertain the identity of the woman inside, for that was the key to seizing the upper hand. While engaging Zhou Mingshan in light banter, he diligently searched his mind for the most likely woman who could have become involved with Zhou Mingshan. Zhou Mingshan, an old fox in his own right, pointed toward Tong Yulan, who was hiding behind the bushes, and asked, "Nephew Jianmin, who is that? Why doesn't she come over to warm herself by the fire? It's freezing this winter." Chen Jianmin chuckled without answering, instead inquiring, "Uncle Mingshan, what brings you here to soak in the hot spring so early in the morning? Is my aunt inside?" Zhou Mingshan visibly hesitated, then nodded repeatedly. Yes. We thought the chances of anyone coming here this early were slim." At last, Chen Jianmin recalled a woman most likely to be entangled with Zhou Mingshan. Glancing once more at Tong Yulan, who remained concealed, he feared for her well-being and decided against further circumlocution. Pointing to a floral cotton jacket hanging at the entrance, he remarked, "Uncle Mingshan, that garment looks like something de Gui's wife would wear. I remember no one else in our village donning it." Zhou Mingshan's expression shifted abruptly. His hand trembled as he poked the fire with a stick, sending sparks flying perilously close to his face, which flickered between red and white. After a prolonged blink, he stammered, "My aunt has one too." Just as he uttered those words, a woman's voice suddenly resonated from within the hot spring. "Jianmin, the one hiding behind the tree is your neighbor Lu's young wife, Tong Yulan. Isn't it?" Zhou Mingshan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, realizing that despite his attempts to keep things under wraps, the woman had boldly revealed herself. Chen Jianmin, however, burst into laughter, and after a hearty fit of amusement, called out, "Sister Xiujuan, are you not done bathing? You know that soaking for too long can be exhausting. If you faint in there, should I rescue you, or would Uncle Mingshan carry you out?" The individual referred to as Sister Xiujuan is Li Xiujuan, the wife of Zhou de Gui, a distant nephew of Zhou Mingshan, and she is 35 years old. At this moment, she leaned out from a small window and cheerfully remarked, "If you're not afraid of your Uncle Mingshan breaking your legs, then come on in. I've long heard about your family's grandeur, and I'd like to see it for myself." This left not only Zhou Mingshan feeling overwhelmed, but also Chen Jianmin, who found himself taken aback by the sharp tongue of rural women. Zhou Mingshan, with a frown, shouted back, "That's enough. You're going off on a tangent." Li Xiujuan fell silent, quietly dressing herself. She had just spotted Tong Yulan through the window of the hot spring room. Moreover, upon hearing Chen Jianmin deduce her identity, she felt there was no need for pretense any longer. Besides, she wanted to leverage this situation against Zhou Mingshan to prevent this old fellow from shirking his responsibilities. Chen Jianmin was satisfied. showing no interest in how Li Xiujuan had become entangled with Zhou Mingshan. He merely recognized that they were now inextricably linked, each holding leverage over the other, like crows perched on a pig. Neither could accuse the other of being dirty. He stood up and waved to Tong Yulan in the distance, signaling for her to come over to warm herself by the fire, as it was indeed quite cold, and the petite woman had dressed rather lightly to appear attractive before him. After a moment of hesitation, Tong Yulan slowly made her way over. Once she settled beside him to warm up, Chen Jianmin seized the opportunity to divert Zhou Mingshan's attention with a serious matter. "Uncle Mingshan, I have an idea." As he spoke, he retrieved a shriveled old mushroom from his large bag. Zhou Mingshan looked at the mushroom with curiosity and asked, "Nephew Jianmin, you can't eat that old mushroom. Why did you pick it up?" Little did he know, that simple question would bring significant changes to Zhujiakan. Chapter 50. The rippling hot spring water. Very few in the village were aware of Chen Jianmin and Tong Yulan's mushroom cultivation venture, apart from Zhou Wen. No one knew they had sold a batch of mushrooms. Therefore, when Chen Jianmin patiently explained how to grow mushrooms in a warm room, Zhou Mingshan listened in astonishment, ultimately asking with uncertainty, "Nephew Jianmin, you're not joking, are you?" Before Chen Jianmin could respond, Li Xiujuan, sitting beside Zhou Mingshan, interjected, "It shouldn't be a joke. I have a relative from another area who mentioned that mushrooms can be cultivated indoors during winter, although they weren't very successful, yielding low quantities and failing to thrive." Chen Jianmin shook his head, "Sister Xiujuan, that's merely a matter of their inadequate technique. We are different." As he spoke, he affectionately wrapped his arm around Tong Yulan's shoulders. Tong Yulan blushed and squirmed a bit, but ultimately resigned herself to leaning against him. Chen Jianmin continued, "We sold 192 pounds of mushrooms yesterday for over 400 yuan. Over 400 yuan. Zhou Mingshan abruptly stood up, only to realize he had acted impulsively, awkwardly sitting back down. "Are you serious?" Tong Yulan, who had remained silent, despite her uncertainty regarding why Chen Jianmin would disclose such a lucrative business opportunity, felt compelled to speak on his behalf due to her trust in him. "Uncle Mingshan, Sister Xiujuan, this is all true." Zhou Mingshan, fumbling through his pockets, produced a pack of Jin Hulu cigarettes, offering one to Chen Jianmin while lighting one for himself. After taking a deep drag, he managed to recover from his initial shock. He was aware of the young bride from the Liu family. She was capable, hardworking, and honest, never known to deceive anyone. Coupled with Chen Jianmin's articulate explanation, it was hard for him not to believe in the authenticity of the claims. Simultaneously, a thought flickered through his mind. Chen Jianmin accepted the cigarette with a slight nod, realizing that his willingness to share this profitable mushroom-growing venture was deliberate. On one hand, he understood that the method of cultivating mushrooms would inevitably attract envy and imitation, making it widely known. Thus, he sought to transfer the technology through a profit-sharing model, enabling him to earn without excessive toil. On the other hand, this initiative would effectively tie Zhou Mingshan to him, establishing a foundation for his standing in the village. This long-term plan had crystallized in his mind during a sleepless night when Tong Yulan had first brought him bedding. Whether this endeavor could uplift the entire village was not within his immediate considerations. However, Zhou Mingshan was different. He had a bit of a weakness for women. Even not sparing his niece-in-law, yet he was not excessively corrupt. He rarely exploited public resources, which explained his choice of Jin Hulu cigarettes priced at 9 cents a pack. At this moment, an idea began to form in his mind, prompting him to cautiously inquire of Chen Jianmin, "Jianmin, with such a profitable business, I presume you must have some thoughts on it." Chen Jianmin thought to himself, "I was waiting for you to say that." He suppressed his smile, adopting a slightly serious demeanor as he replied, "Uncle Mingshan, while I am indeed a forest ranger, I am also a member of Zhujiakan. Witnessing our village's struggles weighs heavily on my heart. I have been contemplating ways for everyone to earn a living, which led me to the concept of mushroom cultivation." Before he could finish, Li Xiujuan interjected in surprise, "Jianmin, are you suggesting you want to help everyone earn money together?" "Oh, Sister Xiujuan, you misunderstand. It cannot be me leading everyone to prosperity. The leader must be Uncle Mingshan. My role is merely to provide the technique. Once someone sells their mushrooms, I would only take a modest 10% of the profits." "How noble of you," Li Xiujuan remarked with a teasing smile. "Indeed, we must broaden our horizons." Zhou Mingshan, who had been smoking, lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "All right, Jianmin, I will take some time to ponder this, and will come to see you in a day or two." He could hardly contain himself, grabbing Li Xiujuan and rising. "Xiujuan, we ought to make some space for them." With that, he tidied up and swiftly led Li Xiujuan away. Tong Yulan gazed blankly at the diminishing figures of the two, her heart heavy with concerns. Unable to contain herself, She eventually asked Chen Jianmin, "Brother Jianmin, we have tirelessly guarded the mushroom house day and night. If they learn everything, won't our efforts be in vain?" This was the fruit of their joint labor. While monetary gain was not the primary concern, it was the principle that weighed on her mind. Chen Jianmin, pulling back his gaze from afar, took her hand and stood up as they walked towards the hot spring room. He reassured her, "It's not a matter of giving away our techniques for free. We will charge them a commission, 10% of their mushroom sales. For every 10 yuan they make, we will receive 1 yuan, which we will split equally. Just think. If the whole village cultivates mushrooms, the profits will be substantial." As they conversed, they entered the room. As Chen Jianmin removed his clothing, he continued to comfort Tong Yulan. "There are many ventures ahead for us beyond just mushrooms." This struck a chord with Tong Yulan, her eyes lighting up. "Brother Jianmin, as long as we do it together, I am open to anything." "Precisely," he replied. "From now on, you will take the lead in guiding the villagers in mushroom cultivation." "Me?" Tong Yulan furrowed her brow slightly, her soft voice tinged with uncertainty. "Is that feasible? But Brother Jianmin, what will you do?" "I will guide you." Chen Jianmin quickly shed his cotton coat and pants, all the while speaking. As he tossed aside his trousers, he stood before her. Tong Yulan finally registered the moment, her gaze widening in astonishment, leaving her speechless. After a brief pause, she hurriedly covered her eyes and turned away. Chen Jianmin, from behind, embraced her trembling form, slowly unbuttoning her coat while kissing her neck and ear. Tong Yulan quivered, her limbs feeling unresponsive. Despite having anticipated this day, the reality of Chen Jianmin's unclothed presence made her heart race, especially as she found herself unsure of how she had been lifted into the hot spring until the warmth enveloped her completely. Only then did she regain her senses. Her face flushed as if it might ignite, and she yearned to flee. Chen Jianmin pulled her into the water, facing him as the rippling waves of the spring calmed only as the sun began to set. Time, it seems, drags on when one is bored, yet flies when one is joyful. Chen Jianmin felt as though time had slipped away too swiftly. As they walked back, Tong Yulan was utterly exhausted, unable to take another step. Chen Jianmin felt a twinge of regret, realizing perhaps he should have exercised restraint, though he wondered if he could truly be blamed. The small sounds they had made were bound to ignite passion in anyone who heard them. By the time he carried Tong Yulan back to the village entrance, twilight had descended. She struggled to get down, insisting on walking home by herself. Observing her labored steps, Chen Jianmin felt a pang of guilt. Upon entering the house, he was met with chaos. 3 women were sprawled haphazardly around the table. "What on earth happened here?" he exclaimed. Chapter 51. Intoxication, Consent, and Shyness. Upon returning to the forest protection point, Chen Jianmin found Lu Xiaomei, Li Yanli, and Zhou Lihong sprawled beside the Kong table in the west room, where 4 plates of dishes lay scattered, accompanied by 2 empty sorghum liquor bottles. It was evident without further observation that these 3 women had indulged in excessive drinking. Lu Xiaomei rested her head on one arm, having succumbed to slumber, while Zhou Lihong lay draped over Xiaomei's legs, her eyes closed, though a trace of tears glistened at the corners. Closely pressed against Zhou Lihong was Li Yanli, who not only snuggled tightly against her, but also slipped a hand beneath Lihong's cotton jacket, moving it restlessly over her chest. Mumbling softly, she declared, "Sister Lihong, there isn't a decent man among them. You should never seek a man again." Li Yanli's slightly husky voice, with her rosy cheeks, alluring lips, and dazed, intoxicated gaze, coupled with her almost boneless, contorted form, stirred in Chen Jianmin a sense of temptation. However, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, and the fleeting thoughts of desire were quickly overshadowed by the reality of the situation. 2 bottles of sorghum liquor, at 60 degrees, had been consumed by the 3 of them, averaging nearly 7 taels per person, an amount even 3 robust men would struggle to endure. He had not anticipated that these 3 women would gather together and indulge to such an extent. What was he to do now? The only option was to arrange for them to sleep in the east room. But such was his character, noble and upright. Had it been someone else, they might have seized the opportunity to engage in nefarious deeds. Chen Jianmin felt a swell of self-approval. He first peeked into the east room, discovering 2 additional blankets laid out on the Kong, brought back by Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli the day prior. It was fortuitous that the 3 women could huddle together for warmth. After all, where else could they possibly go at this hour? He would need to inform Sister Lihong at Zhou Sanli's home that she would not be returning. Contemplating these matters, Chen Jianmin returned to the west room to assess the situation, deciding that it would be more manageable to first move Li Yanli. As he reached to lift her, her eyes fluttered open, and after a moment of scrutiny, her gaze settled on him. "You're Xiaomei's partner. What's your name again?" she mumbled, before dismissing the question. Never mind, I'm a bit tipsy. Ah, so she was aware of her intoxication. Perhaps she wasn't as far gone as he thought. Chen Jianmin inwardly scoffed. Li Yanli withdrew her hand from beneath Zhou Lihong's jacket and pointed towards the east room. Go rummage through my medicine chest. There's glucose in there. Bring me a bottle. I need to sober up. With that, she slumped back onto Zhou Lihong, emitting a series of low, incoherent sounds. Chen Jianmin had initially intended to forcibly carry her away, but as the hour grew late, he wondered what purpose it served to sober up. Surely, a restful sleep induced by the liquor would be far more pleasant. Yet, a thought struck him. In this era, when doctors visited the countryside, their medical kits were replete with a variety of supplies, surely including ointments for wounds. Thus, he resolved to act. Stealthily, as if a thief, he exited the west room, and upon entering the east room, he indeed discovered a nearly 30-centimeter tall dark red medicine chest perched at the head of the Kong. The lid of the medicine box was secured with a clasp. Lacking a lock, with a gentle press, the semicircular cover lifted. Inside the box were numerous layers of compartments, and after rummaging through several, he finally discovered 2 flat tin boxes containing anti-inflammatory ointment nestled at the very bottom. Ah, this was precisely what he sought. Without a hint of courtesy, he extracted one box, tucking it into his coat, and restored the layers he had disturbed back into the medicine box. He then proceeded directly to the home of Tong Yulan in the west courtyard. The door to the outer room was opened by Aunt Lu, Tong Yulan's mother-in-law. Upon seeing him, she instinctively turned her face away, forcing a strained smile as she inquired, Jianmin, is there something you need at this late hour? Chen Jianmin, undeterred, pointed towards the door of her eastern room and replied, Today, while accompanying Yulan into the mountains, I noticed a scratch on her calf from a branch. I obtained a box of anti-inflammatory ointment from Dr. Li at the health clinic and intended to bring it to her and explain its use. Aunt Lu, upon hearing his words, became even more uneasy. Her hands clenched into fists at her sides, and without uttering a word, she turned and entered the west room. Having experienced the world herself, she understood that her daughter-in-law had ventured into the mountains with Chen Jianmin and returned after dark, her brisk demeanor revealing much. Thus, facing Chen Jianmin now left her feeling quite uncomfortable. However, she had previously assured her daughter-in-law that as long as she did not remarry, she could do as she pleased. Considering that Chen Jianmin had brought considerable wealth to their family, especially as he was an unmarried young man, she rationalized that her daughter-in-law was not at a disadvantage. Yet, at this moment, she found herself at a loss for words. The situation was not as it appeared. Silently, she retreated into the west room, firmly closing the door behind her. Chen Jianmin, a seasoned individual, recognized that Aunt Lu had tacitly accepted his connection with her daughter-in-law. With a subtle smile, he pushed open the door and stepped into the eastern room. Tong Yulan had not yet fallen asleep. She had removed her cotton coat and pants and was lying in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The sudden entrance of Chen Jianmin startled her, causing her to sit up swiftly, wrapping herself in the quilt, her face paling as she stammered, "Why you?" but could not articulate her thoughts. Her expression a mix of alarm as she pointed anxiously towards the west room. Lost in her own thoughts, she had not paid attention to the sounds from the outer room and thus assumed Chen Jianmin had sneaked in. Panic-stricken, she nearly urged him to leave. Chen Jianmin placed a finger to his lips, shushing her with a hint of pride as he said, "Your mother-in-law allowed me to come in." Tong Yulan stared at him in disbelief, her mouth agape. After a moment, her senses returned, and her face flushed a deep crimson. Chen Jianmin retrieved the box of ointment from his coat and offered it to her, saying, "This is for inflammation and pain relief. Apply a bit. It will help you heal faster and spare you suffering." Feeling even more embarrassed, Tong Yulan knelt and buried her head under the quilt. Chen Jianmin, unfazed by her shyness, lifted a corner of the quilt and said, "You know how to use it, right? Just scoop a little with your finger and apply a thin layer. If you are inconvenient, I can assist you." No need. No need." Tong Yulan was almost in tears from anxiety. "You should hurry back." Chen Jianmin chuckled as he departed. It was not until the sound of footsteps outside faded away that Tong Yulan lifted her head from the covers, glancing at the box of ointment beside her pillow. A sweet sensation enveloped her heart, making her feel that life could indeed be quite delightful. Upon returning to the western room of the forest protection point, Chen Jianmin cast a glance at the Kong and was taken aback. In such a short span of time, Li Yanli had slipped away from Zhou Lihong and sprawled out on the Kong, muttering, "Chen Jianmin, can't you do anything? After all this time, why haven't you brought a bottle of glucose?" Observing her demeanor, Chen Jianmin pondered whether to seize the opportunity. Chapter 52. Taming the stubborn-tongued Chen Jianmin disregarded Li Yanli for the moment, first carrying Zhou Lihong to the eastern room, then escorting Lu Xiaomei there as well. After removing their shoes, he contemplated but ultimately refrained from undressing them, simply covering them with a blanket. Upon returning to the western room, he was nearly taken aback. Li Yanli, seated on the edge of the Kong, had removed her thick sweater, leaving only a thin undershirt, and seemed intent on shedding more. With a chuckle, Chen Jianmin stood at the edge of the Kong, watching the spectacle. Li Yanli still possessed a modicum of sobriety. Despite her inebriation, her wits were not entirely lost. Noticing Chen Jianmin's mischievous expression, she instantly covered herself, crawling toward him with a swaying motion. Looking up with half-closed eyes, she suddenly leaped from the Kong and threw herself onto Chen Jianmin, wrapping her arms around his neck, her head tilted as she remarked, "You are Xiaomei's partner. So by principle, you should also be considered mine." This girl was indeed quite supple, akin to an octopus clinging to Chen Jianmin, causing him to feel a surge of desire. "You speak the truth. In the future, you will be my wife. Shall we not rehearse the matters that couples engage in? As a doctor, you ought to understand what couples do," he proposed, bending slightly to lay her back on the Kong, slowly leaning over her. He sought to discern whether Li Yanli was merely intoxicated and acting impulsively, or if she had other intentions. It was a test of limits. Having consumed alcohol, Li Yanli, emboldened by the drink, failed to recognize the precariousness of her situation. Lifting her delicate chin and playfully sticking out her tongue, she provocatively stated, "Xiaomei is in the eastern room. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you both will be finished. Afterward, I'll ensure you are expelled from the forestry bureau, destined to toil in the fields." Chen Jianmin silently scoffed. Despite her predicament, she continued to threaten him. It seemed she would not relent until faced with undeniable reality. With that thought, before she could react, he kissed her lips lightly, fearing a bite, and quickly withdrew, pinching her earlobe with a slight pressure. Li Yanli yelped in surprise. "Chen Jianmin, are you a dog?" She believed she had been bitten, hence her outcry. "You might as well treat me like a dog. Would you like to see what this dog can do?" As soon as Chen Jianmin finished saying this, he freed one hand and reached for Li Yanli's belt. With practiced ease, he undid it in an instant and yanked it out with a sharp whoosh. While Li Yanli kicked and squirmed backward toward the inner part of the Kong, heated brick bed, Chen grabbed both her legs, pulled her sideways to the edge of the Kong, and, without much effort, used the belt to bind her wrists behind her back. Chen Jianmin knew he was being a bit of a bully, but who could blame him? This woman had been provoking him nonstop. Today, he decided to teach her a lesson, to show her exactly what happens when you challenge a man like him. Li Yanli was now genuinely panicked. The alcohol had mostly worn off. She tried to sit up, but with her hands tied, all she could do was kick with her feet. In the process, her pants, now beltless, slid down to her thighs, exposing her underwear. Tears streamed down her face as she began sobbing and shouting, "Chen Jianmin, you're not human. If you dare lay another finger on me, I'll sue you in court." Chen Jianmin simply leaned his weight onto her, lifted her head gently, and whispered, "Go ahead and sue me. It's not like you can't. But will Xiaomei agree to that? I'm her fiancé now. You were there at our engagement ceremony, remember?" He didn't actually intend to go through with anything. He was just trying to scare her. Li Yanli's voice wavered. Though she kept up a tough front, "Xiaomei would never break things off with me just for your sake." "Really?" Chen Jianmin shot back. "Then let us go to the east room right now. Wake her up and ask her face to face. Who will she choose?" He spoke with bold confidence, but inside, he wasn't so sure. He couldn't guarantee Lu Xiaomei would really choose him over Li Yanli. But in this moment, even if it was all bluff, he had to play it like it was real. It came down to who could hold their ground longer, and who would crack first. And surprisingly, this tactic worked perfectly. Li Yanli stopped shouting. Tears poured down her cheeks. Deep down, she'd always known her relationship with Lu Xiaomei was fragile. She just never let herself think about it too hard. Now, Chen Jianmin had accidentally ripped open that carefully hidden truth, and panic surged through her. "No more yelling?" Chen Jianmin teased. "Not planning to sue me anymore? Then I guess I'll go ahead." As he spoke, his hand slowly crept toward the waistband of her underwear, his fingers hooking under the elastic. Li Yanli froze completely. She turned her head toward the inner Kong, squeezed her eyes shut, and resigned herself like a lamb awaiting slaughter. "So you finally think I'm harmless, huh?" Chen Jianmin thought smugly. "Time to back down, eh?" He'd lost all interest in continuing. With 2 quick motions, he pulled her pants back up, untied the belt, and haphazardly fastened it around her waist. Then he hoisted her onto his shoulder, grabbed her cotton-padded jacket from the floor, dumped it on top of her, carried her into the east room, tossed her onto the Kong, and walked away without another word. Feeling oddly energized, he headed straight to old Zhou's house. He told Zhou Sanli and his wife that Zhou Lihong was sleeping in the same room as his fiancée, Lu Xiaomei. Neither of the elderly couple asked many questions. Upon his return, he soaked the freshly harvested mushrooms in clean water, then plunged into the mushroom house, laboring until 4 in the morning. At last, he had arranged the second batch of mushroom bags neatly upon the wooden shelves. How much more pleasing to the eye they appeared now. A closer inspection revealed that the mushroom house was somewhat cramped, yet the temperature and humidity were now better maintained than before. Chen Jianmin felt quite satisfied. Every hour and a half, he would stoke the fire in the stove and mist the mushroom bags with water, continuing this task until 7 in the morning. When Tong Yulan awkwardly entered the mushroom house, upon seeing Chen Jianmin busily adding firewood to the stove, she approached him with timid steps. Her head lowered as she softly said, "Jianmin, I slept too soundly last night, and couldn't come to check on the mushroom house. Is everything all right?" Chen Jianmin, illuminated by the flickering stove light, scrutinized her and replied with a smile, "Sister Yulan, everything is fine, I senti it?" The question, albeit nonsensical, was understood by Tong Yulan immediately, and she whispered back, No, everything is fine." Without hesitation, Chen Jianmin embraced her, lifting her off her feet against the wall, and mischievously said, "So shall we continue today?" Tong Yulan, nearly in tears, insisted, "No, not yet." Chen Jianmin laughed heartily, releasing her and gesturing towards the rows of neatly arranged mushroom bags. "Look, I did all this by myself last night. From now on, it's all yours. I need to rest well." Observing the orderly arrangement of the mushroom bags, Tong Yulan's heart, which had been in turmoil since yesterday, finally settled. After returning to his room for a brief rest, Chen Jianmin felt hungry and got up to prepare breakfast. He steamed all the leftover dishes from the previous night in a large pot, and alongside, he also steamed more than 10 rice cakes made from a mixture of cornmeal and white flour. After taking a bite, he collapsed into bed. His sleep was deep and dreamless, and when he awoke, the sky outside had darkened. Lu Xiaomei had left Li Yanli here and returned home. Zhou Lihong, who had watched over the mushroom house during the day, had prepared dinner for him and Li Yanli before also returning to her home, which had become a sanctuary for her. Ordinarily, after dinner, the night would be peaceful and nothing would disturb it. However, in the middle of the night, Chen Jianmin found himself in disarray due to Li Yanli's antics. Chapter 53. A night of restlessness. Having slept through the day, Chen Jianmin felt invigorated by evening. Yet, what good was his energy when there was nothing to occupy his time? He could merely stare blankly at the kerosene lamp or search for a book to read. In truth, he need not search far. On the 3-legged desk by the windowsill lay 2 books. He aimlessly flipped through them for a while, but finding it unengaging, he pulled out a sheet of paper to doodle and jot down thoughts. During this time, he took 2 strolls through the mushroom house, pondering whether he might encounter Tong Yulan. However, it seemed the little wife was genuinely a bit afraid of his persistent advances, for each time she visited the mushroom house, she hurried in and out, granting Chen Jianmin no opportunity to draw near. Alas, possessing too much capability may not always be a blessing. Just look at how he had startled her during those afternoon encounters at the hot springs. Yet, he still yearned for more. Li Yanli from the east room was quite the opposite. As night fell, she could hardly keep her eyes open. Yet, even as the clock approached 10, she dared not succumb to slumber. The reason was simple. A twinge of fear gripped her. Despite having commandeered Chen Jianmin's lantern for illumination and preparing 2 flashlights, with a wooden stick at her side, the solitude of a relatively empty large room still sent chills down her spine. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, she leaned against the wall, intending to doze off with the light on. Just as she began to drift into a haze, she heard the creaking sound of footsteps outside, seemingly right by the window, startling her into alertness, causing her to tremble. Upon listening more closely, she discerned the sound of the mushroom room door opening and closing on the east side of the courtyard. A long sigh of relief escaped her. It was likely the young bride from the west courtyard tending to the mushrooms, a laborious task in winter that required frequent trips. After this minor scare, she thought all was well. However, a fleeting glance at the ground revealed something moving, causing her heart to leap once more. Slowly turning her head, she was met with the gaze of a large gray rat, approximately the size of her palm, eliciting a sharp scream from the east room. Chen Jianmin sprang up like a startled rabbit, hastily pushing open the door to the west room and rushing over. Even Tong Yulan, busy in the mushroom room, heard the commotion and hurried over. Chen Jianmin tried to enter the east room, but found the door stubbornly shut. Li Yanli had secured it with a stick from inside. The continued cries from within prompted Chen Jianmin to disregard all else and pull with all his might, and thankfully, the stick was not firmly secured, allowing him to wrench the door open. He dashed inside to find Li Yanli cowering in the corner, her face pale, clutching a wooden stick and trembling uncontrollably. Upon seeing him, she dropped the stick and rushed towards him, clinging to him like an octopus. What on earth is wrong with you? Chen Jianmin asked, concerned she might fall. Rat, Li Yanli stammered, pointing to the ground, still shaking. Ah, Chen Jianmin exhaled in relief. I can't believe you're afraid of a rat. Being a doctor and all. You're just like Lu Xiaomei. Tong Yulan, who had just entered, stifled a laugh at this remark and prepared to quietly slip away. But Chen Jianmin called her back. Sister Yulan, why don't you stay here tonight? It's closer to the mushroom room. So you won't have to climb over the wall at this hour. Seeing Li Yanli in such a state, Chen Jianmin lost the inclination to tease her and instead sought to arrange for Tong Yulan to keep her company. With two lively companions in the room, Li Yanli gradually regained her composure, though she felt a bit embarrassed. She extricated herself from Chen Jianmin's embrace, offering a sheepish smile as she pleaded with Tong Yulan. Please stay here. However, Tong Yulan, who typically heeded Chen Jianmin's every word, hesitated, tugging at his sleeve before retreating to the outer room. Chen Jianmin reassured Li Yanli with a glance, gesturing towards the outer room, mouthing the words, she has her reasons. Li Yanli's exquisite visage once again bore an expression of profound sorrow. Once Chen Jianmin had stepped into the outer room, Tong Yulan took his hand and led him a little further away, then, on tiptoe, whispered softly, my mother-in-law forbids me from staying outside. She says if I dare to do so, she will never allow me to be with you again. Sighing deeply, Chen Jianmin replied, Aunt Lu has her reasons. She is looking out for you, and I have not considered this adequately. As for Dr. Li's matter, I shall handle it. Tong Yulan quickly glanced towards the door of the eastern room, then, in the darkness, embraced Chen Jianmin's waist, tilting her head to whisper, Brother Jianmin, when you need help, I fear I cannot assist you. This made Chen Jianmin smile, as this young wife was truly devoted to him. He seized the moment to spin her around, playfully nibbling her earlobe. No worries. If necessary, I shall coax Dr. Li into my bed, and she shall have no fear. With a light-hearted jest, he sent Tong Yulan on her way. Upon returning to the eastern room, he found Li Yanli wearing an expectant expression. Chen Jianmin explained the situation, conveying that Tong Yulan's in-laws were quite strict, not permitting her to stay out freely. Before he could finish, Li Yanli, having regained her composure, let out a dismissive laugh. So you plan to take her into the mountains for an entire day, and her in-laws won't worry? That's different, as long as she doesn't stay out overnight. What others say is merely hearsay. Unlike you, how could you be so reckless? After some playful banter, Li Yanli felt she had perhaps overreacted. She shooed Chen Jianmin from the room, bolstering her courage, and, clutching a wooden stick, dove into bed. Chen Jianmin believed the night would pass uneventfully. However, at 2 a.m, as he slipped under the covers, barely on the verge of slumber, he heard the creaking sound of a door opening and closing. Concerned that Li Yanli might still have matters to attend to, and mindful that Tong Yulan could sneak in under the pretense of checking the mushroom room, he had left the door to the western room unlatched. In truth, the doors of this room were seldom locked. Thus, when he heard the disturbance, the half-asleep Chen Jianmin assumed it was Tong Yulan and immediately became alert. In the darkness, a figure approached the edge of the bed, bent down to fumble for a moment, then climbed onto the bed and nestled into his covers. This stirred a surge of excitement in Chen Jianmin, who instinctively wrapped his arms around the person, one hand roaming across her back while the other deftly removed his undergarments. The sensation was delightfully comforting, yet something felt amiss. The individual was clad in undergarments, which made it impossible for Tong Yulan to have entered without having first shed her winter attire. Moreover, the faint, elusive fragrance emanating from her was distinctly different from Tong Yulan's, reminiscent of someone he had encountered before, leaving Chen Jianmin puzzled. Who could this person be? Almost instinctively, he deduced that it was none other than Li Yanli, who was supposed to be sleeping in the eastern room. The pressing question was, why had this young lady stealthily ventured into the western room in the dead of night and slipped under his covers? Was this not courting danger? Chapter 54, Should I Seize the Opportunity? Li Yanli naturally draped her arm around Chen Jianmin's waist, leaning into him to find the most comfortable angle. A soft snore escaping her lips. Was this girl sleepwalking? Chen Jianmin quickly discerned the situation. Li Yanli was indeed in a state of somnambulism, as her movements and breathing, even the gentle sound of her snores at this moment, were fluid and uninterrupted. His judgment was informed by experience from his previous life. His second wife exhibited the same symptoms when she sleepwalked, mirroring Li Yanli's current behavior. Realizing this, Chen Jianmin inhaled sharply. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should he take advantage of it? The thought flickered through his mind, but was swiftly dismissed. The reasons were practical. First, taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable state contradicted his compulsive nature. He desired the other party's willing affection, not a situation where she had inadvertently fallen into his embrace. Second, if he were to act upon Li Yanli, explaining the situation to Lu Xiaomei would be challenging. He had not yet achieved his goal of living a carefree life. Nor was he ready to relinquish Lu Xiaomei, who was also one of his aspirations. Thus, on this sultry night, Chen Jianmin found himself in a state of melancholic frustration. If one were to claim he remained unperturbed, it would not be a true reflection of his character. How could he not seize even a minor advantage? He certainly could. He gently kissed her for a prolonged moment, his fingers delicately tracing her soft hand downward. Half an hour later, he swiftly donned his clothes, indeed, all of them, before returning to the bed, mentally counting numbers until he finally drifted into slumber at 88,008. At 6:30 in the morning, with dawn breaking, Li Yanli awoke. Groggily, she opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, puzzled by their unfamiliarity. Where was she? As the fog of sleep lifted, she remembered that she had spent the night in the eastern room of the Zhou family's forest protection station. But why was there someone lying beside her? Hadn't Lu Xiaomei returned home? She had mentioned going back to distribute winter holiday assignments to her students and would only join her today. Suddenly, Li Yanli sat upright, trembling all over as she gazed at Chen Jianmin, who was still asleep, his teeth clenched, with the faint light filtering through the window. It took her a moment to recognize him. Upon inspecting her attire, she realized she was only wearing the pink knitted outfit designated as sleepwear, a result of Chen Jianmin calling out to her before abruptly stopping. Why? Because she realized she was not in the eastern room at all, but rather in the western room where Chen Jianmin resided. He had not even removed his cotton jacket and lay beside her, sleeping soundly, snoring, with a bubble of mucus occasionally forming above his lips. Thus, it was not that Chen Jianmin had done anything to her. Rather, she had sleepwalked into his bed. Upon this realization, Li Yanli felt a surge of frustration rising within her, nearly compelling her to bang her head against the wall. Fortunately, she had managed to stifle her cry just in time. Otherwise, awakening Chen Jianmin would have led to a most embarrassing situation. No, she must return to the east room immediately. Li Yanli gently lifted the quilt and cautiously extricated one foot, followed by the other. Just as she was about to descend, Chen Jianmin, still lost in slumber, turned over and lay on his side, his hand inadvertently resting upon her thigh. This startled Li Yanli, causing her to break into a cold sweat, and she held her breath, remaining utterly still. After a moment, she carefully removed Chen Jianmin's hand from her thigh and leapt to the floor, fleeing barefoot back to the east room. Only once she had burrowed beneath her own covers did she release a sigh of relief. All was well now. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, as if something was amiss. She switched on her flashlight to inspect her clothes, and there it was, a suspicious dry stain that ignited her fury. How revolting! Without a moment's hesitation, she discarded her garments, initially intending to throw them away. But upon recalling the cost of this particularly comfortable outfit, she hesitated, ultimately letting them fall to the floor. By 7:30, after donning her clothes, her first task was to wash the garments lying on the ground. Just as she entered the outer room, Chen Jianmin emerged from the west room. Yawning, his gaze landed on the clothes in her hands, and he grinned, commenting, "Oh, it seems that those of you in the medical profession are quite tidy. Washing clothes first thing in the morning." Li Yanli, trembling with indignation, pointed at Chen Jianmin and exclaimed, "How can you say that? What is this?" As she spoke, she raised the offending garments. "What do you mean? I don't own any clothes of that color. Are they yours?" Chen Jianmin feigned ignorance with remarkable skill, leaving no room for argument. Yet, a hint of unease stirred within him, for he had, after all, soiled her clothing the previous night. "You wiped your nose on my clothes. How disgusting is that? What kind of habit is it to smear one's nasal mucus on someone else's garments?" Li Yanli was aware that her words might inadvertently expose her sleepwalking escapade, but her rage consumed her, rendering her heedless of the potential consequences. Chen Jianmin, upon hearing her accusation, stifled a chuckle internally while feigning shock on his face. "Ah, Dr. Li, you must be reasonable. You kept me awake half the night with your antics, and I have yet to hold you accountable. Furthermore, how can you be certain that was my mucus? It could very well have been yours." How could she be certain? Li Yanli felt deflated at that moment. Indeed, even if she could ascertain the truth, she could not voice it. Otherwise, her sleepwalking would be revealed. Ah, let it be. She would simply consider it akin to being licked by a dog. Painful, perhaps, but merely distasteful. She swiftly reassured herself and resumed her task of washing the clothes. In leading the entire village to cultivate mushrooms, Zhou Mingshan displayed an enthusiasm that surpassed Chen Jianmin's expectations. By 8:30, he had already arrived at the forest protection point. Upon entering the West House, one beheld Chen Jianmin dining in the company of a remarkably beautiful and alluring woman, whose softness rendered her almost boneless. The sight startled him to the point of nearly tripping over the threshold. "Ah, Uncle Mingshan, in this off-season, why do you still bow?" Chen Jianmin jested as he slipped down from the Kong, warmly ushering him to a seat at the head of the Kong, offering cigarettes and pouring water with an exceptionally cordial demeanor. In stark contrast, Li Yanli shot a cold glance at Zhou Mingshan, who was surreptitiously observing her. And with a sharp clatter, she slammed her chopsticks down onto the Kong table. Zhou Mingshan, taken aback, quickly averted his gaze and shifted to the matter at hand. "Jianmin, my nephew, I have been contemplating your proposal these past few days, and I believe it holds substantial promise. I have come to discuss our next steps." As he spoke, his eyes furtively darted back to Li Yanli, not out of any improper intentions towards the striking young woman, but rather to confirm a suspicion. He had heard that Dr. Li from the health clinic had come to the village solely to attend to Wang Jinqian's ailment. As far as he knew, this Dr. Li was the offspring of a prominent county leader. Thus, if this lady before him truly was Dr. Li, he, as the village head, must treat her with utmost respect. Unbeknownst to Chen Jianmin, Zhou Mingshan, who typically shunned ingratiating himself with superiors, was entangled in complex thoughts. After pouring the water, he got straight to the point. "Uncle Mingshan, here is what I propose. Cultivating mushrooms at home is not something many can readily believe. We need a figure from our village to take the lead. Those who plant first will reap the rewards, demonstrating to everyone that with dedication, anyone can cultivate them." He spoke at length, echoing the sentiments of esteemed educators. His core message was singular. Mushroom cultivation is a noble endeavor that benefits the present and will leave a legacy for posterity. Should Zhou Mingshan miss this opportunity, it would be akin to clinging to a golden rice bowl while begging for scraps. The village chief clearly grasped Chen Jianmin's words, nodding vigorously, before finally posing a crucial question. "Once harvested, where shall we sell them?" This inquiry was pivotal, and with a grand gesture, Chen Jianmin proclaimed with fervor, "Uncle Mingshan, do you know how many people inhabit our nation? 1 billion. Even if each were to sample but a tiny morsel, how much would that require?" Before he could articulate the word mushrooms, he was interrupted by Li Yanli's light laughter. Aware that he had perhaps overstated his projections, Chen Jianmin quickly remedied his statement. "What I just mentioned was a vision for the future. Let us speak of more practical matters. Our county has a population of 200,000. Are we to worry about selling this quantity of mushrooms?" Zhou Mingshan nodded enthusiastically once more. Their conversation persisted for nearly an hour, leaving Chen Jianmin parched, yet they ultimately reached a preliminary agreement. Zhou Mingshan and Li Xiuzhuan's family would take the lead, promptly preparing a vacant house. Once they had organized the space, Chen Jianmin would personally oversee the construction of the framework and the preparation of the substrate, among other technicalities. As he bid farewell to Zhou Mingshan, he made an exception and guided him on a tour through the mushroom room. Upon witnessing the densely packed bags of fungi inside, any lingering hesitation in Zhou Mingshan evaporated. As Chen Jianmin escorted him to the entrance, he discreetly inquired, "Jianmin, who is that young lady you dined with?" Chen Jianmin blinked and replied, "Uncle Mingshan, you mustn't harbor any thoughts about her. She is mine." This jest nearly provoked Zhou Mingshan, who retorted, "What are you saying? Am I that kind of person? Can we not converse amicably?" Aware that his jest may have gone too far, Chen Jianmin felt compelled to clarify, especially considering the way the old man had been eyeing Li Yanli earlier, leaving him uncertain of his thoughts. He offered a cigarette, saying, "Uncle Mingshan, I was merely joking. She is Dr. Li from the commune's health clinic, a close friend of my partner, here specifically to attend to Wang Jinqian's ailment." Zhou Mingshan's eyes brightened at this revelation as he murmured, "It seems there may be progress regarding the village's electricity." He then left with a cheerful demeanor, leaving Chen Jianmin bewildered about how a doctor from the health clinic could possibly relate to the village's electricity situation. Later in the evening, Lu Xiaomei arrived, having taken the village's transport to the commune to sell grain, and she carried numerous bags, clearly intending to stay for a while. Upon welcoming her into the house, Chen Jianmin attempted to engage her in conversation, but was blocked at the door of the east room, where Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli closed the door and whispered for an extended period. When Lu Xiaomei eventually emerged into the west room, she spotted Chen Jianmin leaning against a stack of quilts, sitting on the edge of the Kong, hesitating to speak. This piqued Chen Jianmin's curiosity, prompting him to say, "If you have something to say, just say it. You look as if you're about to be sold off." He quickly retracted his statement. "All right, I misspoke. Please don't pinch me." Before he could finish, Lu Xiaomei lunged at him, pinching the soft flesh beneath his arm with surprising strength, even through his cotton coat. With a hint of pride, Lu Xiaomei shook her head, settled beside him, and finally articulated her purpose. "You should be more accommodating towards Yanli. That's just her nature. She means no harm." Chen Jianmin immediately grasped that Li Yanli had reported him, which was unacceptable, and he felt the need to defend himself. She wandered into my bed on her own. How is that my fault? Lu Xiaomei turned her face away, and the meaning behind her unspoken words was clear. He ought to have exercised more self-control. After all, it was far better than engaging in a genuine confrontation, wasn't it? Who could blame her for being so alluring? It was a mishap that occurred while he was asleep, lost in a dream. His evasive reasoning only made Lu Xiaomei grit her teeth, but the truth remained that Li Yanli had erred first, and since nothing serious transpired, it was difficult for her to press the matter further. Yet, why was it so challenging to have a simple, sincere conversation with this man? Time passed swiftly, and another week had slipped by, culminating in the harvest of the second batch of mushrooms nurtured by Chen Jianmin and Tong Yulan. They gathered the mushrooms in the early hours of the morning, loading them onto the vehicle amidst the biting cold. This time, Chen Jianmin chose to bring Tong Yulan along once more. With the profits from their previous endeavor as a foundation, he resolved to purchase a greater variety of goods, including provisions for the upcoming festival, aspiring to elevate the quality of their lives. Zhou Wen drove ahead, while Chen Jianmin and Tong Yulan trailed behind, leisurely chatting as they walked. Brother Jianmin, you must be quite exhausted these days, what with helping Uncle Mingshan cultivate mushrooms and assisting Xiujuan in setting up the mushroom house. You haven't had a proper night's sleep. Once we sell the mushrooms, you should take a break, she remarked. It's nothing. With my constitution, I can endure anything. If you don't believe me, once we return, we can still visit the hot springs, he replied. Ah, but I'm trying to discuss something serious here. Chen Jianmin laughed heartily. The affection from this petite woman warmed his heart considerably. Indeed, the past few days had kept him busily occupied, even being summoned in the dead of night to guide those families on how to manage temperature and humidity. However, he thought it was time for this little woman to step into the limelight. It wasn't he that he feared hard work. Rather, the reality of these days contrasted starkly with his vision of a leisurely life filled with earnings. More importantly, the village gossip regarding his relationship with Tong Yulan weighed heavily on her. While his thick skin allowed him to brush off the rumors, Tong Yulan was not so fortunate. The psychological pressure she faced must have been immense. Her mother-in-law, Aunt Lu, had even become too afraid to visit the village. Rumor had it that she nearly had a confrontation with the village chief's wife over salt at the local shop just yesterday. What a situation. Even someone as carefree as Lu Jinshan had lost his smile. How would this issue be resolved? Parting ways with Tong Yulan was out of the question. Setting aside the unique tenderness this little woman brought into his life, retreating in the face of adversity was simply not his style. Thus, he needed to devise another strategy. This plan involved having Tong Yulan guide the villagers in mushroom cultivation, thereby subtly elevating her status within the village. Only in this way could the gossiping women be silenced. After a while, Tong Yulan brought up another matter. Brother Jianmin, hasn't he Uncle Mingshan been visiting our forest protection point rather frequently? 2 or 3 times a day. And when he asks around Dr. Li, he seems rather anxious. Chen Jianmin felt a bit perplexed himself, but could surmise that it likely related to Li Yanli's status. He refrained from elaborating, as the disparity between Li Yanli and Tong Yulan was stark and might distress her if discussed too openly. Nevertheless, it mattered little. With him, Chen Jianmin, by her side, it wouldn't be long before this little woman would be filled with pride and joy. The horse-drawn cart continued on its journey, arriving at the commune village just as the sun began to rise. However, upon reaching the doorstep of Han Yao's home, they were met with the sound of a heated argument emanating from within. Tong Yulan looked at Chen Jianmin in astonishment. He furrowed his brow slightly. Last time, Xiaoan mentioned that her father intended for her to drop out of school and marry. Could this be the cause of the quarrel? Chapter 56. Han Yao's dilemma. Chen Jianmin was not mistaken when he instructed Zhou Wen to halt the cart at Han's front gate and entered the house with Tong Yulan. The argument inside had escalated further. Han Yao, look at yourself. Do you still resemble a young lady? What kind of girl argues with her father like this? It was the voice of Han Laosan. Immediately following was the sound of Han Yao's tearful voice. Do you think I wish to shout with you? Are my academic results poor? The children of others do not perform as well as I do, yet their parents force them to attend school. Why is it that with you, it is reversed? I, Han Laosan, found myself at a loss for words, choked by my own daughter. Standing outside the door, Chen Jianmin had overheard the conversation and entered. One might argue that family matters should not concern an outsider. But Han Yao was a marketing talent he intended to nurture within the commune, even at the county level. It was unacceptable for her burgeoning career to be hindered by family issues. Upon seeing him and Tong Yulan enter uninvited, Han Laosan's ire turned towards Chen Jianmin. Who do you think you are? Why are you here so early? Chen Jianmin smiled, seemingly unfazed by the rebuke, and approached Han Yao. who was kneeling on the ground and weeping. "Get up, the floor is cold," he said softly. His 6 brief words radiated genuine concern, prompting Han Yao to sob even louder. Chen Jianmin found himself momentarily at a loss, but fortunately, Tang Yulan quickly moved over, gently stroking Han Yao's head to comfort her and helped her to her feet. She exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Jianmin and led Han Yao outside. Inside the room remained only Chen Jianmin and Han Laosan. Han Laosan soon realized that his anger directed at his daughter's friend was somewhat excessive. Searching his pockets in vain for a cigarette, he slumped down in silence, dejected. Chen Jianmin, unperturbed, took a seat on the Kong, tossed a cigarette to Han Laosan, and lit one for himself, exhaling a plume of smoke before slowly speaking. "Uncle Han, I must say, you strike me as a kind-hearted man, not the sort to harm his own children." His words resonated with Han Laosan, who smacked the edge of the Kong and exclaimed, "Exactly. Who could I possibly harm but her? Thus, it follows that your reasons for not allowing her to attend school must be valid. She is too young to comprehend your perspective. If you are willing, share your thoughts with me, and I will help persuade her. We are of similar ages. It will be easier to communicate." Chen Jianmin's voice, low and soothing, bore an almost magnetic quality, akin to that of a smooth-talking charmer. Han Laosan, unwittingly, fell for it, blurting out, "The family I found for her lives quite well. They are willing to offer 3,000 yuan as a bride price. With that, I could settle my gambling debts." His voice trailed off, growing fainter until silence enveloped the room. Chen Jianmin stifled a laugh, pondering how even he recognized the shamefulness of the situation. It was uncomfortable to speak of it openly. Absent the use of certain tactics, uncovering his true intentions would have proven challenging. Now, however, the inquiry was straightforward. "Uncle Han, how much do you owe? Is it to the extent that you must resort to your daughter's bride price to cover your debts?" Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Han Laosan surrendered. 2,000 yuan. "What? 2,000? Even Chen Jianmin, usually composed, was taken aback by the revelation, causing him to drop his cigarette onto the Kong. In a fluster, he scrambled to retrieve it, only to burn his finger in the process. He extended his finger into his mouth and mumbled, "No, Uncle Han. Do you truly believe it's worth sacrificing your daughter's future over this mere 2,000 yuan? Han Laosan hung his head, remaining silent for a considerable time. He was aware that this matter was somewhat dishonorable, yet he found himself powerless. The pressure was relentless, with threats that if he did not pay, his house would be seized. The family involved wielded considerable influence in this area, and it was entirely plausible that they could indeed take his property. Chen Jianmin, through a combination of coaxing and deceit, had finally unraveled the intricacies of the situation, but he too was troubled, lamenting the unfortunate turn of events he had found himself entangled in. Should he intervene or remain passive? If he chose an action, Han Yao's future was at stake. But how could he act? At that moment, Han Yao, having been eavesdropping in the outer room, entered with reddened eyes and an expression of shock. Suddenly kneeling down and speaking in a hoarse voice, "Dad, the person you owe is Feng Erbao, right? I will go find him and ensure I retrieve the IOU. However, I have one condition. You must allow me to continue my education." Han Laosan appeared bewildered. "You? How will you speak to him? Will he even listen to you?" "He will," Han Yao replied with unwavering confidence. It seemed Han Laosan realized something, his expression shifting dramatically as he rushed down from the bed, exclaiming, "No, you cannot seek him out." Chen Jianmin observed the unfolding drama and shook his head. He surmised Han Yao's intentions. Was she not contemplating offering herself to Feng Erbao? What then? Are we merely to watch as our home is taken from us, left homeless in the dead of winter? Han Yao cried out. With the situation escalating, Han Laosan finally experienced a moment of clarity, slapping himself thrice and striding towards the door, his face set with determination. Chen Jianmin sensed danger. He realized Han Laosan was intent on confronting someone. He swiftly positioned himself in front of the door, blocking Han Laosan's path. "Uncle Han, it hasn't reached that point yet. Let us sit down and discuss Feng Erbao's circumstances." After uttering these words, he sighed, lamenting that he had envisioned a tranquil life, only to find himself beset by complications. Was this what they meant by "to whom much is given, much is expected"? No, he did not desire grand ambitions. However, Han Laosan could not grasp Chen Jianmin's earnest concern and attempted to push him aside. "Step aside. This is a family matter. You, an outsider, should refrain from meddling. By the way, do take care of the two siblings moving forward." His words only deepened the confusion. Chen Jianmin swiftly interrupted, "Uncle Han, I can resolve your predicament. Surely that is sufficient?" "What?" Han Laosan gasped in disbelief. You can help me?" Yes. Now sit down and tell me about this Erbao." Han Yao ceased her tears, regarding Chen Jianmin with skepticism, ultimately advising him, Jianmin, several members of Feng Erbao's family hold positions in the coal mines. They are not to be trifled with. Chen Jianmin stood tall, brimming with resolve. Sister, just because you call me brother, I cannot simply disregard this matter. Otherwise, how could I consider myself a man? It is uncertain whether others believe his words, yet Han Laosan was indeed intimidated by his imposing demeanor, bowing his head and pondering for a spell before divulging all the details about Feng Erbao. Chen Jianmin listened intently, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, for he found himself capable of resolving this conundrum. Chapter 57. The underworld is a web of human connections by 3 in the afternoon. A card game had been set up at Feng Erbao's residence, a game of 3 against 1, played with stakes of 1, 2, or 3 coins. This was considered quite a high-stakes affair in the Hongshan area. Just as Feng Erbao was about to lay down a 2, the door swung open, and he was momentarily taken aback by the entrance of an individual. Quickly, he placed his cards down on the table, donning a sycophantic smile to greet the visitor. Ah, Director Ma, what brings you here today? Please, make yourself comfortable on the Kong. Such fervent hospitality might lead an outsider to believe that an ancestor had graced them with their presence. However, Feng Erbao was indeed eager to address Director Ma as such, for in recent days, he had been absent from work, having been reported to the County Forestry Bureau for nearly a month of unexcused absence. His superiors had made an example of him, compelling him to return home for introspection. During this period, he would receive no salary, and he faced the possibility of a formal reprimand that would tarnish his record. This was a serious matter. Although Feng Erbao had connections within the coal mine, that establishment had always been at odds with the Forestry Bureau, and the coal miners held no sway in his predicament. Hence, he was left to navigate this crisis on his own. The sight of his superior visiting his home filled him with a mix of excitement and trepidation, prompting him to disperse the card game and lavish Director Ma with fine cigarettes and tea. His attention was drawn to a young man accompanying Director Ma, particularly when he noticed the 2 bottles of liquor he carried, leaving him somewhat bewildered. While Director Ma maintained a casual demeanor in front of Chen Jianmin, he was known to be quite serious at work. Now, with a stern expression, he gestured for Feng Erbao to sit, and said, "Old Feng, we need to discuss something." "Yes, Director Ma, I am listening," replied Feng Erbao, nervously rubbing his bald head and smiling as he stood by the Kong, hesitant to take a seat. "The situation is as follows. I have received numerous complaints indicating that during your suspension, you have been engaging in gambling with a group. Much like what I observed just now. This has clearly escalated beyond mere entertainment," Director Ma stated, his tone growing increasingly severe. "The higher-ups are cracking down on such misconduct, especially as the year draws to a close. Are you aiming to become a prime example of such behavior?" Feng Erbao was nearly in tears. "No, Director Ma. Those individuals were merely good friends. We were playing for just a few coins to pass the time. I had no intention of gambling." "Humph," Director Ma scoffed. "Are you attempting to deceive me? Let us set aside the earlier incident and consider it merely a way to pass the time." However, he raised his voice sharply. "Not long ago, you hinted at seizing Han Laosan's property, precisely because he owes you gambling debts, does it not? A house, no less. Can that truly be deemed a mere pastime?" In a moment of unguarded honesty, Feng Erbao, pale-faced from a few pointed remarks by Ma Daxiao, inadvertently revealed the truth. He abruptly halted his speech, filled with regret. Ma Daxiao, displaying an expression of disappointment akin to that of a teacher for a wayward student, pointed his finger at Feng Erbao, exclaiming, "Merely 2,000? Do you still believe that is insufficient? If Elder Han discovers this and reports you to the police, you could find yourself incarcerated for a fortnight. With a criminal record, what future do you envision for your career? Yes, you may have connections in the coal mine that could secure you another job, but have you considered the limitations of being a person with a criminal record? Are you willing to descend into the mines?" Indeed, Ma Daxiao, the office director, possessed a gift of eloquence and intellect, skillfully closing off all avenues for Feng Erbao with just a few words. Not one to be easily fooled, Feng Erbao recognized the veracity of Ma Daxiao's claims and surmised that his visit today was not merely a reprimand. He quickly bent forward, pleading, "Director Ma, please consider a solution for me. I acknowledge my mistake. I implore you to exercise your influence to safeguard my employment." Ma Daxiao shook his head in dismay, stating, "This is not merely about how I can assist you. The real issue lies with Elder Han. Upon hearing of your predicament, I was so distressed that my teeth ached. I spent the entire morning seeking information and finally managed to locate a relative of Elder Han, whose words carry weight. At this juncture, he gestured towards the young man accompanying him, saying, "Allow me to introduce Chen Jianmin, also from our forestry station. You may be familiar with him. The next steps are yours to navigate." The young man, Chen Jianmin, regarded Feng Erbao with a stern expression, remaining silent. The cigarette Feng Erbao had offered him lay untouched. Feng Erbao discerned the implication of Ma Daxiao's words. He was being urged to beseech Chen Jianmin for assistance. Although it would be embarrassing for a man of his 40s to plead with someone in their 20s, the prospect of losing his job was far more daunting. After a brief moment of contemplation, he approached Chen Jianmin, striking a match and, cradling the flame with both hands, extended it towards him, silently conveying his desire to light the cigarette. This customary gesture of a senior seeking favor from a junior was not lost on Chen Jianmin. Once the cigarette was lit, it signified that he intended to intercede on behalf of Feng Erbao with Elder Han. Feigning reluctance for a moment, just as the match was about to extinguish, Chen Jianmin sighed and took the cigarette into his mouth. Feng Erbao exhaled a long breath, disregarding the heat from the match that singed his fingers, and picked up the teacup beside Chen Jianmin, offering it with both hands. Chen Jianmin, dropping his pretenses, stood and accepted the cup, taking a sip. He gestured toward the 2 bottles of liquor placed on the windowsill, stating, "Uncle Erbao, my visit with these bottles is not intended to cause you trouble, but rather to foster friendship." Though the words were pleasant and the liquor of fine quality, Feng Erbao understood that without demonstrating genuine sincerity, the enjoyment of those 2 bottles would be far from assured. He clenched his teeth, turned around, and retrieved the IOU written by Han Lao San from the long cabinet against the wall. After a moment's hesitation, he presented it with both hands to Chen Jianmin, saying, "Nephew Jianmin, I kindly ask you to speak a few good words for me in front of my 3rd brother. From now on, I shall never utter a sound against him." However, Chen Jianmin did not accept the IOU. Instead, he looked towards Ma Daxiao. The matter at hand was somewhat intricate. The forgiveness of Feng Erbao necessitated the nod of the representative from the Han family, yet it also required the approval of Feng Erbao's superior. As personal bias played a significant role here, Ma Daxiao, ever cooperative, obstructed Feng Erbao, who was eager to offer him a cigarette. "All right, what more can I say? Let it be this way." This indicated a tacit agreement to resolve the issue privately. Naturally, Chen Jianmin took the IOU and tore it into shreds on the spot. He engaged in superficial pleasantries with Feng Erbao, deftly declining his invitation to dinner, and departed with Ma Daxiao from the Feng residence. Once they had distanced themselves, Chen Jianmin glanced back and playfully punched Ma Daxiao on the chest, exclaiming, "Cousin, you're quite something. Your words flow so smoothly. I appreciate your help, brother. Let us head to the restaurant." Ma Daxiao chuckled wryly, replying, "Brother, it's only you who would do this. Anyone else, and I wouldn't have gotten involved. It's a matter I should have steered clear of, as one misstep could entangle me further. But alas, I owe you a great favor. Given your assistance in my previous affair with Zhou Lihong, without your intervention, I might not have retained my position as director." Thus, despite having returned from the county town just in the afternoon, before he could even settle down, Chen Jianmin had whisked him away to this predicament. However, let us skip the restaurant. It seems rather extravagant. What are you saying, cousin? Han Yao has already ordered dishes for us. It would be rude not to go. Fine, I yield to you. Upon entering the restaurant on the south side of the moon bubble, when Chen Jianmin handed the torn IOU to Han Yao, she examined it earnestly, and with tears brimming in her eyes, she embraced Chen Jianmin and began to weep. The soft frame of the young girl quickened Chen Jianmin's heartbeat, and he covertly glanced at Tong Yulan, mouthing, "We won tea leave tonight. We'll stay here." Chapter 58. A man cannot decline the meal extended well past 5 o'clock. Zhou Wen and Ma Daxiao indulged in considerable drinking, while Chen Jianmin, possessing little tolerance for alcohol and a disinclination for drinking, remained engaged in conversation with them. Yet, when he declared he wouldn't leave, he truly meant it. In reality, even if they had wished to depart, they were unable to do so. In areas populated with wolves, traveling by horse-drawn carriage at night posed significant risks. The primary concern was not other dangers, but the possibility of encountering wolves, which could startle the horses and lead to uncontrollable chaos. Fortunately, Han Yao proved to be quite resourceful, arranging for Chen Jianmin and his companions to stay at a classmate's house. Her classmate's family had all gone to the county town for a few days, leaving her to tend to the home. The residence comprised 3 rooms. Both the eastern and western rooms were warmed, and the bedding was immaculate. According to Han Yao's arrangement, Chen Jianmin and Zhou Wen were to reside in the west room, while Tong Yulan would occupy the east room, with Han Yao returning home. However, after washing his feet, Chen Jianmin found himself unable to sleep, disturbed by Zhou Wen's thunderous snoring. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, he slipped on his shoes and knocked on the door of the east room. "Is that you, Brother Jianmin?" The door was unlatched. Tong Yulan's youthful voice emerged from within, causing an unexpected flutter in Chen Jianmin's heart. He stealthily opened the door, only to discover the young woman counting money. Upon seeing him, she joyfully raised a stack of bills, her small face radiating delight. "Brother Jianmin, this time our income is even greater." Chen Jianmin thought to himself, how could it not be? The increase in planting density had yielded a second harvest of mushrooms. And despite a slight loss, they managed to sell 342 pounds. Considerable effort had been exerted to ensure proper insulation during transport. Fortunately, Han Yao had proven to be reliable, having prearranged buyers for nearly all the mushrooms, with some even missing out on purchases. Based on the previous pricing, this time they garnered 889 yuan and 20 cents. This was the first time Tong Yulan had ever handled such a substantial sum, which prompted her to count it meticulously, sorting 10 yuan, 5 yuan, and 2 yuan notes into neat piles that took up a significant portion of the bed's edge. Chen Jianmin settled behind her, embracing her gently and kissing her neck as he inquired, "Aren't you afraid someone might come in and steal your money with the door left unlatched?" "Not at all. With you here, I fear nothing," Tong Yulan replied earnestly, her eyes sparkling brighter than usual. Her words were genuine. She felt that as long as Chen Jianmin was by her side, no challenge was insurmountable, and life would only improve. Reflecting on the events of the day, particularly the resolution of Han Laosan's 2,000 yuan gambling debt, had left her profoundly shaken. She had always perceived Chen Jianmin as merely a skilled technician with a thick skin, even during the time he had persuaded her in-laws. She had not regarded him as particularly formidable. However, this time was different. She understood the complexities surrounding Han Yao's situation better than anyone, as it was precisely such circumstances that had led her to marry into Zhoujia village. Her father had been a gambler as well, accumulating a considerable debt, leaving her no choice but to marry at the tender age of 18, using her bride price to settle his gambling obligations, which forced her to relinquish her childhood love. After her husband's sudden passing, she had endured much suffering, with only her own tears for solace. But now, everything was different. The man she cherished stood behind her, holding her, instilling a profound sense of peace within her. She yearned to spend her life with him, regardless of his marital status. She would not leave his side. Overwhelmed by emotion, her hands quickened their pace, and soon she hurriedly stashed the money into her military-style bag, concealing it beneath her pillow. Turning back, she knelt beside Chen Jianmin, kissed him softly, and whispered, "Brother Jianmin, tonight I will attend to you." Blushing, she then jumped down from the bed and secured the door. Chen Jianmin lay back with a chuckle, watching as the petite woman nervously yet eagerly unfastened the buttons of his shirt. When her hands ventured further to his belt, it required considerable effort. In a moment of unguarded honesty, Chen Jianmin could no longer restrain himself. He turned to sit up, gently biting the earlobe of Tong Yulan, and whispered, "Sister Yulan, let us try something different today." The latter part of his statement was barely audible, sending shivers down Tong Yulan's spine. "Is it possible?" she asked. "Of course, a man cannot refuse," he replied, embracing her as they descended from the bed. The experiences of that night were uniquely special for both of them, granting them a profound slumber as they remained asleep until 8 o'clock the following morning. Han Yao, who had come to deliver their breakfast, entered the courtyard to find Zhou when feeding the horses. She casually inquired, "Brother Zhou, has Jianmin woken up yet?" Zhou smiled broadly, offering a vague response. How else could he answer? While it was true that Jianmin had been drunk the night before, he had awoken in the middle of the night, thirsty and seeking water, and overheard certain sounds he wished he hadn't. This time, he finally understood how the village gossip began. However, he deemed the matter none of his concern. Jianmin had not only given him 5 yuan for transport, but had also purchased numerous goods for his family. What was so unusual about a man having several women around him? It seemed perfectly normal to him. If one had the capability, they might as well pursue their own interests. Han Yao's small face scrunched in confusion at Brother Zhou's implication. She could not quite grasp his meaning. It was not until she searched the west room and found no sign of her delicate sister Yulan that she knocked on the door of the east room. To her surprise, it was Jianmin who opened the door. "Not you?" Han Yao peeked inside, failing to spot Tong Yulan. Instead, a small figure was hidden beneath the blankets. Blinking, she asked, "Jianmin, why are you hiding here so early? Has Sister Yulan not awakened? Hurry, come eat. Look at what I've prepared for you both." As she spoke, she tugged at Jianmin to come outside. Even someone as thick-skinned as Jianmin felt a twinge of discomfort. Awkwardly retreating to fetch his cotton coat and pants from the other room, Han Yao's clear eyes blinked rapidly, and despite her attempts to restrain herself, she could not hold back any longer. She quietly entered the west room and asked, "Jianmin, did you sleep in Sister Yulan's room?" Jianmin felt overwhelmed, pondering whether it was necessary to delve into such details. My cotton coat and pants were a bit damp yesterday. Yes, just a little damp. The Kong in the East room is warmer, so I placed my clothes there to dry. See, now they're quite comfortable. That made sense, Han Yao concluded, recognizing the wisdom in his actions. Especially in the morning, slipping into warm clothes was indeed a great pleasure. Fearing further revelations, Jianmin swiftly changed the subject. By the way, we will be bringing mushrooms again before the new year. This time, we might have quite a bit more. Could you see if you can arrange for 600 Jin? 600 Jin? Han Yao tilted her head, contemplating for a moment. No problem. In just a week, it will be the 27th of the 12th month. Perfectly timed for the festival sales. The young girl was brimming with confidence. The two recent ventures in mushroom selling have indeed yielded her a considerable sum of money. Not only has she managed to cover her and her brother's educational expenses, but she can also look forward to a joyful celebration for the new year. Even more delightful is the fact that her father's gambling debts have been forgiven, and it seems the old man is beginning to contemplate a change of heart. This morning's meal was prepared by him. The mere thought of earning some money before the year's end brings a smile to her face. All of this is thanks to the presence of the gentleman before her. She feels that Chen Jianmin is not merely her benefactor, but also her lucky star. How wonderful it would be to have someone like him by her side for a lifetime. Little does Chen Jianmin know the young girl's sentiments. After finishing their meal, he and Tong Yulan climbed into Zhou Wen's cart and leisurely made their way back, pondering about what mountain goods he should bring to his prospective father-in-law on his next visit. The old man has treated him quite well, and as a future son-in-law, it is only fitting to show some gratitude during the festive season. Halfway down the road, they spotted the village's sole hand tractor approaching, driven by the village head, Zhou Mingshan. Upon seeing them, he halted the vehicle and rushed over, his expression one of palpable urgency. As Chen Jianmin observed Zhou Mingshan's distraught demeanor, he feared that something grave had occurred. He jumped off the cart, but lost his footing on the snowy ground, sliding several meters before finally managing to stand upright. Brushing the snow off his trousers, he exclaimed, "Goodness, Uncle Mingshan, at your age, can't you be a bit more composed?" Zhou Mingshan, panting heavily, leaned against the tractor, breathlessly declaring, "Composure aside, there's trouble with my mushrooms." Chen Jianmin exhaled in relief. As long as the issue fell within his area of expertise, it was manageable. After all, it was merely a matter of mushrooms, and even if they were spoiled, new crops could be sown. Yet, given that Zhou Mingshan and Li Xiujuan's mushroom cultivation was a benchmark project for him, he was keen on ensuring it did not falter. He called for Tong Yulan to join him in the tractor's rear compartment, and they braved the cold winds back to the village. Upon entering the mushroom house, which had been transformed from a five-room structure, he quickly identified the problem. "Uncle Mingshan, I just took a tumble and my backside is quite sore. I'll step outside for a moment to catch my breath. Perhaps Yulan can explain what the issue is?" Without waiting for Zhou Mingshan's wide-eyed reaction, he lifted the cotton curtain and exited. Zhou Mingshan did not pursue him but turned to Tong Yulan, asking, "Lu's daughter-in-law, are you capable of handling this?" Having cultivated 2 batches of mushrooms with Chen Jianmin's guidance, and with him sharing his techniques openly, she could manage most issues, provided they weren't overly complex. However, this was her first time addressing a problem independently, and she felt a flutter of anxiety. She considered saying she couldn't do it, but since Jianmin had mentioned his discomfort, it wouldn't be right to let him linger in the dampness of the house. No, Jianmin had given her so much. It was time for her to contribute, to share in the burden to the best of her ability. After secretly motivating herself, she took Zhou Mingshan's flashlight and began to meticulously examine each shelf near the door, comparing the varying conditions of every mushroom bag in her mind. Noticing her silence and serious demeanor, Zhou Mingshan pondered for a moment before squatting by the entrance. Just as he retrieved a cigarette and struck a match, he was abruptly called out by Tong Yulan. "Uncle Mingshan, you can't smoke in here." Sighing, he tucked the cigarette away, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Just yesterday, several mushroom bags had sprouted mushrooms, but upon inspection this morning, he found that they had wilted, causing him great distress. To make matters worse, Chen Jianmin had gone to the commune and had yet to return. Unable to sit still, he contemplated going to fetch him. Now, Chen Jianmin was back, but his discomfort had returned. Was this akin to a lazy donkey being burdened with excessive toil? What could such a young bride do for him? In the midst of his vexation, the young bride from the Liu family emerged from the back of the mushroom room, holding a hygrometer and shining the flashlight on its readings. "Uncle Mingshan, didn't Brother Jianmin tell you? The humidity should be between 85 and 95. Look at this, it's 98. She continued, "Have you ventilated the room these past couple of days?" Zhou Mingshan felt a twinge of defiance. He had taken it upon himself to raise the humidity because mushrooms typically thrive after rainfall, recalling the dripping humidity of rainy days. As for ventilation, he believed that the firewood had been consumed too quickly and that opening the door would waste even more. Not to mention the complexities of the process and the risk of chilling the mushrooms. Thus, he had refrained from ventilating entirely. Seeing his silence, Tong Yulan breathed a sigh of relief, for it indicated Zhou Mingshan's unease, affirming her suspicions about the problems at hand. She squatted beside him and patiently suggested, "Uncle Mingshan, growing mushrooms is quick and profitable, but it requires meticulous care. Even the slightest oversight can lead to failure. Should I fetch Brother Jianmin?" Zhou Mingshan was not unreasonable and, hearing Tong Yulan's sound reasoning, waved his hand dismissively. "No need to bring him. I will follow his advice and observe for a day." Upon exiting, they found Chen Jianmin animatedly recounting his mushroom-growing experiences to Aunt Zhou in the West Room. "Aunt, you wouldn't believe it, when I first grew those mushrooms. They were as large as a dustpan. We couldn't finish a whole meal. We had to give half away." His earnestness, with wide-open eyes, compelled one to believe his every word. Upon noticing Zhou Mingshan and Tong Yulan entering, Chen Jianmin reluctantly halted his narration. Tong Yulan shared her insights with Chen Jianmin, glancing at him with a hint of anxiety, fearing her assessment might be incorrect. Chen Jianmin chuckled and turned to Zhou Mingshan, saying, "Uncle Mingshan, I will be quite busy from now on. If any issues arise in your or Sister Xiujuan's mushroom rooms, just consult Sister Yulan. She can assist you." The two reasons she mentioned are undoubtedly correct. "Oh, that is splendid." Zhou Mingshan exhaled in relief. Controlling humidity and ventilating were manageable tasks. His greatest fear was that the mushrooms would fall ill. Tong Yulan's eyes sparkled with hope. As he walked home, he resembled a child, tiptoeing with the two small ponytails at the back of his head dancing wildly in the howling wind. Chen Jianmin found his spirits lifted in tandem. His earlier request for Tong Yulan to investigate the issue was not born out of laziness or an excuse of a sore backside to evade work. Rather, it was an endeavor to elevate the status of this young wife within the village. The earlier encounter, where Aunt Zhou had grasped her hand and insisted on giving her 2 pig trotter delicacies, spoke volumes. As for the mushrooms, which were as large as a winnowing basket, they proved challenging, yet Zhou Mingshan's family had managed to earn a tidy sum from selling mushrooms before the new year, a feat not to be underestimated. Upon returning to the Forest Protection Station, Zhou had just arrived, having unloaded nearly half a cart of New Year goods, half of which he delivered to Tong Yulan's home, leaving Aunt Lu and Lu Jingguo utterly astonished. It also left Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli, who had nothing to do, shaking their heads in disbelief. Ultimately, Li Yanli could no longer contain her curiosity and discreetly cornered Chen Jianmin in the West Room, asking, "Hey, have you and Tong Yulan? You know?" "Huh." Chen Jianmin feigned ignorance. "What do you mean? I don't quite follow." "Humph, I'll catch you two in the act soon enough." Li Yanli pouted, unsatisfied with his answer, and swayed back to the East Room like a willow dancing in the wind. Just look at this life without electricity. It must be unbearably dull, devoid of even a television program. Chen Jianmin suddenly recalled that morning when he had sent Zhou Mingshan off. Zhou had specifically inquired whether Li Yanli was a doctor at the health clinic and had cryptically muttered something about the village's electricity issues needing resolution. Thus, Li Yanli's background must be quite impressive, capable of assisting even with the village's electricity matters. This warranted further inquiry, otherwise sleep would elude him. Such is the peril of obsessive tendencies. However, when it came to Li Yanli, if one wished to discuss serious matters, it was imperative to approach it in an unconventional manner. Otherwise, a simple conversation could spiral into an endless tangent, rendering normal discourse impossible. Extraordinary measures were necessary, and fortunately, an opportunity was imminent. Chapter 60, Grant Me Wisdom. That evening, Chen Jianmin engaged in his habitual planning for his laid-back strategy, toiling away until after 11 before he intended to retire for the night. After stepping out for a restroom break and returning, he entered the outer room only to hear a certain oppressive sound emanating from the East Room. Stealthily, he approached the door and pressed his ear against it. This time, the sounds were markedly clearer. Goodness, these two truly. Chen Jianmin was momentarily speechless, stunned for a while, before realizing he had been led astray by Lu Xiaomei. It was only now that he comprehended Lu Xiaomei's intention in having him tidy the East Room. It was merely a ruse to allow Li Yanli to stay under the pretense of attending to Wang Jingquan's health, and then she would claim that it was inappropriate for a young woman like Li Yanli to reside alone, thus necessitating her good friend's company, facilitating their clandestine rendezvous. How cunningly subtle were the machinations of this teacher. After such a convoluted path, the ultimate goal lay right here. Chen Jianmin felt an impulse to bang his head against the wall. His original plan was to separate the two, yet instead, He had unwittingly provided them with the most convenient conditions to be together. What on earth was happening? Heaven, earth, grant me wisdom. The north wind howls, and the snowflakes dance in the air. Chen Jianmin, his eyes glinting with mischief, conceived a brilliant idea. He resolved to put it into action immediately, intercepting Tong Yulan, who was on night duty, and softly informing her, "Do not be afraid of any noises you may hear later. They are merely my doing." Tong Yulan, bewildered, nodded in agreement, oblivious to the antics Chen Jianmin was planning, yet reassured that he meant her no harm. With a sly grin, Chen Jianmin retrieved a cow horn from a small storage room, truncating the narrow end to reveal a minuscule aperture. He then located a file and diligently thinned the broader section of the horn until its edge resembled delicate parchment, binding the horn to a stout rod with thick wire. He completed this endeavor in under 10 minutes. As the wind outside softened, he stealthily made his way to the courtyard, propping the rod against the eastern side of the window in the eastern room. When the wind blew against the horn, it emitted a mournful wail reminiscent of a woman weeping. Initially, the sound was faint, barely audible even to Chen Jianmin in the west room. However, the nocturnal gusts varied in intensity, and before long, the wailing crescendoed and receded. Not only the others, but even Chen Jianmin himself felt a shiver of unease. Standing in the outer room, he soon noticed that the commotion from the eastern room had ceased. He chuckled to himself and returned to the west room, securing the door behind him. Moments later, a loud thud resonated. The door of the eastern room had swung open forcefully, colliding with the water tank behind it. This was followed by someone tugging at the door to his room. When that failed, they resorted to knocking, and when there was still no response, they began to pound on the door. Amidst this chaos, Li Yanli's voice, tinged with desperation, called out, "Chen Jianmin, open the door, quickly," pretending to have just awakened. Chen Jianmin lit the kerosene lamp, rubbed his eyes, and opened the door, feigning surprise. "What's the matter with you two? Why are you causing a ruckus at this hour?" Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli had no time to engage with him, hastily pushing past and climbing onto the com. Huddling together in a corner, trembling, Lu Xiaomei, though somewhat braver, spoke with a quiver. "Jianmin, there's a ghost outside. It's crying." Spare me your nonsense." Chen Jianmin feigned irritation. "I must say, dear comrade, you ought to." Just as he began, the wind outside intensified, its howling echoing as if it were right beside them. Chen Jianmin yanked the door open and, like a startled rabbit, leapt onto the com, initially leaning against Lu Xiaomei before shivering and burrowing deeper, tightly embracing the two women, murmuring reassurances. It's all right. Don't be afraid. I'm here." The three of them quaked in a huddle. Some were genuinely terrified, while others seized the opportunity to indulge in a bit of mischief, occasionally brushing against one another, reveling in the chaos. After what felt like an eternity, as the wind outside waned, Chen Jianmin decided to exhibit his manly bravado. He rummaged beneath the cabinet for a shovel, declaring with a fierce demeanor, "No matter what kind of specter it is, I shall teach it a lesson today." With that, he caught sight of Lu Xiaomei's mouth opening as if to voice an objection, and he stifled a laugh as he stepped out of the room. He ventured outside and tossed the pole adorned with horns into the small storage room. He feared that Tong Yulan might hear the noise and hesitate to approach the mushroom house, so he decided to cease his actions while the situation was favorable. Moreover, it seemed unlikely that the two individuals inside would return to the east room that night. Just as he anticipated, the haunting cries from outside ceased. Yet Chen Jianmin's repeated urging of the two women yielded no response. They remained steadfast in their positions, unwilling even to return to the east room for blankets. With a furrowed brow, Chen Jianmin inquired, "Where shall I sleep, dear ladies?" Lu Xiaomei pointed towards the east room, suggesting, "Go fetch the bedding. Or perhaps it's south best to just close the door and join us here for the night." Li Yanli nodded vigorously, pleading, "Please don't go out, I implore you." Reluctantly, Chen Jianmin acquiesced to their wishes, thus achieving a preliminary realization of his dream of embracing two women. Why preliminary, you ask? Although he held one on each side, the circumstances rendered him unable to act further, lest the astute teacher deduce the source of the ghostly cries. Therefore, it must be said that sometimes, the experience of being embraced by two can be rather discomforting. The following day, Lu Xiaomei needed to return to the commune, intending to bring back some medicine for Li Yanli. Li Yanli, fearing the cold, was genuinely reluctant to travel. Before Lu Xiaomei's departure, she repeatedly urged her to return promptly, for she could not possibly sleep alone at night. Consequently, in the afternoon, a villager who was transporting grain brought back the required medicine for Li Yanli and delivered a few messages for Chen Jianmin. His prospective father-in-law would be away for a week, leaving Lu Xiaohong alone at home, rendering her unable to return. He was to inform Zhou Lihong, suggesting she stay with Li Yanli for a few days. Upon receiving this news, Chen Jianmin was overjoyed. He carried the medicine box directly into the east room, where Li Yanli, who had been dozing on the Kong, jolted awake at the sound of the door, only to collapse back down upon realizing it was Chen Jianmin, startled by last night's fright. She had hardly slept and was now utterly fatigued. Setting down the medicine box, Chen Jianmin began his persuasive discourse. Well, Xiaomei sent word that she won't be back. What? What am I to do? Li Yanli exclaimed, springing upright once more, her enchanting eyes wide with concern. What else is there to do? I'll keep you company while you sleep. Chen Jianmin replied, a note of resignation in his voice. No way, I need to find Sister Lihong. She was aware that Tong Yulan was not an option, as her mother-in-law forbade her from sleeping outside. Please, calm down, Chen Jianmin said, his expression conveying deep frustration. Sister Lihong may seem unoccupied during the day, but do you realize she struggles to sleep at night due to the harsh words spoken by the villagers? If you insist on having her stay at the forest protection point, the gossip will only intensify. You would be putting her in a precarious position. Silently, Li Yanli stared out the window, lost in thought. Though she could be somewhat headstrong, she was not oblivious to reason. Chen Jianmin's points were indeed valid. Yet she found herself at a loss. Should she seek out other women in the village? It seemed impractical. Any woman residing at the forest protection point, a place teeming with bachelors, would inevitably become a subject of gossip. Only Lu Xiaomei could reside there without issue. With Lu Xiaomei present, her own stay would not raise an eyebrow. So, what shall we do tonight? Chapter 61. My father is the county chief. Comrade Chen Jianmin possesses an astonishing ability to empathize. Oh, I meant to say, he is quite perceptive. Noticing Li Yanli's distress, he offered a practical suggestion. How about this? You needn't go to the west room tonight. After all, it is a dwelling of an unmarried man. If you were to sleep there and someone happened to see, it would be quite improper, wouldn't it? I shall simply move a chair over and take a nap by the Kong. That should suffice, right? Li Yanli blinked for quite some time without uttering a word. She harbored doubts about Chen Jianmin, for he had not left a favorable impression on her, and her trust in him was on the verge of collapse. Yet, what alternative did she have? Observing her forlorn expression, Chen Jianmin's heart softened, and he proposed, alternatively. You could rise and accompany me to find a household in the village that has only daughters, and we could borrow a place for the night. Li Yanli's small face contorted in dismay as her voice fluctuated from high to low. I cannot sleep under someone else's quilt. I can't very well bring my own quilt along, can I? That would be quite absurd. The last few words were nearly inaudible. Chen Jianmin felt a lump rise in his throat, pondering her peculiar aversion. He immediately recalled her earlier words. But when you slept in my room, how did you manage to sleep soundly, oblivious to everything? He decided to let the matter rest. Li Yanli, gritting her teeth, threw a pillow at Chen Jianmin's head. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, and the northwesterly wind arrived as expected, howling incessantly. After dinner, the two finally reached a consensus, opting to follow Chen Jianmin's advice to alleviate Li Yanli's fears of sleeping alone that night. However, in a display of empathy, Dr. Li made a humane suggestion regarding certain technicalities. It will be quite cold sitting on a chair all night in this frigid weather. You might catch a cold. Come up to the calm, but you must not remove your clothes. Is that agreeable? Chen Jianmin frowned, somewhat reluctant. He had recently developed a fondness for sleeping in the nude, and the thought of not doing so felt discomforting. Nevertheless, the conditions were now suitable for him to understand Li Yanli in a specific context. It was time to see how he would proceed. After washing his feet and pouring water, he added some firewood to the stove. Once on the calm, he naturally retrieved Lu Xiaomei's bedding and laid it out at a distance from Li Yanli. Just as he was about to lie down fully clothed, he noticed Li Yanli's distressed expression signaling him to move closer, indicating that the distance made her feel unsafe. She feared hearing ghostly sounds at night. Chen Jianmin shifted over by more than a foot, yet Li Yanli remained dissatisfied. After a moment's hesitation, as if she had made a significant decision, she pointed to the space beside her without uttering a word and turned her back to him. To demonstrate his resolve not to touch Li Yanli, Chen Jianmin kept the dim oil lamp lit, which had only a little oil left, and lay down fully clothed. As time was still early and sleep eluded him, a conversation was necessary. Hey, Xiaoli, may I ask you something? Chen Jianmin's tone was perfectly casual. What is it? Li Yanli did not look back, but offered a response. Her demeanor was certainly an improvement over the daylight hours. It seemed that a specific environment was indeed necessary. By the way, did you ever experience the days without electricity in your childhood? I spent my early years in the countryside until I turned 8. Have you ever encountered such times? Alas, at least you entered the civilized world after 8, unlike us, or even watching a television program, such as the Spring Festival Gala. was a luxury. Subsequently, Chen Jianmin gradually steered the conversation towards the topic of bringing electricity to the countryside. After quite some time, he finally broached the main issue. I have heard that the county leaders never attend to such trivial matters. I wonder what they are busy with, as they seem to have forgotten the essence of serving the people. Who says they don't care? Why do you speak like that? Li Yanli turned over with a stern expression. Chen Jianmin sat up abruptly, perplexed. What do you mean by that? Just look at other communes. They all have access to electricity. Yet here in our commune, especially in Zhujiacan, with over 2,000 residents, we are still relying on these shabby lights. What do you think has happened to the oversight? Don't you need to consider the bigger picture? Li Yanli also sat up, raising her voice considerably. If the county had funds, they would have brought electricity long ago. It's a matter of financial constraints. Humph. What would you know as a doctor in the commune health center? Your words are sweeter than a song. Why wouldn't I know? My father is the county head. Do you think I could be oblivious? Li Yanli placed her hands on her hips, assuming a defiant posture. Chen Jianmin scoffed disdainfully, retorting, so your father is the county head? If that is the case, my father is the provincial governor. What good does that do? We still find ourselves arguing under the flickering kerosene lamp. Li Yanli, usually a person of gentle disposition, found it impossible to contain her anger in the presence of someone as thick-skinned and sharp-tongued as Chen Jianmin. Sitting cross-legged, she declared, when I return home for the new year, I will inform my father about the situation in Zhujiacan, and work will commence after the holiday. Then I will see if you dare to argue with me again. Oh, you are becoming more audacious by the minute. Who do you think you are? Even if your father is truly the county head, do you think your mere word could resolve such a significant matter? You are boasting without even drafting a speech. The wind outside is strong. Be careful not to let your tongue slip. You are driving me to madness. Li Yanli was genuinely infuriated, and she lunged at Chen Jianmin, delivering a flurry of playful pinches. In her irrationality, she did not consider the implications of their genders. Chen Jianmin, chuckling, managed to defend himself until he suddenly lay down. Li Yanli, unaware of his tactic, pounced again, only to find herself pinching him. Though separated by thick cotton pants, it felt as if she had been scalded. Her face flushed, and she quickly retreated beneath her covers, burying her head, her shoulders shaking incessantly. It was evident she was stifling laughter. Chen Jianmin sighed, realizing that his plans for transformation were a daunting endeavor. Nonetheless, tonight presented a splendid opportunity. Should he take a small step forward? After pondering, he remarked, by the way, make sure you don't sleepwalk again tonight. There's no one in the west room, and it hasn't been heated much. If you get cold, I want to be responsible. Li Yanli, muffled beneath her blanket, replied, I want to sleepwalk. This was merely a situation that would occasionally arise after changing residences. Furthermore, tonight, in her quest for a peaceful slumber, she was diligently swallowing a sleeping pill, sinking into a deep sleep, indifferent to the cacophony outside. For there was a foolish young man beside her to shield her. What was there to fear? This matter could not be disclosed to the young man. As the night deepened, the wind intensified, causing the plastic sheeting outside the window to flap noisily, occasionally slapping against the glass with a sharp sound. The kerosene lamp finally depleted its last drop of oil, extinguishing itself. The room was enveloped in darkness. After tossing and turning countless times, Chen Jianmin could no longer endure the discomfort of sleeping in a cotton jacket and trousers. He shed them completely, relishing the refreshing fragrance of the bedding as he lay down. Just as he thought he could finally enjoy a restful night, he found himself disturbed in the middle of the night. More accurately, they were disturbing one another. Chapter 62. A stern test. Li Yanli, having taken the sleeping pill, was indeed sleeping soundly without any episodes of sleepwalking. However, in her restless turning, a small hand inadvertently slapped Chen Jianmin's face. Startled awake, he instinctively grasped the little hand resting on his cheek, about to shake it off, when he suddenly remembered that he was sleeping beside Li Yanli tonight. What madness was this? He fumbled for the flashlight he had purchased after selling mushrooms, switched it on, its brightness startlingly intense. Seeing Li Yanli still in deep slumber despite the light, Chen Jianmin felt a surge of irritation. He nudged her. Hey, shift over a bit. You're encroaching on my blanket. Yet, Li Yanli remained unresponsive. How could someone so fearful of midnight phantoms sleep soundly? Perhaps it was due to her lack of rest the previous night? He decided to let it slide this once. Chen Jianmin tucked her in, ensuring her arm was snugly beneath the covers, and adjusted her pillow, intending to make her more comfortable. To his surprise, he discovered a bottle of sleeping pills beneath her pillow. He was well acquainted with such a substance. During the last 2 years of his previous life, suffering from cancer and unable to sleep due to pain, he had relied on these pills for respite. Just one would render him insensible. The question lingered. Why would a vibrant young woman like Li Yanli resort to such measures? Soon, He deduced that she must have taken them to stave off fear at night. He stared at the pill bottle for some time, his thoughts swirling. This presented a golden opportunity to advance his plans for transformation. A heart full of impulse, he extinguished the flashlight, stealthily lifted Li Yanli's covers, and slipped in beside her, orchestrating a flurry of activity that left her in a state akin to his own. He neatly folded her clothes and set them aside, trembling with anticipation. He pulled her into his embrace, only to realize he might have acted prematurely. The morning would provide a more opportune moment. Moreover, he had taken a rather bold step, for he now faced a formidable challenge. In a moment of exquisite vulnerability, she, as delicate as cream and soft, as if devoid of bones, nestled in his embrace. Should he charge forward heedlessly or adhere meticulously to his plan? As his mind wrestled with tumultuous thoughts, Li Yanli's hand descended, and he could not be accused of bullying. It was not he who initiated the advance. The night transformed into a scene of enchanting allure. Yet, at the critical juncture, Chen Jianmin maintained his composure. A testament to his irredeemable compulsions. He desired Li Yanli, yet he insisted she must be in a lucid and joyful state to accept him, thus avoiding any regrets. If that were the case, what was the purpose of orchestrating such a scenario? It is no wonder that Chen Jianmin was regarded as a successful hunter. Not only was he adept at ensnaring prey in the wild, but he was also a master in the art of winning hearts. Although he faced the unprecedented situations with Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli, many things share underlying commonalities. With an initial intimate encounter, a second would surely follow. Gradually influencing Li Yanli, he hoped that by morning, she would awaken to a transformed Chen Jianmin, leaving a profound impression regardless of her acceptance, without inflicting harm upon her. Ultimately, his aim was to cultivate her burgeoning interest in men. An hour later, Chen Jianmin discreetly erased the evidence, donned his attire, and once more enveloped Li Yanli in his arms. At 5 a.m, Li Yanli slowly opened her eyes, still in a daze, mistaking him for Lu Xiaomei. She shut her eyes again, nestled deeper into his embrace, and even leaned up to plant a kiss. Why does Xiaomei seem to have grown a beard? She pondered, only to realize the peculiar sensation of her own hand. In an instant, her mind went blank, as if her very breath had ceased. The gentle sound of snoring filled her ears, a soft rumble that resonated like thunder. Disbelief washed over her as she touched herself, discovering she was devoid of any fabric. What had transpired? Had that scoundrel taken advantage of her? No. As a doctor, she was intimately aware of her body and felt no such violation. Moreover, he was still clad in his attire. Strangely, Li Yanli sensed an odd tranquility rather than outrage, a disconcerting acceptance of the situation. Was it not the previous occasion in the West Room where this rogue had gained an advantage? How could she grow accustomed to such a thing? One certainty emerged. Her face flushed with warmth, her body ignited with heat. She needed to distance herself from him. Slowly, she maneuvered back to her side, hastily donned her clothes, her heart racing as if she had committed some clandestine act. Gradually regaining her composure, she recalled that her garments had been neatly folded, a testament to her habitual nature. Did that mean she had indeed undressed herself last night? Sitting in contemplation, she pondered for an eternity, her head throbbing, unable to discern when she had shed her clothes. Yet she was increasingly convinced it had been her doing. The moment her fingers grazed Chen Jianmin's muscular chest, she felt an undeniable thrill. Seizing the opportunity while this fellow still slumbers like a pig, should I dare to reach out once more? The moment this thought surfaced, it became irresistible. I gradually inched closer, boldly slipping my hand beneath his shirt. Chen Jianmin awoke at 7:30 in the morning and, upon rising, observed Li Yanli practicing Tai Chi on the floor. He touched the last remaining button of his shirt, then promptly retreated to the corner, shielding himself with a quilt. One hand pointing at Li Yanli while the other rubbed his eyes. What have you done to me? Woe is me, you have bullied me. Li Yanli stood dumbfounded. Her graceful movement halted midair. After a moment, she took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and snatched up the broom from the ground, leaping onto the bed to strike Chen Jianmin with abandon. After a flurry of chaos, Chen Jianmin, clutching his cotton coat and trousers, laughed heartily as he scampered back to the West Room. Following breakfast, Chen Jianmin conducted an inspection of the mushroom house, and then personally guided Zhou Lihong for a while before strolling leisurely to Zhou Mingshan's home. Aunt Zhou welcomed him with great enthusiasm, bustling about with cigarettes and tea. Not seeing Zhou Mingshan, Chen Jianmin inquired, "Auntie, where has Uncle Mingshan gone?" "Oh, where else could he be? In his precious mushroom house, of course. He doesn't allow anyone else in, not even me. He must oversee it personally." However, this morning, he seemed in good spirits, unlike the past few days when he looked as though someone owed him 800 taels. Aunt Zhou chattered on. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianmin surmised that the issues with the mushroom house had been resolved. Yet, observing Aunt Zhou's beaming countenance, he felt somewhat perplexed about her knowledge of Zhou Mingshan and Li Xiujuan, including any past entanglements he had with other women. If she was unaware, he needed to tread carefully and refrain from mentioning Li Xiujuan when visiting their home. As he pondered, Zhou Mingshan entered, brimming with joy, and upon spotting Chen Jianmin, exclaimed, "Nephew Jianmin, you wouldn't believe it. That daughter-in-law from the Liu family is truly remarkable. I followed her advice and worked through the night, and not a single one of the newly sprouted mushrooms wilted. I must express my gratitude to her." Chen Jianmin, wearing an expression of knowing, nodded with a smile. After conversing with Zhou Mingshan for a while, he skillfully redirected the topic to the matter of electricity for the village. "Uncle Mingshan, regarding the electricity issue in our village, the two engaged in conversation for nearly an hour. And only when Aunt Zhou brewed a third pot of tea did they conclude their discussion." Zhou Mingshan, with a look of excitement, accompanied Chen Jianmin outside. As Chen Jianmin prepared to return to the forest protection station, he was called from behind. "Brother Jianmin, wait a moment." The caller was Zhou Wan, who, upon reaching him, whispered two secretive phrases in his ear. "What? Is that so?" Chen Jianmin responded, astonished, as a figure immediately sprang to mind. A tall, slender man dressed in a dark gray Zhongshan suit, a pen tucked into the left breast pocket, with hair parted to one side and a clean face framed by a pair of glasses. He shook his head in disbelief. It was impossible. If that fellow possessed such capabilities, why would he have waited until today? Chapter 63. You should just be my wife. Upon returning to the forest protection station, Chen Jianmin took out all the money from his recent mushroom sales, totaling 700 yuan. Why such a large sum? In reality, there was also a sum of 270 yuan belonging to Tong Yulan. After the initial sale of mushrooms, the profits were split between the two families, and nearly all the money given to Tong Yulan ended up in her mother-in-law Lu's pocket, which greatly displeased Chen Jianmin. Therefore, during the second sale, where the revenue exceeded 800 yuan, he instructed Tong Yulan to report a total sale of only 460 yuan, meaning each family would receive 230 yuan. Consequently, this arrangement allowed Chen Jianmin to retain an extra 215 yuan for himself. Following the first mushroom sale, Chen Jianmin had purchased clothing for Tong Yulan, claiming to her that the cost would be deducted from the next sale to avoid raising suspicion with Lu. This time, he indeed withheld 55 yuan from the 230 yuan allocated to Lu's family, allowing Tong Yulan to bring home only 175 yuan. Both the 55 yuan and the additional 215 yuan were meticulously recorded, earmarked as savings for his beloved. This gesture moved her to tears. As for Lu, within a month, she unexpectedly gained over 300 yuan, bringing her immense joy. So much so that she failed to consider any other implications and even gifted Chen Jianmin a pair of shoes she had crafted herself. Setting this matter aside, upon receiving the money, he promptly sought out Zhou Lihong, drawing her into the west room. "Sister Lihong, I have a favor to ask." Zhou Lihong smiled, her face, now nearly skeletal, remarkably devoid of wrinkles, prompting Chen Jianmin to reflect on how fortunate the women of Zujikan were. "Jianmin, whatever it is, if I can assist, just say the word," she replied earnestly. Chen Jianmin chuckled as he offered her a piece of fruit candy. "Here's the situation. My father-in-law has some work that requires attention, and I plan to help him out. However, Xiaomei is still not back, and I worry that Lianli will feel scared being alone here. I was hoping you could stay with her for a couple of days." Zhou Lihong's smile gradually faded, and she lowered her gaze, appearing somewhat troubled. She then looked up and smiled again, saying, "As long as you're not home, I doubt anyone will speculate about us." Chen Jianmin had anticipated this response, which emboldened him to make his request. Relieved by her agreement, he let slip, "Truth be told, if something were to happen between us, they wouldn't say a word. Get lost." Zhou Lihong's face flushed as she playfully slapped him. Chen Jianmin intercepted Lianli, who was preparing to visit Wang Jinxuan's home with her medical kit, and shared his intentions of staying at Lu Xiaomei's house for a couple of days. Given the tension from the previous night, coupled with Zhou Lihong's company, Lianli readily agreed. Chen Jianmin then accompanied Lianli to the doorstep of Wang Jinxuan's home before hastily making his way to the commune located in Hongshan village. The reason for his visit, aside from intending to stay at Lu Xiaomei's for a couple of days, was due to information relayed by Zhou Wan. He had mentioned that while assisting others in selling grain at the commune, he passed by the Moon Pond and spotted Lu Xiaomei shopping at the supply and marketing cooperative with a man, providing detailed descriptions of the man's stature and appearance. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianmin immediately deduced that the man was Wang Wensheng, Lu Xiaomei's colleague, who was pursuing her. When he first visited Lu Xiaomei's home, he inadvertently drove her away. Thus, he felt compelled to decipher Lu Xiaomei's intentions. Although their excursion to the supply and marketing cooperative might seem inconsequential, it was evident to him that, given Lu Xiaomei's character and cunning, she would not engage in such actions without a purpose. There was profound significance in her behavior. Chen Jianmin was determined not to remain oblivious, manipulated by others. Hence, he promptly resolved to visit Lu Xiaomei at the commune to gather information and clarify the situation. Naturally, his ulterior motive was to eliminate his rival or win over comrade Lu Xiaomei, thereby cutting off her retreat. His suspicions were heightened by the increasing wariness Lu Xiaomei displayed towards him. He surmised that she might feel a loss of control over him, particularly after the recent profitable mushroom sales, which had nearly equaled her annual salary. As a son-in-law, being overly capable posed challenges for the woman, especially given Lu Xiaomei's circumstances. What she truly needed was not a man who could earn a substantial income and possess keen intellect, but rather someone obedient, who would follow her every command without question. Wang Wenxing appeared to embody such qualities. Chen Jianmin felt his assumptions were likely correct. However, his soon-to-be sister-in-law, Lu Xiaohong, seemed less preoccupied with such matters. Upon seeing him, she joyfully welcomed him into their home and led him towards the eastern room, which served as the sisters' quarters. Chattering incessantly, she exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, you're here. I was just thinking of sending someone to fetch you. Now that you're here, it's perfect. Come in, my father isn't home. And it's chilly in the west room. No worries, come in. My sister isn't here. She went out with that. Oh, just come in already. No need to stomp your feet. It's freezing." Once Chen Jianmin settled onto the small bed of the sisters, he found time to ponder other matters. "I wonder, won't the room warm up if you leave the bedding out like this?" He felt a slight chill, having intended to mention this before. "Oh, brother-in-law." Lu Xiaohong brought over a plate of sunflower seeds and placed it beside him, exasperatedly stating, "Your wife is about to be taken away by someone else. And you're worried about this?" Chen Jianmin feigned indifference, replying, "What's wrong? It's just Teacher Wang, isn't it? If he takes your sister away, you're still here for me, right? You can be my wife instead." Lu Xiaohong stomped her feet in frustration. "You're truly hopeless. If it weren't for me, I wouldn't be so supportive of you. Why is that? Tell me." Chen Jianmin remained nonchalant. Lu Xiaohong resignedly sat beside him, conceding, "All right. It seems you've heard something. Let me tell you the specifics. Just yesterday, when my sister returned, that annoying Wang Wenxing followed closely behind and even bought her a red sweater. Humph. The crux of the matter lies in my sister's baffling decision to accept a sweater from someone, perhaps driven by the notion that Wang Wenxing owed her a favor." As the new year approached, Chen Jianmin turned to observe the conflicted expression on Lu Xiaohong's cherubic face, pondering how her vividly red lips were articulating a desire to clarify the situation while simultaneously refraining from casting her sister in a negative light, as though implying her sister was promiscuous. It was indeed a challenging endeavor. Fortunately, she managed to convey her intent. "Regardless of my sister's thoughts, one must not relent. You are destined to be my brother-in-law. May I have a cigarette?" "Go ahead, but just this once. Let it not become a habit," Chen Jianmin replied. He retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Amidst the swirling smoke, he uttered a statement utterly unrelated to the current predicament. "Xiaohong, have you ever considered what you might do for yourself?" "Huh." Lu Xiaohong struggled to grasp his sudden and seemingly abstract shift in conversation, her mouth agape in astonishment, her delicate tongue almost peeking out. Chen Jianmin momentarily halted his breath, internally chastising himself for being inconsiderate. While scheming about his sister-in-law was acceptable, he should not venture into such territory. He indeed contemplated leveraging Lu Xiaohong to navigate potential issues between Lu Xiaomei and Wang Wenxing, but the specifics of execution remained elusive. As a cunning smile graced Chen Jianmin's face, in the midst of Lu Xiaohong's musings about her sister, Chen Jianmin abruptly inquired whether she had ever thought about her own pursuits, catching her off guard. With an enthusiasm reminiscent of a pyramid scheme promoter, he passionately asserted, "Now is the prime opportunity for business. Your eloquence and sharp mind are assets. In my opinion, you should make a trip to Shiliu before the year ends to procure some goods. It would surely yield profit." Lu Xiaohong blinked in bewilderment before finally responding, "Aren't we discussing you and my sister? Where is this leading? Rest assured, my matters with your sister are manageable. My primary concern is your future." Chen Jianmin replied with sincerity, as if genuinely invested in Lu Xiaohong's prospects, exuding confidence regarding his relationship with Lu Xiaomei, devoid of worry. Lu Xiaohong felt a flicker of gratitude. "Brother-in-law, I didn't expect you to think of me like this. But what is Shiliu? Is it a place?" "That's not the main issue, My sister controls the finances and won't provide me with capital for business ventures. She mentioned arranging for me to work in a coal mine. Anticipating this, Chen Jianmin produced a stack of money from his pocket, stating, "Here, I will lend you the funds. A trip before the new year won't hinder your sister's efforts to secure you a job." However, Lu Xiaohong hesitated, stammering, "But I have never been to that Shilio place, nor have I engaged in business. What if I incur losses?" Observing her wavering resolve, Chen Jianmin secretly reveled in the prospect of persuading his sister-in-law to venture to Shilio, thereby subtly addressing the unresolved issues between Lu Xiaomei and Wang Wenxing. He suppressed the pride swelling within him and, with a serious demeanor, began to impart to Lu Xiaohong the details of the Shilio Grand Market and various potential avenues for profit. Under the persuasion of his eloquent tongue, Lu Xiaohong was swayed, quickly resolving, "Brother-in-law, you are absolutely right. If we let such a lucrative opportunity slip away, it would be akin to inviting misfortune upon ourselves. I mean, if I were to use your money for business and suffered a loss, I wouldn't have the means to repay you. How about this? You provide the capital and ideas, and I'll handle the goods and sales. We can split the profits, 60-40, with you taking the larger share. What do you think?" Upon hearing her proposal, Chen Jianmin genuinely smiled, realizing he had not chosen the wrong partner. She was indeed sharp-minded in this arrangement. Even if she failed to turn a profit, she would not incur a loss. The risk would rest solely on his shoulders. He thought, well, with himself involved, it was impossible for her to lose money, so let it be. "All right, I will invest a little more, 500 yuan. Wow, that is quite a sum." Lu Xiaohong beamed with delight. After they finalized their agreement, one last issue arose. Lu Xiaohong, clinging to Chen Jianmin's arm, implored, "Brother-in-law, I remember what you said about the 2 items we need to procure, but I can't possibly venture out alone for the first time, especially to gather stock. You must accompany me." This was precisely the effect Chen Jianmin desired, yet he did not agree immediately. Instead, he stipulated a condition. "Once we reach Shilio, you must cooperate with me and allow me to take a photograph of you with your sister." His voice trailed off significantly. Lu Xiaohong's face turned crimson, particularly when she felt her chest pressed against her brother-in-law's arm. Startled, she jumped aside, shaking her head with an expression of discomfort. "Brother-in-law, you might not know, but my sister detests going out. How could she possibly accompany us?" "Rest assured, she will certainly go," Chen Jianmin replied with unwavering confidence. Lu Xiaomei did not return home all day. Chen Jianmin busied himself, heating the Kong in the west room and lighting the stove, appearing as if he were comfortably fishing. He attended to his meals and drinks without interruption, even finding time to tease his sister-in-law. As evening approached, Lu Xiaomei finally returned. Upon entering the room and seeing Chen Jianmin, she momentarily froze before casually greeting him. "Jianmin, when did you arrive?" "This morning." "Xiaomei, you've been quite busy today. Where have you been all day? Come here, let me warm your hands. They're freezing and your face is red." Chen Jianmin maintained a demeanor of utmost casualness, presenting himself as a model suitor. However, Lu Xiaomei appeared somewhat flustered, repeatedly waving her hands. "It's nothing, really. I was just at a colleague's house helping with grading assignments. By the way, has Xiaohong cooked?" With that, she turned and retreated to the east room. Chen Jianmin chuckled to himself, realizing that the teacher had indeed begun to connect with Wang Wenxing. But what of it? In the end, he would be the one to emerge victorious. Observing the substantial progress he had made in transforming Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli, he felt an urgency. Should Lu Xiaomei be swayed by someone else, leading to the collapse of his grand ambitions, he would never forgive himself. His obsessive tendencies would not allow him to accept such an outcome. Therefore, no one could obstruct his path, for anyone who stood in his way would face his wrath. When it came time for dinner, Lu Xiaohong kept her head down, merely shoveling rice into her mouth, not even lifting a single piece of vegetable. Her expression was somewhat vacant, prompting her sister to cast several furtive glances her way. Ultimately, unable to contain herself, she inquired in a nonchalant tone, "What's wrong? Have you lost your spirit while cooking?" Lu Xiaohong stole a glance at Chen Jianmin and, after a moment of deliberation, confessed, "Sister, I wish to go to Shilio." Lu Xiaomei slowly set down her bowl and chopsticks, remaining silent as she regarded her sister with a calm demeanor. Lu Xiaohong felt a surge of anxiety. She dreaded this particular reaction from her sister, preferring a few scoldings instead. Yet, her aspiration to earn money bolstered her courage as she added, "Sister, I want to start a business and procure some goods from Shilio." With that, she cast another glance at Chen Jianmin. Lu Xiaomei's gaze flitted back and forth between the two, ultimately resting on the seemingly indifferent face of Chen Jianmin. "Jianmin, is this idea yours?" He realized that this was a hurdle he had to overcome, and adopting her calm demeanor, he reassured her, "Rest assured, We are partners in this endeavor. I will provide the funds while she contributes her efforts. If there are losses, they will be mine to bear. He had anticipated Lu Xiaomei would oppose the notion outright, as was evident from Lu Xiaohong's hesitant expression. To his astonishment, however, Lu Xiaomei readily acquiesced, but stipulated one condition. She could not go alone and must find a companion. Lu Xiaohong's spirits soared. I will go with my brother-in-law. No, Lu Xiaomei promptly rejected the idea. He cannot accompany you. Why not? Lu Xiaohong was taken aback. He is my brother-in-law. What is there to worry about? Chen Jianmin chuckled inwardly, pondering the absurdity of her refusal. He found Lu Xiaomei's reasoning perplexing. Theoretically, having him accompany Lu Xiaohong would provide her with an excellent opportunity to interact with Wang Wenxing. After all, considering he would be staying for 2 days. As the girl he was betrothed to, Lu Xiaomei could not be gallivanting about with others daily. Was she perhaps concerned that he might exploit the opportunity to take advantage of her sister? That seemed unlikely. Therefore, what was truly motivating her? Chapter 65. A unique, affectionate approach. The mysteries of this world often yield the simplest answers. Chen Jianmin's contemplation of Lu Xiaomei's disapproval regarding his accompanying Lu Xiaohong to Shiliu was overly complicated. In truth, Lu Xiaomei's thoughts were quite straightforward. She feared Chen Jianmin might engage in covert maneuvers concerning Lu Xiaohong. Considering the travel time, they would inevitably need to stay overnight in Shiliu. This was not inherently problematic, but the fact remained that he was a psychology graduate, well aware that unfamiliar environments tend to embolden individuals. Given Lu Xiaohong's vivacious nature, the possibility of something occurring between them was not entirely implausible. Thus, she felt compelled to prevent the two from traveling together. Ultimately, she made her decision. Xiaohong, you will find a companion tomorrow morning. Your brother-in-law and I have matters to attend to. That will be all. Chen Jianmin's eyes darted around mischievously as he feigned earnestness, advising Lu Xiaohong. Rest assured, Xiaohong, if you follow my guidance, nothing will go awry. Just find a companion to look out for each other, and when you return, I will accompany your sister to greet you. Lu Xiaohong felt uncertain, yet she understood that this was the utmost concession her sister could offer. So she pouted and continued her meal. The evening passed quietly, with neither party causing any disturbance. However, the next day, after a long search, Lu Xiaohong found only one boy willing to accompany her to Shiliu. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianmin mused to himself that in Hongshan, the ingrained mentality regarding work, whether in coal mining, forestry, or agriculture, held little regard for commerce. To illustrate, one must venture to the supply and marketing cooperative just to purchase clothing. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Lu Xiaohong to struggle in finding a suitable companion. Lu Xiaomei let out a deep sigh. Going out with another boy is hardly better than going with your brother-in-law. Relenting, she added, fine, I'll go too. Lu Xiaohong's spirits soared, nearly leaping into Chen Jianmin's embrace. He chuckled, albeit with a hint of cunning. With the new year fast approaching, time was of the essence. Hence, the three of them boarded a bus to the county that afternoon and caught a train by midnight. On the train, Chen Jianmin noticed Lu Xiaomei's left pinky bandaged and inquired, did you hurt yourself? Just a small cut while chopping vegetables. It's nothing, Lu Xiaomei replied, appearing somewhat aloof. Chen Jianmin squinted, pondering the situation, sensing something was amiss. Why did he feel as though he had been outmaneuvered? It shouldn't be the case. After a restless night, they arrived at the square in front of Shiliu Station early the next morning. Throughout the journey, Chen Jianmin discreetly observed Lu Xiaomei, finding no abnormalities, except for the inexplicable injury to her pinky. Oddly, the suitor Wang Wenxing had not appeared at all. Could it be that his judgment was flawed? No, it couldn't be. He noticed that while Lu Xiaomei maintained her usual indifferent demeanor, she now exhibited clear reluctance towards their physical interactions. Oh, so she intended to abandon him for a more pliable target? A lovely thought, but the realization of it was utterly impossible. Lu Xiaomei would never escape his grasp. Chen, a peculiar individual, displayed a lewd grin whenever he became engrossed in thought, his gaze fixated on a specific point. At present, he was transfixed by the two mountains before him, oblivious to the palpable tension emanating from the two individuals beside him, which was more intense than the biting northwestern wind outside. Lu Xiaohong, on her first venture this far, was filled with excitement, glancing around without noticing the charged atmosphere between the two behind her. Eventually, Lu Xiaomei could no longer contain herself. She huffed loudly, stepping on Chen Jianmin's foot, and shot him a sidelong glare. Chen Jianmin exaggeratedly rose on his toes and shouted, "What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Why are you so eager to step on people's feet? This is not the first time, and if you tread on me again, I may become quite upset." As soon as he uttered these words, Lu Xiaomei immediately recalled the night of their engagement when this scoundrel had embraced her in her small home. causing her face to betray a hint of discomfort. Lu Xiaohong, puzzled, remarked, "Oh, sister, brother-in-law, your way of showing affection is rather unique. While others embrace and kiss, you two seem to enjoy stepping on each other's feet." Lu Xiaomei began to grit her teeth. Silence does not imply consent. She thought to herself that once this person steps outside, his courage swells. Her sister spoke so nonchalantly, it was quite vexing. The distance from the train station to Shilio Market was approximately 6 miles, and walking would take over half an hour. To save money and achieve his own ends, Chen Jianmin proposed an idea. Riding on a donkey is hardly better than walking. By the time we catch the bus, we could have already arrived. Lu Xiaohong clapped her hands in agreement. "You're right, brother-in-law. I just asked someone, and they said the bus won't arrive for a while. If we take a hired donkey, we might freeze solid." Lu Xiaomei remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, but she followed along with them. Not far ahead was a state-run photography studio. Chen Jianmin suddenly became interested. "Xiaomei, we've been dating for quite some time. Yet we haven't taken a single photo together. Let us go in and have one taken." Lu Xiaomei turned her head, ignoring him, appearing still quite upset. Lu Xiaohong leaned in. "Sister, don't tell me you and brother-in-law have never taken a photo together. We only have one from our childhood, after all these years. Shouldn't we capture a moment?" Her words had an effect. Lu Xiaomei's expression softened considerably. "All right, let us go." With that, she led the way into the studio. The two behind her exchanged sly glances and stifled laughter, unaware of the smile that had crept upon Lu Xiaomei's lips as she turned. Once inside, Lu Xiaohong fully utilized her conversational skills, chatting softly with the photographer, charming him into a good mood. By the time Chen Jianmin returned with the payment, the two sisters had already removed their coats and stood side by side in front of the backdrop. With a click, time froze in that moment of their embrace. When Chen Jianmin proposed taking a photo with Lu Xiaomei again, she firmly declined. "I believe there is no need for that at the moment. Let us discuss it after the new year." "Then how about a photo of the three of us? That should be acceptable, right?" Chen Jianmin, seeking a compromise, suggested another plan. This was a crucial part of his entire itinerary, and he could not easily relinquish this opportunity. Chapter 66. The main event. Lu Xiaohong rushed over. "Great. A photo of the three of us would be wonderful." As she spoke, she positioned herself to Lu Xiaomei's left, while Chen Jianmin naturally leaned to her right. The pose was set, and the expression was in place. Yet Lu Xiaohong hastily approached the photographer, stating, "I must first see how this shot turns out. You two practice your expressions for a moment. Sister, give me a smile." "Yes, just like that. Wonderful. Hold it." After uttering these words, she raised her hand to tousle her hair. Just as Lu Xiaomei unveiled a radiant smile, Chen Jianmin swiftly turned his head, wrapping his arm around her waist while planting a kiss on her cheek. In that fleeting moment, the click of the shutter echoed as the photographer captured the scene. He then boasted to Lu Xiaohong about his photographic prowess. "I'm not exaggerating. That last shot is undoubtedly a classic." "Indeed. No one can match your speed in pressing the shutter," she replied. The two began to discuss the composition of the image. Lu Xiaomei, feeling disgruntled, tossed her hands in frustration and departed. Before leaving, Chen Jianmin discreetly slipped 2 yuan to the photographer, saying, "Sir, if you could be so kind. I'll return tomorrow at this time to collect the photos. Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely, no problem," the photographer assured, patting his chest. The subsequent process unfolded smoothly. Following Chen Jianmin's suggestion, Lu Xiaohong purchased 20 pairs of modest flared trousers at 8 yuan each, along with 10 pairs of women's jeans at 12 yuan apiece. After browsing for a while longer, Lu Xiaomei surprisingly selected a hairpin, prompting Chen Jianmin to decisively purchase 100 of them at 2 yuan 50 each. The total expenditure for the day amounted to over 450 yuan. Almost done with their shopping, Chen Jianmin also bought each of the sisters a pair of jeans and a pair of high-waisted leather shoes for Tong Yulan. To be frank, jeans were a rarity in the entire Hongshan area, and even in the county town, few wore them. Lu Xiaomei initially refused, but Lu Xiaohong snatched them and stuffed them into a woven bag. With their purchases complete, they found themselves without a train to catch that evening, forcing them to stay overnight. Chen Jianmin's main event was about to commence. Upon checking into the station front in that night, he presented a letter of introduction to secure 2 rooms. Truthfully, with the year drawing to a close, accommodations were scarce. Without a marriage certificate, it was impossible to share a room. Although they couldn't stay together, they could certainly gather and converse. Naturally, mere idle chatter wouldn't suffice, especially since dinner had yet to be served. They decided to buy a roast chicken, a small bag of peanuts, and ordered spicy tofu and several steamed buns from the nearby restaurant to enjoy as their evening meal in Chen Jianmin's room. As the evening's focal point, alcohol could not be overlooked. Chen Jianmin uncorked a bottle of 60 proof liquor, declaring loudly, Tonight, anyone who hesitates will be the one. Gesturing dramatically with a finger. Ironically, he was the first to falter. Within half an hour, having consumed only a few sips, Chen Jianmin's face flushed, his neck thickened, and his eyes grew glassy with intoxication. After enduring for a while longer, he finally collapsed onto the bed, with his back turned to the two sisters. He opened his eyes, his gaze clear and devoid of any signs of inebriation. He was indeed not intoxicated to the point of losing his senses. Although his tolerance for alcohol was somewhat limited, a flushed face did not necessarily indicate inebriation. Some individuals might even become more adept at drinking as their cheeks redden. It's a matter of personal variation. At this moment, it was only by feigning drunkenness that he could provide his covert operative, Lu Xiaohong, the opportunity to strategize against their teacher, a comrade. As anticipated, Lu Xiaohong began to make her move. Sister, to be honest, even at home, our father doesn't allow us to drink. Being out here today gives us sisters a rare chance to unwind. Let's indulge. Even if we get a little tipsy, we can simply lock the door and fall asleep. Sister, you have always cared for me the most since childhood, never allowing me to suffer any grievances. I remember it all, so let us have another drink. Chen Jianmin chuckled to himself, observing how effectively his operative was playing the emotional card. It was quite smooth. He was determined to see if the self-proclaimed heavy drinker could indeed outdrink her sister. Indeed, Chen Jianmin's primary objective during this trip to Shiliu was to find an opportunity to intoxicate Lu Xiaomei, a plan he had previously discussed with Lu Xiaohong. As for what would transpire once she was inebriated, did it require elaboration? The aim was to extract her thoughts, to understand her true intentions, and ultimately, to win her over. Just like constructing a house, one must first build the foundation before refining the details. First, she must be brought on their side, and then gradual transformation could occur. The key was that this approach would effectively sever her ties with Wang Wenxing. After all, in these times, chastity was still highly valued. What? You say this is quite unscrupulous? Lacking decorum? TSK, that's only because you haven't encountered a situation like Lu Xiaomei's. Bearing a visage more radiant than a star, yet tragically, the owner of that face preferred women, a fact no man could tolerate. It was imperative to sway her perspective. But to do so, wouldn't one need to establish a genuine relationship? After all, there were others watching with keen interest. It wasn't that Chen Jianmin couldn't contend with Wang Wensheng, the ostensibly cultured individual. The crux was that he lacked the time and energy to invest in such matters, and the spatial distance did not allow for meticulous efforts. With this realization, Chen Jianmin felt quite justified in his actions. Listening to the heartfelt exchanges of the two sisters behind him, he sensed the plan was proceeding smoothly, and he began to relax. Fatigued, he felt himself slipping into a drowsy state. He was unsure how much time had passed, but in his hazy stupor, he sensed something amiss in the commotion behind him. His operative's speech had become slurred. Sister, don't worry, I can drink another bottle without issue. Once someone starts slurring their words, claiming they are not drunk, it generally indicates they have reached a certain level of inebriation. Instead of getting her sister intoxicated, she had ended up quite tipsy herself. What to do now? Why was there no sound from Lu Xiaomei? When Lu Xiaohong suddenly collapsed onto his lap, Chen Jianmin could no longer resist turning around. What was happening? He jolted upright in surprise. The shock came from seeing Lu Xiaomei, bent over and staring intently at him, and as he turned, their noses nearly collided. Lu Xiaomei straightened up, her enchanting, bright eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. Was that a smirk? Her complexion was neither flushed nor pale, showing no signs of having consumed alcohol. Chen Jianmin's gaze fell upon the nightstand repurposed as a makeshift table, aside from a few remnants of food. There lay an empty wine bottle, now accompanied by another, its cap uncorked and only a modest amount of wine consumed. Ah, exclaimed Lu Xiaomei, clasping his hand. As Xiaohong mentioned, it is a rare occasion for us to share a drink together. I haven't quite had my fill yet, and she has already succumbed. Therefore, you must drink in her stead. Let us not overindulge. We can simply share this bottle. You are at no loss. I've already had half a gene. She urged him to sit properly, teasing, why the long face over a drink? Aren't you a man? If you are, then don't decline. Not even I, a woman, have uttered such words. Aren't you ashamed to retreat? Chen Jianmin was taken aback, pondering just how much this girl could consume. The extent of Lu Xiaomei's drinking capabilities was a mystery to him, for after a while of being coaxed by her, he found himself thoroughly inebriated, truly intoxicated. He began to see two Lu Xiaomei's, both with flushed cheeks, laughing with an air of triumph, undeniably beautiful. How curious it was that after knowing her for so long, this was the first time he had witnessed such a radiant smile. Surely, this was what they meant by a beauty that could bring calamity. This was the last question lingering in his mind before he slipped into slumber. When he awoke, it was already 8 o'clock the following morning, and he was roused by Lu Xiaohong's insistence. "Hey, brother-in-law, why are you still asleep? Get up and have some breakfast. We need to leave after that." In his groggy state, Lu Xiaohong lifted the blanket covering him, and with a startled scream, pointed at Chen Jianmin, stammering, "W, what happened to you?" Feeling the chill on his body startled him into full awareness, and he grumbled, "Well, why didn't you cover me up? I'll catch a cold like this. You should carry me back." Lu Xiaohong, oblivious to the flaw in his reasoning, grinned as she clutched the corner of the blanket and haphazardly draped it over him. Covering her face with her hands, she dashed out, suddenly recalling, why didn't he just pull the blanket up himself? How naughty. This slight against her pride could not go unpunished. She resolved to exact revenge. Thus, she turned back and re-entered, arms crossed, leaning against the door with a flushed face. Half smiling, half teasing as she fixed her gaze on Chen Jianmin. As he sat up, hastily shielding himself with the blanket, he feigned a sorrowful expression. "Why are you like this?" The trivial morning commotion between brother-in-law and sister-in-law would not deter their plans for the day. Chen Jianmin first retrieved the photographs from the studio before boarding the train with the Lu sisters, laden with bags. The jovial Lu Xiaomei from the previous evening had reverted to her more reserved demeanor, gazing out the window at the receding landscape, lost in her thoughts. Chen Jianmin fixated on her profile, mulling over a perplexing question. Had he undressed himself before sleeping last night, or had someone assisted him? If he had done it himself, all was well. If someone had helped, it could only have been his teacher, for his sister-in-law had also succumbed to the drink, and she would never engage in such behavior. Thus, he pondered whether he had been taken advantage of by Lu Xiaomei, feeling that he had suffered a significant loss. This was unacceptable. He needed to rectify the situation. His mind was in turmoil, prompting him to seek a moment of clarity by stepping to the carriage connection for a cigarette. Naturally, he first reached into his pocket to check for his smokes. However, upon touching his left pocket, he sensed something amiss. What was this? It felt like a piece of cloth. Just as he was about to pull it out, Lu Xiaomei, who was gazing out the window, suddenly reached over to restrain him, shaking her head slightly. Chen Jianmin, intrigued, wondered what could be hidden in his pocket that she did not want him to see. It dawned on him that she must be concerned about him exposing it in public. This was quite intriguing. He cast a glance at Lu Xiaohong, who had dozed off since boarding the vehicle, and gently tapped Lu Xiaomei's hand that was resting on his pocket, saying, "Xiaomei, I'm going to step out for a smoke. I'll be back shortly." Lu Xiaomei withdrew her hand. Arriving at the carriage connection, he found himself alone and, in a flurry of impatience, retrieved the soft object, an ornate handkerchief, white with plum blossom patterns. Wait a moment. What was this small patch of red that felt somewhat stiff? He was momentarily bewildered. What did this red fragment signify? As someone who had experienced such matters, he could not possibly be unaware, and he understood that it must have been Lu Xiaomei who placed it in his pocket. The pressing question remained, after drinking last night, had he indeed been intimate with Lu Xiaomei? Why did he have no recollection of it? Chen Jianmin vigorously shook his head, attempting to clear his thoughts when someone nearby remarked, "Hey, buddy, nice taste. You kept this?" He retorted, "This is from a nosebleed. Where do you think my mind is?" He tucked the handkerchief away and turned back to the carriage. The individual who had jested with him was rather nonchalant and did not spare him another glance as he returned to another carriage, tormented by these thoughts throughout the journey. Upon arriving at Lu Xiaomei's home, Chen Jianmin finally deduced that he had not slept with the teacher the previous night. No amount of intoxication could erase such a significant event from memory. Moreover, if that were the case, how could Lu Xiaomei have so easily departed from his side? Thus, the bloodstains on the handkerchief drew his gaze towards Lu Xiaomei's still bandaged finger. And he mused, why did she smear her blood onto the handkerchief and then place it in his pocket? In the adjacent room, Lu Xiaohong was busy organizing items, while Lu Xiaomei seemed to be assisting her in counting. In the west room, only Chen Jianmin remained, having tucked the handkerchief away. He decided to set aside the unresolvable mysteries, as was his custom. He then took out a photograph of himself embracing Lu Xiaomei, kissing her cheek. It radiated an undeniable artistic essence. Just as he was lost in admiration, someone entered the room. What a coincidence! The newcomer was Wang Wensheng, who had been pursuing Lu Xiaomei. His already lean face bore even more signs of weariness. Upon seeing Chen Jianmin, he showed no surprise and inquired, "You're back, huh? Xiaomei sent me. Where has she gone?" "Xiaomei?" Chen Jianmin narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, does this fellow speak so affectionately because he has never faced the harsh realities of life? However, he exhibited no outward signs of distress. Casually placing the photograph upon the bed and, with exaggerated enthusiasm, rose to respond to the unasked question. "Ah, it's Teacher Wang. It's been quite a while since I last saw you. What have you been busy with? Please, take a seat." Subsequently, as he observed Wang Wenxing settle at the edge of the bed, his gaze fixated on the photograph, he quickly adopted an apologetic demeanor and explained, That's a picture of me and Xiaomei taken in Shilio." After speaking, he tucked away the photograph and fumbled through his pockets for a cigarette. After a prolonged search, he managed to produce the cigarette, but to his surprise, a handkerchief tumbled out alongside it. The handkerchief did not entirely fall. A small portion remained caught in his pocket, inadvertently revealing itself as if on display. Chen Jianmin, slightly flustered, hastily gathered the handkerchief and offered an awkward smile. "Teacher Wang, here, have a cigarette." Wang Wenxing's complexion turned ashen, his posture hunched, devoid of any vitality, and he forced a faint smile as he pushed away Chen Jianmin's offering. "Well, I have some matters to attend to, so I want to wait for Teacher Lu. Please convey to her that I shall return to the county this afternoon." With that, he hurriedly departed, as if fleeing for his life. Chen Jianmin shrugged, adopting an expression of exasperation. Indeed, he had not uttered any harsh words or confronted Wang Wenxing. So why did the man present himself as if he had just lost both parents? It seemed that rivals in love, after all, were rather fragile. A mere photograph and a fabricated handkerchief had succeeded in extinguishing his hopes. Yet, why was he unable to feel joy? After much contemplation, Chen Jianmin finally discerned the reason for his discontent. He felt, once again, that he had been cleverly manipulated by his teacher. Thus, should he not make amends tonight in a manner that transcended mere pretense? Chapter 68. The direction is correct. Chen Jianmin's sense of being outmaneuvered by Lu Xiaomei stemmed from his realization that since he heard Zhou when mentioned Lu and Wang shopping together, to his subsequent trip to Shilio for supplies, and culminating with the discovery of a blood-stained handkerchief on his person, the coincidences were far too numerous. It seemed almost implausible that such events could unfold without prior orchestration. Thus, what was Lu Xiaomei's true intention in orchestrating this series of events? Lu Xiaohong had packed a portion of goods into a large bag, disregarding her sister's objections, and eagerly mounted her sister's bicycle to set up her stall. Lu Xiaomei, hands on her hips, watched her sister's figure vanish through the doorway, then turned her ire towards Chen Jianmin. "This is all you're doing. Xiaohong is behaving as if she is bewitched. The sun is nearly setting, and she insists on trying to sell her goods. If she gets into any trouble, you will be held accountable." "Hey, Comrade Xiaomei, that's rather unreasonable," Chen Jianmin retorted. "You were the one who agreed to let Xiaohong sell. Now you're blaming me." He continued, "Besides, she is not a child anymore. It's time she learned to navigate some matters on her own." "Fine, I can't argue with you." Lu Xiaomei, her expression cold, retreated to the outer room to prepare dinner. Chen Jianmin hummed a tune as he followed her inside, claiming he would lend a hand. The Lu family kitchen was located at the back of the west room, separated from the main area, and was somewhat narrow inside. Upon entering, Chen Jianmin quickly became an unwelcome presence, incessantly chattering away. "Surely, to make pancakes, one must use hot water for the dough, not cold? And your vegetables should be sliced along the grain to absorb the flavor. Furthermore, the fire on this stove is suitable for stewing, but too weak for stir-frying." "Allow me to assist you," he said. Lu Xiaomei, unable to contain her frustration, slammed the bowl onto the countertop. "Are you not annoyed? Either you take over or keep your mouth shut while I work." "Oh, is someone upset?" Chen Jianmin teased with a sly grin. "Did you ever consider how I might feel when you calculate against me?" Lu Xiaomei stiffened and pushed him outside. "Leave for now. We can discuss matters after I finish cooking." "Very well, let us reconvene tonight when your sister is asleep. We can share some sentiments, shall we?" Fine, just go." "For heaven's sake." At 7 o'clock, with the sky darkening, Lu Xiaohong returned, shivering and chattering her teeth. She tossed her large bag onto the ground and dove under the quilt on the small Kong in the east room, taking some time to recover. However, she excitedly told Chen Jianmin, who brought her a cup of hot water, "Brother-in-law, you wouldn't believe the looks I got from people in front of the supply and marketing cooperative when they saw the bell-bottom pants I was selling. They wanted to buy but hesitated, circling around my bicycle." Chen Jianmin chuckled. "So, did you sell any?" Lu Xiaohong sparkled with enthusiasm, extending 3 fingers. "Guess how many pairs I sold, brother-in-law?" Chen Jianmin calculated the potential profit in clothing and guessed it would at least double. But he was taken aback when Lu Xiaohong revealed the astonishing figure, 31 pairs. "Goodness, that is quite the haul," he exclaimed. "With 8 yuan per pair?" She earned an impressive 22 yuan, explaining her elation. Just then, the door from the outer room creaked open, and a voice called out, "Is Lu's younger sister home?" Soon after, Lu Xiaomei responded, Yes, who are you?" "Ah, Teacher Xiaomei, We are here to see your sister and check out the pants she is selling. Still recovering from the chill, Lu Xiaohong sprang from the Kong and hurried to open the door, welcoming 3 young women inside. Next, Lu Xiaohong showcased her eloquence. Sisters, look at these pants. These bell-bottoms are all the rage in Guangzhou. Both young ladies and men wear them. Go ahead, try on a pair. The quality is excellent. And they won't wear out. One woman picked up a pair of jeans, eyeing them with longing, before furrowing her brow and asking, "Are these too tight? Can I wear thermal pants underneath?" Seizing the moment, Chen Jianmin chimed in, "Sister, with your slim figure, you'll surely fit. Just try them on to see." If a young lady had overheard his comment, she might have felt shy to respond and would likely have scolded him in private. However, these young wives, especially when in company, were unreserved. The one who had spoken earlier raised her voice. "Oh, you're teacher Xiaomei's partner, aren't you? Come here. Quickly help me take off my pants." "It's fine. Teacher Xiaomei is cooking. She can't see." Chen Jianmin, frightened, fled in a panic. Laughter erupted from the East Room. In the end, the 3 individuals who arrived purchased 3 pairs of bell-bottoms and 2 pairs of jeans, leaving Lu Xiaomei astonished. Subsequently, 3 more groups of people arrived, drawn by the news that Lu Xiaohong had returned from Guangzhou with a batch of clothing. This notion of spreading such information was also Chen Jianmin's idea. In these times, people were quite unfamiliar with Guangzhou, yet they generally knew it was adjacent to Hong Kong and was reputed for being particularly trendy. Thus, labeling the goods as imported from Guangzhou elevated their status in the eyes of the public. The evening continued bustling until after 9 o'clock. Lu Xiaohong calculated that they had sold 8 pairs of bell-bottoms, 4 pairs of jeans, 18 hairpins, and several pieces of women's lingerie, amassing nearly 600 yuan. With more than half of the inventory still available, Lu Xiaohong hastily consumed a small portion of a pancake, neglecting even her favorite television drama, and returned to the East Room to sort the goods. It was only around 11 o'clock that she finally fell asleep. Chen Jianmin pondered the situation, given this trend. Encouraging Lu Xiaohong to pursue business indeed seemed a wise choice. She was well suited for it. Especially with his decades of experience in commerce to guide her, she was bound to make a profit. He too would benefit, a rare stroke of fortune indeed. The most compelling aspect was his enthusiasm for mentoring his sister-in-law, which required minimal effort, akin to earning money while lying flat. It perfectly aligned with his aspiration for a joyful life. Yes, this was the way forward. Resolutely, he clenched his fist in determination. Suddenly, a voice thundered in his ear. "What wicked scheme are you concocting now?" Startled, Chen Jianmin, who had been sitting against the wall watching television, sprang up, turning to find Lu Xiaomei standing beside him. Her presence a mystery. He exhaled deeply, saying, "Could you please not frighten me like that next time? Are you feeling guilty?" Lu Xiaomei rolled her eyes. Chen Jianmin noted how the teacher seemed increasingly lively in his company, indicating that his efforts were bearing fruit. He must strive even harder. When one harbors ideas, action must follow. Indeed, he was compelled to act, for he had noticed Lu Xiaomei had donned the jeans he had purchased for her, paired with a pink sweater, rendering her radiant and youthful. Without hesitation, he pulled her closer and securely closed the door. Chapter 69. Prosperous returns. Lu Xiaomei felt a twinge of guilt, aware that Chen Jianmin's intentions might be somewhat exploitative, which irked her. Thus, when he embraced her, she symbolically struggled a couple of times before relenting. Resting her head on his shoulder, she murmured, "If you have questions, just ask. Don't keep it bottled up." Hee. Chen Jianmin wrapped his arms around her slightly stiff waist, turning his head slightly to gently kiss her earlobe, saying, "Shall we dance?" Lu Xiaomei shivered, thinking, "Is this how one dances?" Chen Jianmin, undeterred, gradually maneuvered her closer. The process undeniably charged with tension. One hand that embraced Lu Xiaomei subtly glided downward, resting at a curvaceous point, drawing her tighter against him. Noticing her body stiffen further, he inquired, "You wished to extricate yourself from Wang Wenxing's entanglement from the very beginning, did you not? Yet, despite your repeated refusals, he continues to pursue you. Being colleagues complicates matters. You cannot sever ties completely. Thus you contemplated leveraging me to dissuade him. Am I mistaken?" Having spent considerable time in the company of someone as cultured as a teacher, Chen Jianmin felt his own intellectual prowess noticeably enhanced, his speech taking on an eloquent tone. Lu Xiaomei remained silent, her hands resting on Chen Jianmin's shoulders, shifting slightly behind him. "Well, even if you do not admit it, it matters little. After all, we are engaged, technically a couple who merely have yet to cohabit. Thus I bear the responsibility of dispelling Wang Wenxing. Your calculated demeanor unsettles me, leaving me vexed and confined. What is to be done?" Lu Xiaomei gazed intently at his face for what felt like an eternity before finally closing her eyes and planting a hesitant kiss upon his lips. She turned her head away, saying, "Jianmin, I confess to having utilized you. Yet, as you mentioned, we are to marry in a few months. So is this not also a duty of yours?" Chen Jianmin mused that there were numerous obligations to fulfill. For instance, his rebellious hand had already embarked on a journey downward, despite his reluctance, yet the frustration within him necessitated some form of action. Lu Xiaomei visibly trembled, her complexion turning as pale as snow, her hands gripping his shoulders as she attempted to extricate herself from his embrace. Recognizing that his actions had perhaps crossed a line and startled her, he promptly withdrew. He possessed the admirable quality of being adaptable, yet he had no intention of relinquishing Lu Xiaomei easily. Once she ceased her struggles, his wayward hand ventured to the front, brushing against her cheek as he remarked, "Xiaomei, do you not sense a certain tension in our relationship as betrothed? Thus, we must enhance our communication." This time, Lu Xiaomei ceased her resistance. Resignedly resting her head upon his shoulder, her gaze darting to his large hand mischievously navigating beneath her pink sweater, inching toward the hem, slowly burrowing inside. She firmly shut her eyes. Contrary to her expectations of discomfort, an unfamiliar sensation began to spread from her heart throughout her body. It was inexplicable, yet not unwelcome. Gradually, she began to relax. Chen Jianmin secretly flashed a smile, finding success in this initial endeavor. Encouraged, he decided to persevere. He leaned closer to Lu Xiaomei's ear, transitioning from mere contact to a kiss, taking his time, yet it proved worthwhile as he witnessed her ears flush with a rosy hue for the first time. Buoyed by this encouragement, he finally pressed his lips against her soft ones, and under the steady progression of his advances, Lu Xiaomei soon relinquished all resistance. Her cheeks blooming with color, as Chen Jianmin embraced her and guided her onto the Kong, his hand reached for her belt, intending to escalate their intimacy. However, Lu Xiaomei, breathless, whispered softly in his ear, "No, it's that time of the month for me. I'll visit your village in a couple of days. Just be patient, all right?" The mood of Chen Jianmin plummeted. No, it plummeted to unfathomable depths. He had sensed something amiss earlier, and now his anxious heart was finally at rest. Throughout that night, he tossed and turned from one end of the Kong to the other, only to find himself back at the head of the Kong by morning. Life is not merely about survival. One must also engage in trade. The success of the previous evening had invigorated Lu Xiaohong, who, eager to expand their achievements, insisted on dragging her brother-in-law to set up a stall after breakfast. Thus, at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative on the northern side of Yuliangpaozi, a pair of individuals appeared, their bicycle laden with trousers, while beautiful hairpins dangled from strands of hemp rope tied to the handlebars. As for women's undergarments, they were concealed within a large handbag, only to be discreetly displayed to female customers when they arrived. The biting north wind blew, and snowflakes danced in the air. Selling clothes outdoors in the frigid depths of winter was indeed a hardship. Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaohong alternated their time between the cooperative's interior for warmth. Fortunately, their efforts yielded substantial rewards, and the returns were impressive. By the end of the afternoon, all 12 pairs of bell-bottoms and 6 pairs of jeans had been sold. They managed to sell over 30 hairpins. Though the women's undergarments had not seen much interest, there was no rush, as it was understood that women of this era would not purchase such items in plain sight on the street. Overall, their harvest exceeded expectations. Chen Jianmin calculated the timing for the next mushroom harvest, and that afternoon, he boarded a bus heading to the county town, intent on restocking. It became evident that he had gravely underestimated the purchasing power of the people in Hongshan Commune. Consequently, during his initial procurement, he had not ordered a sufficient quantity of the most profitable garments. All 30 pairs of trousers sold out within a day, prompting both him and Lu Xiaohong to agree on making another trip before the new year. After deliberation, they decided Lu Xiaohong would remain to sell the remaining hairpins and undergarments, while Chen Jianmin would venture alone for supplies. His solo endeavor proved to be significantly swifter than when accompanied by 2 others. The next day, upon reaching Shiliu, he took an afternoon bus to a neighboring city, making 2 round trips, and returned to Hongshan by the morning of the 3rd day. This time, armed with the profits from his first sales, he procured 30 pairs of jeans and 50 pairs of bell-bottoms, just these 2 items. By the afternoon of the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, aside from a dozen hairpins and 5 sets of undergarments, all other goods had been sold. Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaohong settled in the East Room to tally their accounts. The initial capital of 500 yuan had transformed into 1,632 yuan after the first round of sales. The second batch of 80 trousers, with the bell-bottoms still priced at 31 yuan each and the jeans at 40 yuan, netted them a profit exceeding 1,900 yuan. Together, their profits from both trips totaled over 3,000 yuan. Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaohong divided the 2,000 yuan according to their initial agreement of a 60-40 split, leaving 1,000 yuan as the principal, with plans for Lu Xiaohong to continue on her own after the new year. Brother-in-law, at this rate, it won't be long before I become a millionaire, Lu Xiaohong exclaimed, her eyes nearly disappearing as she gleefully counted the 800 yuan in her hands. Although Chen Jianmin did not wish to dampen her spirits, he could not help but remark, if this business is so lucrative, do you think others won't follow suit? Lu Xiaohong paused, her confidence wavering as she replied, but can they find a place to sell clothes? After all, we've always said our goods come from Guangzhou. Oh, you are still young. The Shiliu area is not a secret to us. Those who genuinely wish to engage in this trade will surely inquire. So, when we restock for the new year, you should heed my advice. Whatever I suggest you should procure, carve your own path, and let others chase after you. That afternoon, around 4 o'clock, as the sun began to set, Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaohong hurried to Zhujiakan with the 4 sets of unsold lingerie and over 10 hair clips. Initially, he had intended to return with Lu Xiaomei, but it turned out that his father-in-law, who was supposed to come back today, would not return until tomorrow. However, he could not wait, as he had to pick mushrooms later that night. Nevertheless, Lu Xiaomei had mentioned she would visit the village in a few days, which Chen Jianmin had firmly noted. With a light heart, he made his way home, having stumbled twice along the route, and arrived just before 7 o'clock. As he pushed open the door, he was greeted by an unexpected guest. Chapter 70. After all, I measured it myself as Chen Jianmin stepped into the west room. A chill enveloped him, and he was surprised to find comrade Ma Daxiao present. Not only was he there, but also Zhou Lihong, who sat on the Kong with her hands clasped nervously, while Ma Daxiao occupied a position at the far end, creating an invisible wall between them. This barrier seemed to emanate a coldness that made the room feel even chillier than the outdoors. Upon seeing him return, Zhou Lihong quickly rose to greet him. Jianmin, you're back. Is it cold outside? Why did you arrive so late? It must be difficult to walk in the dark. By the way, let me boil some water. Oh, right. We have hot water, just boiled. I'll make you some tea. Did you have dinner? Her rapid-fire questions made Chen Jianmin chuckle, as it was evident she was attempting to break the awkward silence. What was there to feel awkward about? Just look at Ma Daxiao. His face was pale and unappealing. Indeed, he looked unsightly, for he had abandoned Zhou Lihong during her most challenging times, showing no concern for her well-being. Now, returning to her, how could she welcome him with open arms? While his thoughts ran deep, his outward demeanor remained cordial. Chen Jianmin feigned surprise at seeing Ma Daxiao and warmly exclaimed, "Ah, cousin, you haven't come to bring me any benefits, have you?" To his delight, he was correct. Ma Daxiao glanced at Zhou Lihong, who was busy pouring water for Chen Jianmin, and proudly announced, "A bag of flour, a box of frozen pears, 2 pounds of ribs, and a whole chicken. This is what your cousin has managed to secure for you according to the standards for departmental officials." Chen Jianmin shed his coat and retrieved 2 packs of red ginseng cigarettes from the large bag he had brought. With both hands, he presented them before Ma Daxiao, saying, "Cousin, I had planned to gift these during the New Year visit to my father-in-law's, but since you're here, it saves me some effort." Ma Daxiao's eyes brightened at the sight of the red ginseng cigarettes, priced at 8 yuan 90 per pack. The 2 packs represented nearly a third of his salary, a luxury he seldom indulged in. Naturally, he feigned reluctance, adhering to the customary politeness. "Ah, Jianmin, your salary is not particularly high. Though you've recently secured a permanent position and earn more than before, such extravagance is unwarranted. Besides, as Xiaomei's cousin, I am also your cousin. Why the formality? Return the cigarettes tomorrow. There are better uses for that money." Unperturbed, Jianmin tucked the cigarettes into Ma Daxiao's embrace. "Cousin, this is a gesture from a younger brother. And Xiaomei insisted I must do this. If you refuse, I want to hear the end of it from her." By invoking Lu Xiaomei, he provided Ma Daxiao with a perfectly justifiable excuse to accept the gift. Ma Daxiao chuckled, "If you put it that way, should I decline? Xiaomei would surely berate me for acting aloof even with family. Am I wrong?" Jianmin laughed in response. "Indeed, I share your trepidation regarding our teacher, Lu's sharp tongue." Their banter dispelled the earlier awkwardness. At this juncture, Ma Daxiao hinted that with the new year approaching and family matters to attend to, he must take his leave. This effectively alleviated any tension between him and Zhou Lihong. Any feelings could be addressed at a later time. True to his word, Ma Daxiao rose, exchanged a few polite words, and prepared to depart. Jianmin feigned an attempt to retain him, but was halted by Zhou Lihong. With a calm demeanor, she stated, "Cousin, Jianmin is not a stranger. He has played a pivotal role in our affairs. Therefore, I would like to speak a few words in his presence." Jianmin's hand, poised on the door handle, froze. Ma Daxiao's foot, poised to step outside, retreated. Zhou Lihong quickly continued, "Cousin, please do not seek me out again. We are not of the same ilk, and you have a family. Your wife may be waiting for you at home. Even as relatives, I wish to cease our interactions. This shall be my final conversation with you." With that, she returned to her spot on the bed, idly fiddling with a deck of cards. The room fell silent, save for the crackle of the fire. After a brief pause, Ma Daxiao sighed, gazing at Zhou Lihong. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Lihong, I am sorry." With his head bowed, he hurriedly exited. Jianmin accompanied him outside and inquired, "Cousin, it is quite late. Isn't it unsafe to travel now?" Ma Daxiao shook his head. "Not at all. The jeep from the station has arrived and is waiting for me at village chief Zhou Mingshan's. I must go now. Please, when you have the chance, encourage Lihong to be more open-minded. Enough of that. Let us not dwell on it. During the new year at the commune, let us share a drink together." As Chen Jianmin watched Ma Daxiao exit the yard, he sighed and returned to the outer room. At that moment, Li Yanli, who had been hiding in the east room, emerged and poked his arm, inquiring, "Leaving?" Chen Jianmin replied, reluctant to discuss the matter further. He pointed toward the west room and said, "By the way, I bought something for you. Come take a look." "You?" Li Yanli's voice rose an octave. "You bought me something? Is that even possible? What do you mean by that?" "Come on in and see for yourself," Chen Jianmin urged, pulling her back into the west room. Unintentionally, he noticed that Zhou Lihong's eyes were slightly red. Sighing inwardly, he swiftly retrieved 2 items from his large bag. "Sister Lihong, these are for you, as our mushroom cultivation farm's year-end benefits." Zhou Lihong was momentarily dumbfounded upon seeing the items, while Li Yanli's eyes nearly popped out of her head as she bent down to scrutinize them. "Chen Jianmin, which workplace gives out underwear as benefits? Moreover, the size is all wrong. Is there anything else? I can help Sister Lihong pick one that fits perfectly. I measured just yesterday." Realizing she had let something slip, Li Yanli smirked, placing Chen Jianmin's large bag on the rickety desk. She rummaged through it and pulled out another set, comparing it briefly before presenting it to Zhou Lihong. "Lihong, this set is perfect for you." Zhou Lihong, who had initially felt a hint of sorrow, now found herself in a bewildered state of amusement. "Oh, and there are hairpins too. How could I forget?" Chen Jianmin produced 2 hairpins and handed them over. After some back and forth, Zhou Lihong, blushing, accepted them. Chen Jianmin then revealed another set of underwear, speaking with firm conviction, "Xiaoli, this set is custom-made for you. I assure you it will fit perfectly. After all, I measured it myself." "Why are you so insistent?" Li Yanli exclaimed, brandishing a broom and playfully chasing Chen Jianmin around the room. After a chaotic bout of playful scuffling, Li Yanli leaned against the table, breathing heavily. Her enchanting eyes narrowing at Chen Jianmin, her teeth clicking together in irritation. Finally, as Zhou Lihong stifled a laugh, Li Yanli dropped the broom and, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Chen Jianmin, I have something important to discuss with you. From now on, if you dare to interrupt with jokes, you will bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, Chen Jianmin fell silent, standing straight like a schoolboy, hands resting on the table, eyes forward and focused. Yet, in his mind, he pondered that Li Yanli's forthcoming words were likely related to that matter. Chapter 71. Is someone sleepwalking again? Seeing Chen Jianmin's overly serious demeanor, Li Yanli felt quite uneasy. "Hey, why are you acting so stiff? Can you relax a bit?" Chen Jianmin immediately slumped his shoulders and twisted his neck, saying, "Speak quickly, and I'll listen." Noticing that the two were about to engage in a serious conversation, Zhou Lihong stood up, saying, "I'll go add some firewood to the east room and make a bowl of noodles for Jianmin." Li Yanli called out from behind, "Sister Lihong, you can't leave just yet. You have to sleep with me tonight." All right, I won't go anywhere," Zhou Lihong replied with a smile as she exited. Closing the door firmly behind her, Li Yanli began to grind her teeth at Chen Jianmin again. But fortunately, she genuinely had matters to discuss with this insufferable fellow, and thus she chose to tolerate his earlier comment. "Well, regarding the electricity situation in your village, surely you must have something substantial to present to the leaders?" she inquired. Chen Jianmin blinked in confusion. "Strictly speaking, I'm not even a resident of Zhoujia village. How is this my concern? Besides, what remarkable thing could possibly emerge from this desolate place? I don't care about that." Li Yanli was genuinely annoyed and turned to leave. Chen Jianmin quickly grabbed her arm. "Don't disregard it. Having electricity would benefit me greatly. I, too, wish for our surroundings to be illuminated sooner rather than later. The issue is the substantial evidence you mentioned. It's quite troubling. Allow me a moment to ponder." After speaking, he lit a cigarette. But Li Yanli snatched it away and crushed it beneath her heel, her teeth clenched in frustration. Chen Jianmin frowned. "Your habit is truly unbecoming. What gives you the right to dictate my smoking? If you were my wife, I would have no objections. Speaking of which, we do share a certain intimacy. So calling you my wife wouldn't be entirely inaccurate. But let us not dwell on that. Seeing that Li Yanli was on the verge of exploding, Chen Jianmin quickly changed the subject, his eyes darting around as he contemplated. Suddenly, he smacked his thigh, a look of enlightenment crossing his face. I have an excuse. I mean, a reason to present. Mushroom cultivation. If we could secure electricity, it would be incredibly convenient. Perhaps we could even establish a mushroom specialty village. Upon hearing this, Li Yanli pondered for a moment before issuing an order. Before tomorrow morning, write up a report for me. I will be leaving tomorrow to present it to my father. The success of this endeavor rests upon you. Now, I must return home to sleep. With that, she turned to leave. Hey, what do you mean it all rests on me? If we fail to secure electricity, will it still fall on my shoulders? Chen Jianmin called after her, but alas, doctor. Li slammed the door of the east room shut. Is there no justice left in this world? Is there no law? Soon enough, Chen Jianmin realized that he could not simply overlook this matter. Finding someone capable to write the report at this stage would be futile, especially since he lacked knowledge about artificial mushroom cultivation. He would have to undertake the task himself. Truly, the capable must bear the burden. Complaints aside, he was serious about the work at hand. After finishing the noodles prepared by Zhou Lihong, he wiped his mouth and got to work. As for reports, Chen Jianmin had never written one in either of his 2 lifetimes. However, that was inconsequential. All he needed was to understand what the leaders desired to see. He would embellish the details as necessary to demonstrate how mushroom cultivation in Zhoujia village could be transformed into an industry, enabling everyone to prosper and swiftly become affluent. This required electricity. With fervor, he began to write, his pen gliding across the paper until midnight struck, filling half a sheet with his scrawls, complete with numerous doodles that rendered the page a chaotic mess. By this time, Li Yanli had long since fallen asleep. Zhou Lihong occasionally entered to refill his tea and add firewood to the stove, which could be considered a unique form of attentive support, albeit from a slightly older red sleeve. In truth, it is not particularly significant, merely 32 years of age, possessing a strikingly refined appearance, and, importantly, ample substance. A glance at her stirs the imagination effortlessly. Chen Jianmin felt an inability to write, partly due to her constant presence before him. Yet, how could one not attract concern? Without her lingering around, he surmised he would scarcely manage to pen 2 lines before succumbing to slumber at his desk. Upon observing Chen Jianmin nearly pulling his hair out in frustration, Zhou Lihong suggested, Jianmin, if it proves too challenging, we could ask Dr. Li to stay a bit longer tomorrow and seek assistance from the village primary school teacher. That simply won't do, replied Chen Jianmin, adopting an expression that conveyed her misunderstanding. There is far too much nuance involved. Even if my partner were present, I would be at a loss. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that familiarity breeds comfort, and with repeated encounters, one can find a rhythm, akin to the adage of making a warm quilt. Zhou Lihong chuckled, though her laughter was tinged with bitterness, reluctance, and a profound sadness. She felt that her life had been marred by Ma Daxiao, and even in this refuge, the village gossip had not diminished. Rather, it had intensified. Whispers claimed not only that she had an affair with Ma Daxiao, but also that she shared an ambiguous connection with Chen Jianmin. Some even suggested she was pregnant with Chen Jianmin's child. Was this a plot to drive her to despair? What she found most unbearable was Ma Daxiao's approach today, seeking to rekindle their relationship, which she resolutely declined. Yet, his subsequent words struck her like daggers to the heart, demanding she maintain distance from Chen Jianmin. What was the rationale behind such absurdity? No, she could not succumb to the whims of others. If they wished to speak, let the falsehoods transform into realities. For the first half of her life, she had lived in the eyes of others. Now, in the latter half, she sought her own liberation, indifferent to the opinions of others. As for Ma Daxiao, he could go to hell. Zhou Lihong gazed at the flickering flames in the stove, her heart racing in tandem. Chen Jianmin labored until midnight, finally untangling the chaotic thoughts in his mind, filling an entire sheet of paper with his elegant, envy-inducing script. Regardless of the outcome, he felt he had accomplished something monumental. As he shed his clothes and nestled into bed, his thoughts drifted to the grand plans for Zhujiakin's development, characterized by unwavering diligence, relentless effort, and profound dedication, terms that hardly overstate his commitment. Perhaps the last term should be omitted. He, Chen Jianmin, was not one to extinguish himself for the illumination of others. Overthinking had left his mind overly stimulated, rendering sleep elusive. Thus, he resorted to the age-old method of counting sheep, indifferent to its efficacy, as a means to grant his mind a reprieve. Just as he reached the count of 888, the door to his room was unexpectedly pulled open. Wait, That's odd, he thought, recalling that he had secured the door moments earlier. In the darkness, Chen Jianmin peered toward the entrance, where a slender silhouette stealthily entered, pulling the door shut behind them. The dim light allowed him only a vague outline, and he initially presumed it to be Li Yanli sleepwalking. A surge of joy welled within him. After all, she had come to him willingly, and he could not be blamed for taking action. He snored softly while gradually shedding the last 2 pieces of his attire. Casting them aside, concealed by the sound of his snoring and the enveloping darkness, it seemed the newcomer remained oblivious to his undressing. The figure approached the edge of the bed, hesitating not for a moment, before taking a seat, raising a leg, turning to sit properly, and inching closer, cautiously lifting Chen Jianmin's quilt. Chapter 72. Some comrades peeking at the commotion in the middle of the night in the darkness. Chen Jianmin widened his eyes, watching as the intruder lifted his quilt and slowly crawled in. He nearly burst into laughter, but managed to suppress it. As she nestled closer after lying down, he could distinctly sense her trembling. This was peculiar. Why would a somnambulist tremble? Was she cold? Surely not. As the newcomer cautiously pressed against him, her movements suddenly froze. After a prolonged silence, she softened, drawing nearer still. One of her arms slipped around his waist, embracing him. At this juncture, Chen Jianmin sensed something amiss. For based on his previous experiences of sharing a bed with Li Yanli, this was not she. But who could it be? Who was audacious enough to sneak into the forest outpost at such an hour and precisely slip into his bed? The answer was singular. It was Zhou Lihong. Only she possessed the audacity and means to undertake such an act. The pressing question remained. Why? Was it desire? Undoubtedly, but that could not be the sole reason. As Chen Jianmin pondered whether to create a disturbance to alert her, Zhou Lihong sat up, followed by the rustling sound of her disrobing. Before long, she lay back down, her warm body pressing against him once more, leaving Chen Jianmin's mind in a state of turmoil. His hands, however, were still active, swiftly wrapping around Zhou Lihong and pulling her close. As their bodies pressed tightly together, they both held their breath, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Ultimately, it was Chen Jianmin who initiated the advance, locating her soft lips in the darkness and gently kissing her. This kiss, if described in poetic terms, felt eternal. It was uncertain how long they lingered in this fervent embrace, but it was clear that the two, ablaze with passion, were no longer satisfied with mere kisses. Words unspoken. They quickly became entwined. Suddenly, Zhou Lihong paused, seemingly startled. Chen Jianmin could feel her heart racing, and soon after, her fervor intensified. Their breaths grew heavier, and the air became thick with a sensual atmosphere. In the west room, the springtime essence flourished, while the east room presented a starkly different scene. Over the past few days, with Zhou Lihong's company, Li Yanli had been sleeping soundly beneath the same quilt. As a physician, she was well aware of the adverse effects of sleeping pills and therefore avoided them whenever possible. Today was no exception. Consequently, she awoke in the middle of the night, chilled to the bone. Reaching out beside her, she realized Zhou Lihong was absent. Alarmed, she quickly switched on the flashlight resting on her pillow, only to discover that the room was devoid of her presence. The quilt they had shared was thrown back, leaving half of her body exposed, explaining her abrupt awakening. The pressing question lingered. Where had Zhou Lihong vanished to in the dead of night? Li Yanli felt a sudden surge of apprehension as she slipped on her shoes and cautiously pushed open the door. What was that noise? She discerned a series of soft, rhythmic sounds, unmistakably emanating from a woman, alternating between long and short notes, originating from the direction of the west room. Women, when their curiosity is piqued, often set aside everything else. It was not just the figure of Zhou Lihong that captivated her, but even the eerie cries that typically terrified her could not deter her. She reasoned that it must be the young wife returning from the night shift in the mushroom house, unable to resist the allure of the west room. Entangled in a tryst with Chen Jianmin, she felt compelled to investigate this commotion, driven purely by curiosity. What? You say that doctors are above such curiosities? You are mistaken. Li Yanli was an exception. When it came to the affairs between two women, nothing escaped her notice. However, that was merely idle chatter. The real tension mounted as Li Yanli stealthily approached the west room door and, upon attempting to pull it open, was astonished to find it yield to her touch. The sounds within were now unmistakably clear, and to her dismay, the woman's cries had intensified. Within mere seconds, Li Yanli was struck with utter astonishment. The voice resonating from the room was not the delicate tone of the young wife from the courtyard, but rather an indescribable sound that could only be produced by a mature woman. It felt eerily familiar, and without hesitation, she deduced that the woman was Zhou Lihong. How had the events of this world become so bizarre? Just the night before, she had seen Zhou Lihong barely clinging to life. And now, Li Yanli felt an overwhelming urge to flee back to the east room, but her legs seemed to betray her, growing weak and unresponsive. It was not merely her legs that resisted. A peculiar warmth enveloped her body. She felt as if ants were crawling all over her. A sensation both unbearable and strangely intoxicating, trapping her in its grasp. Time lost all meaning until, after a prolonged moment, a prolonged, melodious cry from Zhou Lihong jolted Li Yanli back to reality. She hurriedly shuffled back to the east room. Meanwhile, the two individuals in the west room exchanged a knowing glance towards the door, yet not a word was uttered. Their silent coordination marked the night as an unspoken one. The cold wind from outside could not penetrate the room, nor could it reach the hearts within. At 3 a.m, Chen Jianmin, who had not slept a wink, rose to light a lamp, only to find himself alone, as if the events of the previous night had been a mere dream. Reflecting on the curious activities of certain individuals in the dead of night, a bold notion began to take root in his mind, prompting a sly smile to form on his lips. The sound of crunching footsteps echoed from the courtyard, likely the deliberate noise created by Tong Yulan. Moments later, the door to the east room swung open, and Zhou Lihong, fully dressed, softly called out, "Jianmin, it's time to get up." Chen Jianmin quickly donned his clothes, invigorated, and made his way to the mushroom house. Today was the day for harvesting mushrooms, the last batch to be sent to the commune village before the new year, and possibly the most bountiful yield yet. Having gained experience from the previous 2 foraging outings, and with the addition of Zhou Lihong, all the mushrooms were harvested within a span of just over 2 hours. As 6 o'clock approached, Zhou Wen's cart arrived punctually. While loading the cart, Zhou Wen grinned broadly and remarked, "Uncle Mingshan and Sister Xiujuan sought me out last night, inquiring about how to pack the mushrooms. Initially, I kept it to myself, but when they brought over some cigarettes and liquor as a gesture of goodwill, I decided to share the packing techniques with them." Chen Jianmin chuckled and said, "From now on, you shall be the mushroom transport expert of Zhujiakan. While it is only fair to provide guidance, ensure you receive due compensation. But do not be overly demanding." Zhou Wen's gratitude extended beyond mere thanks for Chen Jianmin's counsel. He sincerely appreciated being entrusted with the responsibility of instructing the 2 families on how to load their carts. Once the cart was fully loaded, the horse-drawn vehicle set off into the brisk morning breeze, proceeding to the western edge of the village where it merged with 2 other carts, forming a small convoy. During the journey, Chen Jianmin inquired in detail about the mushroom-picking experiences of Zhou Mingshan and Li Xiujuan, who had benefited from Tong Yulan's prior instructions on the most effective picking methods. Thanks to her repeated guidance, both families had managed to avoid significant issues in their harvest. Chen Jianmin let out a sigh of relief. As they approached the commune, only 2 or 3 miles away, the sun had already risen. A jeep came into view. Slowing down at the roadside, a young driver emerged and politely asked, "Excuse me, esteemed brothers and sisters, is this the correct route to Zhujiakan?" Zhou Wen, leading the convoy, responded affirmatively, "Yes, indeed. Who are you visiting?" The young driver smiled and replied, "I'm not visiting anyone, thank you." As the jeep roared past the horse-drawn carts, Chen Jianmin caught sight of a middle-aged man in the passenger seat, his demeanor commanding and his gaze sharp. Goodness, that man must be an official, Chen Jianmin mused. Chapter 73. Morning and evening. You are always in my thoughts. The jeep kicked up a spray of snow as it gradually receded into the distance. Yet, Chen Jianmin remained rooted, gazing intently in the direction of Zhujiakan. The 3 carts had moved ahead, and Zhou Mingshan, who was preparing to catch up, tugged at him. "What are you pondering? We must hurry." Realizing the urgency, Chen Jianmin turned and said, "We truly need to accelerate our pace." Seizing Zhou Mingshan's arm, he began to run, swiftly catching up with the convoy. Zhou Mingshan, in his 50s, was soon panting from the brief sprint, grumbling, "What are you doing? We can catch up at a leisurely pace. There is something quite important that we need to address promptly," Chen Jianmin replied, his anxiety palpable. Zhou Mingshan shot him a sideways glance. "What is it? Isn't our primary focus on selling the mushrooms?" Chen Jianmin quickened his stride, still holding onto Zhou Mingshan. "Uncle Mingshan, selling the mushrooms is manageable. I have connections here." He gestured toward the direction the jeep had taken earlier. "Do you think that jeep was headed to anyone in our village?" As the village chief, Zhou Mingshan was quite familiar with the circumstances of the village. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he pondered, "To the Daling family? No, they have all gone to the county for the new year, and their home is empty." However, the Erfing family had a son-in-law in the city, yet the age of the person in the car did not match. After much deliberation, he could not ascertain to whom this jeep belonged. Chen Jianmin, standing nearby, prompted him, "Don't you think it might be here to pick up Dr. Li? The new year is approaching." Zhou Mingshan immediately halted in his tracks, After a brief frown, he relaxed, slapped his thigh, and exclaimed, "Ah, how could I have forgotten such an important matter? I must return at once." In recent days, he had been using various excuses to deliver supplies to Chen Jianmin's forest protection station. Aside from game meat, he had brought some dried vegetables and eggplants, even slaughtering 2 of his own roosters to send along, all in an effort to ensure Li Yanli's comfort during her stay. Now, with her family likely arriving to fetch her, and possibly her father himself coming, it presented a prime opportunity to speak with the county magistrate. Such a chance could not be missed. Zhou Mingshan turned to head back. Chen Jianmin seized his arm, saying, "Uncle Mingshan, it's a 20-mile trek back. By the time you return, the food will be cold, and they might have already left." Zhou Mingshan, indeed anxious, fretted. "What should I do?" Chen Jianmin replied, "Isn't it simple? Borrow a motorcycle from the commune." Zhou Mingshan, focused solely on the electric matter, seemed to have lost his wits. This frustrated Chen Jianmin, who insisted, "Uncle Mingshan, we are undertaking a significant task. Even if we have to hire someone, we must get you back, right? Are you really reluctant to spend that little money?" Zhou Mingshan nodded repeatedly, realizing his mind had been frozen. Yes, my head is just numb. You all take your time. I will head to the commune first." With that, he felt invigorated, his waist no longer aching, and his legs no longer weary. He kicked off, swiftly making his way to the cart. As the village chief of Zhujiakan, he had a few acquaintances at the commune. By the time Chen Jianmin and the others arrived at the commune street with the cart, Zhou Mingshan was already seated behind a young man on a motorcycle, speeding past them. On this occasion of selling mushrooms, Chen Jianmin did not hasten to find Han Yao. Instead, he directed the 3 carts to halt in front of Lu Xiaomei's home. He removed 2 legs of roe deer, a wild chicken, and a rabbit from alongside the mushroom cart, items he had specifically prepared for his father-in-law days prior. When he returned, he would bring 2 bottles of fine wine as a New Year gift for his father-in-law. He personally delivered the items inside, refraining from inviting Tong Yulan and the others in to warm themselves, as it was not quite appropriate to bring this young bride to her father-in-law's home just yet. However, there was one thing he did not forget to inquire about. After depositing the items in the storeroom, he pulled Lu Xiaomei aside into a small back room and quietly asked, "I say, Comrade Lu Xiaomei, didn't you mention that you would be visiting our village in the next few days? Did you forget, or were you merely pulling my leg?" He had been preoccupied with the promise Lu Xiaomei made to him that night. Lu Xiaomei smiled cunningly, adjusting his collar, and remarked, "Yanli is heading home today. It's unnecessary for me to go now." With a hint of bitterness, Chen Jianmin replied, "So, according to your logic, you would only go to my place to accompany Li Yanli, right?" Lu Xiaomei raised her head, displaying a radiant smile, and embraced Chen Jianmin. Disregarding the chill emanating from him, she pressed her face against his chest and declared, "I am your wife. I belong to you, now and always. I will definitely visit after the new year." Chen Jianmin wore a frown, yet a flicker of happiness danced within him, not merely because Lu Xiaomei promised to visit after the new year, but because he had witnessed that smile of hers. It was only the 2nd time she had smiled so brightly in his presence since they met. With her already stunning beauty, that smile nearly bewitched even the most lecherous of souls like Chen Jianmin. How could he truly remain angry? He tightened his embrace around her delicate form and, considering the cold outside, turned to leave. As he reached the door to the east room, his sister-in-law Lu Xiaohong pushed it open and called out to him, Brother-in-law, I heard that the mushrooms you sell are being sold by that girl Han Yao. I just happen to have a set of lingerie and 2 pairs of socks here. Could you take them to her?" Chen Jianmin was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean, taking your things as a gift? Moreover, why is my sister-in-law so interested in Han Yao? I've never mentioned her before." Lu Xiaohong raised an eyebrow. "Brother-in-law, this place is so small that I know when someone loses a chicken, let alone that you've sold mushrooms twice, both times with Han Yao. As for the items I mentioned, I want you to deliver them to maintain a good relationship with her. Once you establish these connections, your future business will flourish." Her reasoning sounded quite plausible. However, Chen Jianmin discerned her true intentions. His sister-in-law was quite shrewd and likely sought to establish a connection with Han Yao herself. After all, more friends mean more opportunities, a principle Chen Jianmin himself had shared with Lu Xiaohong. This was a positive development and deserved his support. Chen Jianmin declined the bag she offered. "Why don't you come with us instead?" Lu Xiaohong, however, grimaced at her sister and replied, "No, I don't have time today. I need to help my sister wash the quilts and paint the walls. There is so much to do that I wish I had 8 hands." Lu Xiaomei seemed oblivious to her complaint, nudging Chen Jianmin and turning to busy herself in the west room. "Look at her. Your wife treats me like this." Lu Xiaohong pointed at the west room to complain. Chen Jianmin, feeling helpless, accepted the bag from her hands and quickly made his exit. He had not anticipated that delivering a package to his sister-in-law would nearly result in a dramatic episode. In Chapter 74, filled with excitement and transformation, Han Yao's secret thoughts come to light. This time, the mushrooms delivered by Chen Jianmin and his companions exceeded his initial expectation of 600 pounds, culminating in a total sale of 781 pounds among the three families. Notably, the shipment from Chen Jianmin and Tong Yulan accounted for 395 pounds, while Zhou Mingshan's family contributed 213 pounds, and Li Xiuzhuan's household, due to a relatively smaller mushroom house, managed only 173 pounds. Although the quantity had increased, the approach of the new year led to a frenzied demand for the mushrooms, and all three shipments were sold out in less than an hour. After tallying the mushroom sales, Li Xiuzhuan squatted on the ground with her face in her hands, sobbing softly. Chen Jianmin was taken aback, exclaiming, "What is going on here?" He added, Luan, please get up. Your family sales were the least because your mushroom house can only produce so much." Li Xiuzhuan, embarrassed, looked up and, through her tears mingled with laughter, replied, "Brother Jianmin, that is not my intention. I truly did not expect to earn so much money, and all of it is pure profit." Despite her family's mushrooms selling the least, this income was a significant achievement for her during winter when others indulged in card games and idled about. The amount was nearly equivalent to her family's annual income, and the sense of accomplishment she felt was beyond monetary value. Chen Jianmin sighed with relief, feeling genuinely happy for Li Xiuzhuan. He reflected on how easy it seemed to earn that money, provided one followed his technical guidance to achieve success. Yet, it was also no simple feat. It required diligent monitoring of the mushroom house's temperature and humidity around the clock, with the furnace needing to be stoked approximately every hour. The hardships involved were often beyond the comprehension of the average person. In Li Xiuzhuan's case, she was the sole individual laboring, as her husband was frequently absent, purportedly engaged in business elsewhere, yet he barely returned home twice a year, let alone contributed financially. In a certain sense, Li Xiuzhuan's ability to connect with Zhou Mingshan was intertwined with her family's circumstances. Overjoyed, she took the more than 400 yuan she earned and, accompanied by Tong Yulan, headed straight for the supply and marketing cooperative. Before leaving, Tong Yulan took out 200 yuan from her military satchel and handed the bag to Chen Jianmin, cheerfully joining the outing. As Li Xiuzhuan walked, she held her head high, feeling distinctly different from the other women in the village who were preoccupied with appearances. When it came time to purchase clothing, she generously bought herself 2 new outfits and a set for her child to wear during the new year. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately refrained from further spending, mindful of her budget. Tong Yulan remained quiet and amiable, but she was noticeably more assertive than during her first visit to the cooperative. With confidence, she pointed to a pair of brown men's shoes and inquired, "Comrade, how much do these shoes cost?" As the year-end approached, the supply and marketing cooperative was bustling with customers, yet the sales staff remained unhurried, even taking moments to engage in casual conversation with colleagues before attending to patrons. At that moment, the young sales clerk at the shoe and hat counter was boasting to her colleague about the flared pants she had purchased a couple of days ago. Her colleague complimented her, stating how particularly fashionable she looked in those trousers. However, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by Tong Yulan, who was evidently displeased. She curtly remarked, "Are you blind? Can't you read the price tag yourself?" Following this, she cast a disdainful glance at Tong Yulan's worn attire, which was patched and old, as she had opted not to wear the new clothes Chen Jianmin had bought for her, having risen early to gather mushrooms. Consequently, the sales clerk regarded her with disdain. Tong Yulan, possessing a temperament that shunned conflict, maintained her smile and requested, "Could you turn the tag over? I would like to have a look." The price tag was indeed affixed to the shoe's surface, rendering it invisible. Growing impatient, the clerk remarked, "You probably can't afford these anyway." Nevertheless, she flipped the tag, revealing a price of 32 yuan per pair. Seemingly dissatisfied with the color of the shoes, Tong Yulan lingered a bit longer, prompting the clerk to further assert that she could not afford them. She then directed her attention to another customer, lifting her chin and suggesting, "Why not buy those plush fabric shoes over there? They're only 4 yuan. With some effort, you could manage to buy those." Noticing the unfolding situation, Li Xiuzhuan, who was selecting clothes nearby, quickly approached and retorted sharply, "What do you mean by that? Does buying a pair of shoes require such sacrifices? How much do you earn in a month? Who do you think you are?" Tong Yulan hastily intervened, turning to the sales clerk and declaring, "I'll take those leather shoes in size 42. Under the sales clerk's skeptical gaze, she proceeded to pay without hesitation, collecting the shoes with an air of calmness that left Li Xiuzhuan astonished. Once they had moved to a less crowded area, Li Xiuzhuan asked, "Yulan, aren't you angry?" Tong Yulan replied, What is there to be angry about? In this world, there are all kinds of people. I find peace of mind far more valuable. Her words were not mere rhetoric. Ever since she began cultivating mushrooms alongside Chen Jianmin, especially after their relationship deepened, she felt her life becoming increasingly bright and her confidence growing. Not to mention, the considerable profits from the mushrooms sold by Zhou Mingshan and Li Xiujuan were closely tied to her guidance. Such inner fulfillment was beyond the grasp of someone like the sales clerk. While Tong Yulan and Li Xiujuan contemplated further purchases, Chen Jianmin had not been idle. He made his way directly to Han Yao's home. Remarkably, once he found his path, there was no stopping him. The longtime gambler, Han Laosan, had remarkably turned over a new leaf. The job his daughter had found for him was not particularly strenuous, nor did it pay much, but it was steady work that he could commit to, thus igniting his enthusiasm. Even though it was already the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, he was still busy at the granary. Han Yao's brother had been taken by their mother to spend the new year at their grandmother's house. Having just parted ways with Chen Jianmin, Han Yao was tidying up when she noticed him entering with a bag. Raising an eyebrow, she inquired, "Jianmin, did you forget to give me some money? Are you here to make it up to me?" Chen Jianmin playfully flicked her forehead with a finger, saying, "Money, money. That's all you think about. Can't you consider something else for a change?" With a playful smile, Han Yao led him into a small bedroom to the east, explaining, "The west room is a mess. I can't even step inside." Naturally, Chen Jianmin, being a courteous guest, followed her in, only to discover that the diminutive space was adorned in soft shades of pink, a stark contrast to her typically brisk demeanor. Aware of the potential awkwardness of being alone with a young girl, he lifted the bag he was carrying and said, "Someone asked me to deliver a gift to you." "Someone sent me a gift? Who could possibly be so thoughtless?" Han Yao replied, taking the bag from Chen Jianmin's hands. As she opened it, she pulled out a piece of lingerie, shaking it in her hands before her cheeks flushed crimson, hastily returning it to the bag. With averted eyes, she asked, "Jianmin Go, is this really from you?" Chen Jianmin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, thinking that perhaps the girl had misunderstood. However, before he could respond, Han Yao suddenly leaped forward, wrapping her arms around his neck. Chapter 75. The Perils of Brother-Sister Relationships. Han Yao's room was rather compact. As they conversed, Chen Jianmin intended to sit on the bed, but upon glancing at the delicate pink sheets, he reconsidered and opted to stand, positioning himself just over a foot away from the bed. When Han Yao lunged at him, he lost his balance, stumbling back 2 steps until his legs became ensnared by the raised bed, causing him to fall backward onto the soft mattress. Of course, the softest presence was Han Yao, who had landed on top of him. In his instinctive reaction to the unexpected fall, Chen Jianmin inadvertently wrapped his arms around her waist. This was merely a natural response. He silently justified his actions to himself. Yet, he did not immediately release her, as his hands seemed to have a will of their own. The delicate, fair face, so close to him, gradually turned a deeper shade of red, reaching her ears, appearing as if it might drip with color, tempting enough to bite. As Han Yao, unable to contain herself, slowly leaned in with her eyes closed, her rosy lips approaching, Chen Jianmin's conscience finally stirred. Realizing the impropriety of the moment, he gently pushed her aside and, feeling somewhat flustered, stood up, exclaiming, "How old are you? You're acting like a child." Han Yao paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Jianmin Ge, you seem to be blushing. Speak properly, and don't mimic those dramatic shows," he retorted, pretending to be annoyed. Still, he turned away, adjusting the unbuttoned cotton outfit he wore. Touching his face, he found it was not particularly warm. After all, with his thick skin, any blush would take time to manifest. Turning back to her with a slightly serious demeanor, he clarified, "By the way, this outfit is indeed not for me. If I were to buy you something, it would be more appropriate. It's actually a gift from my sister-in-law." Sitting on the bed, Han Yao blinked in surprise. "Your sister-in-law? Oh, I see." She seemed to have an epiphany, touching her face, and continued, "Her name is Lu Xiaohong, right? I've heard she is doing quite well in business and making a good profit." "Jianmin Ge." Han Yao elongated her tone, crawled to the edge of the Kong, grasped one of Chen Jianmin's arms, and playfully shook it, saying, "Jianmin Ge, you are really biased. Such a lucrative business is left for your sister-in-law, while you forget about your sister." Chen Jianmin furrowed his brows in surprise and asked, "What are you talking about? When did I ever acknowledge you as my sister?" At that moment, Han Yao jumped off the Kong, tugged Chen Jianmin to the window, and pointed at the sun outside, saying, "Let the sun be our witness. Under its rays, let us swear brotherhood. What do you think?" Chen Jianmin supported his forehead and replied, "I don't think it's a good idea. By the way, you should ponder why Lu Xiaohong sent you clothes. Do you know her?" Han Yao furrowed her delicate brows in contemplation and responded, "Right. Why did she send me a gift? Jianmin Gu. Oh wait, I should call Yuga now, since we've sworn brotherhood under the sun. So, can you analyze the reason for me? Chen Jianmin, feeling a sense of helplessness, closed his eyes and said, my sister-in-law is no less clever than you. There's an 80 to 90% chance she wants to form a partnership with you. Han Yao still seemed somewhat perplexed and asked, Gu, what does forming a partnership mean? Sighing, Chen Jianmin waved his hand and replied, never mind what forming a partnership means. My sister-in-law probably wants to join forces with you in business. However, you are still in school and should prioritize your studies. You need to think carefully about the business matter. Although he harbored a desire to cultivate Han Yao into a professional mushroom salesperson, he was exceedingly cautious regarding her education. After all, if things went awry, it could adversely affect the young lady's future, which could lead to blame directed at him. Chen Jianmin might have been a bit selfish, but he was not about to ruin her life. When the subject of schooling came up, Han Yao pouted, Gu, you don't understand. In our Hongshan Middle School, the level is such that some classes don't even guarantee a single university admission each year. In total, only 3 or 5 students manage to get in. Chen Jianmin was taken aback. In truth, Han Yao was not exaggerating at all. The college admission rates in rural schools these days were indeed pitifully low, almost uniformly dismal. Then what rank do you hold in your class? Chen Jianmin asked, posing the critical question. Han Yao shyly lowered her head and replied, I'm probably around the 20th position. Chen Jianmin could only offer her consolation. With some effort, you might just make it. Han Yao shook her head vigorously. The likelihood of that is quite slim. After saying this, she became animated again, asserting, it's better to engage in business, no matter what. It's a tangible way to earn money. Chen Jianmin found her attitude somewhat perplexing. When I first met you, you were so desperate to go to school. What happened? Back then, Han Yao had knelt before her father, Han Laosan, pleading to be allowed to pursue her education. How could she have changed her mind in such a short time? Han Yao sighed like an adult. It's because I don't want to get married too early. If I go to school, I want to have to marry. Oh, there is indeed some truth to that statement. Chen Jianmin, noticing that time was slipping away, spoke with Han Yao regarding the delivery schedule and approximate quantity of mushrooms after the new year. He finally advised her, it is likely that there won't be many buyers after the holiday, so consider lowering the prices. The key is to sell them. Do not always think that more sales will equate to more profit. I will increase your commission based on the sales volume. Really? Han Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. And in her joy, she lunged towards Chen Jianmin. Hold on. Chen Jianmin quickly sidestepped, saying, since you call me brother, we must maintain some distance, otherwise, it could lead to complications. All right, brother, rest assured, I understand. As Chen Jianmin exited Han Yao's home, he began to mentally plan a matter while walking towards the moon puddle. Upon reaching the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, he chanced upon Zhou Wan and the owners of 2 other carts discussing matters with Tong Yulan regarding a restaurant. This was a foundation Chen Jianmin had established from the outset. Each delivery necessitated a subsequent visit to the restaurant, and this occasion was no exception. They dined once more at the small restaurant located on the southern side of the moon puddle. During the drinking session, Chen Jianmin sought out the restaurant's proprietor to inquire about certain matters, returning satisfied. As the sun began to set, the 3 carts gradually made their way homeward. Arriving just as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the sky was ablaze with crimson hues, casting Zhoujia village in an ethereal glow. Chen Jianmin, admiring the picturesque scene, initially intended to compose a poem. Oh, no, rather to recite a verse, but was abruptly interrupted by an unwelcome intrusion. Zhou Mingshan, drenched in sweat, rushed over to assist Tong Yulan in bringing her purchases indoors. Only then did Chen Jianmin approach the panting Zhou Mingshan from a distance, saying, Uncle Mingshan, you are no longer a child. Could you not be more composed? Zhou Mingshan, breathless, squatted down upon reaching him, gasping for air before finally articulating, Jianmin, my nephew. You must endure another trial. Another trial? Chen Jianmin squatted beside him. Uncle Mingshan, what is it? A sense of foreboding began to creep in. Well, here's the situation. Zhou Mingshan stammered, catching his breath as he recounted the events. It turned out that earlier that morning, while riding on the back of a motorcycle returning to the village, he had seen a jeep arriving from the county to pick up Li Yanli, who was preparing to depart. After learning that Li Jigang, her father, was the one coming for her, he persuasively engaged him in conversation, ultimately expressing his desire to expedite the electrification of the village. Li Jigang, however, displayed no significant reaction, merely offering a few cheerful reassurances. Those in leadership positions often exhibit such warmth. The closer they are to the common people, the more amiable their demeanor becomes. Zhou Mingshan was acutely aware of this, Realizing that they did not take his concerns seriously, he could only watch with a forced smile as the jeep departed the village, heading east towards another settlement, lamenting to himself that he had failed to communicate effectively, and thus, the prospect of electrification seemed bleak. Initially, it was believed that this matter had been resolved. However, just moments ago, prior to Chen Jianmin and his group entering the village, that very jeep circled back. Upon disembarking, Li Yanli sought out Zhou Mingshan and conveyed a message. Chen Jianmin must arrive at the commune's guest house tonight, as they awaited his presence. Subsequently, the jeep veered north onto another road, which resulted in Chen Jianmin and his party not encountering the vehicle upon their return. Zhou Mingshan, intent on personally locating Chen Jianmin at the commune, had not even reached the village entrance when he learned they had returned, prompting him to turn around and rush over. After listening to the entire account, Chen Jianmin was visibly displeased. Uncle Mingshan, even if it's a donkey, shouldn't he at least be given some fodder and water? I've already been quite preoccupied with the electricity issue for our village, and now you want me to make a trip to the commune at this late hour? I'm hardly better off than that donkey. His reluctance was understandable. The 20-mile mountain road, especially in the dark, was no trivial matter. Zhou Mingshan clasped his fists in earnest supplication. Nephew Jianmin, I implore you this once. Please make the trip. I suspect that County Headley wishes to discuss mushroom cultivation with you. If you can clarify matters with him, the electricity issue for our village may finally be resolved. No, I'll go tomorrow, Chen Jianmin insisted. Zhou Mingshan slapped his thigh in exasperation. Oh, my dear ancestor, can County Headley wait for you? The new year is fast approaching. He cannot linger at the commune for another day? Hurry along, and once you make this journey, everything will be easier to negotiate. This final statement carried weight, a sentiment that Chen Jianmin was eager to hear. He sighed deeply and glanced back at Tong Yulan, who was peering out from the doorway, his expression forlorn. Sister Yulan, where is Sister Li? Tong Yulan gestured towards the mushroom house. She should be there. You two will have to bear with me a bit. Please stoke the fire tonight, as I doubt I'll return. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nephew Jianmin, I shall go and start the hand tractor. Chen Jianmin quickly waved his hands. Uncle Mingshan, please spare me. In this heavy snow, the road is treacherous. Driving the hand tractor at night would be more perilous than walking. He glanced back at his bicycle. Fine, I shall ride my bicycle. He suddenly remembered, oh, I need to buy cigarettes. While saying this, he patted his pocket. Zhou Mingshan promptly produced a pack of ginseng cigarettes from his own belongings and handed them to him, having prepared them for his meeting with County Headley. Thus, without even a sip of water, Chen Jianmin, filled with resentment, pedaled his bicycle towards the commune. By the time he arrived, visibility was nearly non-existent. Fortunately, the commune guest house was relatively easy to locate, situated next to the health clinic. After exchanging a few words with the attendant at the guest house, he was soon led to a room. Inside sat a middle-aged man in his 40s, the same individual Chen Jianmin had seen in the passenger seat of the jeep that morning. The man scrutinized Chen Jianmin with keen eyes before breaking into a warm smile. Rising to extend his hand, I am Li Jigang. You must be Comrade Chen Jianmin, correct? My child has been residing at your forest protection point, which has undoubtedly caused you some inconvenience. Here, I must express my gratitude to you. Chen Jianmin quickly grasped Li Jigang's hands and slightly bowed, saying, County Headley, your words leave me feeling quite embarrassed. Not to mention that Dr. Li is my partner's closest friend. I regard her as family. The mere thought of her determination to travel 20 miles through wind and snow to provide medical care for villagers with limited mobility makes me want to venerate her as a deity in my heart. What inconvenience could there possibly be? Li Jigang laughed heartily, pointing to the bed opposite him. Xiao Chun, please take a seat. Look at you, drenched in sweat. Did you come from Zujiakin or from your father-in-law's place? Chen Jianmin felt a pang of anxiety, realizing that County Headley seemed to have some insights about him. Thus, he understood that he must be cautious with his words, particularly regarding the relationship between Li Yanli and Lu Xiaomei. In the room, aside from Li Jigang, there was a young man who appeared to be a driver. Li Yanli was nowhere to be seen, but considering the proximity to the health clinic, he surmised she had returned there to organize her belongings. Chen Jianmin swiftly organized his thoughts and respectfully replied, Today, I led some villagers to sell mushrooms. After selling the mushrooms, we bought a few items and had a meal at a restaurant. We returned home a bit late, and upon learning from our village chief that you wished to see me, I immediately came back here. Li Jigang waved his hand, saying, You have truly worked hard. I have heard that you are still an employee of the forest farm, and you seem quite invested in the matters of Zujiakin. Leaders often speak with subtlety, their words laden with meaning. Chen Jianmin promptly responded, County Headley, My concern for Zhu Jiakin stems largely from personal interest. He suspected that Li Yanli had shown Li Jigang the article he wrote regarding the development plan for the mushroom cultivation industry, so he continued along that line of thought. Being well-versed in the subject, he spoke with authority, presenting detailed data and drawing from his extensive experience in market sales. Before long, Li Jigang was nodding in agreement. In conclusion, Chen Jianmin stated, Zhu Jiakin is exceptionally suited for the development of the mushroom cultivation industry. However, we are currently constrained by foundational conditions. The roads are poorly maintained, and there is no electricity, which severely limits our scale and speed of development. Li Jigang nodded emphatically. I personally experienced that road today. I knew it even before you mentioned it. Regarding the electricity issue, as for your article, once the county resumes work after the new year, I will communicate with the leaders of the Power Bureau to see if we can expedite bringing electricity to Zhu Jiakin. When you return, please discuss this with Village Chief Zhou, ensuring he is prepared to mobilize assistance when needed. Not to mention, digging holes for utility poles in this winter is quite a challenge. But I believe you will find a way to overcome this difficulty. The two conversed for nearly an hour before Li Jigang finally allowed Chen Jianmin to leave. Chen Jianmin exited his room and nearly collided with Li Yanli, who was pacing in the corridor. She shot him an exaggerated eye roll and handed him an item from behind. What she presented was a fur hat, as it was thrust into his hands. Chen Jianmin brushed his fingers over it and immediately discerned that this hat was not something an ordinary person could afford, for its smooth fur was so flawless that even a fly might struggle to find purchase upon it. It appeared to be crafted from otter fur. In Hongshan, not only was it rare to find such a hat for sale, but he had scarcely seen anyone wearing one. Thus, the gift seemed rather precious. Should he accept it or not? Chen Jianmin held the hat in both hands and remarked, Dr. Li, this is far too valuable. Why not to receive rewards without merit? I cannot accept it. Yet, despite his words, he made no move to return the hat. Having spent considerable time with Chen Jianmin, Li Yanli had grown familiar with his contradictory nature. With a disdainful curl of her lip, she turned and walked back into her room, casually tossing over her shoulder, There are still my things in the east room. Do not touch them. Chen Jianmin nodded repeatedly. All right, I promise I won't touch anything. Li Yanli entered her room, teeth clenched. Upon leaving the guest house, Chen Jianmin placed the fur hat atop his head. It was indeed warm. He could surmise that this hat likely belonged to Li Jigang and might have been a gift from him, perhaps as a token of gratitude for Chen Jianmin's care of Li Yanli. The question lingered. However, had he truly cared for her? Even with his thick skin, he felt a flicker of guilt. The hour was late, and cycling at this time was becoming perilous. Chen Jianmin resolved to spend the night at Lu Xiaomei's residence. To reach her home, he would need to traverse the main street east of the Moon Pond, conveniently passing by Han Yao's house, which lay to the north of that very street. While contemplating Li Jigang's earlier words, Chen Jianmin was startled by a voice calling out to him as he pushed his bicycle across the street. Brother, didn't you go home? What are you still doing here? The voice belonged to Han Yao, who was bundled up against the cold, clutching a large aluminum lunchbox in a net bag. Chen Jianmin halted, nodding towards the lunchbox. What are you up to? Han Yao glanced around before leaning closer and whispering, My dad is working overtime at the granary tonight. I just brought him dinner. By the way, Brother Jianmin, aren't you going home? I'm not going back. It's too late, and the roads are perilous. You should hurry home. I need to stay at my girlfriend's house. Chen Jianmin replied as he prepared to leave, pushing his bicycle forward. However, Han Yao seized the rear of the bike, saying, Brother, I suspect you might find no place to stay there. When I went to look for Sister Xiaomei this afternoon, her west room was being stripped of its bedding. She mentioned it was difficult to keep the stove going. How could it be such a coincidence? Chen Jianmin stood rooted, unwilling to surrender to despair, and asked, Surely, they haven't stripped it all? Not entirely. Han Yao reassured him. Sister Xiaomei said they left half of it. But even that would be rather uncomfortable for anyone staying there. Han Yao's assertion was not unfounded. In winter, the dampness permeates the entire room, making it quite unbearable for anyone residing there. Chen Jianmin had no desire to endure such discomfort and promptly reconsidered his decision. Then I shall stay at the guest house for a night. All right, you should hurry home. Han Yao stamped her foot, clearly dissatisfied with his slow reaction. Brother, why stay at a guest house? I have 2 vacant rooms at home. Is it that you find it uncomfortable to stay at someone else's place? Or do you believe my home is too humble to accommodate your esteemed presence? Upon reflection, Chen Jianmin realized that Han Yao had a point. Her home indeed had empty rooms, and as a young woman living alone, it was somewhat inconvenient for her. Noticing his hesitation, Han Yao decisively snatched the handlebars and began to push her bicycle towards her house. She had been troubled by the thought of spending the night alone in such a large house, fearing the solitude, and was contemplating whether to invite a classmate for company. Now, with her brother Jianmin accompanying her, there was little to fear. The young girl harbored other intentions in her heart. Chen Jianmin, left with no choice, followed her home. Upon arrival, his stomach growled in protest. It had been quite some time since he had eaten at the restaurant earlier that afternoon, and the continuous journey had long since digested his meal. Hearing the sound, Han Yao hurriedly ushered him into the West Room. "Brother, please sit. I will prepare some noodle soup for you at once." Indeed, it was true what they say. Children from impoverished families mature quickly. Han Yao not only managed affairs outside and interacted with people with ease, but she also handled household tasks with remarkable competence. In no time, a large bowl of noodle soup was ready and placed before Chen Jianmin, accompanied by a small jar of chai flower sauce. With a grin, she boasted, "Brother, a diligent young lady like me is hard to come by. You are fortunate to have me as your sister." Chen Jianmin, too famished to engage in conversation, mixed the chai flower sauce into the noodles and relished every bite. The bowl of noodles disappeared rapidly. Had he not been concerned about indigestion, he would have requested Han Yao to prepare another serving. Wiping his mouth, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your hospitality and for making such a delicious dinner." Between us, expressing thanks feels rather formal. Han Yao chuckled as she cleared the dishes. Watching her retreat from the room, Chen Jianmin mused that this spirited young woman must have something on her mind that she wished to discuss with him. He could discern her intent from the occasional puzzled expression when she furrowed her brow in thought. As anticipated, Han Yao rushed back without even tidying the kitchen, exclaiming, "Brother, I spoke with Sister Xiaohong for quite a while this afternoon, and I have an idea." Having accepted her generous hospitality in the form of the noodle soup and her assistance with lodging, Chen Jianmin felt compelled to hear her out, despite his fatigue. However, as the young girl blinked at him expectantly, she suddenly fell silent. Taking the initiative, he encouraged, "It is commendable for young people to have ideas. I wholeheartedly support you." He presumed that Han Yao and Lu Xiaohong merely sought to collaborate on a business venture and were hoping to gather information or perhaps even solicit his guidance under the guise of sharing their thoughts. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his words, Han Yao's face lit up with a radiant smile, revealing her gleaming white teeth. "That's wonderful. I knew you would support us, brother. Let us proceed with this plan. After the new year, we shall commence our endeavors." Chen Jianmin was somewhat bewildered. "Wait, what do you mean by let's proceed? You haven't clarified anything." "Oh, brother, since you've already agreed, let me tell you. We plan to open a clothing store, specializing in Western-style garments. By the way, what is that expression on your face?" Chen Jianmin's mouth fell open in astonishment, as if he had been taken aback. Indeed, he was quite startled. The audacity of Han Yao and Lu Xiaohong was remarkable. To embark on such a venture at the outset entailed considerable risk. In truth, this night brought him more than just this unsettling revelation. Chapter 78. The unpredictability of life. After pondering for a considerable time, Chen Jianmin finally spoke. "You two are planning to rent a place, correct? What is the monthly rent? How will you manage utilities? Have you considered what you will do if the merchandise does not sell?" It was not that he opposed their aspirations. Rather, he simply lacked the time to assist them. Moreover, at their age, they were still learning the intricacies of business. Could he truly place his trust in their judgment? It would be wiser to take cautious steps, endure some hardships, and familiarize themselves with the process before contemplating grander ambitions. Han Yao, still cheerful, prepared a cup of tea for him and then hurried to the bed to tuck him in. "Brother, if we rent a place away from the moon bubble, the rent won't be exorbitant. Furthermore, if we succeed, we will establish the very first clothing store in Hongshan, which holds significant meaning." Weary and fatigued, Chen Jianmin found himself grappling with this somewhat perplexing dilemma. He decided to concede, saying, "Well, sister, I'm out of energy today and in need of some rest. Let me ponder this matter thoroughly, and we shall discuss it in detail later, if that suits you." Sighing deeply, Han Yao replied, "All right, brother, you should get some sleep." With that, she promptly left, demonstrating a refreshing decisiveness. Chen Jianmin exhaled a long breath, quickly washed his feet, shed his clothing, and lay down. However, Han Yao soon returned, brimming with enthusiasm, clutching a small diary. Upon seeing him reclined, she opened the diary and declared, "I have just 2 sentences to share, and then I will leave." All right, Chen Jianmin conceded, having no means to counter her eagerness. "Brother, here's the thing. I collaborated with Sister Xiaohong to study the popular gathering spots near the moon bubble." Han Yao settled beside him, tucking her feet under his blanket, passionately flipping through her diary as she spoke with increasing fervor. Yet, as she reached the end of her thoughts, parched and exhausted from her discourse, she noted with disappointment that her brother offered no response whatsoever. To say there was absolutely no response would not be entirely accurate. At least Chen Jianmin's snoring resonated quite loudly. With a sense of resignation, Han Yao closed her diary, rose from her seat, and grasped the extinguished string. Hesitating before pulling it down, she stared blankly at Chen Jianmin, and after a moment of contemplation, her face flushed. She turned and hurried towards the east room. Before long, she stealthily entered the room, cradling her luggage as if she were a thief. With delicate movements, she spread her bedding a mere 2 feet away from Chen Jianmin, extinguished the light, and busied herself with hushed activities before lying down contentedly. This was Han Yao's boldest venture yet, according to her plan. She intended to sleep until 4 or 5 in the morning and then discreetly return to the east room, undetected and flawlessly executed. Logically, barring any unexpected occurrences, her aspirations seemed achievable. However, the world's events often unfold in unforeseen ways. Despite her meticulous preparations, Han Yao found herself unable to sleep, her mind incessantly replaying the moment when Chen Jianmin had pulled her off the ground in this very room. His words echoed in her thoughts. "Get up. The ground is cold. You mustn't seek out your sister. Just call me brother once, and if I don't handle this, am I still a man?" At that time, her family had nearly reached a breaking point, yet this seemingly unrefined individual had humorously assisted her in resolving her dilemma. Not to mention, assisting him in selling mushrooms on 3 occasions had earned her quite a sum. Such a person was indeed reliable. Yet, he was already in a relationship with someone, a teacher, remarkably beautiful, and thus, she felt her chances were slim. The more she pondered, the more elusive sleep became, and the more sleepless she was. The stronger her desire to be near Chen Jianmin grew. Ultimately, she could no longer restrain herself and cautiously inched closer to him, gently lifting the covers. She carefully nestled beside him. It was undeniably more comfortable by his side, yet why was she so anxious? Her limbs seemed unsure of where to rest. Chen Jianmin had a splendid night's sleep, with dreams equally delightful. In his slumber, he found himself at a hot spring with Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli, just on the verge of experiencing something truly wonderful when he abruptly awoke, leaving him in a daze as he tried to recall the dream's scenes. Even the quiet sounds of someone leaving the room, opening and closing the door, did not capture his full attention. It was only when he was fully awake that he realized the noises he had heard were not figments of his imagination, but rather reality. So, who had entered the room? Could it be Han Laosan returning home early? The sun had yet to rise, but due to having gone to bed early the previous night, Chen Jianmin found himself unable to fall back asleep. He quietly rose and dressed. Considering it was already the 28th day of the 12th lunar month and there remained much work to be done at home, he resolved to head back to Zhujiakan immediately. After dressing efficiently, he gently knocked on the east room door. After a considerable wait, Han Yao's voice came through. "Brother, just a moment." Shortly thereafter, Han Yao emerged, rubbing her eyes, staring at him for a long moment before unexpectedly wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. Laughing as she returned to the east room, Chen Jianmin touched his face and sighed. Riding his bicycle out of the commune village, he began to ponder the circumstances upon waking. Ultimately, he came to a realization. Before he awoke, someone had entered his room, and it was even possible that they had lain beside him, as there lingered a faint fragrance on his sweater, one he had detected on Han Yao the previous day. What, then, could this young lady Han Yao possibly mean? Surely it could not be as he imagined. Chen Jianmin pedaled with increasing vigor, nearly propelling the bicycle into flight. Upon arriving at the entrance of Zhoujia village, the sun had just risen, casting a fiery red dawn that filled Chen Jianmin with a sense of life's beauty. As he stepped into the forest protection station, Zhou Mingshan entered shortly after, braving the biting cold. Without even taking a seat, he hurriedly inquired, "Jianmin, what did County Headley say? Any good news?" While removing his coat, Chen Jianmin stretched his back and replied, "Uncle Mingshan, you must allow me a moment to catch my breath. Even a donkey needs a rest." Zhou Mingshan, noticing the impending conversation about donkeys, quickly interrupted, all right, no rush. Warm yourself by the fire, it must be freezing." After a lengthy wait, Chen Jianmin finally began recounting his perilous journey through the dark to meet the leaders at the commune. "Uncle Mingshan, you might not realize how dangerous it is to ride a bicycle at night. I fell 18 times, and once I slid straight down a slope. The path was treacherous. County Headley, however, was remarkably approachable. He spoke with me for a solid 5 or 6 minutes, without repeating a single word. Yet he never touched upon the main point." Zhou Mingshan, growing increasingly anxious, scratched his head and urged, "Jianmin, get to the point. What does County Headley mean?" However, Chen Jianmin appeared oblivious to his urgency, shifting the conversation to a distant topic. Where was I? No need to remind me, Uncle Mingshan. I was discussing my desire to partner with someone for a small business. At this point, everything is in place. I just need to find a storefront, which is proving difficult. Zhou Mingshan, a seasoned veteran, began to sense that something was amiss in Chen Jianmin's words. It seemed he was seeking a favor, and a rather substantial one at that. Could he afford such a request? Just as he contemplated this, Zhou Lihong, arriving for the day's shift, suddenly pushed the door open, smiled at Chen Jianmin, and uttered a remark that cornered Zhou Mingshan into a dead end. In the west room of the Forest Protection Station, Chen Jianmin hammered away, engaged in various tasks, while deliberately avoiding discussing his meeting with County Headley in detail. This left Zhou Mingshan increasingly frustrated, his blood pressure rising. Yet he found himself powerless against Chen Jianmin. As of now, aside from himself, only Chen Jianmin seemed privy to County Head Li's stance regarding the electricity issue in Zhoujia village, and he could glean some understanding from Jianmin's words. After a lengthy discourse, when Chen Jianmin mentioned his intention to conduct business and seek a location near the commune's moon pond, Zhou Mingshan finally comprehended the true nature of this scoundrel's intentions. This was clearly a request for a favor, with a specific goal in mind. As Zhou Lihong hesitated over whether to acquiesce to Chen Jianmin's request, she abruptly pushed open the door, flashed a smile at him, and addressed Zhou Mingshan, saying, "Old Zhou, how are you fulfilling your role as an elder? Jianmin is in a predicament, and you haven't even considered lending a hand?" The two had previously been colleagues, allowing Zhou Lihong to speak to Zhou Mingshan with unreserved candor. After laying the groundwork with her initial remarks, she swiftly moved to the crux of the matter. A couple of years ago, didn't someone offer you a two-room house south of the Moon Bay as a barter? Since it's just sitting idle, why not rent it to Brother Jianmin? Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingshan began to cough heavily, his displeasure palpable as he shot Zhou Lihong an irritated glance. He thought to himself that if renting were truly an option, why hadn't Jianmin simply stated his desire earlier? What he feared most was that Chen Jianmin might have grander ambitions, wishing to purchase the property outright at a bargain price. Indeed, his apprehensions were confirmed. Chen Jianmin perked up at Zhou Lihong's suggestion and, grasping Zhou Mingshan's hand, exclaimed, "Ah, Uncle Mingshan, you've kept this hidden well. To think there's a commercial property in such a prime location. This is wonderful. I'm in dire need of a place like that. Instead of renting, let us avoid future complications. My point is, once I establish my business and start making substantial profits, you might want to raise the rent, and that could jeopardize our relationship. It would be better to make a one-time deal. Just sell it to me outright. Name your price, and I won't haggle. What do you say? Surely. I'm demonstrating sincerity." Zhou Mingshan squatted down, cradling his head in his hands. Chen Jianmin's insistence on not haggling unsettled him. He would have preferred a specific price. Would it be 3,000 or 5,000? If the sum were too high, he feared Chen Jianmin's dissatisfaction. Yet if it were too low, it would be an embarrassment. Why was Zhou Mingshan so intent on ensuring Chen Jianmin's approval? It was not merely about hearing the truth from him. As a seasoned veteran, Zhou Mingshan had discerned from the incident involving Li Yanli and her connection to Lu that Chen Jianmin was quite close to her, perhaps even more than he let on. Thus, if he could align himself with such a significant figure, perhaps there was still a chance for Zhou Mingshan to ascend in his career at this stage of life. After much contemplation, and under the keen gaze of Chen Jianmin's shrewd eyes, Zhou Mingshan gritted his teeth, extending 2 fingers. 2,000. Nephew, is that price unreasonable? Chen Jianmin erupted in laughter. Oh, Uncle Mingshan, you look so aggrieved, as if selling that house for 2,000 would be a loss. How could I possibly buy it at that price? Zhou Mingshan nearly gasped, feeling overwhelmed, mentally cursing the ancestral lineage of the Chen family. This was truly outrageous. Not only was he being offered a low price for his property, but he was also expected to wear a smile while doing so. Zhou Lihong, perceptive as ever, discerned his imminent outburst and discreetly signaled to Chen Jianmin. Recognizing the opportunity to retreat gracefully, Chen Jianmin promptly assisted Zhou Mingshan to his feet, saying, "Uncle Mingshan, I tend to speak without a filter, rambling on carelessly. Please do not take my ungracious words to heart. Let us return to the matter at hand. The discussion about the house earlier diverted us and delayed significant matters." He then recounted the details of his conversation with Li Jigang regarding the electrification of Zhujiakan, concluding earnestly, "Uncle Mingshan, Director Li specifically mentioned you, praising your reliability and intellect, declaring you to be an excellent leader for the village." At that moment, Zhou Mingshan's eyes sparkled, and the expression of a man burdened by loss vanished from his face. "Now, allow me to convey a message. Please prepare the necessary manpower." Chen Jianmin relayed Li Jigang's exact words. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Zhou Mingshan exclaimed, thumping his right fist against his left palm 3 times, pacing around the stove in excitement. Unable to contain himself, he added, "Well then, Jianmin, your contribution is immense this time. I shall not forget this favor. After the new year, I will take you to the commune regarding the house. You can use it first, and we will discuss finances later." This revelation caught Chen Jianmin by surprise, prompting him to glance at Zhou Lihong. A mysterious smile graced her delicate features as she gently shook her head. Having served as the Women's Federation director in Zhujiakan for several years, she understood Zhou Mingshan well. She could surmise the reason for his drastic change in attitude regarding the sale of the house. It was indeed due to Director Li's request for Chen Jianmin to deliver a private message. While others might not grasp the significance of this communication, both Zhou Mingshan and Zhou Lihong recognized its profound implications. It suggested that Director Li might indeed have his eye on Zhou Mingshan. If so, Zhou Mingshan might very well ascend the ranks. In these times, it was not uncommon for village heads to be promoted to township officials, often hinging upon a single word from a leader. After Zhou Mingshan departed, Zhou Lihong, intrigued, inquired, "Jianmin, how did you come to know about the house south of the moon puddle? Very few in our village are aware of it." With a mischievous grin, Chen Jianmin unexpectedly embraced Zhou Lihong, lifting her onto his lap. "Curious, are you? A kiss, and I shall tell you." "Oh dear, let me go," Zhou Lihong protested, struggling lightly. It was worth mentioning that the previous night, they had tumbled together without uttering a single word, and upon waking, they acted as if nothing had transpired. Yet, both understood that such encounters, once begun, would inevitably recur. However, it was broad daylight, and the thought of being seen by others filled them with anxiety. Chen Jianmin, grinning slyly, tightened his embrace, guiding one of her hands downward. "Lihong, if you weren't satisfied last night, shall we continue this evening?" Zhou Lihong's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, and she closed her eyes in silence. After a brief quarrel, Chen Jianmin, wary of escalating tensions, decided to release Zhou Lihong, expressing earnestly, "Sister 34. From this moment onward, you are on leave until the 2nd day of the new year. I will oversee the mushroom house. You and Sister Yulan should take a well-deserved rest and assist your family with some chores." As he spoke, he retrieved a deep gray woolen coat from the wardrobe and handed it to her. Zhou Lihong repeatedly declined, saying, "No, Jianmin, I cannot accept this. You have already given me one." After some back and forth, she ultimately accepted the coat. Before departing, she whispered in his ear, "There will be good news tonight." Chen Jianmin was overjoyed, but little did he anticipate the significance of her words. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Chen Jianmin found himself exceedingly busy. In addition to overseeing the mushroom house, he enlisted the help of Zhou Wen and his brother Zhou Wu, who was barely able to move, to recover the roofs of 2 rooms with the blue tarpaulin purchased a few days earlier. After laboring until past 2 in the afternoon, they finally completed the task. The walls had been painted just days prior and required no further attention. Initially, he intended to invite the brothers to stay for a meal, but Zhou Wen waved his hands, saying, "Brother Jianmin, I have some work at home that needs urgent attention. I cannot stay for dinner." With that, he firmly pulled his brother Zhou Wu along, lighting a cigarette as they departed. Chen Jianmin understood his decision, given that he had employed their cart 3 times to deliver mushrooms to the commune, compensating them handsomely with both fare and purchases. Thus, Zhou Wen was merely repaying a favor. He then tended to the yard, ensuring it was spotless in preparation for the new year, a time when cleanliness symbolizes the welcoming of new beginnings. He even tidied up the toilet. After completing the chores, Chen Jianmin felt a wave of nostalgia. It had been merely 3 days since he arrived in this place, and it was in that very toilet that he first encountered the neighbor's young wife. At that time, he had no inkling that their relationship would evolve to such depths in a mere 2 months. It serves to remind one that good deeds bear fruit. He had merely offered a helping hand to the young woman out of pity, and in return, she had engraved his kindness upon her heart. Now, they had reached a point of mutual understanding. While contemplating her absence, he was surprised to see Tong Yulan carefully entering with a small basket. She glanced around and inquired, "Brother Jianmin, where are Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu? Were they not here to help you?" Chen Jianmin sniffed the air, drawn by a delightful aroma emanating from her basket. He pointed and asked, "They left early. What have you brought?" Tong Yulan set the basket on the rickety desk and lifted the white cloth covering it, saying, "I thought you might want to keep them for dinner, so I prepared 2 dishes for you." Inside the basket were 2 large bowls, one filled with spicy potato slices and the other with chicken stewed with mushrooms, surrounded by 8 large pancakes arranged decorously. Chen Jianmin was somewhat taken aback and, without much thought, directly inquired, "Sister Yulan, why are you so openly preparing a meal for me in broad daylight?" Has Aunt Lu said anything to you? Surely she hasn't given you a hard time, has she? And here you've gone and made a hearty dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms. I doubt Aunt Lu would even indulge herself in such a treat. A cunning smile appeared on Tong Yulan's petite face as she glanced towards the door behind her and whispered, "When I handed over the money from selling mushrooms to my mother-in-law, she was absolutely elated. Now, she looks at me as if I were a precious gold ingot. How could she possibly scold me?" Chen Jianmin laughed heartily, thinking that this was indeed a possibility. After all, the earnings from selling mushrooms were substantial, and naturally, the portion meant for Aunt Lu had increased correspondingly. Moreover, as a junior, he had asked Tong Yulan to help him buy a pair of shoes for both Lu Jingshan and Aunt Lu, which had endeared him to her even more. What he did not anticipate was that there was more to the story. He gazed at the food in the basket and felt an undeniable hunger. Yet he was more captivated by Tong Yulan's transformation. Over the past 2 months, she had evolved from a sorrowful young bride into a gracious and confident woman, her face now plump and rosy, as if she had become an entirely different person. "Jianmin, why are you looking at me like that?" Tong Yulan asked shyly, as she brought forth the dishes and handed him chopsticks. Chen Jianmin erupted in laughter. This little woman still blushed only in his presence. However, this was hardly a flaw. The two sat down to share a meal. After Tong Yulan returned the basket and the 2 large bowls home, she came back shortly after sunset. Together, they adorned both rooms with New Year's paintings and cleaned the windows and doors. By the time they were organizing the clothes in the cupboard, it was nearly 10 o'clock, and she showed no intention of leaving. Chen Jianmin gently reminded her, "Sister Yulan, you all have a break these days. You need not watch over the mushroom house. I can manage it myself." Tong Yulan did not respond to his comment. Instead, she retrieved a pair of 3-piece leather shoes from the cupboard and said, "Jianmin, why don't you try these on?" Chen Jianmin's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, whose are these? I haven't bought any. They're for you. I bought them. Please, try them on." Tong Yulan insisted as she urged him to sit down and knelt beside him to help put on the shoes. As Chen Jianmin slowly settled down, he watched the little woman attentively helping him change into the shoes. Then she took his hand and guided him to stand and walk a few steps. Her gaze filled with anticipation. Estimating the time, Chen Jianmin realized that only a few minutes had passed since his last visit to the mushroom house to tend to the fire and water the plants. Was there time to engage in something else? He leaned down and swept her into his arms, and as Tong Yulan gasped softly in surprise, he hurried a few steps towards the east room. "Jianmin, why are we going to the east room?" Tong Yulan, blushing and too shy to look up, panted softly, her voice delicate and endearing. "To be safer," Chen Jianmin replied, breathless. His words held a semblance of truth. Although it was generally unlikely for anyone to arrive at this hour, Aunt Lu from the west courtyard was an exception, particularly since Tong Yulan had not returned home all night, making it plausible for her to come looking. Having tossed aside the bedding of Li Yanli and Lu Xiaomei, Tong Yulan seemed to grasp Chen Jianmin's intentions, stifling a giggle behind her hand. As Chen Jianmin hurriedly stripped off his clothes, she began to delicately unfasten her own buttons. Leaning in close to whisper in his ear, "Brother Jianmin, before I left home, my mother-in-law mentioned that you have been working hard on the village's electricity project and asked me to take good care of you tonight." Although her words were not as explicit, the sentiment was clear. A glimmer ignited in Chen Jianmin's eyes, though it bore a somewhat greenish hue, as he could no longer contain himself and took matters into his own hands. The petite and delicate figure extinguished the oil lamp, leaned against the wall, and gently embraced him, burying her head in his chest. Inhaling the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped them amidst the gentle tremors of their shared passion. It is worth noting that since their encounter at the hot springs, they had only shared one other night together at the commune. Thereafter, their lives were either too busy or too inconvenient for further encounters. Consequently, not only Chen Jianmin, but even Tong Yulan found herself unable to restrain her desires, often taking the initiative. Outside, the night wind blew cold, yet within the room, the hibiscus bloomed, filling the air with its enchanting aroma. This fragrance, to some extent, dulled their senses. When the outer door creaked open, they remained blissfully unaware. Lost in their own world, the newcomer listened intently to the faint sounds and glanced toward the ajar door of the west room, where a light still flickered. Their curiosity piqued as they approached to peer inside, only to find no one there. Thus, the sound must have originated from the east room. Cautiously, they tiptoed closer, pressing an ear against the door, and as the source of the sound became clear, a rush of warmth surged through their body, leaving their legs somewhat unsteady. They felt an urge to flee, yet their legs seemed uncooperative, and their hand inexplicably latched onto the doorknob, slowly pulling the door open. Chapter 81. New Year's Eve. When is a person at their most unguarded? It is when they are wholly absorbed in a particular endeavor. At that moment, Tong Yulan epitomized this state, feeling as though she had floated into the heavens, surrounded by fluffy white clouds, warmed by the gentle sun, and gazing upon endless vistas. However, Chen Jianmin was not in the same mindset. Ever since their encounter at the hot springs left her unsteady for days, he had consciously tempered his enthusiasm, refraining from fully immersing himself in the moment. When the outer door creaked, he even wore a rather lewd smile in the darkness. He had intentionally left the door unlatched, partly because he needed to frequent the mushroom house and found no necessity to secure it, and partly because he was still mulling over the words that Zhou Lihong had spoken earlier that day. In fact, bringing Tong Yulan into the East Room was a deliberate act on his part, intended to provide the incoming individual with a buffer of space and time. Thus, when the door to the East Room was quietly pulled open, his smile blossomed even brighter. Such matters can only be executed by someone like Chen Jianmin, whose audacity has become imperceptibly thickened. Now, there is no need for speculation, as the faint light filtering through the doorway clearly reveals the identity of the visitor. The wind has risen once more, causing the plastic sheeting to rustle with a soft sound. While this house at the easternmost edge of Zhoujia village stands resolutely against the gusts, delicate gasps of surprise emanate from the Eastern Room, soon intertwining with another voice, together composing a melodious symphony. Since that fateful night, Chen Jianmin has reverted to the solitary existence reminiscent of his bachelor days. Not only is Zhou Lihong nowhere to be seen, but even the young wife from the western courtyard has ceased her visits. It dawned on him that he had perhaps overstepped, likely inciting anger in both women. Of course, it could also be that they were simply apprehensive about encountering one another. Regardless, Chen Jianmin has found this new year to be rather dismal. Alone, he spent the early morning of the 30th, groggily pasting up spring couplets, simmering a pot of ribs with dried green beans, adding a handful of vermicelli, and preparing a fish. Initially, he had intended to prepare 2 dishes of mustard greens, but upon reflection, he decided against such extravagance, knowing he would dine alone. In truth, his mood was far from jubilant, and he had little desire to cook. However, he did prepare the filling for dumplings needed later that evening. According to the customs of Zhoujia village, lunch commenced around 2 in the afternoon, as there would be another meal of dumplings to welcome the new year at midnight. He opened a bottle of grain liquor, sipping as he reflected on his life and work since arriving here. After consuming over 2 liang, he began to recite aloud, in accordance with the directives of the leadership at the site, under the guidance of the various departments. The forestry station in Zhoujia village has made significant progress, capturing 12 wild rabbits and 8 pheasants. Alas, all were later given away. What a generous life this has been. With another couple of sips, his reflections transformed into a solo male rendition. The mountains of my homeland, the waters of my homeland, where my childhood footprints lie. How many times the mountain flowers bloom, how many times the river tides clear. This song would grace the spring festival gala tonight, but regrettably, the people of Zhoujia village are destined to miss it. Tong Yulan had finished her meal, while her mother-in-law was tending to the child, and her father-in-law remained at the table, drinking alone. Observing her constant comings and goings, Lu Jinshan, who rarely spoke to her throughout the year, waved his hand. Go to the eastern courtyard and check on the mushroom house. Chen Jianmin has been busy on his own these past 2 days, and today being the new year, he surely cannot manage alone. There's no rush to return. Aunt Lu feigned ignorance of her husband's words, continuing to play with her grandson, though she was well aware of his thoughts. He was reminiscing about his own youth when he too had lived alone, not realizing the weight of such solitude until the new year approached. Witnessing other families congregating, laughing and celebrating together, while she remained lonely, tugged at her heartstrings. Tong Yulan quietly acknowledged him, returning to the eastern room. After sitting on the heated bed for a while, she clenched her teeth, changed into new clothes, and hurriedly scaled the wall into the eastern courtyard. Upon arriving at the window of the west room, she was greeted by the discordant singing of a voice within. Although the sound was quite unpleasant, the lyrics compelled her to halt, and as she listened intently, an unsettling feeling grew within her, prompting her to rush inside in haste. In a state of drowsiness, Chen Jianmin noticed someone had entered, disregarding their identity, and stumbled over to embrace the individual, singing and dancing fervently. After a considerable time, he collapsed onto the Kong and fell asleep. Tong Yulan, having shed her outer garment, efficiently tidied the table. While washing the dishes in the outer room, the door swung open, and Zhou Lihong, lifting the curtain, beheld Tong Yulan at the sink. She appeared as if frozen in place, unable to advance or retreat, her face gradually flushing with color. Surprisingly, it was the usually shy Tong Yulan who approached and urged her to walk towards the west room. Those with a low tolerance for alcohol typically recover quickly, and after merely 2 hours, Chen Jianmin awoke, striving to recollect the events of his earlier meal, which felt as though it had been a dream, eluding his memory. The chatter of 2 women reached his ears. "Li Hong, my home is nearby. I'll keep watch over the mushroom house tonight," one said. "No need. I've already arranged with Uncle San. I'm on the night shift," replied the other. "Then let us do it together. I have nothing to do at home anyway." Upon hearing this, Chen Jianmin stifled a chuckle, finding solace in the calmness of the moment. Ultimately, he pondered further, and after sharing dumplings with Tong Yulan and Zhou Li Hong, he escorted them home. As the latter half of the night approached, heavy snow began to fall. This snowfall persisted intermittently until the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. The final batch of mushrooms from Chen Jianmin's mushroom house was due for harvest. Zhou Li Hong, emerging from the mushroom house, approached the west room. Her demeanor slightly anxious as she inquired, "Jianmin, will we no longer cultivate mushrooms in this house?" Instantly, Chen Jianmin understood her concerns regarding job security. Beckoning her to sit beside him and gesturing to a plan on his desk, "Li Hong, we will certainly continue to cultivate mushrooms. However, we will transform this space into a laboratory for experimenting with different varieties. Once we succeed here, we can facilitate cultivation for others in the village, providing them with the necessary strains. You may find yourself quite busy," he added, pulling her onto his lap and wrapping his arms around her waist. "I intend to establish a mushroom cooperative, enabling villagers to grow mushrooms while we manage sales, profiting from the price differences while also charging for technology transfer." Zhou Li Hong, a former director of the Women's Federation, listened intently and, after a moment, asked in surprise, "Isn't that a bit exploitative? They would have to purchase the strains from you?" "Let me clarify, Comrade Zhou Li Hong. They would be purchasing from us here. This is what we call a one-stop service. Charging is justified. Otherwise, people may come to believe that many things are owed to them as a matter of course. We must eliminate any potential sources of conflict from the outset," he explained. Zhou Li Hong finally grasped the crux of the matter. "When you say they would buy from us, what do you mean by us?" Chen Jianmin's hand had already slipped beneath the cotton-padded jacket, moving with a certain insouciance. "Our intention, as it were, is to embody the essence of mutual existence, intertwining our lives." Zhou Li Hong understood this sentiment. Her face flushed as she embraced his head and bestowed upon him a gentle kiss. In the early hours of the 6th day, 3 horse-drawn carts set off, laden with mushrooms, just as dawn broke. However, this journey to the commune was fraught with unexpected turmoil. Upon arriving at the commune, Chen Jianmin first paid a New Year's visit to his father-in-law, Comrade Lu Guoqing. He then retreated with Lu Xiaomei to a small room for a brief private conversation before heading to seek out Han Yao, who still held the key to their market. As they approached her doorstep, a large crowd came into view, accompanied by distant shouts of anger. Chen Jianmin immediately instructed Zhou when to halt, saying, "Guide the carts into the nearby alley. No, don't enter the alley. Turn back and head to my father-in-law's house. Uncle Mingshan, please escort them. If I don't contact you for an extended period, move the mushrooms indoors." This time, only Chen Jianmin and Zhou Mingshan had come to sell mushrooms. Tong Yulan and Li Xiujuan were absent. Zhou Mingshan, seasoned in the ways of the world, quickly grasped that the commotion at Han Yao's residence might be linked to their mushrooms. Even if it wasn't, it was prudent to consider the implications carefully. "Can you manage alone?" he queried. "The more people there are, the more complicated it becomes. Rest assured, if it pertains to us, I will find a solution." Having reassured Zhou Mingshan, Chen Jianmin hastened towards Han Yao's home. Thankfully, due to the biting cold, he wore a large mask and had pulled his hat down low, making it hard for anyone to recognize him. Hiding at the periphery of the crowd, he listened intently and soon gleaned the nature of the incident. Wang Bianzi's second son had been poisoned after consuming mushrooms. Chen Jianmin's head spun at the shocking news. How was it possible for such a calamity to occur? The mushrooms, cultivated in a pristine environment, were not a new variety, but rather the same ones the locals enjoyed during summer. There should be no reason for poisoning. A voice rang out, "Han Laosan, bring your daughter out. Those mushrooms were sold to us by her, and now trouble has struck. Yet, she hides away." Others echoed, "Indeed, age is irrelevant. She has profited handsomely from selling mushrooms and must bear some responsibility." In contrast to his usual timid demeanor, Han Laosan exhibited remarkable resolve this time. Gripping a pitchfork tightly, he stood defiantly in the courtyard, shouting fiercely, "Wang Bianzi, cease your ruckus. Your child might have consumed something else that was off. How dare you blame the mushrooms? You can say whatever you like. Stop right there. Dare to take another step forward, and I swear I'll make you regret it." The individual referred to as Wang Biduzi by Han Laosan is a man in his 50s, slightly older than Han. At this moment, He raised his voice to the highest pitch. Han Laosan, cease your meaningless chatter. My child consumed those mushrooms and has been vomiting and suffering from diarrhea. He has already been taken to the clinic. If you do not provide an explanation today, I shall set your house ablaze. There were onlookers who thrived on the chaos. Seizing the opportunity to escalate the situation, we must notify the village authorities. This matter cannot be overlooked, one suggested. We should contact the police. A life is at stake. Surely they cannot ignore this. Soon, more individuals arrived armed with various tools. Leading the charge was Wang Biduzi's brother, Wang Qinglin, who pushed through the crowd, pulling his brother aside while casting a glance at Chen Jianmin. He whispered, "Brother, what exactly transpired?" Wang Biduzi led his brother a few paces away and murmured, "It's nothing serious, just some leftover food causing diarrhea. Don't speak of it outside." Wang Qinglin, momentarily perplexed by his brother's intentions, responded, "Then what are we to do?" "Just focus on subduing that girl from the Han family," Wang Biduzi instructed. Without hesitation, Wang Qinglin returned to the entrance and raised his tool to strike at the makeshift door. Chen Jianmin, observing the unfolding situation, adjusted his mask. He had only caught snippets of their conversation regarding subduing someone. Feeling uncertain, he hesitated to step forward until someone tugged at his sleeve from behind. Turning, he was startled to find it was Han Yao, whose face was obscured by a scarf, leaving only her eyes visible. She shook her head in panic and whispered, "Brother, what should we do now? How did you manage to come out?" Chen Jianmin asked, noticing her distress. Han Yao, frustrated by his concern for her, stamped her foot anxiously. Fearing recognition, Chen Jianmin quickly led her into a nearby alley and whispered urgently, "That Wang fellow claims his son is at the clinic. You must hurry to find a doctor named Li Yanli and ask her to verify if anyone has been hospitalized due to mushroom poisoning. Go swiftly." He needed to ascertain the truth. If it turned out to be mushroom poisoning, he would have to prepare for the consequences. Or else the burgeoning mushroom venture in Zhoujia village would face catastrophic repercussions. "And what about you?" Han Yao asked, her worry for Chen Jianmin evident, as ultimately, he was the one who had supplied the mushrooms. "Do not concern yourself with me. I will be fine. Hurry." Chen Jianmin urged her as she jogged away. He then removed his mask and called out to Wang Qinglin, who was still striking at the door. "Hey, what are you doing? Planning a burglary? Do you have no sense of legal awareness?" Dressed with meticulous care today, he was preoccupied with the housing formalities alongside Zhou Mingshan. A fur hat, a gift from the county chief, adorned his head, and his serious demeanor commanded attention, leaving those gathered at the entrance momentarily stunned. "Who is this person? He seems quite formidable," someone whispered. "Who knows? He looks like an official," another replied, casting a furtive glance in his direction. Wang Bianfu, slightly nearsighted, squinted for a while but failed to recognize the man. However, he was not intimidated by ordinary officials, so he scoffed. "I know it's wrong to bang on someone else's door, but my child was poisoned after eating mushrooms sold by his daughter. Shouldn't I seek him out?" Wang Qinglin, who was knocking on the door, took a moment to scrutinize the man and realized he was the same individual who had been standing at the edge of the crowd moments earlier. Where had he seen him before? Chen Jianmin, intent on intimidating them, sought to reduce their thinking time. With an even sterner expression, he said, "Do you realize that by pounding on someone's door like this, what if?" Before he could finish, Han Laosan, as if he had found a savior, exclaimed, "Oh my, you've arrived. Quickly, speak to them. They refuse to believe that your mushrooms are safe to eat." As soon as those words left his lips, Wang Bianfu and Wang Qinglin promptly realized and pointed at Chen Jianmin in unison. "So you are the one from Zhoujia village selling mushrooms. Finally, we've found you." Chen Jianmin could only lament internally, considering Han Laosan either an innocent ally or someone attempting to deflect blame onto him, drawing attention away from Han Yao. He leaned towards the latter. However, pondering the situation was futile, as he soon found himself encircled by more than a dozen individuals. Were they planning to confront him? Wang Qinglin approached Chen Jianmin with an aggressive demeanor, slamming his pickaxe onto the ground, and, gritting his teeth, declared, "If you don't clarify this matter today, don't even think about leaving Hongshan." Chapter 83. Boldness and Risk. Chen Jianmin had never favored resolving conflicts through violence. He preferred to apply intellect to problems rather than resorting to brute force, a mindset typical of a businessman who understood that harmony begets prosperity. This contrasted sharply with the prevailing attitude of his contemporaries, who often resorted to physical confrontation. Thus, witnessing Wang Qinglin's readiness to strike, he removed his hat, dusted off non-existent particles, squinted slightly, and raised his chin, speaking with remarkable calmness. "Uncle, I stood outside and listened for a while. I gathered that your child has been poisoned by the mushrooms and is currently lying in the health clinic, correct?" Wang Bianfu stepped forward, pulling Wang Chenglin aside to clarify. It was the poison in the mushrooms you sold that caused this. We need to sort this out. Just tell us how you plan to resolve it. Chen Jianmin's expression turned cold. Uncle, before we discuss how to resolve this matter, I would like to know how you concluded that your child was poisoned by mushrooms. Did the doctor from the clinic inform you? Or is this merely your assumption? I don't care, Wang Bodu replied defiantly. After eating the stir-fried mushroom slices last night, my stomach was in excruciating pain until the early hours, and I had to rush to the clinic first thing this morning. This is undoubtedly poisoning. And your words are futile. Wang Bodu's stubbornness was palpable. Wang Chenglin, standing nearby, shouted, Brother, why are we even debating this? It's clear that he has been poisoned by mushrooms. Let us just take him to the commune or the police station, and that will settle it. Faced with this situation, Chen Jianmin felt somewhat overwhelmed. However, before he could respond, he noticed Wang Bodu shoot a glare at Wang Chenglin. You keep quiet, he said. Then turned back to Chen Jianmin. Now, tell me, how do we resolve this? The insistence on resolution from the other party, twice in succession, suggested an urgency that sparked a thought in Chen Jianmin's mind. With a slightly softer tone, he inquired, Uncle, what do you think should be done? Seeing a hint of concession in his demeanor, Wang Bodu raised his head. I understand that cultivating mushrooms is no easy task, and you've traveled over 20 miles through wind and snow to sell them. I am not unreasonable. The child is fine now. If you approach this with a good attitude, we need not involve the authorities. Let us find a suitable place to discuss medical expenses and such. Otherwise, if we involve the authorities and the matter escalates, the entire commune will know about it. Who would dare buy your mushrooms then? He cast a glance at the growing crowd of villagers. Chen Jianmin felt a wave of clarity wash over him. From Wang Bodu's words, he deduced that the child was likely not poisoned by mushrooms. Wang Bodu was attempting to extort him. Though unreasonable, he was not foolish. He knew how to leverage the matter of mushroom sales to threaten him. In such a scenario, most would be paralyzed with fear, complying with Wang Bodu's demands. However, Chen Jianmin was different. He was audacious and willing to gamble. What was he betting on? He wagered that Wang Bodu's son was not poisoned by mushrooms and that the old man was attempting to deceive him. Thus, he calmly pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and after exhaling a long plume of smoke, remarked, Uncle, the current situation is that you have determined your child was poisoned by mushrooms. But I do not accept this claim. If we wish to clarify this matter, it's simple. We need not involve the authorities. Let us go to the clinic and ask the doctor, and we will know the truth. He understood that the small rural clinic lacked the capacity to ascertain whether or not the child had been poisoned by mushrooms. He posed the suggestion to test whether Wang Bodu was colluding with the clinic staff. If that were the case, Wang Bodu would assertively lead him to the clinic. Chen Jianmin felt untroubled, for during his visit to his father-in-law's house earlier, Lu Xiaomei had informed him that Li Yanli had returned to work and would be visiting Wang Jingquan in Zhujiakan for treatment in the coming days. There exists an acquaintance, endowed with a sense of assurance. Were it not for this, Wang Bianbuzi would undoubtedly hesitate to approach the health clinic. In truth, he has overcomplicated the situation. For Wang Bianbuzi lacks the capability and cleverness to navigate this matter. His sole intention is to exploit the incident for monetary gain. At this moment, having absorbed Chen Jianmin's words, he is so infuriated that his hands tremble. Did you not just inquire how to resolve this matter? Isn't that an admission? He would not have suggested discussing this privately otherwise. Chen Jianmin's earlier question could easily be misconstrued as an indication that he wishes to settle the matter amicably. Yet when scrutinizing the language, he has not explicitly acknowledged that Wang Bianbuzi's child consumed the poisonous mushrooms. Thus, Chen Jianmin gazes at Wang Bianbuzi as if he were a fool, further solidifying his assessment and growing increasingly composed. Uncle, let us set aside the matter of admission for now. May I ask when you purchased the mushrooms? How many pounds did you buy? Wang Bianbuzi hesitated momentarily before defiantly asserting, I bought them during your last visit before the new year, a total of 5 pounds. Chen Jianmin remained unfazed. Very well. Han Yao has gone to the clinic and will return shortly. When she does, we will check the records to see if your family's name appears. Wang Bianbuzi began to panic. What records? He exclaimed. How can there be records for a mere mushroom sale? To better serve our customers, we document each transaction, including who purchased and how many pounds were bought. If your family truly made a purchase, there will be a record. As soon as Chen Jianmin's words settled, Wang Bianbuzi changed his tune. No, I misspoke. It wasn't my family that bought them. It was a relative who purchased them and brought them to my home. Chen Jianmin pressed on. Which relative? What is their name? Wang Bianbuzi, flustered, found himself at a loss for words. Chen Jianmin, refusing to grant him the opportunity to concoct an excuse, persistently inquired, how long have the mushrooms been at your home? Were they stir-fried or stewed? For how long were they cooked? Wang Bianbuzi was rendered speechless, his anxiety causing him to break into a sweat as he turned to his brother, Wang Chenglin. Initially reluctant to speak on behalf of his brother, Wang Chenglin now perceived the gravity of the situation. The fact that his brother could not articulate the source of the mushrooms suggested an intention to deceive. Being a person of dignity, he felt it inappropriate to assist in such a dishonest endeavor. Casting a cold glance at his brother, he grasped his pickaxe and departed with a large group of people. The onlookers began to discern the underlying deceit, yet, out of a sense of community, they refrained from voicing their thoughts in front of the outsider, Chen Jianmin. However, their gazes towards Wang Bianbuzi grew far less amiable. Just then, Li Yanli and Han Yao arrived, breathless from running. Li Yanli, at the forefront, did not spare a glance at Chen Jianmin but rushed straight to Wang Bianbuzi, urgently inquiring, "You must be Uncle Wang, right? I am Li Yanli from the health clinic. I have been searching everywhere for your family. Please tell me, what exactly did your second son consume? Now it has become nearly uncontrollable. Without the truth, we are at a loss for solutions. Otherwise, we should promptly send him to the county hospital." Chen Jianmin felt a weight in his heart, realizing that a serious incident was indeed unfolding. Chapter 84. The True Intentions of Li Yanli. Upon hearing Li Yanli's words, Wang Bijizi turned pale with fear and immediately replied, "Last night, I only consumed the dried beans and stewed tofu from the New Year's feast. I didn't eat anything else. How could it be so serious? Did you truly eat nothing else?" Li Yanli pressed anxiously. "No, nothing else," Wang Bijizi insisted. "Dr. Li, what should we do now?" Faced with the doctor, especially after being informed of his son's grave condition, he felt compelled to speak the truth. He was ready to dash to the health clinic. Li Yanli stopped him. "Uncle Wang, quickly find a vehicle. We must take him to the county hospital." The dilapidated vehicle at the health clinic frequently broke down, and it had been out of commission before the new year. At this moment, Wang Bijizi was genuinely flustered, spinning in place several times before hurrying towards the Hongshan Forestry Station headquarters. Li Yanli called out to Chen Jianmin, "You assist as well. The health clinic is short-staffed." With that, she hurried off to the clinic. Due to the New Year festivities, there were scarcely any doctors at the health clinic, leaving only one on duty. And even the nursing staff comprised just a single individual. Today, it happened to be Li Yanli's turn, having just returned from home. And she was unexpectedly confronted with such a troublesome situation. Upon hearing Wang Bijizi mention that he had eaten leftovers from 5 days prior, she immediately resolved to take him to the county hospital. Me? Chen Jianmin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had nearly been wronged only moments ago. Were it not for Wang Bijizi's fear for his son's safety, which prompted him to reveal the truth, who knew how long he would still be entangled in this matter? Such people, alas. Nevertheless, he decided to extend a favor to Li Yanli. He turned to the onlookers, clasped his fists, and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone has heard him, right? He explicitly stated what he ate last night. It has nothing to do with our mushrooms. I kindly ask for your testimony." The crowd had already discerned Wang Bijizi's ploy, and now they wore expressions of amusement, some even stifling laughter. Wang Bijizi had brought this upon himself. Thankfully, the young man from the Zhou family village was quite magnanimous, not holding Wang Bijizi accountable and promptly following the doctor to assist at the clinic. After a moment of reflection, the crowd began to disperse. Whether to accompany and lend a hand remained unspoken. Everyone understood without needing to voice it. Chen Jianmin, trailing behind Li Yanli, turned to see Han Yao following as well. He immediately called out to her, "You return, go to my girlfriend's house, and take Uncle Mingshan and the others to sell the mushrooms." Upon hearing about the mushrooms, Han Yao promptly turned back. She had no altruistic intentions like Chen Jianmin. She merely wished to witness the commotion. At this moment, of course, the matter of making money took precedence. The welfare of Wang Bijizi's family was of no concern to her. The young lady held a grudge indeed. In these times, it is fortunate that human warmth still prevails. Even though Wang Bizi was not very familiar with the logging camp, he swiftly managed to borrow a jeep, with the logging camp even dispatching a driver. Upon arriving at the health clinic, he found his second son, Wang Lijun, curled up on the hospital bed, clutching his stomach like a shrimp, sweat beading on his forehead, struggling to articulate his discomfort. Chen Jianmin and Wang Bizi each supported Wang Lijun into the back seat of the jeep, only to see Li Yanli, now clad in a tailored wool coat and polished leather shoes, calmly take her place in the front passenger seat. The jeep sped out of the health clinic's gate. At this moment, Chen Jianmin felt a twinge of doubt. Was it plausible that Wang Lijun's stomach troubles, stemming from leftover food consumed 5 days prior, could necessitate a trip to the county hospital? Surely, even with the clinic's limited resources, treating a minor bout of diarrhea shouldn't pose a significant challenge. Besides, He had a modicum of respect for Li Yanli's medical expertise. Her skills were not mere pretense, but genuinely commendable. Reflecting on Li Yanli's earlier frantic demeanor when she sought out Wang Bizi, her calmness while changing clothes and entering the vehicle seemed inconsistent. What could be the cause of this discrepancy? Wang Bizi also harbored doubts. Earlier that morning, his son indeed exhibited some gastrointestinal distress, but it hardly seemed severe. In rural life, a dose of tetracycline and a bit of patience would suffice. He had not given it much thought. However, he had long been envious of the wealth amassed by the villagers of Zhoujia, nurturing ulterior motives that led him to encourage his son to feign a more serious condition to ensure a hospital stay. He himself had gone to old Han's house to stir up trouble, hoping to extort some money. So, why was his son's condition deteriorating? It shouldn't have been the case. Yet, witnessing his son in such a dire state left him no room for skepticism. Fortunately, Hanshan village lies a mere 60 miles from the county seat. And it wasn't long before they arrived at the county hospital, where Wang Lijun was taken directly to the emergency room. After a series of examinations, the county hospital doctor diagnosed him with food poisoning, reassuring them that, due to the promptness of their arrival, the situation was manageable, and a few days in the hospital would suffice for recovery. Upon hearing this conclusion, Chen Jianmin scoffed and turned to leave. However, Wang Bizi, wiping the sweat from his brow, stood in his path, his face flushing a myriad of colors, struggling to find his words. Finally, he deeply bowed to Chen Jianmin. And as he prepared to bow again after the first, Chen Jianmin could no longer contain himself. "Uncle Wang, are you trying to send me off?" "Huh." Wang Bizi paused, finally grasping the situation, his embarrassment deepening. Blushing, he stammered, "Dear nephew, I apologize. After this, I will personally come to your home to make amends." "Uncle Wang, as a younger generation, I shouldn't speak too harshly, but I must express my discontent. It was only due to me that this situation unfolded. Anyone else would surely have been deceived by you. Furthermore, it's not guaranteed that anyone else could assist you. Merely refraining from taking advantage of the situation would be considered benevolent. There are myriad ways to earn a living. Why resort to unscrupulous methods?" Chen Jianmin left the county hospital with a dark expression. Just as he exited the main door, he was intercepted by Li Yanli. "Come with me. I need your assistance with something." Chen Jianmin had been intending to seek her out as well. He scrutinized her, then whispered, "Shaoli, why do I feel that your bringing Wang Lijun to the county hospital is rather dubious?" Li Yanli's expression stiffened momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. With her large, glistening eyes fixed on Chen Jianmin, she replied, "Are you the doctor, or am I? Am I not aware of what is amiss? You may be aware, but you've left me feeling uncertain. Speak plainly about your true intentions. Unless you plan to betray me, I can generally handle the situation. Otherwise, I shall take my leave." Chen Jianmin moved closer to Li Yanli, inhaling the delightful fragrance of her snowflake cream, his eyes closed in bliss. Li Yanli ground her teeth. "If I hadn't gone to find Wang Bizi today and pressured him to speak the truth, your mushroom business would likely have faced some repercussions, wouldn't it?" Her statement was strikingly candid. Chen Jianmin's demeanor shifted instantly. He donned a genuinely sincere smile and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "You're not thinking of that, are you?" With those words barely audible, he took off running. Li Yanli shouted in pursuit, striking him on the head with her handbag. Amidst the commotion, Chen Jianmin ultimately followed her into the Hanshan restaurant. It was here that he began to grasp Li Yanli's true intentions, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. Chapter 85. The life of the intoxicated. Around 11 o'clock, Chen Jianmin entered the second floor of the Hanshan restaurant, located in the heart of the county, alongside Li Yanli. They approached a table by the window where 7 or 8 young men and women were gathered. Li Yanli enthusiastically greeted them, embracing 2 of the girls before stepping aside to introduce Chen Jianmin. "This is my boyfriend, Xiao Chen." She introduced each individual to him. "These are my classmates. This is Li Changhai and his partner, Ma Fengmei. Those 2 over there." Chen Jianmin quickly adapted, displaying his thick skin as he seamlessly entered the scene. Wrapping his arm around Li Yanli's soft waist with a smile, graciously shaking hands with the others. "Brother Changhai, you certainly appear to be thriving. And Ma Fengmei has a keen eye. Congratulations." After showering them with complimentary remarks, he reached the last individual, Wang Dalong, who was without a companion. The latter merely nodded disinterestedly, his gaze fixated on Li Yanli. Chen Jianmin thought to himself that this short, stout man had discernment. He must be one of Li Yanli's admirers, and thus, he was likely brought along as a decoy. Why did he keep finding himself in such troublesome situations? Lu Xiaomei's actions could be justified, as she was his legitimate partner, but Li Yanli's behavior seemed a touch excessive, did it not? Is he the type of person who wears a smile while harboring opinions? Surely not. After a round of mutual flattery, when Chen Jianmin settled next to Li Yanli, the smile had vanished from his face. He cast a demure glance at the table, which, I must say, was quite fashionable, adorned with a layer of crimson velvet tablecloth, easily surpassing other establishments in the county by several streets. Of course, the prices were not modest either. He remained silent, yet someone was enthusiastic towards him. Sitting across, Li Changhai, with his nearly shoulder-length hair, leaned forward and inquired, "Where do you work, Jianmin?" At the Hongshan Forestry Station, Chen Jianmin began, only to be discreetly nudged under the table by Li Yanli, who interjected, "Just temporarily transitioning at the station." At this, Wang Dalong chimed in, "Oh, the moment I saw him, I thought of the characters from the Forest and Snowfield. Quite the resemblance. If he tidied up his hair, he could easily pass for that character." Chen Jianmin slowly turned his head to Wang Dalong on his left, thinking to himself, what kind of perception is this? Am I being compared to that utterly disreputable character? The strategist known for his cunning. Should I demonstrate a bit of skill to impress these unsavory characters? Li Yanli's expression soured slightly as she discreetly squeezed Chen Jianmin's hand beneath the table. Unfazed by her meaning, he promptly donned a satisfied smile and addressed Wang Dalong. "Ah, my memory fails me. I've forgotten your name. Are you surnamed Wang Ba?" He then pointed to a plate of pies. Yes, Wang. My mind is filled with thoughts of pastries, so I kept thinking your surname was Wu. My apologies for the mix-up. Brother, let us toast." Wang Dalong's face instantly froze, neither red nor white, but decidedly unattractive. The others at the table exchanged glances, falling into silence. Li Changhai's keen eyes flitted between Li Yanli and Wang Dalong. Although Chen Jianmin was unaware of the underlying story, he could sense the awkwardness that enveloped the table after such a jest, and from the colorful expressions in Li Changhai's gaze, it was evident that Wang Dalong was likely Li Yanli's former partner. Goodness, did this mean he had become the modern-day Shiminqing, the affluent gentleman with wealth, power, and beauty? However, Chen Jianmin was particularly astonished by the revelation that Li Yanli had once had a partner. Li Yanli's hand, grasping his, was exerting pressure. Chen Jianmin, appearing completely unfazed, cheerfully remarked, "What are you all staring at? Come on, let us toast." With his left hand holding the wine glass and his right wrist twisted, he discreetly placed Li Yanli's hand on his thigh beneath the table. She too raised her glass, cheerfully trying to smooth over the situation. Yes. Let us have a drink first." Yet, the hand resting on Chen Jianmin's thigh was desperately attempting to pinch him. Li Changhai and the others began to realize that if this continued, would they ever finish their meal? Thus, everyone raised their glasses, yet in the end, Comrade Wang Dalong lagged behind. After several deep breaths to steady himself, he cautiously glanced at Chen Jianmin while lifting his cup. This opportunity for an automatic confrontation was one that Chen Jianmin certainly could not let slip away. He leaned closer to Li Yanli's ear in front of everyone and whispered, "You've touched the wrong place." As he spoke, he guided her hand inward. Li Yanli, who had just brought the cup to her lips, suddenly became as stiff as a wooden post, her entire body rigid, causing nearly half of her drink to spill into her collar. From Wang Dalong's perspective, it appeared as though Chen Jianmin had kissed Li Yanli's ear. There was no way he could continue drinking. He slammed his cup down on the table and took several deep breaths. Ultimately, he could not contain himself and nudged Chen Jianmin. "Xiao Chun, let us avoid such antics at the table. Let us keep it serious. I'll drink." He tilted his head back and downed the entire contents of his glass. Chen Jianmin was taken aback, thinking to himself that this Wang Dalong really had some audacity. However, if he drank, did that mean Chen Jianmin had to as well? He wouldn't be foolish enough to engage in such a mindless drinking contest, or perhaps he could be persuaded. Li Yanli had already raised his glass to his lips. Her gaze held a pitiful plea. Chen Jianmin understood that she intended to smooth things over. After all, those present were either the children of the secretary or the offspring of a deputy county head. Offending them all could indeed lead to some trouble. Sighing, he decided to drink, for he had a soft spot, especially for beautiful women. Li Yanli likely sensed his hesitation as he downed his drink, so she boldly filled her own half glass and downed it in one go. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective, as the entire table erupted in applause, and without needing prompting, everyone raised their glasses and drank. The atmosphere gradually returned to a more normal state. To be fair, while the children of these leaders might be petty and possess their share of small-mindedness, they were quite open at the drinking table, engaging in reciprocal toasts without any hidden agendas or tricks. This led to Chen Jianmin drinking one glass after another, and Li Yanli was not left out either. By the time the drinking session concluded, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. The 8 or 9 of them leaned on one another, staggering out of the restaurant. Fortunately, Li Yanli knew where to find a place to rest, tugging Chen Jianmin toward a nearby residential area belonging to an unknown unit. After searching for a while, she selected a building that caught her eye and entered Unit 302. Clinging to Chen Jianmin's neck, she chattered on. Look, this house is spacious. It belongs to my aunt. They've all gone abroad. I'm in charge here. Chen Jianmin had long since lost his bearings, swaying as he walked into a room and collapsed onto the bed, unable to rise again. Those with lesser drinking capacities often have a characteristic. They sober up quickly. By midnight, Chen Jianmin opened his eyes, taking a moment to remember that he had overindulged in the afternoon. The pressing question was, where exactly was he? The glow of a street lamp outside cast light onto the wall, making the room seem less dark. Thus, who was this person beside him? Why is he biting the collar of his shirt while sleeping? However, this is not the main point. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this person's soft little hand has somehow found its way into Chen Jianmin's space, instantly awakening him. Chapter 86. The Spring of the North. If one were to describe the winter in northeast China as a world of ice and snow, it would certainly pertain to the outdoors. Indoors, however, the temperature is generally quite comfortable. The people of northeast China, having battled the frigid cold for many years, possess considerable expertise on the subject of warmth. Even in this modern era, the buildings in small towns have long been equipped with central heating systems, typically centralized around a boiler room that operates day and night. How warm does it get? Warm enough that one can stroll about indoors without feeling cold. Given that walking around without a shirt is not a concern, those like Chen Jianmin and Li Yanli, who had indulged in drink outdoors and entered this spring-like warmth, remained clothed in their winter gear, ultimately sleeping soundly until the midnight hour. Even if they did not awaken from thirst, the heat would rouse them. Chen Jianmin, in fact, opened his eyes amidst a state of both thirst and warmth. He soon realized an unexpected predicament. Li Yanli seemed to mistake him for Lu Xiaomei, her hand wandering in a rather unrestrained manner, mumbling in her sleep. Xiaomei, why do you have a sudden rush of primal heat surge through Chen Jianmin, overwhelming him like a torrential river? Were it merely this, he might have endured it, for he considered himself resilient. Yet, the situation escalated as Li Yanli began to tear at her own clothing, exclaiming in a fervor that she was too hot. The heat was understandable, considering her attire was suited for outdoor activities. Before long, her coat was haphazardly discarded to the side, but feeling still too constricted, she continued to remove more layers. Chen Jianmin turned on his side, propping his head up with his elbow, and under the dim lights streaming through the window, he observed this rare spectacle with unblinking eyes. However, some matters do not unfold as one wishes. Li Yanli unfastened her belt and lifted her sweater halfway, seemingly feeling less overheated, and promptly drifted off to sleep. As a person with a severe case of obsessive-compulsive disorder, Chen Jianmin was deeply disturbed by this rather awkward sleeping posture, to the point that it made his teeth itch. After much internal struggle, he could no longer bear it and resolved to take action. With a sudden determination, he sat up and, with the mindset of a good Samaritan, assisted Li Yanli in resolving her clothing situation. Now, the view was much more pleasing. Her skin, as white as jade, and her delicate figure, rising and falling with each breath, appeared like a magnificent work of art in the warm, amber light. Chen Jianmin felt his appreciation for beauty and aesthetics reach new heights at that moment. Yet, he soon recognized a dissonance. He remained fully clothed, which felt utterly mismatched with the scene before him. This simply would not do. He could not compromise his principle of uniformity, even at the expense of sleep. Thus, he naturally stripped down to ensure that his body too was in complete contact with the air. Now it was perfect. Everything felt pleasing both to the eye and to the heart. Yet why is it that I feel no coolness at all? Instead, the heat seems to intensify. What should one do? The solution is quite simple. Seek a cooler embrace. Thus, he boldly enveloped Li Yanli in his arms, and to achieve the utmost cooling effect, he pressed his lips against hers. Of course, this was merely the initial step. Subsequently, his hands toiled diligently. As the final moment approached, clarity washed over him, and he pondered, what am I doing? But soon, confusion returned. He had already squandered 2 opportunities. In this world, some things may happen once or twice, but never thrice or 4 times. This is an undeniable truth. Since it is a truth, it would be wise not to defy it. With this theoretical backing, his courage surged. He dismissed trivial concerns and the pursuit of perfection, allowing events to unfold naturally and effortlessly. At that moment, time became ethereal. Suddenly, Li Yanli gasped, her body trembling, her brow furrowed, and her beautiful eyes flew open, locking onto Chen Jianmin with intensity as she pushed him away. Perhaps it was the effects of alcohol or some other reason, but her push lacked strength, and she slowly closed her eyes again, appearing to drift back into slumber. Chen Jianmin chuckled. Outside, snow fell in thick flurries, while indoors, the warmth of spring surged in waves. After what felt like an eternity, both succumbed to deep sleep. The next day, Chen Jianmin awoke near noon. After dressing, he casually noticed a splash of crimson on the sheets, causing his heart to race and his anxiety to multiply. Stealthily, he slipped out, sneaking through the rooms like a thief. Li Yanli was nowhere to be found. However, on the coffee table in the living room lay a note pressed down by a key. The note bore a single, chilling sentence. "If you wake up, hurry back. I never wish to see you again." Accompanying it were 3 vividly drawn surgical knives. A chill ran down his spine as he seized the key and fled in haste. Fortunately, he managed to catch the last bus to Hongshan Commune. Upon arrival, consumed by guilt, he bypassed Lu Xiaomei's home entirely, instead borrowing a bicycle from Han Yao and pedaling furiously back to Zhoujia village. Only when he settled onto the warm Kong in the west room of the forestry station did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. This trip to the county had been a perilous venture. After all, she was Li Jigang's daughter. If she returned home to complain, he would be doomed. Not to mention, should her father discover the truth, the mushroom cooperative and the electricity project would both be jeopardized. Although Li Yanli's act of leaving him the key suggested the likelihood of such a scenario was slim, one could never be too cautious. That woman, like Lu Xiaomei, possessed a multitude of cunning thoughts. Not long after Chen Jianmin entered the house, Tong Yulan burst in, her face alight with excitement. "Jianmin, why are you back? Didn't you go to the county?" How reassuring it was to see this little wife. Chen Jianmin beckoned Tong Yulan to his side, and amid her exclamations, he pulled her onto the Kong, embracing her tightly. After a considerable time, he recalled the matter of the mushrooms and inquired, "Sister Yulan, were the mushrooms sold yesterday?" Tong Yulan hesitated for a moment, her face etched with concern as she remarked, "I've managed to sell them, albeit at a significantly lower price. Just 2 yuan and 10 cents per kilogram. I had feared they wouldn't even fetch 2 yuan. Chen Jianmin shared this sentiment, particularly after the new year. Considering he had sold 3 batches prior, and achieving a price of 2 yuan was indeed fortunate. As long as we keep the mushroom house warm enough to prevent freezing, we can venture into the mountains over the next few days to seek other mushrooms, and transform our mushroom house into a breeding base." When the conversation shifted to professional matters and future plans, Chen Jianmin felt a sense of calm wash over his previously anxious heart. And he spoke at length before finally asking, "Sister Yulan, what do you think?" Blushing, Yulan wrapped her arms around his neck, gently brushing her soft lips against his. Before whispering against his chest, "Brother Jianmin, if you believe it is good, then I do too." Just as Chen Jianmin pondered how to eloquently express his admiration for the woman in his arms, the sound of the outer door interrupted them. Yulan, startled like a frightened rabbit, quickly jumped off the bed and seated herself properly beside the stove. The newcomer was Zhou Mingshan, who blinked his eyes and surveyed the two of them for a while. Zhou Mingshan had long been aware of the connection between Chen Jianmin and Tong Yulan. During their last unexpected encounter at the hot springs, he had sensed that the two were likely sharing a bed, so Yulan's presence here came as no surprise. What perplexed him was Chen Jianmin, whose demeanor suggested he was hiding something. His eyes darted between Zhou and Yulan. Consequently, he scrutinized the young woman a little more closely and realized she had changed significantly from the past, though he could not quite articulate how. However, Zhou had not come to discuss Yulan. He had serious business with Chen Jianmin. After sitting down and lighting a cigarette, he hesitated briefly before stating, "Jianmin, will the price of mushrooms continue to decline in the future?" He recalled the substantial discount on the 3 truckloads sold yesterday. The moment the conversation turned to mushrooms and trade, Chen Jianmin animatedly responded, "Uncle Mingshan, it's simply a matter of supply and demand. Initially, we sold at 2 yuan and 60 cents per kilogram to capitalize on their freshness and rarity, but that price was unsustainable for the average citizen. As we cultivate more, the prices will inevitably drop. To what extent, I cannot say. However, by then, we will profit from the volume." He elaborated extensively, simplifying the principles of market economy as if educating someone new to the subject. Zhou Mingshan nodded in understanding. "Now I see. We must pursue a path of scaling up and establish a reputation." As expected of a village chief, his intellect was sharp, quickly grasping Chen Jianmin's deeper intentions. Yet, despite resolving this concern, Zhou Mingshan remained furrowed-browed, burdened with his own thoughts. Chen Jianmin found it rather peculiar. "Uncle Mingshan, did Sister Xiujuan kick you off the bed?" Seeing him so troubled, before he could finish his words, Zhou Mingshan threw off one of his shoes and aimed it at him, exclaiming, "You little brat. How dare you speak to me so disrespectfully?" With a chuckle, Chen Jianmin felt a surge of relief wash over him, banishing the lingering anxiety from his heart. He retreated to the warmth of the bed, clasping his hands, and said, "Uncle Mingshan, if you have any troubles, just share them with me. Let me cheer you up, or rather, allow me to offer you some advice." Tong Yulan stifled a laugh, observing how Min always seemed to retain a childlike demeanor, which she found rather endearing. Zhou Mingshan indeed had a worry. Regarding the electricity project, the villagers were all quite eager to support it. Yet the prospect of working outdoors in such cold weather to dig the trenches left everyone feeling apprehensive. The challenge was evident. Not only was it freezing outside, but the ground was frozen solid, making it exceedingly difficult to excavate. Of course, there were solutions. They could build a fire to thaw the ground before digging, albeit this would be inefficient and laborious. "Perhaps we could postpone it until March or April when conditions are more favorable," he suggested. Chen Jianmin quickly shook his head in disagreement. "Uncle Mingshan, haven't you endured enough days without electricity? Moreover, this project is being championed by County Chief Li on our behalf, and it's not yet finalized. Once it is, we must commence immediately, otherwise, where would that leave County Chief Li's reputation?" "You are right. I've been foolish," Zhou Mingshan admitted, slapping his forehead. "Once we have confirmation, I'll rally everyone to start digging, even if I have to drive them myself." Chen Jianmin slid down from the bed without reservation, pulling out the golden gourd from Zhou Mingshan's pocket and lighting a stick. "Uncle Mingshan, I have an idea that could save you considerable effort in mobilizing the villagers for this excavation. Would you like to hear it? You little rascal. If you have an idea, just spill it. I'm nearly at my wit's end." Zhou Mingshan was indeed troubled. He could not afford to alienate the villagers over this issue. Besides, he had competitors in the village who might seize this opportunity to undermine his authority. They were likely spreading rumors that he was exploiting the villagers during the harsh winter. Chen Jianmin was somewhat sympathetic to Zhou Mingshan's concerns. But as someone who took advantage of situations, he could not simply offer advice without gain. He puffed on his cigarette, remaining silent. Understanding him well, Tong Yulan suppressed her laughter and went off to prepare a meal for him. Zhou Mingshan then had a realization. "Nephew, if you can help me resolve this issue, I promise you that any future difficulties you encounter, just let me know, and I will move heaven and earth to assist you." "Uncle Mingshan, what are you saying? If we keep chatting like this, we'll lose our focus." Chen Jianmin replied. "Actually, I don't have any pressing issues. It's just that come spring, I wish to build a house next to the forest protection point, my own house. However, there are some complications involved." As soon as Zhou Mingshan heard this, he understood Chen Jianmin's intentions. He simply wanted a plot of land for his home. "Rest assured, that's a matter of a single word from me. Not only will I secure you a plot, but I can also help you find assistance when it comes time to build." Chen Jianmin is not a native of Zhoujia village, and acquiring land for housing poses quite a challenge. The primary reason lies in the fact that Zhoujia village is nestled within a valley where land is scarce and the population is abundant, thus making residential plots exceptionally tight. "Ah, Uncle Mingshan, you have truly resolved a significant dilemma for me," Chen Jianmin exclaimed, immediately grasping Zhou Mingshan's hand and shaking it fervently, as if he had reunited with a long-lost father. "Uncle Mingshan, since you are so considerate, I cannot offer nothing in return. Let us do it this way. You and Sister Xiujuan shall no longer sell the mushrooms. Instead, sell them as seeds to villagers who wish to cultivate mushrooms. As for the price per pound, let us use the ratio of corn seed to regular corn as a reference. What do you think?" Zhou Mingshan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly broke into a smile. "Of course, that is splendid. However, my dear nephew, I must thank you and Xiujuan for this. But what about the digging of the pits? Have you heard if anyone in the village is looking to grow mushrooms during the new year?" Chen Jianmin gently encouraged Zhou Mingshan. Zhou Mingshan and Li Xiujuan had already sent 2 batches of mushrooms to the commune, earning a considerable sum. Everyone was aware of this, and it was only natural that others would wish to join in. Yes, indeed. Even on New Year's Eve, there were visitors bringing gifts at all hours. "I cannot divulge the details," Zhou Mingshan exclaimed suddenly, slapping the edge of the Kong. "Whoever shows the most enthusiasm and completes the task first will be the first to grow mushrooms." "It is settled." Chen Jianmin, with an air of wisdom, smiled as he bid farewell to the consulting Zhou Mingshan. Once he left, his expression fell. Although he had spoken animatedly about mushroom cultivation and electricity in front of Zhou Mingshan, he felt quite unsettled inside. His apprehension stemmed from the fear that Li Yanli might meddle in this matter. A mere mention to her father could potentially jeopardize his entire plan. Indeed, alcohol is a troublesome companion, and driving under its influence is even more ill-advised. Yet, the world has a peculiar way of manifesting fears. Just as dusk fell, Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli appeared at the gate of the forest protection point, burdened with packages. Chapter 88. Capturing Ghosts. As Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli approached the entrance, coincidentally, Chen Jianmin was still shoveling snow in the courtyard. There was no place for him to hide, even if he wished to. Fortunately, he had a thick skin. He tossed aside the broom and joyfully rushed over. From a distance, he waved his hands and called out, "Oh dear, such heavy snow last night. The roads must be treacherous. You should have informed me beforehand. I could have sent a carriage to fetch you." Lu Xiaomei had grown somewhat immune to his superficial flattery and naturally handed him one of her large bags. In contrast, Li Yanli shot him a fierce glare, uttering not a word as she walked past him. Lu Xiaomei, puzzled, inquired, "What's wrong? Have you upset her again?" The two seemed like sworn enemies, always ready to clash upon meeting. "I haven't tea. Who knows what has gotten into her this time?" Chen Jianmin shrugged, feigning innocence, while internally contemplating that Li Yanli had likely kept yesterday's events from Lu Xiaomei. But why was that? The subject of this inquiry warrants significant exploration. Lu Xiaomei observed Chen Jianmin's shifty eyes and sensed he was concocting some mischievous scheme. Each harbored their own thoughts as they followed Li Yanli into the house. Upon seeing Tong Yulan diligently preparing a meal, Lu Xiaomei offered a rare smile and greeted her. "Sister Yulan, your efforts are much appreciated." Startled by the compliment, Tong Yulan's hand trembled, causing her spatula to tumble into the large pot. In her fluster, she reached for it, only to find her petite stature made it somewhat difficult to retrieve. It is worth noting that during these times, the average household utilized a substantial 12-inch pot. And with the stove already elevated, Tong Yulan, in her moment of urgency, rose onto her toes. Unfortunately, her other foot landed on a small twig, which rolled beneath her, sending her dangerously towards the boiling pot. Lu Xiaomei screamed in alarm, but it was too late for intervention. In that critical instant, Chen Jianmin leapt forward, catching Tong Yulan around the waist and spinning her around. Tong Yulan, drenched in cold sweat from fright, momentarily forgot to escape his embrace, allowing him to carry her into the west room without resistance. Chen Jianmin gently set her down on a chair and took her hands, inspecting them with earnest concern. After a moment, he sighed in relief, playfully tapping her forehead. "Do refrain from such reckless antics in the future. Those few vegetables are far less precious than your hands." At his words, Tong Yulan felt an inexplicable warmth rise to her cheeks and shot him a mock glare. As Chen Jianmin prepared to return to sweeping the yard, he did not forget to plant a kiss on her forehead, leaving Tong Yulan wishing she could disappear into a mouse hole. After all, her serious partner was just outside. How could he behave in such a manner? Observing all this, Lu Xiaomei suddenly found herself irked by the entire scene, perplexed by her own feelings. Logically, the closer Chen Jianmin and Tong Yulan grew, the more at ease she should feel with Li Yanli, yet witnessing their affectionate exchanges stirred a desire to intervene. Before she could unravel her own confusion, Li Yanli emerged from the east room, her eyes scanning the surroundings like searchlights, seemingly in pursuit of something. Lu Xiaomei delivered her bag to the east room and turned to inquire, "Yanli, what are you searching for?" Li Yanli raised her hand, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "I'm searching for ghosts." Lu Xiaomei remembered the eerie sounds she had heard while residing in the east room last year, causing her face to pale slightly. Tong Yulan, stepping out from the west room, glanced at Li Yanli's peculiar demeanor and, failing to comprehend her quest, returned to her cooking after a brief look. Having rummaged through the outer room and presumably the east room, Li Yanli now entered the west room, frantically searching yet emerging empty-handed. Undeterred, she ventured into the yard. Glancing about, suddenly, her gaze landed on the roof of the small granary. Lu Xiaomei, following her line of sight, wondered what could possibly be of interest up there. Ah, that was peculiar. A horn was tied to a piece of wood. In her moment of curiosity, Li Yanli tugged at Lu Xiaomei, leading her beside the granary and pointing upwards. "Xiaomei, you're tall. Could you help me retrieve that piece of wood?" While sweeping the snow, Chen Jianmin attentively monitored the situation around him. Upon hearing Li Yanli's words, he hastily discarded the broom, a tool that could be summoned and dismissed at will, and took long strides towards the small storehouse. Although he reacted swiftly, he was still a moment too late. Lu Xiaomei had already disassembled the frightening apparatus, and Li Yanli was examining the cow horn with its pointed tip severed, carelessly blowing into it with both hands. A mournful, wailing sound echoed through the air. Chen Jianmin turned and fled. Li Yanli chased after him, clutching the piece of wood, shouting, "Chen Jianmin, you wretched being, if you have the courage, don't run. If I don't sever that wicked device of yours today, I shall not bear the surname Li." Chen Jianmin ran even faster. Lu Xiaomei, squatting on the ground with her forehead in her hand, watched the two darting around the courtyard, feeling utterly powerless. It was not until mealtime that Li Yanli continued to glare at Chen Jianmin, who appeared completely unfazed, eating and drinking as if nothing were amiss, even letting out a satisfied belch afterward. By nightfall, Chen Jianmin had already secured the door to the west room. Nonetheless, he dared not sleep too soundly, genuinely fearing that Li Yanli might go mad and enter with a surgical knife in the dead of night. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. Upon rising in the morning, he quietly prepared breakfast while the two in the east room were still asleep. After finishing, he wasted no time, took his tools, and headed into the mountains. Today, he aimed to seek out a type of mushroom known as hazelnut mushroom. Due to the heavy snowfall, he did not bring Tong Yulan along and set off alone. In truth, he had another significant matter to attend to, discussing business with Lu Xiaohong and Han Yao. After all, they had acquired the storefront. It was merely a matter of tidying up and restocking. However, he needed to ascertain Li Yanli's true disposition first. If she would not contest him, everything could proceed as planned. Conversely, if she remained obstinate, adjustments to the plan would be necessary, requiring him to focus entirely on the business venture. Thus, why did he not test Li Yanli today, instead hastily entering the mountains? This demonstrated Chen's cleverness. He perceived that Li Yanli still bore resentment, especially after she had discovered the very tool that had frightened them the previous night. It was akin to pouring fuel on a fire. Therefore, it was crucial to avoid her wrath for the time being, allowing her initial fervor to wane, thus providing him the opportunity to turn the situation to his advantage. This was the reason for his hurried departure that early morning. Thankfully, after the snow ceased, the sky promptly cleared, and with not a whisper of wind outside, it became much easier to navigate the mountains. As a forest ranger, Chen Jianmin was quite familiar with the terrain. He ventured into Sandow Gorge and, after nearly 4 hours, successfully gathered a sufficient quantity of hazelnut mushrooms. As it was just around noon, there was no rush to return, and he contemplated indulging in a hot spring bath. However, as he crossed a mountain ridge and prepared to head towards Erdeo Gorge, an icy sensation prickled at the back of his neck, an overwhelming sense of impending danger engulfing him. This is an instinctive reaction to danger. Chen Jianmin immediately crouched down, drawing the pig-slaughtering knife sheathed at his waist, gripping it firmly in his hand. As a forest ranger who traverses the mountains year-round, he not only possesses vigilance, but also carries with him a knife crafted by the original owner, serving as his means of self-defense. This knife, with a blade extending over a foot in length, is exceptionally sharp. At this moment, it proved invaluable. As he crouched, he noticed a solitary wolf, its eyes fixated on him from a mere 20 meters away on the ridge to his left. If it were only this one, he would not be overly concerned. However, the sense of impending danger he felt indicated that there must be more nearby. Indeed, when he swiftly turned his head, he spotted another wolf, lurking just 5 to 6 meters behind him. This one was slightly smaller, its greenish eyes brimming with wildness, and in an instant, it lunged at him with its gaping maw. Chen Jianmin rolled to the side, evading the attack, while simultaneously thrusting the knife upwards. In that critical moment, his muscular physique played a significant role. The speed of his strike was remarkable, and the force behind it was sufficient. The wolf, likely unprepared for his swift counterattack, found the blade piercing into its hind leg. As the wolf turned to charge again, it was evident that the injured leg was impairing its power. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jianmin pressed forward, charging at the wolf, and thrusting his knife towards its mouth. The wolf's reflexes were impressive. It evaded his strike with a swift movement of its head. However, it did not anticipate that Chen Jianmin's maneuver was a feint. As the wolf dodged, his left foot flew up, landing a kick squarely in its abdomen. At that moment, as the wolf recoiled from the blow, he did not squander the rare chance. He lunged onto the wolf's back, plunging the knife into its rear. The struggling wolf fell still, for this was its most vulnerable point. A blade over a foot long could easily take its life. Even a simple wooden stick would suffice. Just then, another wolf, charging from the ridge to his left, seized his left shoulder in its jaws and violently tossed him aside. Chen Jianmin was thrown to the ground. Fortunately, he wore a tattered, thick cotton coat over a heavier padded jacket. More importantly, as the wolf clamped down, he instinctively twisted his shoulder, allowing the wolf to bite only the coat, sparing him from serious harm. Nonetheless, this ignited a fierce spirit within Chen Jianmin. He swiftly turned, now face to face with the sizable gray wolf, his pig-slaughtering knife aimed directly at its eye. The gray wolf shook its head, releasing his shoulder and dodging the strike, while opening its jaws wide to target his neck. This was the fatal strike. Should his neck be bitten, Chen Jianmin would be finished, instantly losing his fighting capacity and becoming a mere meal for the predator. At home, a delicate Tong Yulan awaited him, and he still had to gradually win the affections of Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli, assist his sister-in-law in earning a living, and longed to embrace Han Yao once more. With so many concerns weighing on him, Chen Jianmin certainly did not wish to meet his demise. Sacrificing one arm, he shielded his neck just as the gray wolf lunged to seize his left arm. In that fleeting moment, his knife plunged deep into the wolf's chest. The gray wolf howled in pain, retreating a couple of steps before launching another fierce attack. The strike may not have pierced its heart, inciting the wolf to become even more ferocious. In moments of desperation, one often loses rationality. However, Chen Jianmin was different. The life experiences of 2 lifetimes taught him that calmness was paramount in such dire circumstances. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his knife into the wolf's mouth, the blade slicing through its throat. Although it did not deliver a fatal blow, it compelled the wolf to relinquish its grip and flee. Chen Jianmin had no intention of letting it escape, chasing after it with a loud roar. The wolf, already weakened from his earlier strike, soon collapsed in the snow. When Chen Jianmin reached it, its legs still thrashed in a futile struggle. With a surge of trepidation, he stomped heavily on its chest several times, then delivered a final stab to its heart, watching as it slumped down, lifeless. After thoroughly inspecting the creature, he was filled with a sense of both fear and luck. To have engaged in a fierce battle with 2 hungry wolves and emerged unscathed was a tale worthy of a lifetime of boasting. However, he quickly realized that the presence of 2 wolves might signal the possibility of a third or even a fourth. Suddenly aware of the danger, Chen Jianmin disregarded everything else and hurriedly retreated, dragging his weary legs back. By the time he reached the ridge before the village, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Here, even if other wolves were present, they could not pursue him any further. After catching his breath and preparing to descend, he spotted Zhou Wen, who was returning from setting traps, carrying 2 rabbits. He called out urgently, "Zhou Gu, hurry back to the village and fetch 2 more people." Zhou Wen, noticing him, hurried to the mountaintop, and, seeing Chen Jianmin's disheveled appearance, restrained a laugh and asked, "Brother, where have you been rolling around? Your clothes are in tatters." "Rolling? Forget that. Just hurry back to the village and bring more people. There are 2 dead wolves on the ridge." "Dead wolves?" Zhou Wen then noticed that Chen Jianmin was tightly gripping a bloodied knife, with blood smeared on his arms and splattered across his face. In less than 2 hours, the heroic tale of Chen Jianmin single-handedly slaying 2 wolves spread rapidly through the village. The first to visit him was Zhou Lihong, who, upon hearing the news, disregarded everything else and rushed to the forest protection point. Upon seeing Chen Jianmin lying on the bed, she assumed he was gravely injured and approached with trembling steps, covering her face as she began to cry. Lu Xiaomei, busy tending to Chen Jianmin's tattered coat, was momentarily stunned by the scene, blinking in disbelief before finally asking, "Sister, what are you doing?" Zhou Lihong finally noticed that there were others in the room. Turning her head towards Lu Xiaomei, she pointed at Chen Jianmin and asked, "Where is he injured? Is it serious?" Lu Xiaomei, being a perceptive individual, immediately understood her cousin's distressing demeanor and realized that there was more to the relationship between her cousin and Chen Jianmin. With a huff, she approached Chen Jianmin, who was pretending to be asleep, and pinched one of his ears, exclaiming, "Get up, someone is here to see you." Chen Jianmin swiftly turned over and sat up with a grin, saying, "Ah, it's Sister Lihong. You know my capabilities. Do you really think 2 mere wolves could injure me? Check for yourself. I'm as lively as ever, perfectly fine. Why don't you come by tonight after everyone else is asleep and give me a thorough checkup?" Lu Xiaomei, holding onto his ear, quipped, "Hurry up and let go. Your actions are severely tarnishing my heroic image." Just as they were speaking, the sound of a car horn suddenly echoed from the courtyard. Upon hearing the car horn, Lu Xiaomei's expression soured as she released Chen Jianmin's ear. "This person is insufferable. He cannot seem to be at ease unless he irritates others," she thought. Zhou Lihong realized that her earlier anxiety might have raised her cousin's suspicions, but thankfully, Chen Jianmin's seemingly jesting remarks had alleviated some of her cousin's worries. After all, she was 32 and had some life experience. She wiped her tears and joked, "I truly fear for his injuries. If he is hurt, how can the mushroom farm continue? My hard-earned job will go to waste." Lu Xiaomei's eyes flickered, and she decided to change the subject. "Sister, who has come outside? Let us go see." The visitor was the village chief, Lu Qingda, a man in his 50s with a shiny forehead and slicked-back hair, dressed in a Zhongshan suit. Even before entering, his belly seemed to precede him. Upon entering, he inquired of those accompanying him, "Is Dr. Li staying here? The conditions here are rather lacking." Emerging from the west room, Chen Jianmin quickly understood that Lu Qingda was there to visit Li Yanli. Zhou Mingshan squeezed through the crowd behind him and responded, "Chief Lu, Dr. Li resides here." "Oh, why haven't I seen her?" This last question was directed towards Chen Jianmin. "Lu Qingda, Chen Jianmin scrutinized the man once more, slightly shaking his head and gesturing towards the village. She has gone for a stroll in the village. If you esteemed leaders wish to wait for her, please feel free to enter the west room. In reality, she had gone to Zhou Wen's house to check on the wolves. Chen Jianmin, concerned that Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli might be frightened, had asked Zhou Wen to bring the wolves to his house for handling. Unexpectedly, Li Yanli, bold yet foolish, insisted on going to see them, crying and begging Tong Yulan to take her along. She has gone to the village? Lu Qingde cast a sidelong glance at Chen Jianmin. And who might you be? Leaders, this is the forest protection station at Hongshan Forestry Farm. Care to guess who I am? Chen Jianmin replied playfully. Lu Qingde's expression darkened. Young comrade, your attitude towards work seems to be lacking. Chen Jianmin smiled and retorted, my duty is as a dedicated forest ranger, not a receptionist. My skills are not yet refined, and I ask for your understanding. The confrontation between the two individuals occurred quite unexpectedly. Before Zhou Mingshan could comprehend the situation, Chen Jianmin and Lu Qingde had already exchanged barbs in 2 rounds of verbal sparring. Observing Lu Qingde's visibly distressed demeanor, Zhou Mingshan promptly positioned himself between them to mediate. Lu Township Head, since Dr. Li is absent, why don't we head to the village? I have arranged a working meal at my home, and I also wish to discuss several important matters with the leadership. Lu Qingde shot a glance at Chen Jianmin, let out a dismissive snort, and turned to leave without a word. Chen Jianmin didn't see him off either. He too huffed and retreated to the west room, resuming his usual activities. In dealing with Lu Qingde, he was far less respectful and cordial than he was with Li Jigang. This was not due to any sense of favoritism based on rank. Rather, it stemmed from a personal aversion to the township head. According to Zhou Mingshan, Lu Qingde had been quite irked by repeated visits regarding the electricity issue in Zhujiakan, culminating in a heated confrontation where Lu ordered him out and issued a stern warning that if Zhou Mingshan continued to disrupt township affairs over such trivial matters, he would face consequences. This was not all. Chen Jianmin had also heard rumors of Lu Qingde's lecherous nature. Initially, he brushed it off, thinking, what man isn't a bit lustful? He himself was no stranger to being captivated by beautiful women. However, when Zhou Wen recounted instances where Lu Qingde had exploited his authority to coerce women, it crossed a line. Lu Qingde had strutted in just moments ago, his arrogance palpable. And compared to Li Jigang, he was utterly unworthy of even carrying the latter's shoes. As thoughts of Li Jigang arose, Chen Jianmin began to ponder Li Yanli's stance. He realized he could not afford to delay any longer. He must quickly discern her intentions to facilitate his next steps. Just then, Li Yanli returned, accompanied by Tong Yulan, each carrying a large wolf leg. Upon entering, they exclaimed, Chen Jianmin, hurry up and prepare this wolf leg for dinner tonight. Chen Jianmin peeked from the west room, glancing at the blood-dripping legs, and his lips twitched. I say, little sister, if it's too difficult, you might as well eat me instead. I've never cooked this before, nor have I tasted it, so I'm at a loss. Zhou Lihong, who usually cooked for Li Yanli, quickly interjected. I've heard the meat has a somewhat gamey flavor. It's best to roast it. In truth, wolf meat is not particularly palatable. It tends to be coarse and somewhat tough. However, Zhou Lihong was right. When roasted, it could be quite flavorful. After some contemplation, Chen Jianmin soon gathered firewood in the yard and set up a wooden frame, deciding to roast not only the wolf legs, but also 2 rabbits he had stored in the small warehouse. The group relished an unusual barbecue feast in the depths of winter. After the meal, seizing the opportunity while Lu Xiaomei assisted Zhou Lihong in tidying the outer room, Chen Jianmin approached Li Yanli and nudged her with his elbow, saying, Xiaoli, I plan to build my own house to the east this spring and would like to create a treatment room specifically for you, to facilitate your medical service to the villagers. Do you have any requests? Li Yanli stared at him as if he were an alien, asking, have you lost your mind? Or is the wolf meat making you delirious? Are you the kind of person who rises early without any benefit? Certainly not. No, I meant it has nothing to do with profit. It is purely a matter of our personal relationship. Go away, and spare me the talk of personal connections. Li Yanli, with a swift change of demeanor, spoke with a tone that sounded intimidating, yet she was not genuinely angry, a fact that Chen Jianmin could discern. He gestured towards the newly lit kerosene lamp, momentarily adopting a saintly expression of compassion. One wonders if the people of Zhoujia village will manage to escape this fate this year. What era is it? Yet they are still relying on the most primitive methods for illumination? It speaks to our generation's failure to take responsibility. As Chen Jianmin continued his increasingly absurd discourse, Li Yanli's eyes widened in disbelief. Finally, she reached out to touch his forehead, comparing it to her own, and concluded he was not feverish. Why then was he speaking such nonsense? After much circumlocution, Li Yanli steadfastly avoided mentioning any progress regarding the village's electricity situation, which left him in a state of agitation. He finally inquired directly, "Xiaoli, do you think Director Li will arrange for the electricity installation in a short time?" Li Yanli seemed to have grasped his ulterior motive for bringing up the electricity issue, and with a cunning smile, she softly asked, "Do you wish to know?" "Yes," Chen Jianmin replied, sensing victory within reach. At least her current demeanor suggested she was no longer inclined to hold grievances against him. "I will tell you tonight," she said, gesturing a cutting motion with her palm. In a flash, Chen Jianmin quickly shielded himself with both hands, exclaiming, "Auntie, this truly is unacceptable. What do you want? Just give me a straightforward answer. Such torment could drive a person mad." "You desire a straightforward answer?" Li Yanli inquired gently. "Yes," Chen Jianmin nodded. "I will tell you tonight," she reiterated, this time mimicking the action of cutting with her fingers, her gaze drifting towards his abdomen. Chen Jianmin felt utterly exhausted. Why could this matter not be resolved? Alas, it was his own fault for failing to withstand the allure of beauty. Yet, who could blame him? Li Yanli was simply too captivating and had crafted a perfect opportunity for him to be with her intimately. The thought of smooth sailing struck him like a lightning bolt. From the moment Wang Biantu's second son was sent to the county hospital, to dining and drinking with Li Yanli's dubious friends, and then retreating to the empty house of her aunt where they shared a bed, it all unfolded remarkably seamlessly. So, when a situation progresses with such ease, might it not be indicative of a premeditated design? Had Li Yanli orchestrated this? The validity of this notion would be revealed tonight. Chapter 91. An honest encounter. As bedtime approached, Zhou Wen arrived. Upon entering and seeing Chen Jianmin alone in the room washing his feet, he discreetly pointed towards the eastern room and whispered, "Jianmin, isn't your partner here?" After speaking, he gestured towards the Kong with his chin. "If you have something to say, say it. If not, be on your way." Chen Jianmin curtly issued an invitation to leave. Their camaraderie had deepened, and they had grown increasingly casual with one another. Zhou Wen did not take his words seriously. He proactively retrieved his cigarettes, lit one, and gestured toward the window. "I have tossed those 2 wolf skins onto the roof of the small shed. Remember to collect them when they dry, and then take them to the tanner at the commune." "All right, that task has been handled well." According to folklore, wolfskin blankets could forewarn one of impending danger. When one lay upon them, the hairs would bristle, rousing the sleeper if someone intended them harm. Whether this legend held truth was inconsequential. What mattered was the value of the skins. Chen Jianmin intended to gift one to each of his fathers-in-law. "By the way, weren't you planning to cultivate mushrooms?" he inquired while drying his feet. Zhou Wen displayed a weary expression. "Please spare me. A clumsy person like me can hardly manage such meticulous work. Helping others deliver mushrooms is sufficient for me." "That's fine. Just wait a moment. I have more to discuss." Chen Jianmin carried the footbath outside to dispose of the water. Upon returning, as he entered the outer room, he heard the unmistakable sounds of activity from the east room. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he knocked forcefully on the door before hastily retreating to the west room, securing the door tightly. He felt this was in the best interest of the 2 individuals involved. Given the presence of an outsider, any excessive commotion could lead to undesirable gossip. Although he trusted Zhou Wen was not one to spread rumors. One could never truly know another's heart, and he could not expect others to consistently exhibit goodwill. The only certainty was to seize the present and live well today. With this understanding, he began to passionately outline a professional plan for Zhou Wen. "I have an idea. We should establish a mushroom cooperative. Do not be misled by the name. Essentially, it involves providing technology and market access. This will undoubtedly necessitate transportation, and it should be centralized to minimize costs. Though discussing this may seem futile, you, a simpleton, may find it incomprehensible. The transportation aspect directly concerns you. I will not seek others for this responsibility. You and your brother will handle it. Once the volume of transportation increases, you can form a transport team, purchase vehicles, hire staff, and even marry." He animatedly conveyed his vision, which was not mere persuasion, but rather a form of motivational speech. Regardless, the outcome was evident as Zhou Wen clenched his fists, brimming with determination, akin to a soldier preparing for battle. Chen Jianmin drank a sizable jug of water to soothe his throat and approached the door to the east room, gently knocking twice. "You may continue," he said. Returning to the west room, he felt a simmering indignation. What was this situation? With both wives causing a ruckus? Must he stand guard? Was that not a bit excessive? Chen Jianmin had already tacitly accepted Li Yanli as his wife. After all, having taken her virginity, he bore a sense of responsibility, did he not? The pressing question remained: how to fulfill this responsibility? It was indeed a source of great vexation. At that moment, He had entirely forgotten his earlier suspicions regarding being manipulated by Li Yanli. With matters weighing heavily on his mind, sleep eluded him. He lay wide-eyed on the bed, tossing and turning through the night. When the clock he had purchased just before the new year chimed twice, the door creaked open slowly. In the dim light, by the gate alone, Chen Jianmin discerned that the visitor was Li Yanli. A wave of secret delight washed over him. Leaving the door unlocked had proven fortuitous, as she had indeed come. Li Yanli appeared well prepared. After entering and shutting the door behind her, she took a couple of steps inside and switched on a flashlight. Upon spotting Chen Jianmin, who was wrapped in a blanket and leaning against the wall, smiling at her, she let out a startled scream, causing the scalpel she held in her other hand to clatter to the floor. Chen Jianmin's own scream was even louder. After it subsided, he shrank back into the corner, trembling as he asked, "Li Yanli, do you truly intend to harm me?" Seeing his reaction, Li Yanli was no longer frightened. She calmed her racing heart, retrieved the scalpel from the ground, and, fiddling with it, remarked, "Today, I learned what it means to feel guilty. Rest assured, even for Xiaomei's sake, I would not truly sever that part of you." Chen Jianmin wiped away non-existent sweat. "Then why are you wielding that dangerous thing? Put it aside, quickly." Li Yanli, with a triumphant flourish, climbed onto the bed beside Chen Jianmin, unceremoniously pulling his blanket over her legs. "Chen Jianmin, where has your fearless bravado gone? Bold as a lion before the event, yet timid as a mouse afterward. This is how your life shall be. Let us stick to the matter at hand and avoid unnecessary banter," Chen Jianmin replied. His fear was not of her, but of her father. Li Yanli, evidently skilled in medicine, quickly grasped the implication of his last statement. She pinched the soft flesh beneath his armpit, twisting it forcefully. When Chen Jianmin showed no reaction, she withdrew her hand and said earnestly, "Ask whatever you wish. This opportunity is singular and shall not be repeated." Chen Jianmin switched off the flashlight. Providing a scientific rationale, research indicates that individuals are more likely to speak the truth in darkness. "That's irrelevant," Li Yanli retorted, leaving the flashlight off. "So, the first thing I want to inquire about is the electricity situation in the village. What's the status? Look at me, I'm genuinely concerned. It's rare to find a young man with such noble intentions these days." Chen Jianmin, in the dark, rubbed the spot she had pinched. "There was a resolution prior to the new year, and an official announcement is expected in the next couple of days," Li Yanli answered succinctly. Chen Jianmin breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, once the area had electricity, everything would become manageable. Of course, that was contingent upon first clarifying his second question. "Xiaoli, since we are being forthright, I must ask you something. Please answer truthfully. Yesterday, after taking Wang Bianzi's second son to the county hospital, I was brought to a class reunion before he could finish." Li Yanli interrupted, "Yes, just as you suspect. It was all orchestrated by me. What else do you wish to know?" Chen Jianmin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. What do you mean by that? He felt a subtle thrill of excitement. Did this not imply that Li Yanli had transformed her passivity into initiative and was eager for change? However, as he embraced her shoulders and his other hand gradually glided towards her chest, she uttered a phrase that struck a heavy blow to comrade Chen Jianmin, causing him to momentarily doubt the integrity of his own body. Chapter 92. The enigmatic young woman Li Yanli orchestrated a plan that compelled Chen Jianmin to obediently accompany her to the county town, subsequently attending her class reunion. In a state of inebriation, her ambiguous behavior left him utterly perplexed, prompting him to straightforwardly inquire about her intentions. Li Yanli chuckled lightly, deftly swatting away his hand that sought to rest upon her chest, and with a hint of disdain remarked, "Everyone speaks of the wonders of intimacy between men and women. So I wish to gain a deeper understanding. After experiencing it firsthand, I find it rather unremarkable. It is merely what it is." "Merely what it is." Chen Jianmin's hand hung, suspended in midair. "Wait, Xiaoli, are you implying that I am inadequate?" He felt a surge of agitation. "If you wish to interpret it that way, I do not oppose." Li Yanli's voice remained gentle. Chen Jianmin began to grind his teeth, then pondered a pivotal question. "Why do you insist on seeking me for this experience?" "Because you possess a considerable fear of consequences, generally. Those who fear greatly are easier to manage. Am I satisfying you with this explanation?" "Quite satisfied. Yet there remains an unsettled matter that leaves me feeling rather insecure." Chen Jianmin replied indirectly. "I already know what you are anxious about. It is merely the fear that I might tell my father you are bullying me, correct?" Li Yanli astutely discerned his thoughts with a single statement. Chen Jianmin's heart skipped a beat. He was uncertain of Li Yanli's true intentions, so he boldly asked, "Will you tell your father?" "Yes." She tossed the question back at him. Chen Jianmin flicked on his flashlight, seizing the hand she had kept hidden behind her, gently coaxing, Shaoli, it is perilous to engage in such activities at this late hour. Allow me to take that for safekeeping. With that, he forcibly snatched the surgical knife from her grip and hurled it to the ground. Then, he wrapped his arms around her waist and whispered softly in her ear. Shaoli, to ensure your experience is profound, I believe it is essential to continue what we began last night. He was a man of considerable life experience. Fearful of causing her harm the previous evening, he had merely skimmed the surface. Had his kindness led to her underestimating him? That simply would not do. It was inconsistent with Chen Jianmin's principles, thus tonight must serve as a proper continuation. As for her thoughts on the matter, they were now of little consequence. Chen Jianmin anticipated resistance from Li Yanli. Yet to his surprise, the young woman wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered, "Let us not create too much noise." As she spoke, a fragrant breeze wafted into Chen Jianmin's nostrils, embodying the essence of allure. This left him utterly bewildered. She was not adhering to the expected script, rendering his prepared tactics and strategies ineffectual. However, he was, after all, a seasoned warrior, and soon cast aside the trivialities that plagued his mind. Even if the sky were to fall, he resolved to ensure that Dr. Li's journey of exploration would yield new revelations. In the darkness, he expertly captured her smooth, fragrant lips with his own, and moments later, he chuckled softly, remarking, "I thought I was doomed." His inappropriate comment left Li Yanli quite displeased. "What is the matter? Is there really no sense of security when you're with me? Is it my appearance that frightens you?" No, that is absolutely not the case." Chen Jianmin vehemently denied, while feeling an overwhelming curiosity. Had he opened a new world for her the previous night? Had he known it would lead to this? He would have seized the opportunity during her sleepwalking episode, avoiding all the ensuing complications. His mind was racing with thoughts, yet his hands remained undeterred. Having already ventured beneath her clothing, discovering that her attire greatly facilitated his conquest. Li Yanli let out a soft hum, teasingly uttering 3 words, "Brother Jianmin." Just this single utterance shattered Chen Jianmin's defenses. Moments ago, he had maintained a semblance of restraint, but now he violently discarded any hindrances. In mere moments, the room was filled with an intoxicating atmosphere. It was unclear which of the two had turned on the flashlight, but the beam swayed throughout the room for quite some time, and not just once. At 5:30 in the morning, after a night of fatigue, Chen Jianmin was jolted awake by a sharp pain under his armpit. As the faint morning light filtered in, he beheld the woman nestled in his embrace. Sporting a smug smile, Chen Jianmin instantly regained his composure and, gesturing towards the east room, whispered urgently, "You must return quickly. If Xiaomei discovers us, it will spell disaster." Due to her profession, Lu Xiaomei rose promptly at 6 every morning. If she were to find them in bed together, the consequences were better left unimagined. "Why should I fear when you don't? Isn't Xiaomei the one providing this convenience?" Li Yanli replied, yawning broadly, wrapping her arms around his waist, pressing herself against him, and closing her eyes. Goodness, does she intend to stay? Chen Jianmin felt a pang of anxiety. "Shaoli, if you wish to sleep, you should return." Li Yanli evidently had no intention of leaving. Instead, she pressed closer to him, playfully kicked him with one leg, compelling Chen Jianmin to contemplate the idea of crashing into a wall. Yet, he could not afford such indulgence. The minute hand on the clock was inching towards 9, and Lu Xiaomei could very well be awakening. Chen Jianmin was drenched in sweat, but suddenly a realization dawned upon him. He had been awakened by a pinch. What exactly did Li Yanli intend? Was she planning to confront Lu Xiaomei? While Chen Jianmin felt that such a course of action was not entirely out of the question, it did diverge from his original intentions, and the prospect of altering Lu Xiaomei's disposition might very well be dashed. After all, Li Yanli was not merely her best friend. Just as he steeled himself to accept his fate, Li Yanli seemed to have grown weary of the game, chuckling softly twice before swiftly rising and darting out of the room. Once outside, she would essentially be in the clear. Chen Jianmin wiped the sweat from his forehead. Indeed, this time he was genuinely perspiring, reflecting on the arduous path he had chosen, fraught with anxiety over such trivial misdeeds. How would he navigate the days ahead? As for Li Yanli, despite their candid exchanges, he remained unable to fathom her intentions, which was rather vexing. Regardless of the turmoil within him, the sun continued its relentless journey across the sky, and life demanded sustenance and rest. In the following 2 days, Li Yanli was unusually subdued. Aside from administering 4 drips to Wang Jingquan during the day and prescribing medication to other villagers, she did not return to torment him. As she had mentioned, the matter of electricity proceeded as planned. Within 2 days, the county's directives were communicated to the village. Within a week, terrain surveys were completed, and the locations for poles were determined. Zhou Mingshan, brimming with enthusiasm, convened a village meeting to assign the task of digging pits. Due to the mountainous terrain, the density of the poles would be considerable, with neighboring distances rarely exceeding 50 meters, and some as short as 20 meters. Given the elongated shape of the village, it was preliminarily estimated that around 300 poles would be required, necessitating at least 300 pits to be dug, with 332 households in the village. Excluding special cases like the 5 guarantee households, each family would essentially need to dig one pit. Upon hearing this news while cultivating hazelnuts in the mushroom house, Chen Jianmin frowned and set off to find Zhou Mingshan. Technically, as an employee of the Hongshan forestry farm, he was not a resident of Zhoujia village, so he was not obligated to dig pits. However, his neighbor, Tong Yulan, could not escape this duty. Lu Jinshan was in poor health and could not be relied upon, while Aunt Lu had to care for her children and was unable to undertake heavy labor. Ultimately, the responsibility of digging the pit would fall upon Tong Yulan. The young bride, Chen Jianmin, was unwilling to subject his wife to such hardship in the harsh winter, so upon hearing of this situation, he promptly visited Zhou Mingshan's home. Upon his arrival, Aunt Zhou greeted him with a beaming smile. "Oh my, how does such a busy person like you find the time to visit? Come in. Your Uncle Mingshan will be back soon." "Auntie, have you hit the jackpot, or are you expecting good news? Why so cheerful?" Chen Jianmin jested, not mincing words. Aunt Zhou playfully slapped his back. "You little rascal, always joking around." Once inside, Aunt Zhou explained her joy. "Both of my daughters were placed in the key class as school started, which gives them a better chance of going to university." The Zhou family had 3 sons and 2 daughters, with the 2 sons having established their own households. The youngest, a 19-year-old daughter, had left school early, leaving only the youngest pair of twin daughters studying at the county's first high school, now in their final year, and reportedly performing well academically. "That's wonderful. If they truly gain university admission, it will not only be a celebration for your family, but for all of Zhoujia village," Chen Jianmin remarked. "Wait, didn't they start school early?" "Indeed, they returned to school yesterday. Sit tight, Jianmin, while I prepare some water for you." Good news indeed. It seemed that from this humble village, a pair of phoenixes would finally take flight. Chen Jianmin's words were not mere ramblings. It seemed as though the local feng shui was amiss, or perhaps there were other underlying reasons, for talent had never flourished here. Not a single scholar or successful candidate had emerged, let alone university graduates. Contemplating Han Yao, Chen Jianmin resolved to visit the commune the following day. After his encounter with Li Yanli that evening, he sent word to Lu Xiaohong the next day, instructing her to assist Han Yao in organizing the set of storefronts acquired from Zhou Mingshan through dubious means. A week had passed, and he was curious about the state of affairs. He had also devised a plan. Amidst Li Yanli's unpredictable demeanor, he would continue to cultivate mushrooms and not let his business falter. He aimed to strike a delicate balance, strong enough to compel Li Yanli to relent, not that he should dwell on such thoughts. Just as he pondered these matters, Zhou Mingshan returned. Exuberant as if he had just wed a new bride, his smile wider than Aunt Zhou's. Upon seeing Chen Jianmin, he immediately offered a cigarette. "This is Phoenix tobacco. You haven't tried it before, have you?" "Lu Xiangzhang gave it to me." "Uncle Mingshan, you were swayed by a mere pack of cigarettes?" Chen Jianmin scoffed, lighting the cigarette. "You haven't visited Zhoujia village in 800 years, and now that you've finally established a connection with County Cheerfully, you start bustling about. Such a person." He shook his head. "Keep your voice down." Zhou Mingshan shot him a glare. "Lu Xiangzhang was here to see Dr. Li. I was just along for the ride. By the way, what brings you here? Is it not permissible for me to visit without a reason, Uncle Mingshan?" Chen Jianmin replied, smoothly pocketing the pack of Phoenix cigarettes that Zhou Mingshan had placed on the edge of the Kong. "Well, the hazel mushrooms that Tong Yulan and I have been developing have begun to fruit. This means we can cultivate 2 varieties of mushrooms now. Since hazel mushrooms fetch a higher price and yield well, I plan to have you and Sister Xiujuan cultivate them, while the first batch of soil mushrooms will be grown by the initial 20 households." "Oh, that is splendid." Zhou Mingshan, momentarily distracted from his scrutiny of Chen Jianmin's pockets, inquired eagerly, "When can we start?" "The earliest would be a week from now. By then, I expect the holes for the utility poles will be dug as well. Also, there's another request. During this week, you 2 families should not remain idle. Please tidy up the mushroom house and rebuild the mushroom racks. The previous ones were inadequate and adversely affected both yield and quality. New substrate is also required." Chen Jianmin outlined several demands in one breath, leaving Zhou Mingshan momentarily stunned. Finally, with a pained expression, he remarked, "Jianmin, I shall commence tomorrow. But perhaps you could come to supervise the site? I can hardly remember everything you just mentioned. Let us set aside the topic of supervision for now. My thought is this. Hazel mushrooms are highly nutritious, and urban dwellers recognize their value. so we should position them as our flagship product. Therefore, this initial planting must succeed without fail, as what you produce will serve as seeds for the other households. Thus, I propose that your family and Sister Xiaojuan's focus entirely on preparing for mushroom cultivation and refrain from digging holes. Zhou Mingshan nodded vigorously, acknowledging, you are right. This first batch must succeed, for failure would dampen everyone's spirits. Observe, the individual has attained the position of village chief, demonstrating remarkable capability and an ability to transcend the confines of their immediate surroundings to consider the broader picture. Chen Jianmin rose to take his leave, saying, very well. It's just this matter. Uncle Mingshan, rest assured, I shall spend the night at the commune and journey to the county town tomorrow to establish sales channels. I anticipate it will take approximately 3 to 5 days to finalize arrangements. Just as he was about to step over the threshold, he was tugged back by Zhou Mingshan, who exclaimed, do not be in such a hurry to depart. If you go to the county town, who will guide us? Chen Jianmin smacked his forehead and replied, seek out Tong Yulan. She comprehends the technical requirements involved. During the day, she may be occupied with digging, but she can assist you in the evening. Zhou Mingshan also slapped his forehead, lamenting, look at my memory, getting muddled over the electrification matter. That young bride from the Liu family is our technician. How can we let her dig? He continued, all right, my dear nephew, please return and inform her that she is exempt from this voluntary labor. Indeed, Uncle Mingshan's consideration was commendable. Meanwhile, at Tong Yulan's home, the family gathered to discuss the impending excavation scheduled for the following day. Lu Jinshan remarked, it's not that I should go. We can take our time digging, it won't be exhausting. After all, which family would permit a woman to engage in such labor? Aunt Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? In this frigid weather, one can hardly extend their hands, let alone work. Merely reaching a destination while gasping for breath would be a significant achievement, and you expect to dig? Do you wish to bury yourself there? At that moment, as Tong Yulan was changing the child's clothes, she turned and said, Father, Mother, I shall undertake the digging. Given our circumstances, others cannot object. In truth, she would prefer to hire someone, as Chen Jianmin had advised that matters that can be settled with money should be dealt with as such. However, she was acutely aware of her mother-in-law's frugality, knowing that spending money would certainly not be acceptable. Aunt Lu found herself in a quandary. Asking a young bride to perform such labor was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Just then, a steady, resonant voice filled with strength emanated from the outer room. There is no need for you all to dispute. Your family is exempt from this voluntary labor. The speaker was none other than Chen Jianmin. What did you say? No need to dig? Aunt Lu asked incredulously. Lu Jinshan looked at him with equal perplexity, knowing that in rural areas, voluntary labor is typically unavoidable unless under exceptional circumstances. Only Tong Yulan felt her heart leap. She recognized that this man would not allow her to suffer such hardship. She had seen him leave moments ago, presumably to devise a solution for her predicament. And indeed, he had found a way, and now he had come to inform her. She offered a bashful smile, and, in a manner concealed from her in-laws, mouthed to Chen Jianmin, do not visit tonight. Chapter 94. Imparting knowledge after Chen Jianmin's mushroom house began cultivating hazelnut mushrooms. Zhou Lihong willingly took on the night shift, a decision previously agreed upon with Tong Yulan, alternating their day and night shifts monthly. Coincidentally, as of yesterday, Li Yanli's treatment of Wang Jinquan was set to conclude, requiring a 6-month period for observation thereafter. Thus, today, she and Lu Xiaomei returned to the commune. In truth, they had no choice but to return, as the central primary school of the commune was about to commence its academic year, and Lu Xiaomei, as the class teacher, was required to report a week in advance. Thus, Zhou Lihong, working the night shift, no longer needed to rush home and could rest in the east room. This made Chen Jianmin a bit restless. Yet the memory of the phrase the young bride from the west courtyard had mouthed to him quelled his impulse to enter the east room. Indeed, at 10:30 that evening, Tong Yulan quietly slipped into the west room. Upon entering, she immediately caught sight of Chen Jianmin, who was engrossed in a novel while lying on the heated bed, and his face lit up with joy. He gestured for her to close the door. Blushing, Tong Yulan turned to fumble with the latch, not allowing Chen Jianmin a moment to protest, and with a swift motion, extinguished the oil lamp. By the 12th day of the Lunar New Year, the moonlight filtered through the window, which was covered with 2 layers of plastic, casting a gentle glow that enveloped the room in a hazy atmosphere. Brother Jianmin, Tong Yulan said, her tender voice breaking the silence as she gazed at the window for a moment. It's still too bright. Let us cover the window. In an instant, Chen Jianmin leaped off the bed, seizing the opportunity to pull her onto the bed, showering her with kisses as he murmured, Sister Yulan, I wish to gaze upon you. What is so appealing about me? Tong Yulan replied bashfully, yet she did not insist on blocking the window any longer. She knelt in his embrace, eagerly wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him passionately. Their final kiss lingered on his lips for what felt like an eternity, before she breathlessly whispered in his ear, "Brother Jianmin, I will attend to you today." After uttering this, she found herself nearly out of breath, nestling against his shoulder, her heart racing. Chen Jianmin held her tightly, softly asking, "How do you plan to attend to me?" Tong Yulan fell silent, her actions speaking for her. Within 2 minutes, she had deftly removed all of Chen Jianmin's attire, guiding him to lie on his back. With unwavering focus, she gazed into his eyes, slowly shedding her own garments. One by one, then, she gradually leaned closer. Chen Jianmin, utterly unprepared for the unexpected rewards of merely helping her be relieved of her labor duties, felt a surge of happiness, momentarily losing his sense of direction. Before long, sounds of pleasure escaped him, startling yet thrilling, as they emanated from a grown man. This evoked a fit of giggles from Tong Yulan, who, emboldened by his response, leaned towards his ear and whispered, "It's time to pick mushrooms." At the mention of her expertise, Chen Jianmin became animated, sensing this was indeed the perfect moment for a lesson. He cupped Tong Yulan's delicate face and kissed her, saying, "This particular hazelnut mushroom requires precise temperature control. Around 37 degrees is ideal." As he demonstrated while explaining, Chen Jianmin felt a swell of emotion. After all, how many teachers remained as dedicated as he was, even in such moments, imparting wisdom through both words and actions? Of course, Tong Yulan proved to be quite astute, grasping concepts swiftly, eager for more knowledge. Without holding back, they delved into intricate topics like interwoven roots and cart pushing. Just returning from the mushroom shed, Zhou Lihong, overhearing their exchange from the outer room, nearly burst into laughter, gradually retreating to the east room, where she sat by the stove, lost in thought as she gazed at the flickering flames. After an hour had passed, upon returning from the mushroom house inspection, she was greeted by the tender yet seemingly anguished melodies that resonated in her ears. Casting a glance at the moon, which was obscured by thick clouds, she quietly entered the west room. Earlier that day, Tong Yulan had sought her out, discreetly exchanging a few words. The following morning, Chen Jianmin inspected the mushroom house to assess the growth situation before entrusting all matters related to the mushroom house to Tong Yulan and pedaling his bicycle to the commune. He needed to act swiftly, for the forest fire prevention period was imminent, spanning from March 1st to June 1st, during which he would be confined to the forest protection point or patrolling the mountains, unable to venture elsewhere. Upon arriving at the commune, he made a beeline for the storefront, eager to ascertain the progress of the preparations. To his astonishment, the scene was far from what he had anticipated. From a distance, he noticed a constant flow of people entering and exiting the storefront. Shouldn't they still be tidying up the premises? Why were there so many visitors? As he approached, he realized that it was not merely a matter of foot traffic. A sign had even been hung above the storefront. Jianmin Clothing Store? Chen Jianmin stood in shock for a moment before squeezing into the rather cramped space. At first glance, he observed that the walls were adorned with an array of garments, while a wooden rack in the center was brimming with various accessories such as hairpins and floral adornments. His prospective sister-in-law, Lu Xiaohong, was enthusiastically explaining fashion trends to a customer. "Sister, don't let our remote location fool you. Many here are quite fashionable. This pair of bell-bottoms you're looking at is all the rage this year. I saw young people in Guangzhou wearing them almost every day. Moreover, with your figure, I assure you, you would wear them even better than the city dwellers, as they perfectly complement your elegance." It became evident that diligence reaps rewards, as the lady, warmly attended to by Lu Xiaohong, swiftly purchased 3 pairs of bell-bottoms in different styles along with 2 pairs of jeans. Lu Xiaohong personally escorted her to the door, and upon returning, she spotted her brother-in-law. "Oh, brother-in-law, when did you arrive?" Chen Jianmin gestured around. "Is this how the place is meant to be used?" "Well, how else would it be used?" Lu Xiaohong momentarily appeared puzzled, but quickly grasped his intent. "Brother-in-law, there's no need for everything to be so formal. We're selling clothing, not preparing a bridal chamber. It's unnecessary to exert so much effort." While speaking, another customer showed interest in a piece of clothing, prompting Lu Xiaohong to rush over to assist. After completing that transaction, she returned to Chen Jianmin's side, saying, "Brother-in-law, I've discussed it with Xiaoyao. You will hold a 50% stake in this clothing store, which is the major share, while I will have 30%, and Xiaoyao will take 20%. "Who is Xiaoyao?" Chen Jianmin asked, slightly bewildered. "Oh, that Han Yao. She is in the back organizing the stock." "Excuse me, madam, which piece caught your eye?" "This one. To celebrate our grand opening, all bell-bottoms are priced at 35. Lu Xiaohong continued her busy work. Chen Jianmin scratched his head, realizing that before he could even offer any strategic advice, the clothing store was already up and running. And he hadn't anticipated that these two young women intended to grant him such a significant share of the profits. He merely provided a house. Yet that 50% interest seems rather excessive. Should he accept it or not? Immersed in the bliss of what felt akin to a serendipitous windfall, Chen Jianmin was suddenly jolted by a commanding voice from behind. Who is the proprietor of this establishment? Chapter 95. Addressing the hidden dangers. Startled, Chen Jianmin turned around to see a young man with long hair slicked back with gel, sporting sunglasses, blocking the entrance with one foot raised. Lu Xiaohong quickly set aside her customers and approached, inquiring, "Comrade, I am the proprietor. Are you here to purchase clothing or some other items? Please feel free to speak. I assure you, there will be discounts on the prices." The young man removed his sunglasses and grinned. "Oh, so it is you who runs this shop? I had no idea. Rest assured, from now on, I'll be watching over you. Nothing will go awry." Before he could finish, Lu Xiaohong retorted sharply, "How to Shang? I do not require your protection. Get out right this instant, as far away as you can." Confused by the sudden hostility, Chen Jianmin wondered what had transpired. Surely, conducting business requires a degree of amiability, does it not? Just as he was about to intervene and mediate with Lu Xiaohong, the humiliated Hao Deshang, enraged, declared, "Lu Xiaohong, let me make myself clear. If you do not agree to date me, I will ensure that your pathetic little shop cannot continue operating. Do you believe me?" Lu Xiaohong was equally incensed. She stormed into the back room, emerging with a wooden stick, brandishing it as she approached Hao Deshang. "Who do you think you are?" she shouted. Realizing the situation could escalate dangerously, Chen Jianmin hurried to intervene, and with the assistance of two customers, he managed to usher Lu Xiaohong into the back room. At that moment, Han Yao from the back also emerged, grasping Chen Jianmin as he attempted to leave. Leaning close, she whispered in his ear, "That scoundrel is Hao Deshang, the son of Hao Yimin, the head of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Ever since we began setting up shop here, he has been pestering Xiaohong, claiming he wants to date her. Just yesterday, he nearly laid hands on her. Truly shameless." Chen Jianmin felt a headache coming on. If this situation was not handled properly, their shop could indeed face closure. However, that wasn't the crux of the matter. The most concerning aspect was Hao Deshang's audacity to act so brazenly in broad daylight, indicating he was quite favored at home, likely with his father, Hao Yimin, ready to shield him from any repercussions. Thus, even if the shop were to close, he would still harass Lu Xiaohong. This issue needed resolution, and Chen Jianmin promptly reached a decision. Of course, his notion of resolution did not entail resorting to violence. He would not stoop to such foolishness. With a beaming smile, he approached Hao Deshang, draping an arm over his shoulder as he led him outside. "Brother, do me a favor, let us find somewhere to chat. Business is still being conducted inside, and your presence here is dampening the customers' purchasing enthusiasm." "Wait, who do you think you are?" Hao Deshang protested, his physique not as imposing as Chen Jianmin's. Yet, begrudgingly, he found himself shuffling along behind Chen Jianmin as he was led away towards the small restaurant where Chen Jianmin frequently dined after selling mushrooms. Located just across from the clothing store, Hao Deshang was forcibly ushered into the restaurant, and as he was pressed into a seat, he came to a realization. This hulking figure before him intended to treat him to a meal. This revelation significantly quelled the fire of anger that had been simmering within him. The identity of this man was inconsequential. No one would deter him from pursuing Lu Xiaohong. The young lady was simply too captivating, with her delicate features and slender waist. Lost in thought, Hao Deshang couldn't help but swallow hard. When Chen Jianmin returned with 2 dishes and observed Hao Deshang's demeanor, his resolve to assist him solidified. "Brother, pursuing a beauty shouldn't be rushed," he remarked. "Oh, I nearly forgot to introduce myself. I am Chen Jianmin, Lu Xiaohong's brother-in-law." His sincerity was palpable, and he spoke nothing but the truth. Hao Deshang's eyes lit up immediately. "Ah, so you're her brother-in-law. Well, we're practically family now. By the way, brother-in-law, allow me to treat you to this meal. Don't try to take it from me, or I might get upset." "All right, brother, you're quite generous. It matters little who pays. What is essential is that this is our first time sharing a drink together. We must toast thoroughly, or how can we cultivate our friendship?" Chen Jianmin remarked, replacing Hao Deshang's small cup with a traditional teacup capable of holding 2 liang of liquor, filling it to the brim. Noticing Hao Deshang's gaze on his drinking vessel, he set it aside and poured himself a cup as well. "Brother, before we indulge, there are a few things I must impart. When it comes to finding a girlfriend, one must neither be overly aggressive nor impatient." Chen Jianmin began to share his wealth of experience regarding romantic pursuits, having navigated many encounters with women over the course of his life. Hao Deshang listened in awe, nodding vigorously and giving enthusiastic thumbs-up gestures, his eyes filled with admiration. As the dishes arrived, Chen Jianmin paused, raising his glass and declaring, "Brother, for our first drink, let us make a toast." So entranced was Hao Deshang by the conversation that he unhesitatingly lifted his drink to his lips, oblivious to the fact that the liquor from Chen Jianmin's cup was trickling down his chin and into his high-neck sweater. After the second cup was poured, Hao Deshang glanced around and whispered, "Brother-in-law, with your vast experience, could you offer me some advice on how to win Xiaohong's heart? I mean, how can I get her to agree to be with me? You must first establish a rapport with her. However, given her petite stature, be cautious not to flirt in front of others. It's best to bond with her when you're alone." At this point, Chen Jianmin scanned the surroundings and made a hugging gesture, speaking in a hushed tone, "When you find yourselves alone, be a bit bolder." Hao Deshang beamed with delight. "Brother-in-law, you're truly a good mate. Yet, I haven't encountered such an opportunity in the past few days." Chen Jianmin crossed his arms, wearing a knowing smile, as if to say, "I have a plan, but I'll keep it to myself." Upon discerning the potential for opportunity, Hao Deshang promptly repositioned his stool beside Chen Jianmin, extracting a packet of red ginseng cigarettes from his pocket and discreetly placing them in Chen Jianmin's hand. He murmured, "Brother-in-law, do guide me, and rest assured, I shall not treat you poorly." Chen Jianmin furrowed his brow in contemplation, casting a casual glance at the other patrons before raising his voice slightly. "Rest assured about the clothing store. With a brother like me, everything will be just fine." In a rush, Chen Jianmin tugged at Hao Deshang's sleeve, urging him to lower his voice. "Keep it down. It would not be prudent if others overheard." He then leaned in, speaking in hushed tones that only Hao Deshang could barely hear. "After you finish, follow my instructions tomorrow morning and repeat the process a few times, and you shall succeed." Hao Deshang nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Indeed, truly remarkable. After finishing their drinks, he departed, yet remained mindful of Chen Jianmin's caution, choosing not to provoke Lu Xiaohong in her current state of anger. As Chen Jianmin escorted him out, he nodded respectfully, even slipping the packet of red ginseng cigarettes back into Hao Deshang's pocket. Only after Hao Deshang had distanced himself did Chen Jianmin cease his facade of deference, shaking his head with a sigh as he returned to the clothing store. By this time, it was afternoon, and the number of customers had dwindled. Lu Xiaohong instructed Han Yao to keep an eye on the business and pulled Chen Jianmin into the small room, her impatience evident as she interrogated him. "Brother-in-law, did you really treat that scoundrel to a meal? How could you be so soft-hearted? Do you believe that by pleasing him this time, he won't set his sights on my sister next time?" Emboldened by the effects of the alcohol, Chen Jianmin grasped one of Lu Xiaohong's hands, counting her fingers nonchalantly. "In a day or two, or perhaps 3, you shall await good news." "Good news?" Lu Xiaohong withdrew her hand, her expression darkening. "You haven't sold me out, have you?" Sighing, Chen Jianmin replied, "I suggest you spend some time in front of a mirror. Do not overestimate your own value, Lu Xiaohong. If you lay a hand on me again, I shall withhold the good news." "Brother-in-law, given the circumstances, is this really the time for jokes?" Lu Xiaohong retracted her hand, a look of grievance on her face as she sat down. Chen Jianmin, with utmost seriousness, inquired, "No more jesting. Let us speak plainly. You truly do not fancy Hao Deshang? He has a background that would surely suit you. With his foolish demeanor, what could I possibly find appealing?" Lu Xiaohong rolled her eyes. "Are you aware that his father is the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau?" "Of course. But that does not elevate him in my eyes. His father's position bears no relevance. My previous question was not intended in that manner. Think carefully." Chen Jianmin flicked Lu Xiaohong's forehead with his finger. What could it possibly mean? Lu Xiaohong genuinely struggled to grasp the underlying implications. Chen Jianmin sighed, recognizing that his sister-in-law was still youthful and lacked the depth of consideration needed to navigate complex issues, as well as significant social experience. "It seems I must take the time to teach her more in the future. Otherwise, it would be quite dull if such a charming and lovely sister-in-law were to constantly pout." Chen Jianmin patiently elucidated the intricate dynamics to Lu Xiaohong. "In our line of business, one must grasp a fundamental truth, which is that one should not contend against the authorities. Setting aside other matters, your loud proclamations and aggressive demeanor, even if justified, will render your arguments void." After an extensive discourse, leaving him parched and exhausted, he finally inquired, "Xiaohong, do you understand what I mean?" "Brother-in-law, the implication of your words suggests that aside from treating that scoundrel to a meal, there are no other options left, correct? He won't relinquish his pursuit of me after just 1 or 2 dinners." As she spoke, Lu Xiaohong's eyes began to redden. You have no idea about this person. He has harmed several young women under the pretext of dating. Even if I were to surrender my body to you, I would never yield to him. Chuckling mischievously, Chen Jianmin replied, well, those are your words. As for taking your body, I wouldn't dare. Otherwise, your sister might take issue with me. However, a kiss should not pose a problem. If you kiss me, I shall share with you some delightful news. What do you say? Are you brave enough? With that, he gazed at Lu Xiaohong with eager anticipation. Lu Xiaohong, fixated on his mischievous eyes, finally grasped the situation. Throughout her acquaintance with him, she had never witnessed him suffer a setback. Thus, he must possess a means to address the matter concerning Hao Deshang. Brother-in-law, you must keep your word. Upon hearing her statement, Chen Jianmin felt a twinge of apprehension. The jest might have gone too far. Just as he was about to rise, Lu Xiaohong suddenly lunged forward and planted a kiss on his cheek. Afterward, she disdainfully wiped her lips, exclaiming, ugh, why is your face so filthy? Chen Jianmin sprang up and dashed outside, declaring as he fled, all right, I shall inform you of the good news tomorrow. Chen Jianmin, come back. Lu Xiaohong, incensed, grabbed a poker and chased after him. By the time she returned home that evening, she was still fuming at Chen Jianmin. Lu Xiaomei had to prepare for her lessons and was too preoccupied to notice the undercurrents between her sister and brother-in-law. Meanwhile, her father-in-law, Lu Guiqing, had indulged in a bit of wine and regaled everyone with tales for quite some time. Early the next morning, before the sun had even risen, Chen Jianmin rose swiftly, dressed with great efficiency, and quietly departed. He soon arrived at a narrow alley not far from his father-in-law's residence. Selecting a vantage point from where he could observe both the main street behind him and the secondary street ahead, concealing himself behind a cluster of branches as he patiently awaited. As the sun began to rise, Hao Deshang, bundled in a thick coat and wearing a woolen hat, stealthily slipped into the alley from the main street. He made his way down the alley towards the secondary street, hiding against the wall at the entrance. Because he was not far from Chen Jianmin, he could see the excited expression on Hao Deshang's face, as if he were unsure of his next move. Just as the sun broke the horizon, a girl clad in athletic wear, her face obscured by a large mask and topped with a knitted hat, dashed into the alley. Heading towards the secondary street, this girl bore a striking resemblance to Lu Xiaohong in height and build, making it difficult to distinguish her from behind. In a striking contrast, Lu Xiaohong was still nestled in her warm bed, while that young lady was already engaged in a vigorous morning jog. Chen Jianmin, with a mischievous grin, intently focused on the alleyway leading to Erdeo Street. At that moment, Hao Deshang was nowhere to be seen. Yet, as the girl dashed out of the alley, Hao Deshang unexpectedly emerged from the shadows, seizing her waist from behind. Startled, the young lady lost her footing, tumbling forward onto the ground, inadvertently bringing Hao Deshang down with her, landing squarely on her back. Perhaps fueled by an exuberant energy that morning, Hao Deshang disregarded the chill of the ground. And amidst the girl's startled cries, he shamelessly made 2 vigorous thrusts, even audaciously kissing her neck. The girl struggled desperately, shouting for help. Someone, please, help me. Hao Deshang, momentarily taken aback, pondered how this situation deviated from Chen Jianmin's description. Hadn't he claimed that Lu Xiaohong would not resist so fiercely in the absence of others? In that fleeting moment, villagers nearby, armed with shovels and even firewood, rushed over without hesitation, ready to confront Hao Deshang. How brazen of you! Trying to harm a girl so early in the morning? Let us deal with him. Indeed, in this scenario, they felt justified in exacting retribution. Break one of his legs, then send him off to the police station. The camaraderie and fervor of the Northeasterners were vividly illustrated as they unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. Soon enough, someone recognized the girl. Isn't that the daughter of village chief Lu? As they drew closer, they confirmed that it was indeed Lu Yuxia, the daughter of village chief Lu. The villagers' zeal to thwart the criminal intensified. Some had already pinned Hao Deshang to the ground, delivering several resounding slaps to his face. In a state of terror, Hao Deshang cried out, "Who the hell are you? I am Hao Deshang, let me go?" Hao Deshang, even if you're the infamous one, it won't matter. Bind him and take him to the police station, and swiftly return Lu Yuxia to her home. In truth, some recognized Hao Deshang and were aware that his father was the director of the local industrial and commercial bureau. However, compared to Lu Yuxia's father, a mere bureau director held little weight in their eyes. Moreover, most villagers made their living through agriculture, having little to do with the industrial and commercial bureau. Thus, they disregarded Hao Deshang's background entirely. Nearly 20 individuals, clamoring and twisting Hao Deshang, led him away. Chen Jianmin, who had been hiding behind a cluster of branches in the alley, emerged nonchalantly, as if nothing had transpired, and hurriedly left the scene with his head down. Like a thief, he made his way back to his father-in-law's house, only to be intercepted by Lu Xiaomei upon entering the outer room. Her scrutinizing gaze circled him several times. "What mischief have you been up to this early in the morning?" She had sensed something amiss the previous night when he had been whispering with Xiaohong in the back room for quite a while, and now he had vanished at dawn. Upon his return, his snow-dusted appearance raised her suspicions. "You weren't up to any mischief, were you?" The authority of a teacher bore down on Chen Jianmin, causing a flicker of guilt to surface within him. However, he quickly reassured himself that he had committed no wrongdoing. "I simply went out for a morning exercise." "Were you already missing me so soon? Come here, let me give you a hug." Chen Jianmin's lips curled in a smile as he glanced towards the west room. Yet he refrained from embracing Lu Xiaomei, mindful of the inappropriateness of the situation. Lu Xiaomei shot him a glare, her voice icy as she stated, after breakfast. "Don't leave just yet. I have something to discuss with you." Once Lu Xiaomei stepped into the courtyard, Lu Xiaohong, clad in the latest fashionable pajamas, beckoned Chen Jianmin with a whisper, "Come here while my sister is out buying breakfast." Chapter 97. The resentful brother-in-law with his sister-in-law summoning him, especially in such lace-trimmed sleepwear. Chen Jianmin felt that hesitating for even a moment would be a disservice to himself. He stepped into the east room, casually closing the door behind him and securing it with the latch. Lu Xiaohong gazed at his adeptness in this action, unable to contain her laughter. "What are you up to, brother-in-law?" It then dawned on Chen Jianmin that he was indeed at his father-in-law's house. His father-in-law had indulged quite a bit the previous night and would soon be stirring. The teacher could return home at any moment. How could he engage in such outrageous behavior? Is he truly that kind of person? Contemplating this, he eased the latch and chided his sister-in-law. "Look at you. Dressed just like your sister. With your similar appearances, I can hardly tell you apart." "Spare me," Lu Xiaohong retorted, rolling her eyes. "Do I not know your sordid thoughts? Let us get to the point. Does the scheme you mentioned last night actually work? I saw you leave early this morning. Did you witness anything interesting?" "Of course, I did," Chen Jianmin proclaimed confidently, straightening his posture without a hint of hesitation. "You should consider whose brilliant idea this was. None other than the astute Chen." Lu Xiaohong, instantly invigorated, pulled him to sit on the calm. "Tell me quickly, did that scoundrel Hao Deshang manage to embrace Lu Yuxia?" Chen Jianmin had meticulously explained the intricacies of the scheme to her the previous night, emphasizing that the pivotal moment was the embrace from behind. Without that action, all else would be futile. Recalling the scene that had unfolded at the alley just moments ago, he chuckled to himself, quite pleased with his orchestrated incident. Lu Yuxia, the daughter of the village head Lu Qingda, jogged every morning and traversed that very alley, a fact Chen Jianmin discovered during his inaugural mushroom delivery. At that time, he had not known who she was, but had thought her silhouette bore a striking resemblance to his prospective sister-in-law, Lu Xiaohong. Later, when he inquired about this, Lu Xiaohong disdainfully informed him, "That person is a lunatic. Rain or shine, she never misses her run. She's the treasured daughter of the village head. Best not to provoke her." Thus, when he encountered the troublesome Hao Deshang at the clothing store yesterday, his astute mind swiftly devised a plan, leading Hao Deshang to a small eatery and revealing that Lu Xiaohong jogged every morning, inevitably passing through that alley. Naturally, prior to this, he had cautiously probed Hao Deshang, discovering that he was entirely unaware of Lu Yuxia's jogging routine, which emboldened him to confidently mislead him into waiting in the alley, assuring that he would secure the fair maiden. Hao Deshang is indeed quite impatient, demonstrating exceptional execution skills. Just the day before, he was given an idea, and lo and behold, he acted upon it the very next morning. However, the outcome of this endeavor remains to be seen, though he tentatively estimates that Hao Deshang may not escape unscathed. As for Lu Yuxia and Chen Jianmin, who were inadvertently caught in the fray, there lingers a slight twinge of guilt, but that sentiment is fleeting. After all, he has heard numerous tales about Lu Yuxia, the most notorious being her romantic escapades, rumored to include changing partners thrice within a single month. Therefore, the addition of another suitor in Hao Deshang is unlikely to ruffle her feathers too much. "Brother-in-law, what are you laughing about? You haven't told me whether he managed to embrace her," Lu Xiaohong protested. "He did embrace her, and not just that," Chen Jianmin replied, pausing to light a cigarette, exuding a carefree demeanor. Yet, he remained tight-lipped about any further developments, akin to certain online authors who leave readers hanging at the most critical juncture, which can be quite infuriating. In a fit of frustration, Lu Xiaohong snatched the cigarette from his hand and crushed it underfoot, stomping several times for good measure, before placing her hands on her hips and demanding, "What else transpired? If you don't tell me, I..." At this point, she began to unbutton her sleepwear. "If you won't share, I shall raise my voice," she threatened. The effect of this ultimatum was immediate, and Chen Jianmin, alarmed, frantically gestured. "Oh dear, please fasten your buttons. I'll tell you everything, just like that. Well then, turn around. I'll demonstrate something that would be far more authentic than mere words," Chen Jianmin said, and before Lu Xiaohong could react, he encircled her from behind, briefly pressing against the edge of the bed, then tossed her onto it, bursting into laughter as he dashed away. "Chen Jianmin, don't you dare run. I'll make you pay for this." After a morning filled with chaotic antics, the teacher shot a piercing glance at Chen Jianmin before silently heading off to work. Chen Jianmin was then forcibly dragged by Lu Xiaohong to a clothing store. Their close neighbor, Han Yao, had already lit the stove in her room and, upon seeing the duo, inquired mysteriously, "Hey, Jianmin, Sister Xiaohong, can you guess what the biggest news today is?" Lu Xiaohong and Chen Jianmin exchanged curious glances and asked, "What major event has transpired, little Yao?" Han Yao lowered her voice further and revealed, "Lu Yuxia almost fell victim to a calamity this morning. Can you guess who the perpetrator was?" Chen Jianmin, unblinking, replied, "How are we to guess? Just tell us, who had the audacity?" "Hao Deshang. That scoundrel who bullied Sister Xiaohong yesterday," Han Yao divulged. "Serves him right." Lu Xiaohong thought this wholeheartedly. Chen Jianmin, however, was more concerned about the aftermath, asking, "And then what? Can Lu Xiaozhong endure this? Hao Deshang was apprehended. I witnessed it with my own eyes as he passed by this very doorway." Oh, the sight was a pitiful one, bruised and battered. It was clear he had taken quite a beating, Han Yao chattered on, her hands busily arranging the clothes intended for sale that day. Chen Jianmin anticipated that the police would soon seek him out for information. After all, the idea originated from him, and just yesterday he had been seen drinking with Hao Deshang. "I'm stepping out for a smoke. Please refrain from speaking ill of others. Those who engage in business must keep their lips sealed, and one must adhere to a code of what to disclose and what to withhold." With that, he exited, primarily concerned that the police's inquiries might disrupt his dealings, and thus he leisurely strolled westward. In the vast Red Mountain commune, there were 3 police stations. Aside from the earliest established forestry police station, located over 100 meters west of the Moon Puddle, the other 2, Hongshan Township Police Station and the Coal Mine Police Station, were relatively obscure. Theoretically, each station was responsible for its own jurisdiction, and they operated accordingly. However, the townsfolk often struggled to distinguish between them, and when issues arose, they tended to approach whichever station was most convenient. It was impractical to turn them away, and even for the sake of maintaining influence, one could not dismiss them. Consequently, over time, the forestry police station became the most frequented one, thanks to its advantageous location. Moreover, based on the information provided by Han Yao, it appeared that Hao Deshang had indeed been taken to the forestry police station. From a distance, Chen Jianmin noticed a considerable number of people milling about the entrance of the police station. He chuckled silently. In an era where entertainment was scarce, the public's fascination with such news was unprecedented. Yet, rather than directly approaching the police station to gather information, they pretended to pass by, stealing glances inside. Just as he had taken a few steps, 2 officers in uniform approached him. It is often said that many who serve in law enforcement possess genuine skills. The older of the 2 officers glanced behind Chen Jianmin, scrutinized him for a moment, then promptly halted him, inquiring, "Are you Chen Jianmin?" "Yes, I am Chen Jianmin, a worker at the Hongshan Forestry." Chen Jianmin emphasized his position at the forestry, and to his satisfaction, he noticed the previously stern expression of the officer soften considerably. "We need to discuss a case with you. Please accompany us." Chapter 98. The Intersection of Public and Private. Navigating the social landscape, the forestry police station fell under the jurisdiction of the County Forestry Bureau, aligning it with the Hongshan Forestry, where Chen Jianmin was employed, fostering a natural sense of camaraderie between the 2 entities within the shared locale of Hongshan Township. As they made their way to the police station, the older officer asked, "Which department do you work in at the forestry?" Chen Jianmin responded with an affable demeanor, "Oh, I'm just a lowly foot soldier, nothing compared to you. I serve as a forest ranger in Zhoujia Village." "Oh, you're from Zhoujia Village?" The elder officer's eyes brightened immediately, and he introduced himself. "My name is Li Hongguang. I just transferred here a few days ago, so you might not recognize me." Chen Jianmin was momentarily taken aback. Was it customary for police officers to introduce themselves so openly during an investigation? This seemed rather unusual. However, he swiftly suppressed the doubts in his heart and immediately continued the conversation, saying, "I have indeed heard of you. Director Ma from the headquarters even mentioned you to me, praising your youthful talent and remarkable capabilities." As Chen Jianmin uttered these words, his eyes remained unblinking. In truth, he had heard of a new deputy director at the forestry police station named Li Hongguang, but this hearing had no connection to Director Ma. Li Hongguang approached him and inquired, You must be referring to Director Ma Hongjun, the office head of the forest farm? Indeed, that's him. You know him, don't you? More than just knowing him, Li Hongguang chuckled. We were classmates in secondary school. By the way, how well do you get along with him? Despite Li Hongguang's attempts to mask it, Chen Jianmin could discern from his demeanor that he had a good rapport with Ma. He smiled and replied, Ma Hongjun is my partner's cousin and also the one who introduced us. Li Hongguang paused, gazing meaningfully at Chen Jianmin for a moment before continuing. Well, you need not be anxious. The reason for my visit is primarily concerning the suspect apprehended this morning for an attempted rape case. During our preliminary interrogation, he claimed that you were drinking with him yesterday and suggested he wait for your sister-in-law early this morning at the entrance of Erdeo Street Alley. He even encouraged him to be bolder and take direct action against your sister-in-law. Is there any truth to this? Li Hongguang concluded, his eyes fixed on Chen Jianmin's reaction. Chen Jianmin displayed a look of utter shock, remaining stunned for a considerable time before responding, Director Li. I just heard in the clothing store about how Shang being taken to the police station. The issue is, isn't he just talking nonsense? What advice could I possibly give him? Li Hongguang continued to scrutinize Chen Jianmin, asserting, there must be some truth to it, otherwise. How could he pin the blame on you so firmly? He also mentioned that during your meal at that small restaurant yesterday, you shared quite a bit about your sister-in-law. Is that accurate? At that moment, Chen Jianmin raised his eyebrows, his eyes wide open. Director Li, he is simply looking for trouble. Why would I discuss my sister-in-law with him? With someone like him, not only would my sister-in-law not be interested, but even if she were, I would certainly thwart his advances. How could I possibly assist him in pursuing her? That is preposterous. He then recounted the events from the clothing store yesterday to Li Hongguang, concluding, he is the son of the director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau, and I cannot afford to offend him. I was merely considering whether I could invite him to dinner and perhaps give him a small gift, hoping he would cease troubling my sister-in-law, as it is indeed quite challenging for that young man to conduct his business. Li Hongguang furrowed his brow. Chen Jianmin's reasoning was logically sound. Furthermore, Hao Deshang himself had admitted to visiting the clothing store yesterday and indeed was pursuing Lu Xiaoong, who had no interest in dating him whatsoever. Chen Jianmin remarked, Director Li, do not heed that fool's nonsense. He merely sought to embarrass my sister-in-law. It is nothing but an act of revenge. Even though it has nothing to do with my sister-in-law, I have been entangled in this matter. If you do not believe me, take the time to investigate. Yesterday, while dining out, there were many patrons on either side of us. To put it plainly, I almost knelt before him yesterday. After our meal, I even offered him a pack of cigarettes, hoping he would show me some leniency. Yet today this incident has arisen. As they approached the police station, Li Hongguang had gathered sufficient information. After exchanging a glance with a young officer, he said to Chen Jianmin, Xiao Chun, here's the deal. You should return home for now, but do not leave the commune for the next few days. We need to be able to find you at any moment. All right, I promise not to leave. Chen Jianmin nodded repeatedly, his anger evident as he continued, Director Li. How can Hao Deshang just lash out recklessly? Isn't that against the law? I want to file a complaint. Li Hongguang patted his shoulder. Brother, we will address that matter later. First, I need to clarify this case. He had been on duty since last night and had yet to return home. The early morning was spent dealing with cases, leaving him in a less than cheerful mood. However, upon learning that Chen Jianmin was the forest ranger from Zhoujia village and the cousin-in-law of Ma Dashao, he felt that the significance of the matter had diminished. He turned to the young officer, Xiao Wang. Hurry inside and keep an eye on that kid. Ensure he does not harm himself. I need to gather more information. The young officer dashed into the police station. Li Hongguang pulled Chen Jianmin aside and whispered, Rest assured, this matter is trivial, no matter how he accuses. It will lead to nothing. You need not take it to heart. I have some other inquiries I wish to make. Chen Jianmin raised an eyebrow and lowered his voice. Brotherly, feel free to ask. I will share everything I know without reservation. Li Hongguang lowered his voice even further, Xiao Chun. I have heard that there are water ash trees in the original forest near your Zhoujia village. Is that true? Indeed, brotherly, if you need any. Chen Jianmin left his thought unfinished, confident that Li Hongguang would grasp his intent. Li Hongguang glanced around the courtyard of the police station and continued in a hushed tone. I have a particularly close friend whose grandfather has a fondness for water ash trees. My friend wishes to craft a rocking chair and has inquired if we have any in our area. I was contemplating a visit to your Zhoujia village to ask about it, and here you are, an expert in the field. Chen Jianmin smiled broadly, brotherly. You have indeed come to the right person. We not only have them. He looked around cautiously and whispered, There are 2 whole trees at my current ranger station, confiscated from illegal loggers last year. I have yet to report them to the Forestry Bureau. Li Hongguang squinted his eyes, looking at Chen Jianmin with encouragement. Well then, what is there to report? You can handle it as you see fit. You possess that authority. Chen Jianmin smiled meaningfully. Li Gu, you are absolutely right. Just 2 pieces of wood, and I reported it to the scene. Others would surely think I have nothing better to do. By the way, I need to go to the county town in the next few days. When I return, I'll deliver some wood to my father-in-law. At that time, Li Gu, do find a moment to visit my father-in-law's place. All right, then you should hurry back. If there's anything, I will seek you out, Li Hongwang replied. As Chen Jianmin waved goodbye to Li Hongwang, he noticed Hao Yimin standing at the entrance of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, pretending not to see him. He smirked coldly and quickly departed. By the time he reached the Moon Pond and looked back, Hao Yimin had already arrived at the police station. Chapter 99. The on-site lesson of 2 young girls. Chen Jianmin truly wished to avoid offending someone like Hao Yimin. However, the scoundrel Hao Deshang posed a threat to the safety of his sister-in-law, Lu Xiaohong, leaving him no choice but to take action. He anticipated the current outcome. As for Hao Yimin, he believed that challenges could be met head-on. There was nothing to fear. Taking a deep breath, he cast one last glance at Hao Yimin, who was conversing with Li Hongwang, and returned to the clothing store. The store was bustling with business, just as it had been the previous day, continuously bringing in the latest news regarding the Hao Deshang case. By the time they closed for the evening, the situation had become quite clear. Village Chief Lu was extremely angry and had directly called the county police. A police car arrived around 3 in the afternoon to take Hao Deshang away. While the staff was busy counting the inventory, Li Hongwang, dressed in plain clothes, arrived. Chen Jianmin invited him into a small room and asked Lu Xiaohong and Han Yao to step out, before inquiring, Li Gu, how did they ultimately decide on Hao Deshang's case? Li Hongwang smiled knowingly and replied, what else could they conclude? Quite a few villagers witnessed him assaulting Lu Yuxia. Even if we at the police station wanted to turn a blind eye, we had no choice but to hand it over to the county police. As for the county bureau, a comrade of mine just called. I asked about it, and they said once he was taken back, the case was classified as attempted rape. Chen Jianmin felt a sense of relief and casually asked, Li Gu, isn't Hao Deshang's father quite influential? How could this case be resolved so swiftly? Li Hongwang smirked. Hao Yimin does have some clout, but it depends on who you compare him to. If Lu Qingde wants to deal with him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Anyway, let us not dwell on this matter. I came to inform you that our police station has lifted the restriction on you staying in Hongshan Township for 3 days. Chen Jianmin was quite adept at handling situations. Responding pleasantly, that is wonderful news. I was worried this would delay many of my matters. Now I can proceed with what I need to do. As he spoke, he took out a cigarette, lit it for Li Hongwang, and continued, I truly must thank you, Li Gu. You have been a tremendous help. It's fortunate to have someone from our own unit who can advocate for us. Otherwise, if that scoundrel Hao Deshang had his way, I might not have survived his onslaught unscathed. I will forever remember this great favor. This was precisely the sentiment that Li Hongwang yearned to hear. Habitually, he patted Chen Jianmin on the shoulder and remarked, all right, my brother, I suppose we've become acquainted. By virtue of our connection to Ma Hongjun, it's not too distant. We should find some time to sit down and chat. The implication was clear to Chen Jianmin, who nodded immediately. Brotherly, how about this? Once I return from the county, I will invite Director Ma to join us for a meal, so we can strengthen our camaraderie. What do you think? Li Hongwang replied more casually, that depends on whether Comrade Ma has the time. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Hongwang turned to leave. Just as he was about to exit, Lu Xiaohong stopped him. Director Li, it's rare for you to visit our little establishment. Have you not considered purchasing a pair of trousers for your wife? Li Hongwang glanced back at Chen Jianmin, waved his hand silently, and continued out. Chen Jianmin exchanged a knowing look with Lu Xiaohong and accompanied Li Hongwang outside. Once outside, he spoke in a slightly louder voice, Director Li. I sincerely appreciate your timely clarification of my charges, as well as your protection of individual entrepreneurs. Li Hongwang responded earnestly, there is no need for gratitude. This is simply our duty. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to approach us directly. Wonderful. With your support, we feel reassured, Chen Jianmin replied. Watching as Li Hongwang rode away on his bicycle until he disappeared from sight. He then returned indoors, promptly giving Lu Xiaohong a light reprimand. What was that for? Lu Xiaohong frowned, discontent evident in her expression. Are you still glaring at me? Do you even realize the error you just made? Chen Jianmin decided to impart a lesson to both his sister-in-law and Han Yao. What did I do wrong? I merely wanted to take this opportunity to gift Director Li a pair of trousers, Lu Xiaohong murmured softly. Han Yao looked at Chen Jianmin with confusion. With a sigh, Chen Jianmin explained, the case involving Hao Deshang has not yet concluded. We are currently in a sensitive period. Consider this. As the person overseeing this case from Hongshan, how would it appear if we were to send him a pair of trousers? People might say we are engaging in bribery, complicating matters further. After his thorough explanation, both young women felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Lu Xiaohong, particularly mortified, retreated into the inner room, refusing to come out. Han Yao leaned closer to Chen Jianmin and whispered, "Brother Jianmin, while we shouldn't present gifts to Li Hongguang, there is someone to whom you ought to consider giving a pair of trousers." "Who?" Chen Jianmin took a cautious step back, wary of the sharp mind of this young woman. Han Yao leaned in again, winking playfully, "Sister Yulan." Chen Jianmin's gaze flickered. "My relationship with her is merely that of business partners. Gifting trousers seems excessive." "Uft, Brother Jianmin, are you truly that flustered? Don't think I can't see through you too." Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Jianmin turned and walked away. These modern young women are audacious in their conversations. He neither wished to engage nor provoke them, so he decided to keep his distance. Surely that was a reasonable course of action. As March approached in Hongshan village, the nights remained quite cold, though it was a marked improvement compared to the frigid temperatures earlier in the year. Chen Jianmin strolled slowly towards his father-in-law's house, inhaling the crisp air, listening to the crunch of snow beneath his feet, and gazing at the twinkling lights. He was suddenly enveloped by an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. With Hao Deshang out of the picture, Lu Xiaohong's threat evaporated, and this time, they had an ample supply of goods, sufficient to last several days. Unwilling to squander time, Chen Jianmin set off early the next morning with Han Yao, boarding the bus bound for the county town. The primary objective of this trip was to find a market for the mushrooms from Zhoujia village. He brought Han Yao along because, with the fire prevention period in effect, he could not leave his post, and future matters would require her to take charge. Moreover, it was an opportunity to nurture her potential. However, he felt compelled to inquire, "Han Yao, are you truly not considering furthering your education? After all, this was a significant matter for one's future." "I've decided not to continue. I want to pass the exams anyway, and even if I try to study, my chances are slim. It's better to earn some money," she replied without hesitation, clearly having made up her mind long ago. Chen Jianmin felt a twinge of regret. In just a few months, you could obtain a high school diploma. Sometimes, that can be quite useful. In this day and age, having an education is indeed beneficial, Han Yao replied with a sly smile. Inching closer to Chen Jianmin and whispering in his ear, "During the new year, I gifted my homeroom teacher a basket of mushrooms and bought him a pack of cigarettes. He promised to give me my diploma then." Chen Jianmin was taken aback. This young girl was only 17, yet she was already adept at navigating such matters. He reasoned that given her family's circumstances, this was rather normal. After discussing their strategy for marketing the mushrooms, Chen Jianmin and Han Yao decided against the previous method of selling directly to individuals. Instead, they aimed to supply restaurants. The county town boasted dozens of eateries. A rough estimate, and theoretically, mushrooms would not lack for buyers given their rarity. However, upon their arrival, they headed straight to the nearest restaurant by the bus station and approached the manager. As soon as they mentioned the word mushrooms, they were promptly shown the door. Chapter 100. The plan to cultivate middlemen. The restaurant near the bus station was a long-established state-run establishment with decades of history, once basking in glory. However, in recent years, as small private eateries proliferated like mushrooms after rain, it now faced dwindling patronage, often serving only a couple of tables in an entire day. Chen Jianmin had learned of this situation from Li Yanli long ago and naturally assumed that the restaurant needed one or two signature dishes to escape its current state of languor. Thus, with high hopes, he entered the manager's office, only to find the manager, in a disheveled state, pulling at his hair in despair. Upon glancing at them, he waved his hand dismissively. "Leave. I have no time to entertain business discussions." Chen Jianmin, undeterred, directly stated, "Manager Wang, I am here to sell mushrooms. Promoting anything is futile. We are about to leave. You should hurry up and exit, or I shall call for assistance." Manager Wang's words were only half spoken as he ushered everyone out. Chen Jianmin and Han Yao exchanged glances and silently departed. Han Yao reached for the large bag that Chen Jianmin was carrying. "Brother Jianmin, allow me to carry it for a moment. You should take a break." The bag contained a basket of mushrooms that Chen Jianmin had specifically set aside for the commune on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, left in his father-in-law's storage, frozen solid. He had packed it carefully for the county town to serve as a sample. It was rather heavy. Chen Jianmin pushed Han Yao's hand away, straightened his back, and said earnestly, "How can a grown man allow a young lady to assist in carrying something? That would be rather unseemly. If you could provide me with some motivation, I could manage not just one bag, but two." Han Yao, puzzled by his words, blinked at him. Chen Jianmin pointed to his face and made a kissing gesture. Initially, he intended to lighten the mood with a joke to prevent any embarrassment for the young lady. But to his surprise, Han Yao leapt forward, wrapped her arms around his neck, and attempted to kiss him, startling Chen Jianmin into retreat. After a brief bout of playful tussling, Han Yao, panting, crouched down and said, "Brother Jianmin, I believe our approach is misguided." "Misguided? What do you mean?" Chen Jianmin squatted beside her, lighting a cigarette. "Here is my thought. Look at those two small restaurants to the east of the hotel. Their facades are modest, and they likely don't seat many customers. I suspect they are individually owned. With such a small scale, they probably handle their own purchasing, right? Certainly, they would procure their own supplies, allowing them some choice and the ability to monitor price fluctuations. It's not as if vegetable vendors have evolved to the point of delivering directly to restaurants nowadays. The vendors may not have evolved, but we could persuade them to deliver mushrooms. If we can convince them to do so, we wouldn't need to arrange for our own people to liaise with the restaurants. Moreover, these so-called vegetable vendors primarily stockpile autumn produce and sell it at a markup during winter. They typically possess sellers. Thus, by selling mushrooms through their channels, we would even have temporary storage at our disposal. Once this idea sprouted, it burgeoned uncontrollably like mushrooms after rain. In a moment of excitement, he playfully ruffled Han Yao's hair. "Hey, what are you doing?" Han Yao shot him a reproachful glance. "Brother Jianmin, what I mean is that we should cultivate a middleman here to run errands for us. Given their familiarity with the environment and connections, they would have an advantage over us, saving us considerable effort. What do you think? You're thinking along the same lines as I am. Let us find a place to thoroughly explore this idea. Let us go to that small restaurant. I'll treat you to breakfast," Han Yao suggested, pointing to the first restaurant east of the hotel. In truth, she was a bit hungry, having woken up late and not had time to prepare a meal before heading out. Chen Jianmin did not expose her little scheme. As they stepped into the modest eatery, they encountered a familiar face, Ma Hongjun, the office director of the Hongshan Forest Farm, affectionately known as Ma Daxiao. The small restaurant indeed had limited space, with only 6 or 7 square tables. Upon their entrance, Ma Daxiao, who was seated against the wall enjoying his steamed buns, looked up and immediately greeted them. "Jianmin, when did you arrive? You haven't eaten yet, have you? Boss, bring us 2 more baskets of buns and 2 bowls of millet porridge." Chen Jianmin did not hinder Ma Daxiao's enthusiasm for treating them, and, after settling down, inquired, "Cousin, what brings you here? On official business?" Ma Daxiao sighed. Just as the logging team entered the mountains, one worker lost his footing and rolled down from the peak, impaling his abdomen with a piece of wood. The commune clinic couldn't handle it, so they merely bandaged him up and sent him to the county hospital. Goodness, what a calamity in this auspicious season. Are you not needed at the hospital? Chen Jianmin thought to himself. How could he still have the heart to eat here? Ma Daxiao pointed nonchalantly at the county hospital not far away and said, "The personnel from the obstetrics and safety departments are at the hospital, but those of us not directly linked to production need not linger there." He then turned his gaze towards Han Yao, subtly inquiring about her identity. Though his roundabout way of speaking was typical for someone in an office setting, Chen Jianmin gestured to Han Yao, stating, "She is Han Yao, our village's specialist in mushroom sales. We have come to the county to promote our mushrooms." He did not mind Ma Daxiao's inquisitive nature, for despite his flaws, Ma Daxiao had always treated Lu Xiaomei and Lu Xiaohong like sisters. Seeing his sister's husband accompanied by a young lady in the county was already a considerable show of respect. "Promoting mushrooms? Are they the same kind you brought me last year?" "Yes, the very same fresh mushrooms." "So, you're going from one place to another selling them?" "Not exactly. We have a plan." Chen Jianmin recounted the strategy he had discussed with Han Yao. After listening intently, Ma Daxiao furrowed his brow and quietly remarked, "You know, I do happen to know someone who has worked in the supply and marketing system for many years. He's retired now, but can't sit idle. I heard he is looking to venture into clothing. Wait here, I'll make a call next door to the restaurant." His genuine desire to assist Chen Jianmin propelled him into action. He returned in just a few minutes and said, "He stepped out, but will be back this afternoon or tomorrow morning. Here is the plan. Don't head back just yet. Find a place to stay. I want to be returning today, but tomorrow morning you can find me at the forestry guest house, and I'll take you to have a chat with him." "That would be splendid. It's just like you, cousin. You know everyone." Chen Jianmin praised Ma Daxiao, donning him with a metaphorical crown of esteem. However, he did not expect to witness an unexpected tantalizing scene during his stay in the county town that night. After finishing breakfast, Chen Jianmin picked up the large bag from the floor and followed Ma Daxiao out. Ma Daxiao glanced back and inquired, "What on earth is in that bag of yours? Surely you didn't bring mushrooms, did you? They must be frozen solid by now." Chen Jianmin promptly opened the bag for Ma Daxiao to see and chuckled. "They have long since turned into popsicles. I figured it would be easier to carry them frozen. After all, they're just for show, and it doesn't matter if they get ruined." Ma Daxiao's thoughts were evidently not aligned with his. "Then why are you still lugging it around?" Isn't it exhausting to just wander the county town with that? Chen Jianmin shrugged. What can I do? I have no place to put it. Ma Daxiao rolled his eyes and called out, Zhao Erming, come out here. From the kitchen, a man in his 30s, plump and cheerful, hurried out, seemingly the least intimidating person one could imagine. He approached Ma Daxiao, bowing slightly, and asked, Director Ma, what can I do for you? Ma Daxiao pointed at Chen Jianmin's bag and instructed, can you keep this for a day? Just toss it into your backyard. It can stay outside without fear of freezing. Absolutely, Zhao Erming replied, beaming at Chen Jianmin as he took the bag, then turned to Ma Daxiao, Director. Do you have any other instructions? None. Off you go. Ma Daxiao waved his hand and, with a proud strut, exited the small restaurant. His rooster-like demeanor elicited suppressed laughter from Han Yao, who followed closely behind Chen Jianmin. Chen Jianmin developed a deeper understanding of Ma Daxiao. He seemed capable of befriending all sorts of individuals, even the owner of a humble eatery. Quite the character indeed. The county town of Hongshan was neither excessively large nor small, with over 200,000 inhabitants crowded into a mountainous enclave, making it quite bustling. Observing the throngs of people on the streets, Chen Jianmin turned to Han Yao and asked, I presume you haven't been to the county town before? Han Yao nodded. It's my first time, and it looks quite lively. Don't worry, everyone has their first experience. Once you've been here a while, you'll get accustomed to it. Well, today my treat. Feel free to buy whatever you wish. Really? Han Yao's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Chen Jianmin, and she began to say, I want to buy. Her voice trailed off, and she finally said, Brother Jianmin, we can shop anytime, but I believe we should make the most of our day. Having taken a few steps forward, Chen Jianmin turned back, surprised. What do you mean? Han Yao smiled and linked her arm with his, saying, What I mean is, let us visit various restaurants and inquire about mushrooms, specifically fresh ones. This way, we can ascertain whether other places are selling them and subtly signal to those restaurant owners. Then, when Director Ma introduces our people, it should facilitate the sales process. Chen Jianmin laughed heartily, affirming that he had truly stumbled upon a remarkable treasure. Not only could she quell his desire to shop, but she even suggested he explore the market with insightful reasoning. It was somewhat regrettable that if she were sent to university, perhaps to study business administration, she could potentially become an extraordinary figure in the future. Nevertheless, working alongside him would not lead to any misfortune. Quickly dismissing his fleeting regret, he declared, Let us charge ahead. As he spoke, he mimicked a stance of readiness. Drawing laughter from Han Yao and a bemused remark from an elderly man nearby, Are you out of your mind? The first establishment they chose to visit was a small restaurant located just 4 doors down from the one they had exited. Upon entering, Chen Jianmin boldly seated himself and called out to the waitress, Excuse me, do you have any dishes made with fresh mushrooms? Excuse me, what did you say? Could you repeat that? The waitress asked, wiping her hands on her apron, her eyes wide with disbelief. Reluctantly, he repeated his inquiry. She responded with an exaggerated eye roll and turned away, clearly indicating that they must be deranged for expecting her to procure fresh mushrooms in the depths of winter. Unsurprisingly, Chen Jianmin and Han Yao were promptly ejected from the small eatery. Their subsequent journey was largely repetitive. They continued eastward from the county bus station, eventually looping back to the vicinity of the department store, and by now, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. They had visited 26 restaurants, each treated as mere stops along their quest, with one particularly hostile establishment nearly escalating to violence. Famished, the two of them squatted in front of the cinema beside the department store, buying 2 roasted sweet potatoes and consuming them without concern for appearances. As they ate, Han Yao began to summarize the day's findings. Brother Jianmin, based on the 26 places we visited, not only do they lack fresh mushrooms, but it seems they haven't even heard of such a thing in winter. Therefore, there's no need to continue. After speaking, she frowned and pouted, Brother Jianmin, my legs are starting to hurt. The young girl was, after all, somewhat delicate, but it had indeed been a tiring day. And even Chen Jianmin felt as though his bones might crumble. He glanced at the setting sun, contemplating whether to take Han Yao to a hotel room, purely for rest. Of course, with no ulterior motives. Then he remembered he had the key to his Aunt Li Yanli's apartment. Staying there would certainly be more comfortable than a modest inn, and it was not too far from the department store. However, with the evening still far off, and given that it was Han Yao's first visit to the county, he felt she should experience the local life. He glanced at a nearby video hall, shaking his head, thinking it best not to expose her to such influences. The video hall had only recently opened and was quite audacious in its offerings. Turning back to the cinema behind him, he mused, this will do. Rising to his feet, he took Han Yao by the hand and led her to the entrance of the cinema, where the board outside announced the screening of Yellow Earth. Instantly, Chen Jianmin's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had never actually seen this classic film. Yet he was aware of its esteemed reputation as a watershed moment in the history of Chinese cinema. Encouragingly, he urged Han Yao, "Let us go in and take a look. This film is quite remarkable." After a moment's hesitation, she eventually nodded firmly. Although she wished to exercise restraint, her youth rendered her vulnerable to the allure of watching a movie, particularly in the county cinema, which felt rather novel to her. The ticket price of 4,500 was hardly a financial burden for Chen Jianmin. As Han Yao prepared to enter with the ticket in hand, Chen Jianmin abruptly stopped her, saying, "Wait a moment." He dashed down the steps and purchased 2 bowls of popcorn from a small vendor, placing them into a paper bag before returning. Under the afternoon sun, his actions seemed to radiate a surreal glow in Han Yao's eyes, making her wish that life could continue in such a delightful manner. Accepting the popcorn from Chen Jianmin, she walked inside and settled into her seat, her thoughts still wandering beyond the heavens. The film had begun, yet she remained lost in reverie. It was only when she noticed a young couple in the front row inching closer together that she awkwardly shut her eyes, her heart racing, and before she knew it, she had gently grasped Chen Jianmin's fingers. Chapter 102. Caught in the act, most of Chen Jianmin's thoughts were consumed with how to approach the business discussions with Ma Daxiao the following day, with only a fraction of his attention devoted to the film. However, when he felt Han Yao subtly tugging at his fingers, he immediately realized that the young lady was feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Indeed, it was a sparse crowd for a film at this hour, which emboldened the couple in front. The man had even ventured a hand beneath the woman's clothing. What to do? Chen Jianmin lightly scratched the palm of Han Yao's hand with his fingers. When she turned her head to look at him, he pointed towards the back and rose to lead her to the last row of seats. Han Yao finally exhaled in relief. To be truthful, while she had never experienced the complexities of romantic interactions, she held a vague understanding of them. Her knowledge had come from books or whispered conversations amongst classmates, but witnessing it so closely for the first time left her feeling quite flustered, to the point where she nearly lost interest in the film. When the scene depicting marriage unfolded on screen, she involuntarily glanced at Chen Jianmin. According to her new acquaintance, Lu Xiaohong, Chen Jianmin was likely to marry Lu Yumei around the time of May Day. Sighing inwardly, she pondered when she might find a boyfriend like him. Suddenly, she was startled by her own precocious thoughts. Chen Jianmin, too, was not particularly absorbed in the film. Noticing Han Yao stealing glances at him, he turned to her and asked, "Why do you keep staring at me?" The once effortlessly confident young girl suddenly blushed, her light laughter attempting to mask her embarrassment as she pointed to the movie screen, saying, "Jianmin, I find it quite amusing to watch them get married." Chen Jianmin leaned slightly towards her ear and whispered, "Sister, when you get married, I will arrange for you a grand sedan chair." "I would prefer a car," she replied. "Very well, I shall certainly fulfill that wish." By the time the film concluded, it was already 5:30. Chen Jianmin, who had only managed to eat a sweet potato for lunch, was ravenously hungry and, upon exiting, pulled Han Yao into a noodle shop, ordering 2 bowls of hand-pulled noodles generously sprinkled with chili powder, leaving him sweating profusely. After leaving the noodle shop, he guided Han Yao through a labyrinth of streets until they soon arrived at the building where Li Yanli's aunt resided. Curiously surveying their surroundings, Han Yao suddenly declared, "Jianmin, I want to buy a house here in the future." "All right, I shall buy one too. Let us be neighbors." "It's a promise." After exchanging playful banter, they entered the building one after the other. They were to stay at Li Yanli's aunt's house for the night, as it was unoccupied. In truth, they had little choice. Their departure had been too hasty, and they had not even secured a letter of introduction. Even if they had wished to stay at an inn, they would have been turned away without proper identification. Relying on his memory, Chen Jianmin quickly located room 302, rummaging until he found the key. To his surprise, the door opened with just a half turn, indicating it was not securely locked. However, the room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light, suggesting it was indeed empty. Yet, as he and Han Yao entered and fumbled for the light switch, they were suddenly startled by a peculiar sound, as if someone was humming softly, though it was uncertain. This peculiar sound emanated from the very bedroom where he had previously stayed. Could it be that Li Yanli's aunt had returned? But that did not seem plausible. If she truly had, the lights would surely be on at this hour. This led to only one conclusion: a thief had entered the premises. Given the unlocked door, the likelihood of this was significantly heightened. As a close friend of Li Yanli, he could not ignore the situation. Chen Jianmin tugged at Han Yao, whispering for her to stay behind him as they prepared to confront the intruder. His insistence on keeping her behind him was not only due to his confidence in his own abilities, but also out of concern for her safety should there be accomplices inside. As they stealthily approached, the sound from the bedroom seemed to vanish, further solidifying Chen Jianmin's belief that a thief was indeed present. Taking a deep breath, he kicked the door open with a sudden force, swiftly turning on the lights, only to be met with a piercing scream. What followed was an exceedingly scandalous sight. On the grand bed where he had once shared intimate moments with Li Yanli, Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli were entwined, both bare, their hands resting intimately upon each other. The first detail that struck Chen Jianmin was the striking similarity in their flawless, porcelain-like skin and the undulating curves of their forms, creating a stunning visual impact against the vibrant bedspread. Undoubtedly, the exquisite beauty resembling Wang Zuxian and the enchanting visage of the quiet lady above are captivating enough to hold one's gaze. Chen Jianmin felt extraordinarily fortunate today. If he were to participate in the lottery, he would undoubtedly win the grand prize. Such a tantalizing scene is not something one encounters every day. At this moment, both individuals had their mouths slightly agape, their eyes reflecting evident terror, their faces pale, as if genuinely frightened. Time seemed to stand still, no one moved, and silence enveloped the atmosphere. Chen Jianmin, having admired Lu Xiaomei's true form, suddenly realized that behind him stood Han Yao, a genuine young girl. What would happen if she were to witness this? Would he corrupt her innocence? With immense willpower, he averted his gaze and turned to Han Yao. There she was, mouth agape, her not-so-large eyes wide open in a blend of curiosity and shyness, her small face flushed with a rosy hue. Chen Jianmin quickly covered her eyes and led her out of the bedroom, shutting the door behind them. He then made an immediate decision. Let us go, we must leave. Whispering these words, he hurriedly pulled Han Yao away. A few minutes later, they found themselves outside the community. Han Yao glanced back, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her lips. Chen Jianmin felt a twinge of embarrassment, uncertain how to explain the earlier scene to Han Yao, and thus fabricated a story. Little Han, you see, we must have encountered a ghostly wall, right? I feel a bit dizzy. How about you? Doesn't it seem surreal? After posing the question, he awaited her response, but silence lingered. Turning to look at her, he saw Han Yao covering her mouth, struggling to suppress laughter, her shoulders shaking in mirth. Eventually, she could no longer contain herself and sank to the ground, laughing heartily. With utmost seriousness, Chen Jianmin remarked, Little Han, I believe the ghostly wall has intensified. Why do I see a child behind you? The once laughing Han Yao let out a yelp and leaped onto Chen Jianmin, feigning fright, though her eyes sparkled with triumph. He pushed her away and bent down to scoop up a handful of snow, playfully shoving it into her collar. Han Yao deftly evaded him and retaliated with a swift kick to his backside. They frolicked in the snow for quite some time, eventually becoming aware of a pressing concern. Where would they spend the night? After witnessing such a sensational spectacle, Chen Jianmin and Han Yao wandered the streets for over half an hour, ultimately left with no options but to meander towards the forestry guest house. Since Ma Daxiao had mentioned he would be staying there, it seemed they had no choice but to seek his assistance. In these times, guest houses lacked any reception facilities. Yet there was a reception room, which was not a place someone like Chen Jianmin could easily enter. He could only crouch by a small window, flashing a broad smile, and inquired of a rather impatient lady inside who was busily knitting. Excuse me, ma'am, I am looking for Director Ma Hongjun of the Hongshan Forestry Farm. Does he reside here? The lady flipped through the thick accommodation register a couple of times, then snapped it shut, casting a skeptical glance at him. Who are you? What business do you have with him? Chen Jianmin, wearing a pained expression, replied, I am also an employee of the Hongshan Forestry Farm, seeking to report on work matters. The lady immediately became displeased. Comrade, are you not even capable of preparing a decent lie? It's the middle of the night, and you wish to report to a leader? Have you lost your mind? With that, she firmly shut the small window. Chen Jianmin, frustrated, shook his fist at the window and turned helplessly to Han Yao, raising his hands in exasperation. Look at this attitude. Han Yao smirked slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, Brother Jianmin, you wait outside for a bit. I will handle this. The lady at the reception had not noticed the young girl following Chen Jianmin. So when Han Yao knocked on the small window and revealed a sweet smile, the lady's demeanor noticeably softened. What can I do for you, young lady? The shift in attitude was palpable. Han Yao smiled even more sweetly. Sister, I would like to inquire about someone. Upon hearing this, the lady pursed her lips, her expression souring. Little girl, how old are you? How can you call me sister? Han Yao blinked her eyes in feigned surprise, raising her finely arched brows. But you don't look much older than me, do you? Calling you sister seems quite fitting, doesn't it? In truth, the lady was well into her 30s, approaching 40, and in these times, social interactions often adhered to a hierarchy of age. The earlier address of sister had briefly lifted her spirits, only for them to plummet again, thinking the young girl truly lacked understanding. Yet, upon seeing Han Yao's sincere expression, devoid of any mockery, her mood brightened once more. A smile finally graced the lady's face. "Well, you have quite a sweet tongue. You know how to charm." Han Yao donned a serious countenance, surveying the lady from head to toe, and remarked, "Sister, I truly am not flattering you with your looks. You appear to be only in your late 20s. The lady was genuinely flattered, laughing so much that her eyes nearly disappeared. "All right, enough of that. It's work time. Who do you wish to inquire about?" "Sister, I just want to ask if Director Ma from the Hongshan Forestry Farm is here. I have an urgent matter to discuss with him." "Director Ma? Just a moment." This time, the lady did not close the window. Instead, she hurriedly walked out from the room and knocked on the door of room 109. Han Yao quickly dashed to the entrance of the guest house, waving to Chen Jianmin outside. As he entered at a brisk pace, he encountered Ma Daxiao, who was bewilderedly donning a coat. "Didn't I tell you to find a place to stay? What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" Chen Jianmin was on the verge of tears. "Cousin Director Ma, we left in such haste that we didn't have time to bring our introduction letter, and we couldn't find anywhere to stay. So here we are, seeking your help. You must assist your brother." Ma Daxiao gritted his teeth and pointed at him. "At your age, how can you be so incompetent in handling matters?" Fine. I shall devise a solution for you." Indeed, Ma Daxiao's position as the office director of the Hongshan Forest Farm proved quite advantageous, possibly owing to his extensive social network. He bypassed the leadership of the guest house and directly engaged in conversation with a waitress. In less than 2 minutes, he drafted a guarantee letter on the spot, charming the waitress into a cheerful demeanor, which resulted in the arrangement of a room for them. However, the guest house was bustling with guests that day, leaving only one last standard room available. Chen Jianmin pulled Ma Daxiao aside and whispered, "Cousin, I could just sleep in your room." His intention was unmistakable. He was reluctant to share a room with Han Yao. Even if he harbored such thoughts, he had to consider whether this was a trap set by Ma Daxiao. Thus, it was imperative to declare his stance promptly. Ma Daxiao firmly rejected. "No, my room is occupied by others. It's full." It was wise to maintain a clear conscience, especially in such unusual circumstances. Besides, who said that sharing a room necessitated the unfolding of any particular narrative? Chen Jianmin inwardly cursed. Why did he have to find himself in a scenario akin to those shameless plots found in contemporary online literature? He contemplated allowing Han Yao to stay while he returned to Li Yanli's aunt's house for a heartfelt discussion with them. Yet, Ma Daxiao, employing his quick wit, suggested to the waitress, "This one will suffice. Let the brother and sister manage for one night." The waitress, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh," and suddenly understood. So they were siblings? She scrutinized them, noting that their appearances bore some resemblance. The crucial factor was that Ma Daxiao had made a promise, and she promptly retrieved a set of keys with a small wooden tag from the wall, handing them to Chen Jianmin while giving him a pointed look. "Comrade, learn from your sister and how to communicate and get things done. Observe how dependable she is." Afterward, she smiled at Han Yao, indicating that the restroom was just a few steps away if they turned on the water. As they made their way to the room, Ma Daxiao cast a meaningful glance at Chen Jianmin, causing a shiver to run down his spine. He grew wary of Ma Daxiao's seemingly insidious arrangement. They were assigned to room 116, situated at the far end of the hall. Passing by Ma Daxiao's room 109, Chen Jianmin halted and handed the key to Han Yao. "Sister, you go ahead and open the door. I need to discuss tomorrow's matters with Director Ma." Before he could finish his sentence, Ma Daxiao promptly pushed him inside, exclaiming, "What are you babbling about? It's late. There's nothing to discuss. Hurry back to sleep." Chen Jianmin noticed that Ma Daxiao had rested his hand on the doorknob, yet he seemed to scrutinize him without the intention of opening the door, displaying a hint of tension in his demeanor. Emboldened, he turned back. "Cousin, I truly have urgent matters." Ma Daxiao lowered his voice, almost hissing through clenched teeth. "What urgency can be addressed tomorrow? Today is simply not feasible." Chen Jianmin understood the underlying message and readily agreed. "All right, then I shall return." Only then did Ma Daxiao breathe a sigh of relief, swiftly opening the door and attempting to slip inside. Unexpectedly, Chen Jianmin sprang back like a monkey, tilting his body to sneak a glance into the room. Indeed, as he had anticipated, he immediately spotted a young woman flusteredly avoiding his gaze. Bang! Ma Daxiao had forcefully slammed the door shut. With a sense of satisfaction, Chen Jianmin chuckled and returned to room 116. Once inside, he turned to Han Yao and said, "I tend to be rather restless in my sleep. Should I roll onto your bed? Please do not hold it against me." Han Yao, who was tidying the bedding, chuckled in response. "Brother Jianmin, I have a habit of sleepwalking too. I wonder if you fear that?" Just as Chen Jianmin settled down, he sprang up as if scalded. realizing he needed to leave. That night, Chen Jianmin slept soundly. Upon awakening in the morning, he found not only his mind invigorated but also noticed the young lady beside him had sat up, her eyes still drowsy. After waiting for some time, without her making a move to use the restroom, he decided to feign sleep. Han Yao lifted her eyelids slightly and remarked, "Brother Jianmin, why do you think two women? Never mind, forget I said anything. I need to lie down a bit longer." With that, she reclined back onto the bed. Chen Jianmin let out a sigh of relief. He dreaded her bringing up that topic, which he found difficult to articulate. Fortunately, after lying down, she actually drifted back to sleep, evidently exhausted from the previous night's events involving Liu Xiaomei and Li Yanli. Chen Jianmin quickly dressed on the opposite side of the bed, finally exhaling deeply. His exuberance had almost led to an embarrassing moment in front of the young lady. In the morning, Ma Daxiao introduced Chen Jianmin and Han Yao to Wang Guocheng, a frail old man with graying hair and sly little eyes. He greeted them with a barrage of flattery. "Ah, so you are the young Chen. Director Ma has spoken highly of you. He mentioned your impressive skills in cultivating edible mushrooms and your ambition to lead the community towards prosperity. You possess vision, attitude, and, most importantly, discernment. The fact that you found me shows you are not only perceptive, but also quite wise." Chen Jianmin couldn't help but smile broadly at the unsolicited praise. However, when they transitioned into substantive negotiations, Wang Guocheng began to regret his earlier overzealous compliments. When discussing the specific sales price, Chen Jianmin fell silent, pointing to the shy young woman beside him, who had scarcely uttered a word since entering. "Uncle Wang," he said, "you'll need to discuss mushroom-related business with Xiaohan. Whatever price she offers will be the price." The quiet girl smiled bashfully, slightly bent at the waist as she confidently presented her proposal. "Grandpa Wang, I am young and inexperienced, so if my words are unrefined, I hope you'll forgive me. Regarding the specific price, you've seen the mushrooms. With your extensive experience in the supply and marketing system, you should understand how marketable our product is better than we do. Therefore, I propose a price of 2 yuan and 20 cents per pound. What do you think?" Wang Guocheng believed he had misheard. "Xiaohan, do you think this is a gold sale?" After uttering these words, he glanced at Chen Jianmin, seeking confirmation on whether it was a jest to have a young girl negotiate with him. To his surprise, Chen Jianmin seemed to find the price proposed by Han Yao quite reasonable. "Uncle Wang, I believe this price is rather fair. We have spent a week conducting a thorough investigation of the mushroom market in the county, and we found that not a single establishment offers fresh mushrooms. Moreover, nearly every restaurant, regardless of size, has never even heard of fresh mushrooms being sold in the depths of winter. What does this indicate? It suggests that as long as we act swiftly and establish a strong foothold in the county's market before others realize, we will find it difficult not to prosper. Young lady, I still think this price is inflated. Uncle Wang, whether it is high or not is determined by the market. Do you know what prices we were selling at in that small place before the new year? You can't possibly sell it for more than pork, can you?" Indeed, it is priced higher than pork. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, each attempting to convince the other for nearly 10 minutes, but neither succeeded in swaying the other. The atmosphere became somewhat stifling. It was at this moment that Wang Guocheng finally understood why Chen Jianmin had sent this young girl to negotiate. She was indeed a formidable opponent. Despite her youth, how could she possess such extensive market knowledge? He retracted his initial contempt. From 10:30 in the morning until noon, they had a light meal before continuing their negotiations. To demonstrate his strength, Wang Guocheng led them to inspect several large root cellars previously excavated by the Vegetable Association. Upon returning to the forestry guest house, the back-and-forth price negotiations resumed. It was not until 3 in the afternoon, when Ma Daxiao, who had napped all afternoon, wandered in, that an agreement was finally reached. The earth mushrooms from Zhoujia village would be supplied to Wang Guocheng at 1 yuan and 80 cents per pound, while hazelnut mushrooms would be supplied at 2 yuan and 30 cents per pound. Wang Guocheng also specified his delivery time requirements. Thus concluded a business negotiation that could be described as both arduous and effortless. Under Chen Jianmin's guidance, Han Yao drafted 3 copies of a sales contract on the spot, bringing in Ma Daxiao as a witness to sign this somewhat rare formal contract of the year. Both parties were satisfied, and, together with Ma Daxiao, they headed to the guest house dining hall. As a result, their celebratory dinner for the successful collaboration extended well past 8 in the evening. During this time, Chen Jianmin and old Wang engaged in drinking, both becoming quite inebriated. In those days, people believed that to foster good relations, one must drink heartily, preferably to the point of collapse and even vomiting, so as to earn a sincere thumbs up from the other, establishing a bond of camaraderie. Ma Daxiao escorted Wang Guocheng home, while Han Yao exerted all her strength to half-drag. half-carried Chen Jianmin back to room 116. She prepared him sweetened water and helped him remove his shoes and clothes, laboring for quite some time until he was finally settled into bed. However, she herself could not find sleep. Sitting beside Chen Jianmin, gazing at the man who smiled in his dreams, she inexplicably felt her heart rate begin to quicken. From the very first instance when she assisted him in selling mushrooms, he generously offered her a commission exceeding their agreed terms. During their second encounter, when she faced one of life's most daunting challenges, she was even prepared to barter her own body for a 2,000 yuan IOU from her father. It was this man who stepped forward to halt her, aiding her in surmounting her predicament. Subsequently, when she partnered with Lu Xiaohong to sell clothing and encountered the unscrupulous Hao Deshang, he was once again the one who devised a solution in the shortest time possible, effectively eliminating the threat. Though it was not an ideal resolution, the fact that it resolved the issue within a single day rendered it commendable. What moved her even more was the trust and support bestowed upon her by Brother Jianmin today, making her feel, for the first time in her life, the weight of responsibility and the direction in which one ought to strive. There was but one downside. He was involved with someone, her good friend's sister. As these thoughts crossed her mind, the young woman's cheeks flushed. She stood, then sat again, only to rise once more, turning away, gritting her teeth, and slowly shedding her garments. She hurried to extinguish the lights, and in the darkness, made her way to Chen Jianmin's bedside, taking a few deep breaths before gently lifting the blanket and slipping beneath it. Chapter 105. A spark ignited. The forestry guest house had experienced a notable decline in profitability over the past 2 years, compounded by delayed funding from the Forestry Bureau. This winter, the boiler was functioning poorly, causing the room's temperature to drop day by day. Particularly tonight, the difference from the previous evening was striking. As Han Yao pressed against Chen Jianmin, who had been somewhat cold, the warmth of his body enveloped her, imparting a sensation akin to entering spring, not just warmth, but also a stirring breath that washed over her like a tide. Initially, she merely clung to him, afraid to move lest Chen Jianmin awaken unexpectedly. In truth, her concern was unwarranted. He was already deeply intoxicated, oblivious to the world around him. After a few minutes, Han Yao adjusted her position, withdrawing her numb arm and allowing the other hand to venture toward Chen Jianmin's chest. Beneath the thin fabric of his shirt, the firm muscles quickened her heartbeat. She gently squeezed, holding her breath in observation. After a considerable pause, Chen Jianmin remained unresponsive. She exerted a bit more pressure, yet he still did not react. This finally eased her mind, prompting her to unabashedly explore his robust chest. Soon, she found that the barrier of his shirt was insufficient to satisfy her curiosity, and her small hand slowly slipped beneath it. Her heartbeat quickened, but she mustered the courage to prop herself up on one side. In the darkness, she could see nothing, but as her fingers glided across his skin, she distinctly felt the rough texture and solid muscle beneath. Han Yao leaned in, pressing her tender lips against Chen Jianmin's. In that moment, she felt as though her heart had ceased to beat, leaving only the sound of her hurried breaths echoing in her ears. Though the scent of alcohol emanating from him was far from pleasant, in her state of passion, Han Yao found it to embody the essence of masculinity. She pulled away from his lips and began kissing her way down from his forehead, traversing his entire face. At last, she leaned over him, pressing her face against his chest, attentively listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. As she pondered the bliss of days like this continuing indefinitely, she unconsciously lifted her leg, intending to drape it over him, only to suddenly collide with something. Startled, she froze in place, her heart racing as if it might leap from her mouth, and it took several moments of frantic confusion before she sat up. After what felt like an eternity, she exhaled deeply, slowly returning to his side, this time refraining from further movements, wrapping her arms around one of his. Unbeknownst to her, she soon drifted off to sleep. Chen Jianmin awoke around 3 in the morning. Before even opening his eyes, he felt parched and a dull ache in his head. Groggily, he opened his eyes to find the room enveloped in darkness, save for a sliver of light filtering through the drawn curtains. Dazed, he initially believed he was at the forest station and attempted to rise for a drink. Just as he began to get up, he realized a head rested on his arm, a soft, warm body pressed closely against him. One hand was wrapped around her waist. Confused, he wondered, what is happening? Who is this person lying beside me? As he shifted his hand, he could feel the delicate, smooth skin beneath her shirt. His palm glided gently over her waist, resting on a pert curve, reminiscent of the petite young wives from the West Courtyard. It must be her, he deduced, and this realization piqued his interest. He turned to embrace her, leaning in for a kiss. However, as his lips met hers, he paused, sensing a difference from Tong Yulan. The woman in his arms trembled slightly, her response to his kiss inexperienced, contrasting sharply with the bashful, yet somewhat practiced reactions of his usual partner. What is going on today? Why has she become so shy? With a light chuckle, he remarked, we're an old married couple now. Why are you so bashful? Yet, he received no reply. She merely buried her face deeper into his chest. Amused, Chen Jianmin chuckled softly, his hands beginning to wander. One hand slid down her back, while the other ventured beneath her shirt, easily encountering the soft warmth beneath. Just as he was about to take further action, a series of urgent knocks resounded on the door, followed by 3 more rapid knocks. Outside, Ma Daxiao's anxious voice called out, Jianmin, Jianmin, wake up. Something has happened at the logging site. Startled by the voice, Chen Jianmin jolted awake. No, he was not at the forest station. He was at the forestry guest house. He had come to the county to find a market for mushrooms, and this room was number 116, shared with Han Yao. In that moment, as he processed that the girl trembling in his arms was indeed Han Yao, a wave of panic washed over him. This could spell trouble. Without needing to speculate further, he knew it was indeed Han Yao. What on earth had transpired? Before he could think too much, Ma Daxiao could no longer wait and began to kick the door heavily. Chen Jianmin sighed inwardly. It was too late to pretend to be asleep now. However, he was neither indecisive nor an irresponsible scoundrel. Although the entanglement with Han Yao would not significantly affect her future prospects in finding a partner, Chen Jianmin felt that given the circumstances, he certainly could not let her slip away. With this thought, he gently patted Han Yao's back and said, Sister, get up. Something significant must have happened. Sigh, Ma Daxiao truly has a knack for ruining the mood. As he spoke, he planted a kiss on Han Yao's cheek. It seemed that any desire to grow closer would have to wait for another occasion. Having said this, he turned and leapt off the bed from the other side. In truth, Han Yao had already awakened and had heard the knocking. Now, upon hearing Chen Jianmin's words, she breathed a sigh of relief, yet was so embarrassed that she buried her face into the pillow and had no desire to rise, not even a little. Chen Jianmin chuckled lightly and hurriedly dashed to the door to open it. However, he did not turn on the lights. Instead, he used the faint glow from the hallway to see that Ma Daxiao was already dressed, looking flustered. Rubbing his eyes, he inquired, Cousin, what's wrong? What happened? Hurry. Get dressed. Ma Daxiao pointed towards the room and exclaimed, The forest farm is on fire. It's urgent. Upon hearing that the forest farm was ablaze, Chen Jianmin turned and sprinted back. After a couple of steps, he turned back to switch on the light and called for Han Yao. Hurry up, come with me. Han Yao, blushing, was dressing when she heard Ma Daxiao's voice. She stole a glance at the door, where Ma Daxiao stood. Avoiding his gaze, she tidied her undergarments in the corner, biting her lip and shooting a glare at Chen Jianmin. Once they had both dressed, they hurriedly followed Ma Daxiao outside. Indeed, Ma Daxiao was quite resourceful. He had received a call from the forest farm in the middle of the night and had managed to procure a jeep. The 3 of them piled into the vehicle and sped off, quickly arriving at Hongshan Commune. Following Chen Jianmin's request, Ma Daxiao first dropped Han Yao off at her doorstep. Upon returning to the forest farm headquarters, they learned that the fire had not occurred within Chen Jianmin's protective zone, but it was only a little over 10 kilometers away. In the fire prevention office at the Hongshan Forest Farm headquarters, the head of the department, Lu Sinan, answered the phone just as Chen Jianmin rushed in. The fire is approximately 10 kilometers away from your protection zone, Lu stated. What? 10 kilometers? Chen Jianmin exclaimed, turning to leave. Lu, I must return immediately. Lu Sinan, busy with his calls, called after him. Wait a moment. What is the rush? Was Chen Jianmin not anxious? The flames were practically licking at their heels. There was no time to waste. He paced restlessly in the office. Finally, when Lu Sinan hung up, he received the response. ISNT, there a 30-meter wide firebreak in your area? Why are you in such a hurry? First, return to the forest station and assist the firefighting personnel heading towards Laoyiling. The fire was spreading from that direction. Lu Sinan, Chen Jianmin exclaimed, unusually raising his voice. The dilapidated firebreak east of Hama Ridge hasn't been plowed in 5 years. The grass is taller than you. Can it possibly stop the fire? Lu Sinan, who stood at just over 1.60 meters, was rendered speechless. Indeed, it was precisely because that area was at the heart of the firewall that it had not received the attention it merited. Chen Jianmin was absolutely correct. However, at present, the 2 specialized firefighting teams available at the forest station had already been dispatched, and the organization of other staff to form a temporary firefighting brigade had only just commenced. There was little time to spare for the situation at Frog Ridge. Just then, Ma Daxiao hurriedly entered. He was looking for Chen Jianmin. Jianmin, the Forestry Bureau has a vehicle heading to Laoyiling Forest Station, which will conveniently pass through Zhujiakan. If you're returning, you might catch a ride. With that, He turned and left. Chen Jianmin followed him and, upon reaching the door, spoke to Lu Sinan. Director Lu, if there are available personnel, please dispatch them to the direction of Frog Ridge as soon as possible. That area is the most vulnerable. With that, disregarding Lu Sinan's response, he dashed out. The entire forest station was in a state of chaos. Under the arrangement of Ma Daxiao, when Chen Jianmin took the Forestry Bureau's vehicle back to Zhujiakan, it was only 4:45 in the morning. He rushed into the yard and saw Zhou Lihong just emerging from the mushroom house, immediately calling her inside. Sister Lihong, I'm heading into the mountains now. I leave everything at home to you and Sister Yulan. Furthermore, please do not return home for the next few days. Stay here and help receive personnel from the forest station and the Forestry Bureau. They might use this place as a materials transfer station. So keep a proper record of entries and exits. If it becomes too overwhelming, please seek out Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu in the village. Zhou Lihong was already aware of the forest fire occurring near the forest station, but Chen Jianmin, as a forest ranger, although tasked with fire prevention, was not required to fight fires on the front lines. Jianmin, why do you have to go? She asked. I need to create a fire break. Don't worry. My husband is fortunate and resilient. The more it burns, the stronger he becomes. Oh, can't you say something pleasant? Zhou Lihong replied, her anxiety causing her words to stumble. Chen Jianmin smiled briefly, turned, and took along a fire starter, 2 bottles of gasoline, and his makeshift firefighting tools, rushing towards the village without looking back. Zhou Lihong stood at the door, observing the seriousness in him that was previously unseen, and felt a stirring in her heart. This was indeed a different Chen Jianmin. 10 minutes later, he knocked on the door of Zhou Mingshan's home. Zhou Mingshan had already risen and dressed upon learning of the nearby forest fire in the early hours, even calling upon 10 robust young men from the village to form a temporary firefighting team, eagerly awaiting Chen Jianmin's return. Upon seeing him, without hesitation, he called the men out and rushed to the entrance, addressing Chen Jianmin. Nephew Jianmin, your matter is our Zhujiakan's matter. No need for further discussion. Here are 10 hands to assist you. In a moment, I will gather anyone else who can ascend the mountain, striving to reach the eastern side of Frog Ridge before 5 o'clock to safeguard this pristine forest for you. Chen Jianmin felt a surge of warmth in his heart, clapping Zhou Mingshan on the shoulder with vigor as they hurriedly made their way towards the ravine. Truth be told, Zhou Mingshan's response took Chen Jianmin by surprise. In previous years, when forest fires occurred, Zhujiakan would contribute manpower, but it was usually for show, merely to maintain good relations with the forest rangers, with few genuinely willing to exert themselves. Especially Zhou Mingshan, who had clashed with the former Chen Jianmin over matters concerning villagers building houses and cutting trees on several occasions. He did not venture into the mountains to ignite the fire, which could be seen as a tribute to the past efforts of Chen Jianmin. However, times have changed. The current Chen Jianmin is regarded as a deity by Zhou Mingshan, not only for leading the villagers of Zhoujia in mushroom cultivation, but also for his substantial contributions to the electrification efforts. This exemplifies the essence of mutual support among individuals. As they passed the forest protection point, Tong Yulan hurriedly emerged from her home, stuffing a small cloth bag into Chen Jianmin's arms before swiftly retreating. A voice behind inquired, Brother Jianmin, what did Sister Lu give you? No time for questions, let us move. Chen Jianmin responded, feeling the weight of the small bag and quickening his pace. In the distance, he spotted a towering blaze, which instilled a sense of dread within him. A 10-kilometer distance could be traversed in mere minutes if the wind was favorable. After traversing from the forestry station to Zhoujia village, then to Zhou Mingshan's residence, and back again, over half an hour had elapsed. It was no surprise that the fire from Hama Ridge had crossed the firebreak. Hama Ridge lay to the southeast of Zhoujia village, approximately 10 miles away. Under Chen Jianmin's persistent urging, they arrived in just over 40 minutes. Peering eastward from the slope of Hama Ridge, Chen Jianmin felt his heart race. The inferno was perilously close to the firebreak. Had the wind not been unfavorable, it would have already engulfed the pristine forest. He turned and shouted, Brothers, follow my lead. Without hesitation, he dashed downhill toward the firebreak. Logically, it was still early March. Not yet the season for fires, and with the heavy snowfall this year, a blaze should not have ignited at this time. Even if it had, it should not have spread so rapidly. Were there other factors at play? Pushing aside these thoughts, Chen Jianmin pressed on. Upon reaching the overgrown firebreak, he wasted no time extracting gasoline from his backpack to fill the igniter while assigning tasks to the 10 individuals accompanying him. Pair up and follow my lead wherever I ignite. Spread out and ensure the fire I start does not spread westward. With that, he lit the igniter and jogged southward to set ablaze the area. The uncultivated firebreak stretched nearly 3 kilometers, making it impossible to ignite all at once. After running over 200 meters, he circled back from the eastern side of the firebreak. The dry, dense underbrush ignited upon contact with the flames, quickly forming a fire line. It must be acknowledged that Zhou Mingshan was indeed insightful, as the 10 individuals dispatched were all experienced in firefighting and understood Chen Jianmin's strategy of using fire to combat fire, working in perfect harmony. Those at the rear extinguished the newly ignited flames along the western side of the firebreak, progressing southward. An hour later, only about 200 meters remained to be addressed, and the situation elsewhere appeared manageable. Just as Chen Jianmin was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the wind shifted abruptly. As he led the 10 individuals in burning the firebreak, merely 200 meters from connecting to another well-maintained cultivated firebreak, the mountain winds changed direction. The wind shifted from the northwest to the northeast, causing the scattered hotspots on the eastern side of the firebreak to rapidly expand, encroaching towards their position at an alarming speed. Damn, what terrible luck! He cursed inwardly. Chen Jianmin, drenched in perspiration, sprinted to the far end of the firebreak, igniting the dry underbrush in hopes of consuming the remaining 200 meters of dense grass before the inferno approached. However, he underestimated the ferocity of the wildfire. Just as he had ignited a stretch of over 50 meters, a fiery gust, propelled by the wind, lunged toward the grass. At this juncture, it was too late to set fire to the break. Chen buried the igniter in a snowbank and grasped a makeshift firefighting tool, dashing northward. Brothers, run upwind, quickly. With his extensive firefighting experience, he understood that one must never confront the flames head-on, lest they fall into a dire predicament. As the leader in this battle against the blaze, he bore the responsibility for the safety of his comrades. Fortunately, the 10 men accompanying him were quite seasoned, instinctively keeping pace without needing much guidance. Once they reached the upwind area, the unscorched section of grass ignited, rapidly spreading westward. Chen glanced at the pristine forest he had safeguarded for years, gritted his teeth, and charged forward, wielding his firefighting tool. This rudimentary instrument, referred to as Tool Number 2, was fashioned from a car tire, cut into strips 2 fingers wide and approximately 1 meter long, and affixed to a white wax pole like a mop. When swung, it proved effective in combating the flames. Each of the 10 men had one, a standard tool maintained by the Zhoujia village committee. As Zhou Mingshan aptly stated, living adjacent to the forest, who knows when we might need them? And indeed, the moment had arrived. Inspired by Chen's reckless valor, the young men surged forward. Their spirits ignited. The snow beneath the grass played a significant role, as the flurries stirred up by the tool enhanced their firefighting efficiency. Yet, as they approached the last 10 meters, the fire surged ahead. Witnessing the flames poised to breach the firebreak and invade the ancient forest, Chen cast aside his tool, shielded his face with his hand, and threw himself to the ground, rolling towards the flames with all his strength, propelled by the snow beneath him. Is it really worth such desperation? One young man murmured in astonishment. Another shoved past him, seizing a tool and charging ahead. Where Chen had rolled, the flames were subdued, standing only a foot high, making it easier to combat. Nevertheless, the wind was fierce, and the fire threatened to reignite. At that moment, a young man named Zhou Ergong spat out a mouthful of ash and cursed vehemently. Damn it! Does the heavens conspire against us? I refuse to succumb to this curse. After cursing, he discarded his tool, mimicking Chen by covering his face and rolling forward. Soon after, the third and fourth individuals followed suit, throwing themselves into the fray, while the remaining 5 exerted every effort to beat down the flames in the path they had traversed. Remarkably, under the thick layer of snow, Chen's desperate maneuver proved effective in stifling the blaze. After 6 individuals rolled past, only a few flickering flames remained. Through the strenuous efforts of the 5 behind, the containment line was narrowly preserved. To the east, the inferno had reached the treetops. In the center, the containment line emitted wisps of white smoke. To the west, an eerie calm prevailed. Chen Jianmin and his companions lay exhausted on the grass to the west of the containment line, panting heavily, their faces smeared with soot, rendering them nearly unrecognizable. This was the scene that Zhou Mingshan encountered upon his arrival with a large contingent on the eastern side of Hama Ridge. From over 30 meters away, he let out a peculiar cry, rushing toward Chen Jianmin and the others, tears streaming down his face. As he drew nearer, he saw Chen Jianmin straining to prop himself up, anxiously inquiring, "What happened? Is everyone injured?" He dared not ask if anyone had perished, for from afar, they hardly resembled the living. Struggling to his feet, Chen Jianmin shouted, "Uncle Mingshan, take it slow. It's fine. Everything's all right. No one is hurt." He finally grasped the meaning behind Zhou Mingshan's earlier exclamation. Zhou Erguang and the others were still youthful, roughly the same age as Chen Jianmin. and after lying for a brief moment, they had mostly regained some strength and began to stand. When Zhou Mingshan approached, he swung his fist toward Chen Jianmin's face, but midway through, redirected it towards Zhou Erguang, landing it on his shoulder, his eyes red with anger as he exclaimed, "Damn it! I thought you lot were done for. You scared the life out of me." Zhou Erguang grinned, flashing a set of white teeth, and pointed at his own clothes, saying, "Uncle Mingshan, aren't these clothes supposed to be reimbursed?" Chen Jianmin glanced over and nearly laughed at the five who had charged through the flames. Their garments were riddled with large tears and small holes, yet none had cried out in pain. Truly, it was a stroke of luck. Upon reflection, had it not been for the thick layer of snow on the ground, their plight would have been far more dire. It was possible they might have met their end here. Thus, such a perilous firefighting method could only be employed under exceedingly rare circumstances. After mentally summarizing the combat process, Chen Jianmin dared not relax even for a moment. He immediately turned to Zhou Mingshan and said, "Uncle Mingshan, I will lead the team south to patrol. You arrange for someone to stand every 30 meters to prevent the fire from the east of the containment line from spreading. I appreciate everyone's hard work. And when we return, I will ensure the brothers have a drink." The last remark was directed at the throng of villagers who had accompanied Zhou Mingshan. Following this, Chen Jianmin continued southward with Zhou Erguang and 10 others, igniting fires to create a containment line wherever they encountered dense grass. As they proceeded, they realized just how extensive the blaze was in the area surrounding Laoyiling. The entire eastern edge of the primordial forest was engulfed in flames stretching over 10 kilometers from south to north. In some areas, the flames soared toward the heavens, while in others, only charred tree trunks remained, emitting sparks. Under such circumstances, Chen Jianmin dared not retreat and led his team further south on patrol. After nearly a whole day's journey, when everyone was too exhausted to take another step, they had traversed a substantial portion of the containment line outside Chen Jianmin's protective zone. Reaching the southwest direction of Zhujiakan, Chen Jianmin instructed everyone to take a seat and rest, observing the trees on the southern side of the firebreak, now consumed by flames. He glanced back at the scorched path they had traversed and let out a sigh of relief. Famished and fatigued, he plopped down onto the snow and suddenly recalled the bag that the neighbor's young wife had given him before he left. He retrieved it from his coat, shook it over the snow, and over 20 pieces of jerky tumbled out. "Brothers, take 2 pieces each to tide you over. We'll feast on fresh food when we return." Zhou Erguang was the first to rush over, grabbing 2 pieces and stuffing them into his mouth. Before he could finish, he exclaimed, "Jianmin, are we indulging in fresh meat or fresh young wives?" "We must savor both," Chen Jianmin replied, gesturing with 2 fingers. Laughter erupted, and after the mirth, they felt less weary. Unbeknownst to them, Li Jigang, the county chief of Hongshan, accompanied by leaders from the Forestry Bureau, was approaching from another route along the perimeter of the primal forest. Chapter 108. Dilemma. Seeking credit. Playing the fool. Ma Jiangwo, the director of the Hongshan Forestry Bureau, was a portly man in his 50s, of modest height. He sat awkwardly in the back seat of a jeep, reporting to County Chief Li Jigang, feeling quite uncomfortable, yet daring not to voice any grievances. Regardless of how the fire had ignited, he bore an inescapable responsibility as the head of the Forestry Bureau. Wiping away sweat, he paused his report to suggest, "County Chief Li, we are nearing the burned area, which poses certain risks. Perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from proceeding?" Li Jigang's expression was grim, his gaze fixed on the billowing smoke ahead, remaining silent. The driver, too, could not unilaterally decide to turn back. Moreover, those who had long accompanied Li Jigang were well aware of his temperament, particularly regarding work. He insisted on witnessing the actual conditions. Provided that the firebreak ahead posed no issues, safety would still be assured. Thus, the jeep continued its steady advance eastward. Li Jigang turned his gaze to the left, observing the primal forest, and after a moment, he said, "Old Ma, we must preserve this stretch of primal forest. It is the only area in our county with a significant concentration of water ash. Should it catch fire, the losses would be incalculable. Indeed, we will do everything in our power to protect this primal forest," Ma Jiangwo asserted forcefully, though a hint of unease lingered. Since the onset of the fire, they had neglected this area entirely, having concentrated all manpower and resources on the Laoyiling forest farm. Why had they neglected this region? Ma Jiangwo had his reasons. For several years, funding from the county had been insufficient, delayed year after year, resulting in stagnation for both the construction of fire defense teams and the replenishment of necessary equipment. Consequently, determining where to allocate their limited resources became an exceedingly difficult decision. After receiving the fire alert that morning, They convened an urgent meeting and unanimously agreed to prioritize the protection of the million-acre artificial forest at Laoyiling. Thus, all personnel and resources were dispatched there, naturally leaving this area unattended. Fortunately, this expanse of primordial forest has long been equipped with a dedicated firebreak, which generally remains unscathed. What is that? Who are those individuals? Li Jigang noticed a group of more than 10 people either sitting or lying on the firebreak not far ahead and decided to investigate. The jeep slightly veered off the main road and proceeded along the firebreak, reaching Chen Jianmin and his companions shortly thereafter. From a distance, Chen Jianmin spotted 2 jeeps approaching them, one trailing the other. Despite his legs feeling as heavy as lead, he resolutely stood up. At this juncture, anyone arriving near the fire scene in a jeep was undoubtedly a leader of some rank. He glanced at the 10 young men who had bravely followed him through thick and thin, contemplating the possibility of sharing their grievances with the leaders to secure some benefits for them, as a way to repay the kindness of those who had risked their lives to assist him. When he saw who emerged from the first vehicle, his eyes lit up, and he thought perhaps this matter could indeed bear fruit. Covered in dust, his face obscured save for a flash of white teeth, he stepped forward. Li Jigang scrutinized him for a while without recognizing him, feeling a sense of familiarity, and thus asked first, "Which forestry station are you from?" Chen Jianmin pointed to his forehead, saying, "County Headley. It's me, Chen Jianmin from the Zhoujia Village Forest Protection Point. These are all villagers from Zhoujia." Chen Jianmin? Li Jigang reevaluated him and finally connected him to the eloquent Chen Jianmin he had met at the guest house. "What has happened to you? Did you just withdraw from the front line?" "We came from the east." Chen Jianmin succinctly recounted the event of him and his 10 companions igniting the firebreak at the eastern side of the Toad Ridge. Naturally, when he spoke of throwing himself into the flames and rolling on the ground, he called over the few individuals behind him, pointing at their clothes and stating, "County Headley, it was them who desperately rolled on the ground at the critical moment to control the fire." Throughout his account, he made no mention of himself, primarily highlighting the deeds of Zhou Ergong and the others. However, upon observing the state of his clothing and a scratch on his face, Li Jigang turned to Ma Jiangwo, who stood behind him, and remarked, "Old Ma, you still have commendable workers under your command. This indicates a diligent effort in team building." After saying this, he approached Zhou Ergong and the others, shaking their hands individually. He then pointed towards the primordial forest to the north and instructed Ma Jiangwo, "Old Ma, the protection of this section of primordial forest in front of Zhoujia village requires bolstering. We cannot simply call upon the villagers whenever an issue arises, as one person's allocation is truly insufficient. All right, let us continue eastward to investigate further." Li Jigang returned to the vehicle, casting one last glance at Chen Jianmin and Zhou Ergong's attire, then directed the driver to hand 2 packs of cigarettes to Chen Jianmin, stating earnestly, "It is against regulations to smoke here, yet I trust that you will manage to control the flames and uphold fire prevention duties. On behalf of the county committee and the county government, I express our gratitude." The jeep proceeded eastward, following the path taken by Chen Jianmin and his companions. Chen Jianmin pondered over the words spoken by Li Jigang, passing the cigarette in his hand to Zhou Erguang. He gestured towards the 2 jeeps and said, "Brothers, let us endure a bit longer. Once we extinguish this great fire, I shall commend you all." However, what transpired thereafter was far more complex than mere commendation. Thanks to the timely efforts in extinguishing the blaze and the insufficient combustion conditions, the fire was completely quelled in just 3 days. In this endeavor, the fire breaks created by Chen Jianmin on the eastern and southern sides of Hama Ridge played a pivotal role, as the fire lost its vigor upon reaching those barriers, preserving not only the original forest but also vast expanses of woodlands stretching southwest to the west. Chen Jianmin remained on the mountain for 3 days and nights. After descending, he slept uninterrupted from 10 o'clock the previous night until after 9 the following evening, totaling nearly 24 hours. Upon awakening, he was momentarily disoriented, taking a while to realize he was on the Kong in the west room of the forest protection station. He was clad in clean cotton garments and covered with the quilt left behind by Tong Yulan. Is someone crying? He thought. He opened his eyes wide and turned his creaking neck to the side. What has this young lady upset? Why are there tears on her cheeks? Chen Jianmin, astonished, asked, "Excuse me, who are you? Why are you crying beside me?" Hearing his voice, Tong Yulan, sitting on the edge of the Kong, suddenly looked up, her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, "Jianmin Gu, you are awake." "I thought." As she spoke, she covered her mouth and began to tear up again. Chen Jianmin blinked and said, "Wait, what did you call me? Jianmin Gu? I am not Jianmin. I am Ma Jiangwo. By the way, what is your name?" The young lady gradually lowered her hand from her mouth, her almond-shaped eyes wide with surprise. And her tears ceased to flow. After a moment of anxiousness, she rushed over. Who am I? I am Tong Yulan, Jianmin Gu. What is wrong with you? Don't scare me. At this point, she keenly noticed the playful glimmer in Chen Jianmin's eyes, paused momentarily, and then burst into anger, her small hands forming fists as they rained down upon him. As she continued to strike, the person beneath the covers effortlessly wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into the warmth of the bedding. Chapter 109. The Forest Protection Station. On the third day after the fire was extinguished, Chen Jianmin was personally guiding the cultivation of hazel mushrooms in Zhou Mingshan's mushroom house when Zhou Lihong hurriedly entered, bending over and gasping for breath. Jianmin, you must return quickly. Director Ma from the County Forestry Bureau has arrived and is waiting for you. Indeed, this was not a matter to be taken lightly. For Chen Jianmin, the grassroots forest ranger, that was a high-ranking official. He set aside his work and said to Zhou Mingshan, Uncle Mingshan, Director Ma is like a magpie. He will surely bring us good news. That is splendid. I am eagerly awaiting your good news, Zhou Mingshan responded. However, in his heart, he thought, that good news better be for you and not involve the people from Zhoujia village. Chen Jianmin's efforts in saving the only remaining original forest during the recent wildfire had already spread like wildfire throughout the Hongshan forest farm. The leaders of the forest farm had even visited him, this long-forgotten ranger, bringing an abundance of consolation gifts. It is said that preparations are underway to establish him as a model for promotion. In contrast, over in Zhoujia village, despite nearly all the available labor force being mobilized to guard the eastern side of Hama Ridge for 3 days and nights, the personnel from the forest farm still deemed this as their rightful duty. Moreover, they merely stood guard there, essentially engaging in no other activities. This left Zhou Mingshan feeling quite uncomfortable. Were it not for the regard he held for Chen Jianmin, he would have sought a serious discussion with the leaders of the forest farm. Next time, even if a beam were to catch fire ahead, they would merely focus on protecting their own village and refrain from unnecessary interference. Upon seeing the look of class struggle on his face, Chen Jianmin discerned the thoughts of the elderly man. He gave a firm pat on his shoulder without uttering a word and turned to leave with Zhou Lihong. Upon returning to the forest protection point, Ma Jiangwo immediately greeted him with a very appropriate smile, saying, Comrade Jianmin, you seem quite busy. This remark was tricky to respond to, as technically speaking, Chen Jianmin could be considered absent from his post. However, Chen Jianmin had anticipated this and quickly adopted an air of urgency, pretending to be out of breath, patting his chest to steady his breathing before saying, Leader, I just visited the village chief of Zhoujia village primarily to discuss how to reward the 10 villagers who performed exceptionally well during the fire suppression. Rewarding the villagers? Ma Jiangwo appeared quite intrigued, discreetly signaling to stop the forest farm director, Wu Baogui, who was about to speak. Chen Jianmin feigned ignorance of their subtle exchange. Leader, I believe their willingness to risk their lives to fight the fire is largely due to your esteemed reputation, Director Ma. Even their village chief remarked that the leaders from the County Forestry Bureau have been particularly considerate towards Zhoujia village. Not to mention, the annual collection of firewood from the forest has resolved a significant issue for the villagers. They are grateful. Thus, I thought I could repay this small favor on your behalf. At first glance, his words might seem like nonsensical ramblings, as the villagers of Zhoujia, including Zhou Mingshan, might not even know who the head of the County Forestry Bureau was, let alone feel gratitude. However, upon deeper reflection, his words hinted at an underlying issue that had long been submerged, namely, how the forestry department interacts with the local government. The various leaders accompanying Ma Jiangwo might still be unaware of these intricacies, but Ma Jiangwo was fully cognizant. Just yesterday, Li Jigang had summoned him to discuss this very point, identifying it as a key area of focus for future work, urging the Forestry Bureau to thoroughly summarize the participation and outcomes of each administrative village in the fire suppression efforts, and to disseminate the positive experiences. Therefore, upon hearing Chen Jianmin's seemingly absurd remarks, rather than becoming upset, Ma Jiangwo laughed heartily and patted Chen Jianmin's arm. You are the first to flatter so effectively in public. Little did he know that the essence of Chen Jianmin's previous comments stemmed from a casual mention of a problem when he had discussed mushroom cultivation with Li Jigang earlier in the year, which had captured Li Jigang's serious attention. Ma Jiangwo continued, jest aside. The fact that we managed to extinguish the raging inferno within 3 days and preserve this pristine forest is largely due to the commendable efforts of the villagers of Zhoujia. In accordance with the directives from the county leadership, the Bureau has deliberated and decided to upgrade the Zhoujia village forestry outpost to a full-fledged forestry station, with a preliminary staffing of 10 personnel. At this point, he cast a glance at the bewildered Wu Baogui and several other leaders. adopting a conciliatory tone as he suggested. I propose that Comrade Chen Jianmin be appointed as the inaugural station master of the Zhoujia Forestry Station. Furthermore, the remaining 9 positions should be filled by the exemplary young farmers from Zhoujia who distinguished themselves during the firefighting efforts. This can be viewed as a trial implementation of County Head Li's repeated emphasis on fostering strong relations between the Forestry Department and local government. His remarks left the leaders accompanying him from Hongshan Forestry Station exchanging glances, each rendered speechless. Wu Baoguei felt a bitter pang in his heart. Such a significant matter had been broached without any prior consultation with him, the station chief. He had heard whispers of it through informal channels, yet no official documentation had been issued from the bureau. Now, it was not merely announced in public, but the personnel appointments had effectively been predetermined. How could one select those who excelled during the firefighting? Would it be Chen Jianmin who would report on this? If he named individuals, it would almost be a foregone conclusion. Surely, the forestry station would not send personnel to conduct an investigation, would they? If that were to happen, what would Director Ma think? This left Wu Baoguei in a state of distress. What? You say Director Ma's suggestion is merely a recommendation? Huh. It is evident you lack experience in the organization. Generally speaking, a leader's suggestion is tantamount to a directive that must be executed. It is merely couched in softer language to avoid bureaucratic propriety. Should you choose not to comply, you would certainly find yourself in a difficult position. At Hongshan Forestry Station, Wu Baoguei remained silent, and naturally, others felt it inappropriate to speak, especially those like Ma Daxiao, who had a close relationship with Chen Jianmin. An especially sensitive detail lingered. Ma Zhengwo had not explicitly mentioned Wu Baoguei, which spoke volumes. Those like Ma Daxiao, who had spent years in the forestry station, were compelled to ponder this nuance. Consequently, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Chen Jianmin was equally taken aback by this sudden elevation. Yet his mind raced to maintain the momentum of the gathering, disregarding Wu Baoguei's thoughts for the moment. Leader, your confidence in me has left me at a loss for words. Personally, I am indifferent. However, the 10 villagers who valiantly faced the flames and the others will surely be overjoyed upon hearing this news. This is not merely an opportunity for them, but rather an acknowledgement of their contributions from our forestry department. As for me, I am primarily concerned about not living up to your expectations and tarnishing your reputation, which makes me quite anxious. I apologize if my words seem disjointed. I welcome your critiques. Haha. Ma Zhengwo chuckled. Rest assured, I have faith that the leaders of Hongshan Forestry Station will wholeheartedly support your endeavors. After announcing this decision, Ma Zhengwo prepared to inspect the work at Laoyiling Forestry Station, departing without lingering further. As Wu Baoguei watched the small vehicles from the bureau fade from view, his countenance darkened as he returned to the Forest Protection Station. Chapter 110. It will be inconvenient from now on. Wu Baoguei was in a particularly foul mood, akin to having been forced to swallow a mouthful of horse urine. Everything and everyone appeared displeasing to him, especially the nonchalant Chen Jianmin, who seemed indifferent to the world. This situation was untenable. After all, he was the one in charge here. Therefore, Chen Jianmin, despite being recommended by Director Ma for the position of the newly established Forest Protection Station Chief, this arrangement was ultimately lacking in proper procedure. Representing the Forest Farm S administration, I temporarily appoint you as the acting station chief, but a formal appointment will require further deliberation. As he spoke, Wu Baoguei approached the jeep, opened the door, and glanced back at the approaching Chen Jianmin, ultimately swallowing the words he had intended to voice. The jeep stirred a flurry of snow as it gradually departed. Bah, as if I wanted this. Chen Jianmin spat in that direction. What benefit was there in being this wretched station chief? Not only would it render everything inconvenient, but he would also have to bear the burden of worry. Yet, if he declined the position, his plans to appoint loyal allies to the Forest Protection Station would become considerably more challenging. The more Wu Baoguei looked down upon him, the more determined he felt to forge ahead, finding satisfaction in unsettling the old bureaucrat. Zhou Lihong approached Chen Jianmin, following his gaze, and gently inquired, "You seem rather displeased." Chen Jianmin turned, grinning widely to reveal a set of pearly whites. "Sister Lihong, I am now an official. How could I not be happy? I am overjoyed, almost disoriented with delight." Just then, as he uttered the word evening, Zhou Lihong's face flushed, and with a scoff, she turned on her heel and left for home. Chen Jianmin called out after her, "Sister Lihong, I merely meant to discuss some serious matters with you this evening. Surely you misunderstood." Whether she truly misconstrued his intentions remained uncertain, but Chen Jianmin had to concede that she possessed keen insight, recognizing that he was not particularly exhilarated by his new role as station chief. On the contrary, he felt a tinge of melancholy. The day he overheard Li Jigang's remarks on the mountain, he had anticipated the expansion of the forest protection station. Yet he had not anticipated a sudden increase to 10 personnel. This fact was inconsequential, as a larger team would alleviate his workload. However, why was he chosen to be the chief? This diverged significantly from his earnest desire for a joyful life. Meanwhile, Tong Yulan, who was on duty in the mushroom room, entered the west room and encouraged him. Jianmin, if you are reluctant, you need not take this role. After all, we could thrive even by selling mushrooms. Chen Jianmin took her into his embrace, resting his chin on her shoulder, inhaling her fragrant scent, feeling invigorated. He playfully tousled her neatly cropped hair. The day I encountered County Head Li on the mountain, I sensed this moment would arrive. It is not a matter of great concern. I shall proceed for now. And once I expand the mushroom business in Zhujiakan, I will relinquish my duties and let fate decide. Chen Jianmin planted a gentle kiss on her soft lips and tightened his embrace around her slender waist. Upon contemplating the imminent transformation of the area into a forest protection station, he found himself increasingly uneasy in the presence of his young wife and Zhou Lihong, feeling an urgent need to take decisive action. Sister Yulan, let us commence our work at once. I shall transfer all my personal belongings to the east room. From henceforth, that will be my private living space, while this room shall serve as my office. Very well, Jianmin, we shall proceed as you wish. His wife was always accommodating, readily complying with his desires. They promptly began their task. In truth, there was not much to move, aside from the 2 sets of bedding left by Tong Yulan. There was merely a cabinet positioned against the wall. They emptied the contents, maneuvering the cabinet into the east room, followed by the clothes and other items within. In a matter of less than an hour, they were finished. After a brief excursion to the mushroom house to tend to the fire and water, his wife returned to kneel beside the Kong, assisting Chen Jianmin in organizing their possessions. With the bedding left by Li Yanli and Lu Xiaomei, combined with the 2 sets moved from the west room, the Kong was nearly overflowing. Perhaps I should take some back home, Tong Yulan suggested hesitantly. No, do not take them back. I prefer to use the quilt you gave me. In truth, he relished the sight of her kneeling on the Kong, which always stirred his senses. After uttering those words, he dashed over to secure the door from the inside, positioning himself at the edge of the Kong and pulling her close. Daytime may become quite inconvenient for us in the future. Yulan's face flushed instantly, her voice barely above a whisper. But Jianmin, there are still the nights, are there not? Chen Jianmin, with a broad grin, kicked off his shoes and leapt onto the Kong, pressing her down into the thick layers of bedding. Nights are nights, and days are days. They are not the same. As he unfastened her clothing, he interjected with a serious tone, Sister Yulan, do you think it would be considered an abuse of power if I were to appoint you and Sister Hong as official employees of the Forest Protection Station? Tong Yulan grasped his hand that was resting on his belt, her eyes wide as she blinked several times before weakly replying, Jianmin, is that even possible? Her voice trembled, laced with a hint of hope. Of course, a man must not say it is impossible. Chen Jianmin observed the anxious expression on the petite woman before him, feeling that even the entirety of the forest region would not warrant a blink of his eye. I would undoubtedly make a tyrant of unparalleled nature. The petite woman had shed all her inhibitions, drawing closer, her voice soft and deliberate. Jianmin, these matters are not truly significant. What I fear is that another fire will erupt, and you will throw yourself into danger as you did that day. When Chen Jianmin returned after 3 days and nights atop the mountain, he resembled a beggar, so much so that she nearly failed to recognize him. Later, upon hearing from Zhou Ergong that he had led the charge against the flames, scarcely resting during that time, she could no longer bear it, sneaking home to shed tears in solitude. Thus, while she felt a glimmer of hope regarding Jianmin's suggestion of securing positions for her and Zhou Lihong in the Forest Protection Station, her predominant sentiment was one of concern. She worried that with his newfound status as station chief, Jianmin might become even more reckless with his own safety. If that were the case, it would be preferable to return to the humble task of mushroom cultivation. These thoughts lingered in her mind, and before she realized it, she had spoken them aloud. Chen Jianmin promptly turned the petite figure over, positioning her atop several thick layers of blankets. He leaned in close and softly uttered, "You are right. It is indeed time for us to cultivate mushrooms. Today, let us experiment with a different variety, allowing you to experience an alternative method of mushroom cultivation." In the warmly inviting room, a delicate voice soon filled the air. However, in the following days, the establishment of the Zhoujia Village Forest Protection Station was met with an unsettling silence. This was not due to Chen Jianmin's negligence. Rather, the forestry department seemed to be engulfed in some unforeseen predicament, failing to dispatch anyone for guidance or issue any official documents. As Chen Jianmin grew increasingly restless, contemplating a discreet visit to the commune under the pretense of checking on his partner to gather information, news arrived unexpectedly. Indeed, there had been developments at the forestry station. The bearer of this news was Lu Xiaomei. The central school was set to commence the following day, granting her and her fellow teachers a day off to recuperate and prepare to engage in their teaching duties with renewed vigor. Lu Xiaomei had recently heard about Chen Jianmin's situation from her cousin, Ma Daxiao. Initially, she dismissed it, feeling that as long as he was unharmed, everything was fine. Yet, she harbored a lingering sense of resentment towards Chen Jianmin, questioning why he, a mere forest ranger, felt compelled to exert himself so fervently. However, as days passed, she found herself increasingly concerned about him. The fire line, she had heard, could indeed be perilous. As his intended partner, on the verge of matrimony, it seemed unreasonable not to check on him, particularly after a visit from the young Han Yao, who had regaled her with tales of their dealings in the county, including an incident that occurred when they found lodging at the county forestry guest house. Han Yao nearly implied that she had shared a bed with Chen Jianmin, which stirred a tempest of emotions within Lu Xiaomei, igniting a fierce desire to rush to Zhoujia village that very night. Coincidentally, with a day off from school, she seized the opportunity early that morning to borrow a motorcycle, hastily making her way to Zhoujia village. She only eased her pace upon reaching the western edge of the village, striving to appear unhurried. It was not until she entered the yard of the forest protection station and spotted him cheerfully arranging a pile of wooden stakes that she felt a considerable weight lift from her shoulders. Upon hearing the motorcycle's approach, Chen Jianmin looked up and exclaimed, "Isn't that someone from the Lu family?" Abandoning his task, he opened his arms wide and rushed towards her. As Lu Xiaomei parked the motorcycle, he disregarded all decorum and embraced her, lifting her off the ground with ease. With a smooth motion, he began to twirl around, eliciting a startled cry from her. "Ah, Chen Jianmin, put me down. I'm frightened." Delighted by her panicked exclamation, Chen Jianmin spun her around a couple more times before finally setting her back on her feet. Observing the fine beads of perspiration on Lu Xiaomei's pale face, he chuckled. "Did I startle you? I was merely jesting, thinking you ought to possess a bit more audacity. Otherwise, that day at Aunt Li Yanli's home in the county." Lu Xiaomei didn't even allow him the chance to finish his words, revealing an expression akin to someone who had been taken aback. "Jianmin, I have a fear of heights. Please refrain from such behavior in the future." "Very well, having shown vulnerability, I shall let you off the hook for now." Chen Jianmin grasped Lu Xiaomei's hand and pulled her into the inner room. "So early in the morning, what prompts your hasty arrival? Who says I am in a hurry?" Lu Xiaomei retorted with rapid speech. "Which of your eyes saw me in a flustered state?" Following that, her expression darkened as she continued. "I was merely contemplating that once school resumes, I would have little time to visit you, so I thought I would check if you were still alive. Yet, lo and behold, you reckless fool, not only are you alive, but you seem to be thriving quite well." At this juncture, her gaze shifted to the two neatly stacked wedding quilts on the Kong, and her countenance soured further. Rising to leave, she remarked, "Well, I have seen you. You are neither missing limbs nor lacking in health, though I suspect your mind may have sustained some injury. That is inconsequential. As long as you know to eat when hungry and dress when cold, it suffices. I have matters to attend to. I must return." She herself noted that her words resembled those of a scorned woman, yet deep within her, there was an inexplicable discomfort. This was peculiar. Ostensibly, Chen Jianmin was well, and the affair with the young woman next door was not new to her. She had long been aware of it. Why then did it stir such concern within her? At present, she felt an urge to weep. However, she could not allow herself that indulgence. She was a teacher, and the orchestrator of this humorous entanglement with Chen Jianmin. There was also Li Yanli to consider. Thus, why should she cry? She ought to laugh instead. The more women Chen Jianmin sought, the less he seemed capable of restraining himself. Lost in her thoughts, just as one foot was about to cross the threshold, she was abruptly seized by powerful arms from behind and tossed onto the Kong in a dizzying whirl. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a heavy weight pressed down upon her back. The sturdy form of Chen Jianmin was no light burden, pinning Lu Xiaomei down, despite her struggles to escape. Ultimately, she resigned herself to burying her face in her elbow. Curiously, the individual behind her was anything but complacent. After several vigorous movements, his hand began to venture into the collar of her coat. As that icy hand approached her chest, in a moment of desperation, Lu Xiaomei exclaimed, "Chen Jianmin, do you not realize that a significant incident has transpired at your logging site? How can you still find the heart to toy with me? At present, no calamity matters. I have finally caught you, and I shan't let you slip away so easily." Chen Jianmin replied with a chuckle, his hands undeterred. Upon grazing a particularly tender area, Liu Xiaomei swiftly dropped a bombshell. Director Wu has been dismissed. What? Wu Baogui has been dismissed? This news indeed struck with shock, causing Chen Jianmin to halt, pivot, and hastily pull Liu Xiaomei up, eagerly inquiring, "Is that true? Why would I deceive you?" This was conveyed to me directly by my cousin. Liu Xiaomei rose to adjust her disheveled attire, casting a significant eye roll in Chen Jianmin's direction. Chen Jianmin immediately seized upon the crux of the matter. "Where is your cousin? He is the office director, and he should have a good relationship with old Wu. He must have been implicated, right?" Liu Xiaomei jumped to the ground, shot Chen Jianmin a glare, and said, "With your intellect, you are truly unfit for an official position. What are you even doing? Let go of me." "Chen Jianmin, if you continue like this, let's just call it quits." Chen Jianmin held her firmly in his embrace, seizing the moment to nip at her earlobe before withdrawing his hand. "We are a couple. It can't always be like this, can it? If we converse properly, I can listen." Trapped between his legs, despite the thick layers of clothing, Liu Xiaomei keenly sensed certain changes. Pretending to be oblivious, she took a deep breath and said, "Although my cousin is not very reliable in life, he possesses the necessary intellect. He has long since distanced himself from the Wu family. He is now the deputy director. Comrade Ma Daxiao is quite capable." "That means the former deputy director Feng has been promoted," she remarked. This outcome was somewhat unexpected, but a stroke of good fortune for Chen Jianmin. Indeed, shortly after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Ma Daxiao arrived in a jeep. Upon seeing Liu Xiaomei standing next to Chen Jianmin, his previously stern face broke into a sincere smile. "Xiaomei, when did you arrive?" he inquired as he walked inside. Upon reaching the west room and glancing at the empty space, he turned to Chen Jianmin and said, "Jianmin, I discussed with Director Feng regarding the personnel for your forestry station. The headquarters will not be involved. We will only provide the necessary supplies and equipment. The rest is up to you. The materials and equipment that came with me should be arriving in the village soon." However, at a crucial juncture, Ma Daxiao assumed an authoritative demeanor, stipulating that the selected individuals must pass a political review, be under 30 years of age, and be in good health. Although he claimed the headquarters would not be involved, the series of requirements he presented indicated that selecting 9 supplementary personnel for the forestry station would not be an easy task. Chen Jianmin thought to himself that while the other conditions were manageable, the age limit of 30 would exclude Sister Li. This simply would not do. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly devised a workaround. Chapter 112. My sister-in-law has a boyfriend with Ma Daxiao, now the deputy director. It was natural that he would not visit the subordinate forestry point alone. 2 section chiefs accompanied him. Thus, Chen Jianmin needed a convenient place to speak. However, in the presence of those 2 section chiefs, it would be inappropriate to directly call Ma Daxiao out. What to do? Just as he pondered this, a truck filled with supplies for the newly established forestry station arrived, bringing desks, chairs, filing cabinets, work uniforms, firefighting equipment, and more. Chen Jianmin went next door to summon Tong Yulan, who had been hiding at home, and whispered beside the courtyard wall, "Sister Yulan, could you please help me call Zhou Wen and Zhou Ergong over? Your brother is feeling weak, especially in the waist area, and cannot bend down. I must trouble you." "Brother Jianmin," Tong Yulan exclaimed softly, her face turning red as she hurriedly ran outside, her steps slightly chaotic. Chen Jianmin smiled knowingly. In the past 2 nights, he had been sleeping with his young wife in his arms, yet it was hardly a peaceful slumber, as he indulged in various antics. Particularly last night. Concerned that his playful antics might tire him out, she took the initiative to turn the tables. As a result, while he remained unfazed, she found herself overwhelmed and lost ground rapidly, suffering a more devastating defeat than usual, nearly straining her back in the process. Thus, upon hearing Chen Jianmin shamelessly mention his back troubles, Tong Yulan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Zhou Wen and Zhou Erguang arrived promptly. Chen Jianmin enlisted their help to unload the vehicle. Then, under the pretense of reporting to his superiors, he led Ma Daxiao into the mushroom room. Ma Daxiao was not unfamiliar with this place. After observing it curiously for a moment, he suddenly inquired, "Is this what Li Hong looks after every day?" Chen Jianmin thought to himself that at least he still had some conscience and remembered her. Nodding, he replied, "Sister Li Hong and our young wife alternate shifts. However, speaking of Sister Li Hong, I do have a favor to ask of you." Ma Daxiao closed his eyes momentarily, and without needing to be told, he said, "Just report her. I'll handle everything else." Chen Jianmin was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Ma Daxiao would be even more nostalgic than he had imagined. This was fortuitous, as it meant he wouldn't have to resort to the workaround he had considered, with the arrangement for Zhou Lihong in place. Chen Jianmin began to mix personal business with official duties. All right, I will proceed as you suggested. Additionally, if I were to add another female colleague, would that be acceptable? Ma Dashao stared at him for a while, then broke into an understanding smile. Isn't it said that in matters of personnel, you hold the decision-making power? Just submit the list. Regardless of who is chosen, you'll ultimately be the one bearing the responsibility. With Ma Dashao's reassurance, Chen Jianmin felt more confident. In truth, he was reluctant to involve Ma Dashao in the arrangements concerning Zhou Lihong and Tong Yulan. One was his former lover, while the other was a widow vying for the affections of his cousin. It all seemed rather chaotic. Nonetheless, the opportunity to formally employ individuals at the forest station was a rare one. Once missed, it would be lost forever. Thus, having Ma Dashao take the lead was not only convenient, but crucial. The establishment of the forest station finally entered a phase of tangible operation. Chen Jianmin became increasingly busy, not only needing to cultivate new mushroom varieties in his own mushroom room, but also finding time to accompany Tong Yulan to guide the first 20 families in the village on mushroom cultivation techniques. During this time, he selected 6 individuals from the 10 who had accompanied him on the recent firefighting expedition, adding Zhou Wen, Zhou Lihong, and Tong Yulan to the group, and submitted the names to the forest farm. As Ma Dashao had assured, the approval from the forest farm arrived swiftly. Chen Jianmin gathered the 9 individuals in the west room of the forest station, read through a document from the management, and, adopting a formal demeanor, delivered an inaugural speech. From today onward, you all shall be official employees of Hongshan Forest Farm. Regarding specific roles, I propose the following. Zhou Lihong will handle internal affairs. Tong Yulan will manage the daily accounts akin to an accountant. Zhou Erguang will serve as the team leader of the Forest Protection Squad, overseeing Zhou Wen and the other 6. On the day the Forest Protection Station was officially inaugurated, it also marked the commencement of the electrification project in Zhoujia Village. The convergence of these 2 significant events left the villagers feeling that the past 6 months had ushered in rapid changes. With the establishment of the Forest Protection Station, Chen Jianmin was no longer tethered like a guard dog. He found himself liberated in many ways. The very next day after the inauguration, he entrusted the responsibilities of the station to Zhou Lihong and Zhou Erguang and, with a sense of propriety, made his way to the commune. His first stop was the clothing store. Upon entering, he noticed a young man, likely in his 20s, eagerly engaging Lu Xiaohong with a barrage of questions. As soon as Lu Xiaohong spotted him, she joyfully abandoned her clothing to rush over, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, what brings you here? I haven't seen you for quite some time. Now that you're a leader, shouldn't you treat us to a meal?" "Treat you? I wish I could indulge you instead," Chen Jianmin retorted, playfully delivering a light tap to his sister-in-law's head. "How's business lately?" Before Lu Xiaohong could respond, the young man leaned closer, inquiring, "Xiaohong, is this the Chun station head you often speak of? He certainly seems young and accomplished, a model for us to emulate." After this remark, he slightly bowed, extending his hands in an apparent gesture to shake hands with Chen Jianmin. Chen Jianmin's gaze flickered, and his initial impression of the young man was rather unfavorable. He sensed a certain arrogance and superficiality. Although he had not intended to shake hands, Lu Xiaohong's introduction compelled him to regard the individual with more seriousness. "Brother-in-law, this is Li Cheng, my classmate," she succinctly introduced, her delivery noticeably lacking in ease. Furthermore, Li Cheng displayed an expression of resignation while Lu Xiaohong spoke. What could this mean? It seemed less like he was pursuing Lu Xiaohong and more as if he had already won her affection. Suppressing his intrigue, Chen Jianmin warmly shook Li Cheng's hand, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then proceeded to the inner room. As customary, Han Yao was inside, organizing the newly arrived merchandise. Upon seeing him, she quietly closed the door behind her, leaped into his arms unexpectedly, and planted a swift kiss on him before quickly retreating. Her cheeks flushed with a mix of shyness and mischief as she glanced nervously towards the door. In contrast to the young girl, Chen Jianmin was seasoned and unflappable, his composure unyielding. He settled onto the small bed against the wall and beckoned Han Yao to sit beside him, embracing her before she could utter a word. Pulling her onto his lap, startled, Han Yao held her breath, her gaze fixed intently on the door, whispering in a pleading tone, "Jianmin, please let me go. It would be so inappropriate if Xiaohong saw us. I've missed you. Let me hold you for just a moment," Chen Jianmin replied, sincerity evident in his voice, imbued with a hint of tenderness. Han Yao's eyes sparkled at his words, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, offering a kiss of her own. After a brief moment, Chen Jianmin released her and quietly asked, "That young man outside is Xiaohong's partner, isn't he? Did you not know?" Han Yao seemed surprised. "Didn't he just propose to Sister Xiaohong a few days ago?" I heard that Sister Xiaomei and Uncle Lu both approved. Is that so? Chen Jianmin scratched his head, contemplating the situation, which seemed utterly perplexing. Although he had not yet married Lu Xiaomei, the day was fast approaching. It was astonishing that such a significant matter had not been disclosed to him by his future father-in-law, especially since Lu Xiaomei had visited him just a few days prior. Was it that he had misunderstood the situation, or was it simply that a son-in-law had no standing to inquire about such affairs? He resolved to seek clarity from his mentor, not only for his own right to know, but also for the sake of his sister-in-law. He felt it was inappropriate to consent to this marriage. After all, Li Cheng did not appear to be a reliable individual. Chapter 113. The unexpected dissolution. The teacher was preoccupied, and his sister-in-law was even busier, leaving the task of tidying up to Lu Guoqing, the father-in-law. Upon seeing Chen Jianmin, he began to express his frustrations. What on earth are you all thinking? The wedding is set for May Day, and as of now, not only have we failed to procure any necessities, but the house is still in disarray. Well, this isn't really your responsibility. Seizing the moment, Chen Jianmin took the opportunity to cast a shadow on the teacher's judgment in front of his father-in-law. Indeed, during the initial matchmaking, Lu Xiaomei had assured me that I would not need to concern myself with anything. Yet, look at this. Does this resemble a preparation for marriage? The insinuation resonated well. As the father-in-law gritted his teeth in frustration, when she returns from work tonight, I shall have words with her. Yes, uncle, you must assert your role as a parent. Otherwise, considering the current temperament of young women, I fear Lu Xiaomei might treat you as a mere hired hand. Hey, that is my daughter. I am more than willing to assist her, but your intentions seem dubious. I had thought of you as my own son. By the way, could you purchase some paint? I shall provide you with the funds. Feeling as though he had been regarded as a true son, Chen Jianmin hurriedly set off to procure the paint. Along the way, he sought out a group specializing in ceiling installation and arranged for them to come in the afternoon to work on his father-in-law's home. All in all, he was quite occupied that day, nearly forgetting the very reason for his visit. When Lu Xiaomei returned home from work, she paused momentarily upon seeing Chen Jianmin, then greeted him indifferently before retreating to her room to change clothes. Ordinarily, her father did not enter the rooms of his daughters without a compelling reason, leading to the absence of a habit of closing the door while changing. This oversight benefited Chen Jianmin. As he busied himself clearing away the remnants left from the ceiling installation, he discreetly monitored the time and kept an eye out for his father-in-law, who was preparing to go grocery shopping. He managed to juggle all these tasks successfully. Just as Lu Guoqing bundled himself in a thick coat and stepped outside, Chen Jianmin, having calculated the perfect moment, darted into the room. Startled, Lu Xiaomei, who was nearly undraped, let out a scream. Yet, upon recognizing him, she immediately shot him a fierce glare, pointing towards the door and demanding, "Get out. Who permitted you to enter? Have you no sense of decorum?" Chen Jianmin turned and began to leave. Lu Xiaomei exhaled in relief, lowering her hand which had been poised to cover herself, ready to put on a clean outfit. Just as she was about to bend down, the sound of a door latch echoed. Was that not the sound of someone securing the door? She looked up to find Chen Jianmin not only remaining inside, but also locking the door from within. She gazed at the person approaching with a smug smile and quickly shielded herself with her clothes, her heart racing as she asked nervously, "What do you want?" Chen Jianmin, with a serious expression, unceremoniously picked her up and placed her on the edge of the bed, sitting down beside her. With a commanding gesture, he removed the garment she held defensively against her chest and scrutinized her for a moment before turning his gaze away, sitting there upright and silent. Lu Xiaomei felt bewildered, pondering what had come over him. Was he not interested in her anymore? Such a change was perplexing, especially now that she was nearly unclothed. Could it be that her physique lacked allure for men? A twinge of insecurity compelled her to glance down, but she dismissed the thought as unfounded. Surely, she could dress as she pleased without concerning herself with his reaction. With a huff, Lu Xiaomei seized her shirt and attempted to put it on. However, as she slid one arm in, he obstructed her, silently pulling the shirt away and tossing it aside, then thoughtfully draping a blanket over her shoulders. He remained reticent, simply sitting there in quietude. Unable to endure the tension any longer, Lu Xiaomei tightened the blanket around herself and coldly said, "What is going on with you? If there is something to discuss, just say it instead of this silent treatment." Chen Jianmin finally reacted, slowly turning to face her. His eyes fixated on her enchanting gaze as he coldly replied, "Lu, if you did not intend to marry, you ought to have said so earlier. What do you take me for? Were you planning to wait until April 30th to inform me of the cancellation?" A sudden jolt of realization struck Lu Xiaomei. How had he discerned her wavering resolve? Had she inadvertently revealed her reluctance during her recent visit? It seemed implausible, as she had not yet made that decision then. In fact, She had visited out of concern for him, even feeling jealous of his new partner. What had gone awry? Chen Jianmin smirked slightly, seemingly savoring her confusion. Lu Xiaomei, being a teacher, quickly gathered her scattered thoughts, focusing on the pressing matter at hand. Jianmin, I believe we should have a serious discussion. Go ahead. I'm listening, he said, removing his shoes and sitting cross-legged on the bed. Jianmin, I must admit that you are indeed a remarkable person. Stop. I have no need for flattery. Let us get straight to the point and save time. Jianmin, I feel we may not be suited to share our lives together, and perhaps it would be best to part amicably. As for you, there are plenty of women around. Perhaps if we end things today, someone might come forth to propose to you tomorrow, especially now that you are the head of the forest station. I heard from my cousin that the Bureau intends to grant you a deputy position. Lu Xiaomei expressed her thoughts at length, though the essence was a desire to separate. Nonetheless, Chen Jianmin grasped the underlying message. Simply put, his capabilities were intimidating, and she feared she could not manage him. In truth, she could not. From the very beginning, she sought a particularly obedient man, one who would not disrupt her relationship with Li Yanli. However, it became evident that not only had this relationship been affected, but Li Yanli had also succumbed to certain desires. On that fateful day in the county town, when Chen Jianmin and Han Yao witnessed her and Li Yanli entwined, it was during a moment of passion that the girl inadvertently called out Chen Jianmin's name. This revelation filled Lu Xiaomei with dread. After all, it had been a challenge to find someone like Li Yanli who shared her inclinations. What would she do if Li Yanli developed feelings for a man? This fear had plagued her for several days, disrupting her sleep and appetite. It was only yesterday that she resolved to end her relationship with Chen Jianmin, to first distance Li Yanli from him, and then gradually seek a more compliant partner. Chen Jianmin listened patiently, not interrupting, and even nodded in agreement at her key points. Observing his demeanor, Lu Xiaomei felt a sense of relief, yet simultaneously an inexplicable emptiness gnawed at her. Once she had conveyed her thoughts, she turned to Chen Jianmin, silently urging him to respond. Chen Jianmin grinned, revealing 8 teeth. Teacher Lu, discussing such a serious topic can be quite mentally exhausting. Do you think I don't realize? Right now, my mind feels rather muddled. How about we lighten the mood a bit? Lighten the mood? All right, what do you suggest? Lu Xiaomei, having resolved a significant matter, felt it necessary to be magnanimous and readily agreed to Chen Jianmin's proposal. Chen Jianmin's eyes had been darting around, but upon noticing Lu Xiaomei's gaze, he abruptly focused, seriously proposing. How about we play a game? It only takes 10 minutes. A 10-minute game? Lu Xiaomei furrowed her brow slightly, scrutinizing Chen Jianmin's expression for any hint of his intentions, but to her disappointment, his face remained calm. What kind of game do you have in mind? Leaning forward, Chen Jianmin, unperturbed, replied, You come over here, and I'll explain how to play. It's incredibly entertaining. I've lived my whole life relying on this game. Skeptical yet intrigued, Lu Xiaomei cautiously edged closer to him, her movement hindered by the blanket she was wrapped in. Resolving to end her relationship with Chen Jianmin, she aimed to conceal any inappropriate reactions from him. Engrossed in managing the blanket, she failed to notice that Chen Jianmin had quietly opened his arms, and as she drew near, he enveloped both her and the blanket in a tight embrace. Taken aback, Lu Xiaomei immediately began to struggle. However, her physical strength was no match for Chen Jianmin's. Even her hands, concealed beneath the blanket, could not be freed. She could kick, but Chen Jianmin denied her that opportunity, pinning her down on the bed with his robust thigh pressing against hers, leaving her without any means of escape. Frustrated, she glared at him and said with a cold tone, Chen Jianmin, is this really amusing? If I scream, you might just find yourself in trouble. Then go ahead and scream. I haven't covered your mouth. Chen Jianmin was utterly unperturbed by her threats. With an air of defiance, he freed one hand and slowly reached beneath the covers. Locking his gaze onto hers, he murmured, The game below is about to commence. After 10 minutes, you may do as you please, kill or maim as you wish. If I so much as furrow my brow, I shall take your surname. Stop, Chen Jianmin. Lu Xiaomei strained to arch her back and turn away, attempting to escape his malevolent grip. Yet, regardless of her efforts, they proved futile, and she had no choice but to cry out recklessly. Ah! The moment the sound escaped her lips, Chen Jianmin captured her mouth with his kiss. The combination of that kiss and his wicked hand sent a shiver coursing through Lu Xiaomei. While she had intended to bite him, for reasons unknown, that thought dissipated as though she were no longer herself. This sensation was utterly foreign to her, tinged with a hint of trepidation. It was akin to being ill without knowing the source of her ailment, certainly uncomfortable, yet not entirely so. Thus, she instinctively struggled to push Chen Jianmin away. But her hands felt strangely powerless. Though he did not grip or pin them down, they chose that critical moment to betray her, refusing to heed her mind's commands. Her face burned fiercely. Without the need for a mirror, she knew it must be crimson, perhaps as if it were about to bleed. Time drifted by slowly, and her sense of estrangement deepened, even as every fiber of her being seemed to dance with uncontainable joy. She yearned to scream, yet no sound emerged. She longed to curse, yet her lips remained sealed. She felt herself teetering on the brink of madness. In a fleeting moment, fear crept in. If this was the essence of the world, what had she witnessed in the past? Just then, another wave crashed over her, and her mind erupted as if a new world had opened before her, revealing a kaleidoscope of vibrant and resplendent vistas. These sights captivated her entire being, gradually robbing her of her ability to think, as she wished to float eternally in this ocean of sensations. In this state, even the malevolent Chen Jianmin was momentarily taken aback, soon erupting with exuberance. What would it be like if things were taken to their true extremes? The thought ignited a fervor within him, akin to a blazing inferno. Amidst the urgency, he glanced toward the door, pondering for a moment, yet ultimately suppressing an immature impulse. Now was not the time. Not only was his father-in-law nearby, but his sister-in-law was also soon to return home. Nevertheless, a few minutes remained. Lu Xiaomei, who had long since released her grip on the corner of the quilt, was completely unaware that she now faced Chen Jianmin in her true form. Chen Jianmin, too, gradually withdrew his hand, taking a moment to admire the figure lying supine before him. He then retrieved another blanket to drape over her. Rising awkwardly, he glanced at his watch. It was indeed 10 minutes, neither more nor less. The sounds of the door opening and closing echoed from outside, accompanied by the unmistakable noise of his father-in-law's shoes scraping against the floor. Chen Jianmin organized his attire, descended to put on his shoes, and nonchalantly opened the door, closing it firmly behind him. Lu Guoqing emerged from the kitchen, gestured towards Chen Jianmin, and upon his approach, ushered him into the kitchen, slightly embarrassed as he said, "Well, I'm not very adept at cooking. Why don't you lend a hand? Oh, by the way, didn't Xiaomei just return? Let her handle it. Xiaomei, come out and cook." "Uncle, there's no need to call her. She seems a bit fatigued. Let her rest for a while. I'll prepare the meal, allowing you to savor the culinary skills of your own son. I promise it will entice you to indulge a bit more." Lu Guoqing, initially reflective on the challenges of teaching, found his thoughts swiftly diverted to the prospect of alcohol upon hearing Chen Jianmin's words. In a conspiratorial whisper, he suggested, "Let's let her sleep a little longer. We can eat first and save her some food. She can eat whenever she wakes up." This arrangement ensured that no one would monitor his drinking. Despite Chen Jianmin's thick skin, a hint of embarrassment washed over him, instilling a sense of conscientiousness as he poured his heart into cooking, utilizing all his skills. Once the meal was prepared, the sound of Lu Xiaohong entering the corridor reached them. "Oh, brother-in-law, why are you cooking? Where's my sister? Just in time for dinner. Your sister said she was tired and wanted to rest, so let her be for now." As he carried the dishes to the west room, he conversed with his sister-in-law. When Lu Xiaohong entered the east room, he furrowed his brow. Given that he had just introduced a new perspective to his teacher, it was likely she would approach the matter of relationships with considerable caution, indicating that Lu Xiaohong might indeed become his sister-in-law. Thus, her affairs could not be overlooked. And the suddenness of her newfound relationship felt somewhat peculiar, as though there were undisclosed matters at play. However, considering his position, he recognized that delving too deeply could lead to complications, necessitating a careful balance to avoid becoming estranged. Lost in thought, his father-in-law jovially poured him a drink, shaking a newly opened bottle of strong liquor. "Today has been quite a task for us. Let us not overindulge. Just finish this bottle, shall we?" Chen Jianmin felt overwhelmed. 60-degree liquor, consuming an entire bottle between the two of them, seemed excessive. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, he noticed a sudden change in his father-in-law's expression, his gaze shifting towards the door, his smile faltering. Chen Jianmin surmised that someone supervising his drinking had arrived. Turning his head, he indeed spotted Lu Xiaomei entering with an icy demeanor. However, she seemed oblivious to the bottle in her father's hand, and without a word, she approached Chen Jianmin, unexpectedly pinching his ear and marching him outside. Chapter 115. The discomfort of being secretly liked. Lu Xiaomei dragged Chen Jianmin into the east room, twisting his ear with a vengeful grip before finally releasing him and silently taking a seat on the edge of the bed. Chen Jianmin, a seasoned individual shaped by diverse encounters throughout his 2 lifetimes, possessed a keen intuition for understanding human emotions. At this moment, he observed Lu Xiaomei sitting there with an icy expression, hesitant to act impulsively. Carefully, he donned a conciliatory smile and began to chatter. I say. Why did you pull me here? If there's nothing pressing, I'll just return to the West Room. I need to keep an eye on my father-in-law. Otherwise, he might sneak a few extra drinks. It's also Xiaohong's fault. She never stops Lu Xiaomei from drinking. Suddenly, Lu Xiaomei raised her head and stormed over, seizing Chen Jianmin's ear. Do you not understand that my father cannot handle too much alcohol? Why are you encouraging him to drink? What are your true intentions? Having experienced such ear-twisting situations before, Chen Jianmin had developed a certain expertise in handling them. Leaning away from Lu Xiaomei's grip, he defended himself. I must insist on some reason here. You're not the one tidying up the house. Your father is doing it for you. After that, he enjoys a couple of drinks, and you still obstruct him. Think about it. Does that make sense? I'm only concerned about his health. How am I in the wrong? Lu Xiaomei's voice quivered with the onset of tears. Chen Jianmin twisted his neck to glance over, surprised to see her eyes reddened, glimmering with tears. This was indeed a significant development. It was rare for someone as stoic as her to reveal such emotions, and he felt a sense of accomplishment. Did this not suggest that the earlier incident had affected her? Regardless of whether she was angry or sad, any display of emotion indicated she had been touched, marking a pivotal moment in her transformation. Should he push a little further? Quickly, he abandoned that perilous thought, raising both hands in surrender. Xiaomei, Teacher Lu, spare me, please. I promise I won't dare again. Although he refrained from specifying what exactly he wouldn't dare, Lu Xiaomei understood and released his ear. Rushing to the edge of the Kong, where she collapsed and began to sob, looking particularly aggrieved. The door to the East Room was quietly opened, and Lu Xiaohong tiptoed in, standing behind her sister and silently gesturing with her lips, asking, "What is going on?" Chen Jianmin waved his hand and pulled Lu Xiaohong outside, leading her to the recently tidied back room. In hushed tones, he said, "You should have an inkling of what your sister is feeling, right?" Lu Xiaohong appeared somewhat uncomfortable, avoiding Chen Jianmin's gaze as she replied, "Brother Jianmin, it's not my place to interfere in your matters, but honestly, I must tell you. My sister wants to break up with you." Excellent. If the sister-in-law knows, it suggests the father-in-law is also aware. Analyzing the situation, it became clear that the father-in-law disapproved of his daughter's separation. Now, he needed to ascertain the sister-in-law's stance. If two members of the family were against their breakup, it would simplify his next steps. Chen Jianmin had no intention of letting Lu Xiaomei slip away. From any perspective, she was undeniably the most suitable partner. Thus, everything he had done earlier and now bringing the sister-in-law into the fold was all in pursuit of this objective. He stood on the Kong and inspected the recently finished ceiling. "Xiaohong, pass me the scissors. I was already aware of your sister's wish to break up. I spoke with her about it earlier." Lu Xiaohong, momentarily taken aback, handed Chen Jianmin the scissors that had been resting on the windowsill. After Chen Jianmin took over, he tilted his head back and meticulously cut a beautifully round shape from the paper-covered shed. This circular cut was intended to prevent the shed from flapping when the door opened. While engaged in this task, he did not neglect to converse. "Xiaohong, your sister is currently in a state of indecision, so let us not concern ourselves with her for the time being. Whatever decision she ultimately makes, I can accept it." "Hey, what kind of look is that you're giving me?" Lu Xiaohong indeed gazed at Chen Jianmin with a peculiar expression, one that even this seasoned man could not decipher, leaving him feeling somewhat unsettled. As he began to cut the second circle, though one would suffice in this small room, he felt that a single circle would create an imbalance, which was visually displeasing. He was interrupted midway through the arc by Lu Xiaohong's unclear words. "Brother Jianmin, if my sister truly breaks up with you, I could consider being with you." Startled, Chen Jianmin's hand trembled, causing the scissors to veer off course. "What did you say?" "I didn't catch that," he replied. Hee, I was just joking. Keep cutting," she said, her eyes still glimmering with an enigmatic expression. Chen Jianmin sighed inwardly, reflecting on how beloved he seemed to be, even inciting thoughts of matrimony from his sister-in-law. Yet, something felt amiss. Wasn't this girl supposed to be in a relationship? What did her earlier comment imply? Moreover, why had she, who always referred to him as brother-in-law, suddenly switched to brother? Having finally perfected the second circular cut, Chen Jianmin recalled his earlier suspicions and glanced towards the door. "Xiaohong, tell me the truth. Why are you so eager to find a partner?" "I'm not in a rush at all. It's all because of you," Lu Xiaohong exclaimed, hastily covering her mouth and turning to exit. "I just want to check if my dad is done drinking," she said, escaping as if fleeing from danger. Chen Jianmin stood dumbfounded. How could it possibly be due to him that she was seeking a partner? Suddenly, a bold thought struck him. Perhaps Lu Xiaohong harbored feelings for him, and her father and sister were aware of it, compelling her to find a partner to prove her innocence or under pressure from them. This revelation made many things clearer. Though merely an unverified hypothesis, It amused him considerably. Yet, he lamented, what a tangled web this was. The one who should not be liked was blindly adored, while the one who deserved affection was overlooked. What a perplexing situation. It is often said that being secretly admired is a joyous affair, and while Chen Jianmin was amused, he also felt somewhat overwhelmed. First Lu Xiaomei, and now Lu Xiaohong. It was becoming quite a handful. Speaking of which, in the past, Li Bai composed 100 poems over wine. Chen Jianmin was no less capable. From the West Room, the exuberant voice of comrade Lu Guoqing rang out. In the spring of March, the moon is like a hook, adorned in layers of snow like plum blossoms. No amount of gold can buy my joy. Alas, he must have had too much to drink again. Chen Jianmin leaped off the Kong and was about to step outside when he nearly collided with Lu Xiaomei, who stood at the doorway, her expression one of profound melancholy. His eyes darted rapidly, and with a calm expression, he spoke in a voice as placid as water. Xiaomei. Or rather, I should call you Teacher Lu. Consider this my final act of assistance to you. A perfect conclusion. I must take my leave soon. I apologize for my earlier outburst, which caused you distress. Allow me to offer my apologies here. Regarding the matter of your breakup, after considerable reflection, I believe I should acquiesce to Chen Jianmin. Suddenly, Lu Xiaomei interrupted his insincere words. You have inflicted harm upon me, and you think a mere apology suffices? In response to Lu Xiaomei's inquiry, Chen Jianmin blinked for a moment before leaning forward. Then I shall deliver a few slaps. However, you must be cautious, for my skin is rather thick, and I wouldn't want you to injure your hands. Faced with such an unyielding character, Teacher Lu felt quite powerless. He closed his eyes for a moment before coldly stating, You heard what was said. Due to your actions, my father has indulged in drink once more. Thus, it is your duty to keep an eye on him tonight. With that, he rolled his eyes dramatically and turned to leave. Chen Jianmin mused silently, recognizing the cultured individual's indirect manner of expressing a desire for him to stay, cleverly utilizing his own father as a shield. Very well. Considering the sincerity of the teacher's request, he reluctantly decided to remain. In the adjacent room, Lu Guoqing, his vision blurred by intoxication, stubbornly continued drinking while berating Lu Xiaohong. Where is your brother-in-law? Where has he run off to? Summon him. He hasn't listened to my storytelling today, which is quite against the protocol. Golden steeds, luxurious furs, vast territories. Jianmin, take my old bicycle and exchange it for more liquor. With that, he leaned back and fell asleep. Upon entering, Chen Jianmin witnessed this scene. Lu Xiaohong was tidying up the table. As he approached, she unexpectedly used her chopsticks to dip a piece of chicken into her father's wine glass, and then popped it into Chen Jianmin's mouth. Chen Jianmin, having matured, did not engage in a quarrel, nor did he spare her even a glance, silently swallowing the piece of chicken. He then settled his father-in-law onto the Kong to sleep, retrieving another set of bedding from the cupboard to lay at the foot of the bed. He needed to keep his distance from the old man, for the sound of snoring would surely disturb his rest. Once he had made the bed, Lu Xiaohong emerged from the kitchen, having tidied up efficiently. Jianmin, my sister is preparing her lesson, and I fear disturbing her, so I will remain here for a while. Chen Jianmin draped his recently removed cotton coat over his shoulders and turned on the television. Let us watch some television then. By the way, how is business today? At the mention of business, Lu Xiaohong, who had been somewhat downcast, instantly perked up. Things have been quite good lately. We are nearly sold out of this batch. I was contemplating restocking in the next few days. However, if I go to procure supplies, there will be no one to watch the store. If I go alone, I won't be able to carry much back, which complicates matters. Chen Jianmin furrowed his brow in thought before offering a suggestion. You should consider hiring someone. In a few days, Xiaohan will need to run errands for mushroom sales. By the way, what does your partner do? If he is free, perhaps he could lend a hand. After uttering these words, Chen Jianmin meticulously observed his sister-in-law's reaction. She pursed her lips and refrained from giving a direct answer. Jianmin, go. I've discussed hiring with Xiaoyao, and our consensus is that we must find someone trustworthy, preferably a woman. It's acceptable if she's practical, as long as she isn't too dim-witted. If you have any suitable candidates, do recommend one. All right, I can assist you in searching, he replied. At this point, both felt an odd tension in the air. Ultimately, it was Chen Jianmin who first recognized the peculiar seriousness of the situation, akin to a meeting between two national leaders, which itself posed a significant issue. When did his sister-in-law become so composed? Stealthily, he scrutinized Lu Xiaohong, only to inadvertently meet her gaze as she too was observing him with curiosity. Lu Xiaohong found it strange that her brother-in-law was speaking so courteously. Had his new position changed him? This seemed overly formal. However, this demeanor was preferable. He finally appeared somewhat respectable. Perhaps she should retract her earlier judgment of him, for he remained fundamentally the same, merely having learned the art of pretense. She astutely noticed that Chen Jianmin's gaze frequently wandered towards her bosom. Lu Xiaohong straightened her posture, but soon found it somewhat constricting, prompting her to slouch again. Chen Jianmin chuckled and could not resist remarking, "Your clothes seem a bit tight. Doesn't it feel uncomfortable? With your physique improving, your attire must appear smaller." Lu Xiaohong suddenly sprang up, playfully lunging at him while retorting, "I enjoy it this way. Why should you care?" They engaged in a playful scuffle, both panting from exhaustion, yet still feigning indignation. After a while, they both erupted into laughter, realizing that this was indeed their proper way of interacting. "Brother-in-law, Jianmin go. Would you accompany me to stock up?" Lu Xiaohong feigned a pitiful expression to plead with him. Chen Jianmin adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Comrade Lu Xiaohong, as the head of the forest station, I cannot abandon my post during the fire prevention period. Do not attempt to seduce me with your charms. My stance is resolute." "Huh!" Lu Xiaohong exclaimed, rising to leave. Chen Jianmin chuckled, his eyes narrowing with mirth. That night, Chen Jianmin enjoyed a particularly restful sleep, feeling invigorated as though he ought to go for a run to honor his well-toned physique. In his previous life, he had a penchant for morning runs. However, since arriving here in the midst of winter and with numerous responsibilities, he had neglected this habit. Now, he felt it was essential to exercise, especially with the increasing number of women around him. Of course, this was a superficial excuse. In truth, he was curious to know if Lu Yuxia, who had unwittingly been ensnared in his machinations involving Hao Deshang, was still running. If fate allowed, he wished to meet her and find an opportunity to offer some form of recompense, as he felt uneasy about the way he handled that situation. The weather in March was neither particularly cold nor warm enough to be considered comfortable. Chen Jianmin, lightly equipped, sprinted from the main street to the eastern edge of the village, then turned back from the second street, intending to complete a circuitous route. He indeed followed through with this plan. As he approached the intersection of the alley where he had previously orchestrated a trap for Hao Deshang, he suddenly recalled a matter he had promised Li Hongguang, namely, the delivery of 2 water ash trees, which he had yet to attend to. He had been preoccupied with various tasks lately, and upon returning, he must prioritize this obligation. Lost in thought, he failed to notice an individual emerging from the alley just as he was about to enter it, coinciding with the other person's entrance onto the second street. Both were moving at considerable speed, leaving no time for evasion. The two figures collided, and in a swift reaction, Chen Jianmin tilted his head to the side, successfully averting a head-on collision. However, the impact of their bodies was unavoidable. Neither managed to maintain their balance, and they fell to the ground almost simultaneously. "Who are you? What do you want?" The person whom Chen Jianmin had knocked down sprang to their feet, grabbing a brick from the nearby wall and raising it high above their head. "Help! Someone is trying to hit me with a brick." Chen Jianmin, half lying on the ground, shouted at Lu Yuxia, who held the brick. He recognized her as the very person he had been searching for. This girl was rather obstinate. After the last incident in this very spot, she still chose to run in this direction without considering an alternate route. Now, trouble had arisen once more. Lu Yuxia's eyes widened, and her mouth gaped in disbelief. "Wait, I was merely holding a brick. Why are you acting like this?" She threw the brick aside, stepping back 2 paces, her irritation palpable. "What on earth is wrong with you? It was just a bump. I didn't even hurt you. Why are you shouting?" Chen Jianmin, supporting himself with one hand on his waist and the other on the ground, attempted to rise, but grimaced in pain. "Oh, my back hurts. I can't get up." Lu Yuxia stood there, bewildered. This didn't make sense. The forces exerted in their collision should have been equal, yet she, with her petite frame, seemed unscathed, while he, appearing youthful and robust, was now seemingly incapacitated. He reclined back onto the ground, donning a highly indignant expression. "Haven't you got eyes? You didn't see me running towards you? What now? Oh, it really hurts. You must have damaged my lumbar spine." Lu Yuxia's anger flared. "Why are you only blaming me? Why not admit that you also weren't paying attention? We both failed to notice each other. I find this utterly ridiculous. My back is now immobile, and does it matter who was watching whom?" For the first time in her life, Lu Yuxia encountered such an unreasonable person, her face turning pale with exasperation as she placed her hands on her hips, breathing heavily, yet unable to articulate her thoughts. Chen Jianmin, infuriatingly unreasonable, persisted. "You see? You're at a loss for words. That's a sign of guilt. No, you must take me to the clinic right now. No, our commune health center is unable to address my situation. I must go to the county hospital." Lu Yuxia is on the verge of grinding her teeth to dust. "Feeling guilty, you say? Let us not even discuss whether or not I truly injured his back. Even if I did, surely the blame should be shared equally. Yet, look at him, that despicable demeanor of his. it is evident he wishes to place the entire burden upon her shoulders. Oh, did he just smirk subtly? How can someone who has purportedly injured their back find the inclination to smile? Lu Yuxia narrowed her eyes. So, your back is injured, is it? Wait here. I shall summon someone from the police station, and we shall confront each other directly to determine accountability. Remain still, lest you end up in a wheelchair for the rest of your life, unable to engage in a normal marital existence. With that, she turned to leave. Hey, why are you so malicious? And now you wish to flee the scene? I've memorized your face. Even if you hide in a mouse hole, I could unearth you. What are you kicking me for? Lu Yuxia, having reached her limit, raised her foot once more. Chen Jianmin swiftly stood up. Oh, it seems my back no longer hurts. Indeed, it truly does not. Consider yourself fortunate. Otherwise, you would be responsible for supporting me for the remainder of my life. Just look at yourself. Don't you dare glance in the mirror to see what kind of person you are? Not only do you lack looks, but your character is also flawed. With your disposition, you could search for 8 lifetimes and still fail to find a wife, destined to rely on your own hand for the rest of your days. Chen Jianmin's mouth fell agape, realizing this girl was remarkably bold, unafraid to utter anything. This was in stark contrast to her appearance. Lu Yuxia had a petite nose and eyes, a small face, but she was not unattractive. One could even describe her features as delicate, devoid of the brawniness typical of northern women, resembling instead the gentility of Jiangnan women. When silent, she was undeniably graceful and charming. But once she spoke, it was a different story. Noticing onlookers gradually approaching, Chen Jianmin waved his hand. Fine, you are indeed lovely. You will find suitors aplenty. Perhaps even 10 or 8 men. There's no need to react. Why are you raising your hands again? Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Yuxia had already assumed a fighting stance and threw a straight punch toward his face. Would she be allowed to strike him? Absolutely not. Chen Jianmin turned and fled. Regretting his earlier jest, he had intended to lighten the mood and leave a good impression, but it seemed the girl took it to heart. He could only hope for another opportunity to engage with her in the future. After all, this incident was not a matter of urgency. He had merely wished to familiarize himself with her during his visit to the commune. The actual matters at hand were twofold. First, to dissuade comrade Lu Xiaomei from her whimsical, unrealistic notions of separation that could inflict pain on both herself and others, potentially leading to lifelong regret. As it stands, it appears he has momentarily stabilized her emotions. Whether to pursue this further would require a couple of days' observation to ascertain. Secondly, there was indeed a serious matter to attend to. As the newly appointed station master, he had yet to meet with the field manager. Although he did not regard himself as an official nor placed significant importance on the role, he understood that once accepted, one must adhere to the conventions of the community. Upon arriving at the field office, he found the leaders just emerging from a meeting. Feng Haitao, upon noticing Chen Jianmin standing at the entrance of the conference room, cheerfully led him to the office. In truth, he had only met Chen Jianmin once before, yet it was imperative he did not openly acknowledge their acquaintance at this moment. There was subtlety involved. Director Feng, I am Chen Jianmin, from the Zhoujia Village Forest Protection Station. Oh, so it is you. I was pondering who it might be. Please, sit down. A broad smile immediately spread across Feng Haitao's face, exuding warmth akin to that of long-lost brothers reuniting after decades. However, while inviting Chen Jianmin to take a seat, he remained standing himself. Chen Jianmin was acutely aware that in this context, he could not be the first to sit. Feigning ignorance to the previous invitation, he said, Director Feng, I intended to come by a few days ago to introduce myself, but I was delayed by matters concerning personnel selection. I thought to myself, since you have entrusted me with authority, I must live up to your expectations. Therefore, I conducted a thorough examination, though there are certainly issues that remain. Relying on your support, I submitted the report without hesitation. As a result, you approved it without a second thought, which truly touched my heart. It feels almost presumptuous to express my gratitude. These eloquent words were well articulated and pleasing to the ear. He humbled himself, elevated his superior, and conveyed his willingness to follow the director's lead. After hearing these remarks, the smile on Feng Haitao's round face shifted. His gaze sharpened with sincerity. You are still the same, articulate yet capable, undeniably a valuable asset. Please, have a seat. For the second time, Feng Haitao urged Chen Jianmin to sit, this time taking his own seat first. Noticing that Chen Jianmin had arrived empty-handed, his spirits lifted further. So, how is the construction work at your forest protection station progressing? With remarkable efficiency, Chen Jianmin succinctly recounted the affairs of the station, concluding, rest assured, Director, we will ensure that our work is executed diligently. Issues such as the overgrown grass on the eastern isolation belt of Hamaling will not recur. Indeed, Feng Haitao exclaimed, slapping the table with emphasis. You have been applying for 5 or 6 years, yet the land remains untilled. Is that your fault? No. Well, let it be. It is in the past. Chen Jianmin readily concurred. He was willing to flatter Feng Haitao because, despite his shortcomings, he possessed a commendable dedication to work. Regarding the matter of the Eastern Isolation Belt, Chen Jianmin had persistently suggested tilling it at meetings over the years. However, back then, as the deputy director, his voice held little weight. Thus, they had long been in agreement on certain issues. The ensuing conversation flowed more freely, transitioning from work to personal life, and eventually to discussions about children. Chen Jianmin, still a bachelor, could only discuss potential partners, yet the dialogue proved to be quite engaging. Seizing an opportunity, Chen Jianmin redirected the conversation to the topic discussed in the conference room earlier. Director Feng, I heard there are plans to provide each staff member with a work uniform. But negotiations over the price have stalled. I have a suggestion, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to voice it. Chapter 118. The understanding young girl, upon noticing Chen Jianmin had steered the conversation towards their earlier deliberations, Feng Haitao's interest was piqued. Jianmin, there is no need for formality in my presence. Feel free to speak your mind. Chen Jianmin indeed spoke candidly. Leader, the primary contention between us and the county garment factory lies in their perception that the prices are too low for profitability. However, we have principles governing our expenditures and cannot simply acquiesce to the garment factory's demands. While his words were artfully composed, the underlying reality was that the forest farm, due to the previous director's mismanagement, lacked sufficient funds to provide clothing for over 500 staff members. The liquid cash available amounted to a mere 60,000 yuan. The county garment factory had quoted 36 yuan per set, which would total approximately 18 or 19,000 yuan for over 500 sets, a considerable sum. Feng Haitao patiently inquired, how do you believe we might best resolve this conflict? Chen Jianmin lowered his voice slightly. Director Feng, I personally believe that the most effective means of resolving a conflict is to address the source of the discord. If that individual were to cease to exist, or more accurately, if they were to transform into someone else, then the conflict with that person would also dissipate. Feng Haitao was taken aback. Surely we cannot simply acquire the county garment factory? Chen Jianmin nodded. While it is not an impossibility, now is not the appropriate time, as they are still profitable. When they can no longer sustain operations, we will be in a position to acquire them. For the present, we can seek an alternative supplier. Feng Haitao finally grasped this perspective, yet he noted, however, we have also contacted 2 garment factories in the city, and their quotations exceed those of the county factory. We cannot possibly venture out of town in search of a supplier, especially when prices may not be reduced. Chen Jianmin sat up straighter. Adopting a more serious tone, Director Feng, my sister-in-law has partnered in a clothing store situated south of the moon bubble. Upon hearing this, Feng Haitao regarded Chen Jianmin with newfound interest. I have heard your sister-in-law mentioned before. I was unaware she was the proprietor. But do they not exclusively sell finished goods? And do they not source their inventory from Guangzhou, which is quite distant? Chen Jianmin lowered his voice further. Director Feng, they do not source from Guangzhou. Rather, they import their goods from Shilyo. The procurement prices are remarkably low. I believe if we were to enlist her assistance, we could procure sets at approximately half the price of the county garment factory. Half the price? Feng Haitao was momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at Chen Jianmin. This would mean a cost of around 17 or 18 yuan per set, totaling no more than 8,000 yuan for over 500 sets. If this price could indeed be secured, assuming they could guarantee quality, it would be a lucrative endeavor. After contemplating this, Feng Haitao glanced at his watch. It was not yet 10 o'clock. He resolved to have Chen Jianmin summon his sister-in-law to discuss the matter further before making a decision. Is she currently busy? Chen Jianmin thought to himself that with such a significant business opportunity, she would surely prioritize this over other tasks. Though he did not voice this sentiment, she would be quite willing to assist our forest farm. I will go fetch her at once. Very well. I shall also call Director Ma to await your arrival. Feng Haitao was certainly aware of the intricate relationship between Ma Daxiao and Chen Jianmin. Thus, his intention to summon Ma Daxiao was to apply a measure of pressure on Chen Jianmin, compelling him to exert maximum effort in resolving the matter of custom-made clothing. After all, this was Feng Haitao's first endeavor to procure benefits for the employees since his appointment, and it was unacceptable for the discussions to drag on for days without any progress. The distance from the logging camp's headquarters to the moon puddle was minimal. In less than half an hour, Chen Jianmin arrived with Lu Xiaohong. Upon entering Feng Haitao's office and noticing her cousin Ma Daxiao present, Lu Xiaohong felt emboldened. Director Feng, if we are using ordinary cotton fabric, I am confident we can set the price at around 15 yuan. If we opt for polyester fabric, it shouldn't exceed 18 yuan. The crisp and precise quotations, along with the tangible price differences, delighted Feng Haitao. Very well, let us proceed with both options. For the office, we shall use polyester. While for the frontline workers, considering fire safety requirements, cotton fabric would be more appropriate. We will offer you 19 yuan per set for the polyester and 16 yuan per set for the cotton. What do you think, young lady? Lu Xiaohong glanced at Chen Jianmin and shook her head. In response to the puzzled looks from Feng Haitao and Ma Daxiao, she expressed her thoughts. Director Feng, given that my sister's partner and my cousin are involved in this matter, the pricing must be fair and transparent. I cannot profit from this transaction, otherwise. They would undoubtedly scold me for being mercenary, prioritizing money over relationships. Feng Haitao erupted in laughter, a glint of admiration in his eyes. Ah, young lady. You are quite sensible. In the future, should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come directly to me without involving your cousin or sister's partner. Both Chen Jianmin and Ma Daxiao were somewhat astonished. It was not easy to persuade Lu Xiaohong, who was typically frugal, to forego any profit from this arrangement. Regardless, a matter that had troubled the logging camp's leadership for several days was resolved in less than an hour, which brought great satisfaction to Feng Haitao. However, Lu Xiaohong proposed an additional request. Director Feng, you must send someone with me to provide support. This would bolster my confidence when negotiating. And perhaps we could even negotiate a price reduction of a dime or two. Moreover, having someone accompany me would assist in the procurement process, making it a win-win situation. Feng Haitao quickly made a decision. All right, we shall discuss who to send shortly and notify you. You and your team should set off with cash as soon as possible and return directly once the task is completed. Chen Jianmin found his perception of Lu Xiaohong evolving once again. Her request was astutely measured, ensuring that Feng Haitao's concerns regarding price and quality would be alleviated while leaving no room for others to exploit weaknesses. With matters reaching this juncture, Chen Jianmin had essentially achieved his two objectives for coming to the commune. Just as he contemplated returning to Zhujiakan, Ma Daxiao approached him. Upon entering, he remarked, Jianmin, I fear you will have to accompany Xiaohong on her journey. What? Exclaimed Chen Jianmin, cousin, it is currently the fire prevention period. As the newly appointed station master, my absence while wandering about is hardly appropriate, is it? Chen Jianmin was indeed reluctant to go, primarily due to the exhaustion that accompanied long-distance travel. He had resolved to lead a joyful life and had no desire to subject himself to further hardship. Ma Daxiao patted his shoulder and said, Jianmin, the current predicament is that Lao Feng trusts that person the most, as he has matters at home that prevent him from leaving. He is uneasy about anyone else, and after much deliberation, you are the most suitable candidate. Moreover, it was you who paved the way for Xiaohong in the clothing business, wasn't it? You are quite familiar with Shiliu. Don't think I am unaware. Besides, this was personally suggested by Lao Feng. You mustn't go against him, or life will be difficult in the future. As for the fire prevention period in your absence, rest assured that Lao Feng will assist you. I will also make a trip to Zhujiakan to keep an eye on things for you, so you need not worry. With all this said, if Chen Jianmin still refuses, it would be rather ungrateful, and he would have no choice but to acquiesce. Early the next morning, Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaohong set off. For Lu Xiaohong, this journey was as familiar as her own home. She preferred to spend little to no money and travel at her own ease. However, upon arriving at Shiliu late at night, she decided to be generous and chose the Haishi Hotel, the closest to the market, which had recently opened and boasted a certain elegance. Unfortunately, it had only one room available. Chapter 119. Prioritize business, holding the introduction letter from the forestry station. Lu Xiaohong approached the hotel front desk to book a room while Chen Jianmin was outside, arranging the 2 wild chickens he had brought from home. These were meant as a gift for his father-in-law, who had not eaten them. Before leaving, Lu Xiaohong mentioned that she intended to present them to the owner of a clothing store here. Chen Jianmin had no objections to such exchanges of goodwill. This was customary among Chinese people, regardless of location. The weather outside was not particularly cold, and even though the chickens had been left by the door on the train, they showed signs of thawing. He needed to devise a plan. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xiaohong waved to him from the entrance, and when he entered, she exclaimed, Director Chen, the room is ready for you. Here is the key. Please hand me your belongings. I will take them up for you. Chen Jianmin was momentarily taken aback, pondering what scheme this young lady was concocting. However, he possessed an acute sensitivity to the unusual. Her statement was quite unreasonable, and he had always believed that every irrationality had its rationale. Thus, he raised his eyelids, displaying a look of discontent. What could take so long to book a room? Here, take this. With that, he handed her the bag containing the wild chickens and walked upstairs with his hands behind his back. The service staff, roused from their slumber to provide service, shot a disdainful glance at the pair ascending the stairs before returning to lie down on a makeshift bed made from 2 chairs. They had been enjoying a delightful dream of gathering wealth, only to be interrupted by that young girl. It was indeed frustrating. Yet, there was no recourse. They were customers. And according to hotel policy, a smiling service was mandatory. Now that the smile had been offered, it was unlikely anyone would disturb them again, allowing them to return to their dream. Upon entering the second-floor room, Chen Jianmin closed the door and inquired, "What is this performance you are putting on?" "I fail to comprehend." Lu Xiaohong completely disregarded him, pushing him onto the bed and swiftly untangling his shoelaces to bind them around a bag meant for wild chickens. She then tossed it out the window, hanging it on the window handle before shutting the window, thus perfectly resolving the issue of the wild chickens. She then began to elucidate her earlier actions. This establishment had only recently opened, was clean, and still lacked many regulations. The crucial factor, however, was the exorbitant price. Chen Jianmin reached out to touch her forehead, frowning in confusion. "But there's no fever? Why are you speaking nonsense and acting irrationally?" With a swift motion, Lu Xiaohong swatted his hand away from her face, asking if he was aware of the nightly rate here. Chen Jianmin's wide-open mouth and rapid blinking betrayed his ignorance. $49 a night. What? 49? Chen Jianmin nearly leaped up. Even if Director Feng said that meals and lodging would be reimbursed, we certainly don't need to stay in such an upscale place. One night's stay nearly matches my entire monthly salary. Is this even a place for ordinary folks to spend? Nevertheless, he had to admit that the room was indeed of high quality. The standard room was spacious, with 2 broad beds that appeared clean, and it even boasted a private bathroom for hot showers. Lu Xiaohong, with a sense of pride, remarked, "You wouldn't understand. I had a conversation with the attendant downstairs. When we check out, we'll get receipts for 2 rooms, but in reality, we only booked 1. Wait, what did you say? Only 1 room?" Chen Jianmin's voice rose significantly, his eyes wide as he stared at his sister-in-law. "Yes, just 1 room. What is wrong with that? Does it diminish your status as Director Chen? Is it really that simple?" Chen Jianmin was nearly at a loss for words. "Do you realize that if someone comes to inspect the rooms, we'll be fined and our families will have to come to retrieve us? You think this is just any town?" However, Lu Xiaohong appeared entirely unfazed. "Oh, my dear brother-in-law, rest easy. I assure you, the performance I put on downstairs is a daily occurrence. The owners of this hotel have connections. No one will come to inspect." Chen Jianmin still felt a flicker of unease, not solely out of fear of being discovered, but also from the worry that he might unwittingly engage in something truly disgraceful. No, you must book another room." Lu Xiaohong, exasperated, replied, "I want tea. I'm staying with you. Why must you be so stubborn? We need to stay here for 4 to 5 days to transport the goods back. If we book 1 room and obtain receipts for 2 when we return, we'll only end up pocketing the cost of 1 room." Chen Jianmin was left speechless, contemplating the unexpected profitability of this arrangement. However, following Lu Xiaohong's plan, if they could indeed secure receipts for 2 rooms, they would net over $200 just from the accommodation alone. This venture might indeed prove lucrative. "But aren't you afraid I might end up in the wrong bed at night? If that happens, so be it. After all, meat spoils quickly in the pot. Are you going to wash up or not? If not, I need to use the restroom." "Of course I will wash." Chen Jianmin, unable to resist his sister-in-law's insistence, resignedly removed his outer clothing and stepped into the bathroom. In the depths of contemplation, I pondered what I should purchase for Feng Haitao upon my return. Remarkably, the standard room priced at 49 yuan per night indeed offers exceptional value. It not only features a shower, but also an impressive bathtub. Chen Jianmin filled the tub with hot water and luxuriated in a delightful soak for over half an hour. When he emerged, dressed once more, Lu Xiaohong had already donned a set of pink pajamas. Much like her sister, she had a penchant for the color pink, casting an inexplicable glare at Chen Jianmin. She swiftly retreated into the bathroom. As he reclined on the soft, plush bed, Chen Jianmin let out a contented sigh. It was no wonder that leaders relish such comforts. Feng Haitao himself had remarked on previous business trips to the city how he found immense pleasure in sleeping on the newly popular spring mattresses, which provided unparalleled comfort. Within mere minutes of burrowing beneath the covers, he succumbed to slumber. Remarkably, he slept soundly through the night, only to be roused by Lu Xiaohong around 8 in the morning. "Brother-in-law, hurry up. We must efficiently handle our business today so that we can procure all my goods and set off for our outing tomorrow." Just as she had predicted, they ventured to the market in the morning with 2 wild chickens in tow, armed with design sketches from the county garment factory. With Chen Jianmin, an old hand at negotiations, by her side, Lu Xiaohong approached the business deal with newfound confidence. I can offer you 13 yuan for cotton fabric and 16 for polyester, she stated firmly. Li Gu, consider whether this is feasible. If not, I shall seek alternatives elsewhere. Li Chongfeng, the owner of the Chongfeng garment store, surveyed the array of clothing models presented by Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaohong, his expression one of distress. Sister, it's not that I'm unwilling to earn this money, but your variety is too eclectic, and the prices are simply too low. I could barely manage a profit at 15 or 18 yuan. Li Gu, let me be frank. This is my brother-in-law, an official from Hongshan Forest Farm, here to lend prestige to their newly appointed director. You must understand this. Very well. Let us settle on 14 yuan for cotton and 17 for polyester. This is my final offer. Agreed, but I have a small request, Lu Xiaohong interjected, producing the 2 wild chickens Chen Jianmin had brought. Upon seeing the bag she presented, Li Chongfeng opened it, and his face brightened, revealing a crooked smile adorned with uneven teeth. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xiaohong remarked, Li Gu, these are specialties from my hometown. Try something new. By the way, I was just about to mention my request. Li Chongfeng, placing the wild chickens behind him with a playful demeanor, inquired, what is it? Lu Xiaohong lowered her voice slightly. I would like to ask if it would be possible to list the prices as 14 yuan and 17 yuan when issuing the invoice. Is that even a concern? Sister, you are far too courteous. Not only can I accommodate a few extra jiao, but I could even write it as 10,000 yuan per set without issue. Is that truly feasible? But you cannot issue a formal delivery invoice. Chen Jianmin quietly scoffed, acknowledging the reality of the times. As long as one could present a receipt from a triplicate voucher, it could essentially serve as proof of income. In a moment of joviality, Li Chongfeng generously declared, Xiao Lu, I will halt all other processing tasks and focus solely on producing your clothing. However, the soonest I can manage will be in 3.5 days. Tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to take you out for a day of leisure. Chen Jianmin maintained his composed demeanor as a leader, neither affirming nor denying the proposal. Lu Xiaohong beamed with delight, exclaiming, Thank you, brotherly. I will leave a deposit of 2,000 yuan, settling the remainder upon collection. Is that arrangement acceptable? Absolutely, it is more than acceptable. Once the primary matters were concluded, Lu Xiaohong tugged at Chen Jianmin, urging him to gather their goods. As they exited Li Chongfeng's clothing store and strolled southward for over 100 meters, Chen Jianmin noticed a crowd gathered in a nearby alley, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. Initially, he brushed it off. In such a bustling market, the sheer number of people was overwhelming, and quarrels or even scuffles were commonplace. However, upon hearing one individual shout, This is counterfeit merchandise. The genuine 3-joint leather shoes do not resemble your style. I demand a refund, and you must compensate me. Another voice retorted, I already informed you earlier. Once the goods are sold, there are no returns or exchanges. Leave promptly. You're hindering my business. If you persist, I will report this to the market administrator. At this juncture, Chen Jianmin seized Lu Xiaohong's hand and suggested, Let us go witness this commotion. The Shiliu market primarily specialized in trousers, yet it also offered a variety of other goods. Before them stood a shop dedicated exclusively to leather shoes. The dispute arose over the quality of the leather footwear. Chen Jianmin led Lu Xiaohong through the throng and entered the shoe store, which was devoid of customers. The proprietress glanced anxiously toward the entrance and, upon spotting Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaohong, forced a smile to greet them. Hello, if you are here to procure goods, I can offer you the most genuine prices. Chen Jianmin picked up a pair of 3-joint leather shoes, scrutinizing them from every angle, and cautiously inquired, Miss, I intend to purchase 100 pairs. What price can you offer? The proprietress raised a fist with one hand while extending 5 fingers with the other. 15. Without a hint of exaggeration, Chen Jianmin weighed the shoe in his hand, turning to glance at the two still bickering outside, his expression reflecting indecision. The proprietress sighed and pulled him slightly further inside. Brother, if you genuinely wish to buy, I can offer you a more sincere price of 14 yuan. How does that sound? Chen Jianmin pressed the shoe's upper, whispering, Miss, the person outside speaks the truth. This is not authentic merchandise from a genuine manufacturer. Surely, you did not produce these yourselves? What began as a mere offhand comment revealed a flicker of apprehension in the proprietress's eyes, solidifying his suspicion that the shoes were indeed of her own making. Brother, name your price, and I will see if it allows for profit. If it does, I shall provide you with the goods. If not, we can simply consider ourselves friends. Chen Jianmin clenched his fist and waved it in front of her, stating, 10 yuan a pair, I'll take them immediately. The shopkeeper's wife appeared perturbed, snatching the shoes from Chen Jianmin's hand and placing them on the shelf behind her. She then spoke, Brother, If we sell them for 10 yuan, my husband and I will be left with nothing to eat. Lu Xiaohong, who had been relatively quiet, approached and remarked, Sister, if you are selling shoes in a market dedicated to trousers, you must offer merchandise that everyone recognizes. Your three-part seams are indeed attractive, but our local clientele does not appreciate them. She continued, even if we were to take 100 pairs, it would merely be a way to test the market back home. The risk is considerable. Therefore, if you cannot provide a suitable price, we truly cannot proceed with the purchase. As she spoke, her sincerity was palpable, her round eyes fixed intently on the shopkeeper. Despite her confusion regarding Chen Jianmin's preference for these evidently non-authentic three-part seams, she trusted that her brother-in-law had his reasons. However, even if the price were to reach 12 yuan per pair, given their appearance, they could easily sell for 20 yuan each, a profitable venture indeed. After a lengthy hesitation, the shopkeeper furtively glanced towards the entrance and then at the day's sales record, sighing internally. Having sold only 20 pairs that morning, despite the lowest price being 18 yuan, the meager sales volume threatened to cover the wages of the workers in the back. Ultimately, she resolved, Brother, sister, let us meet halfway, 12 yuan per pair. And you can take them. Lu Xiaohong looked at Chen Jianmin, and upon seeing him nod slightly, she quickly responded, Very well, let us settle on that price, cash for goods. Sister, please prepare the stock. Naturally, the shop did not have such a large inventory on hand, so Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaohong followed the shopkeeper to the backyard. Upon entering the workshop, they were met with the sight of 2 rows of people sitting on small stools, using rudimentary shoemaking equipment to craft leather shoes. Chen Jianmin felt a wave of disappointment. He had anticipated seeing industrial-grade machinery. His actual purpose in visiting was to explore the possibility of collaborating with them to establish a shoe factory under the Linchong name in the Hongshan commune. Nevertheless, the fact that they produced genuine leather shoes with such primitive tools sparked a glimmer of excitement within him. Why can't the people in Hongshan produce shoes with such simplicity? This thought ignited a small thrill in Chen Jianmin. He had a friend from his previous life who owned a shoe factory, and they had collaborated for an extended period, rendering him quite knowledgeable about the intricacies of shoemaking. This expertise bolstered his confidence in his ambition to establish a shoe factory. As for his desire to open a factory, he glanced at his sister-in-law. Engaging in the trade of clothing could yield quick profits without immediate issues. However, from a long-term perspective, investing in industry seemed far more stable. The key was that his sister-in-law possessed an undeniable spirit of adventure. If she were to earn a fortune in the future, she would no longer need to concern herself with others' opinions, free to pursue her desires without hesitation. This notion was further emphasized when Lu Xiaohong, noticing his frequent glances in her direction, leaned closer and whispered, What do you mean by looking at me like that? Don't entertain any inappropriate thoughts here. Let's focus on the task at hand. Chen Jianmin's heart raced. It was the second time his sister-in-law had insisted on prioritizing their business. Did this imply that once the legitimate affairs were concluded, there might be other, less proper matters awaiting them? Such prospects were certainly intriguing. Chapter 121. The enemy is too powerful. 100 pairs of shoes is no small number, and inspecting each one consumed a considerable amount of time. Coupled with the packing and shipping to the train station, they were occupied until sunset. Chen Jianmin reflected on the situation while holding the shipping receipt. Without the assistance of the shoe store owner, the shipping alone would have taken us 2 days. This was no exaggeration. In these times, handling shipping at the train station without acquaintances was a lesson in patience. Waiting 1 day, 2 days, or even 3 without assurance of resolution. Lu Xiaohong, with a pained expression, touched the small bag containing her money and lamented, All the funds for the merchandise went into purchasing shoes. I could scarcely afford a few pieces of clothing. This indeed posed a dilemma. As a clothing store owner, selling only shoes would significantly tarnish her reputation. However, Chen Jianmin had long devised a strategy. Let us return to the market immediately. I suspect Li Changfeng has not yet closed up shop. Lu Xiaohong blinked in confusion. What are we seeking him for? Chen Jianmin playfully flicked her forehead and dashed several meters away, teasing, You need a few knocks to rouse your senses. What do you think we need him for? To resolve our monetary shortfall, of course. With her hands on her hips and a tilted head, Lu Xiaohong gritted her teeth. Exhausted from the day, she had little inclination to move, though she felt compelled to chase after him for a kick or two. His peculiar manner was irksome. If there was business to discuss, he should simply speak of it rather than resorting to playful antics. Nevertheless, his proposal was indeed viable. Leaving an introduction letter with Li Changfeng and having her brother-in-law draft an IOU should suffice. The two hurried back to the market, explaining their situation to Li Changfeng, who generously lent them a sum of 1,500 yuan for their significant client. As it was still far from closing time, They decided to seize the opportunity and purchase the planned clothing items. Shipping was not an option for this. It was too costly and unnecessary. Carrying their bundles back to the Haishi Hotel, both Lu Xiaohong and Chen Jianmin felt the weight of fatigue. After a quick meal of noodles and a brief shower, they lay down, falling into a deep slumber until dawn. Upon waking the next morning, before they could even have breakfast, individuals sent by Li Changfeng arrived to take them away. Remarkably, Li Changfeng had procured a jeep, whisking Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaohong off to Haicheng, where they toured numerous attractions, including the historically rich Quoxi Mountain Park and the Tangangzi Hot Springs. After a full day of exploration, they returned to the Haishi Hotel around 10 in the evening. As the day drew to a close, it proved to be no less taxing than the previous one. Yet, for Lu Xiaohong, it was a day filled with unprecedented joy. With a gleam of excitement in her eyes, she exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, let us return in the summer. The scenery will surely be even more captivating then." "All right, just the two of us," Chen Jianmin agreed, dismissing the notion lightly. However, someone took the matter to heart. Lu Xiaohong suddenly stifled her exuberance, biting her lip as she fixed her gaze on Chen Jianmin. After a prolonged silence, her cheeks flushed, and she turned away, saying, "Brother-in-law, hurry and take a shower. I take my time, so you go first." This routine had been the same for the past 2 days, devoid of any surprises. When Chen Jianmin emerged from the shower, he found Lu Xiaohong mysteriously clutching her undergarments as she slipped into the bathroom. He shook his head, pondering what there was to hide, having already seen her restless demeanor during sleep. True to form, Lu Xiaohong took her time in the shower, and by the time she finally emerged, Chen Jianmin was on the verge of slumber. "Turn off the light," he mumbled, rolling over and closing his eyes, soon drifting into dreams. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xiaohong had not turned off the light. Clad in a vibrant red nightgown, she tossed her half-dry hair and, after ensuring the doors and windows were secure, approached Chen Jianmin's bedside. Crouching down, she scrutinized his face, her breath quickening with a hint of stealth as she reached out to touch him. Ever since battling the flames on the mountain for 3 days and nights, Chen Jianmin had developed a peculiar habit. He fell asleep swiftly, yet awakened easily at the slightest disturbance. Sensing a presence on his face, he opened his eyes just in time to grasp Lu Xiaohong's hand, momentarily bewildered before recognizing her. "What are you doing awake at this hour? Are you haunting me?" he remarked, only then realizing she was donned in a striking red outfit, casting a momentary fright upon him. As he began to rise, Lu Xiaohong leapt onto him, her face a blend of shyness and mirth. "Why don't you recognize me?" she teased. "Is this a matter of recognition, my dear? What on earth are you playing at, dressed like this?" Chen Jianmin's voice trailed off, as Lu Xiaohong slowly descended from him, lifting the covers to Nestle into bed. Turning her back to him, her expression devoid of laughter, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Not content with merely lying down, she edged closer to Chen Jianmin, seizing his hand and placing it before her. The girl, barely 19 and exuding a fragrant allure, lay beside him in such an intimate manner. Had it been anyone else, they might have fled in alarm. After all, she was the sister of his beloved, and a slip into impropriety would be difficult to justify. Yet, Chen Jianmin considered himself different. While the thought of fleeing crossed his mind, the compelling allure of Lu Xiaohong in her striking red nightgown rendered him immobile. One cannot fault Chen Jianmin for his wavering convictions. Rather, it is the formidable strength of the adversary that overwhelms him, compelling a swift betrayal. As he instinctively ventures into uncharted territories, from towering mountains to sprawling plains, he finds himself in a peculiar state of agitation, as this is the first encounter of its kind in his 2 lifetimes. Yet, despair looms within him. How could he possibly explain this to his future father-in-law? At this critical juncture, the principled Chen resolves to withdraw. However, Lu Xiaohong turns to face him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet her countenance bears a gentle smile, offering Chen no opportunity for resistance as she envelopes him in an embrace and kisses him. Lacking any finesse, it is evident from her trembling that this is indeed her inaugural experience. The weight of the moment presses heavily upon Chen Jianmin, seizing the fleeting opportunity. He gazes into her eyes and inquires, "Are you aware of what you are doing?" Normally articulate, she responds with remarkable clarity, "I know." With a playful tilt of her head, a single tear falls onto Chen's lips, bittersweet in its essence. Why? He wonders, as myriad questions flood his mind. "I like you," Lu Xiaohong states simply. "And what now?" Chen's curiosity pushes him further. "It's over. In this lifetime, I can never be with you. And beyond that, this is my first gift to you. In spirit, you belong to me." Another tear trickles down to Chen's lips, this time imbued with a hint of spice. What could this signify? Chapter 122. Let me demonstrate you refuse to heed my warnings about spicy food. Look, even your tears are fiery. Chen Jianmin extends a finger to wipe the corner of Lu Xiaohong's eye, inadvertently brushing it against her lips, only to be playfully bitten. She tightens her grip around his neck and softly declares, I want you to remember this night forever. It is imperative you do so. Chen silently mulled over her words, not sharing her melancholy. Instead, his thoughts wandered to how he might ensure her enduring presence by his side. How curious it is. Only moments ago, he deemed himself virtuous. Yet in the blink of an eye, he has surrendered completely, even beginning to envision a future together. After a brief reverie, he sits upright, cradling her in his lap, and offers a solemn promise. Next time, I assure you, I will not mind the spiciness of your lips. Just refrain from biting. Or I might end up with one ear like a donkey. Then where should I bite? She asks, her eyes now devoid of bitterness, sparkling with life. Let me demonstrate. In an instant, the vivid crimson of her nightgown swirls through the air, revealing a flawless figure, a delicate artwork that presents itself in all its glory. As she embarks on her first experience, with the first comes the second. As for a third, that remains absent, not from a lack of desire, but from the seasoned Chen's tender regard for her. Yet, alas, his good intentions could not soften Lu Xiaohong's steadfast heart, which vowed, this shall be a singular occurrence, never to be repeated. As you tread your own path illuminated by the sun, I shall navigate my solitary bridge. The well water shall not intrude upon the river water. The morning clouds harbor no envy for the evening rain. The summer insects remain oblivious to the winter ice. The sounds of chickens and dogs echo. Yet we shall live and die without interference. However, interactions must still occur, for the two of them are business partners. Furthermore, Chen Jianmin is the brother-in-law of Lu Xiaohong, making it impossible for them to remain strangers. Regardless, it is worth noting that Lu Xiaohong, since the break of dawn, has resumed her usual demeanor, albeit more composed than usual. When Chen Jianmin jested with her, she merely smiled faintly before turning to attend to more pressing matters. Fortunately, the day indeed required much earnest work. In the morning, they packed the clothes purchased the previous day, and by noon, they received a message from Li Changfeng, instructing them to inspect the custom-made work uniforms. After the inspection, they swiftly packed and dispatched the items, with Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaohong supervising, while the actual operations were managed by Li Changfeng's team. By around 4 in the afternoon, everything was concluded, just in time for the evening train to Hongshan County. They were unable to secure tickets at the station and opted to purchase platform tickets to board first, intending to settle the fare later. The following morning, upon arriving in the county, they retrieved their goods from the train station and hired 2 large horse-drawn carts. By the time they returned to the Hongshan commune, it was already noon. Feng Haitao personally oversaw the unloading of the carts and the transfer of goods into the warehouse. Upon receiving the receipt from Lu Xiaohong's clothing store, he expressed satisfaction with the pricing, and upon inspecting the commendable quality of the work uniforms, he was elated. That evening, he hosted a banquet at a restaurant, primarily to honor Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaohong for their business endeavors. Several leaders from the Forestry Bureau were in attendance, and the drinking was abundant. By the time the gathering dispersed, it was already past 8 in the evening. Li Cheng, who had been waiting outside the restaurant, excitedly approached Lu Xiaohong as she emerged. Xiaohong, why didn't you inform me of your return? Allow me to escort you home. Though Lu Xiaohong had consumed a fair amount of alcohol alongside the leaders, her tolerance was remarkable, and she exhibited no signs of inebriation. However, she cast a concerned glance at Chen Jianmin and replied to Li Cheng, it's rather late, and quite chilly outside. You should head home. Coincidentally, my brother-in-law needs to return to my place as well, so I shall accompany him. She added, by the way, come by the store tomorrow. I have a pair of leather shoes for you to try on. All right. See you tomorrow, Li Cheng replied before departing, dismissing Chen Jianmin entirely, even muttering under his breath. If you can't drink, then just drink less, as if you've never had alcohol before. Such behavior cannot be entirely blamed on him. For after their initial meeting at the clothing store a few days prior, he discreetly inquired about Chen Jianmin and, upon discovering that he was merely his son-in-law, felt a sense of superiority. Despite Chen Jianmin's current position as a station master, he was still regarded as lesser than even a village chief. Additionally, he had heard that Lu Xiaohong's sister, who would become his future sister-in-law, held a rather low opinion of Chen Jianmin. Thus, at this moment, Li Cheng could hardly spare him a glance. Chen Jianmin, slightly inebriated and unsteady on his feet, nevertheless remained remarkably clear-headed, quietly lamenting the stark contrast in Li Cheng's demeanor. Just days ago, he had been warmly cordial, yet today he could hardly muster a single word. Words of reproach lingered on the tip of his tongue. Yet upon encountering Lu Xiaohong's beseeching gaze, Chen Jianmin swallowed them back. Just as he intended to beckon Lu Xiaohong to return, he inadvertently spotted a figure clad in a gray overcoat conversing with another individual across the way, who bore a striking resemblance to Lu Xiaomei. He turned to Lu Xiaohong and inquired, "Xiaohong, is that your sister?" After a brief moment of observation, Lu Xiaohong shook her head and replied, "No. It appears to be Li Jia." The two frequently exchanged outfits and occasionally styled their hair identically. Only Lu Xiaohong, who spent each day alongside her sister, could discern the difference from a distance. Chen Jianmin recognized that Lu Xiaohong referred to Li Jia as Li Yanli. With a thoughtful glint in his eyes, he suggested, "Xiaohong, why don't you let Li Qing take you home? I shall seek out Dr. Li to inquire about Wang Jinxian's condition in Zujiakan." Lu Xiaohong was aware that Li Yanli specifically treated Wang Jinxian, and thus, she harbored no suspicions regarding Chen Jianmin's intentions. She called for Li Cheng and proceeded home. Meanwhile, Chen Jianmin remained in place, indulging in a cigarette, before making his way towards Li Yanli. Just as he approached, the woman conversing with her turned to leave, and Li Yanli, obscured by a large mask, stood stationary, her gaze averted from him, as if she had eyes on the back of her head. In a hushed tone, she remarked, "I have something to discuss with you. Let us go." A smile crept across Chen Jianmin's face, thinking this was a manifestation of their unspoken understanding. He had intended to seek her out for a heart-to-heart, yet here she was, preemptively waiting for him under the guise of casual conversation. It was indeed Dr. Li, and he pondered the implications of their nocturnal stroll, considering his commitment to another. Li Yanli halted, casting a chilling glance in his direction without uttering a word, and resumed her forward motion. Fueled by liquid courage, Chen Jianmin quickened his pace to walk alongside her, his words tumbling forth, "Dr. Li, I genuinely fear my partner might see us. Are you not deliberately putting me in jeopardy? What is there that cannot be discussed here?" Silence. Li Yanli could no longer endure, whispering a warning, "I am currently masquerading as Xiaomei. Please limit your words, or else." With that, she gestured downward with her palm, indicating a decisive action. Chen Jianmin promptly fell silent, genuinely apprehensive of inciting her ire, knowing well she could wield her feminine wiles to disarm him at any moment. After navigating a few turns, they arrived at the back entrance of the health clinic. As Li Yanli retrieved her keys to unlock the door, a triumphant smirk crept across her face, concealed from Chen Jianmin's view. The dormitory was a long, narrow structure, and upon entering through the main door, they found themselves in a foyer that branched into corridors on either side. Li Yanli resided in the room at the eastern end of the corridor. Upon reaching her door, she twisted the lock, leaving the key in place, and unexpectedly stepped back, pushing Chen Jianmin forward as she swung the door open. Had it merely been a straightforward entrance, it would have posed no issue. However, Chen Jianmin, unprepared, tripped over an unseen object in the dimly lit room, losing his balance and tumbling forward in a flurry of limbs. Unprepared, he lunged upwards in a rather standard manner, expecting to land with a thud. To his surprise, the anticipated sound did not materialize. The reason for this was the 2 layers of bedding spread across the floor. As Chen Jianmin found himself sprawled on the quilts, he marveled at Dr. Li's meticulousness, considering that even in the midst of a prank, he had taken into account whether others might get hurt. Such kindness is indeed rare in today's society. Unfortunately, his reflections were cut short when, with a sudden clap, the room lights flickered on, and almost simultaneously, someone mounted him from behind, draping a coat over his head. Chen Jianmin chuckled inwardly, appreciating the playful spirit of Comrade Xiaoli, who had surprised him with this unexpected turn of events, heightening his anticipation for what was to come next. The person behind him leaned heavily against his back, seizing his wrists from beneath the coat and slowly yet firmly pulling his arms behind him. Having once learned the art of binding from foreign instructors, Chen Jianmin naturally assumed that Li Yanli was merely engaging him in a playful game, and thus he complied willingly. It seemed as though the individual behind him chuckled softly. This person took their time wrapping ropes around his wrists, a rather curious endeavor, as it was typically women who found themselves in such predicaments. Nonetheless, binding was binding, and the essence of the act was what mattered. Yet, Chen Jianmin still sensed something amiss. While one person was binding his hands, another was securing his ankles, which implied that unless Li Yanli possessed 4 hands, there was indeed another presence in the room. Perplexed, he felt a twinge of fear and suddenly thrust himself forward, unexpectedly dislodging the coat from his head. Twisting around, he caught a glimpse of Li Yanli, struggling to bind his ankles with rope. Who then? Was the person seated atop him? With a determined twist, he finally beheld the face of his captor, not a stranger, but his very own partner, teacher Lu Xiaomei. Upon recognizing her, Chen Jianmin ceased to struggle. It was futile given that his limbs were already restrained. The pressing question now was what these two women intended to do with him. Surely they did not plan to enact some sort of bizarre ritual? Would they need to silence him? Once Li Yanli finished binding him, she stood and inquired, "Is it necessary to gag him?" "No need," Lu Xiaomei replied. "If he dares to shout, we can simply sew his mouth shut." Rising, Lu Xiaomei dusted off her hands, adjusted her attire, and gestured for Li Yanli to sit beside her on the bed, both casting mischievous glances at Chen Jianmin. Adjusting his position, he tilted his head and asked, "My dear wife, I'm feeling rather chilly. Please don't toss me into the river. If it comes to that, and I were to perish here and be buried on the mountain, I must suggest that there are no auspicious spots nearby. If it's convenient, I propose you take me to the Erdeo Gully in front of Zhoujia village. There's a hot spring there. Let us bury me there instead." In recent years, the crackdown has been severe. Even in the absence of a strict campaign, murder and corpse disposal are punishable by death. Therefore, you too must eliminate all evidence that could be detrimental to your case. For instance, before I arrived here, there was an elderly woman chatting with Shaoli, and she saw me. Such a crucial eyewitness must be dealt with. Li Yanli leaned forward, interrupting Chen Jianmin. "We have no intention of disposing of a corpse. We plan to dismember it, and then make a hole in the river to feed the fish." Lu Xiaomei mirrored her posture, leaning forward as well. "Rest assured, we will certainly chop you into 1,800 pieces to make it convenient and enjoyable for the fish." Chen Jianmin sighed deeply. "It is often said that a woman's heart is the most treacherous. Couldn't you spare a few pieces? It would be quite painful, given our history as partners. May I make one final request?" Li Yanli raised an eyebrow. "Speak, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. I am thirsty. Could I have some water?" Chen Jianmin attempted to sit up, straining to do so, but ultimately shifting from a prone position to lying on his side. Since he was destined to meet his end, he resigned himself to thirst, preferring not to make a mess upon his departure. "See, this is professionalism," Li Yanli remarked, stifling laughter as she leaned against Lu Xiaomei's shoulder. Chen Jianmin's eyes darted about, and his hands, bound behind his back, were not idle while his mouth took a moment's respite. "What exactly do you two intend to do? Be straightforward. If we are to engage in this game, I cannot be the only one lying here." Lu Xiaomei rose and squatted before him, gently patting his face while chuckling. "Did you ever consider that, on the day you bullied me, this would be the outcome?" Chen Jianmin suddenly realized. This was a matter of revenge. The truth was, he had indeed employed certain tactics at the time, yet Lu Xiaomei's reaction had been undeniable. "Tell me, Teacher Lu, honestly, how did you feel that day? Did your face flush? Did your heart race? Did you not sense a new world gradually opening before you? You even called my name when your entire body trembled. Have you forgotten so quickly? Ah, be gentle with that pinch. It hurts." Lu Xiaomei gritted her teeth, withdrawing the fingers that had been digging into Chen Jianmin's armpit. "Humph, I shall return to deal with you later. Shaoli, I'm stepping out to the restroom. Please twist his ear 10 times until it turns purple." With that, she huffed, rising to leave the dormitory. Before exiting, she turned back to Chen Jianmin, shaking her fist at him. After closing the door, she pushed it to ensure it was securely shut, and the sound of her high heels echoed down the corridor, growing fainter. "Now it's my turn," Li Yanli said, rubbing her hands together as she approached. Just as she squatted down to twist Chen Jianmin's ear, his left hand suddenly reached around from behind, encircling her waist. With a swift motion, he leaned back, freeing his right hand from beneath him amid her startled gasp, and effortlessly sat up. He held the struggling Li Yanli firmly with one arm, while the other hand deftly untied the rope around his ankle. In a swift maneuver, he flipped her beneath him, gripping her chin as he descended upon her with fervent kisses. He released her only when she was nearly breathless. Li Yanli gasped several times, perplexed, and asked, "How did you untie the ropes?" "Hee, with such trivial tricks from the two of you. I could devise an escape plan with just the heel of my foot. Do you believe it?" Chen Jianmin lightly tapped her lips once more. In truth, when Lu Xiaomei had bound his wrists earlier, she had used a slip knot, leaving a long enough end for him to effortlessly grasp, allowing him to gradually free himself. He had initially pondered whether he could also discreetly loosen the ropes around his ankles, and upon seeing Lu Xiaomei head to the restroom, he recognized his opportunity. Indeed, Li Yanli moved closer to him, providing an ideal moment for him to easily exert control over her. "Am I clever?" Chen Jianmin said with a grin, his hand reaching towards the neckline of Li Yanli's garment. Chapter 124. Each to their own call? Li Yanli grew anxious, glancing towards the door several times, twisting her body as she said, "No, what if Xiaomei sees us? What can we do? Just let it be. The scheming you two devised against me has profoundly wounded my tender spirit, and the emotional distress I have suffered is immeasurable. Thus, you owe me recompense. Consider this the interest." Why is your face so big? Emotional distress? Let me go. Remove your filthy claws. Despite her protests, Chen Jianmin's hand ultimately achieved its aim. Whispering in her ear, since you were so afraid of Xiaomei seeing us, how could you have seduced me so eagerly that day in the county town? Enough. Stop glaring. I estimate Xiaomei would be particularly pleased to see how close we are. Have you no shame left? Let me go? Though Li Yanli verbally resisted, her body betrayed her honesty. Perhaps she herself was unaware that ever since that wild night at her aunt's house in the county town with Chen Jianmin, she had begun to yearn for that sensation, as it was profoundly different from what Lu Xiaomei offered her. It felt as if a devil residing deep within her soul had been unleashed, constantly urging her to recall Chen Jianmin's demeanor. Chen Jianmin observed her reaction, inwardly reveling in amusement. He thought to himself that if this continued, it wouldn't take long before he could fully win her over. He felt quite satisfied with his efforts. In the dormitory of the health clinic, there were no restrooms, not even in the yard. The only option was to head to the two-story building in front. A distance that was not too far, but with all the twists and turns, it would take about 5 to 8 minutes to go back and forth, including the necessary business. Fortunately, the weather had warmed somewhat, and Lu Xiaomei strolled back unhurriedly, contemplating how to conclude the situation. If Chen Jianmin truly became angry, what methods could she use to placate him? As she opened the door, she heard Li Yanli's voice from inside, slightly resonant and uncharacteristically strained, as if she were deliberately suppressing something. That subtle sound was all too familiar to her. It wasn't until she beheld the scene on the floor that she stood frozen in shock at the doorway. Chen Jianmin, multitasking, turned to her and whispered urgently, "Shut the door, or tomorrow there will be a major scandal." Lu Xiaomei jolted in alarm, hurriedly closing the door. It was only then that she reacted, rushing in to pull at Chen Jianmin. "Let her go." As she called out, Li Yanli, who was lost in confusion, suddenly regained her senses, pondering how she had ended up in such a predicament. Wasn't she supposed to assist Lu Xiaomei in seeking revenge? How had the situation deteriorated to this extent? Chen Jianmin, unfazed, rose leisurely to his feet, casually pulling Li Yanli up with him. He took the initiative to sit upon the sole bed in the room, lit a cigarette, and observed the two, who were locked in a silent stare, with an amused smile. Lu Xiaomei, with a questioning glance, inquired of Li Yanli, "Have you released him?" Still entrapped in the remnants of her confusion, Li Yanli failed to grasp the meaning behind Lu Xiaomei's gaze, initially shaking her head before eventually nodding. Lu Xiaomei's mouth fell agape in sheer disbelief. Why had she chosen to betray them? Was it merely because of Chen Jianmin's injured hand? The thought of that hand involuntarily reminded her of the events of that fateful day. Observing the alluring expression on Xiaoli's face, she wondered if she had looked similarly enchanting. What am I thinking? Is this truly the time for such musings? Unexpectedly meeting the mischievous gaze of Chen Jianmin, a surge of unbridled anger ignited within Lu Xiaomei, and she lunged at him with gritted teeth. In that critical moment, Chen displayed remarkable agility. Just as Lu Xiaomei's deadly claws were about to graze his ear, he deftly tilted his head and sidestepped, discarding his cigarette, but at the door. With one arm encircling Lu Xiaomei, he leaned back and effortlessly tossed her behind him, rising to exit without a care for her venomous curses. Having discerned from the silent exchange between Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli that his objective of sowing discord had been achieved, Chen Jianmin resolved to extricate himself from the situation. Let them indulge in their mutual suspicions for a while, he thought with a chuckle. To grant Lu Xiaohong a moment of respite and allow Lu Xiaomei a chance for reflection, Chen decided to spend the night at Han Yao's residence. It was conveniently located just a 5 or 6 minute walk north to the main street, followed by a 300-meter stroll eastward. Upon his arrival, Han Laosen greeted him at the door. Due to the darkness, it took a while for him to recognize Chen Jianmin through the dim light filtering in from the window, his face lighting up with surprise. "Brother Jianmin, what brings you here? Come in, come in." Chen inwardly sighed, finding Han Laosan's enthusiastic address of brother rather hard to accept. Yet, he could not elucidate the complexities of their relationship, so he responded with a beaming smile. "Uncle Han, I truly feel embarrassed to disturb you at this late hour." What nonsense are you talking about?" Han Laosen insisted, pulling him inside. "The door of Uncle Han's home is always open to you. You are welcome whenever you wish to come, and I'll whip up a couple of dishes and bring out a fine bottle of wine." Though his words might seem like mere flattery, they were heartfelt. Without Chen Jianmin appearing at such a crucial moment to help him navigate a significant dilemma, Han Laosan could scarcely fathom what his current situation might be. Moreover, this man had partnered with his daughter in business, earning money with an ease akin to picking up a coin from the ground. How could Han Laosan not treat Chen Jianmin with utmost kindness? He even lowered his own status out of respect. Upon entering the outer room, Han Yao emerged joyfully from her quarters, exclaiming, Brother Jianmin, what brings you here? Before Chen Jianmin could respond, Han Laosan shot her a glare and said, Go back and put on some clothes. You'll catch a cold. Han Yao tugged at her sweater and dashed back into the east room. Han Laosan pulled Chen Jianmin into his west room, saying, My dear brother, the child lacks manners. Do not take it to heart. I'll have her whip up a couple of dishes for us to enjoy. No, Uncle Han. It's too late to trouble Yao now, Chen Jianmin sincerely replied, having indulged in quite a bit of drinking at the restaurant earlier and not yet fully sober. Oh, my brother, I must offer you some advice. Do you look down upon me, your third brother? Why do you keep calling me uncle? This simply won't do. Given your great kindness to our family, we ought to regard each other as brothers. Otherwise, it would be I who lacks understanding. As Han Laosan voiced his concerns, he rolled up the bedding he had prepared and pushed it onto the Kong. Chen Jianmin felt helpless, given the extent of his words. It seemed inappropriate to continue addressing him as uncle. Never mind, let each call as they wish, he thought, not anticipating that this notion would be entirely unfeasible. Upon re-entering dressed appropriately, Han Yao chirped, Dad, my Uncle Chen has come all this way. Why not enjoy a drink with him? Uncle Chen, my father hasn't had a drink in 2 months. It's only because you're here that he remembers such a thing exists, so please, don't be shy. Chen Jianmin stared, taken aback, pondering whether Han Yao intended to distance herself from him. Yet, perhaps this was for the best, sparing him from inadvertently causing trouble for the young lady. Still, he felt a twinge of discomfort. All right, just prepare a couple of simple dishes, he consented. Han Laosan was delighted by his daughter's thoughtfulness and rose to search for cigarettes in the flat box on the cabinet. Han Yao winked at Chen Jianmin, a sly smile on her face as she headed to the kitchen. Chapter 125. Almost missed a major event. The saying that children from poor families mature early rang true, as Han Yao not only cooked swiftly, but also presented dishes that were visually appealing and delicious. A plate of dry-fried potato slices and a dish of sweet and sour cabbage soon graced the Kong table. She quickly retrieved a bottle of liquor from the cabinet, poured hot water into a large tea jar, and nestled the wine jug inside, setting 2 small cups before the 2 men. This method of drinking represents the correct way for Northeasterners to enjoy liquor, even dating back to earlier times. As the saying goes, warm wine does no harm. You two enjoy. I'll step out for a moment, Han Yao declared as she dressed neatly and peeked through the door of the west room. Chen Jianmin thought little of it, believing she had some errand to attend to. However, it was not long before she returned, breathless, holding a roasted chicken in hand. In no time, she had shredded it and brought it along with a plate of peanuts. With the spread, it could already be considered a respectable banquet by the standards of the time. Oh dear, why prepare so many dishes? We are not strangers. We are quite familiar with each other. Besides, you are the sales manager for mushroom distribution in our village. With such a spread, will I dare to visit again? Chen Jianmin continued to express polite remarks. Han Yao smiled silently, while Han Laosan interjected, What sales manager? She is still but a child, do not tease her. Allow her to assist you in selling mushrooms, but refrain from indulging in frivolities. Uncle Han, this is no trivial matter, Chen Jianmin corrected his thoughts. Without a proper designation, one cannot expect her to undertake responsibilities. At this juncture, Chen Jianmin abruptly paused, casting a glance at Han Yao, who was hiding behind Han Laosan, stifling her laughter, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. A designation, he truly could not provide her with one. If Han Yao genuinely intended to distance herself from him, he would wholeheartedly support her decision. Yet, alas, let us speak no further, let our words be drowned in wine. Chen Jianmin, who already had a foundation, had truly overindulged this time. The following morning, upon awakening, he found himself still somewhat dazed, donning only a knit shirt and pants. It was evident that Han Yao had assisted him in shedding his outer garments, for Han Laosan had also indulged. However, he had recuperated swiftly and had already departed for work. Just as he donned his clothes, Han Yao entered with a flushed countenance. Upon noticing he was awake, she flung herself into his embrace, startling Chen Jianmin. No, it would be troublesome if your father or brother were to see this. Han Yao squinted her left eye, refusing to leave his embrace. Instead, she entwined her arms around his neck, her laughter swaying her like a willow. After a bout of giggles, she explained, My father has long since gone to work, and my brother has yet to return. Upon mentioning her brother Han Dong, Han Yao's smile faded, which piqued Chen Jianmin's curiosity. Given that school had commenced, her brother should have returned home by now. What is the situation with your brother? Share what you can, he encouraged, relishing the gentle company of such a delicate person. My mother said she would not return, leaving my brother with her. She has already completed the transfer procedures, and he is now attending Fuching Middle School. Han Yao's mother hailed from Fuching County, thus she brought her son to her family home. The tale is lengthy, But in essence, Han Yao's mother had long deemed Han Laosan too impoverished, and they had been embroiled in marital discord for quite some time. This time, she had finally resolved not to return. Han Yao offered a wan smile, adding, "In truth, I have long known her heart belongs to another. And my father's inclination towards gambling was also influenced by that person. I do not blame anyone. Ultimately, it is my father's failings. Dear sister, there are certain things I may not be able to provide for you, but I can ensure that you live a life of comfort and safety. So, do you wish to continue accompanying me?" Chen Jianmin's words, though seemingly jocular, bore significant weight and were heartfelt. Han Yao quickly composed herself, her eyes sparkling as she gazed up at him. After a considerable pause, she remarked, "Uncle Chen, should I place my faith in you or in your future?" "Huh, that is rather profound." Chen Jianmin chuckled. "One ought to believe in both. However, this form of address must revert to its original. Not a chance. Change it." "No, I shall not change it. Uncle Chen, Uncle Chen, Uncle Chen." The two shared a playful exchange, and at last, a smile returned to Han Yao's face. Although Chen Jianmin yearned to linger in the commune for a couple more days and engage in pleasant conversation with Liu Xiaomei, he had already been away for a week and was uncertain about the situation at home. He could not afford to overindulge simply because he had assisted Director Feng in resolving a significant dilemma. Therefore, after departing from Han Yao's residence, he retrieved his bicycle from his father-in-law's place, loaded the items he had purchased in Shilio for gifting onto the rear rack, and set off for home with a sense of purpose. The weather was warming, making cycling considerably less chilly. Chen Jianmin rode leisurely, and along the way, he noticed the power supply department's crew still erecting poles and stringing wires. It seemed that the village of Zhoujiao was only days away from electrification. Upon returning to the forest protection station, he discovered that many were awaiting his arrival, particularly Zhou Mingshan, who, upon seeing him, exclaimed in exasperation, "Where have you been, Jianmin? If I hadn't been tied up, I would have gone to the commune to find you. If you hadn't returned today, it would have been a significant problem." Chen Jianmin looked quizzically at Tong Yulan. Zhou Mingshan was known for his seasoned demeanor, often speaking in exaggerated tones, which made him somewhat incredulous. Tong Yulan, however, smiled shyly upon seeing him and explained softly, "Brother Jianmin, the first batch of mushrooms from the 20 households in our village are ready for harvest, and we only have another day at most." Chen Jianmin counted on his fingers and discreetly wiggled his toes in his shoes. Indeed, it was time for the mushrooms to be picked. He had been preoccupied with his leisure outside and nearly overlooked a crucial matter. He glanced at the 7 individuals engaged in fire training in a corner of the courtyard and called over Zhou Erguang. "Erguang, I recall that your families also cultivate mushrooms, correct?" Zhou Erguang scratched his head and smiled. "My family does, along with the families of Si Lizi and Li Xiuqing." "Very well. Go fetch them to help with the mushroom harvesting, and let the others take a day off." The 7 young men, accustomed to a carefree lifestyle, had grown restless after the novelty of work had worn off. The prospect of an additional day off thrilled them, and they leaped with joy. Yet, Zhou Mingshan was concerned about another matter. "Jianmin, it's the fire prevention period now. You surely cannot go out, right? Who will lead the way to the county to sell the mushrooms?" Chen Jianmin thought to himself that it wasn't he about being unable to go out. As for who would lead the group to the county, he suggested that Aunt Yulan take the lead, picking up Han Yao at Jianmin's clothing store when passing through the commune, and having Erguang accompany them. As for the convoy, let Zhou take charge. Moreover, Uncle Mingshan, there is something I must emphasize. Zhou Mingshan was somewhat surprised by Chen Jianmin's serious tone. "Go ahead, I'm listening." Han Yao played a pivotal role in this mushroom promotion, so none of you should have any objections regarding her commission. Otherwise, the mushrooms from our Zhoujia village will only sell this one batch. Zhou Mingshan, being astute, immediately grasped the warning embedded in Chen Jianmin's words and assured him, "Rest assured, Jianmin, as long as I, Mingshan, am around, such matters will never arise." Having uttered these words, she hurriedly departed. Chen Jianmin glanced around, feeling a peculiar sense of something amiss. After a while, he finally recalled that since his return, he had not seen Zhou Lihong. "Sister Yulan, where is Sister Lihong?" Tong Yulan pushed him into the east room and firmly closed the door before slowly revealing the situation regarding Zhou Lihong. Chapter 126. 2 Disturbing Matters. Tong Yulan ushered Chen Jianmin into the east room and locked the door behind him. Chen Jianmin was momentarily taken aback, pondering the need for such secrecy over merely discussing Sister Lihong. Was it possible that this young wife had missed him after not seeing him for a week? This seemed quite plausible. With that thought, he decided there was no need to feign indifference. In certain matters, Comrade Chen possessed a modicum of initiative. Just as Tong Yulan turned away after locking the door, He lifted her into his arms and spun her around several times in the room before gently setting her down. Leaning closer, he asked, "Did you miss me?" Tong Yulan, slightly dizzy from the twirling, nearly lost her balance and stumbled into him, only to quickly retreat and awkwardly settle by the edge of the Kong, stealing a glance out the window and casting a reproachful glare at Chen Jianmin. All right. I won't tease you any longer." Chen Jianmin acknowledged her timid nature and refrained from being overly affectionate in the bustling surroundings of the forest station. "So, what has happened with Sister Li Hong?" Tong Yulan beckoned Chen Jianmin to sit beside her, peered towards the door, and boldly settled onto his lap. This was Chen Jianmin's favorite position, and he instinctively embraced her tightly. Only then did Tong Yulan whisper, "Sister Li Hong has been troubled by two matters recently." "Two troubling matters?" he inquired. "Yes, the first involves the ranch director. He arrived 3 days after you left and stayed here for a night. That evening, Sister Li Hong was on night duty, monitoring the mushroom room, when the director, having had too much to drink, insisted on her keeping him company in bed." "What?" Chen Jianmin nearly leaped up in indignation. "What happened next?" "Later, due to a faulty thermometer, I forgot to inform Sister Li Hong, so I thought to go and tell her. As I approached the courtyard, I heard her voice, which sounded wrong. She was crying out for help, her voice nearly breaking. I rushed over and threw a stone to break a piece of the window glass. However, I dared not enter. I hid behind the wall separating our homes." Listening to this, Chen Jianmin cast a glance at the window, noticing it appeared unbroken. "This isn't the room," he realized. "After you left, I discussed it with Sister Li Hong. Fearing we couldn't keep watch over intruders, we decided to lock it up. Sister Li Hong has been sleeping at my place during her night shifts. Then it must have been the West Room," Chen Jianmin surmised, eyeing the bedding on the Kong. He had a tendency toward perfectionism and a slight aversion to uncleanliness. Tong Yulan turned his head towards her and, in a voice as delicate as a whisper, said, "The bedding in this room is not for other men. The bedding in the West Room is the set you used earlier." "That is more like it," he replied. Tong Yulan then recounted the events of that fateful night. Shortly after the window glass in the West Room was shattered, Zhou Li Hong emerged, crying. Through the wall, Tong Yulan tossed a small stone in her direction, softly beckoning her over. Upon bringing her into the house, they discovered that Zhou Li Hong's cotton-padded coat had been torn. It was a close call. Had Jianmin not intervened, things could have escalated. Ma Daxiao, observing the scene, appeared quite dignified, yet after indulging in alcohol, he transformed entirely. Was it merely the drink that affected him? No, it was not just the liquor. "Rest assured, I shall avenge this grievance for Li Hong." Tong Yulan suddenly laughed, recalling how he had endured the cold that night, sneezing the following morning as she headed to the mushroom house. No one had stoked the fire or prepared breakfast, leaving him to rise in a disheveled state. Well done, indeed. Should he dare to stay here again, we shall seal the chimney from the roof. Is this the reason why Li Hong did not come to work? Not entirely. Her brother and sister-in-law from her maternal family visited yesterday and seemed to have had a quarrel. Footsteps echoed in the courtyard, more than one pair. Tong Yulan hastily sprang from Chen Jianmin's side, quietly sliding open the door and stepping out of the east room. The sound of the outer door being pulled open was followed by a loud voice calling out, "Young lady, is the leader of the forestry station present?" "Are you Tong Yulan?" she cautiously inquired. "Simply state whether he is present or not. No need for further questions," the gruff voice replied impatiently, contemplating Ma Daxiao's behavior. Chen Jianmin stood up and approached the door of the east room, frowning as he asked, "Who are you? Do you have business here?" A young man, reminiscent of Zhou Li Hong, raised his chin and flicked his long hair, retorting, "What is wrong with you all? Why inquire who I am upon seeing me? Do you think I would come here without a reason? Bring your station chief out. I have matters to discuss with him." Behind him stood a young woman with slightly upturned eyes, discreetly tugging at the man's sleeve. Chen Jianmin scrutinized them for a moment and deduced that they were likely Zhou Li Hong's brother and sister-in-law. Softening his tone, he said, "I am Chen Jianmin. May I ask where you two are from?" Regardless of the circumstances, out of respect for Zhou Li Hong, he felt it necessary to be somewhat courteous. His assumption proved correct. The newcomers were indeed Zhou Li Hong's brother, Zhou Lijun, and his wife, Zhang Yuping. "Ah, so you are the station chief. I am Zhou Lijun, Zhou Li Hong's brother," he exclaimed, approaching Chen Jianmin with both hands extended for a handshake. However, Chen Jianmin did not reciprocate and instead tucked his hands behind his back, addressing him, "You are Li Hong's brother. Do you seek me for something?" Zhou Lijun's demeanor shifted rapidly, akin to the unpredictable weather of a summer mountain. The man who had just been glaring at Chen Jianmin now seemed eager to curry favor. "Chief Chen, here's the situation. Let us go inside to discuss," Zhou Lijun suggested, glancing towards the door of the east room and preparing to step inside. However, Chen Jianmin emerged from the east room, promptly shutting the door behind him, and gestured towards the west room, leading the way there. Tong Yulan followed closely, tugging at his sleeve and indicating the teapot on the dilapidated desk, silently questioning whether they should prepare tea for the couple. Chen Jianmin gently shook his head in response. In the case of Zhou Lijun, had it not been for the consideration that he is the brother of Zhou Lihong, he would have shown little patience in engaging in this trivial conversation and would have swiftly expelled the intruders. Offering them tea? How absurd. Such thoughts belong only to the realm of dreams. It appeared that Zhou Lijun and his wife were oblivious to the displeasure etched on Chen Jianmin's face. Upon entering, they seated themselves casually on the edge of the Kong, glancing around before Zhou Lijun remarked, "Director Chen, your forest protection station is quite substantial. Yet the conditions here seem rather lacking." Chen Jianmin's patience was waning. He bluntly inquired what they desired. "If there's nothing pressing, I shall excuse myself from your company." This was a rather civilized way of urging them to leave. However, Zhou Lijun feigned ignorance to this suggestion. "Director Chen, you are indeed quite accommodating. Let me be direct." He cast a glance at Tong Yulan and unceremoniously assigned her a task. "Please brew me some water, but do ensure it is not too strong. I cannot tolerate such a brew." Turning back to Chen Jianmin, he donned a sycophantic smile. "Director Chen, I truly have a matter I wish to discuss with you." Tong Yulan, relegated to the role of tea servant, remained seated at the desk, which displeased Zhou Lijun, who was poised to speak. He turned to Chen Jianmin. "Director Chen, your attendance service is rather unacceptable. We arrive and are not even offered tea." Chen Jianmin's face darkened, and he rose to depart. Zhang Yuping, Zhou Lijun's wife, perceived the rising tension and hastily intervened. "Director Chen, my husband is merely playful. He means no offense. Please do not misconstrue his intentions." As she spoke, she nudged Zhou Lijun with her foot. Zhou Lijun, realizing Chen Jianmin was genuinely irked, quickly echoed his wife's remarks. "Ah, Director Chen, I apologize. My banter is a habit, one I cannot easily alter." Chen Jianmin, now at the threshold, turned with a frosty demeanor. "Then pray tell, what exactly brings you two here?" Zhou Lijun coughed a couple of times and glanced at Zhang Yuping before saying, "Well, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." He hesitated. "In our household, it is just the two of us sisters, with no other siblings. Please, get to the point. I do not have time to listen to your family matters." Chen Jianmin replied, suppressing his impulse to usher them away. Zhou Lijun's initial attempt at conversation was interrupted, leaving him at a loss for words. He turned to his wife for assistance. Zhang Yuping shot him a sharp look and promptly stated, "The elderly in our family can no longer manage work. We need to resolve the issue of their care. Since there are 2 children, it is only fair that we contribute. As daughters, we must also provide some financial support." Her words flowed rapidly, leaving no room for Chen Jianmin to interject, making it abundantly clear that Zhou Lihong must remit funds home each month. 50 yuan would suffice. 50 is hardly a trivial amount, Tong Yulan exclaimed, rising from her chair in indignation, her face flushed with anger as she pointed at Zhang Yuping. "Sister Lihong's monthly salary is barely 50. Are you truly expecting her to survive on such a pittance? Having just embarked on her career with a meager salary of merely 46 yuan, Tong Yulan, an accountant, was acutely aware of her predicament. Even the typically shy and reserved individuals could no longer contain themselves and felt compelled to voice their grievances, underscoring the outrageousness of the situation presented by Zhou Lijun and his spouse. However, Chen Jianmin's contemplation diverged from this matter. Why had they come to consult him about their domestic affairs? What relevance did it hold for him? After posing this question, he scrutinized Zhou Lijun's reaction, apprehensive that the man might discover the underlying complexities between him and Zhou Lihong, potentially using it as leverage against him. Fortunately, Zhou Lijun remained oblivious to such notions. "My sister claims to be short on funds, so I thought it prudent to inform you that when her salary is disbursed, it should be directly transferred to me. Wouldn't that resolve the issue?" Chen Jianmin couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. What audacity! Why on earth would he transfer the salary of his subordinate to Zhou Lijun simply because he came here prattling? The idea of intercepting Zhou Lihong's wages was utterly preposterous. Moreover, this was the first time he had ever heard of a rural custom where married daughters were supported financially. The nuances of this situation required thorough investigation before any intervention could be made. Thus, he succinctly articulated his thoughts. "Here, I offer you 5 words." This proclamation not only rendered Zhou Lijun speechless, but also left Zhang Yuping wide-eyed. "What 5 or 6 words? What do you mean? Isn't it the responsibility of leaders to resolve issues for their employees?" Chen Jianmin flung the door open and, one word at a time, enunciated with fervor, "The farther you can go, the better." Tong Yulan silently counted on her fingers for what seemed an eternity, confirming that this was indeed 10 words. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in her brother Jianmin's exhilarating exclamation. It was cathartic. She felt an urge to applaud. Chen Jianmin, don't think that just because you hold a trivial position of authority, you are invincible. Believe me, I will track you down to your forest farm. Zhang Yuping stormed forth, jabbing her finger at Chen Jianmin's nose, unleashing a tirade of insults. One advantage rural women possess is that, regardless of how furious one might become, they cannot resort to physical violence against them. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. However, should two women engage in a scuffle, as long as it does not result in severe injury or fatality, it is hardly a concern. This has long been a cultural hallmark of Northeast China. Chen Jianmin glanced at the petite Tong Yulan and mused that today, a brazen woman was indeed required to combat the adversary with their own boldness. Just then, Tong Yulan regained her composure, swiftly stepping in front of Chen Jianmin, her expression resolute as she straightened her posture. This is the office of the forest farm. If you wish to shout, do so outside. Zhang Yuping, taken aback by the audacity of this young woman, let out a derisive laugh and reached out to grab her hair. Chen Jianmin would not allow this shrew to harm his wife. He raised his arm to block Zhang Yuping's hand, but to his astonishment, Tong Yulan, though diminutive in stature, unleashed an unexpected surge of strength, thrusting her hands forward and sending Zhang Yuping stumbling back until she lost her balance and fell to the ground. This enraged Zhang Yuping beyond measure. Witnessing her husband gaping at the petite Tong Yulan, she bared her teeth and shouted, "Zhou Lijun, are you just going to stand there and let them bully your wife?" That was certainly out of the question. Zhou Lijun furrowed his brow and swung his arm, seemingly poised to deliver a slap to Tong Yulan. Chen Jianmin, who had long been itching for a confrontation, circled around Tong Yulan, and, just as Zhou Lijun's hand was about to descend, raised his left arm to block the blow, while his right hand struck Zhou Lijun's left cheek with a resounding crack. Not content with that, he followed up with a swift kick to Zhou Lijun's abdomen. Zhou Lijun, likely taken aback by Chen Jianmin's audacity, retreated to the edge of the Kong, attempting to regain his footing before lunging forward again. Just as Chen Jianmin prepared to retaliate, 3 young men rushed in from outside. Zhou Erguang, Si Luzi, and Li Xiuqing, who had returned home after a fruitless mushroom-picking excursion. Their families had not permitted them to lend a hand, as having a working member in the household was a source of great pride, and mushroom gathering was deemed more suitable for women. Thus, they had unanimously returned to the forestry station, hoping to assist Chen Jianmin in some capacity. Indeed, they found a situation that warranted their intervention. Upon entering the courtyard, they overheard a commotion and hurried inside, only to witness Zhou Lijun preparing to strike their station chief. Did he not understand the gravity of the situation in Zhoujia village? In this village, even Zhou Erguang could walk with impunity. And with the addition of Si Luzi and Li Xiuqing, they formed a formidable trio. Without uttering a single word, they charged into the room, swiftly overpowering Zhou Lijun, whose cries resembled that of a slaughtered pig. Li Xiuqing, feeling unsatisfied, discreetly landed several kicks for good measure. Meanwhile, as Zhang Yuping cried and struggled against Zhou Erguang, Tong Yulan rushed over, seizing one of her legs and yanking it upwards, causing Zhang Yuping to fall flat on her back once more. This time, however, fortune did not favor her. The typically timid Tong Yulan, fueled by rage, pounced onto Zhang Yuping, unleashing a flurry of slaps across her face. Ultimately, she grasped Zhang Yuping's hair, pointed a finger at her nose, and demanded, "Still want to make a fuss? Do you believe I could end you?" As she spoke, her gaze turned icy, reminiscent of a wolf lurking in the mountains, ready to pounce. Zhang Yuping, petrified, momentarily forgot her tears. At that moment, someone else burst into the room. Chapter 128. Filial piety and elderly care are distinct matters. The first to enter was Zhou Lihong. After a heated argument with her brother and sister-in-law at home, she noticed they had quietly left without a word, but didn't think much of it. However, upon encountering Zhou Sanli, who had just returned from outside, she learned that Zhou Lijun and Zhang Yuping had headed to the forestry station. A sense of foreboding washed over her. She sprinted several dozen meters toward the forestry station, but, upon reflection, realized her small stature would not resolve the issue. Thus, she redirected her course toward the village committee office, summoning Zhou Mingshan and others who were in the midst of a meeting, including the militia company commander, Zhou Junfeng. Zhou Junfeng, known for his uncompromising nature, immediately rallied over a dozen core militia members upon hearing that a confrontation might ensue. Seeing Chen Jianmin unharmed, Zhou Lihong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her younger brother, Zhou Lijun, possessed a certain eccentricity, Yet he had an undeniable penchant for engaging in brawls, often resorting to excessive force. She harbored concerns for Chen Jianmin, fearing he might suffer significant harm at the hands of her brother, which would certainly incite chaos. Fortunately, the outcome appeared satisfactory. She positioned herself off to the side, making no attempt to have Zhou Erguang and the others release her brother, instead directing her gaze towards Tong Yulan. A smile, barely containing her delight, played at the corners of her lips. She truly did not anticipate that such a diminutive individual could subdue the notoriously arrogant Zhang Yuping, who now seemed paralyzed by fear. Feeling a sense of vindication, she approached Tong Yulan and helped her to her feet. Having dealt decisively with Zhang Yuping, Tong Yulan's pent-up frustration dissipated. However, upon noticing the room nearly filled with onlookers, she was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on her previous actions. She had never engaged in a fight like that before, and to have done so in front of such a crowd felt exceedingly embarrassing. Covering her face, she retreated behind Chen Jianmin. He too struggled to suppress his laughter. This little wife of his could indeed hold her own in a fight, and remarkably, she had emerged victorious. This revelation was as refreshing to him as drinking a large draught of well water on a sweltering summer day. Upon seeing several individuals enter the room, including her elder sister-in-law and a man in his 50s who clearly bore the demeanor of a local official, Zhang Yuping immediately began flailing her arms and wailing. "Is your Zhou family village a den of bandits? How can you strike someone without uttering a single word? My head aches, my back hurts, I feel unwell all over." As she uttered these words, she clutched her head and rolled around. This was her signature tactic. In her village, when others witnessed her employing this maneuver, they typically capitulated to her demands, for she was particularly tenacious. If they did not relent, she would continue her lamentation, following them wherever they went. Who could withstand such an onslaught? Yet, surprisingly, one individual remained unimpressed by her antics. Zhou Mingshan, arms crossed behind his back, observed her with the same intrigue one might reserve for a performing monkey. He turned to the eager Zhou Junfeng beside him and remarked, "Junfeng, this location is under the jurisdiction of the County Forestry Bureau's Forest Protection Station. Director Ma has entrusted us with management duties. Do you think the current situation warrants sending anyone to the police station?" "Indeed, it certainly does." Zhou Junfeng squinted his eyes, casting a dark gaze towards Zhang Yuping. The commotion surrounding Zhang went unnoticed by her, yet she clearly heard the exchange between Zhou Junfeng and Zhou Mingshan. Who did they intend to send to the police station? Clearly, it would be the little wife who had struck someone, along with the 3 men who had restrained her husband. Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that she, as the victim, would not be the one taken away. With this realization, her anger subsided considerably, turning her attention to the little wife hiding behind Chen Jianmin. She promptly ceased her outcry, rising to point at Zhou Erguang and lamenting to Zhou Mingshan and the others. "Leaders, look, even in your presence, they refused to release my husband. And that little wife from earlier, you all witnessed it, didn't you? She bullied me for being an outsider, riding on me and striking me. Leaders, you must stand up for us." Indeed, this was her familiar tone. In her village, the village chief would swiftly reprimand anyone opposing her upon hearing such a plea. Otherwise, she would not hesitate to take refuge in the chief's home. "Enough of the shouting," Zhou Junfeng bellowed, turning to the several individuals standing outside. "Come in and take them away." At that moment, Zhang Yuping felt a surge of joy, her gaze fixed on Chen Jianmin and Tong Yulan with a sense of vindication. However, as 4 young men entered, they did not approach Tong Yulan but instead advanced toward her, leaving her perplexed. "What are you doing? We are the ones who were assaulted. On what grounds do you apprehend us?" Zhang Yuping shouted, twisting her body in protest. Zhou Junfeng's already darkened expression deepened, and he directed a newly arrived militia member. "Go find something to gag her." Zhou Mingshan glanced at Zhou Lihong, then at Chen Jianmin, and turned to leave. Chen Jianmin, quick-witted as he was, immediately comprehended Zhou Mingshan's intent and tugged at Zhou Lihong's arm, nodding towards the door, and followed Zhou Mingshan outside. Though Zhou Lihong did not fully grasp Chen Jianmin's meaning, she had developed a blind trust in him and followed him out. Once outside, Zhou Mingshan straightforwardly inquired, "Lihong, what do you propose? Should we send them to the police station or merely intimidate them?" Zhou Lihong lowered her head, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Uncle Mingshan, I think we should educate them and then let them leave our village." Although Zhou Lijun and his wife had angered her, they were still her family. Seeing Zhou Lihong's stance, Zhou Mingshan was about to agree when Chen Jianmin interjected, "No, merely educating them verbally is insufficient. If we don't make them suffer a bit, they will continue to harass you. They must be sent to the police station. It's an opportunity for them to learn about the law." Zhou Lihong looked at Chen Jianmin with pleading eyes. Yet, he exhibited a rare resolve in this matter. Uncle Mingshan, you must take them to the forestry police station. If I can't go today, I will certainly go tomorrow. Once there, find Deputy Director Li Hongguang and tell him I sent you. He will know what to do. After speaking, he pulled Zhou Lihong into the east room, closed the door, and urged her to sit down. Looking into her eyes, he said, Sister Lihong, regarding the matter of supporting our parents, according to our rural customs, whoever inherits the family property is responsible for their care. In fact, from a legal perspective, this is also the case. I'm not saying you shouldn't honor your parents. Rather, it's about taking control of the situation. Honoring and supporting are two different things. Zhou Lihong slowly raised her gaze to meet his. Truth be told, it was the first time she had seen Chen Jianmin speak to her so seriously. Regardless of the correctness of his words, his attitude and the care he displayed thawed a portion of her heart that had long been frozen. Yes, it felt as though the temperature within her was beginning to rise. Just as the seriousness lingered for a mere 2 seconds, Chen Jianmin suddenly stuck out his tongue, circling it around his lips and raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Sister, what are you thinking? Go away. Chen Jianmin laughed heartily, his face a wide grin revealing his gleaming white teeth. He moved closer to Zhou Lihong, teasing, Sister, are you on night shift tonight? What do you want? Zhou Lihong replied, her heartbeat quickening. Chen Jianmin had a knack for diverting her attention away from Zhou Lijun and Zhang Yuping with just a few words. Forming the last word with his lips, he mouthed it silently. Just as Zhou Lihong sprang up to hit him, he dashed out of the east room, nearly colliding with Tong Yulan, who wore a puzzled expression. Chapter 129. Human Connections. The electrification project in Zhoujia village was progressing fervently, with the county's electric utility establishing a command center at the commune and assigning a leader to oversee operations. On this particular day, the leader had the driver deliver urgently needed tools to the villagers in a jeep. As the driver was about to return after completing his task, he encountered Zhou Mingshan and Zhou Junfeng escorting a young couple. Curiosity is a trait inherent to all, including the driver, who stopped to lower his window and scrutinized the couple, pondering whether they were involved in a scandal. Zhou Mingshan recognized the driver from previous encounters and promptly instructed a young man following him. Go to my house and tell your aunt to bring the chicken we slaughtered yesterday. Hurry. After giving the command, he swiftly approached the jeep to negotiate with the driver, ultimately persuading him to allow the couple to ride to the commune. Meanwhile, Chen Jianmin was also busy. He first inspected his mushroom cultivation room, where the second batch of hazelnut mushroom seeds was flourishing, albeit with a minor issue. After clarifying the situation with Tong Yulan, he borrowed the village's only hand tractor and enlisted the help of Zhou Ergong and a few others to load 2 water ash trees, which had been stored in a cool place on the east side of the house, onto the tractor's rear. He personally drove it to the commune. Arriving around 3 in the afternoon, Zhou Ergong parked the vehicle in a lane behind the forestry police station, while Chen Jianmin went ahead empty-handed. He reasoned that, at the jeep's speed, Zhou Lijun and Zhang Yuping must have already arrived. His intuition proved correct. Inside the forestry police station, Li Hongguang was delivering a political lecture to the couple. You two have quite the audacity. No matter how small the forestry station is, it's still an administrative unit. Not just anyone can create chaos there. That's illegal. Based on this, you could be detained for 10 days or more, and who would contest it? Do you understand what I'm saying? At that moment, Zhang Yuping realized the gravity of the situation, her face paling with fear as she trembled uncontrollably. Zhou Lijun fared little better, avoiding eye contact with Li Hongguang, his head bowed in silence, wishing he could hide away. In rural areas during these times, people often feigned ignorance of the law, yet they understood that taking a life carried a death sentence. Conversely, at times, they truly grasped nothing, driven by audacity to engage in reckless behavior. It is said that others are unable to heed their words, and only in places like the police station can they truly listen. This is precisely why Chen Jianmin insists on sending them here for education. Li Hongguang, observing the palpable fear in the two individuals, continued his legal enlightenment. Do you not understand the rules regarding inheritance and elder care? Zhou Lihong, is your sister named Zhou Lihong? Upon receiving a confirming nod from Zhou Lijun, Li Hongguang's finger nearly touched his nose as he admonished. Do you still consider yourself a man? Your sister, married for over a decade and reportedly divorced, now resides with relatives and has just secured a stable job. And you choose to create turmoil. Are you aiming to drive her to despair? If anything were to happen to her, you two would have nowhere to run. Facing a sentence of 10 to 8 years. Although his words contained considerable hyperbole, to Zhou Lijun and his wife, they transformed into an unsettling reality. Zhou Lijun, already somewhat tongue-tied, now stammered, unable to articulate a coherent sentence, and could only exchange furtive glances with his wife. Zhang Yuping, already in tears, sobbed as she assured. Rest assured, leader, we shall not dare to trouble her again. Li Hongguang, parched and fatigued from his efforts, contemplated seeking out Chen Jianmin for a refreshment. As he pondered, a junior officer approached and whispered in his ear. Li Hongguang chuckled, realizing that he could momentarily step away while leaving Zhou Lijun and Zhang Yuping in the officer's care. He strolled out, only to find Chen Jianmin beaming at him. With a glare, he reproached, "Look at the individuals you've sent my way. They are utterly ignorant of the law. I have spent 2 hours educating them just to bring them around." My voice is nearly hoarse. Chen Jianmin laughed heartily, responding, "Brotherly, who could blame you for being the expert in this matter? I wouldn't be able to elucidate it as you do." As the day was drawing to a close, he suggested, "Let me find you a place to quench your thirst." Having exchanged pleasantries, Li Hongguang clapped Chen Jianmin on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, not today. I still have materials to prepare for tomorrow's delivery to the county office." "That's splendid. Timing is everything. If you're heading to the county tomorrow, why not find a larger vehicle?" "Find a larger vehicle?" Li Hongguang paused for a moment before pulling Chen Jianmin aside, away from the police station entrance, and inquired, "Does that mean the 2 pieces of wood have been secured?" "They have arrived, just behind us." "All right, wait here. I shall find a vehicle at once." Not long after, Li Hongguang returned on a 3-wheeled motorcycle, exclaiming, "Brother, take the wood to the transport service yard behind the coal mine." Chen Jianmin and Zhou Ergong delivered the wood to the designated location, witnessing it being loaded onto a large truck before departing. Before stepping out the door, Chen Jianmin cast a lingering glance at the Grand Liberation truck. To be frank, he was rather reluctant to part with the 2 pieces of water ash wood. On one hand, such aged wood was increasingly hard to come by, and on the other, he had promised his father-in-law to craft a bookcase for him. Yet, he had no choice but to let them go. The previous incident involving Hao Desheng's harassment of Lu Xiaohong had already placed him in a significant debt of gratitude to Li Hongguang, and now he found himself seeking favors again due to the matter concerning Zhou Lihong. It would be unreasonable to overlook this obligation. Small items were hardly worth mentioning. Thus, as he contemplated the increasing demands of his endeavors and the growing number of people he needed to maintain relationships with, he realized that he would not have enough water ash wood to give away. Therefore, the most prudent course of action would be to find a reliable local ally in Hongshan, someone whose influence could be beneficial. How to establish that connection required careful consideration. Sitting in the back of the hand tractor, Chen Jianmin began to mentally sift through his acquaintances within the commune to identify a suitable candidate for a supporter. Li Hongguang, of course, would suffice. His position as the deputy chief of the police station was certainly advantageous, at least for the time being. However, Li's thoughts were rather inscrutable, making him difficult to gauge. He could be a valuable friend who could get things done. As for Ma Dashao, the mere thought of him prompted a resolute determination in Chen Jianmin. He truly needed to have a serious talk with that scoundrel. Just as he was about to call out to Zhou Ergong to stop, the hand tractor abruptly slammed to a halt, causing the rear wheels to lift off the ground. And Chen Jianmin instinctively grasped the front railing in alarm. Once the wheels settled back down, he noticed a young woman sprawled on the roadside, alongside a fallen Jialing 50 motorcycle. A wave of panic washed over Chen Jianmin as he thought, "This is disastrous. Have we run someone over?" Chapter 130, An Unexpected Twist. Zhou Ergong parked the tractor and, upon dismounting, felt his legs tremble slightly. He pointed at the girl who was just starting to rise and exclaimed, "Don't you have any sense? Riding so fast after coming out of the alley." He then turned to Chen Jianmin, saying, "Brother Jianmin, we didn't hit her. She slipped and fell while trying to dodge us. Regardless of how it happened, let's check to see if she's hurt." As Chen Jianmin spoke, he leapt down from the back of the tractor. The moment his feet hit the ground, he heard the already standing girl utter a coarse remark in a delicate voice. "It's you again? Do you have a grudge against me, or what? Why do you always have to mess with me?" Chen Jianmin's mind buzzed once more. This was unmistakably Lu Yuxia's familiar tone. When silent, she exuded the grace of a refined young lady, even possessing a hint of the gentle charm typical of Jiangnan women. Yet, the moment she spoke, she transformed into a quintessential northeastern tough girl. The coincidence was striking. How could he encounter her again? And upon recognizing Chen Jianmin, Lu Yuxia delivered her retort, rolled her eyes, and then languidly collapsed to the ground, her mouth slightly agape, one arm flung to the side. Chen Jianmin's eyes widened in disbelief. Could she truly be injured? Yet, merely staring in shock would not suffice. He hurriedly rushed over, scooping the girl up in his arms, and shouted to the still-dazed Zhou Erguang, "Hurry, take her to the clinic." In a previous life, he had encountered a similar situation. A head injury leading to internal bleeding might not exhibit immediate symptoms in the first few seconds, resembling a normal state. yet consciousness could swiftly be lost. Hence, he was quite anxious. Cradling Lu Yuxia, he climbed into the back of a hand tractor and urged Zhou Erguang repeatedly. Zhou Erguang, feeling a twinge of fear, couldn't help but notice that the girl, capable of riding a motorcycle and adorned in seemingly expensive attire, was unlikely to hail from an ordinary family. If her family were to arrive, regardless of whether she had been hit or not, explaining the circumstances would prove difficult. Though anxious, he faced a critical moment. The hand tractor, having stalled due to a sudden brake, refused to start despite his efforts. After several attempts, he grew exasperated. Throwing the crank aside and preparing to assist with the fallen Jialing motorcycle, Chen Jianmin felt a knot of frustration in his chest. Why did everything seem to converge at once? Realizing the clinic was not too far, he decided to carry Lu Yuxia over himself. He turned to Zhou Erguang and called out, "Forget about that broken motorcycle. Even if you manage to fix it, it won't carry two people. Just stay here and watch. I'll take her." After shouting, he intended to lift her from the vehicle. The process was cumbersome. He needed to ensure that the unconscious Lu Yuxia was propped against the front railing. Then he would descend and carefully lift her down, all while trying not to let her fall awkwardly into the truck bed and injure her head. At that moment, Chen Jianmin, overcome with urgency, forgot that Zhou Erguang could assist him. With one hand supporting Lu Yuxia's shoulder, he jumped down but unexpectedly stepped onto a small broken brick. His left foot landed on the edge, and instinctively, he swayed, releasing his grip on Lu Yuxia's shoulder. He managed to maintain his balance. Yet as he reached out to catch her, his anticipated fall did not occur. Lu Yuxia remained leaning against the railing, his hand poised to grasp her shoulder. Halted mid-air as he squinted, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Could an unconscious person remain so steady without any reliable support? Whether others believed it or not, Chen Jianmin certainly did not. Thus, he righted the motorcycle that lay in the middle of the road and pushed it to the side. Zhou Erguang watched as Chen Jianmin returned to the vehicle, carefully cradling the girl, seemingly preparing to lay her flat in the truck bed. Confusion washed over Zhou Erguang. "Jianmin, weren't you taking her to the clinic? Why are you laying her down?" Chen Jianmin had already placed her down and, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "No time. She's not breathing. I must perform CPR." "What?" Zhou Erguang gasped in shock, stumbling over to grasp the edge of the truck bed, his voice tinged with panic. "Jianmin, in this state, how can you rescue her? Keep your voice down. Don't distract me. I need to give her artificial respiration." Upon uttering these words, Chen Jianmin appeared somewhat uncertain about the procedure for administering artificial respiration. His hands hovered above Lu Yuxia's chest, gesturing as he murmured, "The first step is to unbutton her clothing, and the second step is, right, apply pressure to the chest 5 to 7 times. Then the third step, mouth to mouth, blow air in. Yes, that's it." After declaring this, he reached to unfasten Lu Yuxia's buttons. However, just as his hand approached, Lu Yuxia suddenly opened her eyes with remarkable agility, deftly swatting Chen Jianmin's hand away and sitting up, casting him a significant eye roll. Chen Jianmin stood momentarily in shock before leaping from the vehicle, his face a mask of terror as he shouted, "Oh no, she has come back from the dead. Someone, quick, catch the ghost." His exclamation startled Zhou Erguang, who took a couple of steps back, glancing between Lu Yuxia and Chen Jianmin, scratching his head in confusion, unable to fathom what was transpiring between the two. "Isn't she fine? Why all this commotion?" Lu Yuxia tightly clenched her pearly white teeth, rising to her feet and pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Jianmin, declaring, "What do you mean, come back from the dead? You're the one who is dead. Your entire family is dead. If you weren't actually dead, why were you pretending to be so still? You scared the life out of me." Chen Jianmin, undeterred, retorted in kind. With a swift motion, Lu Yuxia leapt from the vehicle and, before Chen Jianmin could react, grabbed his clothing and tugged upwards, exclaiming, "Come on. Let me see if you truly scared the life out of yourself. We might need to take you to the clinic. Otherwise, if that part of you stops working, I'll be held responsible." At this moment, Chen Jianmin genuinely felt a surge of fear. Indeed, his sister-in-law's assessment was accurate. Lu Yuxia was a handful, a veritable force of nature. He instinctively protected his waistband, retreating repeatedly. Zhou Erguang, relishing the spectacle, offered Lu Yuxiao advice from the sidelines. "His belt has a stick. If you pull it tighter, it'll come loose once you release it." "Yes, that's the way. Give it your all." "Zhou Erguang, you rascal. Just wait until next month when I dock your bonus." "Sis, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Please, have mercy and let me be." He truly felt cornered. What kind of man assaults a young woman in public? His dignity was on the line. But refusing to act might result in this young lady yanking down his trousers, which would be even more humiliating. Chen Jianmin took 2 more steps back. But on the last retreat, his heel caught on something, and he lost his balance, falling backward. Fortunately, he was bundled up warmly, wearing a thick hat. So landing in the snow was neither painful nor bothersome. However, Lu Yuxiao followed him down. Well, if she was going to fall, so be it. But it was rather unfortunate that she landed atop him, and worse still, her soft lips pressed against his. Wait, when did he encircle her waist? Was it instinctive, just before he toppled backwards? This unexpected turn of events left Chen Jianmin somewhat dazed, and he found it difficult to release her. For the sensation of her lips was utterly exquisite, hinting at the possibility that this young woman was experiencing her first kiss. Theoretically speaking, kissing predominantly occurs in a mutually consensual context, making instances like that of Chen Jianmin and Lu Yuxiao rather exceptional, as such events are purely accidental. However, with Chen Jianmin's seasoned ways, transforming an unexpected moment into one of mutual desire requires little effort, for adults inherently possess such needs. No one should ridicule another. Should you find yourself in such a situation, you too would be inclined to prolong the experience. And that is precisely what Chen Jianmin did. With his extensive experience and refined technique, he managed to evoke feelings in Lu Yuxiao within mere seconds of her astonishment. Of course, it might also be attributed to his rather handsome appearance, as she stared at him, wide-eyed and motionless. Yet, there was a slight imperfection. A grain of sand had found its way into Chen Jianmin's mouth. At such a sacred and intoxicating moment, the intrusion of a grain of sand was quite the mood dampener, leaving Chen Jianmin feeling particularly displeased. Thus, he released Lu Yuxiao and turned away to expel the offending grain. This action, one might say, resembled a disdainful dismissal of Lu Yuxiao. Lu Yuxiao was taken aback. What was the meaning of spitting during a kiss? Did he find her unclean? When Chen Jianmin turned his head back and met her striking gaze, he was momentarily stunned, pondering how she had seemed to enjoy it moments ago, only to shift her demeanor so abruptly. Was there truly a hint of madness? Narrowing her eyes, Lu Yuxiao seethed. Are you implying that I am filthy? Chen Jianmin, realizing the misunderstanding, was genuinely taken aback. No, absolutely not. That is not what I meant. Let go of me. Lu Yuxiao attempted to rise, only to discover that Chen Jianmin had a firm hold around her waist, and she noticed a flush creeping onto her delicate, fair complexion. Observing this, Chen Jianmin shifted slightly, remarking, "It appears you are not frightened after all. Lu Yuxiao, are you a dog? Let go, that hurts." In her sudden retaliation, Lu Yuxiao bit his right ear, forcing him to release her. Seizing the opportunity, she stood and raised a foot, prepared to stomp down. Chen Jianmin, startled, rolled to the side and sprang to his feet, breathing heavily and gritting his teeth. It was a close call. She nearly incapacitated him. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he realized the gravity of the situation. Lu Yuxiao, with a triumphant smile, declared, "Consider this a warning. Should it happen again, I will not hesitate to use a knife." Though she left her statement unfinished, it was enough to send a chill down Chen Jianmin's spine. Afterward, she bent to massage her right thigh, likely bruised from her earlier fall. As she rubbed, a thought seemed to strike her. She looked up, her tone icy. "Do you even know my name?" "Sister, I do indeed know," Chen Jianmin admitted straightforwardly, rubbing his right ear. "After our last encounter, I felt quite guilty enough to lose sleep over it. So, I inquired a little. To my surprise, many people knew that the girl who jogs early in the morning is named Lu Yuxiao. Are you suggesting I have a notorious reputation? Just speak plainly. I do not care." Lu Yuxiao straightened her back and asked, "What is your name?" "Chen Jianmin." An employee at the Zhoujia village forestry station, he promptly introduced himself, seizing the opportunity to forge a connection. Lu Yuxiao stared at him for a moment, then turned and rode off on her motorcycle, not uttering a single word. Zhou Erguang watched her turn into another alley and gave Chen Jianmin a thumbs up. "Brother Jianmin, you are impressive. Your charm is undeniable. Will you take on apprentices? Teach me. Get lost. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Forget it, brother, uncle, or whatever you want to call me. Just head back to the village. I have matters to attend to and one tea be returning today. By the way, tomorrow Sister Yulan will accompany the mushroom truck to the county. Please take care of things at home, and if you are uncertain, consult with Sister Li Hong." After a series of reminders from Chen Jianmin, Zhou Erguang nodded eagerly, as he preferred Chen Jianmin to be out and about. For this meant that the forestry station was essentially under his command. Oddly enough, the hand tractor shook with ease, prompting Chen Jianmin to kick Zhou Erguang's rear with force. "You really dropped the ball at a crucial moment. Come on, brother Jianmin, be reasonable. If it weren't for the shaking, would you have been able to charm the village chief's daughter? Just hurry up. If you utter another word, I will deduct your next month's bonus." "All right, I'll leave right away." As closing time approached, Chen Jianmin hastened his steps to the forestry station headquarters, only to find that Ma Daswa had gone to the county for a cadre training session and would not return for 15 days. Chen Jianmin thought to himself that he would let him off the hook for now, but upon his return, he would not spare him a beating. With pent-up frustration and nowhere to vent, he kicked a small stone and looked up to see the sun nearly setting. Realizing that returning to Zhoujia village was no longer feasible, finding a place to stay for the night became a pressing concern. Without hesitation, he chose to go to Han Yao's house. Visiting Lu Xiaomei was out of the question, as he needed to show her that he could thrive without her. Upon arriving at Han Yao's doorstep, he encountered her carrying 2 large aluminum lunchboxes. Seeing him, Han Yao beamed brightly. "Uncle Chen, just in time. I have something to ask you. Please go inside and wait for me. I will definitely be back before 8. Are you delivering food to your father?" Chen Jianmin inquired, noting the current busy period at the grain depot. "No, my father has already eaten. This is for me and Sister Xiaohong. We're swamped right now and can only eat at the shop." As she spoke, Han Yao set down the lunchboxes, opened the door, and ushered Chen Jianmin inside, reminding him, "You must wait for me to return. There is still hot food at home. Please help yourself." Chen Jianmin genuinely intended to inform Han Yao about the mushroom delivery to the county the next day, acknowledging that he would not be able to go himself and would have to entrust all matters to her. Fortunately, during his last visit to the county to discuss mushroom sales with Wang Guochun, Han Yao had taken the lead, which eased his mind somewhat. Upon entering the house, he soon realized that Han Laosan was not home. He smacked his forehead, reflecting on how increasingly muddled he had become throughout the day. Just moments ago, Han Yao had locked the door to go out. Therefore, it was only natural that Han Laosan was absent, likely busy at the granary. After finishing the leftovers from Han Yao's meal, Chen Jianmin, feeling rather aimless, ventured into her room to procure a couple of sheets of stationery and a fountain pen. He began crafting a mind map, listing the individuals he had encountered over the past 6 months, detailing each person's capabilities and where they might best be utilized. After scribbling and sketching for quite some time, he was unable to deduce who would be the most suitable ally to turn to for support. Logically, Li Yanli's father, Li Jigang, was undoubtedly qualified to serve as this ally. However, Chen Jianmin hesitated to approach such a prominent figure. His relationship with Li Yanli had already become rather complicated, and he feared that drawing too close to Li Jigang might expose their entanglement, leading to undesirable consequences. Thus, he promptly excluded Li Jigang from consideration. Ma Daxiao was certainly not an option, and while Li Hongguang was somewhat of a possibility, Chen Jianmin's gaze ultimately fell upon the last name on his list, Lu Yuxia. Her father, Lu Qingda, was the village head, akin to a local sovereign. Although he held a low opinion of the man, as an adult, one must not act solely based on personal preference. Rather, one must prioritize practical benefits. By around 7 o'clock, Chen Jianmin felt as if his mind had turned to mush without arriving at any clear conclusions. He cast aside the pen and indulged in self-pity. He had promised himself that he would live a joyful and carefree life, yet now he found himself burdened by concerns in every aspect. Could it be that he was destined for worry? After all, he had been reborn into the 1980s, secured a stable job, and even had a teaching partner. After marriage, there should be no need for him to be overly involved in domestic affairs. What had gone awry to transform such a positive situation into this? The light bulb in Han Yao's house was only 15 watts. Although it was significantly brighter than a kerosene lamp, it was not suitable for prolonged reading or writing. Rubbing his eyes, Chen Jianmin intended to take a brief rest when he suddenly recalled that Han Laosan had yet to return. Was he working the night shift? Just then, Han Yao entered, seamlessly continuing his train of thought. "Uncle Chen, you were absolutely right. My dad is on the night shift and won't be back until after 6 in the morning. I've told you countless times not to call me uncle anymore. All right, I will certainly change that. Uncle Chen, have you eaten yet?" Chen Jianmin pinched the bridge of his nose, furrowing his brow, and decided not to dwell on her choice of address, for there were more pressing matters at hand. "Well, the first batch of mushrooms from Zhoujia village will be shipped to the county early tomorrow morning. You need to prepare well for it." "Are we really sending them out tomorrow? That's wonderful," Han Yao exclaimed, nearly bouncing with joy. Compared to selling goods at the clothing store, she genuinely preferred the sense of accomplishment derived from mass marketing. Chen Jianmin, however, misinterpreted her enthusiasm, assuming that she was in need of money, and cautiously inquired, "Xiao Yao, how is business at the clothing store?" Upon being addressed so intimately for the first time, Han Yao felt a flutter in her heart. Her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. Fortunately, she was adept at managing her emotions. Turning to observe the drawing by Chen Jianmin on the table, she remarked, "The business is quite prosperous, especially with the 3 pairs of leather shoes we just launched." After discussing with Sister Xiaohong, I put up a clearance sale sign. And we've sold over 70 pairs at 25 each. She continued, the clothing is also selling well, but there's a concern. A neighboring shop is being prepared to open as a clothing store, which introduces competition. It seems it will become challenging for us in the future. While her concerns were valid, Chen Jianmin reassured her, do not worry. Even if the entire street turns into clothing stores, if only one can profit, it will undoubtedly be ours. His words were delivered with conviction, his gaze fixed intently outside, exuding an energy akin to rallying a cause. Han Yao, observing his demeanor, recalled the days of her childhood when she watched older siblings perform in model operas, reminiscent of his passionate stance. With a smile, she teased, Uncle Chen, are you that confident? Absolutely. For your happiness, I must be, he replied, his words sounding almost like a rallying cry. Han Yao discerned the deeper meaning behind his statement, her face growing warmer as she shyly averted her gaze and retreated to the outer room, saying, I'll prepare some warm water for your feet. Chen Jianmin was momentarily taken aback. Why did the girl's cheeks redden? He decided to set aside this puzzle and focus on more pressing matters. He began to jot down notes until the first sheet was entirely filled. Just then, Han Yao returned with a basin of warm water. Uncle Chen, please wash your feet quickly. It's chilly in here since the fire hasn't been kept up, she urged. Indeed, the room was uncomfortably cold, likely due to considerations for Han Laosan's night shift, resulting in minimal coal usage. This further confirmed Chen Jianmin's suspicion of Han Yao's financial struggles. As he contemplated ways to help her increase her income, Han Yao placed the basin in front of him, squatted down, and began to remove his shoes without hesitation. Chen Jianmin quickly interjected, No, let me do it myself. You shouldn't have to. With a light laugh, Han Yao brushed aside his hand, deftly removing his shoes and socks. Once his feet were submerged in the water, she paused, staring into the basin and earnestly asked, Brother Jianmin, what do you think my life would be like if I had never met you? Young lady, in this world, everyone can manage on their own. Do not think so highly of me. Initially, I simply recognized your talent in selling mushrooms and felt it would be a pity for you to pursue a different path. Chen Jianmin replied candidly. He was aware that he was not particularly virtuous. Who among the good-hearted would indulge in both their current comforts while coveting more? Despite his protests, Han Yao had already plunged her hands into the basin, tending to his feet as she continued, regardless of your initial thoughts, if it weren't for your help that day. My only option would have been to be Feng Erbao's woman, and not one of any respectable standing. It is not to that extent. Your relatives would not simply watch you leap into the abyss. Chen Jianmin's words of comfort were instinctive, yet throughout their prolonged acquaintance, he had never heard Han Yao mention her relatives. My relatives? Han Yao lifted her gaze, and to Jianmin's astonishment, he noticed glistening tears in her eyes. Brother Jianmin, my second aunt came yesterday. Can you guess what she wanted? Han Yao displayed a maturity that belied her youth. Her insinuations about wanting to establish ties with our family were unmistakable. I said nothing and politely saw her off. Here in the commune, I have 6 uncles and aunts, all living quite well, yet none maintain any connection with us, not even during the New Year celebrations. This is not merely a result of my father's gambling. It has been this way since my early years. Do you know the reason behind it? You might not be able to guess, but it is rather simple. Our family is poor. At this juncture, Han Yao picked up a towel nearby and meticulously dried Jianmin's feet, then carried the water outside to pour it away. Peering into the western room, she leaned in and said, Brother Jianmin, why don't you come to my room for a while? Wait until I warm the Kong before you come over. This suggestion was agreeable. Moreover, Jianmin wished to glean more about Han Yao's situation from their earlier conversation. He was unsure why he felt this way. Slipping into his shoes, he proceeded to Han Yao's cozy little bedroom in the eastern room. To his surprise, the small space was quite warm. He imagined that even without a shirt, he would not feel cold. Han Yao busied herself in the outer room, turning off the light in the western room, securing the door, and bringing in another basin of water into the eastern room, effortlessly locking the door behind her. Lost in thought, Jianmin hardly noticed her small actions. When she entered, he inquired, What about your other relatives, aside from your second uncle? Have they never come looking for you? They? Of course, they have sought me out. My eldest aunt came to the clothing store yesterday, claiming her son wished to buy a pair of 3-joint leather shoes, but was short 24 yuan and 50 cents. She asked if I could waive that amount. Brother Jianmin, have you ever heard of such a discount? To think she wanted to purchase a pair of shoes for 50 cents without any reciprocity. Does it appear that I have a particularly naive disposition? As Han Yao spoke, she removed her shoes and submerged her feet into the warm water, resembling 2 pristine lotus roots in the blue-patterned enamel basin. Jianmin gazed at the basin, captivated, yet managed to retain clarity of thought. After listening to Han Yao recount her family matters, especially her aunt's audacious request regarding the shoes, he nearly burst into laughter. Xiao Yao, I assure you, as your earnings increase, so too will the number of those seeking your favor, many of whom will be genuine relatives. While they may not be entirely virtuous, their self-serving nature is simply more overt than others. He paused, realizing the depth of the subject, and decided against delving further into it. What I wish to convey is that one should tread lightly, avoiding offense, while maintaining cordial relations with a select few. A gentle gesture can go a long way when one seeks assistance, if it does not infringe upon one's fundamental interests. It is prudent to lend a hand. When a person of considerable experience imparts wisdom to a young girl, it resembles a venerable professor lecturing a primary school student, whose attentive nods and increasingly dreamy gaze reflect the depth of the lesson. Eventually, when the moment has passed, Han Yao, as if awakening from a reverie, exclaims, "Oh dear, I've been so absorbed in your words that I haven't even finished washing my feet." The fresh lotus roots, glistening with water, appear even more delicate under the light. "Do not move. Allow me," Chen Jianmin insists, gently restraining her foot before retrieving a towel that he had prepared earlier to assist her in drying her feet. Han Yao gasps, "No, this is unacceptable. I can manage this myself. A man should not wash a woman's feet. It brings misfortune." She dismisses such superstitions as mere fabrications. Undeterred, Chen Jianmin takes hold of her delicate foot, meticulously drying it, acknowledging that this is a mutual act of kindness, especially since she had just washed his feet without hesitation. Upon finishing, he looks up to find tears welling in Han Yao's eyes, leaving him momentarily speechless. "What troubles you, dear sister?" he inquires. With tears glistening yet a smile gracing her lips, Han Yao replies, "I have washed my own feet since I was 5. And for over a decade, this is the first time anyone has offered to help me. It is only natural that I would be moved to tears." He chuckles. "I thought you might believe I was bullying you." To which she retorts playfully, "What if I enjoy being bullied by you? Then I must have my wishes fulfilled." Chen Jianmin tosses the towel aside and playfully feigns an attack, only for Han Yao to promptly seize the opportunity, wrapping her legs around him and pulling herself closer. In this intimate moment, she shifts her focus to tomorrow's arrangements. "Uncle Chen, our contract with Old Wang lacks specific standards. For instance, how large should the mushrooms be? If the caps are too wide, will there be additional charges?" Indeed, overly large mushroom caps indicate that the mushrooms are somewhat overripe, thus diminishing their flavor. Chen Jianmin had anticipated this concern when drafting the contract with Wang Guocheng, embedding a somewhat obscure clause addressing this issue. Yet, Han Yao, still youthful, remained oblivious to it, uncertain if the old man would notice. "Do not fret," he reassures her. "Once we deliver the goods, should Wang Guocheng pose difficulties, simply refer to Article 12 of the contract." Han Yao wraps her arms around his neck, resting her chin on his shoulder. "He won't tamper with the scales, will he?" Rest assured, a retiree from a state-owned enterprise lacks such inclinations. Having addressed her concerns, Chen Jianmin realizes that Han Yao is indeed somewhat anxious, as the success of tomorrow's sale for 20 households hinges largely upon her. It is only in such moments that he recalls her youth. "Fear not. Just remember this. Even if the sky should fall, I, towering at this height, will bear the weight. How much worse could it possibly get? In other words, you haven't encountered someone like me before, have you? At your age, the future is filled with infinite possibilities, so fear not. My dear sister, stride boldly ahead. I am right behind you. Hee, you are truly the best." Han Yao's demeanor visibly relaxed as she struggled to leap from Chen Jianmin's side to her own small calm. From the edge of the bed, she retrieved a set of bedding and a pillow, spreading them out closely beside her own. In Chen Jianmin's stunned gaze, she turned, shed her outer cotton coat, and swiftly nestled into the covers. Noticing Chen Jianmin still frozen in place, she gestured beside her, saying, "Just sleep here. I haven't lit the fire in the west room. It's quite chilly. I wish to experience the feeling of someone supporting my world behind me." Her voice grew softer, and her face flushed deeper. Chen Jianmin understood that once he agreed, he would bear responsibility, but could he truly shoulder such a burden at this moment? Contemplating was one thing, but taking action was another. In a swift motion, he stripped down to merely his shirt and trousers, then hurried to the door to pull the light cord. He then fumbled his way back to the small calm. To his surprise, Han Yao's small bed was evenly warm, enveloping him in a comfortable heat. Inhaling the fragrant scent of the bedding, he chuckled softly to himself. After all, he was aware that he was not a particularly virtuous man. His willpower was decidedly weak and could not withstand any temptation. In the enveloping darkness of the room, his resolve to remain untarnished dwindled, and within 2 minutes, He had entirely shed his defenses. Reaching out, he pulled the person beside him into his embrace. Remarkably, the one he drew in had already matched his state. Yet why was she trembling? The typically articulate speaker now stuttered. So, about tomorrow, the commission, how will that work? Chen Jianmin grinned widely in the darkness, replying, just follow the original percentage. If you think it's too much, once you earn it, share a bit with me. Not a single cent shall be spared. What more do you want from me when I've already given myself? Her nervousness persisted. Albeit, this time the source of her anxiety was different. Chen Jianmin gently reassured her, fear not. I promised you, should the sky fall, I shall be here to support you. Besides, the sky will not fall, but you might need to. Her words trailed off, soon drowned by the howling wind outside. This place was like that. As spring approached, the winds grew fierce, especially at night, making one reluctant to step outside. The wires on the roof whistled mournfully, interspersed with sounds of distress that were quickly swallowed by the wind's roar. When Chen Jianmin awoke the next morning, it was nearly 8 o'clock, drowsily blinking his eyes. It took him a moment to recall that he was in Han Yao's room. There was no one beside him, only a lingering fragrance wafting around. Glancing at the watch placed beside his pillow, he sprang up abruptly, clumsily dressing as his heart raced. At this hour, Han Laosen should be returning from work. And here he was, still sleeping in the young lady's room. How on earth was he to explain this? Chapter 134. The Daily Life of Director Chen. Last night, Chen Jianmin spent the night in Han Yao's modest abode. The two shared intimate moments twice, and they awoke late in the morning. Therefore, after hastily donning his attire, Chen Jianmin intended to stealthily venture out to ascertain whether Han Laosen had returned. Inadvertently, he caught sight of a note resting atop a table against the wall, weighed down by a lock with a key inserted. At first glance, he recognized the note bore the words Brother Jianmin at the top, unmistakably penned by Han Yao. Approaching to retrieve the note, he couldn't help but chuckle upon reading its contents. The note conveyed, Brother Jianmin, seeing you sleep so soundly, I refrained from waking you. The mushroom gatherers have arrived, and I must accompany them. Additionally, my father is attending a wedding this morning. He may return by noon at the earliest. Please remember to lock the outer door when you leave, and feel free to keep the key. Though unsigned, the note featured a charming drawing of a small hand picking mushrooms. A sense of relief washed over Chen Jianmin, but his heart fluttered with warmth, especially when recalling her soft, tender skin and her shy, melodious voice. He hesitated to depart. However, he knew he could not linger. The winds outside were quite fierce, reaching at least 6 or 7 degrees, marking a critical period for forest fire prevention. There could be no negligence. He must return immediately. Fortuitously, as he exited Han Yao's residence, a jeep screeched to a halt beside him. The driver rolled down the window, flashing a broad smile and inquiring, Brother Jianmin, what brings you here? Chen Jianmin instantly recognized the jeep as belonging to the Laoyiling Forestry Station, and the amiable driver was Wang Ping, who had previously transported the forestry officials to the front line during a fire. They had shared meals in the wilderness, forging a bond akin to that of comrades tested by the trials of battle. Oh, it's Brother Wang. I'm here on some business. Where are you headed? Back to the forestry station. Are you returning? If so, I can give you a lift. That would be splendid. I was just contemplating how to get back. Without hesitation, Chen Jianmin settled into the passenger seat. Before long, the jeep arrived at the entrance of the forest protection station at the eastern edge of Zhujiakan. After disembarking, Chen Jianmin requested Wang Ping to wait a moment as he jogged into the yard. Inside, Zhou Erguang and others were diligently organizing the second set of tools, igniters, and the only 2 available wind-powered fire extinguishers. Zhou Lihong, leading 2 individuals, was transporting boxes of biscuits from a small storage room. These provisions had been allocated by the County Forestry Bureau during the last firefighting effort for the firefighters to carry. Since they had not been fully utilized, Zhou Lihong had arranged to keep 10 boxes, anticipating their potential necessity. Upon seeing Chen Jianmin head straight for the small storage room, Zhou Lihong glanced at the vehicle parked outside and swiftly entered the storage room. She soon emerged with a rolled-up fox fur and, as Chen Jianmin stepped inside, handed it to him, saying, Is this what you were looking for? She recalled that during the last cleanup of the small storage room, he had mentioned wanting to gift the fur to someone. Chen Jianmin was momentarily taken aback, then glanced towards the door, noticing no one was paying attention. He swiftly embraced Zhou Lihong and planted a kiss on her lips. Sister Lihong, you understand me so well. Let me cherish you properly tonight. With that, he seized the fox fur and dashed out. Behind him, Zhou Lihong chuckled softly, chiding, At your age, still so clumsy. After scolding him, she gazed vacantly at the door. This man, 5 years her junior, was smooth-talking and frivolous, surrounded by women, and possessed a hint of selfishness. Yet, during her moment of need, He had stepped up, granting her the courage and motivation to persevere, making her life feel increasingly hopeful and fulfilling, especially regarding the trouble her younger brother had caused, a situation most would shy away from. But Chen Jianmin not only intervened, but did so decisively, resolving her dilemma. Thus, for such a person, she was willing to give everything. If he wanted to cherish her tonight, she would let him do so to his heart's content. Lost in thought, Zhou Lihong felt her cheeks flush, spat lightly, and returned to her tasks. Outside, Chen Jianmin tossed the fox fur into the jeep and said to Wang Ping, "Brother Wang, I recall you mentioning you wanted a fox fur last time. I happen to have one here, and it serves me no purpose. Consider it a gift. I can't just ride in your car for free." Wang Ping grinned widely. "Brother, I want to be polite. See you later." There were no unnecessary words. Yet Chen Jianmin understood he had forged another connection. One should never underestimate a driver who serves a leader. Their access to information is unparalleled. As he watched the jeep drive away, Chen Jianmin returned to the courtyard. Zhou Erguang jogged over, pointing at a row of fire extinguishers lined up outside the window, asking, "Brother Jianmin, what else do we need to prepare?" Chen Jianmin was pleased with Zhou Erguang's initiative and patted his shoulder. "Reflect on what we discussed last time regarding fire control. For instance, if we had a fire hood, wouldn't it reduce the risk even in a blazing inferno? Think along those lines. Make what you can. For what you cannot, have Sister Lihong draft a list, and I will procure it from the headquarters or county." Zhou Erguang's eyes lit up. "Brother Jianmin, now that you mention it, I do have some other ideas." The two stood in the courtyard, discussing firefighting tools and supplies amidst the biting cold wind. Most of the time, it was Zhou Erguang animatedly gesturing and speaking, while Chen Jianmin contributed sparingly. This was the effect he desired, to engage Zhou Erguang and his peers, establishing a solid foundation from the outset, ensuring they did not simply become obedient workers. They needed to cultivate their own thoughts, rather than merely responding to commands. With time, this would make Chen Jianmin's role considerably easier. Noticing that Chen Jianmin was not dressed particularly warmly, Zhou Erguang paused. "Brother Jianmin, I'll wrap this up. Do keep in mind we truly need a chainsaw." Additionally, he gestured towards the two crimson wind-powered fire extinguishers. "Brother Jianmin, isn't that just a hairdryer? Using it to extinguish flames, wouldn't it only serve to stoke them further?" "Not quite," he replied. "Today is not suitable. The winds are too fierce. Tomorrow, when the breeze is gentler, I shall demonstrate its prowess." This apparatus was procured following a recent firefighting mission. As the officials from the County Forestry Bureau noted that the firefighting equipment at Hongshan Forest Farm was somewhat antiquated and significantly lacking. Thus, they allocated a batch of the latest equipment, which included 15 of these wind-powered extinguishers. The forest station received 2 of them, which had only just arrived a couple of days prior. It isn't solely Zhou Erguang who harbors disbelief, perhaps apart from Chen Jianmin. The other staff members at the forest station also doubt the capabilities of this contraption. However, Chen Jianmin is quite familiar with it, having used one in the past, and he can mend minor faults himself. He proceeded to explain the operation and precautions of the extinguisher to Zhou Erguang and the others, encouraging each of them to take a turn trying it out. Fortunately, that day saw no fire alarms. In the evening, after dinner, Chen Jianmin settled at the desk in the West Room, contemplating the formulation of a fire prevention plan, remaining engrossed in his work until past 10 o'clock. Noticing the on-duty Li Xiuqing yawning incessantly, he finally put away his papers and jokingly scolded him. "Have you been toiling away with your wife too late last night? It's barely 10, and you're already this fatigued." "Hee, I don't have children yet. I must make the most of my youth. By the way, Brother Jianmin, aren't you getting married soon? Marriage? Are you out of your mind? Just get some rest. Don't sleep too soundly tonight. Set an alarm to get up every hour and take a stroll outside." The wind was indeed strong tonight, and the entire forest station was on high alert. Originally, Chen Jianmin did not intend to sleep, but upon returning to the East Room and seeing someone sprawled on the Kong, he hastily bolted the door. What audacity! Chapter 135. The complexity of adulthood. The forest station's mushroom cultivation room required constant supervision, hence it was manned 24 hours a day. Currently, Tong Yulan had been dispatched to the county town to sell mushrooms, leaving Zhou Lihong alone to oversee the cultivation room. According to Chen Jianmin's directive, she was to take the day shift while he would cover the night. Thus, upon seeing Zhou Lihong lounging on the Kong in the East Room, Chen Jianmin was genuinely startled, nearly weakening in the knees. Why such trepidation? Because Li Xiuqing was on duty in the West Room, and although he typically did not come to the East Room, something Chen Jianmin had expressly instructed, emergencies could warrant otherwise. Given the windy conditions outside, the risk of fire loomed. And while he wouldn't mind if anyone saw Zhou Lihong sleeping in his quarters, He was concerned about the challenges that lay ahead for her. Yet, she appeared to have come to terms with everything, particularly after nearly falling victim to Ma Dashao a few days prior. She now seemed indifferent to it all. Seeing Chen Jianmin sneak in like a thief, looking visibly anxious, she found it somewhat amusing. Jianmin, why are you so afraid? This isn't like you. Me? What style do you think I have? Chen Jianmin removed his shoes and nestled onto the Kong, extending his feet beneath Zhou Lihong, discovering the warmth therein. Aren't you rather bold? He teased, observing her reaction with a playful smile. During the day, he had uttered a jest that she could take to heart or dismiss entirely. Yet, she had come, harboring an intention for him to cherish her, while simultaneously acknowledging her own desires. More importantly, she sought to discern whether he would cast her aside in moments of peril concerning his own future. Should that be the case, she would regard him as a benefactor. Willing to offer everything within her means, her affection was readily available. In the event of discovery, she would assert that she had seduced him. Conversely, if he prioritized her reputation and circumstances, she would treat him as her partner, ready to sacrifice everything for him. Naturally, marriage was out of the question, but in her heart, she could cherish the notion of being his wife without interference. This contemplation occupied her thoughts throughout the afternoon. Now, as she lay on the Kong in the east room, with the door slightly ajar, she sought to gauge Chen Jianmin's reaction. Although Li Xiuqing had not approached the east room and remained unaware of her presence, Chen Jianmin appeared visibly anxious. It remained to be seen from which angle his apprehension stemmed. Such is the intricate nature of adulthood. As Zhou Lihong scrutinized Chen Jianmin, he pondered whether she might be embracing a reckless attitude. This was unacceptable. At 33 years of age, life still stretched ahead. With this in mind, he organized his thoughts and jestingly remarked, "Sister, what would you do if Li Xiuqing entered this room and found you? Would you claim you were enticing me? Or would you assert that I summoned you for a purpose? Regardless, our presence together at this late hour certainly raises eyebrows, especially since there is indeed a matter at hand. Aren't you afraid?" Zhou Lihong shifted to sit beside him, pulling a quilt over their laps, and casually inquired, "Let us set aside my concerns for a moment. What about you? Are you afraid?" It was implausible for them to remain seated, engaging in idle chat when such intimacy enveloped them. It was not in Chen Jianmin's nature. He wrapped an arm around her waist, drawing her closer, while the other hand slipped beneath her cotton jacket. Tilting his head, he pressed a kiss to her cheek, whispering in a hushed tone, "My dear sister, do you know why I agreed to take on this station master role as requested by the leaders at the forestry station?" He struggled to contain his physical impulses in the presence of a woman he desired, yet his mind remained alert. From her demeanor and her earlier query, he could surmise her thoughts. Zhou Lihong was momentarily taken aback. Who wouldn't he aspire to hold a position of authority? Was there any other rationale to uncover? Regret washed over her for her forthrightness in asking such a direct question. Chen Jianmin laughed heartily, feeling that his earlier judgment was indeed correct. He candidly expressed his intentions. "You may not believe it, but 80% of the reason is to implement the work you have with Sister Yuan." He was not the type to conceal his words and create misunderstandings. Zhou Lihong turned to look at him, and in the dim light of the kerosene lamp, the smile on his face appeared sincere, especially evident in his eyes, which bore no hint of deceit. A wave of guilt washed over her. He had treated her so kindly, yet she remained suspicious, hastily averting her gaze and tremblingly inquiring, "What about the remaining 20%? Becoming an official, as you said. What man doesn't aspire to that?" Chen Jianmin's tone was noticeably less serious than before as he began to unbutton the clothes of those around him. This must be a lie. Zhou Lihong's anxious heart settled, and inexplicably, her mood lifted. She felt a bit warm and complied as he helped her remove her cotton-padded jacket. She wrapped her arms around Chen Jianmin's neck and shared a deep kiss, only parting after they were both breathless. Zhou Lihong, slightly panting, leaned close to Chen Jianmin's face and whispered, "Tonight, sister will take care not to move around. Then I must tell you about the remaining 20%, Chen Jianmin replied, propping himself up on the bed. "I plan to build a house east of the forest station, one reminiscent of the grand residences of ancient families. I have decided it should at least have 3 entrances and exits. Sister, I feel a bit cold." The woman before him, her face flushed, busily worked to remove all his garments. Zhou Lihong flashed him a seductive smile, pulling the quilt over him. "With your position as the station director, constructing a house will be much more convenient. Your calculations are quite astute." "Of course. Who am I? I am Chen Jianmin, the man you dream of," he declared, taking a sharp breath. Just then, Zhou Lihong extinguished the kerosene lamp and slipped beneath the covers. That night, the wind outside howled just as it had the previous night, and due to the forest station's isolated location, the noise was even more pronounced. The plastic on the window flapped violently, and the courtyard was a whirlwind of dust and debris, completely drowning out the sounds of the room, which ebbed and flowed in a symphony of murmurs until it gradually quieted. When the wind outside subsided slightly, Chen Jianmin raised his head, noticing an unusual red glow outside. It was barely past midnight. Where could that light be coming from? He embraced the nearly unconscious figure beside him and quickly said, "Sister, I'll go take a look. You stay put." As he leaped off the bed, he was met with a cacophony of wailing from outside. "Jianmin, the village is on fire." Chapter 136. Midnight Fire Rescue. Upon hearing the frantic cries from the courtyard, Chen Jianmin rushed out, awakening Li Xiuqing from the west room, who was also dashing outside. Once outside, Chen Jianmin glanced toward the village and was taken aback to see flames soaring into the sky. Whose home is ablaze? He wondered. Zhou Ergong rushed over, breathless, dropping to the ground and pointing toward the inferno. "Brother Jianmin, it's Uncle Mingshan's house that has caught fire. We need to grab firefighting equipment." 5 individuals rushed in through the entrance, and upon closer inspection, they were all employees of the forestry station. Chen Jianmin felt a profound sense of satisfaction with their prompt response. Their ability to assemble swiftly in the face of an emergency attested to the effectiveness of their training and education. As he had hastily donned a coat when he emerged, he now paid no heed to the cold, commanding loudly, "Xiuqing, hurry back inside and put on proper clothing. Erguang, take these 6 individuals and gather all the tools you can carry and immediately assist in extinguishing the fire." Having issued these brief instructions, Chen Jianmin swiftly darted back to the east room, his heart racing as he dressed. Zhou Lihong had regained her composure, and although her body felt weak and lethargic, she resolutely rose to her feet. "Jianmin, whose house is on fire?" Chen Jianmin responded quickly, having already put on his trousers. "It's Zhou Mingshan's. You needn't go. Stay here to watch over the house. Are all of you going? What if there's a fire in the mountains?" Zhou Lihong inquired anxiously. "There's no time for that. The wind is strong outside. If we can't contain it, several homes may catch fire, and if it spreads beyond the village, it will be even more troublesome." This was Chen Jianmin's greatest concern. If the dry grass beyond the village ignited, the nearby primeval forest would soon follow suit. When Chen Jianmin reached the center of the village, he saw that the thatched roofs of Zhou Mingshan's 5 houses were already ablaze. The northwesterly wind howled fiercely, embodying the adage, "The wind aids the fire, and the fire borrows the wind's might." The entire structure was engulfed in flames, and it was no wonder that the glow was visible from the eastern edge of the village. Under these circumstances, extinguishing the raging inferno seemed nearly impossible. Nevertheless, the throngs of people inside and outside the courtyard did not relinquish hope. Some were shoveling snow onto the rooftops, others were pressing down on the well, and still others were dousing the windows with water from buckets, creating a scene of chaos. Aunt Zhou sat on the ground, lamenting and weeping. Zhou Mingshan, his face covered in soot, realized that the fire was beyond salvation and simply crouched on the ground, cradling his head. Chen Jianmin cast a quick glance and immediately called out to Zhou Erguang, who was hauling water from a neighbor's house. "Erguang, gather your team and move the wooden obstacles from the east side of the house, quickly." Zhou Erguang hesitated for a moment, questioning why they were moving firewood when they should be saving the house. Yet, he hesitated only for a fraction of a second before shouting to Li Xiuqing and the others to run to the east side of the house. Chen Jianmin noticed that the militia commander, Zhou Junfeng, was directing efforts on site, and he pulled him aside, quietly offering his suggestion. "Brother Zhou, let us not allocate our main manpower to the house. Our immediate priority is to ensure that the fire is contained here." Zhou Junfeng felt somewhat uncomfortable with the first part of his statement. What did it mean to not use primary manpower on the house? Did it imply they should just watch Zhou Mingshan's house turn to ashes? Thus, he completely disregarded the latter part of Chen Jianmin's advice, shaking off his hand in frustration and retorting, "You are not from Zhoujia village. You cannot comprehend the spirit of mutual aid." Chen Jianmin grew increasingly anxious. "Brother Zhou, do you truly believe this house can be saved? If the flammable materials in his yard are not promptly cleared away, the neighbors in the east courtyard will soon be awakened, and if things go awry, the entire village could be in peril." As he spoke, he firmly pulled Zhou Junfeng towards the eastern side of the house. The lumber from the Zhou family was piled here, closely adjacent to the mountain. Zhou Erguang, possessing a modicum of sense, directed his 4 subordinates to begin clearing from the area nearest the house, while instructing 2 others to use wooden shovels to remove snow from the more distant woodpile. Zhou Junfeng quickly grasped Chen Jianmin's intent, his heart racing with cold sweat. Had it not been for Chen Jianmin's warning, the flames from inside the house might have ignited the lumber, leading to dire consequences. Without time to converse further with Chen Jianmin, he turned and shouted to the bustling crowd. Half of you stay here to continue dousing the house with water and throwing snow, while the other half clear the surroundings. Not a single piece of which should remain. Hurry, hurry. In truth, even with such defensive measures in place, it was difficult to guarantee that the fire would remain solely within the confines of the Zhou family's yard, especially given the fierce winds. Observing that Zhou Junfeng had organized over 30 individuals to clear the eastern side of the house, Chen Jianmin promptly instructed Zhou Erguang to withdraw the workers, focusing instead on monitoring the embers blown from the rooftop, rushing to extinguish them in the snow as they fell. As time elapsed, the roof began to collapse, and with a resounding crash, the easternmost room caved in first, sending a shower of sparks into the air, mingled with over a dozen smoldering rafters. The people clearing debris on the eastern side of the house shrieked in alarm and scattered in panic. Chen Jianmin, undeterred, rushed into the fray, disregarding the risk of burns, and alongside Zhou Erguang and the others, worked diligently to manage the embers cascading from the house. Despite their desperate efforts to contain the situation, when the last roof fell in, a burning piece of wood soared far into the yard of the eastern neighbor, igniting a stack of corn stalks in a flash. As the crowd converged to combat the flames, Chen Jianmin, having already ignited a makeshift fire extinguisher with the wind, personally engaged in the firefighting efforts, calmly instructing Zhou Erguang and others on the operational techniques, while simultaneously enhancing their efforts by using wooden shovels to throw snow into the windward side. Within a mere 5 minutes, the fire on the corn stalks was extinguished. By the time the residual flames in the house were fully addressed, it was already past 6 in the morning. Exhausted, the remaining individuals returned home in small groups, leaving only a handful behind at the scene. Chen Jianmin instructed Zhou Erguang to lead the team back to the forest station to return their equipment, advising them to rest in the western room of the station. He then approached Zhou Mingshan, who appeared deeply distressed, having aged considerably in worry, and kindly reassured him, "Uncle Mingshan, it is merely a house. Do not fret, fortuitously. I have plans to build as well. When the time comes, we can collaborate and save quite a bit of money." His words subtly implied to Zhou Mingshan that during the rebuilding process, he could freely fell trees, a significant favor indeed. Zhou Mingshan trembled as he extracted a cigarette to share with Chen Jianmin. After lighting it, he was momentarily choked by the smoke, leading him to cough for an extended period before muttering in indignation. All these misfortunes seem to converge at once. It truly feels as though one cannot even sip cold water without it getting stuck between their teeth during a streak of bad luck. Chen Jianmin paid little heed to his words. After all, losing an entire house was indeed a stroke of misfortune. His primary concern now was where this family would reside. This season is unsuitable for construction. At the very least, work would not commence until after May Day. Even if the building were completed, it would not meet habitation standards until at least August or September. During this interim, Zhou Mingshan's family would need to find temporary lodging with others. While staying with someone for 3 to 5 days is manageable, 3 to 5 months presents a challenge, particularly for him as the village chief, necessitating careful consideration. Zhou Mingshan's distant nephew, Zhou Dagui, along with his wife, Li Xiujuan, was also present. Observing the taciturn Zhou Mingshan, Li Xiujuan approached and took the hand of Aunt Zhou, saying, "Auntie, why don't you and Uncle move in with us? Let Xiao Jiang stay with his uncle." The real dilemma lies with the two sisters, Xiao Ying and Xiao Shui, as it might be difficult for them to find a place to stay. Chen Jianmin stood nearby, puzzled. He was aware that Zhou Mingshan's youngest son, Zhou Jiang, was at home, and wasn't Xiao Ying and Xiao Shui attending school in the county? Hadn't Aunt Zhou mentioned after the new year that they had both entered the key class? How had they returned? The two twin sisters of Zhou Mingshan were huddled under 2 thick quilts, their identical, handsome faces appearing somewhat pale after the events of the previous night. Beneath their straight bangs, 2 pairs of damp, large eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness, tinged with a hint of bewilderment. Indeed, any family facing such a grave incident would find it a heavy blow for the children. Li Xiujuan walked over to the 2 girls and spoke softly to them. However, Chen Jianmin had little time to concern himself with the affairs of Zhou Mingshan's family. After all, he had served as village chief for half a lifetime, and it was not his place to interfere. His most pressing concern was fire prevention, and yet more fire prevention. In the vicinity of Hongshan Forest Farm, the spring fire prevention measures were of utmost importance. March was manageable, but once April arrived and the snow on the mountains melted, the fire prevention alert period would commence. Given the current situation, it appeared that the alert period might need to begin earlier this year. Thus, Chen Jianmin hurriedly made his way back to the forestry station. assisting Zhou Lihong in preparing meals for the brothers who had labored throughout the night. Once the food was nearly ready, he entered the west room to rouse the 7 individuals lying in pairs on the kong. Everyone, wake up. It's almost time to eat. Let us seize this opportunity before the meal to hold a brief meeting. From now on, Sister Lihong will be responsible for checking the weather forecast daily. If the wind reaches 5 levels or above, we must activate the Fire Prevention Inspection Station. The Zhou Family Village Fire Prevention Inspection Station was located just over 30 meters east of the forestry station's entrance, along the sole road leading into the mountains. Its primary function was to inspect incoming personnel and vehicles. For local villagers, however, the station was virtually redundant, as they could easily find a small path to enter the mountains. In previous years, after April 1st, Chen Jianmin would relocate all supplies to the inspection station and remain on duty there around the clock. This year, there is no need for such measures. I have 9 individuals under my supervision, of whom 7 male comrades are capable of taking up this duty. The personnel at the fire inspection station will be merged with the regular duty staff. Each of you 7 male comrades will take turns for a day, 24 hours, after which you may rest for a day. However, should a fire break out, there will be no time for rest. As for meals, the food for the duty personnel will be arranged by the station, while the others will have lunch at the station, a matter that Chen Jianmin has organized in great detail. He hesitated slightly regarding the decision about meals, as the expenses could be considerable. The meager daily funds allocated by the forestry farm would certainly be insufficient, and they could only resolve this within the parameters allowed by policy. After dining, Chen Jianmin arranged for Zhou Erguang and others to take a break, while he and Zhou Lihong went to clean the small room at the fire inspection station. Fortunately, the stove they had built previously was still operational. While searching through the small storage room, they found 5 sections of stovepipe, but discovered they were missing a crucial elbow joint. Shall I ask around the village to see if anyone has an extra one? Zhou Lihong, who managed these daily necessities, felt a pang of guilt at the absence of such a vital component. No need. I will check at Uncle Lu's place. As Chen Jianmin left the cluttered storage room, he playfully hugged Zhou Lihong from behind, laughing heartily in response to her playful scolding. Speaking of which, Lu Jinshan is quite an interesting fellow. He is well aware of the relationship between his daughter-in-law and Chen Jianmin, yet when they meet, he remains as polite as ever. Ah, Jianmin, it has been a while since your last visit. Have you been quite busy? Lu's wife, teasing their child, shot a glance at her husband and turned to Chen Jianmin, saying, Jianmin, do you have something to discuss? This lad either sneaks into his daughter-in-law's room at midnight or disappears for days on end. Uncle, Aunt, the wind has been rather strong these past few days, and the inspection station needs to be operational. Having finished the stove, I realized we are still missing an elbow joint. I was hoping to borrow one from you. Sure. Let your uncle take you to the storage room to find it, Lu's wife replied, unusually generous. Yet, Chen Jianmin understood the reason behind her newfound generosity. Tong Yulan had been contributing more and more money to the household, and more importantly, her status in the village had risen significantly. Now that she was a formal employee of the forestry farm, her standing within the family had also improved considerably. He surmised that Lu's wife had come to terms with her daughter-in-law's situation. As long as she did not remarry and could raise her grandson well, everything else was negotiable. To his surprise, Lu Jinshan was quite adept at gathering items. His storage room was almost akin to a hardware store, filled with various goods. He personally guided Chen Jianmin through the space for a short while before they indeed found a brand new elbow joint that had never been used. Observing Lu Jinshan, who appeared much more agile than before, Chen Jianmin casually inquired, Uncle Lu, you seem to be faring better this winter than in previous years. Lu Jinshan, a perceptive man, preferred to speak in a roundabout manner. My dear nephew, you cannot imagine. This winter, our family has been able to enjoy a meal of fine grains every few days. How could my health not improve? This is all thanks to my capable daughter-in-law. As he spoke, he gave Chen Jianmin a hearty pat on the shoulder. Who is Chen Jianmin? With a mere flicker of his eyes, he discerned the underlying meaning in Lao Lu's words. Expressing gratitude directly felt somewhat challenging, especially given his connection to the daughter-in-law. Thus, he cleverly chose to convey his appreciation through compliments directed at her, a rather amusing twist. This also subtly indicated his character as someone who values gratitude and reciprocation. Such individuals exhibit greater enthusiasm when offering assistance. Emerging from the neighboring area with a crutch in hand, Chen Jianmin's gaze flitted about, first ahead, then to the left, and occasionally upward. By the time he reached the inspection station, he had conceived a plan that would not only aid Lu Jinshan, but also liberate personnel at the forest protection station. Lao Hong, I noticed that the wind has calmed today. I intend to visit the headquarters now. In the afternoon, please gather Guang and the others. Instruct them to commence inspections of the passing vehicles and personnel as per the schedule we set this morning. All right, there is something else I need you to handle, replied Zhou Lihong, as she affixed the crutch to the upright stovepipe. According to regulations, our forest protection station should be equipped with essential medications, particularly those for treating injuries. I've compiled a list. When you head to the headquarters, consult the office personnel about any missing supplies and procure everything in one go. See, this is precisely how to delegate effectively. Chen Jianmin had not anticipated that Zhou Lihong would manage many intricate details, which certainly alleviated his burdens. Once the stovepipe was installed, there was nothing urgent at the inspection station, allowing them to open for business without delay. Riding his bicycle against the northwestern wind towards the commune, Chen Jianmin felt an inexplicable thrill at the thought of potentially interacting with Li Yanli today. Ever since that wild night in the county town, they had not been close again. The incident a few days prior, where he had been outmaneuvered, hardly counted. Upon arrival, it was just around noon, so he headed directly to the cafeteria at the headquarters for a complimentary lunch. When afternoon work commenced, he sought out Feng Haitao. Director Feng, I'm here to report on our work. Your timing is impeccable. The uniforms for your forest protection station have not yet been distributed, so you can take them back with you, Feng Haitao remarked, increasingly favoring Chen Jianmin. With his thick brows and bright eyes, he certainly appeared to be the son of a good family, efficient, reliable, and, importantly, attuned to Feng's thoughts. Such talent is rare to find. Director, I have another matter to discuss. Since our forest point has transitioned to a forest station, its functional scope should extend beyond mere fire inspections and forest patrols. It must also encompass firefighting responsibilities. Exactly. I've been contemplating this for the past few days, Feng Haitao exclaimed, slapping the table with excitement. Your proactive thinking confirms that appointing you as station chief was indeed the right choice. Do you have any specific ideas in mind? Chen Jianmin mused that without ideas, one could hardly brave the northwest wind to come here. In chapter 138, titled The Emperor is Not Anxious, but the Eunuch Is, he received a cigarette from Feng Haitao. Placing it behind his ear, he continued, the 7 male comrades at our forest protection station should be entirely dedicated to fire prevention during the strict vigilance period, transforming into a specialized firefighting team. In the absence of fire incidents, they should hone their firefighting skills. When a fire does occur, they must rush to the front line at the earliest moment, striving to contain the blaze at its inception. Feng Haitao's eyes widened in excitement as he maneuvered around the desk to sit on a single sofa, exclaiming, Jianmin, I share your sentiments. The approach to fires must be proactive, strike early, strike small. If there were such a team in Zhujiakan, I dare say 90% of fires could be controlled at the outset, though the numbers are somewhat scant. Chen Jianmin was cautious about significantly increasing manpower. More individuals often led to more complications, and he wished to avoid undue stress. However, he had a solution. Leader, having fewer personnel can also yield effective strategies. I was contemplating that if necessary, we could temporarily hire individuals during the fire prevention period to assist at the checkpoints. Moreover, the lookout tower on the bridge has been unattended for years, which is indeed a dereliction of our duties. Feng Haitao was particularly pleased to hear this. As the newly appointed head of the station, he was eager to address the lingering issues left by his predecessor. Resolving these matters would undoubtedly become a notable aspect of this year's work, especially given the county's heightened focus on the pristine forest area. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette amidst the swirling smoke, he nodded emphatically, Jianmin. Proceed to hire 3 individuals for the lookout tower, operating in shifts to ensure constant vigilance. As for the checkpoint, 1 person should suffice. The funds for hiring will be allocated from the station. You can determine the specifics, but I estimate that a daily wage of 1 yuan will attract applicants. The critical factor is that the personnel at the checkpoint must be reliable. We cannot afford distractions while enforcing fines. The two continued to discuss various responsibilities related to the forest protection station. After learning about the fire incident in Zhujiakan the previous night, Feng Haitao urged Chen Jianmin to conclude his affairs swiftly and return. Initially, he had intended to stay overnight at the commune, but that no longer seemed feasible. Exiting the station, Chen Jianmin headed directly to the health clinic. Upon entering, he encountered the person he had longed to see. Li Yanli, clad in a white coat, was returning from outside, her long hair tousled by the wind. Upon spotting Chen Jianmin, she feigned ignorance. Her demeanor darkened as she avoided his gaze. What has provoked her? He wondered. Have I offended her recently? Just as Chen Jianmin contemplated stopping her, she coldly instructed, come to my office. With that, she bypassed him, strutting like a proud rooster with her head held high, the rhythmic clicking of her high heels accompanying her slender waist's graceful sway. The corridor was filled with the sharp scent of disinfectant. Li Yanli's office was furnished with an examination table, a sturdy desk at either end, 2 ergonomic chairs, and 2 file cabinets. Due to the fact that the health clinic operates its own boiler, the windows are not covered with plastic sheets, resulting in an unusually bright atmosphere. After Chen Jianmin entered, he swiftly closed the door behind him, pulling an empty chair closer to Li Yanli and seating himself beside her. He settled in, but his hands were far from idle, as they circled around her waist and ventured upward. Li Yanli gritted her teeth and, with a frosty expression, uttered 2 words, "Let go." "Not a chance," Chen Jianmin replied. His gaze fixed outside the window while his left arm encircled her waist and his right hand began to wander toward her thigh. Truth be told, he was somewhat captivated by this seemingly simple yet alluring individual who sat beside him. Li Yanli glanced out the window, anxiety creeping in. What if someone sees us? Hurry and let go. As she spoke, she swiftly retrieved a surgical knife from the drawer and brandished it at Chen Jianmin. "If you don't release me, I'll take action." Chen Jianmin tilted his head defiantly. "Go ahead, make your move. If I blink, I'll take your surname." He then remarked, "Oh, you seem to have lost weight. What is your secret? Is it really you, Chen Jianmin? Can't you show a little dignity?" She retorted, "Those who value their dignity never get to enjoy the finer things, but I am different. I've savored the world's most exquisite little fruits. Are we really going to come to blows?" Li Yanli's knife was nearly at Chen Jianmin's neck, yet he appeared unfazed, his actions undeterred. With a sigh of resignation, she tossed the knife onto the table. "What on earth do you want? For heaven's sake, someone will be coming in soon. What if we're seen?" Noting her rising distress, Chen Jianmin leaned in and planted a quick kiss on her cheek, then sprang up and moved to the chair across from her desk. A suspicious flush crept onto Li Yanli's somewhat chubby face as she shot him a fierce glare, adjusting her clothing as she spoke. "What are you and Xiaomei really thinking? Are you still considering marriage?" "Hey, why is it up to you to question me?" he replied. "I'm just looking out for you." Li Yanli's eyes flickered toward the window. "Don't ask me. If you want to know the reason, go ask your beloved. Are you truly unafraid of hurting my feelings?" As Chen Jianmin spoke, the surgical knife flew past his ear and lodged itself into the filing cabinet. He turned to retrieve the blade, carefully placing it aside. "The reason does not lie with me. Initially, it was agreed that I would not interfere. All the preparations were to be handled by her. As you can see, even the room designated for Xiaohong is one I tidied up." "Wait a minute. What does our potential marriage have to do with you? Isn't this a case of the emperor being anxious while the eunuch remains calm?" "Ah, I see. If we marry, it will be convenient for you, and for me as well." The feeling of embracing on both sides. "Oh, why are you getting physical again?" This time, a folder from the desk flew toward him, followed by an ink bottle. Just as Li Yanli reached for the desk lamp, Chen Jianmin swiftly dashed to the door. Bang! Li Yanli slammed the lamp onto the table, her face cold as she declared, "Chen Jianmin, if you dare to leave, I will not let this go." At this moment, Chen Jianmin found himself in a predicament. "Dear aunt, why must you communicate in such a roundabout manner? You neither allow me to leave nor clarify your intentions. I must return today. The winds are fierce, and if a fire were to break out, I would need to ascend the mountain to extinguish it. The thought of climbing the mountain to fight a fire leaves me uncertain of my survival, hence I rushed over to see you. Yet, you entangle me in this perplexing scenario. Li Yanli, I misjudged you. It is I who am worthless, and it seems we are not aligned." Before he could articulate his thoughts further, his lips were silenced by the soft, crimson petals of her mouth. Her arms encircled him, her body, devoid of rigidity, pressed against him with an intoxicating allure. Moments later, she released him, her face nestled against his chest, murmuring indistinctly, "Please refrain from such words in the future." A triumphant smile danced upon Chen Jianmin's lips, yet when he glanced down to find 2 crystalline tears gliding down Li Yanli's cheeks, a pang of unexpected sorrow pierced his heart. How curious it was. Did he still possess a conscience? Chapter 139. The art of favors. What can one accomplish in 10 minutes? Some manage a plethora of tasks, while others scarcely complete a single endeavor. With insufficient time at hand, the notion of embracing and engaging in heartfelt conversations seemed implausible. Since the day they met, they had never truly conversed. In summary, silence was the most harmonious form of communication. Once words were spoken, it became a battleground. Li Yanli swiftly wiped away her tears, silently holding onto Chen Jianmin. The office fell into a hushed stillness, punctuated only by the relentless ticking of the wall clock, which ultimately chimed 4 times. Li Yanli glanced out the window, released Chen Jianmin, and hurried back to her desk. She rummaged through a drawer and retrieved a set of keys, rushing back to place them in his hand. "I've moved out of the dormitory. I now reside in the first house on the east side of the second alley. You should leave promptly. I do not wish to see you for even a minute." Without waiting for a reply, she pushed him out of the office and shut the door with a resounding thud. Chen Jianmin firmly grasped the keys in his palm, closed his eyes briefly, and stood outside the door for a moment before striding away from the clinic, mounting his bicycle to head back. Fortunately, the return journey was smooth, with only the steep climbs requiring any effort. Despite the minimal exertion, Chen Jianmin was inclined to appreciate the scenery, though it offered little of interest, just the remnants of snow and a barren expanse of grayish-yellow hills, devoid of life. As he approached the large ridge west of Zhoujia village, the wind had subsided considerably. Looking back, he beheld the orange sun hanging low upon the distant mountaintop, its rays filtering through the dust, bathing everything in a dreamlike hue. Meanwhile, Zhoujia village nestled in the eastern valley had gradually succumbed to the encroaching night. Upon returning to the forest station, Chen Jianmin secured his bicycle and called to Zhou Lihong, who was stoking the fire inside. "Sister Lihong, could you do me a favor and take these clothes inside?" Zhou Lihong rushed out and, upon seeing the hefty bundle he carried, expressed her surprise. "Did you purchase all of this? This is what our department has distributed. 1 set per person. The last 2 sets were chosen based on your and Sister Yulan's height and build, while the 8 sets above are quite similar." Upon hearing that the department was distributing clothing, Zhou Lihong felt a surge of happiness. She had often heard that coal mines provided uniforms for their workers annually, and she truly envied that. In times when even meals were a challenge, receiving a set of complimentary clothing was not merely a solution to the issue of attire. More often than not, such workwear offered a sense of security, a feeling of having support. "Sister Lihong, I'm heading to the west courtyard," Chen Jianmin stated after addressing the clothing matter, lifting his foot to walk towards Tong Yulan's home. With no one else around, Zhou Lihong lowered her voice to jest. "Isn't Sister Yulan in the county?" "Huh, this time I'm not looking for her. I'll tell you more when I return. First, I need to free Guang." The duty roster indicated that Zhou Guang was scheduled for the first day, meaning he had already begun his shift at the inspection station. Zhou Lihong did not fully grasp Chen Jianmin's intent as she watched him leap into the west courtyard, then turned to carry the large bundle of clothing inside. Lu Jinshan and his wife were somewhat puzzled. What was going on with Chen Jianmin today? He had come by in the morning and now returned in the evening. Surely, he wasn't hoping to borrow something again? As they exchanged bewildered glances, Chen Jianmin unceremoniously took a seat, pulled over Lu Jinshan's tobacco basket, rolled a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. To be honest, old Lu's tobacco was quite good, not overly harsh, with a hint of sweetness. While Lu Jinshan remained composed, Aunt Lu began to feel a twinge of concern. This didn't seem like a visit to borrow something. Perhaps he intended to make some unreasonable request? For instance, asking her daughter-in-law to move to the forest station. It was better to clarify first. "Jianmin, do you have something troubling you?" Chen Jianmin sighed. "Aunt Lu, you've hit the nail on the head. There is indeed something that puts me in a difficult position." Aunt Lu's heart sank. Here it came. And if she was right, this matter was absolutely unacceptable. She immediately adopted a stern expression. "Jianmin, if you're here to discuss Yulan, I truly have nothing to say to you." Lu Jinshan coughed repeatedly, signaling his wife with glances, urging her to be cautious with her words and not offend Chen Jianmin. After all, to their family, Chen Jianmin was akin to a deity of fortune. Chen Jianmin was momentarily taken aback, contemplating how audacious this elderly woman was. The reason he had refrained from addressing the matter directly was to extend a courtesy while avoiding putting her in an uncomfortable position. He hadn't expected Aunt Lu to misinterpret his intentions in this manner. As for Tong Yulan, what further requests could he possibly make? That young wife had already devoted herself entirely to him. What more could he want? "Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, let us not misunderstand. The difficult matter I'm referring to is not what you think. Here's the situation. With the fire prevention period upon us, our inspection station intends to temporarily hire someone to oversee the vehicles and personnel entering the mountain around the clock. Indeed, due to the potential implications of penalties involved, I find it rather unsettling to entrust such responsibilities to anyone who does not inspire my utmost confidence." Just as Chen Jianmin concluded his statement, Lu Jinshan, who typically refrains from idle chatter, promptly seized the opportunity to interject. "Nephew Jianmin, is there not someone right here who would undoubtedly put your mind at ease?" Oh, it suddenly dawned on Chen Jianmin that he had overlooked the presence of Lu Jinshan. However, he felt quite satisfied with Lu Jinshan's response. At present, he wielded significant authority in hiring, having the discretion to choose whomever he wished, yet he was determined not to appear overly eager to extend favors. Lu Jinshan, fully attuned to his sentiments, without the slightest hesitation, nominated himself as the candidate. This situation encapsulated both proactive and reactive dimensions. Were Chen Jianmin to directly propose hiring Lu Jinshan, the latter, despite his delight, would inevitably remember the favor he had received, making it difficult for Chen Jianmin to present such a request, tinged with ambiguity. Conversely, with Lu Jinshan's initiative to express his desire to work as a temporary laborer at the inspection station, Chen Jianmin felt entirely justified in broaching the subject. Nevertheless, the job was not without its challenges. It required a 24-hour commitment, with meals and rest confined to a small room for 3 months. Uncle Lu, do you believe you can endure such conditions? Lu Jinshan patted his chest, straightened his back, and assured him, Nephew Jianmin, fret not. How difficult could it be to find sustenance? Your Uncle Lu shall not abandon his post midway. This promise, coming from a man in his 50s, bore a certain weight. Chen Jianmin grinned. Very well. Then, let us assign this task to you, with a remuneration of 1 yuan per day. However, there is a minor stipulation. Any potential fines must be reported solely to our accountant at the forestry station, Sister Yuan, and must not be disclosed to anyone else. Is that agreeable? Though Lu Jinshan's health was not robust, his mind was sharp. At this remark, his rolling of cigarettes paused for a fleeting moment before he burst into laughter. Jianmin, rest assured, since this is the rule of our forestry station, I shall certainly abide by it. Chen Jianmin smiled with satisfaction. His intent was not to profit from fines, but rather to heed the caution expressed by Feng Haitao, treating it with the seriousness it warranted. Just then, the outer door creaked open, followed by the voice of Tong Yulan. Dad, Mom, I'm back. As Chen Jianmin discussed Lu Jinshan's potential work at the inspection station, Tong Yulan returned. Upon hearing her voice, Aunt Lu immediately scooped up the child and made her way outside, murmuring, Ah, she has finally returned. I wonder how her first trip to the county went. Indeed, her words held truth. Tong Yulan hailed from a rural background and had likely never ventured to the county before marrying into the Lu family. The furthest she had traveled was to the commune, accompanied by Chen Jianmin to sell mushrooms. Aunt Lu may not have realized the extent of her concern for this daughter-in-law, who seemed so youthful. Just as she reached the doorway, Tong Yulan swung it open, her gaze fixed on the ground as she hefted 2 large bags inside. Upon seeing her son, she hastily cast her bag aside, eager to take him from her mother-in-law's arms, but she rubbed her hands together and said, Little Lin, Mommy is cold. Let us wait a moment before I hold you. Aunt Lu stepped aside, casting a glance at the 2 large bags on the floor, and remarked, What have you brought us this time? Didn't I tell you, we have enough clothes to wear? The light from the kerosene lamp was indeed inadequate, particularly in her home, where, in an effort to save a few coins, the wicks were made particularly thin. Moreover, with Aunt Lu blocking the doorway, Tong Yulan had yet to notice Chen Jianmin sitting on the edge of the Kong. Once Aunt Lu moved aside, she discovered Chen Jianmin smiling at her. At that moment, her heart leapt with joy, her cheeks flushed, and she shyly lowered her gaze, suddenly recalling that they were in her in-laws' home. A thought crossed her mind. Was something amiss? Generally, Chen Jianmin would not visit her home, let alone sit and chat with her in-laws. This contemplation made her a bit anxious as she glanced at Chen Jianmin. Then at Lu Jinshan. Lu Jinshan, perceptive as ever, quickly noticed his daughter-in-law's unease and said, Yulan, you've returned at just the right time. Your mother and I wish to discuss something with you. Upon hearing this, Tong Yulan felt even more uncertain, yet Lu Jinshan appeared quite pleased. Not merely happy, but particularly excited. Sensing this, she felt somewhat reassured. It likely had little to do with her. She placed the 2 large bags on the long bench below the window and casually inquired, Father, what is it that you wish to discuss? To be honest, matters concerning the household had rarely involved her in the past. This sudden inclusion felt somewhat unfamiliar. Here's the thing, Lu Jinshan began. Jianmin has helped me find a job, a temporary position at your workplace during the fire prevention period. I thought it would be beneficial. Earning some money is never a bad thing, and it won't be too taxing for me. However, there may be some minor household chores you'll need to lend a hand with. I worry you might be overwhelmed with your current responsibilities. Although Lu Jinshan claimed he could not manage heavy work, since the previous year, Tong Yulan had been helping Chen Jianmin with the mushroom house, and Lu Jinshan had been assisting with many small tasks at home. Using this as an excuse to gauge his daughter-in-law's opinion effectively elevated her status within the household to that of a semi-head of the family. Chen Jianmin, sitting quietly beside them, remained silent but understood Lu Jinshan's intention, feeling that arranging this job for Lu Jinshan was indeed quite useful. A genuine smile began to blossom on Tong Yulan's face, a smile that was utterly sincere and unpretentious. Before she could speak, her face flushed even deeper. Father, this is wonderful news. Regardless of how much money it brings, having something to do will certainly improve your health. Aunt Lu, cradling the child, interjected, "It's all right. My Lin won't hinder my work. You both carry on. I truly can't spare the time to seek your help." As Chen Jianmin reflected on the past, he was overwhelmed with emotions. Last year, when he first began his association with Tong Yulan, her situation within the household was quite dire. She bore the brunt of both domestic and external chores day in and day out. Yet, this young woman possessed an admirable resilience. In the initial month, she diligently learned the craft under his guidance, tirelessly monitoring the mushroom cultivation room while still managing to return home to assist with various household tasks. Which was no small feat. After some further conversation, Chen Jianmin intended to head back to the forest protection station. However, Tong Yulan caught his eye and, after handing her son a couple of snacks from her bag, lifted a large satchel onto the Kong, saying to Aunt Lu, "Mother, within this bag are clothes and shoes I bought for you, along with a radio." The radio that Lu Jinshan had previously used had been malfunctioning for days, and now, upon seeing a brand new Haiyan brand radio, his eyes sparkled with delight. This must have cost quite a sum, right? Aunt Lu seemed utterly taken aback, her weathered face twitching several times as she suddenly slapped her thigh, her voice quavering with emotion. "Yulan, why did you spend this money? Your father's radio could be repaired. And we don't lack for clothes. Oh, there are so many better ways to use this money." Tong Yulan, evidently accustomed to her mother-in-law's incessant nagging, remained unperturbed and offered no rebuttal. As Aunt Lu juggled the child in one arm while rummaging through the large bag, Tong Yulan discreetly gestured towards the east room before slipping out. Lu Jinshan, enamored with the radio, paid little attention to Aunt Lu's diminishing protests. Recalling that Zhou Erguang was still on duty at the inspection station, Chen Jianmin promptly reminded Lu Jinshan, "Uncle Lu, it's already past 7. You should head to the inspection station to relieve Zhou Erguang. That will count as your shift for the day." Lu Jinshan calculated with his fingers and realized that by midnight he would have less than 5 hours left. And who would be entering the mountains at night anyway? It felt as though Chen Jianmin was giving him money for nothing. With this thought, he quickly got up to put on his shoes. Aunt Lu, still rummaging through the bag, urged him, "Hurry, hurry. Oh, and don't forget your tobacco basket and large tea thermos." Chen Jianmin interjected, "The inspection station has tea. There's no need to bring that. But do take a set of bedding." After a flurry of activity, Chen Jianmin assisted Lu Jinshan in carrying the bedding and accompanied him to the inspection station. Inside the small room at the station, which had windows on 3 sides, the stove was burning particularly fiercely, causing a wave of heat to hit Chen Jianmin as he pushed the door open, nearly causing him to stagger back. Zhou Erguang, with nothing to occupy him, was almost dozing off on the bare wooden bed. After sending off a cheerful Zhou Erguang, Chen Jianmin retrieved a new flashlight from the forest protection station and handed it to Lu Jinshan with some instructions before quietly returning to Tong Yulan's home. Upon entering the outer room, he confidently called out to Aunt Lu through the door, "Aunt Lu, I discussed with Sister Yulan about the proceeds from this mushroom sale." Immediately, there was a stir from within the west room. Go on, go on. What else can she do? The truth is, even if she is not here, she can still get involved at the forest protection station. What is the point of her trying to play the villain? Chapter 141, definitely not peaking in the northeast. There is an old saying, "Wind lasts for 3 days," implying that a strong wind typically blows for 3 days before it subsides. There is indeed some truth to this. As the sun began to set, the wind took a brief respite, only to pick up again around 7 o'clock, howling fiercely. Tonight, the gusts were even stronger than the previous night, sending sand and stones swirling outside, casting a dim shadow over the world. However, inside, it was as warm as spring, with a delicate fragrance wafting through the air. As Chen Jianmin entered Tong Yulan's room, he found his petite wife rummaging through her large bag. She dashed over in delight, gazing up at him with starry eyes. Once Chen Jianmin securely closed the door and bolted it, his wife could no longer contain her excitement. She leaped up and landed directly in his arms. Chen Jianmin instinctively supported her, spinning her around the room a couple of times before gently placing her on the Kong. Eagerly, he pressed his lips against her small, rosy ones. Tong Yulan visibly shivered for a moment, then closed her eyes to meet his kiss. After a tender and lingering embrace, her cheeks flushed and breathing became rapid. She pushed him away, indicating towards the west room. She slipped off her shoes and knelt on the Kong, retrieving her small bag. From within, she pulled out a diary. "Brother Jianmin, I've noted down all the points you mentioned for me to pay attention to," she said. "Now, this is what a good student looks like. Come, let the teacher check the completion of the assignment." Chen Jianmin also removed his shoes and joined her on the Kong, leaning against the bedding as he pulled her into his embrace. He took the diary from her and perused it for a moment, nodding in approval. Very good, very good. Though your handwriting may not be the most elegant, the content is organized, and you have numbered your points. Tong Yulan tilted her head against Chen Jianmin's chest, smiling sweetly. A few days prior, he had advised her to observe Wang Guoqing's demeanor when receiving mushrooms, the arrangement of personnel, the temperature of the storage cellar, the packaging methods, and various other essential details while they sold mushrooms in the county town. He suggested she keep a small diary to secretly jot down her observations. This was a classic strategy Chen Jianmin had learned throughout his life of hard work, to note down what he learned from others for future reference. This way, if things went awry with Wang Guoqing, she would not be left in the dark. After closing the diary, Chen Jianmin inhaled the scent of her shampoo from her hair and quietly asked in her ear, "Where have you been staying these past 2 days?" Logically, the mushrooms should have been delivered to Wang Guoqing's cellar the same day, and the payment settled immediately. However, staying in the county town for 2 nights was Chen Jianmin's idea. Zhoujia village is quite distant from the county town, and given that no family is particularly affluent, it is a rare opportunity to enter the city, especially after selling mushrooms and having some extra cash on hand. Therefore, he wanted the ones delivering the mushrooms to have a good time exploring the county town, broadening their horizons while igniting a greater enthusiasm for mushroom cultivation. Most importantly, he wished to provide his petite wife with a chance to see more of the world. I arranged for Han Yao and I to accommodate those delivering the mushrooms at the large card inn while we stayed at the forestry guest house. Before leaving, I took a moment to wash up. As Tong Yulan spoke, her voice dwindled to a mere whisper, feeling her face flush with warmth. The young girl, Han Yao, could hardly remain still even while bathing, when reminded to wash herself well, so that the men would be particularly pleased when they returned to gather mushrooms in the evening. It was uncertain whether she had already sensed the whispers about her and Chen Jianmin. The conversation was rife with innuendos, alluding to mushroom gathering. Leaving her blushing for much of the day, Chen Jianmin playfully kissed her cheek and, feigning innocence, inquired, "What else did you wash?" "Oh, please don't ask." The bashful young wife jumped off the bed, rummaged through her large bag, retrieved a small rattle, and declared, "I'm just going to the west room. I'll be back shortly." A few minutes later, upon her return, Chen Jianmin was rummaging through her bag, having unearthed a pair of white thigh-high stockings, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Oh no, don't touch that." Tong Yulan's face flushed crimson as she hurried over to snatch the stockings from his grasp, frantically stuffing them back into the bag. "Huh, whose idea was this? Isn't it that mischievous Han Yao?" Chen Jianmin remarked, scrutinizing Tong Yulan with mock seriousness. "It seems a bit short. I doubt you can wear them." "Surely not." Tong Yulan furrowed her brow. "Han Yao said this size fits me perfectly. Why not try them on? If they don't fit, I can fetch you a longer pair from the county town someday." "Surely, wearing something too short would be uncomfortable." Chen Jianmin coaxed earnestly. "I want to try them now. Perhaps in summer," Tong Yulan replied, clearly discerning his intentions, her gaze evasively darting toward the bag. Someone who was usually sensitive about spending would feel quite distressed if they brought back something they couldn't wear. "How about this? I'll close my eyes, and you can try them on yourself? Just turn around and lie down," he assured, lying face down on the bed, still feeling uneasy. Tong Yulan draped a blanket over him. As she turned her back to change, Chen Jianmin, beneath the blanket, skillfully discarded the hindrances that plagued him. Tong Yulan murmured to herself as she slid into the stockings, "They fit just right." No sooner had she spoken than Chen Jianmin lifted the blanket, wrapped his arms around her waist, and, amidst her startled gasp, settled her onto his lap, showering her with kisses. The young wife quickly surrendered, turning to embrace Chen Jianmin tightly, her body slightly arching towards him. The flickering lights, the warm glow, the white stockings, combined with the bashful demeanor of the young woman, infused this blustery night in Zhoujia village with a touch of tenderness. Time slipped by as they lay entwined. Finally, Chen Jianmin ventured to inquire, "Were the mushrooms from Zhou Mingshan and Li Xiuzhuan's place selling well?" Both families cultivate the first batch of hazelnuts originally bred by Chen Jianmin, due to the necessity of preparing for the next planting immediately after harvesting. Only Zhou Mingshan and Li Xiuzhuan among them have acquired the requisite skills. Moreover, the combined yield from the first batch amounted to just over 200 jin. Thus, neither family sent anyone to the county town, fully entrusting the sale to Tong Yulan. Although a contract was in place, ensuring the sale was not a concern, the process of cultivating wild hazelnuts artificially encountered several challenges. Not only was the yield disappointingly low, but the mushrooms grew somewhat larger than expected, which adversely affected their flavor. Consequently, Chen Jianmin harbored concerns that Wang Guoqing, the buyer in the county, might be difficult and seek to lower the purchase price. However, the transaction proceeded smoothly, Wang declared that the mushrooms were acceptable, remarking that artificially cultivated mushrooms could never rival their wild counterparts, and honored the contract price. Tong Yulan, out of breath and somewhat incoherent, attempted to communicate. Chen Jianmin, while possessing ample energy, found himself unable to assist, stating that he had duty to monitor the mushroom house that night, urging her to rest well. She insisted there was no need for rest, expressing her intention to join him shortly. The following morning, as Chen Jianmin prepared to inspect the watchtower on the ridge ahead, he was nearly struck by a motorcycle while exiting his door. The vehicle screeched to a halt merely a foot away from him. Startled, he broke into a cold sweat, nearly uttering an expletive, but quickly recognized the figure adorned with a thick cotton hat and a scarf wrapped around her head like a desert chieftain. With hands on her hips, she issued a stern protest. Lu Xiaomei, are you attempting to harm your husband? Lu Xiaomei, her long legs supporting the motorcycle, stared intently at him, remaining silent and refusing to dismount. Zhou Erguang and others, busy organizing firefighting tools in the courtyard, were oblivious to Chen Jianmin's remarks, but noticed someone blocking the entrance with a motorcycle, exuding an air of defiance. Chen Jianmin, hands on his hips, was evidently perturbed. This was unacceptable. Anyone daring to oppose the station chief would find themselves in a precarious position. Zhou Erguang abandoned his tools and rushed over. Upon closer inspection, he realized the motorcyclist was a woman. No, a woman shouldn't be so arrogant, he exclaimed, striding next to Chen Jianmin and confronting Lu Xiaomei. Who do you think you are, blocking our station chief and interfering with official duties? Lu Xiaomei emitted a cold hum, her gaze unwavering from Chen Jianmin's face. As Chen contemplated Lu Xiaomei's purpose for being there, his mind raced, causing him to miss Zhou Erguang's previous comments. Zhou Erguang, witnessing the situation, deemed it outrageous and decided not to let her off easily, stepping forward to grasp the motorcycle's handlebar and attempt to remove the key. Li Xiuqing, who had come along with Zhou, was a married man and, unlike Zhou, who was still single and naive, quickly discerned that the woman was acquainted with Chen Jianmin. And not merely acquainted, it seemed there was a deeper story. As he witnessed Zhou Erguang audaciously attempt to seize another's motorcycle keys, a wave of concern washed over him. While he admired Zhou Erguang's reckless bravado, he swiftly grasped the wrist of the would-be thief, casting him a series of urgent glances. Zhou Erguang, bewildered, inquired, "What's wrong? De Kingsley? Have you got sand in your eyes?" Li Xiuqing, feeling a deep sense of embarrassment, forcefully pulled Zhou Erguang aside. The motorcycle wobbled precariously, prompting him to instinctively steady it with both hands, repeatedly muttering apologies. Zhou Erguang, now indignant, retorted, "What are you doing, De Kingsley? If there's nothing to apologize for, just let go of me." As Li Xiuqing led him away, Zhou Erguang finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Chen Jianmin was locking eyes with a female companion. Observing Zhou Erguang being pulled away, Lu Xiaomei finally broke her silence. "Chen Jianmin, you certainly have some nerve. As station chief, you seem to think you can control who visits here." Her tone was tinged with coldness. Chen Jianmin narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile that lacked warmth spreading across his face. "Teacher Lu, tell me honestly, just now, before you slammed on the brakes, did you not feel an urge to run me over? Don't blink, look me in the eye as you speak." He had yet to settle the score for the last encounter at Li Yanli's dormitory, and here she was, coming to reprimand him. Could he simply endure this? In recent days, he had refrained from seeking out the teacher, wishing to give her time for reflection, to contemplate her next steps before hastily deciding on their relationship's fate. In truth, after his magical confrontation at her home, there had been signs of a shift in her demeanor. Yet, it remained unclear whether it was her idea or a scheme devised by Li Yanli that led them to conspire and lure him to the dormitory, further complicating matters. Particularly just moments ago, Chen Jianmin had genuinely felt a sense of peril. A cold sweat drenched him, and for an instant, the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. Hence, he posed Lu Xiaomei a rather pointed question. Lu Xiaomei loosened her large scarf, draping it over the motorcycle's handlebars, and removed her mask. Her lips moved ever so slightly as she retorted, "Do you think I harbored thoughts of running you down?" "Indeed," Chen Jianmin responded with unwavering certainty, before adding a caveat, "However, you would never act on it." "Why wouldn't I?" Lu Xiaomei's voice remained icy. Chen Jianmin chuckled, exuding confidence. "Because you are a teacher, an intellectual, someone who understands the law. Yet, that is merely the superficial reason. The true reason you could not bring yourself to do it is that I am simply too remarkable for you to wish me harm." With a slight smirk, Lu Xiaomei dismounted the motorcycle, kicked aside the side stand, and positioned the bike upright. "However, I do not wish to discuss this today. Shall we take a walk?" "Perfect. I, too, find myself quite bored. Let us climb the mountain yonder," Chen Jianmin suggested, pointing toward the hill in front of the village, then turned back to call out. Erguang, come here. As Zhou Erguang was abruptly pulled to the doorstep, he swiftly broke free from Li Xiuqing's grasp and dashed over to Chen Jianmin's side. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Lu Xiaomei's face, and he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This woman was undeniably beautiful. Even in Zhujiakan, a village renowned for its stunning women, none seemed to rival her allure. While he was momentarily entranced, the back of his head was slapped by Chen Jianmin, who snapped. What are you staring at? Go push your sister-in-law's motorcycle into the yard. Zhou Erguang was momentarily bewildered. My sister-in-law? Enough of that nonsense, hurry up, Chen Jianmin retorted, marching southward without another glance back. Lu Xiaomei shot a glance at the still-dazed Zhou Erguang before turning to follow Chen Jianmin. The ridge ahead was not particularly high, yet it was steep. Those unfamiliar with the path would find it quite strenuous to ascend. Even with Chen Jianmin leading the way, Lu Xiaomei struggled, slipping partway up. Had she not managed to grab hold of a small tree in time, she would have undoubtedly tumbled down the slope. Although the snow was thick, rolling from midway down the mountain to the base would hardly have been pleasant. Chen Jianmin, leading the way, didn't even bother to look back, seemingly oblivious to Lu Xiaomei's presence, as he continued his ascent without pausing. He soon reached the summit, turned, sat down, and lit a cigarette, observing Lu Xiaomei with an expression devoid of any emotion, as if he had long since transcended worldly concerns. By the time Lu Xiaomei finally made it to the top, she leaned on her knees, gasping for breath. Seeing Chen Jianmin rise and head westward, she couldn't help but call out, Chen Jianmin, even if we're just friends, there's no need to be this cold. You shouldn't just stand by while I nearly fall. Chen Jianmin halted, a cryptic smile playing on his lips as he interjected, in this damned world, there are countless things that ought to be done, yet how many actually fulfill their obligations? For instance, you should be preparing our wedding supplies right now, instead of almost causing me harm in a moment of recklessness. Lu Xiaomei fell silent, straightening her back and gazing toward the small ridge in the northwest of the village, the very place where she had first met Chen Jianmin on December 22nd last year. Over 3 months had passed, yet it felt as if it had only occurred yesterday. Why did she feel this way? Why was it so hard for her to let go? Chen Jianmin had already reached the lookout tower, meticulously inspecting the 3-story structure built from purlins. After a while, he climbed to the top, quietly surveying the distant mountains and forests. When Lu Xiaomei finally joined him, he didn't spare her a glance, still staring into the distance, and calmly stated, Teacher Lu, let us part ways. Chapter 143. Infuriating yet irreparable, what did you say? The wind atop the lookout tower was brisk, and Lu Xiaomei seemed not to have fully processed Chen Jianmin's words, or perhaps she was in disbelief that he could utter such a thing, prompting her to ask for clarification. They were less than a meter apart. How could she not hear him clearly? Chen Jianmin turned around, leaning against the railing, his tone casual. Teacher Lu, we have known each other for nearly half a year now. You should have a fair understanding of the kind of person I am. Since we are alone here, let us speak frankly. When you chose me to be your son-in-law, you must have conducted a thorough investigation, believing that we would be well matched. However, it seems I have deviated from the script you envisioned, and our compatibility has vanished. So, you no longer desire to marry. You see, as a central school teacher, you are exceptionally talented, and, being young, your future is undoubtedly bright. Here I am, feeling as though I am almost cultured myself. Nevertheless, the fact remains that we should stop this back and forth, for it leads only to wasted time. You have rightly pointed out that being young, attractive, and having a stable job means there is no rush to settle down. Yet, I cannot afford that luxury. Look at my face. I must be nearing wrinkles. I am already 27, still a confirmed bachelor, with no one to cook for me or wash my clothes, all alone and forlorn. Stop. Stop. Lu Xiaomei could no longer bear it. Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. You still consider yourself a confirmed bachelor? Alone and forlorn? Don't you feel a pang of guilt saying such things? Have you no shame? After voicing her indignation, her chest heaved visibly, clearly agitated. Yet, within moments, she felt a twinge of regret. Earlier at the fire tower, she had repeatedly told herself to communicate calmly. Even if they were to part ways, it should be amicable. She had intended to avoid conflict. But how could she not feel irked listening to this scoundrel? Not to mention that the little widow had already given herself to him, seemingly eager to offer him her heart, but also considering her cousin Zhou Lihong, who she suspected had also succumbed to his charms. And then there was Li Yanli, someone she trusted deeply and held dear, who, in a moment of passion, had inadvertently called him Brother Jianmin. What did this indicate? It suggested that Li Yanli had at least begun to gravitate towards this rogue in her heart, perhaps even sharing a bed with him one day. And here he was, complaining about his plight. Was that even a reasonable thing to say? It was she who had the right to feel wronged. After carefully selecting him as a shield, she found that from the day he appeared before her, he was entirely different from what she had anticipated. Initially, she found him appealing. At least he was intelligent and capable of managing both domestic and external affairs, which led her to decide to marry him, even setting a date. But then, this scoundrel began dabbling in mushroom cultivation and taking her sister into the fashion business, growing increasingly adept and making money effortlessly, all while being promoted to the station master of the forest protection station for his excellent performance. If this had been all, she would have still been eager to marry him, as she had some confidence in her ability to manage him. However, as often happens in life, it was a sudden twist that transformed everything. She found that whenever she had a moment of idleness, thoughts of this person would intrude upon her mind. Not just once or twice, but like a persistent fly buzzing incessantly, even invading her dreams at times. This marked the first occasion she realized her thoughts were slipping beyond her control, a perilous signal indeed. Ironically, during such a tumultuous time, Li Yanli had ensconced this individual in her heart, which filled her with dread. On one hand, she feared losing Li Yanli, and on the other, she was terrified of plunging into this enigmatic abyss, let us call it that for now, particularly that afternoon, when this insufferable wretch concocted a 10-minute game that unveiled to her a dazzling new world. Her apprehension deepened. The exhilarating sensation of utter abandonment was intoxicating, yet it left her haunted for several nights, plagued by insomnia. Hence, she resolved to sever ties swiftly and decisively. This was the very reason she had borrowed a motorcycle to come here today. However, to her astonishment, this scoundrel had the audacity to propose the breakup himself. Fine, let him say it. But he had to feign suffering, which was infuriating. His shamelessness was astounding. Chen Jianmin, meeting Lu Xiaomei's complex gaze with a slight smile, raised his voice with conviction. What do I have to be anxious about? Just tell me, am I not currently single? Yes, I may be fortunate enough to possess good looks and a charming demeanor, attracting the interest of many women, but what of it? Is it not natural for the opposite sexes to be drawn to one another? If I were to fancy a man, that would be something. But let's not delve into that, shall we? It's too perilous to engage in such discussions here. Lu Xiaomei retracted her fist aimed at Chen Jianmin, her teeth gritting audibly as if she were ready to devour him whole, glaring fiercely in his direction. In her fury, she momentarily forgot the purpose of her long journey. From now on, do not mention the topic of same-sex or opposite-sex matters in my presence. I find it quite distasteful. Sighing, Chen Jianmin replied, since we've reached this point in our conversation, let's engage in a calm discourse. Avoiding this topic is futile. While you may silence me, can you silence others as well? As for your affair with Li Yanli, it can only remain a secret until noon. Upon hearing him broach the subject again, Lu Xiaomei considered turning to leave. But the last comment from this insufferable man piqued her curiosity. As an educator, her instincts compelled her to seek clarity. What do you mean by saying it cannot remain a secret until noon? She noticed her tone had softened, lacking the sharpness it had held moments before. Chen Jianmin flashed his characteristic smirk, because it will inevitably be revealed. With that, he deftly maneuvered around Lu Xiaomei and hurried down the staircase, though running might be a stretch. The staircase was steep, and he merely quickened his pace slightly. From above, Lu Xiaomei's hoarse voice echoed, Chen Jianmin. I'm right here. Please be careful coming down. A fall from this height could be troublesome. If you were to end up a vegetable, I would have to tend to you for a lifetime. You really ought to curb that habit of resorting to violence when you cannot win an argument. Chen Jianmin paused at the second-floor staircase, deftly catching the hat tossed down by Lu Xiaomei. He chattered on. It is said that one should dress warmly in spring and endure the chill of autumn to avoid illness. Look at you. You were just sweating profusely. Without a hat now, are you not inviting a cold? His genuine concern stemmed from fearing that Lu Xiaomei might tumble down in a moment of impulse. Should she sustain any injuries, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he seized the opportunity to voice his admonitions. Well, at least there's Dr. Li. Perhaps you aren't overly concerned about catching a cold. However, I must clarify that I lack the time to escort you back to the commune. If you do fall ill, you will have to rest in the eastern room of the forest protection station, and I will not be available to tend to you. Chen Jianmin, will you ever cease your incessant prattle? Lu Xiaomei was on the brink of despair. What misdeeds did I commit in my past life to deserve the presence of such an infuriating little rascal in this one? Chapter 144. What are you getting so worked up about? Lu Xiaomei seated herself at the top of the staircase, legs drawn together, arms resting on her knees, burying her face within them, her shoulders trembling. Was she crying? Chen Jianmin looked up at her, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet, he had no intention of comforting her. The current exchange indicated that he had struck a nerve deep within her, provoking tears from one typically so stoic. This was the very effect he sought. No need for comfort at this juncture. She needed to process her emotions independently, ideally coming to recognize the profound desires within her heart. This, he believed, was the most effective path to truly redirecting her feelings. Of course, such matters could not be rushed. A solid foundation must be laid, allowing her to gradually embrace her emotions. The 10-minute game they had played at her home previously had been quite effective, and he would seek further opportunities for similar engagements. As for her desire to break up, well, even if that were to occur, what would it truly matter? He could still pursue Li Yanli, as that situation was nearly resolved. Just the other day, when he visited her, she had wept in his embrace and handed him the keys to her newly rented apartment. This was irrefutable evidence of her affection. Once he managed to guide Li Yanli's feelings in the right direction, Lu Xiaomei would lose her emotional anchor. At that point, with just a little persuasion, he had no doubt she would gravitate towards him once more. After pondering for a while, Chen Jianmin realized that he was becoming increasingly adept at navigating his circumstances. Leaning against the railing, he contemplated lighting a cigarette, but then reconsidered. It was the fire prevention period, and he must lead by example. Beyond the regulations, he felt a responsibility to protect the pristine forest, which had been safeguarded by generations before him. He needed to finalize the arrangements for personnel to stand guard at the lookout tower. While he contemplated work matters, Lu Xiaomei on the third-floor platform lifted her head, gazing vacantly towards the distant horizon. The morning sunlight had begun to exude the warmth characteristic of spring, and the winds had notably calmed. At that moment, a scene unfolded at the lookout tower. On the small third-floor platform, a girl with flowing hair sat like a statue at the staircase's edge, motionless. At the second-floor landing, a handsome young man leaned against the railing, his expression pensive as he gazed into the distance. If there were someone skilled in photography present, they could undoubtedly capture a profoundly meaningful masterpiece. Unfortunately, in this era, engaging in photography has become an exceedingly high-end endeavor. The audience consists of just two individuals who occasionally glance their way. What are those two doing over there? Zhou Erguang inquired with curiosity. Li Xiuqing shot him a disapproving look. Whatever they are doing is none of your concern, you know? Ah, look, those people must be electricians. Finally, it's our turn at the forest protection station. The electricians, burdened with an array of tools and bundles of wiring, made their way into the forest station. Meanwhile, the two individuals from the mountains were descending one after the other. Chen Jianmin led the way, and as they walked down, he reached out to assist Lu Xiaomei, only to have his hand swatted aside by her. With a frosty demeanor and not a word spoken, she followed closely behind him, step for step. Left with no choice, Chen Jianmin had to descend at a leisurely pace. Fortunately, they made it down the mountain without incident. Lu Xiaomei positioned herself in front of Chen Jianmin, her gaze fixed intently upon him for what felt like an eternity, before finally squeezing out a sentence through gritted teeth. Chen Jianmin, do you intend to abandon me? Not a chance. If anyone is going to kick anyone, it will be me, understood? Chen Jianmin chuckled at the sight of the little tigress baring her teeth at him, nodding repeatedly. All right. Who kicks whom is inconsequential. What truly matters is that we are both quite agitated today, which is hardly the time for significant decisions. Let us meet at the commune another day, and we can calmly discuss things. I'm sure we'll arrive at a resolution. How does that sound? What are you so agitated about? Lu Xiaomei, usually so composed, burst out in frustration. What are you so worked up about besides annoying me? Chen Jianmin sighed once more, realizing that no matter what he said, it would be wrong. Thus, he decided to remain silent. Lu Xiaomei stormed off, but by the time they reached the entrance of the forest station, her expression had transformed into a warm smile, and she even waved at Chen Jianmin, teasingly calling out, Jianmin, why are you walking so slowly? Zhou Erguang, who was boiling water with a kettle in the yard, observed this scene with palpable envy, exclaiming, wow, this is truly enviable. Dajing, you promised to introduce me to someone, and it has been several days without a word. Li Xiuqing tossed a small bundle of twigs at Zhou Erguang's feet, retorting, shouldn't I first check if the girl has any interest in you? Meanwhile, Zhou Lihong and Tong Yulan welcomed the electricians into the West Room, serving tea and lighting cigarettes, even bringing in the snacks and candies they had prepared earlier. As the entire village was being wired, the electricians were astonished by the warm hospitality they received from these two families. Look at that. It's the people from a proper organization. They possess a certain grandeur, one remarked. Indeed, let us all pitch in during the wiring later, another added. Zhou Lihong, adept at managing such situations, smiled as she handed out cigarettes to the electricians. It's quite a task working inside and outside in this cold. So let us show some understanding to one another. Let us take a break before we start working again. There's no rush. Just as she finished speaking, Li Xiuqing hurried in, whispering, Sister Lihong, Teacher Xiaomei is calling for you outside. Zhou Lihong hurriedly rushed outside and saw Lu Xiaomei kicking the motorcycle. She quickly approached and urged her to stay. Xiaomei, it's such a rare visit. Why leave so soon? How about staying for lunch? I can cook a little chicken for you. Lu Xiaomei, with a beaming smile, replied, Sister, I only took a half day off. I really must return now. But what about you? It's been ages since you visited my home. Let us do this. On Sunday, have Jianmin take you to my place. She then shyly glanced at Chen Jianmin and added, Jianmin, think about this matter. I'm off now. Chen Jianmin, equally cheerful, waved at Lu Xiaomei. Be careful on the road, ride slowly. Oh, and make sure to secure your scarf. It's not something to be careless about. Let me help you. As he spoke, he stepped closer, earnestly tying her hat straps and wrapping her scarf snugly around her neck, even taking the opportunity to embrace her. In essence, the two unconsciously enacted the tender interactions that an engaged couple might share. The roar of the happy 250 motorcycle gradually faded into the distance. While installing the household lines and indoor lighting at Tong Yulan's home and the forest protection station, the electricians received a warm welcome and put in considerable effort. Not only did they install lights in the main building and the inspection station, but they also connected the mushroom house, the small storage room, and even the restroom to the power supply. Once the electricians finished and departed, Tong Yulan, who had to work the night shift, was urged by Chen Jianmin to return home for some rest. On Tuesday, Guang organized 6 of his subordinates to go out for a run to exercise. The forest protection station was left with only Chen Jianmin and Zhou Lihong. Zhou Lihong leaned closer to the desk and watched as Chen Jianmin traced lines on a map. After a long moment, she could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Jianmin, are you and Xiaomei having a disagreement? Sis, why do you ask that? Did you not see how affectionate we were? It's precisely because I noticed that I'm asking. What is really going on? No issues. We're just discussing whether we should have a child before getting married. Hey, Lihong, why have you started getting hands-on? That is a bad habit. Chapter 145. Everything is up for discussion with the installation of the indoor and outdoor circuits at the forest protection station completed. The electrical work for Zhujiakan was essentially finished. The electricians spent the afternoon conducting a thorough inspection, and by 7 o'clock that evening, power was restored. The villagers of Zhujiakan, who had relied on oil lamps for generations, were so delighted that some even set off firecrackers. Chen Jianmin was also quite pleased, having lived under the dim light of oil lamps for months since his arrival. He had yet to adapt to the darkness of the nights. Now, finally, they had returned to a civilized society. Shouldn't we consider buying a television or something? Chen Jianmin suggested as he saw the neighbor's young wife bouncing in. Tong Yulan shook her head. Brother Jianmin, our public account at the forest protection station doesn't have that much money. We only receive a budget of 1,000 yuan a month. You shouldn't think about that. You should focus on what you promised County Chief Li. Chen Jianmin suddenly had a realization. Indeed, he had boasted to County Chief Li about his efforts to facilitate the electrification of Zhoujia village, claiming that he would transform it into a mushroom cultivation hub for Hongshan County, if not the entire province. Observing the current progress, he felt it was somewhat sluggish. Sister Yulan, during your recent visit to the county, aside from noting the total revenue from mushroom sales, did you also record the specific incomes of the 20 households? I did. I'll fetch my notebook at home, replied Tong Yulan, turning to leave. However, Chen Jianmin pulled her back. Just give me a rough idea. Among the first 20 households participating in the pilot mushroom cultivation, the highest earner was Zhou Erguang's family, which sold an impressive 317 gene of wild mushrooms. At the contracted price of 18 yuan per gene, and after deducting the 10 service fee for Chen Jianmin and Tong Yulan, as well as Han Yao's 8 sales commission, they netted a total of 679 yuan. Conversely, the lowest income came from Li Xiuqing's family, amounting to 783 yuan. In total, the 20 households sold mushrooms worth 648 yuan, and after subtracting service fees and commissions, they received a net amount of 351 yuan. On average, each household earned over 200 yuan. Excluding labor costs, the other expenses, such as purchasing plastic sheeting, thermometers, and hygrometers, along with travel costs to the county, added up to less than 50 yuan, resulting in an average net income of around 160 to 170 yuan. In other words, the first batch of mushroom cultivators had made a tidy sum, all within a mere half-month during the off-peak farming season. Crucially, this endeavor was accessible to anyone with diligence, and it could be sustained over the long term without interfering with field work. Thus, the potential for economic uplift was considerable. Chen Jianmin felt a surge of excitement as he sketched a topographical map of Zhoujia village on paper, calculating the total number of households. If the entire village engaged in cultivation, it could indeed be termed a planting base. Therefore, we must expand the scale for the second pilot batch, he declared. Looking at his increasingly rosy-cheeked wife, he inquired, what do you think about increasing the number to 50 households for the second batch? Will you be able to manage? I can handle it. Don't worry, Tong Yulan reassured him, her confidence growing. Glancing towards the door, she perched on Chen Jianmin's lap. Wrapping her arms around his neck and whispering, the techniques you taught me, I demonstrated in front of them, but I kept the critical details entirely to myself. Chen Jianmin chuckled, haha, that's my student. That's exactly how it should be. Otherwise, they might learn everything we know, and then we'd be left out in the cold. However, despite their playful banter, mastering the intricacies of mushroom cultivation was no simple task. Even if Chen Jianmin and Tong Yulan openly shared their knowledge, it was uncertain whether anyone could grasp it fully. Moreover, they were concerned that individuals from neighboring villages might acquire the techniques and encroach on the market share of Zhoujia villagers. Thus, they remained guarded about the essential methods. The cultivation of mushrooms is, in truth, quite straightforward. When handled properly, it seldom presents significant issues. However, from the initial preparation of the substrate to the meticulous control of temperature and humidity during fruiting, any minor oversight in these processes can adversely affect both yield and quality. In such instances, technical intervention becomes necessary to rectify the errors. Among those accustomed to traditional farming, nearly 99.9% lack the requisite patience and attention to detail. Thus, even the pilot project involving just 20 households has left the young housewives overwhelmed with tasks. As the variety of mushrooms increases, the technical demands will only escalate, making it unlikely for one individual to manage alone. If necessary, it may be prudent to cultivate someone like Zhou Lihong to assist. Nevertheless, there is no immediate urgency to decide on this matter. Chen Jianmin swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and shifted the conversation. This time, we've earned quite a bit. What would you like to buy? I'll treat you. Tong Yulan nestled her face against Chen Jianmin's chest and sweetly replied, I don't want to buy anything. I just want to save money. The more, the better. Having money brings me peace of mind. By the way, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Each time he held her on his lap, a certain excitement stirred within him, not merely due to his desires, but because her delicate movements and petite stature were irresistibly captivating. This moment was no exception. Playfully, he shifted her weight and declared, as long as you're not planning to find another suitor, everything is negotiable. Oh dear, Jianmin, have you noticed something? She blushed, her voice trembling slightly. I was thinking of taking 1/10 from my share to give to Li Hong, and I'll still pay her a salary. What do you think? Initially, they had agreed to split the technical service fees evenly, but now Tong Yulan intended to allocate 1/5 of her share to Zhou Lihong. Chen Jianmin readily consented, as he had entertained this notion for some time. After all, Zhou Lihong now shared his bed, and as his partner, she deserved his care. Moreover, given her reliability and hard work, it was only fair to provide her with a portion. Let us do this. I'll also take 1/5 from my share. We'll give her 2/5, and we'll each keep 4/5. How does that sound? That works for me, Jianmin, she agreed, her voice trembling, as she grasped his mischievous hand and urged him toward the east room. As their living conditions gradually improved, Tong Yulan, both in terms of complexion and health, had significantly enhanced since the time Chen Jianmin first met her. Embracing her in the east room, they shared a moment of genuine connection. And he reflected deeply. Life is fleeting. One should not dwell excessively on worries, but rather cherish the present. With one hand draped around his neck, she pressed closely to him, softly murmuring, Jianmin, the mushrooms seem to have grown quite a bit. Chen Jianmin felt a slight chill on her tender skin and realized the need to find an appropriate place for their nurturing. After a night of storms, flowers blossomed abundantly. The following morning, Chen Jianmin intended to seek out Zhou Mingshan, who was temporarily residing at Li Xiuzhuan's home, to discuss the second batch of pilot mushroom cultivation and the hiring of 3 additional temporary workers for the forestry station. Just as he was about to step outside, 3 vehicles entered the courtyard. Chapter 146. Surprise Inspection. Chen Jianmin had reached an agreement with Tong Yulan regarding the second batch of pilot mushroom cultivation and was contemplating asking Zhou Mingshan to recruit 3 individuals to stand guard at Wanghua Tower. He planned to finalize these matters with Zhou Mingshan during the morning hours. However, as he was about to leave, he noticed 2 jeeps and a 2020 model pickup truck entering the yard. The truck's bed was covered with a tarp, clearly concealing a substantial load within. Who could these leaders be? Soon, Ma Jiangwo, the director of the County Forestry Bureau, emerged from the second vehicle and stood beside the first. Chen Jianmin quickly surmised that county officials had arrived. He called over Zhou Erguang and others who were practicing firefighting maneuvers, arranging them in a line. Indeed, within moments, County Mayor Li Jigang emerged from the first vehicle. After observing Zhou Erguang and the others, he shook hands with Chen Jianmin, remarking, "Station Chief Chen, your team is indeed formidable now." Turning to Ma Jiangwo, he suggested, "Old Ma, since they seem to be practicing quite well, let us conduct an emergency drill for a sudden fire. Is that acceptable?" Ma Jiangwo felt a wave of anxiety, while Chen Jianmin's group appeared competent. They had only been together for less than a month and likely had no understanding of what a drill entailed. How could this be managed? Wait a moment. Surely, Mayor Li must be aware of the reality of the situation. He was undoubtedly informed, as the establishment of the Zhujiakan Forestry Station was initiated at his suggestion. Thus, was this sudden request for an emergency drill intended to test Chen Jianmin or Ma Jiangwo? Regardless of whom it was directed at, both faced the pressure of scrutiny. The potential for embarrassment was secondary. The real concern lay in the lack of solid implementation of their work. This predicament stemmed from Chen Jianmin's own comments made during a county meeting, where he proposed a professional firefighting team and asserted that the local forestry fields were already engaged in practical preparations, including drills that had never been conducted before. While the boasting was loud, the repercussions were swift. Chen Jianmin was somewhat astonished by Li Jigang's demand, as it seemed inconsistent with his position. If one were to delve into the underlying intentions, it appeared to be a provocation, whether aimed at Ma Jiangwo or at Feng Haitao, who lingered hesitantly in the background. Chen Jianmin could not escape the scrutiny. Thus, was Mayor Li genuinely concerned about inspecting fire prevention efforts, or did he harbor other motives? Fortunately, when Li Jigang noticed Ma Jiangwo staring at Feng Haitao, who had just glanced at Chen Jianmin with a stern expression, it was ultimately Ma Jiangwo who stepped forward, suggesting, "Mayor Li, why don't we go inside for some tea and allow them a moment to prepare?" Of course, Li Jigang would not embarrass Ma Jiangwo in front of so many people. It seemed reasonable, given that this was indeed an unexpected visit. The essence of this dialogue subtly critiques Ma Jiangwo, for no fire incident is ever calculated. They strike unexpectedly. Ma Jiangwo feigns ignorance of this underlying implication and steps aside. Li Jigang prepares to enter the room, but Chen Jianmin interjects at the opportune moment. It is a rare occasion for our leaders to visit, and given the current lack of wind, the safety is considerably heightened. I propose we showcase an emergency response measure for sudden forest fires in neighboring areas for your observation and guidance. He skillfully sidesteps the term drill, as that is precisely his intent. This clever maneuver avoids placing Feng Haitao and Ma Jiangwo in an awkward position while also aligning with Li Jigang's expectations. Li Jigang expresses a knowing smile and, with an air of disbelief, asks now? Chen Jianmin responds earnestly, "Director Feng has long arranged for this task, so our team is ready to mobilize at any moment." He refrains from mentioning Ma Jiangwo, attributing the arrangement solely to Feng Haitao, which is an astute response, as he occupies a different hierarchical level than Ma Jiangwo. In matters of work, it is best to avoid overstepping boundaries. This is a matter of principle. Li Jigang decisively states, "Excellent. With such determination, our work will become significantly easier. Old Ma, let us proceed with a show of respect and observe how they present." A sheen of sweat beads on Ma Jiangwo's forehead. However, given the circumstances, he finds himself at a loss for words, casting a discontented glance at Chen Jianmin. Could this fellow's mind have been clouded? In contrast, Feng Haitao remains composed. Though he has not interacted extensively with Chen Jianmin, his ability to resolve the work attire issue efficiently in just a few days reveals his competence. Such individuals, bold enough to assert their accomplishments before Director Li, undoubtedly possess a clear understanding of their capabilities. Chen Jianmin is indeed perceptive. He strides to the assembled Zhou Erguang and others and announces, "It is now 8:55. In 1 minute, we shall conduct an emergency response drill for a forest fire. Let us commence." After issuing the command, he steps aside. Zhou Erguang, stepping out of line, commands, "Li Xiuqing, grab the flags immediately. Everyone else, disperse." Li Jigang appears momentarily bewildered. Flags? Disperse? What is this all about? He is not alone in his confusion. Ma Jiangwo, Feng Haitao, and others widen their eyes in perplexity. Chen Jianmin does not partake in the drill. Instead, he assumes the role of commentator. Esteemed leaders, to disperse means to revert to our usual operational state during various tasks. As for the flags, at this juncture, Li Xiuqing has already retrieved a red and a blue flag from the building and races outside, positioning himself at the entrance, raising the red flag high and tracing 3 circles above his head. Once Zhou Erguang shouts, "Fire detected," the dispersed individuals promptly regroup in an orderly fashion before the small storage shed. Only then do Li Jigang and the others notice that 2 wind-powered extinguishers and over 10 number 2 tools are arranged in front of the shed. If one were to consider these 2 items as conventional firefighting tools, they did not evoke much emotion. However, what about the 10 backpacks neatly arranged against the wall? Just as they pondered this, Zhou Erguang and the others had already donned a backpack each, grasping 2 wind extinguishers and 5 number 2 tools. Chen Jianmin aptly explained, the red flag drawn in circles above their heads signifies the fire situation. The larger the circle, the more severe the fire. Those backpacks contain provisions and water, along with a cotton coat, prepared for prolonged firefighting in the wilderness. While the flag's signaling was straightforward, the sight of the backpack left Li Jigang astonished, as it was his first encounter with the necessary equipment for a professional firefighting team within his jurisdiction. Ma Jiangwo was equally bewildered, yet he recognized the scientific arrangement of the backpacks. In the past, when people ventured into the mountains to combat fires, they relied on logistical personnel to supply them, often finding that the rapid progress of the firefighting teams left the support lagging behind, resulting in lengthy searches for assistance. Moreover, when those at the forefront grew thirsty or hungry, without sustenance being delivered, they could only endure, significantly impairing firefighting efficiency. The immediate suppression of a forest fire is crucial, meaning that firefighters must race against the flames. The quicker they act, the sooner the fire is extinguished. Without adequate supplies, the restoration of physical strength becomes impossible, rendering the concept of racing against time futile. With the introduction of such backpacks, confidence soared. He could not definitively ascertain whether Chen Jianmin had initiated this, or if it was standard protocol at Hongshan Forest Farm, so he simply pulled Chen Jianmin beside Li Jigang, instructing him to explain to the leaders. Yet, Chen Jianmin was contemplating Li Jigang's true intent for being there, sensing that the man was indeed there for him. Chapter 147. Strong psychological resilience. At this moment, outside the main gate, Li Xiuqing had already raised a blue flag with his left hand, pointing southeast, while his right hand unfurled the red flag, gesturing 5 times from top to bottom. Zhou Erguang shouted loudly, "Set off!" A 6-member emergency firefighting team jogged in unison towards the gate, just as Chen Jianmin breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to brief the leaders on the next steps. Suddenly, one of the team members, affectionately known as Form Mao, stumbled while passing a half-covered vehicle, tripped by a loose tarp string. Although he quickly regained his balance and rejoined the team, the jolt caused his backpack to open, and several hard-baked potatoes tumbled out, rolling all the way to Li Jigang's feet. The atmosphere shifted from its previous uniformity to a hint of awkwardness. Li Jigang crouched down, picked up one of the potatoes at his feet, brushed off the dirt, and took a bite. Chen Jianmin hurriedly interjected, "Leader, eating cold potatoes can upset your stomach." However, Li Jigang seemed oblivious to his warning, taking 2 or 3 more bites, savoring them as if they were a delicacy, and quickly consumed the entire potato. It must be said that Ma Jiangwo possesses a discerning eye. He too picked up a potato, yet after studying it for a considerable time, he found it utterly unappetizing. This item is palatable only when freshly roasted, but can one truly consume a potato that has cooled down, even slightly frozen? Li Jigang's gaze fell upon the remaining backpack in front of the small granary. Whose might that be? Is it a reserve? Chen Jianmin awkwardly chuckled, "Leader, that belongs to me. If we are to venture out to ignite a fire, I must lead the way." Li Jigang brushed off the potato remnants from his hands, approached, and opened the backpack, crouching there in contemplative silence for a prolonged moment. Inside the backpack were more potatoes, several cornmeal cakes, pickled vegetables stored in a laundry detergent bag, and a 5-kilogram plastic jug filled with water. A tattered cotton jacket occupied much of the space. After a grave inspection, Li Jigang stood up, appearing somewhat relieved, and pointed towards Li Xiuqing at the doorway, asking, what did the person who raised the alarm mean by waving the blue flag earlier? Chen Jianmin exhaled in relief, "Leader, that signifies a fire situation 5 miles to the southeast. And where is this person to be stationed?" Li Jigang inquired with keen detail. Chen Jianmin gestured towards a lookout tower on a beam. "They are to be stationed up there. I have also prepared a large wash basin. In case of issues, they will knock vigorously. When the Forest Protection Station personnel glance over, they will use flag signals during the day and 2 flashlights at night to relay messages." Li Jigang chuckled. "Your resourcefulness in creating conditions under such constraints is commendable. The approach may be rudimentary, yet I find it quite effective. Is there anyone on duty at the lookout tower now?" Chen Jianmin glanced at Feng Haitao. "Our director Feng has already instructed us to hire 3 temporary workers to monitor around the clock in 3 shifts. I was just contemplating going out to find some. As for the reason for hiring help, primarily due to insufficient manpower, we must ensure that the firefighting team can be deployed at any moment. The lookout duties will need to be assigned to others." Indeed, Li Jigang remarked, turning to Ma Jiangwo. To perform such meticulous fire prevention work under these arduous conditions reflects the solid efforts of our forestry department. However, consuming this cold potato can be quite harsh on the stomach. Old Ma, do find a remedy for this. At this moment, Ma Jiangwo stood tall, County Chief. We will return and establish standards for fire prevention supplies. The specific results will be reported to the county within 3 days. His voice resonated with conviction. Indeed, the performance of this small team at the Forest Protection Station filled him with pride. Despite the discordant incident of dropping the potato, it was a trivial matter. What mattered was the satisfaction of the leadership, and this team appeared truly capable. Even Feng Haitao, who had been lurking in the background, dared to step forward. Li Jigang continued, as for manpower, let us increase the staffing. Furthermore, the county will allocate special funds to expand the Forest Protection Station. The primeval forest. Preserving it is the most precious legacy we can bequeath to future generations. He spoke extensively on the necessity of protecting the original forest, then turned to the office director accompanying him, saying, please provide them with the supplies. Ma Jiangwo immediately addressed Chen Jianmin. County Chief Li has come to extend his condolences to the frontline workers, bringing with him a television, a video recorder, and 20 sets of fireproof suits. Quite a generous haul. Chen Jianmin's spirits soared with each word, and just as he was about to assist with unloading the vehicle, he was halted by Li Jigang. Xiao Chun, lead me to the restroom. Chen Jianmin momentarily paused, then promptly gestured toward the northwest. Sir, it's over there. Allow me to show you the way. However, upon rounding the corner of the building, it became apparent that Li Jigang had no intention of visiting the restroom, instead striding purposefully to the rear of the house. A chill ran down Chen Jianmin's spine as he quickly realized that the elder intended to have a private conversation with him. The question loomed, what could they possibly discuss? If it were merely a matter concerning mushrooms, there would be no need for such secrecy, would there? The answer soon unveiled itself. With his hands in his pockets, Li Jigang gazed toward the small hill to the north and softly inquired, Jianmin, why have you yet to resolve your personal matters? Goodness. The inquiry reverberated in Chen Jianmin's mind, causing him to fear that Li Jigang had uncovered the truth about his relationship with Li Yanli. How on earth could he explain that? Fortunately, he had always possessed a thick skin, or rather, a resilient state of mind. Thus, in the face of Li Jigang's second unexpected probe, he quickly regained his composure. Thank you for your concern, sir. My partner visited just yesterday to discuss our marriage plans. We have yet to finalize a date. Your partner is Lu Xiaomei, a teacher at the Hongshan Township Central School, correct? Li Jigang continued to gaze at the hill, adding, she happens to be quite good friends with my daughter. This was a delicate matter to navigate. Yet, silence was not an option. After a moment's thought, Chen Jianmin replied, I believe I've heard my partner mention a friend from the county town. That must be her, right? Must be. Li Jigang turned to face Chen Jianmin, his piercing gaze locking onto him. Surely you've met her? I picked her up from here just last year. A cold sweat broke out on Chen Jianmin's back. It was now abundantly clear that Li Jigang had indeed come to speak with him, and at least part of his intent was evident. What did those previous questions signify? Was he preparing to hold Chen Jianmin accountable? Yet, for Li Jigang to confront him, there had to be some truth to the matter regarding Li Yanli, hadn't he there? Would Li Yanli divulge such details to her family? Unlikely. Chen Jianmin quickly resolved this in his mind, adopting a facade of shock. Oh, sir. Surely you must be referring to Dr. Li from the health clinic? I know her quite well. She stayed with us for nearly a month. I never imagined that such a hard-working, skilled, and down-to-earth individual could be your daughter. Enough of your flattery. I know my daughter well enough. Li Jigang interrupted Chen Jianmin's praise. However, there is a matter I would like to request your assistance with. Chen Jianmin felt an increased dampness on his back. Chapter 148. I am not familiar with Dr. Li behind the forest guard station, where sunlight failed to penetrate. The atmosphere was typically quite chilly. Yet, at that moment, Chen Jianmin felt no sense of cold. To be precise, his mind was operating at full capacity, leaving no room to perceive the temperature fluctuations. After Li Jigang uttered the request for assistance, he paused momentarily before presenting a rather intricate issue. You are all peers and share a good rapport. I would appreciate it if you could persuade her to return to the county town. Furthermore, her dilemma regarding finding a partner has become a source of concern for us. At 24, she remains indifferent to such matters. I must implore you to inquire about her thoughts on this. What might Li Yanli truly think? Is there any need to ask? Chen Jianmin, however, was not preoccupied with that query, but rather with the nature of Li Jigang's request. He sought to discern whether Li Jigang genuinely desired his assistance or if he was merely using this topic to apply pressure. The two possibilities represented divergent paths. If the request was sincere, It would indicate that Li Jigang was unaware of his relationship with Li Yanli, or even why she remained in Hongshan. Conversely, if it was a mere tactic to unsettle him, that would pose a different challenge. Nonetheless, individuals with resilient psychological fortitude are seldom deterred by complications, particularly when matters concerning their significant others arise. Chen Jianmin steadied himself, managing a wry smile as he replied. Director Li, under normal circumstances, I would unhesitatingly undertake any task you assign. However, I am not well acquainted with Dr. Li and am uncertain if she would heed my words. My concern is the potential for miscommunication, which could yield counterproductive results. I believe it might be more effective to entrust this matter to my partner. As these words left his lips, he internally mused, My dear wife, it is not a lack of loyalty on my part, but rather that Li Yanli's reluctance to return to the county town is primarily due to you. It seems only natural to involve you in this matter. Of course, this was not solely to divert suspicion onto Liu Xiaomei, but also to subtly probe Li Jigang's awareness regarding the underlying dynamics between himself and Li Yanli. This was the only means to clarify the two aforementioned possibilities. Li Jigang displayed a half-smile, stating, Jianmin, from my personal perspective, I genuinely admire you as a young man. You possess both skill and intellect, and you can maintain composure in critical moments. Such exemplary youth are indeed rare nowadays. After this compliment, he turned his gaze towards a small hill in the distance. At this juncture, Chen Jianmin found himself truly forced to smile wryly, realizing he was dealing with a cunning individual. On the surface, Li Jigang's praise seemed flattering, yet it was evident he was applying pressure, leaving Chen Jianmin perplexed about his true intentions. What should he do now? Feeling increasingly passive, the early spring wind was sharper than scissors, stinging his face. Following Li Jigang's gaze, Chen Jianmin looked up to see 2 rows of slender poplar trees, their bare branches straining upwards against the backdrop of the forest station's northern wall. It appeared he was at a critical juncture. Director Li, earlier this year, I had a conversation with Dr. Li regarding the subject of life. Li Jigang remained silent, exhibiting no reaction. Chen Jianmin continued, I, lacking in formal education, sometimes struggle to keep pace with Dr. Li's thoughts, especially when delving into emotional matters. What is that term again? I find myself struggling to recall the details. Very well, Li Jigang interrupted Chen Jianmin's words, entrusting the matter to you. I must take my leave. In a few days, I shall visit Hongshan Township, and we can discuss this in greater detail then. Chen Jianmin felt a sudden pang of anxiety, for Li Jigang's tone was noticeably more serious than before, indicating that he likely had insight into Li Yanli's true circumstances, yet expected him to persuade her. What could this imply? He had no time to ponder deeply and could only respond with a calm demeanor. Yes, I will certainly make my way there once you arrive. After bidding farewell to several leaders, Zhou Lihong, Tong Yulan, and Zhou Erguang gathered in the West Room to examine the 18-inch color television along with its manual. They quickly discerned that the device required an external antenna to receive signals, in addition to a specialized flat signal cable, nearly as wide as a finger. As for the video recorder, they refrained from tampering with it, having heard that it was quite valuable and could not function without a tape. Thus, their focus remained solely on the television. Zhou Erguang turned to Tong Yulan and said, Sister-in-law, we must go to the commune to purchase a signal cable. Please inform Jianmin. No need to mention it, she replied. Here is 30 yuan. Go borrow a motorcycle from Zhao Junfeng and head directly to buy it. Be cautious. After speaking, Tong Yulan handed Zhou Erguang the money, and he hurriedly dashed out. The others gathered around Li Xiuqing, observing as he twisted a small bundle of high-voltage aluminum wire, forming a large shape with 4 diagonal wings extending from the center. Tong Yulan quietly slipped out of the West Room, standing for a moment at the doorway of the East Room before entering. Since the departure of County Chief Li and the other leaders, Chen Jianmin had remained seated in the East Room, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. Upon seeing Tong Yulan enter, he tossed his cigarette to the ground, stamping on it energetically, and cheerfully inquired, Sister Yulan, have you figured it out? When can we watch television? However, Tong Yulan did not smile as she approached Chen Jianmin and whispered, Brother Jianmin, if the station master is displeased, let us abandon this endeavor and focus solely on cultivating mushrooms. She assumed that Chen Jianmin had been reprimanded, hence his retreat to this room in distress. Chen Jianmin cupped her small face in his hands and kissed her forehead, exclaiming with fervor, Do you know who I am? An upright man, beloved by all, cherished by flowers, and feared by ghosts. Chen Jianmin. In my presence, there is no such thing as discontent. He genuinely felt enlightened. Even if Li Jigang was aware of his relationship with Li Yanli, what of it? To a certain extent, he could claim to be rescuing Li Yanli, thus positioning himself as her benefactor in Li Jigang's eyes. Otherwise, allowing Li Yanli to pursue a relationship with Lu Xiaomei unchecked would inevitably lead to exposure. Sooner or later, their affair would come to light, and when that day arrived, both Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli would face immense pressure, with Li Jigang also suffering significant repercussions. After all, this was an era where such relationships were deemed utterly unacceptable. Thus, one should indulge in eating and drinking, for the sun shall not vanish. The earth will continue its rotation, and life must persist. Women, of course, deserve to be cherished, and the more affection, the better. Tang Yulan finally glimpsed in Chen Jianmin's eyes that familiar nonchalance, and she breathed a sigh of relief. As long as this man exhibited such an expression, there was little that could truly trouble him. In the afternoon, Zhou Erguang, filled with enthusiasm, procured a signal cable. After a flurry of activity among the group, they managed to conjure a shadow on the television screen by around 8 o'clock. The theme song of Triumph at midnight resonated from the television. Yet Chen Jianmin's gaze remained unfocused on the screen. He was not truly watching. His mind was racing, ultimately leading him to a conclusion. He must visit the commune within the next 2 days to meet Li Yanli, after which he could determine his next course of action. Little did he anticipate that the following day would bring an unexpected visitor. Chapter 149. Comrade Lu Yuxia. Chen Jianmin did not sleep soundly that night. Upon rising in the morning, the young wife from the neighboring house, who was responsible for the night shift in the mushroom room, brought him 2 large steamed buns and a bowl of millet porridge, accompanied by pickled beans. After finishing his meal, he called the busy young wife from the outer room inside. Sister Yulan, our forest protection station is set to expand, and the second batch of pilot planting in the village is about to commence. You and Sister Li will be exceedingly busy. Therefore, you might not be able to attend to our mushroom room. Please discuss with each other and hire 2 more people. They should be honest, straightforward, and not overly educated. Just obedient will suffice. Moreover, they must be found immediately and trained for a few days, after which you can both attend to your own matters. This was the honest truth. The mushroom room at the forest protection station was cultivating improved hazelnuts and required constant supervision. It demanded vigilance 24 hours a day, necessitating checks on temperature and humidity roughly every hour. Zhou Lihong was preoccupied with the expansion of the forest protection station, managing all logistical matters, leaving her with no time to monitor the mushroom room. Tang Yulan would be even busier, as she needed to assist with the village's second batch of pilot mushroom planting. Hence, hiring help had become an urgent necessity. Tang Yulan expressed her concern. Will this not lead to the dissemination of your techniques? Chen Jianmin smiled. That depends on how you and Sister Li manage. If you find someone of good character, you may teach them. Otherwise, just instruct them to follow your guidance. I am heading to Li Xiujuan's home now to discuss the duty personnel for the lookout tower with Zhou Mingshan. According to County Chief Li's instructions from yesterday, we need to increase staffing. Since we are to increase staffing, we cannot select these individuals carelessly. They may eventually become formal employees. Reflecting on this, he wondered if Lu Jinshan had a chance to be included. He then shook his head, pondering that at over 50 years of age, such an opportunity seemed rather slim. After conversing with Tang Yulan, he called in Zhou Erguang to discuss a few matters. Upon returning to the east room to change his attire, he was just about to step outside when Zhou Erguang, with a sly grin, intercepted him at the door, whispering, "Boss, that madwoman has come looking for you." Madwoman? Chen Jianmin furrowed his brow. Oh, the girl we encountered when we delivered wood to Director Li, the daughter of Lu Xiangzhong, Lu Yuxia. I hope she isn't here to cause you any trouble. If things get dicey, you should hide. I swear, she's too wild. Most people can't handle her. Zhou Erguang genuinely worried about Chen's predicament and was eager to witness how the station chief would manage the situation. Who am I supposed to hide from? Before Chen could respond, Lu Yuxia's voice echoed from the slightly ajar door. It's too late to hide now. Zhou Erguang swiftly darted towards the west room. Chen Jianmin felt a surge of frustration, thinking to himself, I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I hide? Zhou Erguang's words make it seem like I've wronged her. She's just Lu Yuxia, a lively young woman. How intimidating can she be? He squared his shoulders and directed his gaze towards the person entering through the door. To his surprise, the young woman, when dressed up, exuded a gentle charm reminiscent of the women from the southern waters. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, she wore a cream trench coat that elegantly draped over her figure, cinched at the waist to accentuate her delicate curves. Her deep blue jeans complemented her round-toed leather shoes, and such a style would remain timeless even decades later. Indeed, she must be from a wealthy family, Chen Jianmin mused, extending his hand from a distance. Ah, it's you. Comrade Lu Yuxia, it's been a while. I didn't expect you to visit this humble place. It seems much brighter now. As he spoke, he noticed the long, newspaper-wrapped object tucked under her arm. How refreshing it is to see someone bring a touch of elegance to this simple abode. Lu Yuxia reached out. But instead of shaking hands, she playfully swatted his hand, saying, "What? Have you been staring for too long? It's only been less than a week since we last met." Upon uttering this, a faint blush crept onto her delicate, porcelain-like face. "With your beauty, how could one glance ever be enough?" Chen Jianmin chuckled, gesturing for her to enter. "Please, come in." He intended to guide her to the multifunctional West Room, but Lu Yuxia had other plans. She pointed with her slender, fair finger towards the East Room, saying, "Is it all right if I enter this room?" She had clearly noted that he had emerged from there, and since that dark-skinned lad had slipped into the West Room, it indicated that the latter might be a shared space. She required a more private setting for their conversation. Just as Chen was about to express his reluctance, Lu Yuxia had already circumvented him and stepped into the East Room. Chen Jianmin was momentarily taken aback, pondering how unreserved she was, a notion that aligned with his preconceived ideas about her character. Upon entering the room, Lu Yuxia immediately noticed two neatly stacked red silk quilts on the Kong. She wrinkled her nose in mild disdain, found a four-legged stool, and sat down, tossing the object she had been clutching beneath her arm onto the cabinet behind her. Chen Jianmin's initial impulse was to caution her that one of the legs of the stool was on the verge of breaking. However, before he could utter a word, Lu Yuxia casually remarked, "This red ginseng was a gift from someone else. I don't smoke, so I'll give it to you." At that moment, Chen Jianmin forgot all about the stool and widened his eyes in astonishment, thinking to himself, "Goodness, you traveled all this way not to scold me, but to bring a gift?" Yet, he quickly suppressed his shock. What do they call it when someone offers unnecessary kindness? He pondered, could it be that she has some request? In light of this, he wondered if he should take advantage of the situation. No, that wouldn't he do. He couldn't be so presumptuous. Instead, he decided to observe her intentions first. If her request was reasonable, he would assist her, using the opportunity to build rapport. Ideally, they could collaborate on a business venture. He had long contemplated engaging in the deep processing of timber, particularly furniture manufacturing. This idea had been brewing in his mind since he first sought sawdust from the carpenter at the commune, and he believed it could be the most lucrative business in the years to come. If he could earn money, surely she would be intrigued. This way, he would gain a reliable ally. After aiding in resolving the issues surrounding Zhou Lihong, Chen Jianmin felt the need for a supportive figure. Otherwise, as his responsibilities multiplied, conflicts with others were inevitable, and he might attract envy from those who resented his achievements, leading to potential troubles. Not to mention, Hao Desheng's father, Hao Yimin, the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, would eventually learn of Chen's involvement in sending his son to prison and would undoubtedly seek retribution, making it difficult for him to operate within the commune. Therefore, if he could align himself with Lu Yuxia, her father's position as the village chief of Hongshan Township would deter most from crossing him. As for Lu Yuxia's father, Lu Qingda, and his character, that was not Chen's concern. He wasn't looking to cultivate a relationship with Lu Qingda. With his thoughts clarified, Chen Jianmin could hardly suppress his delight, grinning broadly. "Oh, little sister, you shouldn't have brought anything. Just coming by is enough." Lu Yuxia smiled back, and her laughter illuminated the room like a blooming peony, causing Chen Jianmin's narrowed eyes to widen in surprise. It wasn't his fault. It's a common trait among men to gaze longer at beauty. And if that beauty radiated warmth and joy, it became far more than a mere glance. Chapter 150, Gentle and Virtuous? Lu Yuxia seemed quite confident in her appearance. Seeing Chen Jianmin in a daze, she laughed even more heartily, eventually covering her mouth with her small hand and feigning shyness as she softly said, "Director Chen, I came specifically to apologize. I wronged you in our last encounter." This confession nearly caught Chen Jianmin off guard. Had he not previously interacted with her and experienced her sharp tongue, he might have genuinely believed her to be a refined and gentle lady. However, it matters not. In this world, who does not wear a mask? What was it that happened last time? Oh, you refer to that incident at the coal mine convoy's entrance? Oh, it was merely a trivial misunderstanding that I have long since forgotten. Besides, it did indeed startle you at the time, and I acknowledge my own faults in that regard. Lu Yuxia's bright eyes glimmered momentarily, thinking to herself how audacious he was to take advantage of the situation. After all, he had claimed her first kiss. Did he truly believe she was there to offer an apology? The real beneficiary was him, was it not? Yet, now that she found herself in need of his assistance, she could only comply with his line of thought. Let us forego the apologies then. When one considers that we have encountered each other twice in the populous Hongshan commune, it must surely be deemed a significant twist of fate. In half a second, Chen Jianmin seized the opportunity to respond. So, let us dispense with formalities. You need not call me station master. I believe I am your senior. Addressing me as Brother Jianmin would bring me great joy. When I am pleased, I tend to become particularly open-hearted. Brother Jianmin. Lu Yuxia's lips parted slightly, and she actually called him brother. The tone bore a hint of flirtation, and her slip of the tongue startled Chen Jianmin. What on earth was Brother Jian? Surely that was not intentional? As the conversation continued in a manner that felt overly amicable, he feared he might have nightmares that night. Remembering that he had other matters to attend to, he swiftly redirected the subject to a more serious tone. So, my dear sister, you must have other matters to discuss with me, correct? Lu Yuxia smiled before speaking, her demeanor reflecting a hint of hesitation as she fumbled for words. Finally, she said sweetly, Brother Jianmin, you are truly perceptive. You have guessed my thoughts immediately. The primary reason for my visit today is to apologize. Alongside that, I wish to inquire if anyone here has a fox fur for sale. I am looking for a white one, preferably undamaged, and I am willing to pay any price. Alongside that, Chen Jianmin chuckled inwardly, realizing this was her true intent for being there. Who had mentioned that he had fox fur? Otherwise, the red ginseng cigarette left on the counter would have been in vain. This girl was certainly not simple. As it happened, he did possess a fox fur, also white, in pristine condition, unlike the one he had previously given to the driver at Laoyiling Forest Farm, which had 2 cuts in it. This fur would undoubtedly serve as a valuable gift. However, he was reluctant to part with it for the spirited woman before him. Yet, an old saying goes, one cannot catch a wolf without parting with a child. When the time comes to act, one must act decisively. If he wished to seek her father as an ally, he would indeed have to part with the fox fur. Pondering for a moment, he scratched his chin, furrowing his brow. You know, there was indeed some fox fur in the village a couple of years ago. A man from the south came last year and collected quite a bit. As for who might still have any stock left, I am uncertain. This will require some careful inquiry. By the way, are you in a hurry? Lu Yuxia stood up, and to Chen Jianmin's astonishment, she pulled a pack of ginseng cigarettes from her pocket, offering him one while naturally taking another for herself. With a quick flick of a steel lighter, she lit her cigarette and then held it out to light his. After igniting her own cigarette, she inhaled deeply and exhaled 2 curling wisps of smoke, then spoke with a sense of urgency. Brother, I'm in a hurry. In a couple of days. It's a classmate's birthday, and I was thinking of giving her a rather special gift. I heard you have the means to procure such things. So I came to seek your assistance. The pretentious demeanor she had earlier vanished, revealing her true self, even though she had just claimed to be a non-smoker. Chen Jianmin sighed with relief, finally witnessing her genuine side, though perhaps it was more accurate to say she had returned to her normal state. Listen, young lady, let us speak plainly from now on. Let us be straightforward, shall we? Huh, what do you mean by plain? I don't quite understand, she replied, her previous coyness replaced by confusion. Your earlier manner of speaking gave me goosebumps, she added with a laugh. Well, you should have said so sooner. I would have spoken differently. She retorted. Please, have a seat. The fox fur is manageable, but I have other matters I wish to discuss with you. Restored to her true self, Lu Yuxiao exuded a robust spirit as she perched herself back on the rickety stool, nearly toppling over in the process. Yet, she cleverly extended her arms behind her to stabilize herself against the cabinet, striking a pose reminiscent of a great bird taking flight. Exhaling a plume of smoke, she smiled and teased, You're not expecting me to do you any favors, are you? Spare me the trouble. My father is a tough nut to crack. When family comes to him with requests, he hardly listens. Hold on, young lady, you underestimate me, Chen Jianmin interjected. What I want to discuss is a business partnership. By the way, what are you currently engaged in? Having grasped Lu Yuxia's character, he decided to be forthright. I work at the land management office. You may not have heard of it. It's a newly established entity. What kind of business are you considering? I might not have much time, she said, her striking eyes scanning for an ashtray. You can just flick the ashes on the ground. I'll clean up later. It's a rural habit. No one uses those things. As the conversation turned to business, Chen Jianmin took a seat beside Lu Yuxia, lowering his voice considerably. Have you heard of deepwood processing? This was still a matter in the planning stages, not suitable for discussion in the bustling forest protection station. However, having finally drawn Lu Yuxia closer, he couldn't let the opportunity slip away. He leaned in to speak quietly. Lu Yuxia paused for a moment, then laughed. Brother, spare me the jargon. Isn't it just about making furniture? Like the stool we're sitting on? As she leaned to examine the stool, the loose leg could not withstand her movements and snapped with a loud crack, sending her tumbling towards Chen Jianmin. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her, managing to do so just in time to prevent her from hitting the ground. However, both individuals held cigarettes in their hands, and amidst the chaos, they inadvertently collided. As Chen Jianmin embraced her, the cigarette, but in her grasp, was jostled, leaping into the air and tracing an elegant arc before diving into the neckline of her trench coat. In Chapter 151, nearly squandering a precious resource, Lu Yuxia, in a bold manner, intended to discuss the intricacies of timber processing with Chen Jianmin, just as she was about to use the stool she sat upon as an example. The stool, having endured her fidgeting for quite some time, protested vehemently at the expense of its own leg, nearly causing her to topple to the ground. Fortunately, Chen Jianmin's timely intervention spared her from a minor mishap. However, the cigarette but took advantage of the moment, bouncing up and deftly landing precisely in her bosom. Ah! Lu Yuxia gasped, flustered and attempting to rise. Yet her waist was pinned against Chen Jianmin's leg, and her legs remained outstretched, rendering her unable to stand. Thankfully, Chen Jianmin reacted swiftly, lifting her onto his lap by applying force beneath her armpit, and without a moment's hesitation, he promptly brushed away the offending cigarette butt. As it transpired, Lu Yuxia, in her desire to appear fashionable, wore only an acrylic sweater beneath her trench coat, the fibers being quite long. The small area where the cigarette butt landed was immediately scorched, producing smoke. In a state of panic, Lu Yuxia yanked at the belt of her trench coat, attempting to unfasten the large buttons, but Chen Jianmin seized the edges of her garment and forcefully tore it apart, liberating the buttons in a single motion. He then turned and retrieved a large teacup emblazoned with the phrase "serving the people" from the cupboard, and without so much as a glance, he poured the tea and water directly onto Lu Yuxia's chest. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective. The cigarette butt extinguished immediately, releasing a final wisp of smoke, which clung damply to the elevated expanse of her bosom. Lu Yuxia widened her eyes, glancing down at her sweater, then at Chen Jianmin, remaining silent for an extended moment. Chen Jianmin blinked and gently pinched the cigarette butt, discarding it on the floor, and kindly remarked, "The tea isn't hot. It shouldn't have burned you. As for the cigarette butt, whether it hurt or not, perhaps you should remove it to inspect the damage?" "Inspect what? How could a cigarette butt possibly ignite me?" Lu Yuxia lamented, nearly in tears. "This is a sweater my mother just knitted for me. Not only has it been scorched, but look at this mess." Indeed, it was quite a predicament. The steeply brewed tea leaves cascaded from her bosom down to the hem of her sweater. That, however, was not the main issue. Nearly a full teacup, capable of holding around 2 pounds of water, had been entirely wasted upon Lu Yuxia. Chen Jianmin assessed the situation, pondering that her concerns were misplaced. The deep blue denim jeans she wore were noticeably damp on the inner sides of both legs, with water dripping down to the hems. In contrast, the red sweater, due to its longer fibers, had absorbed very little moisture. If the tea leaves were removed, one would hardly notice any wetness at all. Thus, those who heard her surely nodded in grave agreement. Noticing Chen Jianmin's peculiar gaze fixated on her thigh, Lu Yuxia glanced down and thought, "I knew it. There's never a good outcome when I'm with you." Chen Jianmin stifled a laugh, covering his mouth as he turned away. He didn't wish for this situation, but he was genuinely concerned that she might burn herself on that high mound. If a scar were to form, it would be a tragic waste, wouldn't it? As a diligent forest ranger, he believed his emergency response was appropriate and effective. But the consequences? Chen Jianmin. Will I ever make it home again? Lu Yuxia pounded her fists on Chen Jianmin's back several times, pointing towards the door and demanding, "Hurry and find me something to wear." Chen Jianmin dashed to the outer room, closed the door behind him, and crouched on the floor, laughing uncontrollably. Fortunately, at that moment, Tong Yulan had gone to the village to hire workers, while Zhou Lihong had returned home after inspecting the mushroom house to discuss matters with Zhou Somli. As for Zhou Erguang and the others, they were all training in the courtyard. Consequently, no one was aware of the events unfolding in the East Room, which meant no considerable scandal had erupted. However, he now needed to find clothing for Lu Yuxia. Chen Jianmin felt a bit troubled. The girl stood nearly 1.7 meters tall, significantly taller than Zhou Lihong, making her unable to wear her clothes. As for Tong Yulan's garments, they were even less suitable. So, whom should he borrow from now? After pondering for a while, he decided it was too much trouble to go out and turned back to the East Room. Lu Yuxia, feeling cold, had lain down on the kong. Upon seeing Chen Jianmin return so promptly, she frowned and said, "I told you to quickly get me a complete outfit. I came here by someone else's vehicle, and they will be here to pick me up soon." "Don't worry, I'll resolve this immediately," Chen Jianmin replied, retrieving a pair of jeans he had purchased while sourcing goods in Shilio, along with a shirt and an old sweater, tossing them beside Lu Yuxia. "Sister, the 2 female colleagues at the forestry station are not as tall as you, so their clothing won't fit. You might as well wear mine." Lu Yuxia sighed. She understood that asking a man to borrow women's clothing was indeed a bit awkward, but wearing his clothes was a solution. After all, It was certainly better than looking as if she had wet herself, right? With that thought, she waved him away. Chen Jianmin rummaged through the cupboard for more items when he heard her words. He picked up a tank top and some undergarments, shaking them slightly and expressing concern. By the way, do you need to change the ones underneath? These two are freshly laundered. Initially, he was joking with Lu Yuxia, but as soon as he finished speaking, she widened her curious eyes, leaped off the calm, darted towards him, snatched the items, and held them up against her body, exclaiming, this is a bit large. Chen Jianmin was taken aback, feeling slightly awkward in front of her for the first time. He reclaimed the items back from her grasp, stuffed them haphazardly into the cupboard, and turned to leave. Behind him, Lu Yuxia's light laughter echoed. Hey, are you feeling shy? How strange. Can such a thick-skinned person actually blush? Bang. Chen Jianmin hurried outside, not bothering to glance back, and forcefully shut the door to the east room. He thought to himself that the girl was not worthy of pity. She should not have her clothes sought after, nor should water be hastily splashed upon her. Let her be marked by that smoldering cigarette instead. What had she shouted just now with such audacity? Had she never encountered the concept of shamelessness? He chuckled to himself, eager to see if she truly remained indifferent to everything. Standing at the door, Chen silently counted in his mind, reaching 30 before grinning and slowly opening the door. He did not rush inside. Instead, he stepped forward, one foot crossing the threshold, and coughed heavily twice. Then, he gradually turned his head to look over. How fair she was. Lu Yuxia let out a strange cry and, in a swift motion, threw the sweater she had just removed at him. Chen Jianmin, you peeping Tom, aren't you afraid of getting a needle's eye? Chen caught the sweater, a smile gracing his face. Peeping? No, I was merely observing openly. You. Lu Yuxia finally relented, her face flushed, speechless as she turned to pull a blanket over herself. Chapter 152. Even scoundrels have their moments of guilt after some delay. Lu Yuxia emerged from under the blanket, having changed her clothes. She saw Chen Jianmin standing by the bed, one hand stroking his chin, balancing on one foot, and wearing a mischievous grin. Infuriated, she aimed a kick at his most vulnerable spot. Chen laughed heartily, dodging back while assessing her from head to toe. Hey, I must say, dressed in my clothes, you look even more like a man. A man? Indeed, I am a man. What of it? Are you dissatisfied? Lu Yuxia blushed, leaping off the bed, rolling up the excess pant legs, glancing around with evident dissatisfaction. Now, listen, find me a bag or something. I need to pack my clothes, she commanded without hesitation. Chen tossed a large bag onto the bed, shifting to the matter at hand. Take what I said seriously and ponder it. I will head to the commune in a couple of days. We can discuss it further then. Fine, as long as it brings in money. I'll find the location and the carpenter. You provide the funds, manage the day-to-day, and we'll split the profits 80-20. Stop. Chen could no longer contain himself. I say, sister, are you speaking nonsense? Where's your sincerity? What's wrong? You can refute or protest if you disagree with me. If you insist on this, my 80 to your 20 is already generous, considering your beauty. Get lost. Business is business. My looks have nothing to do with it. How about 70-30? Sister, let us do this. We each contribute half, and you need not worry about anything else. The profit will be divided 60-40. This is the utmost I can concede. If we continue this discussion, it will lose its meaning. Lu Yuxia finished dressing, pulled up the zipper of her bag, and turned around to reveal a bashful smile. She shyly approached Chen Jianmin, reaching out to adjust the collar of his shirt, while sweetly saying, Brother Jianmin, this is my first time collaborating in business, and I'm not as shrewd as you. I'm worried that you might sell me out and still count the money for you. So please be generous and let me have that 6, so I can feel reassured. This was a beauty's ploy. Chen Jianmin took a couple of steps back, wrinkling his brow as if he had bitten into a bitter melon, interrupting her performance. Sister, I beg you, please don't do this. It gives me goosebumps. If this continues, I might lose years off my life. And what do you suggest we do? Lu Yuxia asked, hands on her hips, glaring. Chen Jianmin sighed with relief. This was the normal way to communicate. Well, to demonstrate my sincerity, I'll go fetch you some fox fur now. Just wait here. With that, he dashed out and returned in less than 2 minutes, bringing back a pristine white fox fur. Lu Yuxia gasped in delight, gently caressing the soft fur and murmuring, I almost feel reluctant to part with it. Chen Jianmin didn't bring up any other conditions regarding the timber processing matter. Think it over at home and discuss it with your father. In a couple of days, when I visit the commune, I'll come to find you, and we can delve into it further. Finally relieved to see Lu Yuxia leave, Chen Jianmin sat in contemplation for a while before getting up and walking towards the village. To be fair, he had exploited Lu Yuxia to resolve the issue with his sister-in-law Lu Xiaoong, who was entangled with Hao Deshang, and he felt a twinge of guilt. Yes, you read that correctly. Even someone like Chen Jianmin, who prided himself on being the scoundrel among scoundrels, could feel guilt. Now, in his pursuit of a strong ally, he had drawn Lu Yuxia into his circle. Regardless of how he cloaked his intentions in benevolence and the promise of earning substantial profits together, it hardly concealed his desire to continue using her. After interacting with Lu Yuxia today, he felt rather uneasy. Regardless of her father's character, his scheming against her had crossed a line. One must have principles. He resolved to treat her better in the future, leveraging his advantages from his time travel to help her earn more money. In a rare moment of conscience, Chen Jianmin felt his character had improved significantly, walking with a posture as straight as a birch tree on the mountainside. Li Xiuzhuan's home was located on the southern side of the village's main road. When Chen Jianmin arrived at her house, he found the door locked, suggesting no one was home. How could that be? Surely, Zhou Degui and Li Xiuzhuan should be inside. And even the temporary residents, Zhou Mingshan and his wife, ought to be there as well. Could they have gone to the village office? That was a possibility. Just as Chen Jianmin turned to leave, he suddenly heard faint sounds of moaning coming from within Li Xiuzhuan's house. There was no need to think. The noises were undoubtedly emanating from her home. Although her yard was quite close to others, the houses were distanced apart. Was it normal for a couple to be engaged in such activities during the day? It seemed more likely that Zhou Mingshan was having a private conversation with his niece-in-law. Chen Jianmin's purpose in coming here was to enlist Zhou Mingshan's assistance in finding 3 reliable individuals to man the Wanhua Tower. In doing so, he hoped to subtly extend a favor to Zhou Mingshan, as the likelihood of those hired being converted into permanent employees was quite high. Zhou Mingshan, responsible for this task, stood to gain significantly from this arrangement. Moreover, with numerous matters vying for his attention, he had little time to spare. Thus, he reached into the newly forged iron gate and forcefully struck the large padlock against the door. The clanging sound reverberated, and the muffled groans ceased. Before long, the door opened slightly, revealing Li Xiuzhuan's flushed face. Without waiting for her to speak, Chen Jianmin grinned and exclaimed, "Sister Xiuzhuan, I have an urgent matter. Please open the door quickly." Li Xiuzhuan rolled her eyes and retreated, slamming the outer door shut. Reluctantly, she knew she had to let him in. For Chen Jianmin was a skilled technician upon whom her mushroom production depended. If she dared leave him outside, the young wife from the Liu family next door would undoubtedly wreak havoc on her mushroom house. Before long, Li Xiuzhuan, dressed appropriately, ushered Chen Jianmin into the room, which was the western chamber she shared with Zhou Degui. As expected, Zhou Mingshan sat on the kong, wrapped in a cotton coat. The bed was strewn with unrolled bedding, and the room emanated a peculiar odor. It seemed that Zhou Mingshan's work had been interrupted, leaving him in a foul mood as he glared at Chen Jianmin. His expression a mix of annoyance and disbelief. "It's the fire prevention period. Why are you wandering around instead of working at the forest station?" Chen Jianmin wore a sheepish grin, spinning in the middle of the room without taking a seat, his demeanor exceedingly cordial as he rubbed his hands together. "Uncle Mingshan, you're absolutely right. How could I leave the forest station at such a crucial time? I completely overlooked this principle in my busyness. I shall take my leave now and not disturb you." With a bow, he began to exit. Zhou Mingshan, unable to express his displeasure further, remained silent. He knew that Chen Jianmin's visit was not without reason, yet the young man's antics were undeniably infuriating. Li Xiuzhuan, not lacking in wit, shot Zhou Mingshan a glare before stepping forward to grasp Chen Jianmin's arm. "Brother Jianmin, don't rush off. I happen to have some issues with my mushroom house that I'd like your advice on. Please, sit for a moment while I prepare some tea." For both Chen Jianmin and Zhou Mingshan, they held each other's secrets tightly. Even if Zhou Mingshan's affair with Li Xiuzhuan were to be exposed, it would hardly matter, otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed him in. Thus, when Zhou Mingshan vented his frustration with a few harsh words, Chen Jianmin feigned a readiness to leave, knowing full well he wouldn't actually depart. As Li Xiuzhuan pulled him back, he naturally turned around and found a seat. Zhou Mingshan tossed him a golden gourd, remarking, "You must have something on your mind, otherwise, we rarely see you." This served as a convenient excuse for him. Chen Jianmin accepted the cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a cloud of smoke, saying, "Uncle Mingshan, if I were to hover around you daily, you probably wouldn't accomplish anything at all." Having spoken, he turned with a smile towards Li Xiuzhuan, who was brewing tea at the side. Li Xiuzhuan's face flushed, and she kicked out her foot playfully, exclaiming, "You rascal. If there's nothing to say, then refrain from prattling on." "But, Sister Xiuzhuan, I haven't said anything at all. Why are you so worked up? Even smoking won't silence your chatter." "Well, it certainly won't. A cigarette's tip is so small, it requires something larger, like a substantial block, to truly seal my lips." As Chen Jianmin spoke, he spread his hand wide, fingers curling as if cradling a large bowl. Gritting her teeth in annoyance, Li Xiujuan shoved a half-green, half-red apple into Chen Jianmin's hand, saying, "Here, take this trivial thing and enjoy your apple." In today's world, apples have become a precious commodity, not only exorbitantly priced, but also quite difficult to procure. It was only because Li Xiujuan had earned some money from mushroom cultivation that she could afford such a luxury. Chen Jianmin chuckled heartily, fiddling with the apple for a moment before placing it on the nearby table. He then turned serious and said, "Uncle Mingshan, there's a matter I wish to discuss." He recounted the need for 3 individuals to be on duty at the Wanghua Tower, concluding with the most critical point. "In terms of understanding the people of Zhoujia village, no one is more knowledgeable than you, Uncle Mingshan. Others simply won't do. Which is why I have come to you, hoping you can arrange for 3 responsible individuals who can be relied upon. For now, I can offer 30 yuan per person for a month, requiring 3 shifts." The earlier tension within Zhou Mingshan had dissipated, and he felt even more invigorated by Chen Jianmin's previous exchange with Li Xiujuan. Chen Jianmin's need for personnel, coupled with the favor being extended to him, was indeed a source of excitement. It was evident he was doing him a substantial favor, especially as Chen Jianmin had mentioned the word temporary. There was more to this than met the eye. "Jianmin, arranging for people is quite manageable. I can have them set up before tonight. However, there should be age restrictions. Correct?" Chen Jianmin nodded, affirming that there must indeed be limitations. Individuals under 30, in good health, with commendable character, a bit of education would be even better. Zhou Mingshan quickly comprehended the implication. This wasn't merely a recruitment for temporary workers, but rather hiring under the standards of permanent employees. Therefore, the favor Chen Jianmin was doing him was indeed significant, accumulating alongside previous ones, making it clear he needed to find a way to reciprocate. An idea soon struck him. "Rest assured, Uncle, I will ensure that I don't send you any misfits. By the way, I'm planning to start building houses after the harvest. Aren't you also looking to construct something east of the forest station? When will you commence?" Chen Jianmin smacked his thigh, as if remembering something vital. "Uncle Mingshan, had you not mentioned it, I would have been so preoccupied that I might have forgotten this major undertaking. I was considering starting after the planting season. Just yesterday, I was pondering when to consult you about the current market for red bricks." Zhou Mingshan waved his hand dismissively. "No need to inquire when the time comes. My nephew will ensure your share is delivered, and I guarantee it will be cheaper than elsewhere." "That would be splendid. I was quite troubled about how to transport the bricks back. Thank goodness for you, Uncle Mingshan, always thinking ahead for me." Zhou Mingshan had a nephew serving as the deputy manager at the commune's brick factory, making it not only economical to purchase bricks from him, but also convenient, as they would be delivered right to his doorstep. Certainly, it must involve relevant individuals. To address matters with both public and private interests, Chen Jianmin mentioned the mushrooms from the Zhou and Li families, starting from the second batch of shiitake mushroom cultivation. "You 2 families should refrain from selling to the county. Instead, all should be internally allocated as seeds for those interested in mushroom farming, with prices to be determined by yourselves. The number of households for the second pilot cultivation is intended to be set at 50, a task that must be coordinated by Uncle Mingshan." Having achieved his objective, Chen Jianmin observed the exchanged glances between Zhou Mingshan and Li Xiujuan, and he lost interest in further conversation, uttering a few words before taking his leave. It is about facilitating convenience for others and oneself. That very afternoon, 3 young men arrived at the forestry station to report. Chen Jianmin conversed with each of them, and, under the pretext of needing to use the restroom, called Zhou Ergong aside to inquire in detail about these 3 individuals. Upon learning they were honest and diligent, he promptly decided to employ them. After some necessary instructions, he informed them they would start work the following day, with specific scheduling to be managed by Zhou Lihong. After sending off these 3 men, Tong Yulan, who had gone to the village to recruit, returned with 2 women in their 30s, intending for them to oversee the mushroom house. Chen Jianmin refrained from expressing any opinion, delegating the decision-making entirely to his young wife. Indeed, Tong Yulan's judgment in selecting individuals proved quite accurate. Although the 2 women were slightly slow to learn, they were exceedingly diligent and followed instructions to the letter. After 3 consecutive days of training, they were nearly capable of independently managing the mushroom house under normal circumstances. Finally, Tong Yulan found time to focus on the village's second batch of mushroom trials. Observing the lack of wind and the slightly overcast skies with moderate temperatures over the past couple of days, Chen Jianmin efficiently organized the work before setting off to the commune. According to Li Jigang, he was expected to arrive at the commune in the next couple of days. Hence, Chen needed to go 2 days in advance to finalize the timber processing matters with Lu Yuxiao and, most importantly, to meet with Li Yanli to discern her true intentions. This would provide him with a solid foundation for discussion with Li Jigang. At present, he harbored doubts that Li Jigang might already be aware of his relationship with Li Yanli and also the complexities surrounding Li Xiaomei. Managing these two layers of relationships was particularly intricate. A misstep could lead to a breakdown in relations among all three, potentially driving the two women to extreme actions. It seemed Li Jigang feared this as well, which was why he sought Chun's assistance in tackling this dilemma. The problem was, what viable solutions did he possess? He could not relinquish Li Xiaomei, nor could he let go of Li Yanli. Therein lay the challenge, and therein lay the fear. If Li Jigang were to insist on a choice between the two, how would he respond? With his mind in turmoil and his bicycle feeling less responsive beneath him, he set off from the forestry station around 9 in the morning, only to arrive at the commune village shortly after 11. Unbeknownst to him, he had cycled to the entrance of the central school, only realizing that it was Saturday when he observed clusters of elementary students exiting, leading him to ponder. What on earth was he doing here? The matters concerning Liu Xiaomei were not of immediate urgency. As Liu Xiaomei was about to emerge, he steadied himself against his bicycle, poised to make a swift exit. Just then, a delighted voice called out from behind. "Oh, Jianmin, when did you arrive?" Chen Jianmin turned with a smile, and indeed, spotted Teacher Liu alongside several other educators exiting the campus. What was that look in Teacher Liu's eyes? He noticed that beneath the radiant smile she wore while pretending to be a loving fiancé, there lurked an unmistakable shadow of melancholy. Chapter 154. An awkward confession. In a state of confusion, Chen Jianmin found himself at the front of the central school just as the lunch bell rang. Liu Xiaomei, having just finished her classes, noticed him among the throng of departing students. Amidst the envious gazes of their colleagues, the two rode away side by side, beaming with happiness. However, once they turned into a narrow alley, their smiles faded simultaneously. Liu Xiaomei, seemingly distracted, inquired, "What brings you here?" Chen Jianmin, rather flippantly, replied, "I had a dream last night where you were crying, and it kept me awake half the night. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. So I skipped breakfast and rushed over to see you." "Stop right there," Liu Xiaomei interjected, cutting him off. "You skipped breakfast and only arrived now. What were you doing all that time? You couldn't even spare a moment to eat." Teachers truly have a penchant for being pedantic. Don't get caught up in trivial details. "I merely wanted to express my feelings." "I care about you," he retorted. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaomei pouted. "Well, I suppose I should thank you for that. But, strangely enough, I don't feel anything at all." Chen Jianmin halted, slowly turning his head, his expression unusually solemn. When he spoke, his tone was almost akin to delivering a eulogy, tinged with an inexplicable sorrow. "Xiaomei, I may be clumsy with words, but my heart beats fervently for you. Can you truly not sense it?" Even he found it hard to believe his own words. He simply wished to tease her, given her apparent preoccupation. After all, there weren't many serious conversations to be had between them. He had expected Liu Xiaomei to mock his awkward confession, perhaps roll her eyes at him. But she completely deviated from his script. The front wheel of her bicycle wobbled noticeably, and in a moment of clumsiness, she collided with the pedal. Hurriedly averting her gaze from Chen Jianmin's face, ignoring the pain in her calf, she hastily pedaled away. "What is going on?" Chen Jianmin scratched his head, one foot on the pedal as he pushed off the ground, gliding ahead of her. "You seem off. If something's bothering you, share it with me. Let me lighten your mood." Liu Xiaomei came to a halt, her stunning visage devoid of expression, gesturing for him to approach. "Come here." "What for?" "If you have something to say, just say it. My hearing is perfectly fine." Though he uttered these words, he couldn't resist seizing the opportunity to draw closer to the enchanting presence before him. Thus, he stumbled backward, leaning across Liu Xiaomei's bicycle handlebar, bringing himself face to face with her. Liu Xiaomei reacted swiftly, seizing his left ear and twisting it to the side with a clenched jaw. Hey, what are you doing? You always resort to this trick. Can't you try something different?" Chen Jianmin, despite having his ear pulled, continued to chatter, his left hand steadying the bicycle while his right arm skillfully encircled Liu Xiaomei's waist, pulling her towards him in an attempt to intimidate her into releasing his ear. Unexpectedly, Liu Xiaomei lost her footing, and both she and the bicycle toppled against Chen Jianmin. Startled, she momentarily forgot about twisting his ear and began to flail her arms. Chen Jianmin had not anticipated such a turn of events. Fortunately, to his right was a wall. His bicycle collided with it, and he crashed into the bike, while Liu Xiaomei slipped, landing on the bicycle that separated them. In the end, neither of them fell. However, moments earlier, as Chen Jianmin pedaled into the village, the button on his cotton jacket had come undone. Liu Xiaomei, fearing she might fall, grasped the collar of his jacket with her left hand. while her right hand inadvertently snagged the flap of his pants, popping open 2 small buttons with a couple of pulls. This was not particularly alarming, merely awkward in appearance. What was more concerning was that the palm of her hand pressed against him, and she dared not let go, as releasing her grip would likely send her crashing onto the bicycle, potentially scraping her face. To exacerbate her discomfort, her face was nearly pressed against him. She could only strive to lift her head, but the distance barely increased, and her exhaled breath met his. As she sensed certain changes, her heartbeat gradually quickened, and her face grew warm. What was Chen Jianmin doing? He was not preoccupied with the spectacle. Instead, he focused on stabilizing himself, aware that Lu Xiaomei might fall onto the bicycle. Thus, the hand that had been around her waist shifted to grasp her arm, though he dared not grip too tightly. As the ground remained slippery with lingering snow, he feared that an uncalculated force could lead to both of them falling. He could only use his free right hand to firmly hold onto the bicycle wedged between him and the wall to maintain balance. While his mouth remained busy, "What do you mean by tugging at my pants flap? It's broad daylight. What if someone sees? How will I face the world? My reputation is at stake." "Shut up," Lu Xiaomei shouted, filled with indignation. "Look at you. How can you be so unreasonable?" Chen Jianmin retorted, yet he dared not move, remaining frozen in an odd and somewhat comical position in the alley. Lu Xiaomei's cheeks flushed crimson. Chen Jianmin's breathing became heavy. He was aware of his own lack of composure, but could he be blamed? The pressure was uncomfortable, prompting him to break the awkward silence. Lu Laoshi, if you could release that hand, I assure you, I'm holding your arm. You won't fall. Just stay still." "Well, you better hold on tight," Lu Xiaomei replied, still somewhat apprehensive, as she gradually loosened her right hand. Indeed, she did not fall. Chen Jianmin's grip was quite secure. Lu Xiaomei let out a sigh of relief, just as she attempted to struggle to her feet. To her surprise, as she exerted herself, Chen Jianmin's foot slipped slightly, causing Lu Xiaomei to lose her balance, her exquisite and radiant face crashing directly against his. "Ouch!" Chen Jianmin gasped. Surely this could not be blamed on him. He had warned her not to move, but she had disregarded his advice. Nevertheless, he was apprehensive that Lu Xiaomei might retaliate in anger, so he steadied himself firmly, ensuring she did not topple onto the bicycle. After the crisis was averted, he cautiously released his right hand, gradually exerting effort to pull Lu Xiaomei up. With the danger past, Chen Jianmin's demeanor grew increasingly audacious. "Teacher Lu, be honest with me. Did you consider biting me just now?" Lu Xiaomei, infuriated to the point of nearly grinding her teeth, unleashed a flurry of punches at Chen Jianmin. 2 minutes later, they parted ways. Before leaving, Lu Xiaomei cast a lingering glance at Chen Jianmin, her lips poised to speak, but ultimately refraining. With a toss of her long hair, she mounted her bicycle. Due to a school-organized luncheon that she felt compelled to attend, she arranged to meet Chen Jianmin later that evening and proceeded directly to the coal mine restaurant located to the north of the Moon Pond. Chen Jianmin whistled as he pedaled his bicycle toward Erdeo Alley. The recent incident had prompted a shift in his perspective. What could the collapse of the sky possibly entail? He had his own height to bear it. Worrying would not resolve anything. First, he would meet with Li Yanli to exchange thoughts, and then summon Lu Xiaomei. For 3 minds together would surely devise a strategy to confront Li Jigang. Chapter 155. Troubling thoughts. Chen Jianmin harbored grave suspicions that the melancholy reflected in Lu Xiaomei's eyes was connected to Li Yanli. Whether she had quarreled with Li Yanli or if Li Jigang had discovered their unusual relationship remained uncertain. Regardless, a meeting between them in the evening would clarify the situation. With these thoughts in mind, he navigated his way to Erdeo Alley. The so-called Erdeo Alley, distinct from the 2nd Street south of the main road, lay to the north of the main street, northeast of Moon Pond. It was relatively narrow, hence the designation of alley. Within this alley, there were but a handful of households, perhaps a dozen in total. At the eastern end stood a T-junction, where Li Yanli's residence occupied the northwestern corner. The modest dwelling, comprising 2.5 rooms, appeared newly constructed and remarkably clean, complemented by a well-maintained little courtyard adorned with an old elm tree, lending it a semblance of home. It remained unclear whether it was rented or borrowed. The health clinic remained open on Saturdays, so Li Yanli was currently not at home. Chen Jianmin clutched the key she had given him, pondering whether it was meant for the courtyard gate or the interior door. Upon reaching the iron gate, which was scarcely a meter wide, he discovered that the lock hanging on the latch was merely a decoy. This girl was quite audacious. Living alone, yet resorting to such trickery? Did she not fear a thief slipping in to pilfer something? His concerns, it turned out, were unwarranted. As he grasped the fake lock, a gruff voice from the adjacent gate called out unfriendly, "Hey, who are you?" The voice was quite loud, catching Chen Jianmin off guard. Causing his hand to tremble, and the fake lock to clatter back into place with a clang. He turned his head to look, and a stout young man was scanning him with a wary gaze. "Hey, buddy, I'm a friend of this household," Chen Jianmin vaguely explained, refraining from revealing Li Yanli's identity. The young man let out a cold sneer. "If you're looking for Dr. Li, you should go to the clinic. What are you doing here?" As he spoke, he menacingly stepped in front of Chen Jianmin. "Hurry up and leave. If you don't, I might just send you to the police station." Chen Jianmin was displeased. "I appreciate that you're watching over her house, but what kind of attitude is this? I truly am a friend of Dr. Li. Look, I even have her key. That doesn't matter. Even with the key, you can't go in unless Dr. Li herself brings you," he retorted. "Wait a minute. Do I look like a thief to you? Thieves don't have signs on their foreheads. How would you expect me to know? So, are you saying I can only go find Dr. Li? I really don't think you're a good person. Come, let's go see Director Li," the young man said, attempting to drag Chen Jianmin to the police station. Yet, he hesitated to lay hands on him, recognizing that this man bore a more authoritative demeanor than Director Li himself. Chen Jianmin found the situation amusing. After all, the young man was merely helping to watch over Li Yanli's house, and confronting him directly wouldn't be wise. However, during their brief exchange, he sensed a certain naivety in the young man and decided to alter his approach. He pulled out a cigarette and offered it. "Brother, what is your name? The Director Li you mentioned must be Li Hongguang, right? I know him." The young man took the cigarette, then quickly stuffed it back. "No. This feels like you're trying to bribe me. I can't do that." Chen Jianmin chuckled. "Even if I were trying to bribe you, a single cigarette wouldn't suffice. Would it? You don't strike me as someone who could be easily swayed, do you? Come on, smoke it. It's just a cigarette. As long as one is human, communication is always possible." This was Chen Jianmin's most famous adage from his previous life. With a follow-up, as long as one finds the right method, even the seemingly uncommunicative can be engaged. The young man puffed out his chest, a smirk creeping onto his lips. "You certainly have a way with words. Smoking is one thing, but wanting to get in is another. Director Li has said that unless Dr. Li herself brings someone in, no one can enter without permission. What is your name again?" Chen Jianmin inquired once more. "Erhe." Erhe lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and somewhat sheepishly added, "It's not that I'm meddling, but Director Li has emphasized that Dr. Li is an invaluable asset to our Hongshan area and must be well protected." "Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree. But can you manage on your own? I watch over her during the day. At night, others take turns." "Why are you asking about this?" Chen Jianmin patted Erhe's shoulder. "All right, as you say. I'll go to the clinic to find Dr. Li. Then hurry along." As Chen Jianmin rode towards the clinic, he pondered whether Li Hongguang had discovered Li Yanli's true identity and arranged for her protection. After all, if something were to happen to the county chief's daughter, even the forestry police station wouldn't escape responsibility. This could also serve as an opportunity to connect with the influential Li Ji gang. He thought to himself. Li Hongguang certainly seemed like an intriguing character. As I was about to turn onto the main street, I nearly collided with Li Yanli, who was riding her bicycle from the opposite direction. "What are you daydreaming about?" She huffed, visibly displeased, launching into a reprimand. "Is there gold on the ground? Or are you just concocting schemes?" The moment she saw me, she sensed my mischievous intentions. "You couldn't be more mistaken. Do you not know who I am? I am a model youth of the new era, constantly pondering how I can contribute to the development of Hongshan County." "Oh, spare me your pretensions. If you're a model youth, then are there truly no wrongdoers left in the world?" The two of us continued our banter until we reached the entrance of Li Yanli's protected residence. Erhe poked his head out from his own door, flashed a toothy grin at Li Yanli, and quickly retreated inside. The interior was impeccably tidy, with a polished terrazzo floor that gleamed, and even the corridor walls were blindingly white. However, it was a tad chilly indoors. Chen Jianmin followed Li Yanli into the west room, which contained merely a simple square table, 2 chairs, a cabinet over a meter tall, and a towering bed with a grid pattern. No other furniture graced the space. "Please, sit down while I tend to the fire." Li Yanli gestured towards a small Kong, turning to leave, but was abruptly halted by Chen Jianmin. "Shaoli, before you busy yourself with the fire, I have something I wish to inquire about." His urgency stemmed from noticing her discontent since their meeting. Her gaze appeared vacant, and she wore a pitiable expression that he could not bear to overlook. Li Yanli sat down on the Kong with her head lowered, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. "What do you wish to ask? Have you had a quarrel with Xiaomei?" Chen Jianmin probed tentatively. Li Yanli shook her head in silence. "Then has the clinic's leadership reprimanded you?" Again, she shook her head. "Has someone bullied you?" "Oh, enough with the guessing. I'm just feeling troubled," Li Yanli sighed, reclining back on the Kong, her eyes vacantly fixed on the fiberboard ceiling. At this point, Chen Jianmin was fairly certain of his suspicions. Li Jigang must have exerted pressure on Li Yanli, possibly even discovering her connection with Liu Xiaomei. His mind began racing at full throttle. From the perspective of marrying Liu Xiaomei, sending Li Yanli back to the county was indeed the most prudent choice. Yet, he found it unbearable to let her go. Setting aside their existing bond, her spirited yet charming demeanor, combined with a lack of arrogance typical of the privileged, made her remarkably relatable to anyone. He felt that losing her would undoubtedly be the greatest regret of his life. So what was he to do now? Chapter 156. The Experiment. The shield. Once Chen Jianmin's mind was set in motion, he typically required a cigarette to stimulate his thoughts. He yearned for one now, but, after placing one between his lips and contemplating, he stood up and said, "Shao Li, I believe that what you refer to as distress can only be felt by those with a heart. You shouldn't feel this way, should you?" Li Yanli sprang up like a carp leaping from water, hands on her hips, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Jianmin. "So, you're implying that I lack a heart? Chen Jianmin, can we not have a decent conversation? Am I mistaken in my assessment? Come, let me see if you have developed a heart." Chen Jianmin spread his fingers wide, mimicking a grasping motion, and approached Li Yanli with a lewd grin. Li Yanli, already in a foul mood, was truly enraged by this and seized a broom leaning against the wall, brandishing it while shouting. Chen Jianmin turned and fled, easily distanced himself from her within just 2 strides, taunting, "Heh, can't catch me, you monkey." Li Yanli, her teeth almost ground to dust from frustration, chased after him. In the cramped room, they circled each other repeatedly, and after several laps, Li Yanli finally caught up with Chen Jianmin, swinging the broom with fervor, targeting the fleshiest parts. "This is what you get for angering me. I'll teach you a lesson, you scoundrel." Chen Jianmin, suppressing his voice, cried out for help, simultaneously using the commotion to take advantage of the situation. Exhausted, Li Yanli, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, discarded the broom and lunged to twist Chen Jianmin's ear. But he quickly bent down, lifted her legs, and effortlessly spun her around in the air. Frightened, she clung to his head, pleading for mercy. I'm sorry, put me down." Amidst her cries, Chen Jianmin tossed her onto the bed. The thick, soft mattress cushioned her fall, but the fright left her pale. Chen Jianmin chuckled as he pinched her nose, and then dashed away. Watching his retreating figure, Li Yanli felt a mix of helplessness and amusement, even a hint of warmth. What was happening to her? Once in the corridor, Chen Jianmin shut the door behind him, wiping the smile from his face and reflecting inwardly. A man must not only possess the ability to help a woman with her problems, but also to alleviate her frustrations when needed. Was it easy for him? He lit a cigarette while igniting the stove. The communal houses relied on earthen heating systems, with the water that powered the heating running through stoves mostly located in the outer rooms. Thus, once the stove was lit, it could simultaneously heat the bed and provide warmth. He fetched a small stool and settled beside the stove, smoking one cigarette after another for about half an hour. After discarding the last cigarette but into the stove, he stood and entered the west room. Finding Li Yanli still lying on the bed, he sat beside her and playfully patted her on the back. "Do you wish to know who spoke with me a couple of days ago?" Li Yanli, still propped up on the bed, didn't even lift her eyelids, mumbling, "Who else could it be? My father, of course." "Ah, so this girl knows everything." Chen Jianmin responded, invigorated. "Do you know what your father said to me?" Li Yanli flipped over, resting her chin on her hand, with a weary tone. "What else could he say?" "Just that you should persuade me to return to the county." Chen Jianmin then asked the pivotal question. "But why on earth would your father come to me? I'm not close to him, but I am to you. Yet you couldn't possibly have revealed our relationship to your family." While engaging in casual conversation, the allure of Li Yanli's posture became increasingly apparent. The snug pink sweater accentuated her slender waist, and as she reclined sideways, the gentle slope of her figure became strikingly pronounced. Her full, radiant visage harmoniously complemented her form, rendering her a vision of exquisite beauty. Chen Jianmin, having devised a strategy in his mind, felt his mental burdens lighten, which, inevitably, stirred a physical response within him. He removed his shoes and cotton pants, adopting a similar reclining posture opposite Li Yanli, arching his brows and locking his gaze upon her eyes. Li Yanli, undeterred, gazed back intently. They remained in this silent contest of stares for quite some time, until it was Li Yanli, with her delicate sensibilities, who faltered first. She glanced at Chen Jianmin's chin, reached out with her petite hand, and softly responded to his earlier inquiry. "On the morning after our night out in the county, did you encounter a rather plump lady in the hallway when you left? She is a classmate of my Aunt S and is quite familiar with my mother and her friends. She informed my parents of my overnight guest, leading them to assume you were my boyfriend." Chen Jianmin pondered for a moment and realized he indeed had met such a person. However, He deemed that this was not the crux of the matter. He gently kissed Li Yanli's hand, then naturally leaned closer, wrapping his arms around her waist and drawing her into his embrace, continuing to probe. So how did they manage to find me? Surely, you didn't betray me? The space between them had diminished to the point where their breaths mingled. Li Yanli, burdened with thoughts, playfully pushed him away, though her efforts were futile, and she ultimately surrendered to the embrace, resting her soft cheek against his. She whispered, "My father is the county magistrate. If he wishes to locate someone, how much effort do you think he would expend?" Chen Jianmin, realizing the implications, suddenly confronted a more serious concern. "So, your father's suggestion for you to return to the county is actually a subtle hint for me to end our relationship. I assent it?" Li Yanli chuckled lightly. "Oh, you certainly have a high opinion of yourself. Do you really consider us to be a couple?" With a grin, Chen Jianmin tightened his grip around her waist, allowing his hand to gradually descend. "Then what would you call our relationship? Be honest," Li Yanli retorted, swatting away his hand that was descending further. "What we have is, at best, a normal need. To me, it's merely an opportunity to experience what a man is like. And you are fortunate to be the one I selected. And what is the flavor of a man, then? You likely didn't taste anything after that last bout of heavy drinking," Chen Jianmin teased, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as his hand slipped once more, this time moving to the front. Li Yanli scoffed. "Puffed, it's just SOSO. It appeared she was still somewhat dissatisfied, a situation easily remedied. However, before proceeding, there loomed a critical question that needed resolution, for it would inform his approach towards Li Jigang. "So, do you feel that I evoke a better impression than Xiaomei? She and I share a genuine connection, whereas you are merely an experiment, a shield. Do your parents know about your relationship with Xiaomei? If you were to find out, your world would surely crumble, unless you venture abroad. Otherwise, you have no future. Do you believe that?" As for Li Yanli, she herself seems bewildered by the situation, likely unaware of it. Whether or not there is a future, you need not concern yourself with that. Chen Jianmin was quite dissatisfied with this answer. "Have they not hinted at it in their conversations with you?" "No." Li Yanli shook her head firmly, slightly narrowing her eyes. "Given your concern over this matter, are you not attempting to use it as a form of intimidation against me?" "Huh. Such despicable tactics are beneath me, Chen Jianmin. You underestimate me. I typically conquer directly. Now, let me show you what it truly means to be a man." With that, he turned over. Chapter 157. A temporary solution to the problem. Chen Jianmin's actions were rather rough. He mounted Li Yanli, pinning her hands above her head, while his other hand began to unfasten her belt. His departure from previous methods was provoked by her remark, which had stung his pride as a man. After all, he was capable of making the neighbor's young bride falter in her steps, even bringing someone like Zhou Lihong to tears. How could he accept such an evaluation from her? Initially, Li Yanli struggled, but suddenly she became still, her body taut, her eyes coldly fixed on Chen Jianmin. In an exceedingly calm tone, she stated, "I am not in the mood to play games with you right now." Chen Jianmin had anticipated this. "What if I were to offer you a way to temporarily navigate through this crisis?" Li Yanli's eyes immediately brightened, then dimmed slightly. "Only temporarily? My dear aunt, we are dealing with the county magistrate. Do you not realize what sort of mind he possesses? To keep him at bay temporarily would require all my strength. Furthermore, when I say temporarily, I mean at least 2 to 3 years without the worry of being compelled to return to the county seat. What is this good plan of yours?" Li Yanli twisted her body, managing to free her hands from Chen Jianmin's hold, and began to unfasten his vest buttons. Chen Jianmin could only chuckle. "Is it just me, or does it feel as if we are negotiating? Cut the nonsense. Do you want this or not?" Li Yanli, unaware, felt her face flush slightly as her uniquely resonant voice took on an inexplicable allure. "Well then, let us consider this a mutual exchange." Chen Jianmin replied with a knowing smile. Clearly, she was becoming emotionally invested, yet she maintained her facade. "During your 2 to 3 years at Hongshan Health Center, how many patients with thick necks have you encountered?" "Thick necks? You mean hyperthyroidism, right?" Li Yanli paused her movements, slightly furrowing her brows. "There have been quite a few. Perhaps 20 or 30. Accurate data would require a look at my medical records." "What's the matter? I don't see your neck as particularly thick." Chen Jianmin leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "My neck is not thick. It's the other one that is. Get lost." Li Yanli laughed and chided him. "Can you not have a serious conversation?" With both hands resting on her head, Chen Jianmin chuckled. "Is there any such thing as a serious conversation between us?" Li Yanli's cheeks were flushed with a deeper hue as she averted her gaze from Chen Jianmin, twisting her head to the side. "If you have something to say, just say it quickly. If not, then let us end this." Chen Jianmin pointed at the 2 buttons of her vest that remained unfastened, subtly signaling her. As Li Yanli reluctantly continued to undo the buttons, He remarked, "You know better than I do what causes goiter, so why haven't you considered it? The iodine deficiency in Hanshan Township is quite severe." His words were not mere conjecture. Zhou Mingshan had a thick neck, and among the 100 residents of Zhoujia village, at least 2 or 3 exhibited the same condition, with the situation being even more pronounced in the commune. Having unbuttoned her vest, Li Yanli inquired while helping him out of it, "So what if I know? This isn't my responsibility. I'm just a doctor. I could conduct research." As she spoke, her enchanting eyes sparkled brighter, her hands moved with increasing speed, and she had already unfastened Chen Jianmin's belt. What could he do but silently cooperate? Soon, he felt a chill. It wasn't he quite right to say so. It was more of an outside cold and inside warmth. He reached out, pulling the blanket from Li Yanli to cover himself, while continuing the serious discourse. Yes, research is essential, not only to investigate the disease's origins, but also to ponder solutions. For instance, is it necessary to add trace amounts of iodine to salt? Winter is indeed troublesome. Let us avoid wearing jeans in the future. They're too difficult to remove. The iodization of table salt only became mandatory in 1994, and now, perhaps a bit ahead of its time. Yet some specialized institutions had already embarked on related studies. Thus, leveraging this knowledge could impress even the second father-in-law. Wait, how did he elevate Li Jigang to the status of a father-in-law? Was that appropriate? Li Yanli immediately exclaimed with excitement. Exactly. Salt is essential, and it's conveniently available for sale. Therefore, if I tell my father that I want to continue researching for another 3 to 5 years, he would likely be very pleased. Sighing quietly, Chen Jianmin thought to himself that her father could only agree without knowing the nuances of her relationship with Lu Xiaomei. If he were aware, Chen Jianmin would have no better strategy. Oh, who says there's no good strategy? If all else fails, he could be straightforward with Li Jigang, claiming he had a way to turn his daughter from a curve to a straight. What would Li Jigang do? He could simply encourage Li Yanli to be more resolute, leaving Li Jigang to settle for a compromise. Indeed, he considered himself clever, having solutions on both sides of the dilemma. Chen Jianmin felt a bit overly confident. Could Li Jigang truly follow his line of reasoning? That was a significant question. Li Yanli's porcelain-like beauty swiftly pulled Chen Jianmin from his distant thoughts as she planted a kiss on his soft lips. From now on, remember, if the sky falls, I will be the one to hold it up. Can you withstand it? Do you not trust me? Does this even relate to trust? Well, let us see if you can indeed hold it up. Li Yanli gazed at him with glistening eyes, her expression steady yet silent for a long moment. Finally, with a playful wink of her left eye, she teasingly uttered a single word, cold. Her eyes gradually took on a dreamy quality thereafter. Be good. Wait until I take you flying, and you won't feel cold anymore. Indeed, the temperature inside the house has already risen. The stove we lit earlier is roaring vigorously. The coal source from Hanshan is not as resilient as the coal from Dadong, but ignites remarkably well. After lighting a few slender sticks of wood, I gently place some coal on top, and once those pieces catch fire, I add more coal gradually. This process requires patience. Typically, after about 10 minutes, the crimson tongues of fire will flicker within the stove, stirring the water in the heating system, causing it to flow gently, and soon the warmth will envelop the room. If the fire is not controlled, the water in the radiator will boil rapidly, spilling out from the vent. There is no fixed duration for this process. Sometimes it is quick, other times slower, depending on the intensity of the flames. Right now, with the wind howling outside, the fire burns fiercely. In less than 10 minutes, after a prolonged sigh from the person on the small Kong, steam begins to escape from the top of the radiator. You need to stop for a moment. The radiator is about to overflow. Don't worry, I haven't added too much coal. Just a bit more. Shall we continue? Continue? It's broad daylight. What if someone comes? Rest assured, at this hour, who would drop by? Besides, given what you just said, I must put on a good show. Don't you think? The door isn't latched. The fragmented conversations within the room, punctuated by various sounds, reached Lu Xiaomei's ears as she opened the corridor door. One foot stepped outside, while the other felt as heavy as lead, refusing to budge. Chapter 158. It all depends on who has the thicker skin. Lu Xiaomei exited the coal mine restaurant and decided to visit her sister Lu Xiaong. She stood outside the clothing store, staring at the crookedly written sign that read Jianmin Clothing Store for quite some time. Business at the clothing store was thriving. Even with 4 new clothing shops opening nearby, the foot traffic for Jianmin remained unaffected. Lu Xiaohong and Han Yao were bustling about, too busy to take a moment's pause. Lu Xiaomei had expected Chen Jianmin to be there, but after searching the store, she found no sign of him. When she inquired with the 2 busy women, they confirmed his absence. To her dismay, she also noticed that her sister's new boyfriend was not present. She intended to ask about the situation, but felt it was inconvenient given the crowd. As she stepped outside, she pondered where Chen Jianmin might have gone. Surmising he had returned home, the thought of that scoundrel dissuaded her from going back home. Coincidentally, she remembered that Li Yanli was currently distressed, so visiting her seemed reasonable. Perhaps they could devise a plan to ensure she remained in Hongshan. Turning the corner, she headed to the health clinic, where she learned that Li Yanli had taken the afternoon off due to feeling unwell. Lu Xiaomei hurried to Li Yanli's home. At the restaurant, she had consumed over 10 shots of liquor. It was unavoidable. The gathering was organized by Principal Zhang, who treated everyone to a meal at the start of each semester, ostensibly to encourage them to work diligently and increase the number of students advancing to the county high school. Although this was not particularly relevant to her, as she taught third grade, the atmosphere made it difficult to abstain from drinking. Fortunately, the numerous glasses of white wine consumed were hardly significant in terms of her tolerance. One might even exaggerate by saying it felt as if she had not imbibed at all. Thus, she was utterly certain that her auditory hallucinations were not a consequence of alcohol consumption. There were indeed certain activities occurring within the room, and upon closer discernment, the female voice unmistakably belonged to Li Yanli, while the male voice was undoubtedly that of her so-called fiancé, Chen Jianmin. How audacious of this scoundrel to come here and engage with Li Yanli. Should she confront them or feign ignorance and leave? Standing at the threshold of the corridor, her head buzzed as if thousands of bees were flitting about her. Had she not leaned against the doorframe, she might have collapsed. Outside the courtyard, the neighbor's security guard, Ari, craned his neck to take a look and, upon recognizing Teacher Lu, deemed the situation harmless. Dr. Li had mentioned that Teacher Lu was her closest friend, requiring no caution around her. Ari, considerate as ever, gently closed the half-open courtyard gate, careful not to disturb the pensive Teacher Lu, sliding the bolt with utmost delicacy, creating not a whisper of sound. Satisfied with his operation, he ambled home with his hands behind his back. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaomei, almost as if compelled by some unseen force, entered the corridor and softly closed the door behind her. Hearing the water in the stove bubbling, she approached and used a large iron spoon, specifically designed for scooping ash, to push 2 spoonfuls of coal mixed with dirt into the stove. This mixture was intended to mitigate the excessive heat that could lead to the radiator boiling over, and its efficacy was evident as the bubbling sound diminished significantly. However, the commotion from within the room intensified, and the frequency of the moans quickened, clearly audible through the wooden door. Lu Xiaomei could not fathom why she was compelled to act thus. It simply reminded her of that day when the scoundrel had violated her, a sensation that was undeniably pleasurable, distinctly different from the joy imparted by Li Yanli. Did Li Yanli now share a similar experience? Leaning against the wall beside the door, she slowly crouched down, feeling as if her body were ablaze. Time slipped by, and eventually, the bubbling ceased, and the noise within the room faded away. Then, Chen Jianmin's insufferable voice broke the silence. How is it? Can we still say it's just as it is? Followed by Li Yanli's feeble response. In the evening, let us have Xiaomei come over, and we can discuss your proposal together. All right, the esteemed teacher possesses a high intellect, and will undoubtedly enhance the proposal. I haven't eaten lunch. I'm starving. Don't worry, I'll go prepare something for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaomei felt an urge to escape, yet her legs seemed to lack the strength to move. Likely numbed from squatting, she punched her fists several times and shifted her position, but to no avail. The thought that if Chen Jianmin were to emerge and witness her current disheveled state, he would mock her for eternity, caused her to break into a cold sweat. Glancing at the doorknob beside her, she hesitated momentarily before finally grasping it. She assumed that the two had not locked the corridor door. Surely the inner door would be secured. After all, it was broad daylight. However, these 2 oblivious individuals had not taken any precautions regarding the door. Lu Xiaomei grasped the doorknob and pulled with all her might, initially believing she could rise, only to find herself halfway up when the door creaked open, causing her to tumble back onto the ground in a flustered state. Chen Jianmin, who was already dressed and standing by the Kong while putting on his shirt, turned his head at the sound, his mouth agape in surprise. He had been entirely engrossed moments before, completely oblivious to the door's noise. When did this person arrive? The manner in which she yanked the door hardly seemed like a normal action. Li Yanli, even more absorbed than he, squinted her eyes and breathlessly inquired, "How did the door open?" Outside, seated on the floor, Lu Xiaomei exchanged glances with Chen Jianmin, both of them equally astonished. However, while he was merely stunned, she was deeply contemplating how to explain her presence there. Her mind was a jumbled mess, making it impossible to concentrate on the matter at hand. The images of Chen Jianmin's muscular chest, Li Yanli's porcelain skin, the pile of clothes on the ground, and the disheveled bedding on the Kong flashed before her eyes like snapshots, each dancing in her mind. Li Yanli, not having heard Chen Jianmin's response, elongated her tone and called out to him, "Jianmin, how did the door open?" Her words trailed off as she too noticed Lu Xiaomei sitting in the corridor. "Oh," she exclaimed, hastily pulling the quilt over her head, ignoring the fact that her slender legs remained exposed, kicking in a futile attempt to shove Chen Jianmin away. From beneath the quilt, she mumbled inarticulately, "I can't do this in broad daylight, nor at night." In such an excruciatingly awkward situation, it was truly a test of who could maintain their composure. Chen Jianmin, disregarding the state of his shirt buttons, rushed over to help Lu Xiaomei to her feet. Concern etched on his face as he asked, "Xiaomei, why are you sitting on the floor? This is not good. Sitting for too long can upset your stomach." Lu Xiaomei forced a smile, one that was more painful than tears, and incoherently explained, "Well, I just came to see Yanli, and I accidentally slipped. By the way, I already put some broken coal in the stove, so don't misunderstand. I didn't hear anything. I've been busy fiddling with the stove for a while now. It's nothing, I'm not hurt." Suddenly, she halted, realizing a fundamental question. Why was she so anxious? What was there to be nervous about? It wasn't as if she had been unfaithful, not that such a term should apply. From any perspective, shouldn't she be the one with the right to be unperturbed? Why did this scoundrel act as if nothing had transpired? Yet, why did her heart feel so heavy? Why did she yearn to escape? Chapter 159. A perfectly coordinated conflict. Observing Lu Xiaomei's disjointed words, Chen Jianmin chuckled, "I must say, I didn't suspect anything about you. Is there really a need for you to be so anxious?" Lu Xiaomei, having begun to realize that her reaction was rather inappropriate, was further incensed to see this scoundrel daring to mock her. Her expression hardened instantly as she lifted her chin and walked back into the room. "Humph. It appears that both of you have wronged me. I stand on the side of righteousness. Why should I feel guilty enough to flee? If you wish to leave, then depart." Yet, you precisely placed your foot upon Chen Jianmin's instep, paused momentarily, and with a graceful turn of 90 degrees, strode into the room with your head held high, amidst his pained cries, coldly observing Li Yanli, who had adopted an ostrich strategy by burrowing under the covers. I remained silent and still. Slowly, Li Yanli peeled back the blanket from her head. When her eyes finally emerged and met Lu Xiaomei's gaze, she blinked repeatedly, ultimately resolving to confront her directly, weakly uttering, "Xiaomei, don't call me." Lu Xiaomei's face bore a frost-like demeanor as she raised her voice to intercept Li Yanli's words, declaring, "Li Yanli, I am now granting you an opportunity." Turning to Chen Jianmin, who was just entering while closing the door, she insisted, "You claim you were coerced by this scoundrel, that you were left with no choice but to be with him. Speak." Li Yanli's small face scrunched in contemplation. What could she possibly say? Yes, this little scoundrel had indeed implied a degree of coercion, but it was she who had guided him into such actions. Without her cooperation, how could Chen Jianmin have succeeded? Furthermore, given the recent experience, she could not outright deny it. Thus, confronted with Lu Xiaomei's self-deceiving defense on her behalf, she found herself at a loss for words. In such moments, one must seek assistance from those with thick skin. Li Yanli shot a meaningful glance at Chen Jianmin, extending a finger from beneath the covers to point at Lu Xiaomei, signaling him to stabilize the situation. Fortunately, Chen Jianmin, being of a somewhat loyal disposition, not only closed the door but also secured it, seemingly intent on preventing Lu Xiaomei from making a sudden escape. This was indeed wise. Should she flee, he would need to expend even more effort explaining the situation, which was already somewhat convoluted. A look of grievance appeared on Chen Jianmin's handsome face as he approached Lu Xiaomei, turning suddenly to reveal the unbuttoned back of his shirt, exposing a significant portion of his back to her. With a quivering voice, he lamented, "Xiaomei, do you see this? These scratches are from her." And she threatened that if I disagreed, she would use a scalpel. Strangely, though his words may have seemed exaggerated, the numerous scratches on his back were indeed real, one of which had even broken the skin, oozing a hint of blood. This revelation not only left Lu Xiaomei dumbfounded, but also caused Li Yanli to widen her eyes in disbelief. Wait, did she inflict those scratches? In that moment, she had been swept away, perhaps slightly beyond control, but could this truly be blamed on her? After all, who knew that this scoundrel would exert himself so vigorously? Oh, but wait. How could her thoughts become ensnared in such trivial details? The pressing matter was that Chen Jianmin appeared to be betraying her at this crucial juncture. With clarity returning to her mind, Li Yanli disregarded the state of her attire, abruptly sitting up and pointing an accusing finger at Chen Jianmin, exclaiming, "You, Chen Jianmin, vile creature, what did you say when you were sweet-talking me just moments ago?" Chen Jianmin, even more aggrieved, donned his shirt, and retreated behind Lu Xiaomei. Gesturing toward Li Yanli, "Xiaomei, look at her. She dares to scold me." A pair of furtive eyes traversed over Lu Xiaomei, fixated intently on Li Yanli, whose quilt had slipped down to her waist. A surge of heat coursed through him, and he swallowed back an insatiable lump in his throat. Li Yanli felt insufficiently confident sitting down, so she decided to stand. Halfway up, she suddenly remembered her state of undress, yet this was of little concern to her. She draped the quilt over her shoulders, clasped it tightly, and her eyes reddened instantaneously, a single tear glimmering precariously at the edge of her eyelids. "Xiaomei, don't listen to his nonsensical chatter. If he hadn't promised me a way to remain by your side forever, how could I have fallen for his tricks?" She began to weep without hesitation. "Xiaomei, she is merely acting," Chen Jianmin interjected, leaning closer to Lu Xiaomei. "Initially, I thought she seemed rather downcast and wanted to offer her some advice to lift her spirits. However, once she heard it, she became exceedingly excited and without a second thought, dragged me onto the Kong, insisting we must celebrate her happiness. Who would have guessed her method of celebration would be to ensnare me? Huh, don't presume you are the only one adept at theatrics," Chen Jianmin lamented, burying his face in Lu Xiaomei's shoulder. Lu Xiaomei felt as though her head might explode. She covered her ears with her hands and shouted at the top of her lungs. After releasing her frustration, she pushed Chen Jianmin aside. Gasping for breath as she approached the edge of the Kong, looking up at Li Yanli, her teeth clenched. "Xiaoli, you mentioned that it wouldn't be suitable during the day, implying that it would be permissible at night, correct? Now tell me honestly, how many times have you two been together? Speak." Li Yanli, now momentarily silenced, retreated a couple of steps into the Kong, timidly extending a delicate finger. Lu Xiaomei elongated her tone, her facial muscles twitching several times. She had suspected that these two had crossed boundaries more than once. Li Yanli straightened another finger, her voice filled with a pitiful tremor. "Just twice. The last time, we were drinking. No, I was the one who drank too much. And he took advantage of the situation." Even at this juncture, she did not forget to shift the blame onto Chen Jianmin. Chen Jianmin, naturally, was not having it. "No. Xiaoli, speak clearly. Who was it that brought me back to your aunt's house that night after you had been drinking? You even pretended to be intoxicated and stripped in front of me. Why don't you mention that?" he exclaimed, "as a man in my prime. How could I resist the allure of a temptress like you?" "Enough. Silence," Lu Xiaomei thundered, her voice almost lifting the roof. She turned and confronted Chen Jianmin, seizing his collar and gritting her teeth. "So, if someone tempts you, you cannot remain steadfast?" Chen Jianmin had been waiting for this moment. He immediately assumed a fearful demeanor, hunching his shoulders as he replied, "Xiaomei, you once said it was acceptable for me to indulge outside, did you not?" After uttering this, he feigned trepidation while slyly gauging Lu Xiaomei's reaction. It was no small feat to ensnare someone as typically composed as Lu Xiaomei in his trap. As expected, she appeared momentarily stunned, her actions and expressions frozen, even her eyes failing to blink. Chen Jianmin felt a swell of triumph within. Although he maintained an outward facade of composure, casting a sidelong glance at the astonished Li Yanli. Li Yanli was indeed taken aback. She never anticipated Lu Xiaomei would be so unrestrained with Chen Jianmin. It was no wonder that this scoundrel kept stirring trouble. It turns out there was a deeper promise at play. So, does this mean that her affair with Chen Jianmin is now a thing of the past? In truth, it is not over. Lu Xiaomei's silence lasted but a fleeting moment. Her heaving bosom quickened, and finally, she glared at Chen Jianmin, squeezing out a statement through clenched teeth. Chapter 160, Declaration, Emotion, Solitude. Li Yanli's mind raced, quickly grasping that Chen Jianmin's betrayal was intended to muddy the waters, provoking Lu Xiaomei into a hasty outburst. Now, Lu Xiaomei felt utterly drained. However, as she shot a pointed glance at Chen Jianmin, Lu Xiaomei erupted in fury. With one foot pressing onto the back of his, she nearly plastered herself against him, then fiercely declared, "Chen Jianmin, I agreed that after we marry, you may seek out others as long as you possess the capability. But heed this, it applies only post-marriage, not before. Furthermore, you may choose anyone, but not her." As she spoke, she pointed resolutely at the bed, declaring, "She is off limits. She belongs to me. I will not permit anyone to compete with me." This was utterly unreasonable. How terrifying. Yet, who was Chen Jianmin? A creature who had cultivated his abilities over 2 lifetimes, he could not be easily toppled in such a small predicament. Thus, he had to confront her with an even greater audacity. Noticing the flickering flames of defiance in Lu Xiaomei's enchanting eyes, he smirked and, without warning, launched an assault. His left arm encircled her waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace, while his right hand cradled the back of her head as he leaned down. forcefully kissing her. Lu Xiaomei's reaction was beyond mere astonishment. It was her first encounter with such shamelessness, caught in the act, and while her anger surged, he had the audacity to kiss her. She clamped her mouth shut, pushing against the impenetrable wall before her, twisting her body in a futile effort to escape his grasp. Yet, the man who had seemed so weak moments ago now appeared transformed. The more she struggled, the tighter he held her, as if intent on melding her into his very being. After a fierce struggle, Lu Xiaomei realized her strength was but a mere trifle against Chen Jianmin, rendering any hope of escape futile, and she found herself breathless. The crux of the matter lay not here. She discovered that where her body touched Chen Jianmin, it felt as though it were ablaze, a mystical sensation coursing through her, akin to being immersed in a sea of flowers, where the spring breeze carried intoxicating fragrances that gradually sapped her strength. Though she had shared intimacy with Chen Jianmin before, it had never felt this way. What could possibly be happening? She involuntarily recalled that moment when Chen Jianmin had bullied her in her home. Was that the instance that triggered some sort of switch within her? But she had allies here, didn't she? Lianli, what was she up to? Seeing her being tormented by this little brat, had she no intention of stepping in to assist? In her dazed state, Lu Xiaomei thought of Lianli. Lianli was truly taken aback, her mouth agape, eyes wide, her body slightly leaning forward, witnessing the astonishing scene before her. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming admiration for Chen Jianmin. Was he not utterly shameless? To kiss his partner right in front of her, was she to be regarded as invisible? Wait, something was amiss. Lu Xiaomei's reaction was peculiar. Just moments ago, she had been shouting and cursing, wishing for Chen Jianmin's demise, but now, after struggling for a brief moment, her hands had fallen limply to her sides, pressing softly against him, as if she were willingly responding to him. If she was not mistaken, this girl was on the verge of succumbing to emotion. As someone who had maintained a certain relationship with Lu Xiaomei, she was acutely aware of her physical tendencies. It wouldn't be long before she succumbed. So, was Chen Jianmin merely fortunate, or was he intentionally employing this crude method to subdue her? If it were by chance, with that scoundrel's cleverness, he should quickly ascertain the underlying secret. If it were deliberate, it would imply that he and Lu Xiaomei had shared such intimacy before, suggesting that Lu Xiaomei had concealed her liaison with Chen Jianmin from her. Thus, she was the one who ought to feel guilty. At least she should not question herself with such audacity. As if to validate her intuition, Chen Jianmin, amidst his busy endeavors, cast a glance her way and even winked. Then his hand, which cradled Lu Xiaomei's head, glided down her back, ultimately resting upon her curvaceous form. Under her watchful gaze, he manipulated her shape in various ways. This was not all. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xiaomei's previously limp hands stirred to life, extricating themselves from Chen Jianmin's arm and wrapping tightly around his neck. See, I told you they had been involved long before. Lianli rolled her eyes dramatically, only then realizing how engrossed she had been in the spectacle. Half of her body exposed outside the blanket, yet she felt no chill. No, it was best to put on her clothes first. Distracted, she donned her garments, occasionally glancing at the two, who were oblivious to the world, locked in a passionate embrace, a wave of bitterness rising within her, a sense of discomfort, accompanied by a bitter taste in her mouth. What was this situation? Hadn't it been agreed that she was merely a test subject, a shield? Why did she feel wronged by his affection for another woman? No, it wasn't he supposed to be like this. She only cared about Xiaomei being intimate with someone else. Yes, that was it. Considering that this scoundrel was attempting to resolve any potential conflict between Xiaomei and herself, she would assume the role of an invisible presence, striving not to disturb them, while also observing how Xiaomei would behave in the presence of a man. Yes, that would be the plan. Lianli, after contemplating her situation, was once again taken aback when she looked up. The two individuals had finally concluded their prolonged kiss. Chen Jianmin's attention had shifted to Lu Xiaomei's earlobe, while Lu Xiaomei trembled in his embrace, producing sounds she was all too familiar with. It was over. She was surrendering so swiftly. Lianli immediately discerned Lu Xiaomei's current predicament and shook her head, deeming it utterly lacking in dignity. As she had predicted, Lu Xiaomei, with her eyes closed, nestled her head against Chen Jianmin's chest, her demeanor utterly disconcerting. Lianli buried her face in her hands and bent over. A melodious sound echoed in her ears, followed by nothing but the sound of hurried breaths. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the sound of a door opening broke the silence. She looked up to see Lu Xiaomei's somewhat unsteady silhouette disappearing through the doorway. The instigator of this scene, that scoundrel, flashed a smug smile at her, gesturing towards the door with his lips, silently proclaiming, "I will come tonight." A sudden surge of inexplicable rage welled up within Li Yanli, who seized the shoe she had intended to put on and hurled it in his direction. Thud! The shoe struck the door and bounced to the floor as the door was firmly shut. Alone in the room, a wave of loneliness enveloped her, threatening to engulf her entirely. Li Yanli sat dazed on the edge of the bed, a few tears trickling down her cheeks. One even found its way to the corner of her mouth, imparting a bittersweet, tangy flavor, a blend of myriad emotions. Damn it, what on earth was this? Chapter 161. The father-in-law's attitude after leaving Li Yanli's abode. Lu Xiaomei did not even mount her bicycle, but instead trudged through the alley, her steps heavy and uncertain. Chen Jianmin followed closely behind her, yet she seemed utterly oblivious to his presence, engaging in no conversation and not once glancing back. It was now nearly mid-March. Although the mornings and evenings were still somewhat chilly, by 2 or 3 in the afternoon, the warmth was quite pleasant. The afternoon's sun enveloped her, making it all too easy to succumb to its comforting embrace, leaving her devoid of any vigor. A gentle breeze caressed her face, reminiscent of a lover's tender touch, silent, yet leaving a fleeting memory upon her skin, whispering that it had been there. Suddenly, Lu Xiaomei found herself wanting to laugh, to mock her own naivety, to ridicule her one-sided affections, and to chide herself for believing that the dynamics between men and women were so simplistic for all these years. Yet, the little scoundrel trailing behind her had repeatedly confirmed that the reality of these relationships was far more complex than she had ever imagined, both physically and emotionally. Thus, should she continue to harbor resentment towards Li Yanli? No, she felt that her ire should be directed at the man following her, had it not been for his intrusion. Her life would not have veered so drastically from her intended course. Everything would have adhered to her meticulously laid plans. But was he not also a part of that predetermined plan? After all, she had ventured 20 miles in the biting cold, partly driven by a desire to meet him. Lu Xiaomei felt her mind in disarray, unable to untangle her thoughts. Turning from the alley onto the main street, then into another alley, she continued southward for a while before finally arriving home. The terrain here is slightly elevated, even within the alley. One can glimpse the undulating mountains on the southern horizon beyond the village. In the spring, they appear shrouded in a mist, elusive and indistinct. Upon reaching the threshold of his home, Lu Xiaomei abruptly turned around, her expression cold as she inquired, "I am going home. Where are you headed?" However, Chen Jianmin seemed oblivious to her words, raising his arm in greeting to his father-in-law, who had just emerged from the storage room. "Uncle, I have arrived. Please assign me any tasks you have." Look at him, such a thoughtful young man, eager to assist upon arrival. It is rare to find such exemplary youth in this modern era, even with a lantern. Lu Guoqing has always been quite pleased with this prospective son-in-law. And now he beamed with delight. What work could there possibly be? "Come in. It has been a while since we last saw each other." "Xiaomei, what kind of attitude is that? If you're not coming in, step aside and don't just stand there like a doorkeeper." Chen Jianmin navigated around Lu Xiaomei and entered the courtyard with ease, taking from his father-in-law a chair with a missing leg that had just been retrieved from the storage room. Lu Xiaomei ground her teeth, rolled her eyes, and retreated to her room, slamming the door with a loud thud, followed by the unmistakable sound of a bolt being drawn from the inside. Chen Jianmin mused that she was likely changing clothes. He turned to his father-in-law and asked, "Uncle, why bring out this broken chair? It's beyond repair." Lu Guoqing stopped Chen Jianmin from carrying the damaged chair indoors, saying, "Leave it here to fix. Now, could you bring me that stool from my room?" By the time Chen Jianmin returned with a 4-legged stool from the west room, Lu Guoqing had already prepared a handsaw, an axe, chisels, and other woodworking tools. "Uncle, do you still know how to work with wood?" Chen Jianmin inquired, somewhat astonished. "Indeed, I learned it properly in my youth. I still have some skills," Lu Guoqing replied, although his expression dimmed as he continued, "but I haven't done it in years." Soon, Chen Jianmin witnessed the craftsmanship of a skilled carpenter. A dilapidated 3-legged chair, which could have easily become kindling, was transformed in less than an hour, reborn and revitalized. Save for the need for paint, it resembled a brand new chair. Yet Lu Guoqing still expressed dissatisfaction. "Alas, it's been over a decade since I last worked with my hands. I'm a bit rusty." "Not at all, uncle. Would you still call this rustiness?" Chen Jianmin examined the chair from various angles, genuinely surprised by his father-in-law's expertise, which was nothing short of miraculous. As he admired the work, a lingering question emerged in his mind. Why, with such remarkable woodworking skills, had Lu Guoqing not pursued this profession? "Take it to the little house where Xiaohong lives. She could use it right away, and we can paint it in the next couple of days." The little house where Xiaohong resides? Upon carrying the chair inside, Chen Jianmin realized that the small room he had tidied up a few days prior was now quite functional, filled with several items. A small Kong bed, capable of accommodating 2 people, was adorned with a thick mattress, floral sheets, and a neatly folded quilt encased in an embroidered cover, resting upon a pair of embroidered pillows. Directly opposite the entrance stands a nearly new, substantial office desk, accompanied by a cabinet of half a person's height. These 2 pieces of furniture have already occupied most of the floor space. With the addition of a single chair, there remains scarcely enough room to turn around. It appears that my sister-in-law has already moved in. However, it is unclear whether this was at my father-in-law's behest or if Lu Xiaomei had insisted upon it. As I pondered these thoughts, my father-in-law entered after tidying up the tools and debris in the courtyard, casually remarking, "In a couple of days, have Xiaomei move into this room as well, and we will clear out her old one. I suspect you may be preoccupied with work, so there is no need for you to run back and forth. I'll find a couple of people to help. It shouldn't take more than 2 or 3 days to tidy up." Upon hearing this, Chen Jianmin promptly interrupted my father-in-law, saying, "Uncle, there's no rush on that front. Let's consult with Xiaomei before making any decisions." At first glance, this comment seemed to suggest that the choice of furniture should be guided by Lu Xiaomei's preferences, but it carried a deeper implication, namely, whether Lu Xiaomei truly intended to marry him, which needed to be clarified first. Otherwise, all plans would be in vain. Lu Guoqing closed his eyes briefly and patted Chen Jianmin on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Have no worries. With my discerning eye, I assure you, it will be impeccable." You see, my father-in-law's words held dual meanings. First, he implied that he would select the finest furniture for the young couple. Second, he firmly believed that Chen Jianmin was the ideal choice for a son-in-law. Once Chen Jianmin grasped his father-in-law's stance, he felt compelled to express his gratitude by sharing a couple of drinks with him that evening. With this simple notion in mind, 2 minutes later, Chen Jianmin eagerly dashed to a nearby convenience store to procure 2 bottles of liquor, a bag of peanuts, a plate of marinated pig ears, and 2 blocks of tofu. He hurried back to his father-in-law's home, took to the kitchen, and prepared a vibrant dish of spicy tofu, along with a plate of stir-fried potato shreds enhanced with a sprinkling of dried chili, resulting in a feast for the senses. Up until this moment, Lu Xiaomei had remained hidden within the East Room, prompting Lu Guoqing to approach the door and knock assertively, calling out, "Xiaomei, what is going on? Jianmin has prepared dinner. Must we invite you to join us?" With a clatter, the door creaked open, revealing a solemn-faced Lu Xiaomei, now dressed in fresh attire. Lu Guoqing's earlier bravado evaporated instantly, replaced by an eager smile as he urged, "My dear, come quickly to eat. It will be cold and unpalatable otherwise. Jianmin and I haven't dined together in quite some time. We must have a couple of drinks tonight." As he uttered these last words, his voice dwindled. Chen Jianmin had initially intended to keep his alcohol consumption moderate, as he planned to discuss the proposal raised earlier that day with Li Yanli. But he only wished to please his father-in-law. However, Lu Xiaomei glanced at the 2 bottles of liquor perched on the windowsill, a slight smirk playing upon her lips as she brought them to the table. Chen Jianmin was left momentarily bewildered. What was she intending to do? Chapter 162. To drink or not to drink? Lu Xiaomei placed 2 bottles of liquor on the table, leaving not only Chen Jianmin astonished, but also Lu Guoqing somewhat bewildered. After blinking for a while, he inquired, "My dear girl, we cannot drink so much. 1 bottle suffices. Of course, should you insist on our consuming this much, it would not be an issue, but do not complain about my ramblings once I have had my fill." He chuckled inwardly, a thought he dared not voice. Ever since he fainted during last autumn's harvest, Lu Xiaomei had been particularly stringent about his alcohol consumption, permitting him to drink only in the absence of guests. Therefore, seeing his daughter place both bottles on the table sparked a delightful thought in Lu Guoqing's mind. If each of them were to indulge in a bottle, it would be sheer bliss. However, his reverie was soon dashed, for Lu Xiaomei placed 1 bottle before herself and handed the other to Chen Jianmin, generously declaring, "Jianmin, you and my father can share a bottle. That should suffice. As for this one, it is mine. It would be remiss of me not to share a drink with you, especially since you have taken the trouble to cook." Chen Jianmin quickly waved his hands, saying, "Is there any need for such formality between us? No need for that, truly. I can simply share a drink with uncle. I have been feeling rather unwell lately, and I tend to vomit if I drink too much." Ever since their last trip to Shiliu for supplies, he had been intimidated by Lu Xiaomei's drinking capacity. She could down a bottle of liquor as if it were water, while 2 of him combined could hardly match her prowess. As he sought excuses, his furtive eyes darted across Lu Xiaomei's face, trying to ascertain whether she harbored any resentment from that afternoon's incident at Li Yanli's home. Seeing his timid demeanor, Lu Xiaomei felt a surge of delight, raising her chin with pride. What is the matter? Can I not drink with you? My father has said nothing. So if you are a real man, stop hesitating. Lu Guoqing, observing the unfolding drama, looked up at the ceiling, thinking, just pretend I am not here. Just pretend I am not here. Typically, when a man finds himself challenged by a female counterpart at a drinking table, his spirit ignites, and he rolls up his sleeves to take on the challenge. Chen Jianmin wished to rise to the occasion. Yet he was acutely aware of his own limitations when it came to alcohol. He simply could not compete. So what was to be done? He resolved to feign cowardice. Xiaomei, I have always felt that drinking is about enjoyment, not about quantity, he said, attempting to deflect the situation. Lu Xiaomei beamed with a radiant smile, though her eyes betrayed no mirth. Jianmin, you are absolutely right, and I share your sentiments. Look, I never insisted on how much you should drink. Why are you being so evasive? This, she thought, demonstrated the logical reasoning of a teacher, swiftly honing in on the crux of the matter. Chen Jianmin found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Lu, the teacher, had claimed a bottle for herself but had never suggested that he should consume one as well. Why be so sensitive? Thus, the prelude to the banquet came to an end, and the formalities of toasting and exchanging cups commenced, albeit with diminutive cups meant to hold merely half a liang of liquor. It is often said that our ancestors were quite talented. Indeed, such petite wine cups are the most effective at inebriating individuals. Their unassuming appearance leads one to believe that consuming them poses little risk, yet after a few sips, one's mind begins to cloud. Even when aware of the potential for overindulgence, the temptation to take just one more sip becomes irresistible, especially when accompanied by someone of striking beauty, coaxing with sweet words to drink more. This was precisely the predicament faced by Chen Jianmin. After finishing the first cup, he had barely tasted a couple of dishes when his father-in-law personally poured him another drink. Jianmin, it has been a while since the two of us shared a drink together. I'll fill your glass. Let us have a toast. Xiaomei, as a young lady, you should drink less. Just a token sip will suffice. Lu Xiaomei smiled sweetly. All right, I'll heed my father's advice and drink less. However, her words and actions diverged dramatically. As she watched Chen Jianmin raise his cup, she skillfully guzzled her drink in one swift motion, licking her lips with a playful flick of her pink tongue and raising an eyebrow at him, a clear challenge. Ah, who does she think she is? So audacious after just the second cup. Could he possibly concede? Chen Jianmin also downed his drink in one go, before his father-in-law had even set down the wine jug. He filled Jianmin's cup once more, his demeanor unexpectedly earnest as he said, Jianmin, you and I actually share quite a rapport. We can discuss many matters together. Here is another cup for you. Let us drink to that. After pouring, he lifted his own cup. Would he drink? Absolutely. Without so much as a blink. Chen Jianmin finished his drink. With 3 cups consumed, he felt a pleasant warmth enveloping his mind, yet he remained composed. He sincerely responded to his father-in-law's sentiments. Uncle, your words resonate deeply with me. I remember when we first met, your movements descending from the house were so nimble that even I, a young man, felt outmatched. At that moment, I realized having such a father-in-law is indeed a blessing. As he spoke, he poured another drink for his father-in-law, continuing the conversation. I later discovered that you are quite an open-minded elder. While engrossed in conversation, he naturally extended the jug towards Lu Xiaomei's cup, a gesture so instinctive that Lu Guoqing failed to notice. Yet, Lu Xiaomei took hold of another jug and gently pushed his hand aside, her enchanting eyes reflecting a knowing expression. She had caught on to his subtle attempt to redistribute the drinks to his advantage. Chen Jianmin seemed to realize he had overstepped, offering an apologetic smile, internally lamenting, why is she so composed? Can't she feign ignorance just this once? Lu Xiaomei evidently had no intention of granting him any escape. Fixating on whether his cup was full, after 7 or 8 cups, her father began to speak more freely. Jianmin, Xiaomei, throughout my life, I may not have achieved much, but I have gleaned numerous lessons about living. To speak candidly, life is fundamentally about relationships. As long as there are people, life can be rich and fulfilling. Therefore, when faced with challenges, one must learn to let go, to gaze forward with optimism, and to refrain from dwelling on trivialities. Chen Jianmin found these words to resonate deeply within him, particularly the notion that living life is akin to engaging with others. In his previous existence, he had failed to grasp this concept, leading to a series of missteps. Reflecting on those days filled with scheming, he felt a profound warmth emanating from his father-in-law, who genuinely regarded him as one of his own. It is often said that the human heart is tender. How many are truly devoid of empathy? The heartfelt concern from this elder brought comfort to Chen Jianmin, easing his vigilance toward his mentor as they toasted repeatedly. As they shared drinks, Chen Jianmin soon found himself inebriated, nearly disoriented. After imparting his philosophical insights, his father-in-law's narrative began to meander towards storytelling, recalling the legendary Shui Ringui's westward expedition against the Turkic tribes. He painted a vivid picture of 3 arrows soaring like shooting stars, and had it not been for the intervention of the supreme Lord Laozi, those arrows might have reached the Tian Shan Mountains. Chen Jianmin burped, pondering the era of Laozi, yet found himself confounded, ultimately seeking enlightenment from Lu. Lu, dear teacher, are you the essence of April's grace or the fragrance of August's osmanthus? Lu Xiaomei, having consumed a significant amount of wine herself, remained unfazed, responding nonchalantly. Of course, we must drink. Upon uttering the final word, Chen Jianmin collapsed onto the table. In his hazy state, he was supported by Lu Xiaomei as they exited the West Room, the echoes of his father-in-law's tale still resonating in his ears. Upon entering the East Room, he lightly bumped against the doorframe, which momentarily jolted him to lucidity, though it was fleeting, and soon he was lost again in his stupor. Lu Xiaomei assisted him onto the bed, tenderly placing a pillow beneath his head, and leaned close to him, whispering, Jianmin, it's me, Xiaohong. Did you ever truly have feelings for me? Chapter 163. A gentle interrogation. Li Yanli sat alone for an extended period, lost in thought, until fatigue overwhelmed her, and she collapsed onto the bed, drifting into a deep slumber that lasted until sunset. Upon awakening, she gazed at the evening glow outside and felt a deep sense of unease, as if the entire world had forsaken her. She quickly donned her clothes, splashed water on her face, and stepped outside. Wandering aimlessly toward the moon pond, she observed small clusters of people on the streets, which gradually eased her tension. After meandering for hours, she entered a quaint eatery and ordered a bowl of noodles, but could only manage to eat half before feeling full. Emerging from the establishment, she felt an irresistible urge to visit Lu Xiaomei's home. Otherwise, her heart would remain unsettled. Furthermore, regarding her situation with Lu Xiaomei, it was a matter of confronting the issue directly rather than avoiding it. Better to resolve it openly. Yes, that was the plan. Resolute in her intent, Li Yanli made her way to Lu Xiaomei's residence. As dusk fell, lights flickered in countless homes, and Lu Xiaomei's abode glowed warmly. Upon entering the corridor, she had barely uttered half of Lu's name when she heard a voice from the East Room, someone speaking in a playful tone. Jianmin, it's me, Xiaohong. Did you ever truly have feelings for me? She swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue, standing there in utter shock. How could Lu Xiaohong pose such a question? No, something was amiss. Li Yanli quickly discerned the discrepancy. The voice did not belong to Lu Xiaohong at all. It was far too affected compared to hers. So, who could it possibly be? She quietly opened the door to the eastern room, and, through the narrowest of gaps, beheld Chen Jianmin reclining on the bed, while Lu Xiaomei propped herself up with one arm, delicately gliding a finger across his lips. An epiphany struck Li Yanli. Xiaomei was in the midst of probing Chen Jianmin. If she were to join in, they would share a common adversary, and united in their enmity, they would have the perfect opportunity to break the impasse. With this thought, a knowing smile graced her lips as she stepped inside, carefully closing the door and securing it with a bolt. Turning around, she noticed Lu Xiaomei gazing at her in astonishment. She pointed towards Chen Jianmin and stealthily approached, mouthing the words, "Did you get anything out of him?" Lu Xiaomei shook her head, having just posed the same question. That little rascal had likely been overindulged. Whether he was asleep or awake, he seemed utterly unresponsive. Li Yanli, with her medical background, immediately recognized that this was indeed an opportune moment for inquiry. She slipped off her shoes and climbed beside Lu Xiaomei, whispering in her ear, "Keep asking, let us take turns." Her words and movements were remarkably natural, as if nothing had changed between them, accompanied by a genuinely sincere smile. Lu Xiaomei stared at her, initially feeling uneasy at her presence beside her. However, after hearing her words, she suddenly realized that both she and Chen Jianmin had already reached a certain level of intimacy. There was no point in harboring grievances now. They could tackle this drunken fool together, which would not hinder her rapport with Li Yanli. Thus, seizing the rare opportunity to extract Chen Jianmin's innermost thoughts while he was intoxicated seemed prudent. At the very least, it would provide leverage for future encounters with him. Lu Xiaomei believed she had come to this realization on her own, but if Chen Jianmin were to evaluate the situation, he would see it as a natural outcome of slow and meticulous progress. Unfortunately, he was currently in a daze, likely unaware of Lu Xiaomei's mental breakthrough beyond her invisible constraints. Otherwise, he would have laughed heartily. In fact, it seemed he was smiling. Lu Xiaomei pointed to the corner of Chen Jianmin's mouth, wondering if he was lost in some sweet dream. Li Yanli reached out and pinched that corner of his mouth. expressing mild disdain. That smile is unappealing. A smirk, a mischievous grin. Who knows? He might be dreaming of causing mischief to others. Xiaomei, continue with your questions. With her newfound clarity, Lu Xiaomei felt considerably lighter. She placed her finger to her lips in a shushing gesture and leaned closer to Chen Jianmin's ear. Jianmin, it's Xiaohong. Why are you ignoring me? This time, Jianmin responded, mumbling Xiaohong? You are Xiaohong? His lips formed the words, and his eyelids fluttered, suggesting he might be on the verge of awakening. Li Yanli swiftly concealed herself behind Lu Xiaomei, who, with remarkable agility, gathered her long hair at the back of her head and deftly adjusted the side strands, indicating that Li Yanli should assist her in securing the style. From Chen Jianmin's perspective, the transformation was such that it resembled short hair, bearing a faint resemblance to Lu Xiaohong. However, their efforts were in vain. For Chen Jianmin's eyelids merely parted slightly, rendering him incapable of discerning anything clearly before he resumed snoring. Lu Xiaomei clenched her teeth in frustration and leaned closer to inquire. Jianmin go, I am Xiaohong. That day you mentioned marrying me. Were you merely jesting? Chen Jianmin replied, Xiaohong, I am your brother-in-law. How could I marry you? I have always regarded you as a sister. What would your sister think if she heard such words? Exchanging glances, Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli silently communicated, switch places. Lu Xiaomei stepped aside, allowing Li Yanli to advance, who quietly suggested, Xiaomei, we must execute the full act to convince him. Lu Xiaomei, embracing her waist, whispered, what does it mean to execute the full act? Li Yanli pushed Lu Xiaomei forward, advising, you should kiss him while asking questions, even if he retains some awareness. He will become disoriented. Lu Xiaomei nodded vigorously. Yes, we must lower his guard. While she found the idea appealing, she couldn't help but feel a rush of warmth and nervousness. Resolutely dismissing her apprehensions, she took a couple of deep breaths, reassuring herself that it was not her first kiss, and there was no reason to feel anxious. After all, if Li Yanli could kiss him, why couldn't she? Unaware that her focus had shifted, Lu Xiaomei gradually leaned in, and as her soft lips grazed Chen Jianmin's, a shiver coursed through her, akin to an electric current radiating through her body. What was happening? It had never felt this way before. Enveloped in confusion, she failed to notice Li Yanli behind her wearing a mischievous smile. Conversely, Chen Jianmin, appearing to be in a stupor, slightly curled the corners of his mouth before quickly regaining his composure, his facial muscles tensed. Lu Xiaomei realized that her current state was ill-suited for investigation, so she nudged the giggling Li Yanli forward. If I keep questioning him, it will easily raise his suspicions. You go. All right, I will go first, Li Yanli replied, awkwardly mimicking Lu Xiaomei's earlier actions as she pecked Chen Jianmin's lips and pressed her face against his, adopting a high-pitched voice reminiscent of Han Yao. Jianmin go. I am Xiao Yao. Will you stay with me tonight, please? Lu Xiaomei shivered again, this time not from an electric shock, but from the sheer cheesiness of Li Yanli's words. Even the dazed Chen Jianmin clutched the bedsheets tightly, his facial muscles tensing further. Chapter 164. Where did his hands wander? Was Chen Jianmin truly intoxicated? In truth, he was indeed inebriated. However, we must express a candid observation. It is relatively rare for a man to drink to the extent of losing his autonomy. Most individuals deemed drunk are, in fact, quite lucid internally. They may struggle to control their limbs or body, but their courage often amplifies, allowing them to articulate thoughts they would typically suppress. Yet, when it comes to their fundamental interests, they generally maintain their principles. Moreover, Chen Jianmin, in his previous life, had made an exceedingly detrimental decision under the influence of alcohol, nearly leading him to financial ruin in his later years. Thus, even in this reincarnation, having found himself in another's body, that ingrained sense of caution still persists. Consequently, when Lu Xiaomei first addressed him as Lu Xiaohong, he nearly faltered but managed to restrain himself. As for the present, he must endure. Even when pushed to the brink, he must maintain his composure. After all, the privilege of being interrogated in turns by two equally captivating women is a rare delight. Of course, he must still respond to pertinent inquiries. Little Yao Yao? Is it Han Yao? How did I end up at your home? Surely my partner hasn't cast me out, has she? She is capable of such actions. Li Yanli covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Lu Xiaomei, gritting her teeth, thought, is she truly that kind of person? This little scoundrel, even inebriated, does not forget to insult me. How infuriating. She reached out to pinch Chen Jianmin's ear, momentarily forgetting that she was still interrogating him. Li Yanli quickly grasped her wrist, stifling her laughter and gently shaking her head. Just then, Chen Jianmin added, Dear sister, just take me home and leave me at her doorstep. She may wrong me, but I cannot wrong her. In life, I am hers, and in death, I shall remain her spirit. As he spoke, he shifted his body slightly. Lu Xiaomei's tense arms suddenly relaxed, and she ceased biting her teeth, a peculiar flush rising to her cheeks. Meanwhile, Li Yanli began to feel a twinge of discomfort. This rogue held such regard for Xiaomei, which raised questions about her own standing. She needed clarity on this matter. She leaned closer to Chen Jianmin, mimicking Han Yao's voice. My home is quite near Dr. Li's. Shall I escort you there? Sure, Chen Jianmin replied. Yanli is the one in my heart. After uttering those words, he drifted off again. Li Yanli stood frozen, her entire body stiffening. What did he mean by the one in my heart? A rush of blood surged to her head, leaving her somewhat dazed. Why was her heart racing so fervently? She yearned to hear something more definitive. What was truly happening? Taking a deep breath, she shook Chen Jianmin's arm gently, kissing him softly for a moment, her hand caressing his firm chest muscles. She turned to Lu Xiaomei and winked, concerned that Xiaomei might misinterpret the situation, hoping to convey that this was a crucial moment for the interrogation, necessitating guidance for Chen Jianmin to reveal more truths. However, her attempt was in vain, for Lu Xiaomei remained lost in thought, still contemplating the phrase in life, I am hers, and in death, I shall remain her spirit. Her expression vacant and her eyes devoid of focus, resembling a statue, utterly motionless. Well, since that is the case, it wouldn't be inappropriate for me to ask a few personal questions, would it? Li Yanli resolved within herself, leaning in closer and softly inquiring, Jianmin, it's me, Yanli. You didn't finish what you were saying earlier. Do continue, what am I to you? After posing her question, one hand quietly began to wander down her soft body, nearly pressing fully against him. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Jianmin's facial muscles twitched several times. He could no longer contain himself. Moreover, with Lu Xiaomei present, Li Yanli's inquiry was a perilous proposition, indeed difficult to navigate. Hence, he had no choice but to reluctantly forego the pleasures of the moment. He spoke slowly and distinctly. Yanli, Xiaomei, have you both finished your questions? If so, might it be my turn to inquire? Li Yanli's body stiffened, all motion ceasing as her wide eyes fixed upon Chen Jianmin's face. Almost simultaneously, Lu Xiaomei regained her senses, sitting upright in disbelief, glancing over. What did she witness? Where had Yanli's hand ventured? Was this an ordinary interrogation? Perhaps not entirely. After all, the two had spent the afternoon together, and this could merely be considered playful antics. Never mind, she would pretend she hadn't seen anything. No, how could her thoughts have strayed to such matters? Shouldn't her focus be on the fact that Chen Jianmin, the little scoundrel, was merely feigning drunkenness to deceive her? With a shriek, Li Yanli sprang up, hiding behind Lu Xiaomei. Xiaomei, he is bullying me, yes. He is bullying both of us, treating us like fools. Let us get him. Let us take him down. Lu Xiaomei gritted her teeth and lunged forward, with Li Yanli quickly following to restrain Chen Jianmin's legs. However, Chen Jianmin effortlessly wrapped his arms around Lu Xiaomei's slender waist, flipping her beneath him, kissing her twice on the face before swiftly changing tactics to seize the escaping Li Yanli, pulling her from behind and spinning her to lie beside Lu Xiaomei. He nimbly jumped down from the bed, shaking as he slipped on his shoes. Those with a low tolerance for alcohol tend to sober up quickly. After the commotion, Chen Jianmin felt significantly clearer, though still a bit unsteady. Nonetheless, it did not hinder his ability to act normally. He donned his shoes and hurried to the west room. Finding his father-in-law already asleep, he retrieved some tea leaves, tossing a handful into the large tea jar before pouring in boiling water, settling down to light a cigarette. Li Yanli's arrival caught him somewhat off guard, but it was fortuitous. With a common adversary, the two women seemed to have reconciled. This was a positive development. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli entered, one after the other, both stealing a glare at Chen Jianmin before beginning to tidy the table. Lu Xiaomei assigned Chen Jianmin a task: help my father with his blanket. If it weren't for your suggestion to drink, would he be in this state? Hey, Lu Laoshi, have you forgotten about the impressive feat of downing a whole bottle of liquor earlier? Chen Jianmin retorted. Without your meddling, could the old man have consumed so much? We must analyze the situation from its roots. Who orchestrated the drinking this evening? Once again, one must venture out to procure wine and groceries, and subsequently retreat to the kitchen. How can you even utter such words? Upon returning home, you bury yourself indoors like a hen seeking to brood, scarcely revealing yourself. If I do not prepare the meal, who will? Are you truly expecting the old man to do it for you? Is that not a tad audacious? It was not merely a quarrel between Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaomei. They busied themselves with their tasks. Once Chen Jianmin ensured his father-in-law was settled, their banter came to a halt, as Lu Xiaomei found herself speechless. The three of them, in unison, made their way to the east room. United by a common goal, to confront Li Yanli's father tomorrow, or at the latest, the day after. The immediate concern was undoubtedly how to securely and reasonably ensure that Li Yanli remained in Hongshan. In the afternoon, Chen Jianmin's seemingly fanciful suggestion for Li Yanli actually possessed substantial practicality. I found it quite feasible. After listening to Chen Jianmin's animated discourse, Lu Xiaomei decisively endorsed this strategy. Consequently, we must put in extra hours tonight to assist Yanli in producing a comprehensive research document. As expected from someone in academia, Lu Xiaomei articulated a series of specific areas that required refinement, causing even the seasoned Li Yanli to nod in agreement. However, Chen Jianmin wore a troubled expression, lamenting, "My handwriting is atrocious, and I have never composed such materials before. Is it truly necessary for me to work overtime?" He felt a bit weary, yearning for slumber. "It is indeed necessary," both women declared in unison. Ultimately, Chen Jianmin succumbed to fatigue, resting his head upon the table and drifting into a dream where Li Jigang discovered his affair with Li Yanli, summoned two individuals, and was about to toss him into the river to feed the turtles. Chapter 165. The self-reflection of a cad. The two women planned to labor through the night to devise a strategy for addressing Li Yanli's father, intending to formulate a complete proposal. This left Chen Jianmin lamenting, for while he could offer suggestions, crafting a detailed outline of 1 through 8, as Lu Xiaomei insisted, posed quite a challenge for him. His limited cultural background was one factor, but the lingering effects of the potent liquor also played a role. The 60-degree grain liquor may not induce a hangover, yet it certainly muddled his mind. Consequently, he barely managed to stay awake for a few minutes before collapsing onto the long table, drooling in slumber. Suddenly, he began to flail, exclaiming, "Ah, Uncle Li, I am sincere with her. Please do not throw me into the river. I cannot swim." The two women, engrossed in their writing, exchanged bewildered glances. Li Yanli kicked him gently and pounded the table, exclaiming, "Hey, wake up! What time is it that you are already asleep?" Chen Jianmin mumbled in reply, "I am tired," and shifted his position, falling back into slumber. Lu Xiaomei approached, twisting his ear with a fierce grip, and commanded, "Get up, go sleep in the west room." Instantly, Chen Jianmin's eyes flew open. After scanning his surroundings, he exhaled in relief. That dream had been truly terrifying, nearly leading to his demise at the hands of the old comrade Li. He pushed Lu Xiaomei's hand aside and staggered toward the small bed, collapsing onto it, muttering, "I shall sleep here. Good luck trying to evict me." Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli exchanged a glance and immediately rose to their feet. One lifted a foot while the other grasped a shoulder, attempting to transport Chen Jianmin to the west room. This individual, however, feigned deep slumber, his weight akin to that of a boulder. After considerable exertion, they managed to carry him into the corridor, just as Lu Xiaohong, who had recently closed shop, returned and was astonished by the sight before her. Recognizing the sprawled figure as Chen Jianmin, she exclaimed in alarm, "Sister, Li Jie, is that not my brother-in-law? What has happened?" Lu Xiaomei gave Chen Jianmin's backside a kick and curtly replied, "It's nothing. He merely overindulged in drink. You needn't concern yourself." With a sigh of relief, Lu Xiaohong offered, "Let me assist you." With an extra pair of hands, the task became significantly easier, and they soon deposited Chen Jianmin onto the Kong in the west room. Lu Xiaomei retrieved a quilt from the cupboard and draped it over him before taking Li Yanli back to the east room. Lu Xiaohong, blinking in confusion at the unfolding events, felt a pang of sympathy. She removed her shoes and climbed onto the Kong, busily arranging bedding and searching for a pillow. Casting a glance at her father, who was snoring loudly at the head of the Kong, then towards the doorway, she sighed and hastily unbuttoned Chen Jianmin's outer garments until only his shirt and trousers remained. To her surprise, she found herself perspiring from the effort. Just as she was about to cover him with the quilt, she was unexpectedly seized by the wrist and pulled forward, landing squarely on him. His arms tightened around her waist, and the previously inebriated brother-in-law now opened his eyes, grinning at her, even planting a kiss on her cheek. Lu Xiaohong, both flustered and anxious, whispered urgently, "Let go of me. If my sister sees this, she'll surely be furious." Was he merely pretending? Had he just returned? How was business at the shop? Chen Jianmin, having been roused by Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli's commotion, now inquired about the clothing store. One of his hands, however, was rather indiscreetly roaming. Lu Xiaohong struggled momentarily before resigning herself and softly resting against him. "Business is quite good. We need to restock tomorrow. Are you going alone?" "I'll go with Xiaoyao. We hired a shop assistant. Oh, by the way, I haven't mentioned this to you yet." Just as Lu Xiaohong began to elaborate on the new hire, Chen Jianmin interrupted, "No need to elaborate. I trust you. Additionally, continue to seek out another person to hire." Aim to liberate Han Yao within 1 to 2 months. I have other business for her assistance. After discussing various matters and painting an ambitious picture of their future, Lu Xiaohong felt a swell of excitement. Brother-in-law, if things go as you say, won't I be able to walk proudly in Hongshan in the future? Only crabs walk sideways. Come, let me see if you've sprouted a few extra legs. Oh dear, my sister could walk in at any moment. Please, release me. Lu Xiaohong was pinched twice, and she swiftly emerged from her dazed state, struggling to her feet. In a serious yet hushed tone, she remarked, Brother-in-law, you mustn't treat me like this again. With a flushed face, she slipped away, appearing quite resolute. Chen Jianmin chuckled softly, reminiscing about the time he accompanied her to Shiliu for goods. It left him feeling rather conflicted. How could he possibly let go of such a charming sister-in-law? Certainly not. Sighing to himself, he pondered his predicament. He was a man who had feasted on what was in front of him while still yearning for what was out of reach. Truly not a virtuous character. After a moment of self-reflection, he blissfully drifted off to sleep. The following day, he remained confined in the East Room by Lu Xiaomei, engrossed in studying a detailed plan concocted by the two from the previous night. One could not deny their talent. They had meticulously outlined what he should say, the tone he should adopt, even the gestures and expressions he should employ when meeting Li Jigang. However, one had to wonder if such preparations were truly necessary. Were Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli underestimating Li Jigang? As it turned out, they needn't have worried. At around 3 o'clock that afternoon, Li Hongguang, the deputy director of the forestry police station, arrived on a sidecar motorcycle to fetch him. Upon entering the courtyard, he called out, Teacher Lu, is Teacher Lu home? Lu Xiaomei, who was urging Chen Jianmin to memorize the plan, paused at the sound of his voice, ready to step outside. Chen Jianmin restrained her hand. Exhaling a resigned sigh, it's likely for me. I'll go. He turned to his wife, if I don't return tonight, please remember to pack me a bag. I've heard that there's nothing inside the cell, just a bare wooden bed. His words were tinged with a tragic gravity, prompting Lu Xiaomei to frown and interject. Wait, who is that outside? Why does it sound like he's about to enter a prison? With a pained expression, Chen Jianmin gestured toward the window, indicating Li Hongguang outside, presumably sent by County Chief Li to collect him. My dear, we're about to part ways. And I don't know if I'll see you again. Come, let us embrace for a keepsake. Leave me be. Lu Xiaomei thought that this road would eventually drive her to madness. It was merely a meeting with Li Yanli's father, yet he had turned it into such a spectacle. It was utterly infuriating. Meanwhile, Li Hongguang continued to call out, Teacher Lu, I'm here to see Director Chen. Is he available? Yes, yes. Lu Xiaomei replied as she made her way outside. 10 minutes later, seated in the sidecar of the motorcycle, Chen Jianmin grew increasingly anxious as the road became more desolate. They had already left the large village of Hongshan, with its population exceeding 30,000, yet Li Hongguang showed no signs of stopping. Surely, he was not being taken directly into custody? If memory served him correctly, there was a detention center for the county police nearby. Chapter 166. Playing outside the norm with a guilty conscience, Chen Jianmin felt quite uneasy as Li Hongguang whisked him away from the village in the motorcycle sidecar. Fortunately, the connections he had fostered over time proved beneficial. Li Hongguang veered left into a narrow path, and then turned back, soon stopping behind a residence. The place was so secluded that not even a single sparrow could be found. After extinguishing the engine, he offered a cigarette to Chen Jianmin, his gaze laden with complexity. Brother, it seems that County Chief Li is not in the best of spirits. Do be cautious with your words. However, Chen Jianmin appeared indifferent, boldly declaring, Li go. There's really nothing to worry about. I suspect he merely wishes to hear my report on the mushroom cultivation in Zhoujia village. I mentioned it briefly last time, but perhaps he seeks more detailed information regarding the practical aspects. Li Hongguang's eyes brightened at this. Brother, you nearly scared me. I thought you had gotten into some trouble with the leadership. As he spoke, he scrutinized Chen Jianmin's expression carefully, but to his dismay, it appeared that Chen had nothing to conceal. Just like before, he took a puff from his cigarette and waved his hand dismissively. Li Gu, I truly have nothing. I am merely puzzled as to why County Chief Li sought you out. Shouldn't he be consulting the township government, or at the very least, the township police station? Well, it's likely because you are an employee of our forestry station, Li Hongguang replied, his gaze flickering as he skillfully diverted the conversation away from Chen Jianmin's inquiry. Anyway, since there's no issue at hand, I should take you there sooner. It is the first time a task has been assigned to me by the leadership, and I must be proactive, right? With that, he turned and restarted the motorcycle, heading eastward along the alley. Chen Jianmin rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking that if it weren't for the fact that Comrade Ariai, a neighbor of Li Yanli, had been assigned to protect that small courtyard, he might have believed Li Hongguang's words. It was unclear how this person had forged a connection with Li Jigang, suggesting that he might be on the rise. As he pondered these thoughts, the three-wheeled motorcycle came to a halt outside a residential courtyard, behind a jeep. Without mentioning anything else, merely observing the courtyard walls made Chen Jianmin realize it was quite extraordinary, as the walls were constructed from red bricks, with the central section intricately designed in a floral pattern. It was not something an average family could afford, let alone a public institution. Further examination of the spacious and bright tile-roofed house, with its transparent window glass and gleaming painted frames, coupled with the well-maintained concrete floor, only deepened Chen Jianmin's unease. He followed Li Hongguang obediently into the courtyard. After Li Hongguang opened the door for him, he did not accompany him inside, but nodded in acknowledgement before approaching the driver, who was squatting by the stone mill in the southwest corner of the yard. Chen Jianmin steeled himself and stepped inside. Upon entering, he realized this was not an ordinary home. It was a living room furnished with a sofa, a coffee table, and a television cabinet featuring what appeared to be a 20-inch television. The room was devoid of any occupants. Just as he stood in a daze, a voice emanated from a room to the west. "What are you dawdling about? Come in." The tone was somewhat frosty. At that moment, Chen Jianmin found himself surprisingly calm, resolutely deciding that whatever would happen, would happen. He had already done what he was supposed to, and he had no intention of evading any responsibilities that might arise. The room appeared increasingly perplexing, with a large Kong occupying about a third of the space against the northern wall. At the end of the Kong rested a Kongqin, adorned with a pile of blankets. A contemporary combination cabinet, quite popular nowadays, was placed on the floor against the western wall. Meanwhile, an office desk was oddly positioned beside the radiator along the eastern wall. Was this a living space or an office? It bore an uncanny resemblance to his forestry station. Li Jigang sat behind the desk, glancing at the chair opposite him, and emotionlessly uttered a single word: "Sit." Chen Jianmin nodded and respectfully addressed him as County Chiefly, taking a seat with confidence. It was then he noticed a chessboard on the desk, a rare sight of Go, which was seldom played in the region. The black and white stones nearly filled the board. Li Jigang held a piece in his hand, his brow furrowed in contemplation, as if hesitating over his next move. After a moment, he abruptly looked up at Chen Jianmin. "How has the task I entrusted you with progressed?" It was a direct inquiry, devoid of any preamble. Chen Jianmin pondered his response carefully. "County Chiefly, I fear I may disappoint you." "Oh." Li Jigang abruptly tossed the piece onto the board, his expression shifting to one of concern as he turned his gaze towards Chen Jianmin. Remaining composed, Chen Jianmin maintained a smile. "County Chiefly, I only managed to come here yesterday and spoke with Dr. Li for the entire afternoon. I finally understood her reluctance to return to the county seat." "It is because of you, isn't it?" Li Jigang's statement was not a question. His eyes narrowed slightly, resembling an ordinary father, as he directly addressed the crux of the matter without any pretense. This surprisingly alleviated Chen Jianmin's anxiety. As long as the discussion did not touch upon the peculiar relationship between Li Yanli and Lu Xiaomei, everything would be manageable. He picked up the piece that Li Jigang had thrown onto the board and surveyed the situation of the black and white stones before looking up. "County Chiefly, Dr. Li is involved in a matter of great significance to the nation and its people, something I only learned yesterday. She has instructed me not to disclose it further, fearing unnecessary suspicion. However, you are her father and also her superior." Li Jigang raised his hand. "In this room, there is only a father conversing with you. Do not stray too far. Additionally, I noticed you seemed to relax just now. Was it because you believe Yanli staying here is related to you?" A chill ran through Chen Jianmin. This was troublesome. Was his demeanor so overt? Surely not. Truly, one who occupies such a position misses nothing, not even the slightest shift in the atmosphere. Given this, he resolved to speak candidly, for such openness was the best way to mask certain matters. Determined, Chen Jianmin gestured towards his neck and said, "County Chiefly, it was only yesterday, after Dr. Li's detailed explanation, that I came to understand something significant. Our Hongshan area has many individuals with thick necks due to a lack of iodine, resulting in a higher prevalence of hyperthyroidism. Dr. Li is currently researching this, and from what she indicated, it seems she has made some progress." "Stop." Li Jigang interrupted Chen Jianmin once more, raising his hand. "You need to elaborate on that. I wish to know why you stayed in Building 302 of the Second Light Industry Bureau's residential area on the night of the 6th day of the Lunar New Year." Chen Jianmin was taken aback. When had he moved into the family quarters of the Second Light Bureau? Suddenly, clarity struck him. Li Yanli's aunt's home must be the place Li Jigang was referring to. Yet, why was this person deviating from the expected course? They had been discussing why Li Yanli was reluctant to return to the county, and now the conversation had veered unexpectedly. Chapter 167. The essence of deception. Li Jigang's unpredictable approach disrupted the carefully devised strategy that Chen Jianmin and Liu Xiaomei had formulated with Li Yanli. According to their original plan, Li Jigang would undoubtedly first inquire how Chen Jianmin had persuaded Li Yanli to return to the county. A prediction that turned out to be accurate, as Li Jigang bluntly posed that very question. However, the discussion swiftly shifted to the matter of Chen Jianmin and Li Yanli spending a night at her aunt's house, catching them completely off guard. In the eyes of Liu Xiaomei and Li Yanli, such situations could easily be dismissed with a simple excuse, such as Li Yanli asking Chen Jianmin to deliver some items to her aunt's house, especially since no one had witnessed their return that night after drinking. Thus, they had not adequately prepared for this line of questioning, focusing instead on how to persuade Li Yanli to remain in Hanshan Township. Chen Jianmin had, in a moment of confusion the previous night, warned the two women not to underestimate this issue. But they both believed that Li Jigang was merely using this as a tactic to compel Li Yanli to return to the county. Now, as Chen Jianmin engaged in dialogue with Li Jigang, the latter had barely spoken for 2 minutes before addressing this issue directly, prompting Chen Jianmin to realize that Li Jigang's focus likely rested here. Given this, how should he respond? The simple strategy that Liu Xiaomei and Li Yanli had devised was certainly insufficient. Any further probing from Li Jigang would surely expose their ruse. He could not afford to be clever in the presence of such a shrewd individual. While contemplating these matters, Chen Jianmin's gaze remained fixed on the chessboard. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he placed the white piece he had been holding tightly onto the vacant spot between the white dragon and the black pieces. A move that revitalized the previously cornered white dragon, granting it a new lease on life. In truth, he had always been fond of this game since childhood. During his school days, he had specifically studied under an amateur third dan instructor. While he wasn't exceptionally skilled, he certainly excelled beyond the average player. After executing his move, he shifted his attention from the board and smiled at the ever-watchful Li Jigang. County Headley, I was just pondering how best to respond to your question. Hence my delay in speaking. I hope you can forgive me. Li Jigang's expression remained impassive, yet his eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. Is that so? It appears my question is rather challenging to answer. Are you prepared to speak the truth, or do you intend to concoct a more plausible excuse? Nevertheless, Chen Jianmin maintained his initial demeanor, respectfully yet firmly asserting, County Headley, I intend to fabricate a reasonable excuse. The calm words spoken by Chen Jianmin left Li Jigang momentarily at a loss, unable to maintain his composure. His thick brows furrowed, and his lips twitched slightly as he raised his voice a notch, squinting his eyes as he said, You seem quite indifferent. Pray tell, do you intend to take responsibility? Or is this merely a fleeting dalliance? His words were akin to daggers, piercing directly toward Chen Jianmin. With a firm grip on his left hand resting on his thigh, Chen Jianmin maintained an air of tranquility. County Chiefly, I apologize for not articulating my thoughts clearly earlier, which may have led to some misunderstandings. The reason I sought a more reasonable excuse for my presence that night was out of concern that the truth might cast a negative light on Dr. Li. He paused momentarily, his gaze drifting to the chessboard as he absent-mindedly picked up a black piece, gesturing with it beside a previously placed white piece. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, while delivering mushrooms to Hongshan, we encountered an incident that could have led to an attempted extortion. He recounted the events without reservation, describing how they had taken Wang Bianzi's son to the county hospital and later how Li Yanli had pulled him along to serve as a shield during a drinking spree. However, he made considerable alterations regarding what transpired after both had overindulged at Li Yanli's aunt's house. I genuinely had too much to drink that night, primarily due to my limited tolerance, compounded by the enthusiastic nature of Dr. Li's classmates, making refusal quite difficult. I can hardly recall how I ended up at Dr. Li's aunt's home. My vague memory suggests I fell asleep on the living room floor. I awoke once in the middle of the night, stumbled to the kitchen for a drink of cold water, and then returned to the sofa, where I slept until nearly noon the next day. Dr. Li left a note and the keys for me, asking me to lock the door when I left and return the keys to her. That is the entirety of the account. Given your relationship as her father, I felt it necessary to speak candidly. Otherwise, how would others perceive Dr. Li if this were to circulate? The blend of truth and deception in his narrative was striking, particularly as he delivered it with clarity, calmness, and an untroubled demeanor, an embodiment of the art of deception, rendering it almost believable and securing him a foothold in the realm of lies. As for the impact of his words, Li Jigang's previously taut expression began to ease, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the hand of Chen Jianmin, which still held a chess piece aloft. Oh, is that white piece one he just played? Upon further inspection, he realized the move was quite ingenious. A strategy that embraced risk for potential reward. How unexpected. The key was that Chen Jianmin displayed no signs of trepidation, even daring to make his move. Was this audacity a testament to his boldness, or did it reflect a fundamentally generous and unselfish nature? Li Jigang scrutinized the white piece, stroking his chin before raising his gaze to Chen Jianmin. I may have been a bit harsh earlier. Please forgive a father's concern for his child. Now, let us discuss the matter of iodine deficiency. At last, the black piece in Chen Jianmin's hand was released with a decisive click, drawing Li Jigang's attention to the chessboard. Ah, this lad is quite capable. Although the recent placement of a white stone revitalized the white dragon, the subsequent black stone severed nearly half of it, inflicting considerable damage. This represented the most significant counter by the black pieces. Why had he failed to notice this earlier? His concentration had been partially diverted to the board, preventing him from observing Chen Jianmin's subtle deep breath and the fleeting glimmer of cunning in his eyes. At this juncture in their conversation, Chen Jianmin had finally navigated a crucial threshold, yet he remained vigilant, for one matter lingered uncertain. What was compelling Li Jigang to hasten Li Yanli's return to the county? Thus, when discussing Li Yanli's research on local hyperthyroidism, he spoke with fervor. From Dr. Li's remarks, it appeared she had been studying the topic for 2 to 3 years, amassing over 100 case studies. Her earlier visit to Zhujiacan, ostensibly to treat her partner's former cousin-in-law, was primarily a guise for her investigative pursuits. Just yesterday, she expressed that given another 2 to 3 years, she could yield significant findings, even developing targeted preventive measures. Chen Jianmin's enthusiasm contrasted starkly with his earlier calm demeanor, showcasing a spirited vigor typical of a young man invigorated by inspiration. He felt a sense of satisfaction in his delivery. However, as he concluded his thoughts, Li Jigang diverted his gaze from the chessboard to the window and casually inquired, "Xiao Chun, when do you and your partner plan to marry?" Once again, Chen Jianmin found himself momentarily taken aback. Was this question merely casual or laden with deeper significance? Chapter 168, An Ominous Premonition. He could not afford to dwell too long on this, as he was seated before a man of profound insight and extensive worldly experience. Despite his own rich life experiences from a previous existence, he dared not let his guard down. He seamlessly continued Li Jigang's line of questioning. "We initially planned to marry on May Day, but plans often falter. After the new year, both of us became exceedingly busy, which has delayed our wedding arrangements. It seems likely we will have to postpone." Li Jigang rhythmically tapped his fingers on the desk, suddenly stating, "Xiao Chun, please close the door. It feels a bit chilly in here." Chen Jianmin had intentionally left the door ajar upon entering, aiming to instill a sense of security for Li Jigang's associates, given the inherent safety concerns. And many higher-ups preferred not to converse in a closed-off space with unfamiliar individuals. Thus, he believed he was demonstrating a considerate approach. However, he was taken aback when Li Jigang requested he close the door. Was it truly because of the chill? He felt quite warm at that moment. His mind raced with thoughts, yet he acted promptly, agreeing and swiftly moving to close the door. Upon returning to his seat, he sensed a subtle deliberation in Li Jigang's speech. In truth, he began, "If you haven't known each other for long, a delay in marriage could be beneficial. It allows for a deeper understanding of one another, potentially alleviating complications after the wedding. Before marrying Xiaoli, I had only met her mother twice, and it was only after our wedding that I discovered her rather irritable temperament. Yet what could I do? The vows were exchanged. Could I simply abandon the union due to her temperament? I believe you are in a relationship with Lu, right?" Upon receiving Chen Jianmin's affirmative nod, Li Jigang continued as if conversing with an old friend. "The current era indeed favors us. You and teacher Lu have the opportunity to meet frequently, thus fostering a deeper understanding between you. Otherwise, it would not have led to discussions of marriage so swiftly. Would you not agree? Indeed, the rigid constraints of the past have loosened, and we are fortunate to be living in such favorable times." Chen Jianmin feigned relaxation, responding naturally to Li Jigang's remarks, though a subtle sense of foreboding began to stir within him. Li Jigang casually placed a white stone on the chessboard. "How would you assess teacher Lu as a person? In terms of both her professional and personal life? I recognize that, as an elder, my inquiry may be somewhat intrusive, but considering your solitary situation, I feel compelled, as a father, to look out for you. Moreover, it seems the county government office is evaluating several individuals, with intentions to recruit 2 or 3 to enhance the office. Of course, this is merely casual banter. Take what I say with a grain of salt." Chen Jianmin's heart raced. Was he not being explicitly informed of the desire to transfer Lu Xiaomei to the county government office? This was indeed a tremendous opportunity. both for Lu Xiaomei and for him. It was a rare chance. For Lu Xiaomei, this could be seen as a meteoric rise. At just 23, with her sharp intellect, if she persevered for a few years and had the backing of Li Jigang, advancement was inevitable. As for Chen Jianmin, having such a daughter-in-law in a government position would deter many from crossing him. Yet, something felt amiss. Chen Jianmin quickly shook off the momentary surprise. If Li Jigang truly harbored such intentions, he would have undoubtedly consulted Li Yanli regarding Lu Xiaomei's circumstances, considering he became aware of Lu Xiaomei through his daughter, who was a close friend of hers. This was where the crux of the issue lay. Chen Jianmin soon realized the inconsistency. Li Yanli and Lu Xiaomei had known each other for over 2 years, while his acquaintance with Lu Xiaomei had barely reached 6 months. Thus, if anyone were to possess a comprehensive understanding of Lu Xiaomei, it would be Li Yanli, not him. Did Li Jigang not grasp this? It was improbable. Hence, he posed a question to himself. Was there an ulterior motive at play? Though it felt like an eternity, only a few seconds had passed. During those fleeting moments, Chen Jianmin skillfully placed a white stone beside the black stone Li Jigang had just positioned, cleverly thwarting the latter's strategic intent. As the stone settled, Chen Jianmin seemed to awaken from his reverie, exclaiming with genuine delight, "Xiaomei's association with you is indeed a blessing for us." The statement is succinct, encapsulating gratitude and sentiment within just a few words. Li Jigang appeared quite pleased, nodding and casting an encouraging glance towards Chen Jianmin, signaling him to hasten his response. Chen Jianmin took several deep breaths, visibly so, even exhibiting a look of surprise akin to a child suddenly bestowed with a handful of sweets. As for Xiaomei, it is difficult to articulate. She seldom discusses work with me, and it would be inappropriate for me to comment. Nonetheless, it is apparent that she approaches her work with utmost seriousness, often grading student assignments late into the night. Regarding her personal life, whether it be managing daily affairs or planning within and outside the home, she executes her responsibilities impeccably, leaving no room for criticism. Indeed, her meticulousness is remarkable. Her calculating mind, like water flowing beneath leaves, can ensnare one without them realizing it. He himself has been ensnared by her several times. However, his response was too vague, and Li Jigang was evidently dissatisfied. "Jianmin, you must understand that the county is always stringent regarding personnel evaluations. Even the slightest issue can lead to disqualification. If you could provide me with some relevant information, I might have some leverage." This statement was nearly an overt indication of his willingness to assist, and it was quite alluring. Under typical circumstances, given Chen Jianmin's own qualifications, if he were aware of the connection between Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli, or at least had an inkling, he would undoubtedly seek to sever their ties, potentially establishing a relationship with the county chief and even fostering familial connections in the future. Thus, it would be prudent for him to disclose the truth to Li Jigang. Yet, Chen Jianmin was no ordinary individual. He sensed that Li Jigang sought to exploit any loophole in his words to uncover the relationship between Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli. From this perspective, it seemed Li Jigang was still unaware of his daughter's mere suspicions. After all, at 24 years of age, she had been introduced to an array of suitors, none of whom had materialized. Naturally, parents would wish to ascertain the reasons behind this, leading them to inquire and possibly hear whispers of gossip. Therefore, they sought to gain insight through him, hoping to unlock a breakthrough and fully comprehend the situation. How should he respond? Chen Jianmin was not entirely confident in his judgment. Chapter 169. Chen Jianmin could no longer smile confronted with Li Jigang's highly enticing words. Chen Jianmin's mind raced, swiftly deducing that this was a trap set by Li Jigang. The challenging aspect now lay in how to navigate the conversation. Fortunately, in such a dialogic context, he could feign contemplation. After all, Li Jigang had expressed dissatisfaction with his initial response, making it reasonable for him to ponder thoughtfully. Yet, Li Jigang possessed an extraordinary ability to control the situation. Observing the internally conflicted Chen Jianmin with a calm demeanor, as he placed another black piece on the board with a decisive thud, directly beside the white piece that Chen Jianmin had just placed. This action struck Chen Jianmin profoundly, reminding him that he could not afford to overthink. Casting a brief glance at the chessboard, he narrowed his eyes slightly. If he continued to entangle himself with Li Jigang in this confined space, while the white pieces might escape the looming threat, the cost would be considerable. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The true issue was that such a course of action was excessively passive. Soon, he discerned a subtle flaw in the corner occupied by the black pieces. However, instead of launching an immediate attack, he scratched his head, feigning hesitation, and remarked, "County Chiefly, I am uncertain whether this constitutes a problem." Li Jigang's eyebrows twitched slightly. thinking to himself that this fellow was somewhat cunning. Nevertheless, no matter how sly one might be, under his immense pressure, they would ultimately be unable to withstand it. Surely, this time, some tangible information would emerge. He regarded Chen Jianmin with an encouraging gaze. Chen Jianmin offered a conciliatory smile. County chiefly. It is like this. My partner seems rather apathetic, lacking passion for anything. Might this be a concern? Li Jigang sensed that they were edging closer to the information he sought, and he straightened his posture to affirm. Xiao Chun, your observation bears significant weight. A mere 23-year-old. Approaching any matter with such indifference presents a profound ideological issue that must be addressed. As an elder, I must voice an inappropriate thought. If you are indeed in the throes of romance, and she exhibits the same indifference towards you, that would be a grave matter. Chen Jianmin's heart sank. His previous comment had been a deliberate attempt to steer the conversation towards their relationship, seeking to ascertain whether Li Jigang genuinely suspected a connection between Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli. Now, it seemed he could confirm his suspicions. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, County chiefly, Xiaomei is not indifferent towards me. In our exchanges, she is often the one to take the initiative. As he spoke, he wore an expression of utter contentment. A flicker of doubt crossed Li Jigang's eyes, followed by a slight twitch of his facial muscles. His gaze grew colder as he rapped his knuckles lightly on the table, stating, Xiao Chun, I believe we have strayed too far from our topic. I summoned you here to inquire about the progress of the tasks assigned to you. You mentioned that my daughter is researching regional hyperthyroidism. Yet neither her mother nor I have heard her mention it. Chen Jianmin thought to himself that he had intended to redirect the conversation, but Li Jigang was indeed astute. He placed a white piece onto the previously identified flaw in the black corner, the sound of the placement soft yet resolute, and then promptly looked up, smiling as he responded. County chiefly, my partner is quite good friends with Dr. Li, but like me, she only learned of this matter yesterday. Nonetheless, given the current circumstances, it is evident that Hongshan Township greatly requires the dedication of individuals like Dr. Li, who diligently study such cases. Once results are attained, it will undoubtedly benefit the community. Li Jigang furrowed his brow, fixating on the piece that Chen Jianmin had just played. Suddenly, he seized a handful of pieces and cast them onto the board, disrupting the arrangement entirely. He, however, appeared unfazed, smiling as he remarked, It seems that if I were to forcibly take her back to the county town, I might become a pariah in Hongshan Township, which would also be quite disrespectful to her research work. So, does your statement imply that I should take a step back? Chen Jianmin felt a chill run through him and was about to speak when Li Jigang raised his hand to halt him, leaning slightly forward with a hint of seriousness. He concluded this intense exchange. Well, I feel somewhat guilty for distracting you, a busy person, with my family matters. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to bring them up. I will endeavor to assist you. Just have that young lady of mine relay the message. Furthermore, I will urge the county office to expedite the transfer of your partner to the county. As for marriage, there is no need to rush. It is essential to get to know each other better. Chen Jianmin could no longer manage a smile. The implications behind Li Jigang's words were quite challenging to decipher. The first layer seemed to encourage him to pursue a relationship with Li Yanli, while the second layer hinted at the desire to separate Lu Xiaomei from Li Yanli, suggesting that he might have already confirmed the unusual relationship between the two. What had begun as mere suspicion had swiftly escalated to certainty. Why was that? Or was he merely inclined to believe it? Upon leaving the courtyard and settling into Li Hongguang's motorcycle sidecar, he replayed the earlier conversation in his mind, confident that he had not divulged any information regarding the connection between the two women. Inside the house, Li Jigang squinted out the window. He was certain that Chen Jianmin had not spoken the truth. However, whether he had or had not ceased to matter. From Chen Jianmin's remark regarding Lu Xiaomei's indifference to anything, one could draw a conclusion. This young man was aware of the extraordinary relationship between Lu Xiaomei and his daughter and sought to gauge how much he understood about it. Why would he say this? Because, from the perspective of a rational individual, when faced with a leader promising to transfer one's fiancée to the county government office, a significant benefit, one would either fervently extol her virtues or subtly outline her shortcomings, such as her lack of interpersonal connections, necessitating the leader's support. Yet, how did Chen Jianmin respond? He attributed a deeply personal and emotional flaw, indifference. This, in itself, was a strong signal that Chen Jianmin's focus lay not in his career, but in emotional relationships. This was, unmistakably, a reverse probe, testing the extent of his concern regarding the relationship between those two young women. Why would Chen Jianmin wish to probe this? The answer is evident. He was privy to the underlying circumstances and was deeply concerned about Li Jigang's stance on the matter. From this perspective, There indeed seemed to be something amiss between Lu Xiaomei and his daughter. This presented a dilemma. Moreover, why did Chen Jianmin choose to conceal this? Even in the face of substantial benefits being offered, what could possibly motivate this young man to staunchly protect the unique relationship between those two young women? The answer likely resides in a singular notion. There exists a mutually beneficial arrangement between Lu Xiaomei and Chen Jianmin. Thus, could this be leveraged? Li Jigang began to reassess the chess game they had just played. Although his game pieces were thoroughly scattered, he was confident in his ability to restore them to their original state. Thus, he patiently picked them up one by one and carefully placed them back onto the board. After everything was restored, he scrutinized the two moves made by Chen Jianmin, furrowing his brow for a considerable time. He nodded slightly, suddenly feeling a chuckle welling up within him. For the first time in many years, he witnessed a young man employing such cunning in his presence, and with such finesse. The interplay of truth and deception was masterful, as the young man even used the game of Go to divert his own attention. On the surface, the young man appeared quite respectful, yet he sensed an utter lack of fear emanating from him. How amusing, indeed. After being dropped off at Lu Xiaomei's doorstep by Li Hongguang, Chen Jianmin inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. Could it be that he was being watched by something sinister? Chapter 170. An undeniably positive development following an intensely vigorous dialogue. Chen Jianmin found himself utterly exhausted, his mind a muddled haze. Nevertheless, he extended a polite invitation to Li Hongguang, who had accompanied him. "Brotherly, why not come inside for a moment? We could share a drink and smoke a cigarette." Without turning off his motorcycle, Li Hongguang flashed a knowing smile at Chen Jianmin. "Brother, I still need to pick up Dr. Li." "What? You're going to pick up Dr. Li?" Chen Jianmin instantly perked up. "Well, Brother Li, I'm quite familiar with the health clinic. Wait, today is Sunday, Dr. Li will be at home, and you won't be able to find her there. Allow me to guide you." As he spoke, he hopped back into the sidecar. Li Hongguang, with a sly grin, replied, "Brother, you need to understand my background. Is there a place in Hongshan that I cannot locate? The leadership has instructed me that before I pick up Dr. Li, you absolutely cannot meet her. Please, don't make things difficult for me." With a long sigh, Chen Jianmin leaned in closer and whispered softly, "Brother Li, because of what you just said, I must express my gratitude. However, my gratitude means little. It's Dr. Li's gratitude that truly matters, don't you agree?" Li Hongguang was no fool. After a brief moment of hesitation, he nodded without uttering another word and prepared to drive off. As he revved the engine, Chen Jianmin turned his head just in time to see Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli emerging from the house. He promptly urged Li Hongguang, "Brother Li, there's no need for that. They are right here." True to form, Li Hongguang paid Chen Jianmin no heed. He engaged the gears, released the clutch, and accelerated in one fluid motion, causing the three-wheeled motorcycle to lurch forward. Unfortunately, he lost control of the direction, nearly colliding with the wall at the end of the alley, scraping the entire front wheel against it. With a screech, he slammed on the brakes, and Chen Jianmin was propelled from the sidecar, landing on the ground. Fortunately, the shaded area was still covered with plenty of snow, so aside from breaking into a cold sweat, he emerged unscathed. Li Hongguang didn't even spare him a glance. He jumped off the motorcycle in distress, chiding Chen Jianmin for being in the way. "Move aside. I need to check if the front wheel is damaged." After inspecting, he gestured toward the entrance of Lu Xiaomei's courtyard. Chen Jianmin instantly grasped his intention. This was a clever opportunity to facilitate a conversation with Li Yanli. Behold, the value of nurturing relationships becomes evident in critical moments. Although the means by which Li Hongguang discerned the necessity for Chen Jianmin to converse with Li Yanli remains a mystery, now is not the time for such contemplation. With urgency, Chen Jianmin sprang to his feet, murmuring a quiet thank you before hastily entering Lu Xiaomei's courtyard, where he found the two women in a state of frantic disarray, hastily retreating into the eastern room. Observing their alarmed expressions, he reassured them in a hushed tone, "Do not fear. Where there is a will, there is a way. County Chief Li is about to summon Xiaoli to meet him, and I must inform you that he has serious suspicions regarding your relationship." He succinctly recounted his encounter with Li Jigang, directing his gaze at Lu Xiaomei, whose complexion had paled. He sighed, "I have exerted my utmost to assist you, yet some matters are beyond our control." Lu Xiaomei shot him a reproachful glance, then turned to Li Yanli. "Xiaoli, do not be afraid. I shall not go to the county." Li Yanli, somewhat anxious, looked towards Chen Jianmin. "How should I explain this to my father?" True to his nature, Chen Jianmin pondered a preliminary plan on his way back. But now was not the time for lengthy explanations. He embraced Li Yanli gently, whispering in her ear, "Rest assured, your father will not send you back to the county. Simply adhere to the strategy you've devised, and leave the rest to me." No sooner had he spoken than Li Hongguang's voice resonated in the courtyard. "Teacher Lu, is Dr. Li at your home?" Li Yanli extricated herself from Chen Jianmin's embrace, exhaling heavily as she straightened her posture and walked out without a backward glance. The atmosphere within the room grew somewhat oppressive. Lu Xiaomei sat on the calm, furrowing her brow in discontent, murmuring to herself, "I cannot go to the county. That is not even considering my family." Chen Jianmin approached her, placing a hand around her waist with an air of familiarity. "The county is not so far. Can it truly separate you? While daily proximity may be excessive, visiting home twice a week seems quite reasonable. Perhaps a slight distance might even deepen your bond with Xiaoli." Abruptly, Lu Xiaomei swatted away his wandering hand, casting a wary glance at Chen Jianmin. "Are you truly so benevolent? You would delight in our separation and pick us off one by one." Internally, Chen Jianmin acknowledged her insight. Although he had not betrayed his allies in front of Li Jigang, the prospect of Lu Xiaomei and Li Yanli drifting apart would indeed facilitate his long-held desire to steer them in new directions. However, such sentiments must remain unspoken. His current concern lay with the unpredictable Li Jigang, who might compel him to relinquish Lu Xiaomei and instead wed Li Yanli. After all, the complexities surrounding Li Yanli's situation were such that it was best kept from outsiders. It may be more prudent to gradually enlighten Li Yanli while considering him as a potential son-in-law. Once they reached that juncture, Chen Jianmin could no longer entangle himself with other women. Otherwise, even for the sake of pride, Li Jigang would cast him into the depths of despair, leaving him no chance of redemption. However, could he truly abandon the several women surrounding him, including this one? Absolutely not. He was not the type to irresponsibly discard those with whom he had shared a bond. Feeling rather self-important, Chen Jianmin patiently explained to Lu Xiaomei that Li Jigang was merely in a phase of suspicion and could not be entirely certain of their clandestine, or rather, extraordinary relationship. Therefore, if she truly refused to take up a position at the county, he would be 100% convinced. Just consider the potential consequences. Moreover, they had Xiaohong at home, who had proven to be quite the earner, likely bringing in more in 2 months than Lu Xiaomei's entire annual salary. Although it was a bit hectic, their father was still young and in good health. What was there to worry about? Furthermore, that position was at the county government office, a place where many would vie desperately to gain entry. With her intellect, she could surely make significant strides there in just a few years. Lastly, there was still him. On the Hongshan side of things, Lu Xiaomei felt somewhat swayed by Chen Jianmin's reasoning, which indeed held merit. However, she wished that the last point did not involve him. After expressing her thoughts, she turned her head away while rolling her eyes dramatically at Chen Jianmin. Feeling slightly indignant, Chen Jianmin protested, "Hey, how can you speak like that? You make me sound like a wolf. Aren't you?" Lu Xiaomei retorted sharply, locking her gaze onto Chen Jianmin's eyes. "Look me in the eye and tell me, have you ever had thoughts about Xiaohong?" Chapter 171. The Balance of Power. As Lu Xiaomei posed her probing question to Chen Jianmin, Li Yanli had already arrived at the courtyard. Taking a deep breath at the entrance, she steeled herself to step inside. To her surprise, she was not greeted by her father, Li Jigang, but rather by her typically timid mother. Zhao Weining was dressed in a manner that could hardly be considered fashionable, wearing a deep gray vest over a thin sweater and a pair of well-fitted straight-leg trousers, complemented by traditional leather shoes. Nevertheless, in terms of appearance and stature, she resembled a slightly older version of Li Yanli, though time had inevitably left its mark on her, with crow's feet becoming evident when she smiled. At that moment, Li Yanli felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. She rushed forward and embraced Zhao Weining tightly. "Mom, what brings you here? What kind of question is that? Can't I come to see you?" Zhao Weining gently stroked her daughter's hair and then led her into the inner room. With Li Jigang absent, the two women settled onto the warm Kong and began to engage in hushed conversation. Zhao Weining was not one to be straightforward. She preferred to approach matters indirectly. However, today was different. Her husband was eager to return to the county, and she could not afford to beat around the bush. After exchanging a few words, she directly posed her most pressing concern. "Xiaoli, tell me the truth. Do you not like boys?" Li Yanli was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that she was not as anxious about the question as she had anticipated. In fact, she felt no emotional upheaval whatsoever. If she had to describe her feelings, it would be that her mother's inquiry was rather peculiar. What was going on? Shouldn't she be feeling nervous and flustered? "Mom, how could you ask that? If I don't like boys, does that mean I have to like girls? What would that make me?" Zhao Weining scrutinized every subtle expression on her daughter's face, including whether her tone was natural while speaking and if her eyes reflected the appropriate response of a typical young girl. Zhao Weining possessed a unique insight into the observation of people, especially when the subject was her own daughter, whom she had raised single-handedly. Thus, she quickly concluded that her daughter was perfectly normal and not as her husband feared. Even before Li Yanli could respond, a hint of bashfulness flashed in her eyes, suggesting that perhaps her daughter had someone special in mind. Could it be that young man who spent the night at her aunt's house? Yes, that must be Chen Jianmin. Suddenly, Chen Jianmin felt a wave of unease wash over him, his gaze inevitably flickering. He could assure himself that this was not due to Lu Xiaomei's probing question. The exact reason remained to be explored. Lu Xiaomei, who was fixated on him, immediately flared up. Chen Jianmin, are you really thinking about Xiaohong? Chen Jianmin quickly raised both hands in defense, exclaiming indignantly, Xiaomei, that is a baseless accusation. I could never have designs on your sister. If that were the case, what would that make me? After expressing his indignation, he turned his face away, feigning anger. However, inwardly, he was reassuring himself. The incident with Xiaohong was not entirely his initiative. She was simply too charming and gentle. In that particular moment, any man would have succumbed to temptation. Therefore, he could not be blamed for that affair. Strangely enough, this self-justification made him believe in his own narrative. Naturally, whether true or false, such matters must remain unspoken to Lu Xiaomei. He could not utter a single word about it. He had to remain resolute, unwavering in his stance. After bolstering his resolve, Chen Jianmin clenched his fists and took several conspicuous deep breaths, easily revealing his struggle to suppress his rising anger. Then he turned to face Lu Xiaomei, his lips moving several times before he finally spoke with considerable weight. Xiaomei, I may have indulged a bit, but I still have my principles. And a significant portion of my indulgence was due to you. Don't speak yet, let me finish. You approached me to use me as a shield, to play the role of your facade husband. Do you think I feel unjustly treated? Indeed, I approached you with the intent of embracing the comfort and ease your circumstances offer. However, Teacher Lu, I implore you to reflect, since our acquaintance. In what regard have I faltered? Even as a flower, I have remained within the confines you established. It is evident that your conscience stirred, prompting you to suggest I seek companionship elsewhere, even to entertain multiple liaisons. Now, you seem to have reconsidered, first declaring that marriage was off the table, only to later invoke your sister as a pretext. Are you attempting to subtly reprimand me? Do you wish for me to sever ties with other women? To lead a monastic life? Such is your intention, is it not? Teacher Lu, your heart is indeed formidable. As I vented my frustrations, my gaze ascended to the ceiling, as if fearing my tears would betray me. Lu Xiaomei was rendered speechless, her strikingly beautiful eyes blinking in confusion. She pondered why such a minor inquiry elicited such a vehement response. This audacious scoundrel seemed to possess a modicum of truth, setting aside other matters. Her initial support for him seeking other women was genuine. Yet, did she ever explicitly encourage him to pursue multiple partners? While she had indeed made such remarks in the past, at this moment, she felt she had not. Nevertheless, this was not the time for quarreling over past grievances. The priority was to unify their thoughts in addressing the situation with County Chiefly. Jianmin, I acknowledge my misstep. I misjudged you. Please do not dwell on it. We are on the verge of marriage. You must also empathize with my feelings, correct? Ah, Teacher Lu, I comprehend your sentiments, but who comprehends mine? Chen Jianmin retorted, thumping his chest with an audible sound, inadvertently widening the chasm between them. Lu Xiaomei scratched her head, realizing that if this impetuous youth threw a tantrum now, it could spell trouble, as she relied on him for certain matters. Thus, it was imperative to quell his ire. The solution was straightforward. He had long been preoccupied with her physical presence, so she would offer him a taste of sweetness. With this thought, Lu Xiaomei shifted closer to Chen Jianmin, reducing the distance between them to mere inches. He discreetly glanced at this proximity and let out a cold huff, turning his gaze elsewhere. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaomei leaned against him, lifting his arm and nestling into his embrace, her face resting against his chest as she lay sideways, holding his waist tightly. Softly, she implored, Jianmin, regardless of whether we are a genuine couple or merely pretending, we shall undoubtedly share our lives together. Please forgive me this once, will you? Unbeknownst to her, in the shadows of her vision, Chen Jianmin nearly burst into laughter. Ah, Lu Xiaomei, you, the brilliant strategist, have found yourself in this predicament. How delightful! As his heart swelled with joy, thoughts of mischief began to stir. Since Teacher Lu had momentarily revealed her vulnerable side, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 172. The so-called sincerity in the house at the western edge of Hongshan village. Zhao Weining gently caressed her daughter's hair and said, Xiaoli, your father mentioned that you are researching local hyperthyroidism, which is commendable. Just remember not to overexert yourself. Know your limits. She had attempted to glean information through subtle inquiries. Yet she remained in the dark, increasingly aware of the hardships her daughter faced. It was no small feat for a county chief's child to endure such toil in a rural setting while also pursuing research. What troubled her most was her husband's unfounded suspicions about their daughter. Glancing at the worn clothes her daughter wore and the slightly faded military satchel she cherished, her heart ached. "My dear, I believe your father has a point. If you wish to achieve success in your work, the county hospital could provide you with superior research conditions. What if we requested a transfer back?" "Mother, I cannot spend my entire life here. However, my research is at a crucial juncture. If I leave now, the efforts of the past 2 years would be in vain. I might not be able to explain it clearly, but let me show you." Li Yanli spoke as she rummaged through her military satchel, retrieving a stack of densely written letters. Zhao Weiniang took the pile and flipped through it. The papers varied in age, some even appearing water-stained with indistinct writing. Though she could barely comprehend most of the content, her heart found solace in the realization that her daughter was indeed sincere in her research endeavors. As Zhao perused the materials, a sly glint appeared in Li Yanli's eyes. Who could fathom the lengths she and Lu Xiaomei had gone to fabricate these seemingly authentic documents? They had spent an entire night crafting them, sourcing old letter papers from years past, diluting ink with water, and even sprinkling dust to enhance their authenticity. Yet, all their efforts were evidently worthwhile. As long as her mother harbored no doubts, that was all that mattered. Suddenly, she recalled the words of that wretched man who had embraced her just before her departure. "Just follow the response plan we devised, and leave the rest to me." What was he busy with now? Chen Jianmin was indeed preoccupied. A clever maneuver had brought Lu Xiaomei closer to him, as she now clung to his waist, resting her face against his chest, speaking softly. "As a woman, I tend to overthink, and much of what I asked was in jest. How could I possibly doubt your feelings for Xiaoang? What you said makes sense. When I sought you out, it was because I found you easy to get along with." Despite her flattery, Chen Jianmin remained silent, not even shifting his posture. One hand rested casually behind Lu Xiaomei, never making contact with her, while the other remained still at his side. What was this? Simply put, pretense. In such moments, one must maintain an air of nonchalance. If he were to reveal irritation at her light banter, it would seem disingenuous, especially given his keen awareness of the current circumstances. What did it mean to be easy to get along with? It would be more accurate to say that it is easy to manipulate. However, Lu Xiaomei likely did not anticipate that she would find herself in such a predicament, which has shaken her confidence. Consequently, she has contemplated breaking up with herself repeatedly. Her softened demeanor now is merely a response to the interference of Li Jigang in her affairs with Li Yanli, seeking to present a united front. This is not an unfeasible strategy, but it necessitates her genuine sincerity. What constitutes sincerity? As Lu Xiaomei observed her own parched lips, she noticed that Chen Jianmin remained unresponsive, leaving her uncertain. Was he genuinely upset, or was he merely buckling under the pressure exerted by Xiaoli's father? Was he considering fleeing from the situation? Under normal circumstances, she should have lifted her gaze to gauge Chen Jianmin's expression. She nearly did so, but then reconsidered, realizing she was also trying to deceive him, which likely would not appear particularly natural. If he discerned her insincerity, all her previous flattering words would have been in vain. So what to do now? She needed to placate him swiftly, otherwise he might seek out Xiaoli's father. Reflecting on what Xiaoli's father had said, assuming he was truthful, and there seemed no reason for him to fabricate, Xiaoli's father harbored suspicions regarding her relationship with Xiaoli, alongside intentions to sever her ties with Chen Jianmin. She could not allow this scoundrel to escape. Lu Xiaomei pondered extensively and thoroughly. Intelligent individuals often possess the flaw of complicating simple matters. Ultimately, after much deliberation, she resolved to demonstrate her sincerity. She circled around Chen Jianmin and gently grasped his hand, sliding it back toward her, finally pausing at the buckle of his belt. As she performed this act, she attentively assessed whether there were any unusual reactions from his firm chest. It appeared that he remained unresponsive. His breathing was still heavy, and his heartbeat seemed unchanged. Evidently, he was truly angry. With a soft click, the belt buckle was released, followed by the unfastening of 2 buttons on his trousers. Chen Jianmin remained as still as a corpse until a slightly cool, soft hand made him flinch. This reaction was natural and beyond his control. He raised his head, clenching his teeth. This marked the first genuine contact. Not only did Chen Jianmin draw in a sharp breath, but Lu Xiaomei also found her own breathing quickening. She felt a warmth enveloping her face, and her curiosity about this sincerity mingled with a hint of trepidation. Trembling, Chen Jianmin's hand stealthily made its way to her waist, gradually advancing, traversing the space between the peaks and plains. Time became irrelevant as her breathing grew heavier and her body quivered lightly, descending further. The current situation seemed rather surreal, at least from Lu Xiaomei's perspective. Rationality urged her to halt, yet she felt as though she had lost the ability to control herself. A devilish voice deep within her mind seductively urged her, "The unknown world is captivating. You must explore it. Continue, and you shall not be disappointed." This rendered her incapable of rational thought, causing her to completely forget the existence of Li Yanli. At that moment, Li Yanli emerged from the house, embracing Zhao Weiniing with confidence, declaring, "Mom, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. All right, my dear, I trust you. Be cautious of catching a cold in early spring. Don't underdress, and ensure that you eat properly, no slacking off. Also, make sure to come home at least once a week." After a lengthy exchange of maternal admonitions, Zhao Weiniing lingered outside for a considerable time before returning indoors. Li Jigang had just emerged from another room, having eavesdropped on the mother-daughter conversation. Noticing the reproachful gaze of his wife, he furrowed his brows and inquired, "What is that look you're giving me? Surely, you aren't swayed by a few words from the child?" "Swayed? Li Jigang, let me tell you, don't go looking for trouble, just go home." With a long sigh, Li Jigang knew that bringing this person along today had been a mistake. However, some discussions were better suited for a mother to have with her daughter. There was no rush, clarity would eventually come. For now, he could only let things be. He did not have the luxury of time to dwell on this matter. Surely, everything would be fine. Meanwhile, as Li Yanli rode on Li Hongwang's motorcycle heading towards Lu Xiaomei's home, she sneezed and smiled knowingly. Yet, if she were to witness the current state of Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaomei, would that smile still remain? Chapter 173. Overindulgence in water as fate would have it. Certain events unfold with uncanny timing. When Li Yanli pushed open the gate to Lu Xiaomei's courtyard, the two individuals inside the east room remained in their previous positions. Their attire still relatively neat. "What? You say it's impossible? What is impossible about this? It is broad daylight. Although old Lu has gone for a stroll, he could return at any moment. Moreover, Lu Xiaomei's residence differs from Li Yanli's temporary lodging. There are always neighbors or friends visiting, making it highly unlikely for anything untoward to happen during the day. However, subtle gestures could certainly occur. Lu Xiaomei's right arm was tightly wrapped around Chen Jianmin's waist, her head instinctively tilting back, her rows of pearly white teeth clenched tightly, ultimately failing to suppress the cry that erupted from the depths of her soul. She trembled as if electrified. Almost simultaneously, Chen Jianmin embraced her tightly, their repressed feelings surging forth unabashedly. Having arrived at the threshold of the house, Li Yanli paused, perplexed, and perked up her ears. Had she misheard? Was there an indescribable sound emanating, perhaps from Xiaomei? She stepped into the corridor, and the noise immediately ceased. Could it be that, with no one else at home, those two had succumbed to temptation? If that were the case, she would have caught them in the act, leveling the playing field with Xiaomei, banishing any feelings of guilt in her presence. Why did such a thought arise? Was it right? Regardless of its validity, her actions were sincere as she stealthily approached the door of the east room, pressing her ear against the crack to listen intently. The situation in the room was indeed rather intricate, as I heard Lu Xiaomei's voice filled with discontent. "Look at my face and my body. It's disgusting." Immediately following was the raucous sound of the little troublemaker. "Can you blame me? Who told you to? Enough. Stop talking and quickly see who has arrived. Isn't your father out? Could he have returned? Oh, don't worry about that right now. Just rush outside and prevent anyone from entering. I need to change clothes. Hand me that paper." "Hee hee, I never expected you to be so agitated. You look just like a mess, Chen Jianmin." All right, I'm going out. I'm going out." Li Yanli stepped aside but didn't stray far, standing against the wall by the door. Chen Jianmin pushed the door open and immediately spotted her. Their eyes met and he froze for a moment. Yet, when it came to audacity, he was unperturbed. He grinned triumphantly and asked, "Oh, Xiaoli, when did you arrive? Why aren't you coming in?" Li Yanli smirked meaningfully, pushed him aside, and turned to enter the east room, shutting the door behind her and securing it with a stick. She then feigned ignorance and looked at Lu Xiaomei, who was dazed by the bed, surveying her from head to toe before rushing over to ask, "Xiaomei, what happened to you?" In truth, she was somewhat taken aback, although she had anticipated some possibility. Witnessing it firsthand was still difficult to believe. The usually cool and elegant Lu Xiaomei appeared in such disarray. Perhaps due to her haste, her face was not properly cleaned, and her sweater's collar was neglected. To make matters worse, the jeans she wore were stained. Lu Xiaomei, feeling embarrassed, wished she could vanish into a mouse hole, covering her face with her hands and turning away, yet she could not provide a reasonable explanation. In her desperation, she began to concoct excuses. "Xiaoli, I just drank too much water. It's all Chen Jianmin's fault. He insisted on dragging me into your matters and wouldn't let me leave. Please help me boil some hot water. Oh, I knew it. That little rascal was just laughing maliciously a moment ago. I'll seek vengeance for you later. All right. You hurry and change. Don't catch a cold. I'll go boil the water. After Li Yanli spoke, she turned to leave, but couldn't resist glancing at the two crumpled pieces of paper on the floor, suppressing her laughter as she dashed out. In the corridor, Chen Jianmin was already busy stoking the stove to boil water. At times, he could be quite resourceful. Li Yanli approached him on tiptoe, hands behind her back, wearing a mysterious smile, and playfully kicked his calf. Hey, what were you two up to just now? Sizzle. Chen Jianmin struck a match, igniting a bundle of old newspapers and tossing them into the stove, breaking some twigs to add on top, and turned away with a chuckle. Want to know? Come to your house, and I'll tell you all about it. Li Yanli, intrigued, squatted down to throw a few thicker branches into the stove. Glancing back at the door of the east room and quietly inquired, what happened to Xiaomei? In truth, she was merely feigning ignorance, eager to discover how it was possible for Chen Jianmin, with his capabilities, to cause such a mess without even removing his clothes. As for the stains, she hardly thought much of it. She had experienced similar situations when she was with Xiaomei. Chen Jianmin added a few pieces of coal to the stove and unexpectedly planted a kiss on Li Yanli's cheek, grinning mischievously as he said, I won't tell you. In truth, this situation was rather difficult for him to articulate. Even he could not fathom why he had surrendered so swiftly today. Yet, Li Yanli relentlessly pressed him for answers, prompting him to divert the conversation. I'll tell you gradually. My mind is preoccupied with thoughts of you. What outcome do you anticipate? My efforts over the past few days have not been in vain. My mother has agreed to let me stay. However, as for Xiaomei's situation, she is powerless to intervene. At this moment, when Li Yanli spoke, her gaze flickered momentarily. In reality, she had not mentioned to her mother that Lu Xiaomei might be transferred to the county due to her influence. She believed this would be beneficial for Xiaomei and, deep down, seemed to harbor a desire for Xiaomei to leave this place. What sort of person was Chen Jianmin? He was one who had navigated through the crowd. He keenly detected the slight unease in Li Yanli's expression when she brought up Lu Xiaomei, and he silently chuckled, realizing that the girl was not being entirely truthful. Could it be that she wished for Lu Xiaomei to depart? If that were the case, it would certainly be intriguing. He resolved to test the waters. In fact, working in the county is far superior to being a teacher. It offers greater prospects, wouldn't you agree? Yes, that is my belief. Yet, to be honest, I am quite reluctant to let her go, Li Yanli admitted, her words faltering in the middle. Chen Jianmin mused to himself that this girl was indeed speaking insincerely. Once Lu Xiaomei had resolved her matters, the three of them sat together as if nothing had transpired, discussing Li Yanli's father. After much deliberation, they generally felt that all was well. However, Lu Xiaomei remained hesitant about the potential transfer to the county, and Chen Jianmin refrained from voicing too much on the matter, as it pertained to her future. Considering that they were soon to enter a fire prevention lockdown, he was reluctant to linger too long in the commune and prepared to return to Zhoujia village. Initially, he had intended to meet with Han Yao and Lu Yuxia, but upon reflection, the timber processing matter did not seem as urgent, and he likely would not have much time to spare. Thus, in the afternoon, he pedaled his bicycle back home. The forestry station was functioning normally, and the second batch of mushroom cultivation in Zhoujia village was progressing smoothly, indicating that everything was unfolding in a favorable direction. Unexpectedly, the day after his return, Zhou Mingshan presented him with a dilemma. Chapter 174. A dilemma concerning a pair of twins. By the end of March in Zhoujia village, the wind grew stronger each day. The day after his return, as Chen Jianmin contemplated whether to begin preparing materials for building a house, Zhou Mingshan approached him, his face marred with worry. Chen Jianmin welcomed him into the west room, noting that they were alone, and offered him a cigarette, smiling as he inquired, Uncle Zhou, did Sister Xiujuan chase you out? You seem rather downcast. You impudent brat. Zhou Mingshan shot him a fierce glare. I have serious matters to discuss with you. I was thinking, why not build our houses together and prepare the materials collectively? I've come to consult with you about this. What is there to discuss? Chen Jianmin replied. As for the bricks, we'll have to wait until they are fully thawed before the brick factory can produce them. There's no rush. For now, we need to focus on preparing rafters and reed mats. The task of procuring timber is straightforward. One simply needs to venture into the mountains to gather it. And now is indeed an opportune moment. As for the reed mats, they must be purchased. This is a final requirement, though it is not urgent. The tiles, too, are a matter for the end of the process. Chen Jianmin rambled on extensively, but Zhou Mingshan interrupted him, asking about the beams. Do you have any? They cannot be cut for immediate use, as they won't dry in just a few months. Chen Jianmin gestured towards the east. I have over 20 beams on the east side of my house, which should suffice for 5 rooms. As he spoke, he observed Zhou Mingshan. Sensing that the latter's visit was motivated by something beyond mere construction inquiries, and that discussing the house was merely a pretext, he decided to patiently await Zhou's true intentions. As he had no reason to rush, Zhou Mingshan continued to meander in conversation. As for the bricks, we could procure them immediately. The brick factory has some leftover from last year intended for a local unit, which, I have heard, is no longer needed. It would be ideal for us to utilize them. We must expedite the construction, as residing with others is quite inconvenient. After a lengthy discourse, he finally reached a breaking point. Actually, I came to seek your assistance with another matter. Uncle Mingshan, that is not quite right. What are we to each other? If there are difficulties you face, speak of them. I shall certainly assist you as long as it is within my means, Chen Jianmin replied. Indeed. I wish for your help in finding jobs for my 2 daughters. Chen Jianmin raised his hand in astonishment. But Uncle Mingshan, aren't your daughters still studying? I heard from Aunt Zhou that their academic performance is quite commendable. He recalled seeing the 2 girls when Zhou Mingshan's house caught fire a few days prior, and had been puzzled by their presence, wondering if they had ceased their studies. What is commendable? It's rather mediocre. They have firmly resolved not to continue. Zhou Mingshan said, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. My dear nephew, I shall not keep this from you. The 2 girls were dating at school, and when the teachers discovered this, it caused quite a stir, leading to their expulsion. Goodness! Chen Jianmin exclaimed in shock. In this day and age, early romance is indeed a serious matter. However, Uncle Mingshan, why not transfer them to another school? Education remains vital. Even a vocational diploma would suffice, as it would lead to legitimate employment. At the very least, they should obtain their high school diploma. This was a rare moment of sincerity for him. Their circumstances were different from Han Yao's. Despite the fire, their family's economic standing could easily support the education of 2 children. Zhou Mingshan sighed deeply. Alas, even with a new school, I do not know who has spread news of the girl's situation at the new institution. They are subjected to gossip and cannot endure it any longer. They returned yesterday. I am at a loss this year. It seems I have attracted a series of misfortunes, one after another, and it is truly burdensome. While Zhou Mingshan was troubled, Chen Jianmin felt a sense of helplessness. Uncle Mingshan, I believe that Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui are still quite young. If they forsake their studies now, they are bound to regret it in the future. You should encourage them to continue their education. Moreover, Uncle Mingshan, what influence do I possess? I lack the capability to arrange employment for others. The recent recruitment at the forestry station only sought male workers according to the quotas set by the forest farm. There is no provision for female workers. I am reluctant to assist in this matter, as it is beyond my ability. Let us not dwell on irrelevant matters. In this current environment, it is rather concerning to witness a mere 17-year-old embarking on a romantic relationship. The character of such a youth is not the primary issue at hand. However, it is worth noting that he has frequently heard Zhou Lihong speak of the Zhou Mingshan family. Those 2 children have been raised in a sheltered manner, and one can only surmise that their temperaments and dispositions leave much to be desired. Individuals of such nature are not easily managed, and their age does indeed raise further concerns. Jianmin, it is with a sense of desperation that I turn to you for assistance. Regardless of the outcome, I implore you to devise a solution. If all else fails, I would not object to you taking them on as temporary workers. Alas, the brick factory offers no desirable positions. Without educational qualifications, securing an office role is virtually impossible, and the physical labor is beyond their capabilities. After much contemplation, I find myself compelled to seek your aid. With the situation reaching this critical juncture, Chen Jianmin found himself perplexed. Should he choose not to assist? There was a risk of conflict arising with this individual. Yet, how was he to provide assistance? If it were only one person, there might be a glimmer of possibility. But now, with 2 involved, it seemed an insurmountable challenge. Uncle Mingshan, you overestimate my abilities, he remarked. Let us take our time. The 2 young ladies are still quite young. I shall ponder this matter, but it is indeed a difficult situation. If it proves unmanageable, do not hold it against me. Such words conveyed sincerity. Zhou Mingshan, aware of the predicament, felt a twinge of embarrassment at Jianmin's response, and he bowed repeatedly, saying, My dear nephew, do your utmost. I shall not fault you regardless of the outcome. With a heavy sigh, Zhou Mingshan departed, while Chen Jianmin grappled with his own frustration. He resolved that if he could not provide assistance, he would refrain from overstepping. However, Zhou Mingshan's subsequent actions left him bewildered. Within a few days, 2 tractors laden with red bricks arrived at the entrance of the forest protection station. Zhou Ergong, who was organizing training in the courtyard, inquired about the situation and hurriedly rushed inside, exclaiming, "Brother Jianmin, did you purchase bricks?" Caught off guard by the commotion, Chen Jianmin looked up, bewildered, and was about to make a purchase himself. What was happening? Before he could inquire further, Tong Yulan entered, announcing, "Brother Jianmin, the brick factory has delivered bricks for you. Where would you like them unloaded?" Delivered bricks? Chen Jianmin was thoroughly confused as he stepped outside. Approaching the individuals sitting atop the bricks in the back of the tractor, he asked, "Masters, are you certain you have not made a mistake?" The apparent leader replied, "Isn't this the Zhou Family Village Forest Protection Station? It must be correct. Please wait inside for a moment. I will check with the village," Chen Jianmin said, assuming the bricks had been mistakenly delivered to the wrong location. He turned to ride his bicycle back to the village, but Zhou Mingshan's voice called out, "Jianmin, these bricks should be unloaded on the eastern side." Turning back, Chen Jianmin pulled Zhou Mingshan aside and whispered, "Uncle Mingshan, what are you doing? We should prioritize your family's needs. Moreover, I have yet to settle the payment." Zhou Mingshan smiled mysteriously. "Do not concern yourself with the payment. Let us unload the bricks first. Rest assured, you will not receive these items without compensation. Generally, one does not refuse the goodwill of another, especially when it is freely offered." Yet, Chen Jianmin, having emerged from the second class, lit a cigarette for Zhou Mingshan and firmly declined, "Uncle Mingshan, we cannot conduct our affairs in such a manner. Words may be few, yet the resolve is unwavering." From the expression on Zhou Mingshan's face, it is evident that these bricks carry some significance. Mishandling this could lead to minor expenses yielding substantial consequences. This is not entirely unusual. In this age, it is common practice in brick factories. The crux lies in clarifying the nature of the favor. However, Zhou Mingshan's insistence on bestowing this favor upon himself is somewhat excessive. Should he accept these bricks, he would inevitably feel compelled to address the matters concerning Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui, raising the question of whether this constitutes emotional coercion. In Chapter 175, Zhou Mingshan, without prior consultation with Chen Jianmin, arranges for 2 tractor trailers to deliver a load of red bricks. This action is rather impulsive, as Chen Jianmin puts it. It equates to emotional coercion. Yet, he remains indifferent to such affairs. Thus he states with a measure of solemnity, "Uncle Mingshan, we cannot conduct our business in this manner." Zhou Mingshan, not a fool, recognizes the impropriety of his actions. His face flushed with embarrassment, he pulls Chen Jianmin further west. Reaching the gate of Tong Yulan's home before he begrudgingly murmurs an apology, "Jianmin, I find myself at a loss. If I do not seek a solution." This statement implicitly acknowledges the moral pressure he has exerted. Chen Jianmin, feeling disgruntled, responds, "Uncle Mingshan, what do you expect me to do now? Accepting these 2 truckloads of bricks, regardless of whether I pay or not, will leave me indebted to you. Yet, I am uncomfortable with this arrangement. If I were to throw a tantrum and refuse to accept them, it would be akin to slapping you in front of everyone." Zhou Mingshan, his hands trembling slightly, pulls out a cigarette from his pocket, offering it with a forced smile. "Jianmin, I have acted rashly. I will have them take the bricks to my home shortly." As Chen Jianmin lights the cigarette and takes a puff, he notices 2 young girls approaching from the west, dressed in identical outfits. He surmises they must be Zhou Mingshan's daughters, which intensifies his discomfort. What is the meaning of this? First, the bricks are delivered, and then the 2 daughters are sent over. Could this be a form of pressure? Viewed in this light, the matter transcends mere bricks. It raises concerns about the possibility of maintaining a normal relationship with this individual. His expression grows increasingly grim. Zhou Mingshan stands facing east and is oblivious to the arrival of his daughters, continuing his conversation. "Jianmin, I mismanaged this situation. I shall invite you for a drink another day, but regarding my daughter's employment issues, I humbly request your assistance in helping them." The 2 young girls draw closer. Chen Jianmin, instead of responding to Zhou Mingshan, squints and scrutinizes Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui. Honestly, from an external perspective, he cannot distinguish between the 2. Both young ladies share the same height, sporting beige jackets and blue jeans, with identical bobbed haircuts, their delicate features radiating youthful vitality. Chen Jianmin reflects on the unfortunate reality that such beautiful young women have abandoned their studies. Upon noticing Chen Jianmin's unwavering gaze towards his daughters, Zhou Mingshan's frustration escalates. What is the meaning of this? He was practically begging for Chen Jianmin's assistance, while these 2 thoughtless girls chose to create a ruckus. Just as he was about to reprimand them, Zhou Shui, with a stern expression, fired off 2 rapid questions. "Dad, are you going to give us the money or not? We're not asking for much, just 500 yuan will suffice." After her words, she cast a glance at Chen Jianmin, and upon meeting his somewhat cold gaze, she slightly furrowed her elegant brows. They were not well acquainted, having seen each other only a handful of times throughout the year. Zhou Mingshan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration ever since they returned from school, having heard that their cousin was earning quite well working in Haicheng. They had begun to cause a stir, insisting on going there to make money. This was precisely why he was so eager to ask Chen Jianmin for help in finding them jobs. Such familial matters should not be discussed in front of outsiders. Considering that Chen Jianmin was right behind him, he turned slightly and gestured towards him, indicating for them to greet him. Quickly say hello. This is a matter of basic courtesy. Reluctantly, Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui called out in unison, Brother Jianmin. Chen Jianmin merely nodded slightly. He had little interest in these two sisters. Zhou Mingshan forced a smile, then turned with a somewhat stern tone to his daughters. You two should go back to your uncle's house first. We will discuss your matters later. However, the sisters had no intention of leaving. Just as Zhou Shui was about to protest, she was tugged back by her sister Zhou Ying, who stepped forward and spoke slowly and gently. Dad, we're not going out for fun. We want to earn money, which is certainly better than staying at home, right? Zhou Mingshan's eyebrows shot up. Absolutely not. With the two of you like this, you would be sold off before you even got a chance to earn money. Go home. Zhou Shui shouted defiantly. Dad, are you going to give us the money or not? Zhou Ying held back her sister, her expression equally displeased, and shot a glare at Chen Jianmin. Zhou Mingshan, in his frustration, raised his hand as if to strike, but ultimately brought it down heavily upon his own thigh, exclaiming, You are driving me to madness. In this tense atmosphere, Chen Jianmin felt it inappropriate to linger any longer and turned to leave. As he passed by the two tractors parked at the entrance, he paused, glanced back at Zhou Mingshan, who was still trying to reason with his daughters, and sighed. He addressed the drivers. Could you please unload the bricks on the east side of this courtyard? I'll come tell you where exactly. Then you can take a break and have some water or a smoke. Observing Zhou Mingshan's desperate demeanor as he pleaded for his daughters and the pallor of his face from their bickering, Chen Jianmin felt a twinge of compassion. He decided to accept this favor and would later settle the payment at the standard rate for the bricks. The two tractors rumbled off, belching black smoke as they headed east towards the forest protection station. Once Zhou Mingshan had dispatched his daughters, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Chen Jianmin accepted the 2 loads of bricks, it meant he had agreed to help him. He then began to contemplate the matter of preparing the rafters, which should be straightforward enough. There were plenty of straight poplars in the old Yilang forest to the east of the primitive forest, and he could simply make a visit there. If necessary, he could spend a little money to have rafters cut from both families. There is no need to rush into purchasing cement, but it is indeed time to commence the installation of doors and windows. Furthermore, one must gather stones for the foundation. Zhou Mingshan was preoccupied with plans for constructing a house, cultivating mushrooms, and tending to various agricultural tasks, leaving him in a constant state of bewilderment. Little did he anticipate that in just 2 days, a significant incident would arise. On the evening of the second day, shortly after 8 o'clock, Chen Jianmin returned to the eastern room after inspecting the latest batch of hazelnut mushrooms. Just as he settled at the table, the neighbor's young wife, Tong Yulan, entered. Chen Jianmin appraised Tong Yulan, who was increasingly exuding femininity, and with a sly grin, beckoned her, Sister Yulan, come here, I have something to show you. Tong Yulan had been occupied for days providing guidance to villagers in mushroom cultivation, coupled with her duties at the forestry station, and with her child experiencing minor ailments. It had been several days since she had the opportunity to spend time alone with Chen Jianmin. With a playful smile, she asked, Brother Jianmin, what is it? Why so mysterious? As she spoke, she settled herself at the edge of the Kong. Do you think you can hide there? Chen Jianmin chuckled, rising to embrace her and returned to his new chair, pulling her close as he produced a crookedly drawn house design from the drawer. He whispered in her ear, Sister Yulan, I plan to build 5 tile-roofed rooms. Here is the design. What do you think? After examining the drawing for a while, Tong Yulan erupted in laughter. Brother Jianmin, what is this? It looks like a chicken coop. The sketch was whimsical, with each small room labeled as bedroom 1, bedroom 2, bathroom, kitchen, and so forth. Although there were indeed a few extra bedrooms, they were rather small. I will strive to ensure that each of you has your own room. When the time comes, I can choose whichever room I wish to sleep in, without disturbing one another, Chen Jianmin explained, his hand already slipping beneath her cotton jacket, exploring boldly. Oh dear. Someone is coming. Tong Yulan's soft voice heightened Chen Jianmin's excitement. It's nothing. At this hour, who would come visiting? Just as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from the courtyard. Indeed, someone was arriving, and it sounded like more than one person. What on earth has happened? Chen Jianmin thought to himself, gritting his teeth. Chapter 176. The pair of twins have disappeared upon hearing the door to the outer room creak open. Tong Yulan, startled, pushed Chen Jianmin away and jumped to the ground. Her cheeks flushed as she adjusted her clothing. Chen Jianmin, however, remained unfazed during his time in the Eastern Room, apart from this young wife and Zhou Lihong. Everyone else was required to knock before entering, a rule he had established. It seemed the newcomers first visited the Western Room, then proceeded to knock heavily on the door of the Eastern Room, followed by the anxious voice of Li Xiujuan. Jianmin, Jianmin, are you there? Chen Jianmin waved to Tong Yulan and stepped out of the Eastern Room. In the outer room, Li Xiujuan was not alone. Zhou Erguang was also panting heavily behind her. And Li Xiuqing, who had been on duty in the Western Room, rushed out barefoot. Before Chen Jianmin could inquire, Li Xiujuan spoke urgently. Jianmin, Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui are missing. You must help us find them. She just found Zhou Erguang and asked for their assistance in locating someone. However, they informed her that without Chen Jianmin's orders, they could not leave the village at will. What? What does it mean to be missing? Chen Jianmin was utterly astonished. Li Xiujuan took a deep breath, explaining that they had dinner at her house that afternoon, during which a quarrel erupted with her family, resulting in a broken bowl. Uncle Mingshan, infuriated, slapped them both, and they ran out. Chen Jianmin comforted her, saying, Sister Xiujuan, do not rush, take your time. It is not worth hurrying. At that time, it was still relatively early, around 3 in the afternoon. Everyone assumed they had gone to their uncle's house and did not think much of it. However, after sunset, their uncle came to her house looking for them and discovered that the 2 children had not gone to his home at all. Chen Jianmin grimaced, wondering what kind of children they were, breaking bowls during a meal. This was outrageous. Yet, being from the same village, such matters could not be ignored. Sister Xiujuan, has anyone searched the village? Yes. While searching, Zhang Laolu, returning from his watch at Wanghua Tower, mentioned seeing 2 people crossing a ridge heading south around 4 o'clock. From a distance, they appeared to be women, though he could not be certain. However, we suspect it is indeed them. Uncle Mingshan has already taken many people into the mountains. Chen Jianmin thought it prudent to enlist Erguang and Xiuqing's help in the search, as they were physically capable and frequently ventured into the forest, making them more reliable than others. Chen Jianmin sighed, Sister Xiujuan, I fear that may not be possible. Erguang and the others are part of the County Forestry Bureau's designated professional forest protection team. During the fire prevention period, they serve as a specialized fire brigade. Not just me, even the forest station lacks the authority to reassign them to other tasks. Nonetheless, this situation could not be overlooked. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Zhou Erguang and Li Xiuqing, saying, Erguang, Xiuqing, you 2 head to the village immediately and gather our brothers. Bring your belongings. From now on, we'll stay at the forest protection station until the fire prevention period is over. The bed in the West Room is quite spacious. We can manage to fit 7 people. The day after tomorrow marks April 1st, the commencement of the fire prevention period, and this arrangement was not specifically aimed at Zhou Mingshan. By the way, also call Sister Lihong. Let her stay at Sister Yulan's place in the West Courtyard. If any issues arise related to fire, Erguang, you make the decisions, while Xiuqing assists with the miscellaneous tasks. For other matters, consult Sister Lihong. After Chen Jianmin had efficiently organized everything, he turned to Li Xiujuan, stating, Sister Xiujuan, I will head into the mountains to search for them. Li Xiujuan felt a sense of relief. As long as Chen Jianmin was willing to set off, finding them would be much easier. After all, in terms of familiarity with the vast expanse of virgin forest, no one from Zhujiakan could match his knowledge. 10 minutes later, Chen Jianmin, having prepared himself, grabbed the butcher's knife and was ready to depart. Tong Yulan stopped him, saying, Jianmin, do not go into the mountains alone. Take a couple of people with you. The last encounter with the wolves left you injured and terrified me. She went to the east room to fetch an additional flashlight, suggesting, take this too, it might come in handy. Also, please wait for me a moment. After speaking, he hurriedly ran to the storage room and retrieved a slender, over 1 meter long rod, about the thickness of a thumb. One end of the rod was sharpened to a fine point, while the other end was curved into a circle, with a portion wrapped in cloth. Chen Jianmin's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? I had no idea we had such a thing here. Tong Yulan gently placed the rod in his hand and whispered, This is what I asked my father-in-law to make for you after you were injured in the mountains last time. It's for self-defense. A splendid item. Chen Jianmin weighed it in his hand, feeling that it would be more effective against wolves than his pig-slaughtering knife. Under the worried gaze of his young wife, he set off with determined strides. Upon stepping outside, he realized that the entire Zhoujia village was in chaos, with people running about in a frenzy, searching for someone. There were elderly men and women, young girls, and wives, but no men in sight. He soon encountered Zhou Somli and quickly stopped him to inquire about the situation. Uncle Zhou, it's Jianmin. What is happening now? Zhou Sanli had just returned from the village, shone his flashlight on Chen Jianmin, and sighed. Ah, what else could it be? All the able-bodied men have gone into the mountains. This aligned with Chen Jianmin's suspicions. In rural areas, while people often engaged in petty squabbles and disputes, when a real issue arose, past grievances were set aside, and everyone came together to help. After chatting with Zhou Sanli for a moment, Chen Jianmin dismissed the idea of finding someone from the village to accompany him into the mountains, realizing that it would be difficult to find two people who could keep pace with him. Thus, he resolved to venture into the mountains alone. Chen Jianmin did not blindly head into the mountains. Instead, he first went to the alley by Li Xiujuan's house, turning on his flashlight and slowly examining the myriad of chaotic footprints from her doorstep southward. The snow had nearly melted, leaving the alley muddy and slightly frozen at night. Given that many had entered the mountains through this alley, he followed the tracks to the village outskirts but found no leads. Unable to discern which footprints belonged to Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui, he could only ascend the small path leading up to a ridge. He hoped to discover the whereabouts of the two young girls after climbing over the ridge. If someone else had tracked the scene before him, it would have been significantly easier. Now, it proved to be quite challenging. Even on the climbing path, the ground was a disarray of many footprints left behind. However, his years of trapping in the mountains, tracking rabbit and pheasant footprints, enabled him to notice an anomaly. The footprints on the path were far too large, with none resembling those of the young girls. Continuing to shine his flashlight on the ground, he climbed further, but an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. He swiftly descended, retracing his steps back to the alley entrance, and began searching the area in a fan-shaped pattern. To his surprise, he indeed found a clue. In a patch of grass where the snow had not yet melted, there were two delicate and not very distinct shoe prints. Observing their direction, it became evident that they did not lead up the mountain path, but rather headed west along the southern edge of the village. Chen Jianmin proceeded along this path for a short distance and soon discovered identical footprints. This time, it was evident that two individuals had left them, their sizes nearly identical. Yet they walked side by side. He tracked the prints until he reached the western edge of the village, where the two sets of footprints suddenly veered southward. There, he noticed an inconspicuous trail winding up the ridge. Following this path, Chen Jianmin climbed over a ridge and continued his pursuit until he reached the second ridge, where he stumbled upon a disturbing sign. Regardless of whether it was the first or second ridge, the area was illuminated by scattered beams of flashlight, and some individuals had even lit torches. However, the southwestern direction from which Chen Jianmin had come remained devoid of any presence. He glanced eastward at the others who were heading towards the Erdegu hot springs. Initially, he considered calling out to a few of them, but the distance rendered his voice inaudible. Instead, he waved his flashlight in that direction, hoping to attract their attention. He resumed tracking the two individuals' footprints, but inadvertently discovered two small, very fresh piles of animal droppings beneath a tree, characterized by a grayish-white color with coarse hair. An icy chill ran down his spine as he recognized the droppings. These were unmistakably wolf feces. Moreover, they were freshly deposited, indicating that wolves were prowling nearby. He realized he had to follow immediately. Otherwise, the two young girls could fall prey to the wolves at any moment. Having previously hunted two wolves, Chen Jianmin felt emboldened and continued searching for footprints on the ground. Soon, he discerned that the two individuals had headed west along the mountain ridge. While meticulously examining the footprints and other signs, he remained vigilant of his surroundings, quickening his pace. His mind raced with thoughts of their possible destination. Theoretically, if they continued westward along the Erdeliang Ridge, they would likely reach the expansive mountains in front of the commune, and if they proceeded south for over 20 miles, they would arrive at the county town. This led him to conclude that Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui were likely intending to walk to the county town, significantly evading those searching for them. These girls were resolute in their decision to run away from home. Indeed, they exhibited considerable courage, embodying the adage, "A young calf is not afraid of a tiger," akin to two spirited young heifers. As Chen Jianmin pondered this, he gripped his tool tightly, steeling himself as he cautiously continued westward. He was now fairly certain that the two individuals he was tracking were the sisters Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui. After walking several hundred meters westward, he turned back to flash his light towards the direction of Erdegu, where the search party was gathered. Perhaps due to concerns about other incidents occurring at night, the searchers maintained close proximity to one another, resulting in a relatively small area of search. They could only generally ascertain the direction to pursue. Just as Chen Jianmin's arm began to ache from waving the flashlight, someone from the Erdegu direction finally spotted him and, like him, began to wave their flashlight. However, after a considerable time of waving, no one approached his way. Chen Jianmin could no longer afford to wait. for he had just made a new discovery. Upon a sunlit patch of sandy soil lay a distinctly visible paw print, unmistakably belonging to an adult wolf, aligned perfectly with the direction in which the two women had ventured. Could it be that the predator was fixated on them? With this troubling thought, he felt an urgency to act. Despite his trepidation of encountering a pack of wolves, he could not simply stand idly by knowing that Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui might be in peril. Damn it, there was no time to lose. He resolved to follow them. Chen Jianmin quickened his pace, pricking his ears to catch any sounds around him. Yet, apart from the sound of his own shoes scraping against the ground and the occasional distant howl of a wolf, there was nothing else. Remarkably, the night was eerily still, devoid of even a whisper of wind, creating an unsettling silence throughout the forest. Fortunately, the sporadic tracks and signs on the ground indicated that the two young women had demonstrated some wisdom, avoiding the ravines and instead continuing westward along the ridge. Estimating their progress, he calculated how far they could have traveled. From the time they set out at around 3 in the afternoon until now, nearly 6 hours had passed. Given that the two girls had never traversed such rugged terrain before and considering their average physical condition, he surmised they might have managed to cover a maximum of 20 miles before exhaustion set in. Meanwhile, he had already journeyed approximately 10 miles from the village, which meant he was closing in on them. The beam of his flashlight had dimmed somewhat, yet it still illuminated the ground sufficiently. Suddenly, Chen Jianmin's eyes widened once more. Ahead, in a grassy patch devoid of vegetation, he spotted not only 2 sets of shoe prints, but also several chaotic wolf paw prints that clearly suggested more than one wolf had lingered here. His heart raced as he crouched down to examine the evidence. It was evident that at least 2 wolves had recently passed through this spot. This was troubling news. While he might not fear a solitary wolf, the thought of facing 2 was daunting. He had no desire to relive the harrowing encounter he had experienced with a pair of wolves before. Such an ordeal was too perilous. The imperative for rescue was contingent upon not jeopardizing his own safety. What should he do now? After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned back. His concern extended beyond merely the 2 wolves. The recent howls hinted at the presence of at least 4 or 5 wolves communicating with one another. If that were indeed the case, pursuing the girls would be tantamount to courting death. It would be wiser to seek out the individuals in Daegu and return with a larger party for a search operation. Not only would this be safer, but the likelihood of finding the girls would also increase. Just as he took a couple of steps, a chilling cry pierced the air. Help. The voice was faint, almost ethereal. Chen Jianmin swiftly extinguished his flashlight and froze in place, straining to listen. Nearby, he heard the rustling of startled birds, but there were no other sounds. He wondered if his heightened anxiety had caused him to hallucinate. He flicked the flashlight back on and prepared to continue, but before his foot could touch the ground, the voice echoed again. Help! Is anyone there? Please save us. Don't come any closer. Chen Jianmin halted and, upon hearing the desperate cries once more, discerned their clarity. Realizing this was not a mere figment of his imagination, he unhesitatingly sprinted toward the sound. It was no longer a matter of personal safety. The haunting wail resonated with the remnants of compassion within him, compelling him to act. His extensive experience navigating the mountains played a pivotal role at that moment. He raced toward the general direction of the voice, deftly avoiding protruding stones, half-buried tree stumps, and scattered dry branches. As the cries drew nearer, he crested a small hill and glimpsed a flickering light in a nearby ravine, resembling a campfire. Chen Jianmin extinguished his flashlight and quickened his pace, nearly tumbling down the slope. The path in the mountains often deceives the eye. What appears to be close can be misleadingly distant. The deeper he ventured into the ravine, the denser the forest became, eventually leading him to a point where progress seemed nearly impossible. At last, he approached the small fire and beheld 2 young girls, each brandishing a flaming stick, frantically waving it before them. Behind them stood 2 closely positioned large trees, and near the fire, 3 wolves prowled menacingly, poised to strike at any moment. 3 wolves. Chen Jianmin gasped in disbelief. This was a formidable challenge. Chapter 178. An encounter drawing upon years of experience in the wilderness and hunting. Chen Jianmin had pursued the source of the commotion in the southwest and was finally rewarded with a sight, yet it also left him in a quandary. The good news was he had located the 2 girls, now less than 50 meters away. The bad news was they were encircled by 3 formidable wolves, ready to pounce. He dared not rush forward, fearing that the sight of a rescuer might cause the girls to panic, potentially leading to a misstep that would endanger them all. He paused momentarily, then stealthily maneuvered around to the rear of the wolves. As he approached within 20 meters, he deliberately created a slight noise in hopes of diverting the wolves' attention, at least drawing one away. However, the wolves appeared oblivious, continuing their advance toward the girls. Something was amiss. Chen Jianmin quickly realized that wolves are highly alert creatures. At this proximity, they should have sensed his presence, regardless of his silence. Why were they ignoring him? The answer dawned upon him. They must have an accomplice. Moreover, that accomplice was likely lurking behind him, poised to ensnare both him and the girls in one fell swoop. What? You think wolves lack such intelligence? That would be a grave error. Wolves are remarkably astute and, in terms of teamwork, often surpass human capabilities. With years of experience dealing with wild creatures, Chen Jianmin, having just grasped this unsettling situation, felt a chilling sensation creep over him, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his back. At that moment, a faint yet hurried rustling sound emerged from behind him. Was it a wolf lunging at him? Gripping his spear tightly, he swiftly turned, crouched low, and thrust forward with all his might. The spear plunged with a sickening squelch. A piercing howl erupted as the sharp spear pierced through the body of a wolf, a wave of putrid odor assaulting his senses. Illuminated by the faint glow of a nearby fire, Chen Jianmin beheld a wolf's head, filled with evident resentment, thrashing in front of him, mere inches away. The spear had penetrated the wolf's chest, nearly impaling it entirely. After a few desperate struggles, the wolf howled in agony and collapsed to the side, convulsing violently. Chen Jianmin withdrew his spear and immediately pivoted. As he had anticipated, beside the fire, only one wolf remained fixated on Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui, while the other two were charging towards him with unwavering speed. Chen Jianmin deftly evaded behind a tree, as thick as a wash basin, pressing himself against it. Just as the two wolves lunged at him from either side, the spear in his hand darted left and right in a frantic attempt to fend them off. Though he struck nothing but air, yet managed to keep the wolves at bay. Perhaps spurred on by the death of their companion, the wolves were now relentless, displaying a ferocious determination to bring him down, employing a coordinated strategy of assault. One wolf leaped upward while the other aimed for his lower leg. Chen Jianmin felt utterly despondent, internally lamenting, "Dear wolves, is it truly worth your while to risk your lives over a mere morsel like me?" In truth, pleading for mercy was futile, for the situation had escalated to a fight to the death. "Damn it, you want to challenge me? Then let me show you what true ferocity is." Chen Jianmin gritted his teeth, lifting his leg to kick at the wolf charging for his lower regions, wielding the spear like a club to strike at the wolf's head. In doing so, he inadvertently neglected the other wolf leaping from his right. Presumably, the wolf had the same thought, attacking with unbridled ferocity, just as its forepaws were about to land on him. A gleaming spear unexpectedly appeared beneath it, thrusting upward at an angle. This was a deliberate feint by Chen Jianmin, intended to draw the wolf's attention to his left side, creating an opening on the right, leading the wolf to believe he was unguarded, thus allowing him a fleeting opportunity to withdraw the spear and thrust upward. Once again, a sickening sound echoed, but this time the spear did not penetrate the wolf's chest. Instead, it pierced through its neck. Had it not been slightly askew, it might have brought the creature down instantly. Nevertheless, the wolf violently shook its head, dislodging the spear, and leapt backward, increasing the distance between itself and Chen Jianmin. Though his tactic of distraction had yielded some success, it came at a price. His left calf was bitten by the other wolf. Reacting swiftly, as the wolf tugged at his leg, he swung the spear back with a whoosh, striking the creature squarely on the ear. He immediately let out a cry of anguish, writhing on the ground. The Northeasterners describe wolves as having iron heads, steel teeth, and slender legs, signifying that their skulls are particularly robust, making strikes to the head generally ineffective. However, the area near their ears is quite vulnerable. While a single blow may not prove fatal, it can incapacitate them temporarily. Chen Jianmin was certainly not one to overlook such an opportunity. He discarded the bent iron rod and drew forth the butcher's knife from behind him, lunging at the rolling wolf, plunging the blade deep into its chest with both hands and twisting it forcefully. Without a moment's hesitation for the creature's fate, he withdrew the knife and rolled aside. The wolf, which had just sustained a wound to its neck, missed its target and landed near its companions. It glanced down, let out a long howl, and then ambled away into the depths of the forest. Was it truly fleeing? Chen Jianmin swiftly rose to his feet, gripping the knife tightly, casting a cautious glance towards the fire. The wolf that had been fixated on Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui followed suit, retreating like its injured counterpart. Chen Jianmin quickly deduced that the one with the neck wound had indeed suffered considerably. Witnessing its companions reduced to near death at the hands of humans likely instilled a sense of fear, prompting it to prioritize self-preservation and signal a retreat. Regardless, the skirmish concluded in Chen Jianmin's favor. He limped toward the small fire, step by step. Zhou Shui was the first to notice him, her eyes wide with shock as she trembled and called out, "Chen Jianmin, is that you?" It was no wonder she failed to recognize him. The dim light obscured his features, and his face was smeared with blood from the wolf, which continued to drip ominously. The knife in his hand was also stained crimson, rendering him a rather fearsome sight. Meanwhile, the more timid Zhou Ying had slumped to the ground, her eyes rolling back as she lost consciousness. Gritting his teeth, Chen Jianmin approached the fire and sat down heavily, casting a fierce glare at Zhou Shui before rolling up his pants to inspect the wound on his left leg. His thin cotton trousers had been torn, revealing 4 gaping holes on his calf, oozing blood. He glanced up at Zhou Shui and coldly commanded, "There are 2 wolves over there that I've dispatched. Go drag one over here." Zhou Shui had already recognized him, her lips twitching as she ultimately cried out, "I am scared." Chen Jianmin gestured menacingly with the knife and grunted, "I'll count to 3. If you don't go, I'll strip you of your clothes. If I'm to die, I'll make sure to cause you 2 some trouble first." Zhou Shui's face turned pale, her body trembling as she stammered, What do you want with the wolf?" 1, 2, 3. Chapter 179, Salvation. All right, I'll go. Just as Chen Jianmin reached 3, Zhou Shui staggered backward, crying as she pledged her compliance. Chen Jianmin retrieved the flashlight that Tong Yulan had given him, switched it on, and hurled it toward Zhou Shui's rear. The flashlight struck her head with a painful thud, causing her to yelp in surprise. Chen Jianmin snapped, "What are you crying for? Hurry up." Zhou Shui, feeling wronged, picked up the flashlight from the ground, sobbing as she moved forward. Chen Jianmin tossed several dry branches into the fire and then pulled some dry grass from nearby to add to the flames, causing the fire to burn a little brighter. It was then that he noticed Zhou Ying, lying on the ground on the other side of the fire. Shift her shoulders and sneakily open her eyes to glance in his direction, pretending not to see her. Chen Jianmin quietly retrieved a glowing branch from the fire and expertly threw it beside Zhou Ying, then called out, "Are you Zhou Ying or Zhou Shui? Get up quickly. Your clothes are nearly burning." Zhou Ying sprang up from the ground with a startled gasp, feigning ignorance as she asked, "Where's Zhou Shui? Where did she go? By the way, who are you?" Chen Jianmin let out a cold, mocking laugh. "At this point, why are you still pretending?" He gestured behind him and added, "Hurry over and help me drag a wolf. I need it." He could tell that this Zhou Ying, despite her apparent fear, was likely braver than her sister Zhou Shui. Though she tried to appear terrified, her eyes revealed a lack of genuine fear towards him. He even suspected that her earlier fainting was an act. Regardless, she seemed young, yet possessed a certain depth of thought. He resolved not to show her any kindness. Zhou Ying cautiously circled around Chen Jianmin and ran towards her sister. After just a couple of steps, a sharp scream pierced the air, and upon reaching her sister, Zhou Ying discovered that Zhou Shui had stepped on the wolf that Chen Jianmin had killed earlier. The 2 consoled each other, each grasping a hind leg of the wolf, courageously dragging it over to Chen Jianmin's side before collapsing onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Chen Jianmin had no time to concern himself with them. He pulled the wolf closer to the fire and used his butchering knife to cut a handful of fur from its tail. Then, he retrieved a flaming branch from the fire, ignited the fur, and pressed it against the wound on his calf while closing his eyes. A wave of excruciating burning pain shot through him. Gritting his teeth, he remained silent, continuing to cut fur from the wolf's tail, ignite it, and apply it to the wound. After 4 such applications, he was drenched in sweat from the pain. This method was an old folk remedy said to stop bleeding and inflammation while also preventing rabies. Whether it truly worked remained uncertain. Once he finished, he removed his Zhongshan suit jacket, cut a strip of fabric from the back, and completely wrapped his injured calf. Only after addressing his own wounds did he notice Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui staring at him in shock. He immediately scowled and said, "What are you staring at? Quickly gather some branches to make the fire larger." Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui, who had never endured hardship at home and were unaccustomed to being ordered around, especially not for such laborious tasks as gathering firewood, would ordinarily have been reluctant to comply. However, the sight of Chen Jianmin's ghostly visage instilled a sense of fear in them. Coupled with his unfriendly demeanor and fierce glare, they dared not disobey his command. Reluctantly, they stood up to gather firewood, though they did not venture far, sticking close by to scrape together small twigs. After a considerable period, they had managed to collect only a few. Chen Jianmin was indeed quite irate. Gritting his teeth, he tossed the 2 handfuls of firewood collected by the girls into the fire, furrowing his brow as he squeezed out a terse warning. "If you 2 wish to return home alive tonight, you better gather more wood and brighten that fire. Otherwise, I will reiterate my threat. I shall strip you of your clothes and send you back to the village in your bare skin." Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui trembled in fear, promptly turning to search for more firewood. Chen Jianmin inched closer to the fire, gazing up at the sky. His insistence on having the 2 young girls collect wood was not born out of malice, but rather a strategic thought. If the fire shone brightly, those on watch at the lookout tower would likely notice it. Once they did, they would certainly relay the message to the forest protection station, prompting Zhou Ergong and his companions to hurry over. The sisters worked more efficiently than before, venturing a bit farther and soon hauling several thick branches to toss onto the flames. Seeing that their efforts were still insufficient to stoke a robust fire, he had no choice but to limp over and lend a hand himself. The fire grew increasingly fierce, eventually reaching a height that sent flames licking the sky. With a sigh of relief, he settled beside the fire, feeling emboldened enough to face any approaching wolves. However, exhaustion began to wash over him, a sensation not solely from his injuries, but from the weariness that had built up during the long trek since leaving the forest station, compounded by the earlier life-and-death struggle with the wolves. As it turned out, his strategy of enhancing the fire proved effective. After approximately half an hour, a series of shouts echoed from the ridge to the east of the ravine. Though the words were indistinguishable, it was clear that someone had discovered their location. Chen Jianmin released a long breath and reclined beside the fire. Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui, upon hearing the commotion, sprang to their feet, jumping and calling out towards the sound. Help! Help! Someone hurry! We are here! About 20 minutes later, Zhou Mingshan arrived, stumbling over the terrain. Behind him trailed Zhou Degui and a large group of others. Upon reaching the fire and spotting his two daughters, he was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he surveyed them, repeatedly assuring them, "It's all right, we'll be home soon." At this juncture, he inadvertently noticed Chen Jianmin lying on the ground, alongside the slain wolf. Rushing over, he pointed at Chen Jianmin and inquired, "Who is this? What happened?" The nearly slumbering Chen Jianmin was jolted awake by the shout, responding irritably, "What is all the shouting for? Uncle Mingshan, you don't even recognize me? You are Jianmin?" Zhou Mingshan bent over in astonishment, asking, "What is going on here?" Chen Jianmin sat up with a scowl, replying, "What is going on? Ask those two precious daughters of yours." Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Degui and the others who had followed Zhou Mingshan noticed the dead wolf and began shining their flashlights over it, calling out, "Uncle Mingshan, there's a wolf here. It's dead." Zhou Mingshan was not a fool. Upon observing the situation, he immediately surmised what had transpired moments earlier. It was likely that Chen Jianmin had arrived just in time to rescue his two daughters. However, he still felt the need to ascertain the details of the incident, neglecting his own children for the moment as he crouched beside Chen Jianmin. It was then that he noticed blood seeping from one of Chen Jianmin's legs. "Jianmin, what exactly happened? Were they nearly devoured by wolves?" Chen Jianmin offered a wry smile and nodded. "Uncle Mingshan, you're quite right. If I had arrived just 3 or 4 minutes later, you would have had to bury them." His words, though harsh, were music to Zhou Mingshan's ears. In a sudden rush of gratitude, he knelt before Chen Jianmin, bowing deeply in reverence. "Uncle Mingshan, what are you doing?" Chen Jianmin exclaimed, startled. "There's no need for this. Come, let us return home. This is not a suitable place. And do extinguish that fire. It is still the fire prevention period. If a blaze were to erupt, we would all be in peril." Zhou Mingshan, a man in his 50s, clung to Chen Jianmin's shoulders, weeping profusely. "My two daughters are of little worth. It is your act of heroism in saving them that holds true value. From this day forth, the Zhou family shall honor you." Chen Jianmin, bemused, pushed him away gently. "What are you saying? I am still alive. You need not honor me just yet." Zhou Mingshan felt no shame in his words and turned to his daughters. "You too. Come here and kneel before Brother Jianmin to express your gratitude for his life-saving deed." He noticed that aside from some torn clothing and dusty faces, his daughters had suffered no real harm. Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui approached like wooden puppets and bowed 3 times to Chen Jianmin. He waved his hand impatiently. "Enough of this. Hurry back home." As Zhou Degui and others arrived to help manage the fire, Chen Jianmin, at Zhou Mingshan's insistence, recounted how he had pursued the wolves from the alleyway near Li Xiujuan's home and fought against the 4 beasts. You may not know this, but tracking rabbit footprints is an art. The depth of the print and the size of the stride convey different meanings. Just like Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui, upon seeing the tracks, they could tell they belonged to a particularly cautious mother rabbit, though I meant to say their personalities are quite similar to rabbits, indicating the likely direction they would take. His narrative unfolded like a gripping tale, filled with suspense and tension, leaving the listeners on the edge of their seats. Chen Jianmin felt invigorated. How could he be the sort of person to perform a good deed without recognition? To bravely confront 4 ferocious wolves and rescue 2 girls from imminent danger. Such heroic exploits deserve to be shared. This was not the style of Chen Jianmin. Upon concluding his tale, he jested, "Primarily, It was because my two sisters are so charming that the wolves could not bring themselves to feast upon them. As for me, I am but a villain. My flesh is likely unpalatable, and the wolves would have little desire for me. Behold, this is the quintessence of a hero's demeanor, perpetually embodying the spirit of revolutionary optimism. Applause erupted around. Chen Jianmin felt as though he was floating, hardly weighing a few ounces, yet his smile was remarkably wide. As one of the two female protagonists in the story, Zhou gasped and nudged her sister, whispering, "Xiaoxua, look at him. He seems like a different person. I never thought he could smile like that." Zhou Shui, her gaze fixated on Chen Jianmin, replied, "Don't say that. I think he's rather admirable." Once the firewood was dealt with, Zhou Dagui managed to retrieve Chen Jianmin's iron rod. Zhou Mingshan helped Chen Jianmin to his feet, only to discover that his leg was in such agony that he could not bear weight on it. He promptly commanded several young men, "Come here, quickly carry him." Zhou Dagui observed and, furrowing his brow, suggested, "Uncle Mingshan, given Jianmin's condition, we should take him to the commune clinic. He needs disinfection and perhaps a vaccine." Zhou Mingshan nodded repeatedly. Yes, Dagui, you are absolutely right. You there, you several. Take turns carrying him directly to the road west of the village. We'll return for a vehicle. Hurry. Chen Jianmin, fearing the risk of infection, did not oppose Zhou Mingshan's plan, despite the emergency treatment he had received earlier. They carried him in turns along the ravine, proceeding north until they reached the west side of Zhujiakan. By the time they arrived, the village's only hand tractor was already waiting. Zhou Mingshan spread several layers of blankets in the tractor's rear, settling Chen Jianmin inside, and personally accompanied the tractor towards the commune. Amidst the jolting of the tractor, Chen Jianmin inquired about the forest station. "Uncle Mingshan, you didn't inform them, did you?" Zhou Mingshan replied, "I asked Sister Shoujuan to notify them." Chen Jianmin mused that such a commotion would surely reach them regardless. He felt little concern, save for the thought that perhaps his wife would be restless throughout the night. They arrived at the commune shortly after midnight. The on-duty doctor at the clinic busied himself with treating the wound, administering intravenous fluids, and giving Chen Jianmin both a tetanus shot and a rabies vaccine. After receiving his injections, Chen Jianmin closed his eyes and slept soundly until the following morning, when he was roused by someone patting his face. As he groggily opened his eyes, he was met with the mildly irate visage of Li Yanli. Upon noticing his awakening, she clenched her teeth and remarked, "Chen Jianmin, you really are something. To save a damsel in distress, you're willing to risk your life, aren't you?" After starting her shift, she had heard that someone bitten by a wolf had been brought from Zhujiakan. Instantly, she thought of Chen Jianmin, the man who often ventured into the mountains. A quick inquiry confirmed her suspicions. Indeed, it was this troublesome rascal. She hurried in to take a glance and meticulously questioned the attending physician about his injuries and the treatment he had received, feeling considerably reassured. Returning to the ward, she sought clarification from Zhou Mingshan regarding the circumstances. "The more I listened, the angrier I grew. Seeing Chen Jianmin sleeping soundly, I lightly slapped his face a few times to rouse him from slumber." By this time, Zhou Mingshan had discreetly exited, taking with him the other two young men who had been keeping company. The hospital room was left with just Chen Jianmin and Li Yanli. Chen Jianmin seized Li Yanli's hand, rubbing it affectionately, and babbled nonsensically, "Do not fear, my dear. I am fortunate and resilient. I will not let you become a widow. You still have the nerve to jest?" Li Yanli, incensed, disregarded any injuries he might have sustained and pounded on his chest. When that did not suffice, she twisted his ear 2.5 times. Chen Jianmin winced in pain, repeatedly pleading for mercy until she was finally satisfied and released him. Gasping for breath, she chastised him. "What kind of trouble do you keep getting yourself into? Have you no sense of your own limitations? If you continue this reckless behavior, it would be best for us to part ways amicably." Chen Jianmin was momentarily taken aback by her words, wondering why she spoke so gravely. However, his heart swelled with joy. Her reaction indicated that he had found a place in her heart. All those days of effort were not in vain. He had finally glimpsed a ray of hope. If he could hold on to her and persist, it would not be long before her relationship with Lu Xiaomei would dissolve, making way for her to turn to him. Surely, that day was not far off. Li Yanli, observing the cunning smile on Chen Jianmin's face, grew wary. "What mischief are you concocting now? Just lie still, and if you dare to entertain any foolish thoughts, I will make you regret it." As she spoke, she brandished a gleaming scalpel between his legs. Chen Jianmin felt a chill run down his spine, and just as he was about to respond, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. More than one person. Chapter 181. Just the thought is thrilling. Every word exchanged between the two in the hospital room penetrated Zhou Mingshan's ears as he hid near the door. He chuckled softly. stepping from the corridor into the sunlight at the entrance, feeling considerably warmer. His heart was even warmer. He had not anticipated that Chen Jianmin would go to such lengths to save his two daughters. This man, normally glib and self-serving, had shown remarkable courage at a critical moment. Just for that alone, he had to be considered a hero. After pondering for a while, Zhou Mingshan silently resolved that from now on, Chen Jianmin's affairs would be his own. He would regard him as his own child. He quietly calculated his savings and, gritting his teeth, decided to assist Chen Jianmin in constructing that house. If Chen Jianmin insisted on compensating him, he would charge less. While he was deep in thought, two familiar young women rushed breathlessly through the clinic's entrance. Spotting him, one of them hurried over, asking anxiously, "Grandpa Zhou, what happened to Chen Jianmin? Is he seriously hurt? Which room is he in?" Zhou Mingshan immediately recognized her. Was that not Han Yao, the young girl who assisted them in selling mushrooms? While the other one bore a striking resemblance to Teacher Liu. He gestured towards the corridor on the left. "Little Han, you two should hurry inside. Jianmin is in the room at the far end to the west. Rest assured, it's nothing serious." Before he could finish his sentence, the two young women rushed in, leaving him blinking in astonishment. Lu Xiaohong and Han Yao hurried into the ward, only to find Li Yanli wielding a knife, gesturing animatedly. The scene left them both momentarily stunned. What on earth was happening? Li Yanli looked up at them, equally taken aback, and after a brief moment of embarrassment, she smiled awkwardly. "Xiaohong, little Yao, how did you hear about this? How did you find out so quickly?" Given that both had some connection to Chen Jianmin, she dismissed any further thoughts, yet couldn't help but wonder why they seemed more anxious than she was. Lu Xiaohong's gaze flitted between Li Yanli and Chen Jianmin before she spoke. "Sisterly, there are wild rumors circulating outside, claiming that a forest ranger from Zhoujia village had one of his legs completely devoured by wolves, leaving only the bones. Surely that cannot be true." Upon saying this, she could not resist lifting the blanket covering Chen Jianmin's legs. To her relief, she saw that his left calf was wrapped in bandages, far less severe than the gossip suggested. Han Yao tentatively pressed her finger against Chen Jianmin's ankle. "Brother Jianmin, can you feel anything?" "Oh, you needn't worry. It's nothing serious, just a bit itchy," Chen Jianmin replied, a broad smile lighting up his face. Looking at the three charming women before him, all of whom were genuinely concerned for his welfare, his heart swelled with joy, especially when he recalled their various expressions during their intimate moments. He couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like to have them all snuggled together in one bed. Just imagining it was exhilarating. Lost in delightful thoughts, Chen Jianmin was oblivious to the drool escaping his lips until he caught Li Yanli's piercing gaze, prompting him to quickly swallow and chuckle sheepishly. Li Yanli swiftly unbuttoned the top two buttons of his shirt, tossed him a thermometer, and said with a stern expression, "Take your temperature." Chen Jianmin picked up the thermometer and grimaced. "Ouch, it still hurts a bit when I move. Just a few small holes. How could it hurt that much?" Li Yanli, being a doctor, was skeptical of his complaints. She crossed her arms and squinted at him. "Let me help you, brother-in-law," Lu Xiaohong exclaimed. Darting to the head of the bed, her small hand slipped under Chen Jianmin's shirt to position the thermometer, and perhaps sensing the inappropriateness of her actions, she simultaneously began recounting last night's events. "Brother-in-law, I heard you single-handedly took down 2 wolves. That's incredibly impressive." She winked at him while giving a thumbs up. Chen Jianmin dared not move, nor did he attempt to joke with Lu Xiaohong, for Li Yanli's watchful eyes were fixed on him. He could only respond humbly, "Oh, it was just 4 wolves. I managed to kill only 2, and 2 got away. It's not as miraculous as they say." A hint of regret appeared on her face. Han Yao stifled a laugh as she placed the freshly purchased buns and porridge from the restaurant onto the bedside table. She interjected, "Brother-in-law, Jianmin, you've become quite famous now. They even say that a wolf took one of your legs, hence your nickname, the Lone Leg Hero." Chen Jianmin burst into hearty laughter, and in a moment of unrestrained pride, he jokingly replied, "No worries, brother has plenty of legs. Losing one leaves me with 2. As long as I keep the most useful one, I'm fine." Li Yanli and Lu Xiaohong were momentarily taken aback, while Han Yao slyly smiled, turning red and looking away. Seeing her reaction, Li Yanli suddenly thought of something, gritting her teeth in irritation. How could this scoundrel make such jokes in front of 2 young ladies? She delivered a firm slap to his forehead, saying, "Get up, stop playing dead. Eat something." Lu Xiaohong, catching on, couldn't hold back her laughter. Soon, Li Yanli and Han Yao joined in. The laughter from the hospital room drifted into the corridor, softly echoing towards the entrance. Zhou Mingshan, upon hearing it, smiled and was about to turn to enter when he saw Lu Xiaomei racing into the courtyard on her bicycle. leaping off and carelessly tossing the bike aside as she hurried towards the entrance. Spotting Zhou Mingshan, she immediately slowed her pace and approached him with urgency, yet tried to maintain her composure, asking, "Village Chief Zhou, how is Jianmin? I heard he was quite seriously injured." In truth, she harbored doubts about this news. That little rascal might act impulsively in other matters, but when it came to his own interests, he was as cunning as a fox, unlikely to sustain such severe injuries. Nevertheless, the thought pricked at her heart, and she felt compelled to see for herself. Hence, she rushed over with all her might. Zhou Mingshan glanced at the bicycle hastily abandoned by its owner, his face breaking into a smile. "Ms. Liu, rest assured, there are no serious injuries. He was just bitten, leaving a few small holes." "Oh, then I'll go in and take a look." Liu Xiaomei sighed in relief, her feet not pausing for a moment as she nodded and proceeded inside. Zhou Mingshan called after her, "Ms. Liu, he is in the ward at the west end." In the brief moment it took to say that, Liu Xiaomei's figure had already disappeared into the hallway, leaving two nurses whispering to each other as they watched her retreating back. "Who is she? She is so beautiful." "You don't know? That's Ms. Liu from the central school, the prettiest one in Hanshan." "Oh, it seems she is heading to that ward as well." "Indeed. Just now, two young ladies went in, each more beautiful than the last." "Who exactly is she? Please lower your voice. It seems Dr. Li is rather acquainted with him. One must not speak carelessly about matters concerning Dr. Li." While they engaged in conversation, Liu Xiaohong took advantage of the moment when Li Yanli and Han Yao were laughing so heartily that they could hardly lift their heads. She delicately positioned the thermometer in Chen Jianmin's hand, but did not withdraw it. Instead, she gently caressed his firm chest muscles. Chapter 182. A flourishing competition in the Shura field. The sound of hurried high heels echoed in the corridor, and Chen Jianmin, still lost in the sensation of a small hand stroking him, suddenly realized trouble was brewing. He recognized the footsteps as identical to those of Liu Xiaomei. However, he was a moment too late. Just as he intended to warn Liu Xiaohong to remove her hand, Liu Xiaomei appeared at the door. Her first glance fell upon him, and the second upon Liu Xiaohong's hand, which had ventured into his clothing. Liu Xiaohong reacted swiftly, retracting her hand and offering an awkward smile. Li Yanli was the first to greet Liu Xiaomei, saying, "Xiaomei, how did you hear about this so quickly?" She spoke with a smile still lingering on her face. Liu Xiaomei stepped in briskly, scrutinizing Chen Jianmin from head to toe. A cloud of discontent darkened her otherwise beautiful face as she pulled Li Yanli aside, asking, "What exactly is injured?" Li Yanli composed herself, stating, "It's nothing serious, just a bite. Everything that needed to be addressed has been taken care of, and he should return to normal in no more than 10 days to 2 weeks." Liu Xiaomei exhaled a sigh of relief, closed her eyes briefly, then turned to Chen Jianmin, coldly remarking, "With all this commotion, one might think you've lost a leg." Chen Jianmin was indignant, having just savored a hint of heroism. He was now met with Liu Xiaomei's frosty demeanor. He could not allow this to go unchallenged. "Liu Xiaomei, what is your attitude? The news did not originate from me, so why direct your anger at me? Besides, I am currently a patient. If I were to be irritable, it should be once I recover." "You even have a point." Liu Xiaomei's voice escalated. "You are my fiancé now. Didn't you consider me before taking risks?" After uttering these words, she fell momentarily silent, perplexed by the sudden surge of emotion. Though her words aligned with her role as his fiancé, the reality was far more complicated. Their relationship was based on mutual needs, distinctly different from that of true lovers. Yet, why could she not quell the fire within her? Especially seeing that scoundrel surrounded by the beautiful Li Yanli, Liu Xiaohong, and Han Yao, one of whom had even dared to slip her hand into his clothing. It infuriated her to witness him reveling in it. "Humph, I'll show you what enjoyment truly means." The more Liu Xiaomei contemplated, the less she could contain her emotions. She reached out to twist Chen Jianmin's ear. At that moment, Chen Jianmin was slightly bewildered. Liu Xiaomei genuinely seemed upset. Before he could fully grasp the situation, he noticed her familiar hand expertly approaching to twist his ear. He quickly turned his head, saying, "This ear has just been twisted. It still hurts. Let us switch to the other one." There was no escaping now. He could only acquiesce. Liu Xiaomei's hand paused beside his ear but did not twist down. Instead, she forcefully withdrew it, gritting her teeth as she said, "It seems you are perfectly fine, so I shall attend my class now. I have no time for idle chatter with you." After saying this, she truly turned to leave, glancing back at Liu Xiaohong and Han Yao at the door, and irritably added, "You too. Once you're done, hurry back. What are you lingering here for? Xiaohong, return home early tonight. I have something to discuss with you." Yes. We will leave right away. There is a large crowd waiting for us to open the store," Liu Xiaohong replied obediently, turning to make a face at Chen Jianmin before pulling Han Yao out the door. Chen Jianmin let out a sigh of relief. He felt a slight pressure in his head. Managing multiple women was indeed quite troublesome. It seemed he would need to clarify certain relationships with them gradually, to avoid any unexpected sparks igniting in their presence. In the ward, only Chen Jianmin and Li Yanli remained. Li Yanli stared thoughtfully at the door, and after a moment, she reached into Chen Jianmin's shirt to retrieve a thermometer, playfully pinching his chest as she whispered near his ear, "Don't say I didn't warn you. If you dare to make a move on Xiaohong, your days of bliss will come to an abrupt end." After saying this, she turned and left with the thermometer in hand. Chen Jianmin was truly at a loss for words. Was it even his intention? It was Xiaohong who had made a move on him. Where could he voice his grievances? Sighing, it appeared that Lu Xiaohong's relationship with him had drawn attention. However, since their entanglement in Shiliu, he had not had much contact with Lu Xiaohong. How had Lu Xiaomei come to suspect anything? Surely it could not be merely because she had seen Lu Xiaohong's hand reach into his clothing. What had truly gone awry? Never mind. He decided to clear his mind by taking a stroll. As he stood up, Lu Yuxiao rushed in energetically, her eyes widening upon seeing him by the bedside. "Goodness, you're still alive. You look fine." Who spread such ridiculous rumors that a wolf had gnawed your leg down to the bone? I was starting to think perhaps you'd need a wheelchair. Chen Jianmin's expression darkened. "Lu Yuxiao, do you ever consider your words? Do you wish for my demise?" Hee. "I'm just relieved to see you well. Take a seat," Lu Yuxiao said, treating him as if he were family, pressing him back down onto the hospital bed before sitting opposite him. Only then did she inquire, "What is the situation? I heard you risked yourself to save 2 young girls. Which girl has you so devoted? Is she as lovely as me?" Chen Jianmin truly felt exhausted. Why was everyone so concerned about the reasons behind his heroism? He blinked, surveying her from head to toe, and stretched his neck to say, "You? Comrade Lu Yuxia, don't you ever look in the mirror? What is that supposed to mean?" Lu Yuxia asked, bewildered, her eyes wide with surprise. "Make a habit of checking your reflection, so you have a sense of your less than impressive appearance, and spare yourself from becoming a subject of ridicule," Chen Jianmin retorted. "I heard you encountered some trouble, so I hurried over to check on you, only to find you rebuffing me. Are you trying to make things difficult?" Lu Yuxia, resembling a cat whose tail has been stepped on, pounced towards Chen Jianmin, knocking the unprepared man onto the bed. She too found herself ensnared in his embrace, and it suddenly dawned on her that he had an injury on his leg, making her cautious about moving. "Release me at once. If I accidentally touch that injured leg of yours, you might hold me responsible, and I certainly cannot afford to support you." "No worries, I shall take care of you." Chen Jianmin chuckled mischievously, holding Lu Yuxia's delicate waist. He mused to himself that this girl had the temperament of a man, yet her body was as pliable as a strand of noodles. He had noticed this during their previous encounter at the coal mine, and the sensation of holding her was particularly delightful, prompting him to wish to embrace her a moment longer. Lu Yuxia struggled to push him away, her face inexplicably flushing as she averted her gaze and said, "Chen Jianmin, if you continue this way, I shall cease discussing serious matters with you." Chen Jianmin chuckled and finally released her, not out of a desire to hear serious business, but rather because footsteps echoed in the corridor. Should Li Yanli witness this scene, she might brandish her scalpel to intimidate him, which was unnecessary. Fortunately, it was a nurse who entered, and upon spotting the two feigning seriousness in the ward, she scolded, "Keep your voices down, so as not to disturb the other patients." Lu Yuxia nodded repeatedly, and once the nurse departed, she tossed a cigarette to Chen Jianmin and whispered, "You mentioned wanting to establish a timber processing factory. I took you seriously and have already found a location. Do you still wish to pursue it?" "Of course. How could I not?" Speaking of serious matters invigorated Chen Jianmin. Yet no sooner had he uttered those words than a chilling voice interrupted from the doorway. "What are you two planning?" Lu Yuxiao jumped as if scalded, her nerves heightened. Chen Jianmin was equally startled as the voice struck a familiar chord. His suspicion was confirmed when Lu Qingde, the village chief of Hongshan Township, entered with his hands clasped behind his back, his face resembling someone who had lost 8 million, bearing a grim expression. He was accompanied by a group of over 10 individuals. Lu Yuxiao, like a child caught in wrongdoing, momentarily lost her composure. However, she quickly regained her poise, adopting a similarly stern demeanor as Lu Qingde. "Dad, I am discussing serious matters with Station Chief Chen." Chen Jianmin glanced at her and promptly donned a professional smile. "Greetings, Village Chief Lu, esteemed leaders." While speaking, he gripped the edge of the bed, grimacing as if attempting to rise. Lu Qingde glared at his daughter before approaching Chen Jianmin, pressing a hand on his shoulder and quickly adopting a false smile. "Station Chief Chen, you needn't stand. It's sufficient for you to remain seated." With that, he turned to Lu Yuxia, gesturing towards the door with his chin. Lu Yuxia understood her father's implication. He had come to visit and commend the hero who saved lives in perilous circumstances, and she was indeed not suited to remain there. Rolling her eyes, she turned and exited. Lu Qingde turned around with a beaming smile, firmly grasping Chen Jianmin's hand, and subtly shifted closer to the bedside table, positioning himself so that most of his front faced the foot of the bed. Chen Jianmin paused momentarily, but soon comprehended the situation. To his astonishment, a young man was capturing the moment with a camera at the foot of the bed, and it was likely that tomorrow's newspaper in the county would announce, Comrade Lu Qingde, mayor of Hongshan Township, warmly visits the hero who saved lives. Regardless of whether a mere township mayor could make the headlines, Chen Jianmin found it peculiar that the township government acted so swiftly. Theoretically, even if they intended to publicize his actions, it would take several days of deliberation and require approval from the county. A rather cumbersome process that certainly would not lead to such a visit on the same day. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. He feigned an expression of profound gratitude, not only holding Mayor Lu's hands, but also slightly bowing, his face radiating excitement. A few tears would have made the performance perfect. Click. The sound of the camera echoed in the room. Lu Qingde maintained his warm smile, released Chen Jianmin's hand, and sat on the opposite hospital bed, causing it to creak under his weight. He turned to the group accompanying him and remarked, "Our health clinic's conditions need improvement." The group nodded in agreement, smiling. Lu then addressed Chen, saying, "Director Chen, we were all deeply moved upon hearing about your heroic deeds this morning." After a lengthy discourse filled with praise and encouragement, they left behind 2 cans of malt extract, 2 boxes of fruit snacks, and 50 yuan in cash, all while Chen Jianmin expressed his gratitude. After taking a few steps, Lu turned back for a moment, gazing intently at Chen, as if to say something, but ultimately refrained, instead nodding with a smile before departing. Chen Jianmin sighed in relief, secretly thankful that he had released Lu Yuxia in time. Otherwise, Lu Qingde might have confronted him about that moment. Nonetheless, Lu Qingde likely sensed something, as that lingering glance before leaving was not without meaning. The warning in his eyes was unmistakable. Who was he trying to intimidate? My relationship with Lu Yuxia is entirely innocent. Even if there are a few thoughts lingering in my mind, it hasn't escalated to the point of being inappropriate. Before long, another group arrived, this time led by the leaders of the forestry station, accompanied by Feng Haitao to pay their respects to the hero. More commotion ensued, filled with accolades and encouragement, along with friendly photographs. However, as they were from the same organization, Director Feng offered a very tangible reward. "Comrade Jianmin, after deliberation, the station has decided to grant you a personal reward of 500 yuan. Additionally, take a month off to recuperate here. Once you are able to move, you can return to the forestry station. During this time, I will personally oversee your responsibilities at the station." This was the most delightful news for Chen Jianmin, as what he needed most was time, specifically, the opportunity to remain reasonably in the commune. With a month of leave, he could accomplish many tasks. While he felt elated, he still humbly replied, "Director Feng, I truly appreciate your kindness, but I feel it is too much. I was thinking of returning tomorrow." "Oh, it's nothing, really. I'm not in any pain." In a brief exchange, with scarcely a word to spare, one half of the conversation feigned a display of leg pain. Feng Haitao moved, said, "Comrade Jianmin, there is no need for you to put on a brave face. Truly, the honor you have brought to our forest farm is immense. What I do to assist you is but a trifling matter. Trust me, let us proceed with this arrangement." Chen Jianmin expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Thus, a warm and friendly visit to the ailing came to a satisfying conclusion, and Director Feng departed in high spirits. Li Yanli appeared at the door with a lunchbox, a smirk gracing her lips as she asked, "Given your current state, are you even able to eat lunch?" "How could I not?" Chen Jianmin waved her over. "Having spent the entire morning chatting with them, my stomach is quite empty." "I thought you were merely enjoying yourself," she replied, placing the lunchbox on the bedside table, opening it, and pressing a spoon into his hand, helping him to sit against the bed. Yet, despite this care, he remained unsatisfied. His hand holding the spoon trembled, and he grasped his wrist with the other hand, exclaiming, "Wife, what is happening? If my leg pains are one thing, why is my hand shaking too?" "It's nothing. Nothing at all. You should be able to manage without it going up your nose," she retorted, her cheeks flushing. Gritting her teeth, she snatched the spoon from him and smacked his hand away. "Enough. I know you're injured. Let me feed you." "So dramatic." "I appreciate your trouble, dear wife." Chen Jianmin replied with a smug smile. "Do you see? As long as one has thick enough skin, benefits will naturally follow." "What are you laughing at? Open your mouth." Li Yanli snapped, angrily scooping a spoonful of rice and bringing it to Chen Jianmin's lips. Her ire stemmed from a mix of frustration at his shamelessness and her own incredulity at serving such a rascal. Having never cared for anyone before, she found herself serving this scoundrel, and his repeated calls of wife pushed her to the brink. Yes, it felt as though she was only doing this to silence his incessant prattling. Indeed, that was precisely the case. The meal left Chen Jianmin feeling invigorated, while Li Yanli, attending to him, seethed with frustration, wishing to suffocate him with a rice ball. By the afternoon, Chen Jianmin had sent Zhou Mingshan and the others away. Not that he couldn't walk or manage on his own, but even if he were completely incapacitated, he would still have plenty of lovely caretakers. In contrast, having to endure the sight of Zhou Mingshan, a wrinkled old man, was quite unappetizing. That evening, after much persuasion, Chen Jianmin managed to send Li Yanli home. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xiaohong and Han Yao arrived, and he coaxed them back as well. He truly didn't require anyone to keep him company, as he had anticipated. Around 8 o'clock that night, Lu Yuxia stealthily entered the ward, closing the door quietly behind her. Upon seeing Chen Jianmin still on an 4 drip, she anxiously inquired, "What the hell? Is it serious? Why are you on another drip?" Chapter 184. Discussing serious matters. Upon noticing Lu Yuxia's arrival, Chen Jianmin realized his assumptions were correct. This girl possessed a somewhat fiery temperament. She needed to accomplish her tasks swiftly, or else she would be restless throughout the night. During the day, she intended to discuss timber processing matters with him, but her father, Lu Qingde, interfered. Thus, it is highly probable that she will come tonight. However, before addressing the main issue, a minor predicament must be resolved. Chen Jianmin, with a pained expression, exclaimed, "Oh dear, finally a familiar face. Quickly assist me up. I must visit the restroom." "What? The restroom?" Lu Yuxiao exclaimed, her eyes widening. "Can't you go by yourself? It seems you could manage with that 4 stand." Chen Jianmin forced a smile. He could have managed, but earlier in the afternoon, he had foolishly attempted to take a stroll and nearly fell, injuring his left wrist, which now pained him with even the slightest movement. "Hurry up, I can barely hold it." While there was indeed some discomfort, it was not as severe as he claimed. A mere scratch on his palm was hardly a significant impediment. His pitiful demeanor was merely a tactic to soften Lu Yuxia's heart during their impending negotiations, as their previous discussion had only outlined a rough framework for collaboration without specifying financial contributions or responsibilities. He had initially felt some guilt over wanting to exploit Lu Yuxia's kindness during their last meeting at the forestry station, but that feeling had long since faded. Yet, one thing he had not forgotten was the way his cunning eyes roamed over Lu Yuxia, causing her to feel uneasy. "What are you staring at?" she retorted. "You have the audacity to ask me that? You still haven't returned the clothes I lent you." Lu Yuxia chuckled awkwardly. "I meant to bring them when I went out tonight, but I forgot in my haste. I apologize." "You truly are incapable of managing anything," Chen Jianmin lamented, feigning disappointment as he attempted to sit up. Lu Yuxia rushed to assist him. "Oh, it's just a trip to the restroom. Is that really a problem? Let me help you." Chen Jianmin, while maintaining a polite facade, insisted, No, it's not convenient for you as a woman. I can manage on my own. If necessary, I'll crawl rather than wet myself and become a laughingstock." Internally, he reveled in the situation, thinking, "Oh, Lu Yuxia, your lack of worldly experience makes you so easily deceived by a trickster." Lu Yuxia disregarded his protests and helped him up, even thoughtfully taking the 4 stand from him, positioning herself protectively on his left side to prevent any potential falls. In these times, it was inconceivable for a health clinic to have indoor restrooms. Those with limited mobility would typically be provided with a bedpan. Li Yanli had even prepared a new one for Chen Jianmin, but he had never used it. And now with Lu Yuxia present, he was even less inclined to do so. The restroom was located in the southwestern corner of the courtyard, a fair distance away. Upon reaching the entrance, Lu Yuxia called out a couple of times, and when no one responded, she confidently followed Chen Jianmin inside. Once he positioned himself appropriately, he hurriedly said, "You should leave quickly. Your presence makes it difficult for me to relieve myself." It was enough to have this young lady go to such lengths on his behalf. However, Lu Yuxia did not heed his response. Instead, she embraced him from behind, her small hands clumsily attempting to unfasten his belt. This startled Chen Jianmin, nearly causing him to lose control, as he exclaimed, "Stop. I can do it myself. You need to leave. There must be boundaries, after all." Yet Lu Yuxia had no intention of ceasing. What you say no longer matters. I have a habit of seeing things through to the end when I help someone, or else I can't sleep at night." As she spoke, she had already undone his belt and was beginning to pull down his trousers. Chen Jianmin was genuinely alarmed. With his left hand holding the 4 bag and a needle still in his right arm, he dared not struggle and could only plead, Please, little sister. I'm scared of you now. Let go. Haha. So you, Chen Jianmin, do have moments of fear? Lu Yuxia gleefully continued to tug downwards before finally withdrawing her hand. Dear lady, keep your voice down. After finishing, Lu Yuxia reappeared behind him, deftly pulling up his trousers and fastening his belt. What impeccable service. Upon returning to the ward, Chen Jianmin noticed that Lu Yuxia, seated on the opposite bed, appeared slightly flushed. He leaned in for a closer look and burst into laughter. Lu Yuxia, you too have such moments. Are you ever done? Lu Yuxia retorted, feeling a bit flustered. It seemed that while assisting him, she had inadvertently touched something she didn't mean to. The memory irked her further, and she was about to kick him. Chen Jianmin nimbly dodged and quickly shifted to the matter at hand. So, regarding what you mentioned earlier, what is the situation? As they delved into serious discourse, Lu Yuxia's racing heart gradually returned to a steady rhythm. She cautiously glanced towards the door and lowered her voice. Your logging company owes the township government a sum of money, and they've taken a set of premises as payment. That set was initially intended for timber processing, with 5 large workshops and 3 regular houses, not to mention 2 electric saws. I was thinking of borrowing that place from the township government. Doesn't that work out perfectly? Her voice was too soft for Chen Jianmin to comprehend, and he gazed at her with wide, bewildered eyes. Didn't he catch that? Lu Yuxia furrowed her brow and moved closer, whispering the previous information directly into his ear. Chen Jianmin immediately perked up, exclaiming, Wow, that's incredible. It's as if a pillow was delivered just as I was falling asleep. However, he hesitated. But borrowing might not be the best idea. Lu Yuxia, usually carefree, quickly grasped the implications. You're right. Borrowing could lead to gossip, making it seem like I'm exploiting my father's connections for personal gain. But purchasing it would likely cost a significant amount, wouldn't it? Chen Jianmin nodded. The buildings and the premises, along with the electric saws, would indeed be quite costly, especially since electric saws, if not sourced properly, can be imported and thus expensive. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, how about we first rent and then buy? We should aim to establish the processing plant with minimal investment, as the furniture market is currently quite lucrative. I think that's a good plan. I'll discuss it with my father, Lu Yuxia began, but was abruptly interrupted by Chen Jianmin, who gestured for her to stop. No, discussing it with your father will not work. Please come back tomorrow, and I shall introduce you to a prodigious sales talent, who will approach the local government on your behalf. Once that is settled, discreetly inform the person in charge, stating that it is your dearest friend seeking to rent the property. Lu Yuxia chuckled, her delicate eyes nearly squinting shut with amusement, remarking on your cunning nature, and agreed to proceed as suggested. However, the courtyard is under the jurisdiction of our land office. I merely need to inform our director. She certainly comprehended the rationale behind Chen Jianmin's arrangement. As long as she remains uninvolved, others would find it difficult to voice any objections. Regarding her father, she would reveal the situation once things were finalized. After all, he would have no choice but to acquiesce. This fellow, how does he manage to think? Regardless, the more one gazes upon him, the more pleasing he becomes. Just as a flicker of fondness began to kindle, she felt a large hand surreptitiously encircle her waist from behind. Is this the appropriate moment for such intimacy? Chapter 185. Seriousness and levity. As Lu Yuxia pondered whether to extricate herself from that embrace, Chen Jianmin spoke with remarkable ease. Let us agree on the matter of the courtyard for now. The next pressing issue is to find a carpenter, which may pose some difficulties since carpenters can earn a considerable income independently. Why would they choose to work under us? This concern was indeed quite practical. Lu Yuxia had not deeply contemplated it before, but upon hearing Chen Jianmin's analysis, she furrowed her brow, engrossed in thought, momentarily forgetting the arm wrapped around her waist. Chen Jianmin, feeling a sense of triumph, fixated on Lu Yuxia's profile. She was undeniably beautiful in her tranquil state, epitomizing the grace of a Jiangnan woman, delicate and soft, though it remained uncertain how easily she could be swayed. With his thoughts only partially on the matter at hand, he tightened his hold around her waist, eager for her to draw closer before making his move. His hand began to wander upwards, but just as it brushed against the edge, a sharp sound echoed as Lu Yuxia's palm struck his hand, turning to bite her lip and glare at him. Feigning ignorance, Chen Jianmin maintained a serious demeanor. Here is my proposal. We should implement a dual income mechanism for the carpenters, providing a basic salary along with a commission for each item sold. This approach should attract some interest, don't you think? This time, Lu Yuxia was not so easily dismissed. Are you perpetually consumed by such trivial matters? Look at yourself. Do you truly possess that level of interest? Indeed, Chen Jianmin unabashedly declared, especially in your presence. Tell me, Do you feel nothing at all? Lu Yuxia shoved him with all her might, yet to no avail. Rolling her eyes in frustration, she retorted, Chen Jianmin, if you can successfully establish the lumber processing factory and make me a wealthy individual, I would consider being your concubine. Otherwise, do not even think about touching me. Chen Jianmin was taken aback. Are you sincere in your words? Then why not simply become my legitimate wife? After speaking, he instantly regretted it. Wasn't that akin to handing someone a knife? Indeed, Lu Yuxia did not hesitate to strike at the vital point. TCH. Don't think I'm unaware of your circumstances. Your partner is reputed to be the most beautiful woman in Hanshan. Would you truly be willing to part with her? Let us discuss serious matters. Chen Jianmin interjected. You are aware of the two individuals at the Jianmin clothing store, correct? They are adept businesspersons. My plan is to assign Han Yao to you, allowing her to primarily oversee sales and assist with matters you find inconvenient to handle. Additionally, there are two young ladies who need your guidance. Stop. Lu Yuxia interrupted Chen Jianmin. Before we proceed, shouldn't we clarify the specifics of how the finances will be handled? While her words were blunt, they held truth. As the saying goes, even among relatives, one must be diligent in settling accounts. It is wise to resolve matters of profit before pursuing any intimate relations. A crafty smile reappeared on Chen Jianmin's face. I recall you previously agreed that we would split the expenses evenly, with a 30-70 profit share. Your share being 30 and mine 70, correct? Lu Yuxia seized his hand resting on her waist, prying it away finger by finger, her face cold as she stood up. Chen Jianmin, if you wish to discuss serious matters, then speak plainly. If not, I shall take my leave. Realizing the gravity of her displeasure, Chen Jianmin quickly grasped her small hand. Yuxia, I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. Conversations between people need not always be so serious, right? Have a seat, please. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuxia glanced at the nearly empty bag, swiftly grasping Chen Jianmin's right hand, from which the needle protruded, and with a decisive motion, she yanked it out while firmly pressing down on the cotton ball over the puncture site. Does it hurt? If it does, speak up, and I shall apply more pressure. Chen Jianmin grimaced, forcing a pained smile. It doesn't hurt at all. Doesn't hurt? That suggests I didn't apply enough pressure. Stop. It hurts. My dear sister, I was wrong. How shall we divide it? Speak the truth. Let us split the costs and the profits evenly. Now that is more like it. Under the pressure of this vigorous negotiation, both parties reached an agreement, each feeling victorious. Lu Yuxia threw her head back in laughter. Comrade Chen, I see you are but a paper tiger, rather indecisive. If this were to fall into the hands of our adversaries, they wouldn't even need to apply torture. You would voluntarily confess. In contrast to her boldness, Chen Jianmin wore a pained smile. A 50-50 split had always been his aim. Speaking directly could have provoked the fierce beauty into a confrontation, but now, he had achieved his goal while also delighting her. Though my hand does indeed ache, it matters little now that the needle has been removed. Such minor sacrifices can be quickly compensated. Before Lu Yuxia could finish her laughter, Chen Jianmin suddenly pulled her into his arms, tightening his embrace around her waist and kissing her before she could react. Her body felt soft, her lips even softer and fragrant. Lu Yuxia was momentarily stunned, her mind blank. The last encounter outside the coal mine's gate saw Chen Jianmin inadvertently kiss her, an experience that elicited little more than indifference. However, this time was markedly different. A surge of electricity, indeed, an electric current, rushed from her lips straight to her mind, leaving her utterly bewildered. That current coursed through her entire being, rendering her devoid of strength. She attempted to push this rascal away, yet found herself unable to lift her arms. The remarkably skilled Chen Jianmin, in a mere 10 seconds, had rendered the fierce beauty incapable of maintaining her composure, her entire form collapsing onto him. Even he was slightly dazed. Surely a kiss could not incite such a reaction? Was it possible that a woman known for her fierce words had never engaged with another man in such a manner? The truth bore out his assumption. Lu Yuxia exhibited an unmistakable clumsiness in this regard, initially remaining entirely passive, but eventually responding, albeit lacking in both technique and even the most rudimentary approach. A few minutes later, Lu Yuxia fled in distress. The following morning, she arrived with a scowl, casting a glare at Chen Jianmin before greeting Han Yao, who had been waiting for her. Little Han, I've even bought clothes from your store before. I remember you, Sister Xia, Han Yao replied warmly, taking Lu Yuxia's hand and leading her to an empty bed across from Chen Jianmin. Those pants were purchased from us, right? TSK. Only you could wear them with such grace. No one else could pull it off. Those long legs, that figure. Truly, you are a clothes hanger. Sister, how do you stay in such shape? A few exchanged words soon had Lu Yuxia beaming with delight. Sister, how old are you? In a couple of years. You might even surpass me in height. Well then, I shall consider you my goal. By the way, sister, take me along for your morning runs. I need you as my inspiration. All right, it's settled then. The two chatted animatedly, rendering Chen Jianmin an invisible presence. The so-called invisible man's eyes darted between them, seemingly concocting some mischievous scheme, yet his mind was occupied with serious matters. Chapter 186. A bit of a shame days danced by amid joy and troubles. The 4 small wounds on Chen Jianmin's legs, treated promptly and cared for diligently, with Dr. Li from the clinic personally overseeing his medication and monitoring his diet, had healed sufficiently within a week, allowing him to move with relative freedom. With just a couple more days of observation, he would be ready for discharge. During this time, he instructed Tong Yulan, who brought him clothes, to inform Zhou Mingshan to send his 2 daughters to the commune. The next day, Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui arrived, bubbling with excitement. After a patient discussion, he entrusted the girls to Lu Yuxia, leaving her to manage their accommodation and meals. He had no intention of intervening. The timber processing factory project was progressing smoothly. Following Chen Jianmin's strategy, Han Yao took the lead in negotiations with the local management, while Lu Yuxia worked diligently behind the scenes. After just 2 rounds of discussions, she secured the property for an annual rent of 500 yuan, a remarkably reasonable price. The rental agreement encompasses not only a spacious yard of 5.5 acres, but also 5 substantial workshops, 3 offices, and 2 imported chainsaws. Significantly, the yard is enclosed by brick walls, and the structures are relatively new, having been constructed less than 2 years ago. The equipment, untouched and fully powered by 3-phase electricity, is ready for immediate production, provided there are willing hands to operate it. As for the task of finding a carpenter, Lu Yuxia has taken it upon herself, although she has not yet updated Chen Jianmin on her progress. However, she has been absent for the past 2 to 3 days, indicating her busyness. Chen Jianmin felt it inappropriate to allow her to manage the factory preparations alone, so on the 8th day of his hospitalization, he stealthily left the clinic. His first order of business was to seek out Lu Xiaohong. Why her? Because over the past week, not only had Lu Xiaomei visited him only once, but Lu Xiaohong had also not come by. When he inquired with Han Yao and Li Yanli, they too were unaware of the situation. This was decidedly peculiar. After all, even if it were merely for appearances, Lu Xiaomei, as his publicly acknowledged fiancée, should have at least made a daily visit to the clinic during his recovery. In the small storeroom and lounge of Jianmin's clothing store, Chen Jianmin attempted to sit down with Lu Xiaohong, but she brushed his hand away. With a sigh, he asked, Xiaohong, on the 2nd day after my injury, your sister told you to come home early. What was that about? He had already surmised part of the truth, suspecting it was related to him. After a prolonged hesitation, Lu Xiaohong finally replied, Brother-in-law, please don't ask. Xiaohong, come sit beside me, Chen Jianmin invited, patting the bed. He probed gently, since your sister has her suspicions and may even know something, avoiding it is futile. Let's devise a solution together. Lu Xiaohong's expression turned uneasy. Brother-in-law, I'm quite busy, she stammered. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Jianmin grasped her wrist and pulled her closer. After a moment's thought, he refrained from embracing her. All right, I want to press further. What is your sister occupied with? I haven't seen her in several days. My sister reported to the county yesterday, Lu Xiaohong said hesitantly. What? She went to the county to report? Chen Jianmin's mouth fell agape. Such a significant matter. And she didn't discuss it with me? This is outrageous. Lu Xiaohong, with a pained expression, urged him, Brother-in-law, please don't blame my sister. She has been feeling rather low lately and is quite busy. Wait a few days until she returns, and you can talk it over. There's no knot that can't be untied. Sighing, Chen Jianmin exited the small room, wandering through the clothing store, feeling despondent as he stepped outside. Noticing that Lu Xiaohong hadn't followed, a sly smile crept across his face. Based on Lu Xiaomei's recent reactions, it seemed unlikely that their relationship had soured. Rather, she had likely discovered a hint of his entanglement with Lu Xiaohong, leading to her ire and intentional neglect. There was no rush to seek her out. Her willingness to accept a transfer to the county indicated a strategic retreat in response to Li Jigang's suspicions, a display of commendable fortitude. Indeed, she was the rightful consort he had chosen. As for my sister-in-law, Chen Jianmin truly found it difficult to take action, although the two had already reached that point. She was, after all, his beloved sister-in-law. As long as she did not take the initiative, this matter could only end here. It was somewhat regrettable. While reminiscing about the scene at the Ziliohai West Hotel, he followed the address provided by Lu Yuxia and arrived at the timber processing factory. Lu Yuxia was indeed quite capable. Within just a few days of renting this courtyard, three individuals were already busy cleaning the ground and tidying up the place. Upon entering the office located in the northwest corner, he was taken aback by an unexpected sight. The sisters Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui were also engaged in cleaning. What on earth was happening? How could these two sisters, who had been raised like young ladies at home, possibly be doing such work? Noticing his astonished expression, one of the sisters peered at him with her neck outstretched, flashing a radiant smile and greeting him. "Brother Jianmin, what brings you here?" Chen Jianmin pointed at himself, stammering. I can't come." Then he added, "By the way, which one are you?" The two sisters not only resembled each other strikingly, but also always wore identical outfits, making it difficult for him to distinguish between them. "I am Zhou Shui. Of course, you can come. We were quite surprised, though. By the way, Brother Jianmin, Sister Xia said this room is prepared for you, so when you come to the commune, you'll have a place you can call your own." Chen Jianmin was delighted. Lu Yuxia, though appearing rather rough, had a keen mind. Especially the part about having a place he could call his own truly resonated with him. While he could certainly stay at his father-in-law's home, it always felt as though his identity as a son-in-law placed him at a disadvantage, did it not? "This is wonderful. Make sure to tidy it up nicely for me," he remarked as he carefully surveyed the room. Upon entering through a separate door, he found a small compartment with a stove, and further in was the living space. On the 2-square-meter small Kong, Zhou Ying was kneeling and arranging 2 sets of new bedding. Upon noticing Chen Jianmin observing her, she inexplicably blushed. Chen Jianmin casually inquired, "How do you two manage your living and eating arrangements?" Zhou Ying pointed towards the adjacent room. "We live in that room. We have our meals at the commune cafeteria." Chen Jianmin, with his hands behind his back, proceeded to the neighboring room. The door was unlocked, and upon entering, he found the space quite warm, the stove still lit. Overall, it was similar to his room, featuring a small Kong, a long table, and 2 wooden chairs, nothing else. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Yuxia, who had returned unbeknownst to him, blocked his way at the door, delivering a playful punch to his chest. "Hey, what are you doing in the young lady's sleeping quarters?" "Just exploring," he replied. "But with just these 3 habitable rooms, if you keep this up, the workers won't even have a break room. They can't possibly change clothes in the workshop, can they?" "I knew you'd ask about this. Don't worry. I have everything under control," Lu Yuxia said, pulling Chen Jianmin out of the room. She pointed to the vacant space between the office and the workshop. "We'll build 2 more rooms here. Additionally, I've already found 2 carpenters and purchased most of the necessary tools. When will your funds be available?" Moreover, the matter of timber was extensively discussed, highlighting pressing issues that needed immediate resolution. Chen Jianmin carefully noted everything in his mind, and after a brief consultation with her, they decided to divide their responsibilities. Chen Jianmin would focus on sourcing timber, while Lu Yuxia would prepare for the factory's grand opening. As they conversed, Chen Jianmin caught a glimpse of an unexpected individual entering the yard. Chapter 187. The unexpected Chen Jianmin's peripheral vision fell upon the hurried approach of Ma Daxiao. While his ears registered Lu Yuxia's crisp voice, "Jianmin, let us strive to ensure the opening by mid-April. Are you even listening to me? Wait a moment. I must attend to an esteemed guest. Do not follow me, as I fear you might suffer a grave injury." Upon finishing his words, Chen Jianmin approached Ma Daxiao, threw an arm around his shoulders, and unceremoniously ushered him into a separate office prepared exclusively for Lu Yuxia and Han Yao, closing the door behind them. With his left hand gripping Ma Daxiao's collar, he unleashed a flurry of punches to his abdomen. As Ma Daxiao struggled and cried out, Chen Jianmin delivered 3 decisive blows, followed by a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. With hands on his hips, he proclaimed, "I had regarded you as a person, yet you fail to uphold your humanity. If I do not incapacitate you today, I shall no longer bear the surname Chen. Have you lost your mind, Chen Jianmin?" Ma Daxiao retorted, having taken 3 punches and a kick, his head striking the wall. Anger flared within him. "Am I mad? I am merely avenging Zhou Lihong on your behalf. Have you drunk so heavily that you've forgotten your own name?" When Zhou Lihong was at her wit's end, you merely uttered an apology and abandoned her. Yet you continued to dwell on her, even attempting to force yourself upon her at the forestry station. Have you no shame? Ma Daxiao's face flushed crimson, rendering him momentarily speechless as he lowered his head and gasped for breath. Chen Jianmin was about to charge at him again when Lu Yuxiao rushed in from behind, tightly embracing his waist. "Jianmin, what are you doing? Let go of me. I have private matters to discuss with him." Chen Jianmin struggled to shake off Lu Yuxia, but her grip only tightened as she attempted to pull him outside. Ma Daxiao, nursing his injured abdomen with one hand and patting his backside with the other, rose to his feet and addressed Lu Yuxia. "Sister, please release him." Turning back to Chen Jianmin, he continued, "Jianmin, setting aside other matters, I sought you out to inform you that your father-in-law has collapsed. He has just regained consciousness and is currently at the health clinic. Before Ma Daxiao could finish his sentence, Chen Jianmin turned and dashed outside. Spotting the cleaning crew in the yard, he feared for the pristine state of the gleaming Jialing 50 motorcycle parked at the entrance. Fortunately, he found the key still inserted in the ignition and swiftly mounted the bike, racing towards the health clinic. Upon arrival, he ran inside, where he encountered Li Yanli. As he rushed in, he asked, "How is Uncle Lu? What seems to be the problem?" Li Yanli caught hold of him, saying, "Stop running. There's nothing serious. It's merely a case of hypertension due to stress. Thankfully, there's no risk of a cerebral hemorrhage. He is stable now." As they entered the hospital room, they found Lu Guoqing sitting against the headboard, his face slightly pale and his demeanor lacking vitality. Upon seeing Chen Jianmin, he forced a smile. "Jianmin, I'm all right. Do not fret." Beside him, Lu Xiaohong added, "It's just a blood pressure issue. Everything else is fine." After exchanging a few words, Chen Jianmin pulled Li Yanli outside and quietly inquired about the situation. "Rest assured, I've discussed it with the other two doctors, and there truly isn't much to worry about." Chen Jianmin exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Should we go to the county hospital for a comprehensive examination?" "Well, for now, it seems unnecessary," Li Yanli replied, glancing into the ward and then turning back. After a brief pause, she lowered her voice to a whisper. "It's mainly due to the situation with Xiaomei and you. Clearly, she won't be able to marry during the May Day holiday, which has made her anxious. You should have a good talk with her, right now. You're the only one she will listen to." "Talk? About what?" Chen Jianmin asked as he entered and sent Lu Xiaohong away. While Li Yanli turned to close the ward door. The township clinic had the advantage of being sparsely populated with patients, so if one desired privacy, it was generally attainable. Moreover, with Li Yanli's connections, this room was exclusively occupied by Lu Guoqing. Chen Jianmin sat beside him, playfully patting his leg and saying, "Uncle, you're worrying unnecessarily. We both understand that our wedding cannot happen right now because we are quite busy, especially Xiaomei. She has a rare opportunity to advance, and she certainly cannot let it slip away, wouldn't you agree?" Lu Guoqing sighed heavily. "You needn't flatter her. The situation between you two has reached this point because of her." Just as Chen Jianmin was about to interject, Lu Guoqing raised his hand to silence him. "Listen to me, given her circumstances. Well, overall, it has been unfair to you, my boy." He spoke, giving Chen Jianmin's shoulder a firm pat. Chen Jianmin yearned to express that he felt no such unfairness, and even a pang of guilt flickered in his heart, though it quickly dissipated. He stated resolutely, "Uncle, I assure you, we will definitely be married by the 11th at the latest." This proclamation lit up Lu Guoqing's eyes instantly. Can it be sooner? He genuinely feared that the bond between Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaomei might dissolve. Uncle, I will do my best to expedite it. It must be sooner. Originally, we planned for a May Day wedding, and now you're pushing it to the 11th. That is not acceptable. Also, Jianmin, my daughter may have been spoiled by me since childhood. She can be quite headstrong, so please be more accommodating. If she misbehaves in any way, let me know, and I will correct her. Rest assured, there is nothing serious between us. It was merely a couple of harsh words that upset her. I think I'll head to the county soon to apologize. It's nothing. As long as I humble myself, she will surely forgive me." Chen Jianmin employed his persuasive skills, talking for quite some time. Remarkably, his words had a profound effect. Lu Guoqing's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and by the end, a semblance of a smile appeared on his face. "Jianmin, about that. I won't stay in the hospital any longer. I'm leaving right away. This dreadful place turns even the healthy into the ill." "Uncle, I cannot decide that. I need to consult the doctor," Chen Jianmin replied, stepping out of the ward. Just then, Li Yanli and Lu Xiaohong were still outside, so he asked, "Xiaoli, is it all right for Uncle Lu to go home now?" "What?" Returning home was not an option. Instead, Lu Xiaohong decided to observe the situation a while longer. In a state of urgency, she turned and entered the hospital room to persuade her father. Li Yanli chuckled, suggesting that observing for a day would be prudent, allowing them to assess the situation better. Chen Jianmin nodded in agreement, stating they should let him stay overnight and reassess in the morning. He inquired whether Xiaomei had been informed. Li Yanli shook her head, expressing her frustration, noting that the issue wasn't significant enough to warrant informing Xiaomei. "Very well, will you be on duty tonight then?" Chen Jianmin was primarily confident in Li Yanli's ability to make sound decisions in unusual circumstances. However, as a professional doctor, Li Yanli did not perceive Lu Guoqing's condition as alarming. Rather, she pondered a deeper implication. What was his true intention? Chen Jianmin was momentarily taken aback, realizing that in such a situation, he was contemplating other matters. Nevertheless, upon reflection, Li Yanli's demeanor indicated that his father-in-law was indeed fine, which brought him a sense of relief. Feeling a mischievous streak, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then leaned closer to Li Yanli and whispered, "I wish to escape. You insufferable fool. You seem to think of nothing else but trivial matters. Oh, as if you don't think of anything. Who was the one calling out for little brother that afternoon? Oh, don't twist my ear, or I'll surely end up like a bald donkey." Chapter 188. A good suggestion. Jests aside, Chen Jianmin refrained from disturbing Li Yanli during her night shift, opting to stay with Lu Xiaohong and keep company with Lu Guqing throughout the night. They were somewhat anxious, while Lu Guqing remained nonchalant. However, he did not sleep well, as thoughts of his daughter and Chen Jianmin lingered in his mind. The more he contemplated, the more he feared that his son-in-law might not be a lasting presence. It was indeed difficult to find someone both capable and compatible with his daughter's temperament. Given his daughter's situation, it was already commendable that Chen Jianmin did not disdain her. Yet, he had inadvertently stirred conflict. What to do about that? The following morning, Li Yanli, accompanied by 2 doctors, conducted a thorough examination and confirmed that everything was satisfactory. Only then did Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaohong agree to Lu Guqing's discharge. Once home, Chen Jianmin busied himself, lighting the stove, helping his father-in-law change into comfortable clothes, and ensuring he was settled. Noticing Lu Guqing's lackluster spirit, he offered reassurance once more. "Uncle, once I finish my work at the lumber factory in a couple of days, I will have a good chat with Xiaomei in the county. You can rest assured there will be no issues." "Jianmin, you are a good man," Lu Guqing responded, albeit with a hint of melancholy. "Perhaps my Xiaomei simply lacks such fortune. If you say that, it leaves me feeling uncertain. Trust in my words. Do not concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle it adeptly." They conversed on this topic for quite some time, perhaps due to their engrossment. Lu Guqing suddenly blurted out, "Jianmin, what do you think of Xiaohong?" Immediately, he waved his hands dismissively. "Ah, I was merely inquiring. Let us not dwell on her." Sighing, he continued, "I have pondered this for most of the night and come to realize that everyone has their own fate. Do not force anything." "Very well. You attend to your matters. I shall rest for a while." Chen Jianmin found himself somewhat bewildered. Was Lu Guqing's inquiry about Xiaohong a test of his intentions, or did it hold a different significance altogether? The question plagued him incessantly, igniting a curiosity to fathom the thoughts of that elderly gentleman. However, Lu Guqing was utterly fatigued. After lying down, he quickly succumbed to slumber, his snores reverberating through the room. Chen Jianmin sighed, turning to enter Lu Xiaohong's small chamber. Other matters could be set aside for the time being, as it was imperative to deliver his portion of the investment to Lu Yuxia at the lumber processing factory. The earnings from his partnership with Lu Xiaohong and Han Yao had been entrusted to her, and he presumed it would suffice for his investment. Having spent the entire day at the health clinic and another night there without even washing her face, Lu Xiaohong felt an overwhelming discomfort. Cleanliness was paramount to her. Upon returning home and finding Chen Jianmin with her father, she decided to heat water in her small room for a quick wash. Just as she finished, clad in her nightgown, she poured herself a glass of water and prepared to rest before heading to the clothing store. Unexpectedly, just as she settled under the covers, Chen Jianmin walked in. He looked at Lu Xiaohong in astonishment. "Are you really planning to sleep all day? Why shouldn't I sleep during the day? I barely closed my eyes last night, and I am utterly exhausted. Do you have something to discuss, brother-in-law?" Chen Jianmin scrutinized her for a moment, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "I presume you are not wearing anything beneath that gown." Despite the thick cotton fabric, it undeniably revealed more than intended. Lu Xiaohong's face flushed crimson, yet she did not shy away. "If you have matters to discuss, let us address them. If not, you should rest as well." Indeed, there was no need for pretense between them. Chen Jianmin suddenly recalled the half-formed question posed by his father-in-law earlier, and his curiosity intensified. He sat beside Lu Xiaohong, casually draping an arm over her shoulder. "Xiaohong, I need 2,000 yuan. When his hand rested on her shoulder, she involuntarily shivered, the warmth and a peculiar sensation emanating from his touch palpable even through the fabric of her nightgown. This sensation reminded her of past events in Shiliu, and she quickly shook her head, attempting to dispel those thoughts and redirect her focus to the matter of money, albeit with a hint of wariness. "Brother-in-law, what do you need such a substantial sum for?" Since the new year, gambling had escalated wildly in the Hongshan commune, with games like Pai Gao proliferating. The stakes had risen dramatically, with some games reaching exorbitant amounts. A single unfortunate round could result in losing a year's income. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Chen Jianmin chuckled, playfully pinching her slightly rounded cheek, the softness of her skin pleasant to the touch. "Investment is required at the lumber processing factory. We cannot rely solely on Lu Yuxia to finance and manage everything. He elaborated on the preparations for establishing the factory in detail. Lu Xiaohong blinked in surprise. That lunatic truly agreed to partner with you? She had been quite busy lately and had scarcely met with Han Yao, remaining oblivious to the situation at the lumber factory. Chen Jianmin's hand gradually slipped from her shoulder to her waist, tightening his embrace gently. Xiaohong, you should refrain from calling her a lunatic. She is a decent person, albeit with a rather masculine demeanor. What do you think? Can we manage to gather 2,000 yuan? Chen Jianmin had never inquired about how much Lu Xiaohong earned from her clothing dealings. He found her to be quite dependable and, having earned a considerable sum himself in Zhujiakan, felt no need to delve further into her finances. Is 2,000 sufficient? As Lu Xiaohong posed this question, she felt an increasing warmth envelop her, and fearing a loss of control, she stood up and distanced herself from Chen Jianmin. Chen Jianmin chastised himself for his lack of resolve. Only days prior, he had resolved to refrain from pursuing her unless she initiated. Yet, after hearing his father-in-law's words, his resolve seemed to waver. It was not just his hands that betrayed him, his body was equally honest. Rising, he embraced Lu Xiaohong from behind, turning to press her against the edge of the Kong, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he nuzzled closer, inhaling the fragrance of her freshly washed hair. Thankfully, he had not forgotten the matter at hand. For the time being, 2,000 yuan should suffice. By the way, what brand of soap do you use? It smells delightful. As he spoke, his hands delved beneath the covers, swiftly locating their target. Lu Xiaohong, however, had covered her face with her hands, engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Yet, she could not deny one undeniable truth. At that moment, she felt no desire to resist, even harboring a faint hope for something to transpire. This was unacceptable. However, perhaps if she engaged him in serious conversation, it might divert his attention. With this thought in mind, she slightly turned her head to address him. Brother-in-law, you currently own a clothing store, and I am contemplating purchasing the 2 adjacent storefronts to expand the business. Additionally, the timber processing venture likely requires a storefront as well. As she spoke, her breath grew labored, her words becoming somewhat disjointed. What I mean is, perhaps you could consolidate these 2 businesses and establish a company. Chen Jianmin paused, genuinely taken aback. It was clear that his sister-in-law possessed some acumen. Lu Xiaohong bit her lip and continued, we can call it whatever you like. I heard that someone started a company in Dalian last year. She had learned of this during a trip to Shiliu for supplies, finding it intriguing enough to remember. Chen Jianmin shook his head internally. Starting a company was still too premature, especially in the somewhat remote Hongshan County, which had yet to reach such levels of openness. He had no intention of being the first to take that leap. However, if they operated under the guise of a company without formally establishing one, it didn't seem entirely implausible. What a splendid idea. This was indeed a matter worth contemplating. While Chen Jianmin pondered serious matters, his hands withdrew, seemingly allowing Lu Xiaohong some respite. Yet, what was he doing reaching for his belt? Chapter 189. Commencing serious business. Lu Xiaohong shared a similar aesthetic sensibility with her sister, Lu Xiaomei. Her modest dwelling was awash in shades of pink, even her quilt mirroring the hue. Clad in a pink nightgown and reclining atop her pink bedding, she presented an irresistibly captivating sight. This set of pajamas has only recently become fashionable this year, and there are none for sale in the entire Hongshan area. She specifically purchased 2 sets from Shiliu, gifting one to Han Yao. They both plan to try them on, and if they find them comfortable, they will order a batch during the next restock. However, they are somewhat thin, making her feel chilly in the unpredictable weather where the indoor temperature is not particularly high. Fortunately, a large stove was quickly brought in, prompting her to softly sigh in contentment. Behind her, a slightly hoarse voice spoke, Xiaohong, I believe we should keep certain matters unspoken. What do you think? Lu Xiaomei, lying on the quilt, replied in a muffled tone. Yet, she was far from troubled in her heart. She understood things quite clearly. Having interacted with several male companions, and even dated 2 for a while, none had left as profound an imprint on her heart as Chen Jianmin had. In truth, the notion of remaining unmarried for life did not seem entirely unfeasible. But what did it mean for someone to linger like a chrysalis? Chen Jianmin nearly laughed aloud, clarifying, I was referring to consolidating the 2 ventures. Where did your thoughts wander? I won't converse with you any longer. Lu Xiaohong playfully retorted, falling silent thereafter. Yet, she had already fully liberated herself in her heart. Many things unfold in such a manner. Once the first instance occurs, a second and countless more will follow, beyond her control. Fortunately, this was Chen Jianmin, the man she cherished, for whom she was willing to devote everything. Thus, in the time that followed, she completely opened herself up, both physically and spiritually. In the afternoon, Chen Jianmin returned to the timber processing factory with the 2,000 yuan that Lu Xiaohong had withdrawn from the savings office, handing it directly to Lu Yuxia. He then inquired, "I wonder, does your frequent absence from work have any repercussions?" "What repercussions could there be?" Lu Yuxia, after counting the money, replied without looking up. "Those meager salaries pale in comparison to what you all make at the Forestry Bureau. Besides, they've delayed our pay for several months. Not just me. Even Director Han in our office is contemplating switching to the clothing business. It doesn't affect my work, as I usually spend the mornings at the office and handle matters here in the afternoons. By the way, if we are to open in the middle of the month, have you clarified the situation with the raw materials?" Encountering someone so driven in their endeavors like Lu Yuxia, Chen Jianmin felt a mix of exasperation and satisfaction. In life, one must commit wholeheartedly to achieve success, embodying a relentless spirit. Lu Yuxia possessed just that essence. Before deciding to engage in timber processing, she had considered everything thoroughly and cautiously, but once the decision was made, she dedicated herself tirelessly to the task. Chen Jianmin felt a sense of pride in having identified yet another individual capable of achieving greatness. Nevertheless, the issue of raw materials was indeed urgent, prompting him to say, "I'll go take a chance right now." With that, he exited the factory, purchased a ginseng cigarette wrapped in newspaper, and tucked it under his arm as he made his way to the Forestry Bureau. If memory serves him correctly, the last time he assisted his sister-in-law in resolving the issue of work uniforms for the department, he had observed a substantial pile of timber stacked in the back courtyard from Feng Haitao's office. To his knowledge, most of this timber had been stored for the past 2 to 3 years, primarily collected from the crackdown on illegal logging that commenced in 1983. He was contemplating making use of this timber, though he was uncertain about the feasibility of such a plan. However, there were no readily available sources for timber at the moment. Upon seeing him, Feng Haitao reproached him, saying, "Jianmin, why have you sneaked out of the hospital?" Chen Jianmin chuckled and placed the cigarette he held atop a cabinet that towered above him before taking a seat, unabashedly declaring, "Leader, I simply cannot lie in bed any longer. I've been at a loss these past few days. Stuck in that hospital room, it's stifling, and I feel as though I might sprout feathers. I thought I'd come out for some fresh air, and strangely enough, I ended up here." Feng Haitao burst into laughter, playfully pointing at Chen Jianmin. "Stop with the trivialities. You must have a reason for seeking me out. Don't beat around the bush. Just say it directly. As long as it's not a matter of reaching for the moon or catching the Dragon King, I can certainly assist with it." His willingness to help was not merely due to the cigarette, but rather the rapport established through their previous collaborations. Furthermore, Chen Jianmin's recent heroic act of saving someone from danger had been reported to the county government by the Hongshan Township, significantly boosting the forestry department's reputation. Consequently, the head of the county forestry bureau, Ma Jiangwo, had publicly commended the Hongshan forest farm at a recent meeting. The more Feng Haitao observed this young man, the more he found him agreeable. With a grin, Chen Jianmin offered a cigarette to Feng Haitao and inquired, "Leader, I would like to ask about the timber in your backyard. What are we planning to do with it?" Feng Haitao was momentarily taken aback by the question and walked to the window to gaze outside. The County Forestry Bureau had not provided any explicit directives regarding the disposal of the timber. Since assuming office, Feng Haitao had been contemplating selling it, as any amount could alleviate some of the financial constraints. However, despite his inquiries, he found that no one could afford to purchase such a considerable quantity of premium timber. There was indeed a wood processing factory in the county interested in buying, but it was barely functioning and incapable of providing cash, only able to offer credit. Even if the payment could eventually be collected, it would likely take years. For the cash-strapped Hongshan Forest Farm, such a transaction was impractical. While there were many individuals interested in smaller purchases, selling this confiscated timber to too many people could easily lead to unnecessary complications. Feng Haitao turned to Chen Jianmin, narrowing his eyes. "Do you have a clever solution in mind to help the farm with this predicament?" Chen Jianmin retracted his smile and said, "Leader, here is the situation. A friend of mine is looking to establish a timber processing factory. He has nearly completed the preparatory work, but he still lacks the necessary raw materials. Therefore, he has entrusted me to inquire whether these timbers can be sold to his factory, which would also be quite beneficial for our forest farm." Feng Haitao squinted, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Chen Jianmin. The Hongshan commune is not particularly large, while the population is considerable. Those in the know are aware that Han Yao has rented a spacious estate, and Lu Yuxia is constantly busy arranging for labor. It is no surprise that Chen Jianmin has connections with both Han Yao and Lu Yuxia, making it easy to deduce that he is also one of the owners of this timber processing factory, if not the sole proprietor. Yet, he cleverly claimed that it was his friend's venture, a statement that allows Feng Haitao to navigate the conversation with ease. Thus, he appreciated Chen Jianmin's tactful remark, stating that in principle, selling to his friend should not pose a problem. However, he added, "Jianmin, let us not beat around the bush any longer." As Feng Haitao continued, a chill surged through Chen Jianmin's feet. In Chapter 190, Remove That Wretched Hand. Chen Jianmin approached Feng Haitao with the intention of purchasing a pile of confiscated timber from the backyard of the office. However, when their conversation shifted to the timber processing factory, Feng Haitao spoke with considerable seriousness. "Jianmin, I will be straightforward. In February of this year, there was a document issued that explicitly prohibits party and governmental officials from engaging in business ventures. Of course, in our locality, if someone does pursue this, many leaders tend to turn a blind eye. This was also the primary reason why the previous forest director used the impending factory as collateral to settle debts with the Hanshan County government." Feng Haitao continued, "Furthermore, you must clarify with your friend that establishing a personal factory is highly uncommon in our area, or even throughout the entirety of Hanshan County. There are sensitive policy issues at play here, and under such circumstances, attempting to purchase the confiscated timber introduces another layer of risk. If someone takes issue with you and reports it, do you think the county will support you or take action against you?" Chen Jianmin took a deep breath and closed his eyes, realizing he had not considered the implications of Feng Haitao's 2 points. He had only been aware that personal enterprises were not officially permitted. In hindsight, it was an oversight on his part. Based on experiences from later years, numerous individuals in the coastal southern regions had established factories, albeit quietly. In contrast, the Northeast, as an old industrial base, has always adhered strictly to higher-level policies. The documents did not explicitly prohibit personal factories, but they also did not grant permission. In such a scenario, the local authorities would prioritize stability. Fortunately, when the timber processing factory rented premises, it was under Han Yao's name, and they were still in the early stages of applying for a business license, allowing for modifications to key information regarding the business entity. Moreover, he had never claimed that he intended to establish the factory himself, which made it easier for Feng Haitao to navigate the situation. As he pondered the possibility of starting a factory under the guise of a sole proprietorship, Feng Haitao proposed a suggestion. If all else fails, why not affiliate with the county's woodworking factory? This approach could resolve numerous issues effortlessly. Chen Jianmin immediately dismissed the suggestion, saying, "Leader, I believe my friend lacks the courage and would likely fear being overwhelmed by others. She won't pursue that. Today, it was fortunate that he sought your counsel. Otherwise, my friend would certainly face a significant setback. I will advise her to abandon the idea of opening a factory. In fact, she may have already contemplated some difficulties and devised a second plan." Feng Haitao became intrigued and urged him to share more, to see if they could assist in managing the timber at the site. Chen Jianmin lowered his voice considerably, explaining, "Her second plan is to open a furniture retail store and apply for a sole proprietorship license, which would involve less hassle. However, she mentioned that funding seems insufficient for purchasing a storefront. She is hoping for a partner to join her." "Oh, that is indeed a viable option. How does your friend intend to find a partner?" Feng Haitao inquired, also speaking in a hushed tone. Chen Jianmin leaned slightly in his direction and replied, "With an investment of just 1,000 yuan, one could acquire a 20% stake in the furniture store. Moreover, my friend assured that the investor need only provide the funds. They would not be required to manage anything else. Once profits are generated, the investors will receive a share monthly." Upon hearing this, Feng Haitao appeared contemplative, prompting Chen Jianmin to add, "Leader, I would like to ask for your assistance in introducing a capable investor for my friend." Although this statement was somewhat veiled, Feng Haitao grasped its implication almost immediately. He was effectively being invited to join the venture. With an investment of merely 1,000 yuan, he could share in 20% of the furniture store's revenue, a lucrative opportunity indeed. As the director of the forestry station, he was well aware of the profitability of selling furniture. Furthermore, Chen Jianmin had conveniently provided him with a straightforward pathway to recommend an investor without needing to involve himself directly, as long as he could find a trustworthy individual. Approximately 20 minutes later, Chen Jianmin emerged from Feng Haitao's office with a broad smile, feeling that his visit had been exceptionally fruitful. Not only did Feng Haitao agree to assist in introducing an investor, but he also finalized arrangements regarding the timber in the station's backyard, intending to supply it in small batches to the soon-to-be-established Hanshan furniture store, which would exclusively sell furniture crafted by local carpenters. This effectively transformed the original woodworking factory into a carpenter's workshop. Nevertheless, Chen Jianmin had resolved to manage both businesses, including the clothing store, under the company structure. He planned for Lu Xiaohong to oversee everything, while Han Yao would handle external communications and sales issues. He and Lu Yuxiao would remain behind the scenes. The following afternoon, Chen Jianmin strolled into the woodworking factory. Aside from a few workers on sporadic tasks, only Lu Yuxiao was present in the office, engrossed in her writing and drawing. Upon his entrance, Lu Yuxiao hardly acknowledged him. Chen Jianmin brought a chair over and positioned it in front of her, casting a glance at the things she had written. Where has that precious gem of the Zhou family gone? Did she leave with Xiaoyao? Are you looking for them? Lu Yuxiao finally set down her pen and stretched languidly. It's nothing. I'm primarily here to find you. Chen Jianmin inched closer to her, stating, I've realized that everyone has oversimplified certain matters. Let us get to the point. Why are you being so hands-on? Remove that wretched paw of yours. Lu Yuxiao swatted away his hand, glaring at him fiercely. Hee, I'm just accustomed to it. My apologies, Chen Jianmin chuckled, retracting his hand. You see, our identities truly cannot be overtly involved in managing this factory, and we cannot disclose that it is a factory to the outside world. We once register it or obtain a license. It can only be regarded as a traditional carpenter's workshop. He candidly shared his thoughts with Lu Yuxia, emphasizing his desire to consolidate their business and mentioning that Lu Xiaohong and Han Yao should manage it entirely. Anticipating her possible objections, he had prepared how to persuade her. However, to his surprise, Lu Yuxia nodded repeatedly after hearing him. Jianmin, your considerations are indeed comprehensive. I hadn't contemplated the policy aspects involved. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Yet, after observing Chen Jianmin's eyes for a moment, she proposed, we need to arrange for a more professional accountant. After all, the business relationships here are rather intricate. Absolutely, Chen Jianmin replied without hesitation. You can take care of that. Hey Jianmin, are you trying to be a hands-off manager from the very beginning? You're not going to oversee anything? How can you say I'm not overseeing anything? I'm managing the overall picture. If it weren't for my reminder, would you have thought of the policy aspects? Moreover, I've also addressed the raw material issue. All right. Lu Yuxiao pushed against the increasingly close Chen Jianmin, who remained adamant. Finding an accountant is tricky, who with a diploma would come work for us. If it comes to it, we might as well train someone ourselves. Fine, Chen Jianmin persisted, wrapping his arm around her soft waist and resting his chin on her shoulder. You can decide on that. Chen Jianmin, you are getting too bold again. Lu Yuxiao was about to get angry, but her soft lips were suddenly silenced by him, her body weakening, rendering her powerless once more. Chapter 191. The initial form emerges. Lu Yuxia discovered a rather exasperating truth. Ever since their encounter at the exit of the alley on Erdeo Street, she could not escape this man. Even a simple turn on her motorcycle seemed to tie her to him. Furthermore, a trip to Zhoujia village to request a fox pelt ended up with her being duped by a rickety bench from the forest protection station, resulting in her losing face in front of him and allowing him to take advantage of her. A few days ago, she had kindly visited the clinic to see him, which only added to her frustration. How could he be so audacious? This marked the second time, though one could argue it was the third, yet the question remained. What was wrong with her body? Why did she feel utterly drained? As she languidly reflected upon herself, a mischievous hand stealthily crept up to the summit, its movements delicate, yet causing her to shudder involuntarily, releasing a soft hum. Her mind became increasingly muddled, and she found herself faintly desiring this hand to continue its mischief. Am I truly losing my sanity? Fortunately, her four petals of lips finally parted. This was not a moment of conscience for Chen Jianmin, nor a sign of contentment. Both are foreign to his character, but rather he was compelled to release Lu Yuxia, having noticed a stooped old man approaching through the office window. Chen Jianmin nibbled on Lu Yuxia's earlobe and whispered, Yuxia, you promised me that when you became a wealthy individual, you would be my little wife. Do not forget. Lu Yuxia gasped for breath, seizing the claw still resting on her chest, and bent down to bite it. Chen Jianmin winced in pain, pleading, It hurts. Yuxia, spare me. Sister Xia, Aunt Xia, grandmother, someone is coming. The last four words proved effective. Lu Yuxia released her grip, tilting her head with satisfaction. Suddenly invigorated, she sprang up and, catching Chen Jianmin off guard, yanked him from his chair to the floor, delivering a hefty kick to his thigh. After straightening her clothing, she donned a cheerful smile and went to open the door. The old man at the threshold peered inside and glanced at Lu Yuxia, appearing somewhat anxious. I'm here to see Station Chief Chen. As soon as the word "see" escaped his lips, Chen Jianmin, still on the ground, called out, Sir, please come in. Lu Yuxia surmised a bit about this man's background and warmly ushered him inside. Sir, this is the Chen Jianmin you seek. Please, take a seat. She approached Chen Jianmin, all smiles, helping him to his feet. Oh dear, station chief, what happened to you? Why are you on the floor? What could Chen Jianmin possibly say? Alas, this silent grievance must be silently borne. However, he had certainly made some progress today with the soft and pliable Lu Yuxia, making it difficult to claim he was at a loss. Yet, more pressing matters demanded attention. As he stood, he noticed the old man retrieving a photograph from his pocket, comparing it with Chen Jianmin for a long while before nodding and tucking it away with a smile. Station Chief Chen, my name is Wang Diqing. Chen Jianmin was taken aback. If he wasn't mistaken, the photograph the old man had produced was indeed his own portrait. This Wang Diqing was quite astute, employing such an ingenious method to ensure he had the correct person. He pulled a chair and sat diagonally opposite Wang Diqing, waggling a finger. If I'm not mistaken, sir, you must have brought some money with you. Noticing Wang Diqing glance at Lu Yuxia, he quickly added, Sir, she is not an outsider. Lu Yuxia, though a bit fiery, possessed ample emotional intelligence as she promptly extracted a cigarette and lit one for Wang Diqing. Wang Diqing, taken aback by her kindness, replied, Thank you. Thank you. Young lady, you must be a friend of Station Chief Chen. The two young people appeared to be quite straightforward, devoid of pretense, which eased his tension significantly. Indeed, it is I. Lu Yuxia. While conversing, Lu Yuxia busies herself with brewing tea. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Grandpa Wang turns to Chen Jianmin. Director Chen, I have heard that you intend to open a furniture store and are seeking a partner. I thought it best to discuss this matter with you. Although he does not mention Feng Haitao directly, the insinuation is quite clear. He is the emissary sent forth by Feng Haitao. Recognizing Wang Diqing's identity, Chen Jianmin does not beat around the bush and directly discusses the specific arrangements. Wang Diqing need not conjure any ideas. He simply must follow Feng Haitao's directives. Thus, when he hears Chen Jianmin's words echoing Feng Haitao's sentiments, he readily produces 1,000 yuan. Lu Yuxiao then drafts 3 identical partnership agreements, which in this era, the elderly do not particularly endorse as contracts. The 3 parties sign and affix their fingerprints, marking the official commencement of preparations for the Hongshan furniture store's opening. In the following days, Chen Jianmin leisurely meanders about, eliciting exasperated glares and sharp remarks from the industrious Lu Yuxia, who chastises him for being the laziest person on earth. However, given Chen Jianmin's thick skin, her jibes have little effect. While Han Yao is at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau applying for a business license, Lu Xiaohong makes her first appearance at the timber processing factory. Curiously glancing around, she eventually heads toward Lu Yuxia's office. Inside, Lu Yuxia has just returned from her labors outside and is directing Chen Jianmin. Yes, brew it lighter, if it's too strong. I want to be able to sleep tonight. And do empty that ashtray and wipe down the table. Lu Xiaohong enters to find Chen Jianmin diligently wiping the table, momentarily stunned at the doorway. Lu Yuxia, clearly pleased with Chen's performance, beams widely, and, upon seeing Lu Xiaohong, leaps from her chair and embraces her. Xiaohong, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Come in quickly. Oh, lazybones, brew another cup of tea. What do we call our esteemed leader again? General Manager. Your memory truly astounds, Chen Jianmin retorts, albeit with swift movements as he shifts a chair behind Lu Xiaohong and promptly brews the tea. Lu Xiaohong laughs. Brother-in-law, I never realized you were so capable. Chen Jianmin responds with a sly grin, emphasizing the last word with particular intensity. Lu Xiaohong pauses, then subtly turns to Lu Yuxia. Sister Xia, doesn't it feel rather nice to have someone attending to you? Don't even get me started. Just a few instructions, and he jumps to it, doing absolutely no superfluous work. My lips are nearly worn down from talking. He acts as if he were a grand lord. Indeed, take the clothing store for instance. From its opening until now, his visits can be counted on one hand. He has truly become a hands-off manager, a habit we have inadvertently fostered. The two young women, exchanging quips, soon find themselves caught up in lively chatter, momentarily forgetting the serious matters at hand. Lu Xiaohong, with a hint of excitement, remarked, I have purchased the 2 storefronts adjacent to our clothing shop. One, the larger of the 2, cost me 1,000 yuan, while the other was a mere 800. Just as she finished speaking, Chen Jianmin, astonished, dropped the broom he was holding and interrupted. Wait, what did you say? Those 2 stores next to the clothing shop are significantly larger, and they only cost 1,800 yuan. What does that make the 2,000 I spent on that half storefront? From Zhou Mingshan. Chapter 192. The Revenge of How Yimin. Lu Xiaohong had acquired 2 commercial properties, with even the smaller one being considerably larger than their current clothing store. And she had only spent 800 yuan. This revelation left Chen Jianmin feeling severely disadvantaged, pounding his chest in despair. Xiaohong, is what you said truly accurate? Brother-in-law, why would I deceive you? What else with that expression? You look as if you've swallowed a fly, Lu Xiaohong teased, fully aware that her brother-in-law was agitated by being outsmarted. Oh dear, Xiaohong, I feel as if my head is larger than a clay pot. After 2 lifetimes of hunting eagles, I've had my eyes clawed out by them. I cannot bear this. Chen Jianmin lamented, burying his face in her shoulder. Lu Xiaohong pushed him away and sighed, turning to Lu Yuxia, Sister Xiao. Isn't it exhausting to be around someone like this every day? Not at all. It's rather entertaining. Lu Yuxia replied, intrigued by Chen Jianmin's claim of having hunted eagles for 2 lifetimes. Chen Jianmin, are you burning with fever? Or do you think you're something extraordinary? Chen Jianmin felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he nearly revealed his greatest secret. That would not do. It's all Zhou Mingshan's fault. Just wait and see how I handle him. Lu Xiaohong found his clenched teeth amusing, laughing heartily, and kindly reminded him, brother-in-law, you haven't settled the payment for that half storefront yet, have you? Right. Chen Jianmin exclaimed, slapping his thigh and straightening up, his eyes wide as saucers. He waved his hand. When I purchased that house last year, that old fool Zhou Mingshan said we could discuss the payment later. Huh. He must have known he was deceiving me all along, but at least he left me a way out. Nonetheless, this matter needs to be resolved swiftly. I'll give him no more than 600 yuan. Lu Yuxia chuckled. I suggest we don't pay him at all. After all, his 2 daughters are in our hands. If he dares to demand money, we could just gift them to you as little brides. I think that's a splendid idea. You always say things that resonate with me. Chen Jianmin beamed, nearly unable to see from his joyful expression. What a ridiculous notion. Lu Yuxiao exclaimed as she got up to kick him playfully. Chen Jianmin shouted in protest as he fled outside. Meanwhile, as they reveled in their merriment, Han Yao returned with an icy demeanor, followed by the gloomy faces of sisters Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui. Upon seeing the cheerful trio at the door, Han Yao sighed. While you're all busy having fun, our business license has been suspended, citing non-compliance with relevant regulations. The 3 individuals in the room soon found themselves exchanging bewildered glances. Lu Yuxia pulled Han Yao into the room, instructed the Zhou sisters to return to their dormitory, and closed the door before inquiring, Xiao Yao, please clarify what has transpired. Chen Jianmin furrowed his brow, immediately considering a certain possibility. Indeed, what Han Yao revealed next confirmed his suspicions. Initially, when I applied a few days ago, the staff assured me that it was a positive development, another individual enterprise in Hongshan Township to serve the community and invigorate the economy. They were quite flattering. I was told to return in a few days to collect the license. However, when I went today, the staff had an unsightly demeanor, declaring that our application for the business premises was non-compliant with the relevant procedures and needed to be resubmitted. I thought this was absurd. I just wanted to speak to their superior. Chen Jianmin interjected, you must have met them, right? If I'm not mistaken, Hao Yimin should have personally seen you. Han Yao blinked in surprise. How did you guess, Jianmin? What did he say? Chen Jianmin remained composed, inquiring calmly, observing his nonchalant demeanor. Han Yao felt a wave of tranquility wash over her. Director Hao mentioned that the furniture store is a novel concept and requires approval from higher authorities. When I asked how long it would take to receive a decision, he replied that it could be a matter of days or, at worst, a couple of years. Can you believe that? Her agitation resurfaced as she concluded her account. Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaohong exchanged glances, quickly discerning the underlying issue. Hao Yimin was deliberately obstructing their business license, acting out of personal vendetta. Previously, Hao Yimin's son, Hao Deshang, had persistently pursued Lu Xiaohong, prompting Chen Jianmin to orchestrate a scheme that redirected the conflict between Lu Yuxia and Hao Deshang, ultimately leading to Hao Deshang's conviction on charges of delinquency. Now, with an opportunity to retaliate against Chen Jianmin and Lu Xiaohong, Hao Yimin would certainly not let it slip by. With a thud, Lu Yuxia slammed her palm on the table, her face flushed with indignation. This is clearly targeted at me. Just wait, I will confront him. Lu Xiaohong, anxious, shook her head at Chen Jianmin. He quickly intervened to restrain the furious Lu Yuxia. Yuxia, hold on a moment before jumping to conclusions. Our furniture store is registered under Xiao Yao's name. Even if Hao Yimin is aware of Xiao Yao and Xiaohong's connection, it's unlikely he knows you are involved as well. Having previously utilized Lu Yuxia to deal with Hao Deshang, he genuinely wished to prevent her from recklessly charging ahead, as he still retained a modicum of conscience. Furthermore, he recognized that Lu Yuxia would eventually discover the trap he had laid. Therefore, even if it required some subterfuge, he could not allow her to naively take the forefront. Your point holds some merit. Very few are aware of my involvement with the timber processing factory, and I have scarcely appeared at the furniture store. So Hao Yimin should remain oblivious to my role here, Lu Yuxia pondered, furrowing her brow, ultimately conceding to Chen Jianmin's reasoning. Upon noticing Lu Xiaohong's lips move as if she wished to speak, Chen Jianmin immediately winked at her. He then straightened his back, gestured grandly, and declared with resounding confidence, "Leave this matter to me. It's not every day that I find a serious task to undertake, so no one should dare to snatch it from me. Other matters will proceed as usual, and I assure you that I will retrieve the business license within 3 days." With that, he strode out of the office with his head held high, nearly colliding with the door frame. This spectacle lightened the oppressive atmosphere in the office considerably, eliciting a laugh from Lu Yuxia and a chuckle from Han Yao, who was shaking her shoulders in amusement. Only Lu Xiaohong offered a strained smile, for she was privy to the underlying truth and understood the significance of Chen Jianmin's wink. She must not reveal the reality to Lu Yuxia. But is this truly for the best? She regarded Lu Yuxia as a commendable individual, devoid of the airs typically associated with the offspring of officials. She never looked down on others, was efficient in her work, and possessed a sharp intellect. Collaborating with someone like her would likely minimize complications. Suddenly, she recalled Chen Jianmin's words whispered behind her that day. "Xiaohong, rest assured, anything I set my mind to will surely come to fruition." Those words were meant to allay her concerns about the future. At this moment, her cheeks flushed as she felt an inexplicable surge of faith in Chen Jianmin. He ought to be capable. However, outside the timber processing plant, Chen Jianmin crouched down, cradling his head in his hands. Before a gathering of women, he had spoken with nonchalance, yet internally he was rife with uncertainty, to say nothing of other matters. Hao Yimin undoubtedly knew that it was Chen Jianmin himself who had orchestrated his son's predicament and was aware of the direct connection between this furniture store and him. Thus, he would undoubtedly seek an explanation. The question remained, how to provide such an explanation? What sort of justification could he offer? Chapter 193. Finding solutions. After squatting at the gate for only a brief moment, Chen Jianmin rose, hands buried in his pockets. Whistling as he ambled toward the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, he intended to scout the situation, hoping to connect with other personnel at the bureau. In truth, he possessed 2 straightforward avenues to resolve his predicament. The first was to approach Li Yanli, whose intervention would surely compel Hao Yimin to extend a measure of courtesy, perhaps even delivering the business license directly into his hands. The second option would be to enlist Feng Haitao to intercede on his behalf, which would also yield results. Yet, he was reluctant to pursue either path. While there was no issue in seeking assistance from Li Yanli during his own troubles, she would unhesitatingly help. He found it incongruent with his character to rely on a woman to resolve his difficulties. Moreover, the involvement of Li Jigang complicated matters further. As for avoiding Feng Haitao, the reasoning was simple. If he sought his help for such trivial matters, it would erode the latter's confidence in him. Additionally, while Hao Yimin might temporarily overlook his connection to Feng Haitao, what would happen thereafter? If he wished to continue his business, he could not rely on Feng Haitao each time an issue arose with the bureau. That was simply untenable. Thus, he needed to devise alternative strategies. As for Lu Yuxia's father, Comrade Lu Qingde, who serves as the village chief, he is certainly not someone to be consulted. Not to mention that the Industry and Commerce Office is not under the jurisdiction of the village government. But merely the way Lu Qingde gazes at himself makes him reluctant to approach this individual. Furthermore, if one were to seek his involvement, it would suffice to let Lu Yuxia handle it. The Industry and Commerce Office is situated not far from the village government, along a street in the northern part of Hongshan village, while the timber processing factory is located at the far eastern end, quite a distance away. By the time Chen Jianmin strolled near the Industry and Commerce Office, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Glancing at his watch, he suddenly quickened his pace and slipped into a narrow alley nearby, crouching down in the corner to light a cigarette and patiently savoring it, intermittently peering toward the entrance of the small courtyard diagonally across. In this day and age, every institution boasts a courtyard, and the Industry and Commerce Office is no exception, albeit its yard is rather small. After all, there are not many personnel involved, just 3 offices and 2 dormitories at the back, making a large courtyard unnecessary. Yet, in this unassuming location, his burgeoning commercial aspirations could be thwarted. How could this possibly be justified? Chen Jianmin spat vehemently and, upon peeking again, saw that the office had finally closed for the day. 8 individuals emerged in succession. The first to exit was Hao Yimin, perhaps due to proximity to his home. He did not even ride his bicycle, leisurely ambling westward with his hands clasped behind his back. The last to leave was a slender, middle-aged man in plain clothes, his countenance somewhat grim. He had one foot on the pedal of his bicycle, but hesitated to mount it, his gaze fixed on the direction in which Hao Yimin had departed, remaining motionless for an extended period. A female colleague who had exited before him returned, pushing her bicycle and obstructing his view, saying, "Director Wang, There's no need to be upset, no matter how reasonable your argument. It is futile if he does not acknowledge it. After all, he holds a higher official rank. Wang Liwei chuckled softly, managing a polite smile. Indeed. We must continue to unite under Director Gu's leadership and diligently serve the overarching goals of reform and opening up. After exchanging a few more words, the female colleague rode away on her bicycle. Wang Liwei closed his eyes, took a couple of deep breaths, and then turned eastward, heading in the opposite direction of Howie Mean. He had barely pedaled a few strokes when suddenly, a figure dashed out from a small alley to the south, barreling straight toward him. Preoccupied with his thoughts, Wang Liwei had not paid much attention to the road ahead. It was only when the person was nearly upon him that he realized the imminent collision, but it was too late to brake. Meanwhile, the other party seemed to have just noticed him, frantically dodging left and right, only to eventually collide with his handlebars. Both parties and their bicycles fell to the ground simultaneously. Fortunately, the surface was sandy. After the spring thaw, the moisture had evaporated, leaving the ground relatively soft. So neither sustained any injuries. Wang Liwei stood up, twisting his waist, quite irate. What's the matter with you? You're a grown person, yet so reckless. The young man before him appeared quite refined, dressed in seemingly expensive attire, and exuding an air of vitality, clearly the offspring of a good family, but he was undeniably too careless. He had no idea that this was a deliberately orchestrated minor accident by the children of a respectable family. The person who collided with him was none other than Chen Jianmin, who had intentionally timed his emergence to bump into Wang Liwei. At this moment, he stood up, having not even brushed off the dust from his trousers, wearing a rather sheepish smile. I'm so sorry. I truly apologize. This is all my fault. Please, let me know if you're feeling unwell. I can take you to the clinic for a checkup. Wang Liwei gritted his teeth in resentment. All right, given your demeanor, I won't hold it against you. Let us go. Just be more careful in the future. Oh, you are truly a kind person, Chen Jianmin responded, glancing toward the direction of the industrial and commercial office, his shoulders drooping instantly with disappointment. He turned back, forcing a smile. Please, don't rush off. In a commune as populated as Hongshan, with over 30,000 residents, our meeting must surely be fate. Allow me to treat you to a meal as a gesture of goodwill. Do grant me this favor. This was his way of attempting to make amends to Wang Liwei. Such gestures were not uncommon. People in Hongshan had a tradition of resolving conflicts and celebrating joyful occasions by dining out together. Wang Liwei, however, was not particularly fond of drinking and felt that such a trivial matter did not warrant a meal, so he considered leaving. Yet, he had noticed the young man glancing at the entrance of his workplace, and, combined with the fact that he had rushed from the alley, it seemed likely he was there to handle business at the industrial and commercial office. With this in mind, he casually inquired, "Young man, are you heading to the industrial and commercial office?" "Yes," Chen Jianmin replied with a bitter smile. "I've arrived too late. The small iron gate is locked. It's closing time." "Yes, it is indeed closing time. You should come back early tomorrow," Wang Liwei suggested. At this point, he had already lifted his bicycle and was resting one foot on the pedal, yet he habitually asked, "What matter do you wish to address?" This was precisely the question Chen Jianmin had been waiting for. He immediately adopted a troubled expression. "A good friend of mine wishes to open a furniture store. She has been applying for several days, but when she came today, they informed her that opening a furniture store is a new venture, and she must seek approval from the county's Industrial and Commercial Bureau. The critical issue is that we have no idea how long it will take to receive approval. I thought I might inquire about where the delay lies, but honestly, why would the leaders at the Industrial and Commercial Office intentionally make things difficult for us common folk?" Wang Liwei retracted his foot from the pedal and, maintaining a calm demeanor, asked, "Brother, your friend isn't the young lady who wants to open a clothing store? Is she?" "Yes, that's her." "How did you know?" Chen Jianmin responded, appearing rather innocent. Wang Liwei smiled without saying a word. Chapter 194, Strategic Direction Adjustment. This afternoon, when Han Yao came to the Industrial and Commercial Office to apply for her business license, Wang Liwei was also present. According to relevant regulations, this matter did not require consultation with the county's Industrial and Commercial Bureau and should have been processed on the spot. However, Howie Mean, for reasons unknown, seemed intent on making things difficult for the young lady. After Han Yao departed, he confronted Howie Mean, a clash that had been brewing for quite some time. He could not abide Howie Mean's underhanded tactics, exploiting his position for personal gain, while Hao harbored significant disdain for him, accusing him of being hypocritical and merely seeking to usurp the director's position. Though these sentiments could not be openly expressed, the small community within the Industrial and Commercial Bureau was well aware of their mutual grievances and the constant sabotage they engaged in against one another. Faced with Chen Jianmin's mention of the business license, what could he possibly say? Internal matters were not to be aired publicly, after all. Chen Jianmin, having lived 2 lifetimes, albeit experiencing a dismal failure in his previous marriage, was a figure of distinction, having encountered a myriad of individuals. Observing Wang Liwei's silence and smile, he recognized that he had indeed found the right person. Earlier, while crouched in the alley, he had intended to follow Hao Yimin to glean more about him. But before he could proceed, he witnessed the conversation between Wang Liwei and a female colleague at the entrance of the bureau. From their exchange, he gleaned crucial information. This middle-aged man, not in uniform, was named Wang and served as the deputy director, harboring significant discord with the current director, Hao Yimin. Consequently, he promptly recalibrated his strategy, deciding to engage with this deputy director Wang to explore the possibility of leveraging his influence to resolve his issues. Thus, he could not let Wang Liwei slip away. He extended a sincere invitation. My friend, I sincerely apologize for my earlier brashness. How about accompanying me for a couple of drinks? With such earnestness in Chen Jianmin's words, Wang Liwei found it difficult to decline, especially since he was curious about the young woman named Han Yao and her past entanglements with Hao Yimin. After feigning some reluctance and exchanging pleasantries, he acquiesced to Chen Jianmin's request, suggesting, "Brother, there's a small restaurant nearby with excellent dishes. Shall we go there?" "That sounds perfect. Let's go. I'll carry your bike," Chen Jianmin jovially claimed as he seized Wang Liwei's bicycle. They pedaled eastward for quite a distance until they reached a place called Lao Lu Snack Bar. Chen Jianmin secured the bicycle and turned to glance at the nearby lumber processing factory, instantly amused. He swiftly resolved to maintain a long-term relationship with Deputy Director Wang. "Brother, I am Chen Jianmin, a worker at the forestry station in Zhoujia village. May I ask your name?" Wang Liwei, brushing off his clothes, paused in surprise and immediately inquired. "You wouldn't happen to be the Chen Jianmin who rescued 2 young girls from a wolf pack, would you?" This incident had spread throughout Hongshan Township, and he was fortunate to meet the living hero today, making Wang Liwei feel immensely gratified about his decision to dine with him. At any time, people hold a deep-seated admiration for heroes, and Wang Liwei was no exception. The modest hero chuckled shyly. "It was merely happenstance. I can be quite bold. With a pike in hand, I dared to confront several wolves. You know what they say, in battle, it is the brave who prevail. My name is Wang Liwei. Come, let us go inside and chat." Wang Liwei, without further ado, seized Chen Jianmin and led him into a modest eatery. Inside, the establishment was devoid of patrons, featuring merely 4 vacant round tables. In the center stood an iron stove, with a discolored pipe curving from the window to the outside. The stove still crackled with fire, rendering the room quite warm. The proprietor, a small elderly man in his 50s with a bald head and a beaming visage, greeted them with unmistakable familiarity. His small eyes nearly disappeared when he smiled. "Director Wang, what brings you here? Please, take a seat. I'll prepare the dishes," he said, casting a glance at Chen Jianmin and flashing a grin that revealed several golden teeth. Chen Jianmin couldn't help but scrutinize him. Sensing that he was more complex than he appeared, Wang Liwei cleared his throat and raised his voice. "Old Lu, this young brother is my guest today." The elderly gentleman, who had just mentioned preparing the dishes, immediately turned to Chen Jianmin. "Well, all the dishes are written on that little blackboard over there. Take a look and see what you'd like." He gestured towards the western wall. Chen Jianmin then noticed the small blackboard hanging there, inscribed with a haphazard list of over a dozen dish names in chalk. After a brief glance, he ordered a chicken and mushroom stew and a plate of spicy tofu. Just as he was about to order more, Wang Liwei grabbed his arm and pulled him to a round table by the window. "That's enough. Ordering too much would be wasteful." Before long, Old Lu returned with a generous plate of spicy tofu. "The chicken stew needs a bit more time," he said. He also brought 2 small dishes of pickled vegetables and opened a bottle of liquor. By the time the large bowl of chicken and mushroom stew arrived at the table, Chen Jianmin and Wang Liwei had nearly consumed half the bottle of alcohol, engrossed in lively conversation. Their discussion revolved entirely around Chen Jianmin's heroic deeds in saving lives, with not a single serious matter mentioned. Finally, seizing the opportunity for a boast, Chen Jianmin recounted the entire experience in a thrilling, dramatic fashion. Their audience had expanded from 1 to 2, as Old Lu, having finished his kitchen duties, quietly settled onto a stool in the corner, listening intently. In conclusion, Chen Jianmin remarked, "Brother Wang, this was nothing extraordinary. Anyone in my position would have acted similarly. I merely had several advantageous conditions that increased my chances of success." Wang Liwei raised his cup and shook his head. "You are far too modest, my brother. Many lack your courage. Come, let us drink to that." The small cups at Old Li's eatery held a liang of liquor, allowing for swift consumption. Chen Jianmin thought to himself, we haven't discussed anything serious yet. And here I am, getting carried away. With closed eyes, he downed a cup and began weaving a tale of truth and fiction. If my older sister, Han Yao, had any significant grievances with Director Hao from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, it would be trivial. You see, a year ago, Director Hao's son pursued my sister. But she turned him down. Your sister? Which one? Wang Liwei, possessing a considerable tolerance for alcohol, showed no signs of inebriation thus far. The young lady who partnered with Han Yao to open a clothing store, Chen Jianmin, while pouring wine for Wang Liwei, elaborated that the individual, whose surname was Hao, after being spurned by his sister-in-law, inexplicably went to Liu Xiangzhang's daughter's home the following morning, nearly causing a scene. He was restrained and taken to the police station. You may have already heard about the ensuing events. Wang Liwei nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that they worked for the same organization, so it was impossible not to be aware of such occurrences. Consequently, Director Hao vented his frustration on Chen's sister-in-law, which inadvertently affected Han Yao's standing as well. Wang Liwei finally grasped the sequence of events, yet he had heard another version of the story, prompting him to smile and inquire, Brother, I heard that Hao Deshang had been drinking with someone the day before the incident. Could that individual have influenced his misguided actions against Liu Yuxia, who enjoys jogging in the mornings? Chen Jianmin blinked in contemplation, feeling a jolt of concern. Had others already pieced together these details? This should not be the crux of the matter, however. The real question was why Wang Liwei was probing into this. Chapter 195. The necessity of emotions. After Chen Jianmin and Wang Liwei consumed more than half a bottle of baijiu at Lao Li's snack bar, their conversation eventually meandered back to the matter at hand. Yet, as Chen Jianmin steered the dialogue, Wang Liwei unexpectedly posed a rather incisive question. Did the person Hao Deshang drank with at the restaurant the day before the incident perhaps plant the idea in his mind to confront Liu Yuxia? How should Chen respond? It is often said that a sharp mind is a valuable asset, and he indeed possessed one. He quickly adopted a look of surprise, glancing towards Lao Lu, who was turning to head to the kitchen, and lowered his voice to say, Brother Wang, earlier he referred to you as Director Wang. You wouldn't be from the police station, would you? How else could you have such insider information? Wang Liwei crossed his arms, a smirk on his face. Actually, I'm not from the police station. Oh, just look at me. Drinking has made me quite loquacious. It doesn't matter which organization I belong to. The key is that we get along well. The wine might not have fully taken effect yet, but our camaraderie is blossoming. Brother, I'll be straightforward. Regarding the matter you inquired about, I vaguely recall hearing something. It seems someone orchestrated the downfall of that unsavory character, Hao Deshang. Am I correct? Yes, that's what you just said. Where was I? Ah yes, someone devised a scheme to bring him down. Brother, I might be a bit tipsy and speaking loosely, so take my words lightly and do not share them. I sensed that some formidable individual could not tolerate Hao Deshang's arrogance and decided to intervene. At this juncture, Chen Jianmin lowered his voice. Brother, this could be seen as a service to the community, right? He was already flushed and slightly slurring his words, making him appear as though he was emboldened by the alcohol to speak freely. However, the term brother was uttered rather ambiguously. With a hearty laugh, Wang Liwei replied, As long as no one else is in this room, you need not hold back. All right, I want to delve deeper. At last, I comprehend why the proprietor of the Jianmin clothing store struggles to obtain a business license for his furniture venture. Brother, let us indulge in some libations. Drinking is permissible. My friend, I can see you are a person of standing. I wonder if you might assist a brother in need. Chen Jianmin unsteadily lifted his cup. Let us drink first. We can discuss other matters afterward. Wang Liwei downed his drink in one swift motion. Chen Jianmin had no choice but to follow suit. Grimacing as he forced the liquor down his throat, Wang Liwei seized the bottle from Chen Jianmin, pouring for him with a hint of seriousness. This matter presents some challenges. You should have guessed my identity by now. Faced with the cunning nature of Wang Liwei, Chen Jianmin no longer concealed his thoughts. Brother Wang, I suspected who you were the moment I entered this room. Of course, this was a fabrication. Yet Chen Jianmin candidly admitted that his earlier inquiry regarding Wang's identity was also disingenuous. This mingling of truth and deception rendered Wang Liwei more trusting. His gaze softened considerably. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Jianmin stated directly, Brother Wang, whether the matter can be resolved is secondary. I believe that meeting you is the greatest reward of my day. Well then, allow me to toast to you. Such words were pleasing to the ear. Wang Liwei downed another cup of liquor, turning it upside down to show Chen Jianmin. Brother, am I not generous? He set down the cup, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a plume of smoke, reflecting sincerely. In this world, no one can escape the intricacies of human relationships. I recall when I first entered the workforce, I was filled with ambition. Yet, over the past decade, my edges have dulled. While principles must be upheld, one must also embrace life and cherish friends and family, correct? Chen Jianmin immediately grasped the deeper meaning in Wang's words. They subtly acknowledged his request. He eagerly responded, "You speak the truth, brother. No one is a saint. As long as one remains within the bounds of principle, certain matters can indeed be approached with flexibility. I have always believed that those who truly accomplish tasks must possess human emotions." Haha, excellent. For your words regarding human emotions, I too shall partake in this drink. Thus, a brother shall accompany a gentleman in revelry. As the two downed another cup, 3 groups of patrons arrived, taking the remaining 3 tables. Lalo began to bustle about, the clattering from the kitchen resonating continuously. Neither Chen Jianmin nor Wang Liwei broached serious topics again. Instead, they engaged in light-hearted banter on diverse subjects. With a lifetime of experience, especially from his previous existence, Chen Jianmin regaled tales from across the nation, recounting peculiar occurrences that elicited hearty laughter from Wang Liwei. Wang Liwei, too, was quite loquacious after a few drinks, sharing amusing anecdotes from his years of work, his serious demeanor creating a delightful contrast that further elevated Chen Jianmin's spirits. Consequently, their drinking session extended from 6 o'clock until 9, culminating in their departure. Of the 2 bottles of 60-degree liquor, Chen Jianmin consumed about a third, while Wang Liwei polished off the remainder. Despite his flushed cheeks, Wang Liwei walked steadily and spoke fluently. In contrast, Chen Jianmin felt as though he were walking on clouds, stumbling slightly as he made his way out, yet he did not forget to settle the bill with Lao Lu. As a result, Wang Liwei blocked him, saying, "Brother, let's settle this another day." After stepping outside, Wang Liwei supported him and inquired, "Brother, where do you live? I'll have Lao Lu give you a ride." Chen Jianmin pointed towards a large courtyard not far to the east and replied, "Brother, I have a place to stay over there for tonight. No need to send me. It's just a few steps away." Observing Chen Jianmin's unsteady figure as he walked away, Lao Lu smiled and remarked, "He's a bit slippery, but a good person." Wang Liwei, holding onto his bicycle, chuckled, "If you say he's good, he must be fine. His background is quite complicated, but having him as a friend should be worthwhile. This meal is on me." "Oh, that won't do. I've been looking forward to your meals every day. I can't let you pay." Lao Lu replied, "To be honest, without you, I wouldn't even know if I could eat right now. The most likely scenario would be reverting to my old ways." "TSK, Lao Lu, I've told you this 100 times. Let's not keep bringing up that little favor I did for you. All right, I'll keep it in my heart." Chen Jianmin, of course, did not overhear this exchange by the snack shop. He staggered towards the lumber processing plant, recalling that on his first day here, the sisters Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui had told him about a room for him to rest in, which he had explored briefly. Given the current situation, visiting his father-in-law wouldn't be appropriate, nor would going to Han Yao's house. It was just right to stay here, as it wouldn't require him to travel far. "Hey, when did a small house appear at the entrance?" Chen Jianmin rubbed his eyes and stood outside the iron gate, peering inside. Indeed, a small house was situated just inside the gate on the west side, with light streaming through a small window facing east. After pondering for a while, he recalled that there was indeed a small house here, likely intended to serve as a reception area. Who could be residing there? He shook the gate vigorously, creating quite a commotion. Before long, a slightly stooped figure emerged from the small house, shining a flashlight outside and asking in surprise, "Are you the boss?" Chen Jianmin struggled to recognize the somewhat familiar voice, but as the night breeze blew and the effects of the alcohol intensified, he collapsed softly outside the gate before he could comprehend who it was. The person inside rushed over to open the gate, attempting to help him up, but found it impossible. He had no choice but to run back inside, calling out, "Zhou Ying, Zhou Shui, come out and lend a hand." Chapter 196. Caring for the drunkard, Chen Jianmin was thoroughly intoxicated this time, completely unable to manage himself, and he toppled over straight outside the gate. What he did not know was that the person who had emerged from the small house was Wang Diqing. After Chen Jianmin had left in the afternoon, Lu Yuxia had personally sought him out, asking him to come and keep watch, as they needed someone for the task anyway. So why not employ someone from their own ranks? Upon seeing Chen Jianmin in such a drunken state, Wang Diqing realized that he alone could not carry him to the dormitory, so he immediately went to find assistance. The two sisters, Zhou Ying and Zhou Shui, had yet to retire for the night when they heard the call of old Wang from the courtyard. Instantly, they seized a flashlight and rushed outside. Minutes later, the 3 of them were lifting and pulling, finally managing to bring Chen Jianmin back to his dormitory, which had never been occupied. They carefully placed him on the bed, and Wang Diqing, his forehead glistening with sweat, took a moment to catch his breath before saying, You two keep an eye on him tonight. I must return to my post. All right, old Wang. You take care, Zhou Shui replied with a bright voice, beginning to gather kindling for the stove. Zhou Ying busied herself with removing Chen Jianmin's shoes and covering him with a blanket. After a flurry of activity, the sisters finally paused to catch their breath as the room warmed up. Sister, how much has he had to drink? He asked like a dead pig. Zhou Shui pouted. Zhou Ying nudged her gently. Keep your voice down. Jianmin is a man of significance, dealing with affairs outside. It's only natural that he indulges in drink. As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Chen Jianmin's face, a visage that blended handsomeness with a touch of rugged determination, one that had haunted her dreams of late. Especially after the incident on the mountain, when he had slain 2 wolves and approached the fire, that scene was indelibly etched in her mind. Day or night, the moment she closed her eyes, it would resurface. How peculiar, she mused, despite the blood that had marred his face and his unfriendly demeanor towards her. She felt no fear. Indeed, she found something exhilarating about that visage splattered with wolf's blood. While she was lost in her thoughts, her sister Zhou Shui was struggling to keep her eyes open. Sister, today has been exhausting. I had classes in the morning, then spent the afternoon running around with Han Yao. My legs feel like they might give way. You should go and rest. I'll watch him for a bit. If he seems fine, I'll join you, Zhou Ying replied, snapping back to reality as she pushed Zhou Shui gently. She too felt the weight of fatigue. Since the day before yesterday, Lu Yuxia had tightly scheduled their days, mornings spent at the township finance office learning accounting with an elderly accountant, and afternoons either with Han Yao or Lu Yuxia, leaving no time for idleness. Then I really will head to bed? Zhou Shui murmured, her eyelids drooping as she made her way out. Yes, go ahead, Zhou Ying urged. Once Zhou Shui had departed, Zhou Ying added a few pieces of coal to the stove, realizing the room was becoming quite warm. After all, it was April. How cold could it truly be? Unaccustomed to caring for others, she hesitated, contemplating whether to open the door or window, fearing that a gust of wind might give Chen Jianmin a chill. Noticing the sweat beading on his forehead, she gently lifted the blanket to provide some relief. Feeling overheated herself, she removed her outer garment, which brought her some comfort. Suddenly, a bold thought crossed her mind. Should she help Chen Jianmin remove his clothing? Would that not allow him to sleep more comfortably, preventing him from overheating? This unexpected idea sent her heart racing and her cheeks flushing. Yet, upon deeper reflection, she deemed there was nothing inappropriate about it. After all, he was their benefactor, having provided them with work, and now he was in need of care. To hesitate seemed somewhat improper. Standing beside the small bed and pondering for a considerable time, Zhou Ying steeled herself, removed her shoes, and climbed onto the bed to begin unbuttoning Chen Jianmin's shirt. It became evident that she had underestimated the complexity of the situation. A nearly 6-foot-tall adult man, utterly intoxicated, would hardly cooperate with her efforts to remove his clothing. Merely getting his upper garment off proved to be an arduous task. Zhou Ying, kneeling beside Chen Jianmin, was panting heavily, wiping the sweat from her brow as she persevered. In her mind, removing his trousers should have been relatively simpler. After all, she merely needed to tug them down from each leg. At most, she would have to turn him over. However, the challenges that arose were somewhat unexpected. Chen Jianmin was clad in snug cotton pants tailored by Tong Yulan, making them not only difficult to wear, but even more challenging to remove. Determined as ever, Zhou Ying descended to the floor, gripping one pant leg and exerting all her strength to pull it back. Success! She managed to shift it a little. Switching to the other pant leg, she gritted her teeth and pulled again. Goodness! How did the inner lining come down too? While removing it wasn't an issue. The problem lay in what came into view. Zhou Ying covered her face with her hands, letting out a soft gasp, akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Her heart raced, not merely from nerves, but as if it might leap from her mouth. The stove behind her continued to roar, and the room felt significantly warmer than before, causing her to feel drenched in sweat. After squatting there for what felt like an eternity, she gradually stood up, one hand shielding her eyes while the other pulled a blanket over Chen Jianmin. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief, preferring not to see what lay beneath. Gathering her composure, she resolved to act decisively. Closing her eyes and pulling down the thin cotton pants along with the inner lining in one swift motion. Exhausted to the point of near unsteadiness, she sank into a chair beside the desk, turning her face away from the bed. Time passed, and as she propped herself up with her arm, Chen Jianmin's slurred voice broke the silence, calling for water. Startled, she sprang to her feet and glanced at Chen Jianmin on the bed. Pouring half a cup of boiled water from the thermos, she recalled that it had just been heated by Zhou Shui and was still quite hot. Thus, she hesitated to offer it immediately. She picked up another cup, transferring the water back and forth while blowing on it to cool it down. After some time, she managed to take a small sip herself, deeming it no longer scalding, and approached the bed with the cup, doing her utmost to lift Chen Jianmin's head and slowly offer him a drink. However, the inebriated man was anything but compliant. Midway through, he reached out, attempting to snatch the cup from her. Instinctively, she tried to safeguard what she held, leading to a chaotic tug-of-war that resulted in most of the water spilling onto Chen Jianmin's chest. He fell silent, resuming his snoring. Zhou Ying was left in despair, pondering how to manage this predicament. She had never anticipated that caring for a drunken individual would entail such complications. After staring blankly for a moment, she finally jumped down to fetch a towel, unbuttoning Chen Jianmin's shirt to carefully wipe him down. If that were all, she could have returned to her room to rest afterward. However, in a daze, Chen Jianmin sensed the presence of someone nearby, their fragrance intoxicating him, leading him to mistakenly believe that it was Tong Yulan tending to him. When that delicate hand once more approached with a towel, he suddenly grasped it forcefully, pulling it towards himself, encircling the soft, supple waist with both arms.